On a peaceful day, a man tries to grab some chips while a little girl looks at him. Unfortunately, the bag that he picked up had a defect, and most of the chips fell to the floor. The little girl asks if he's trying to steal the snacks, but he denies this. That's when the TV screen in the store that was usually only for news requests everyone's attention, as there are some urgent news items. An earthquake has occurred in the vicinity, but the scale of it is quite small, so there are no casualties. However, experts say that the earthquake is gradually increasing in size and power, so measures will need to be thought about in advance. Some students look outside and are surprised by something. That's when something extremely tall rises from the ground in an instant, sending dirt everywhere and breaking the store's glass. Dirt is everywhere, but the man managed to defend the little girl from the impact. But she's not worried about that, but rather about what just came out of the ground. In England and even in Japan, a very mysterious and unexplained structure of gigantic size appeared in the cities of every country in the world. People named it the Tower of Nightmares, and some had received an invitation to be a tower walker and be the heroes that would save the world. Those who accepted jumped straight into the tower's battlefield and received the blessing of the interface system, which enabled them to obtain items and powerful skills as if all of this were a game. But they realized soon in their adventure that this was no game. The people who accepted the invitation look at the countless screens that have scenes from the outside, and the tower speaks, saying that a tower impact will occur in their world very soon. Outside, construction workers are hard at work, and that's when they spot a person high up and urge them to come down, while someone also calls the authorities. But this was no person, but instead a demon, with many more behind it. This was the great disaster, where monsters would keep coming out of the tower onto the Earth's surface. It was named Tower Impact. Sirens blare, and people flee as the military tries its best to subdue the creatures. But not even tank shells have an effect, and the beasts were left to do as they pleased. Because of this event, a third of the world's population was wiped out. Those who accepted the tower's invitation had no choice but to watch as their fellow humans were slaughtered. One remembers that the invitation said something about saving the world and urged everyone not to lose hope, as they would climb the tower and save what's left of the world. People agreed, and so the walkers with their special abilities and qualifications started to raid the tower in order to stop the full destruction of humanity. They stop at a seemingly impenetrable wall, but when they start bashing it with their weapons, the wall slowly gets destroyed. A guy spots a glowing stone that came out of it, and when they inspect it further, it's a return stone, which is able to send the user back to the time they were invited, and they will keep all of their memories up until now. Everyone thinks that such an item is overpowered, and Huang Inchen, the walker's captain, notes that he will try using it. He does so, and a blue light blinds everyone there. When they open their eyes, Inkan is nowhere to be seen. He really disappeared. The rest of the walkers are puzzled at what just happened, and wonder if he won't just appear back here even if he's gone into the past. Sakamoto, a former science professor, notes that things might actually be quite obvious. Inkan definitely returned to the past, but because part of the timeline was split up, they may never be able to see him again. He continues explaining what happened using well-known science theories like the multiverse theory and the parallel universe theory. So their current situation could be considered one where the universe's timeline got split up. So basically, when Inchan disappeared into the past, their world and his had split apart completely. The walkers are quite surprised and find it hard to process all of this information. But in any case, what's positive is that Inkan definitely returned to the past. But just because he did, it doesn't mean that something in this world will change. As far as they know, the tower has never lied about an item before, so this stone can return all of them to a world where the timeline was split. All of this is mere speculation, of course, but they can't just rule out the possibility that everyone who uses the stone will get transported to the same split timeline. The items in this tower exceed the common sense of humanity. Around that time, the second tower impact happened in the world outside. So before all of humanity was annihilated, the walkers had to make a decision. Will they use the stones and return to the past? Or will they remain in the tower and eventually meet a terrible fate? In a gruesome fight with an equally gruesome beast, most were being wiped out, and seeing that the situation was hopeless, some began using their return stones. One by one they disappear, and only one from that party is left. He falls to his knees and accepts that today, he will die. That's when someone wielding 2 daggers completely annihilates the once towering beast and asks the remaining group member if he's okay. The man says yes, and that's when many more walkers come from behind him, with one wondering how all of those bastards chose to run away like this. The man can only cry, and his savior thanks him for holding out until the very end. They gave him a stone, and these people were the only hope remaining in the tower. People who weren't tempted in the slightest by the returned stone. Humanity's last line of defense and last warriors, Carpe Diem. One eventful day, most of them are on the ground, dead, and one of the last remaining wonders asks, when did all of this go so wrong? Earlier, while they were fighting a monster, the one who uses daggers urged Jaehwan to attack now. He comes from behind and, in a combination attack, destroys the beast. Jaehwan asks what the casualties are, and Daggers notes that fortunately, at least today, there were none, and the injured will be okay after some healing and rest. Perhaps at this rate, it will even be possible to reach the final floor. Some wave at them, and while waving back, Jaehwan spots that the monster dropped something. The suppressing dragon sword, which is imbued with the energy of both sun and moon, is the sword that the Tiger Ghost, master of the 85th floor, forged in 1,000 days in order to kill a dragon. He picks it up and thinks that perhaps Yunhwan's words were right. They may be able to reach the final floor. This is what he thought, that all of this was going in their favor. But when they reached the 98th floor, the chamber of purgatory, reality struck him hard. Most of his comrades are dead or in the process of dying, so he's the last one remaining. The beast slaps him to the side, directly into a wall. This leaves him even more hazy, but in his core, he knows that it's over. Everything they overcame and did together, was all of it really to die like a dog in this godforsaken place? The beast charges with a flame attack, ready to end his life, but that's when Yunhwan comes from behind it and manages to deal some good blows to it. He urges Jaehwan to get up and fight, as he can't hope to beat this beast on his own. However, the beast is too quick, and it manages to impale Yunhwan with its horn, an injury that can't be healed. Jaehwan screams for him, and the beast uses this opportunity to run the already mortally injured Yunhwan into a wall. Jaehwan can only watch, but finds the strength to get up and pick up his sword. He charges valiantly towards the beast, and now the winner is down to a single second. Jaehwan manages to come out victorious and tells Yunhwan that they should get moving, but his injury runs too deep, and he holds an already consumed return stone. He apologizes, and Jaehwan thinks that because this guy never managed to lose his smile, even in this cruel and often unforgiving tower, the walkers gave him a nickname, Smile Knight. That same Smile Knight lost his smile today for the first time. Jaehwan urges him to go before he changes his mind about this. Thus, he walks away. But the stone Yunhwan was holding is way too shabby, and it lost its power long ago. While walking a set of stairs, he thinks about Jaehwan, who is much stronger than he originally thought. Thanks to that, he's convinced that it's possible to reach the top of this hellish tower. In his final moments, he sits by a window and says that if it's him, perhaps this world has not lost its hope just yet. With those words, the smiling knight's life ends. Jaehwan stops at the door of the next floor and thinks of Yunhwan and how good of a friend he's been all this time. But he finds the courage and resolve to move forward to the 99th tower, which seems to be a snowfield of sorts. While in it, he dodges countless attacks from a beast, which urges him to give up, as this is a hopeless situation for him. But Jaehwan refuses. Or is he perhaps too tired of playing with him this early? The beast continues its attack, and later, Jaehwan hides below it, which angers the beast as it hates this game of hide-and-seek they keep playing. It's been 10 whole years since he reached the 99th floor, and even though he faced countless hopeless situations on his way to the 98th floor, the level of danger on this 99th floor is just incomparable to the lower levels. The boss of this floor is the ice dragon, Velkesis. Its breath, which came from a forgotten land, was hard to resist, even with the cold resistance maxed out. Jaehwan thinks that if he hadn't picked up the pieces of equipment abandoned by the walkers who left, he would have died much earlier. The suppressing dragon sword he got on the 85th floor, the ice demon armor Yunhwan himself gave him, and the Flame King's bracelet. This came from Han Xiaoyul. He regrets even now that he wasn't strong enough to protect her, and her image still haunts him to this very day. He thinks of how she died, but the blacksmith interrupts his thinking and asks if he's really going to challenge the 99th tower again. He confirms it, as he feels that now he can manage to beat it. The blacksmith of Atopos, Jay, wonders if it will really be so. This is the village that was reclaimed after defeating the 50th floor boss, the monstrous dragon Altemianus, which goes by the name of Atopos. Although countless injured or dead walkers came in every day, people never truly lost hope, and the priests had established emergency rescue units to rescue walkers who were no longer able to fight. And the blacksmiths of the workshops created equipment for the walkers, who fought for the salvation of humanity, free of charge. Jaehwan notes that it appears he's the only blacksmith left in Atopos. Jay says that he shouldn't remind him, as he's the only customer he has anyway. More importantly, it seems that supplies from the lower floors are dwindling by the day. There were still some supplies of minerals coming in a few months ago, but now you would be hard-pressed to find any. Jaehwan thinks that this is only natural, as there are barely any living humans in the tower. He doesn't even know what year it is, and there have been more than 10 tower impacts that have occurred thus far, and from that point in time, people were no longer being summoned to the first floor. All of the humans on Earth were most likely wiped out, right? Jay doesn't comment on this, and instead asks if there's nothing bothering him as he goes up the tower nowadays. Jaehwan finds it curious that he says this, as at the place where the first return stone was discovered, there were some very strange scribbles on the wall. These couldn't have been made by another person, but if not, by whom? He says that he found nothing in particular, and Jay notes that 2 days ago, Grandma Hyalene disappeared. People don't age in the tower, so if someone were to disappear, it would be one of these two. Either they returned to the past using a stone or jumped off the tower. Hyalene from Hyalene's potion and Jay from Jay's workshop were the only support-type walkers that remained. Jay continues to be hard at work, and that's when Jaehwan says that he should teach him the blacksmith skill. Jay stops forging, and Jaehwan smiles. Later he returns to the 99th floor, and Velkesis says that he must be bored of playing hide-and-seek. He also congratulates him, as no human has ever made it to the 99th floor alone since the creation of this tower. So, at least, he will acknowledge him as an incredible human and his existence. Jaehwan smiles, as he finds it funny that the last thing to acknowledge him would be a monster, not a human. He notes that it will fall empty in here after he kills him, but Velkesis notes that such a thing isn't possible. Jaehwan gets ready to attack, and asks how he's so certain in the first place. Even the armor that he prides himself on is starting to crack. Velkesis finds his arrogant attitude quite irritating and notes that they have fooled around enough, so they should end this. They fight until Jaehwan is no longer able, as he's hurt badly, with his left arm and leg being restrained. Velkesis asks why he keeps fighting until the very end, as even if he persistently holds on like this, the fate that he will face is filled with solitude and crushing nothingness. Jaehwan says that he talks way too much for a being like himself and breaks out of his restraints, ready to attack once again. Velkesis says that another thrust of his sword won't do anything, so he should just give up, as he cannot be defeated by skill alone. Jaehwan started raiding the tower later than other people, and because of this, he missed out on things like secret classes or skills, which were taken very quickly. That's why he gave up on other skills and focused on a single one, the thrust. He thrust again and again, and because he killed over 50 million monsters with his thrust, his comrades thought his pronoun was thrust. He felt as his thrust underwent change, and it became faster, even more precise, and much stronger. As a result of this, his thrust surpassed its purpose as a single motion and started to gain attack power that was comparable, or perhaps stronger, than a hidden skill. But he had an advantage, as it wasn't a skill, so he never became tired, because it didn't consume spirit power. Even if that is the case, this beast's armor is way too tough, as he managed to only scratch it after hundreds of thrusts. Velkesis uses his position to prepare an attack, and it seems that dodging is not an option anymore. That's when he notices a light, the same light he saw on the 98th floor. If so, he will put everything he has into a single attack. The attack goes through with great force, and Velkesis is more than shocked that he managed to damage him. Jaehwan notes that it's not enough, as that attack should have completely blown away his entire chin. Velkesis urges him not to get carried away after he managed to strike him once, and he rises in the air, noting that this time he will finish him off for good. He uses his beam to chase after the running Jaehwan, who thinks that if he keeps attacking from the air, he has no realistic chance of winning. Velkesis pounces down next to him and says that his situation is quite unfortunate, as if there were 10 more humans like himself. Perhaps then he would have been slain. If only his race had not been fooled by the mayor's stone, their fate as a species would have been completely different. Jaehwan asks what he's talking about, but Velkesis has had enough and tries to strike him with his claw. Jaehwan manages to get away, and while standing at the door, he thinks that if he had even grazed him with the claw, he would have died. He thinks of his words about the mayor's stone and wonders what it is. The battle raged on for 5 years, but eventually Velkesis took his last step, and the system congratulates Jaehwan about a myriad of things. He finds these many pop-ups quite annoying, and he asks Velkesis what the mayor's stone is. He says that he knows the answer to that question already, but he will learn everything. On the last floor, he drops the ice dragon sword, which is imbued with his breath. Jaehwan picks it up and thinks that it doesn't resemble a sword at all. Out of some black goo, a door opens, and Jaehwan goes in. Above it, some sigils appear, which spell out Control Room. Jaehwan arrives on the other side, where he sees countless monitors of the current tower. The summoning ground, Atopos. Everything is here. Someone from behind him says that he's surprised he came here already, as he thought he would have gone to the village first. Jaehwan gets ready to attack, but the voice urges him not to be so nervous, and he also forgot to broadcast an important message, so he should wait a bit. That's when a system message pops up in front of Jaehwan, congratulating him for being the first to clear the tutorial games in World 294. His achievement has been recorded in the library of the Undying Library, the Akashic Records, and it will be preserved such that it can only be viewed by the monarchs of the Almighty Land. Jaehwan has ignored all of the rest, as he is stuck to one sentence. What does it mean by tutorial? His whole world crashes down, and the man who spoke with him comes out, noting that he must have found this quite shocking, but he hopes he will get past it fast. Otherwise, he might get engulfed by his own emotions. He says this, but it appears that he's too late with the warning. However, he shouldn't feel upset, as he's done quite well for a mere human. Suddenly, something catches his attention as the water that was representing Jaehwan's emotions clears out. The creature notes that he recovered faster than anticipated, and Jaehwan demands to know who he is. The creature apologizes, saying he was too excited to meet him, so he forgot to introduce himself. But still, to think that he reached the 100th floor by himself, this has never happened before. He is a demon by the name of Beastrain, and he is the current master of the Tower of Nightmares that he's just cleared. Jaehwan says that if all of this was a tutorial up until now, the real game hasn't started yet, right? Beastrain congratulates him for his swift understanding, but before explaining, he has something to show him. He snaps his fingers, and a large monitor showing the first time Jaehwan came to the tower appears. He watches this with widened eyes, and Beastrain notes how fresh they looked, and it's also been a while since he's seen these scenes. He showed up when Yunhwan introduced him to the party. Beastrain notes that his favorite part is coming soon, and they certainly didn't expect what was coming next. A real tearjerker of a story. He cried so much watching these, but how is it for him? Does he have any regrets? Perhaps feelings of anger or sadness? It's only natural if he does, but these are useless feelings now. But he feels bad, so we will give him a brand new chance. He can start this game from the beginning. Isn't that such an amazing opportunity? This would be something that only happens in the novels of his world, with the main character starting from the beginning with all of his memories intact. Jaehwan wonders what to do, as he was supposed to save the world after climbing the tower, right? That's what the invitation said. But it seems that they were fooled from the very start. There was no way for them to stop the tower impacts, and the only thing that they could have done was to keep raiding this damn tower. The salvation of humanity was just a false hope and a fluke. Jaehwan notes that he probably knows very well already, but he won't return to the past. Ever. Beastrain begins laughing, so hard in fact that only his giant mouth remains. Is he really talking about the past? He will make things clear for him now so that he doesn't get confused. No item in the tower, nor in the Almighty Land, can send someone back to the past. Jaehwan notes that there was a return stone in the tower, but that's when he realizes something. The return stone is the mayor's stone Velkesis was talking about, the thing that fooled them. Beastrain confirms that its true name is the mayor's stone, and it doesn't send them to the past, but rather, it traps them in the dreams that the mayor creates. He couldn't even imagine, until they reached the 77th floor, that there was a race so obsessed with going back to the past. The humans are the only race to have had this obsession. Jaehwan confirms that indeed they are, and Beastrain congratulates him for being so cool-headed. But it's about time they start the real game, right? It's not going back to the past, but rather, it's like a new game plus. He trusts he will make the wise decision here. But Jaehwan instantly presses no, leaving Beastrain quite puzzled. Jaehwan says that thanks to him, he now knows what the tower truly is. An item information tab opens about the tower, and it explains that it is known as the Stronghold of Regrets, the second product of the creator of nightmares, Mayor Mullark. Jaehwan notes that he has already entered the mayor's dream that the tower created, so if that's the case, he will hunt him down and go to the next floor. Beastrain sighs and notes that there's nothing on the next floor, because it doesn't exist. Jaehwan, however, doesn't believe them anymore, and Beastrain says that he must be doing this because he thinks the reward of going back into the past with his memories is too low. That's the second Jaehwan thrusts his sword into his neck, and Beastrain's head falls right off. He's quite peeved that he did this, so he tries to ask what he wants. Perhaps a hidden item or skill? He will give him whatever he wishes for. He has earned this much at least. Jaehwan notes that he needs none of those things, and while reforming his head, Beastrain asks if he really doesn't want to return to his original world. Since he has already realized that he's within a dream of the tower, there was never such a thing as the tower impacts. He snaps his fingers, and in that second, the room changes to the outside world, where everyone is healthy and safe, leaving Jaehwan in a daze. Beastrain thinks that he finally understands how it is. Nobody really died, his family and friends are all safe, and for entities such as himself, who feel a sense of worth from living in groups, he must be quite relieved. But it seems he has forgotten to show him the most important thing. He snaps his fingers once again, and they are sent to a hospital room, where every awakened is being held, as they are all in a coma. Jaehwan stares at his unconscious body and asks if that really is him. Beastrain notes that he must be surprised at how clean he looks, but in the tower, decades have passed, yet in the real world, it has been a mere month. What's more is that he will never be able to win against him realistically. As compared to him, who just barely managed to survive the tutorial, there is a huge gap between a human like him and a mighty dragon. Jaehwan sighs in relief. As if he's a dragon, he has experience, as he has hunted one down before. Beastrain finds his cheeky attitude quite rude, and so begins their long battle. Much later, he waltzes into Jay's store, who is nowhere to be found. While working on a blade, he thinks that yesterday was the 72 attempt, and though he has challenged him every single day, without rest, he can't seem to leave a mark on him. However, he did not die either, as it seems that Beastrain is purposefully keeping him alive. That's why, no matter how many days or years it takes, he will defeat him. Beastrain watches him on a few monitors and thinks that he must be patient, as this guy is a valuable product that he's going to sell, a very special product. As a professional cultivator, he has never seen something such as this before. A cultivator ensures that a product will adapt safely to the almighty land, but putting it through a secondary cultivation process, so that the product ripens and enhances nicely. The first and primary way of doing it is by culling undesirable seeds, so that only the good ones remain, which is done through the tutorial game. With this done, the chosen product can truly begin to be grown in the real game, so the secondary process is done to provide the chosen seeds ample water and soil for them to grow. But to think that a product refuses to move on to the next process, should he just hope for the best and kill him? As the soul isn't destroyed if one dies within the tower. But what if he is somehow harmed because of their difference? The harvesters would certainly not sit still at this. He needs to raise him into a flawless diamond and sell him off, so it's about time he raises a high-ranking demon. He also must pay the loan for purchasing this tower too. This guy is so special. Even gods who never make deals with demons have contacted him. At their next battle, he asks him honestly, what does he truly want? Doesn't he get tired of this little game they are playing? If he would listen and start the real game, he would also be quite happy with the results. So why is he trying so hard now? He rises a giant ice wall and comes behind Jaehwan. Before he can react, Beastrain slams him into the wall. He has had enough and desperately tries to get him to start the next game. He will give him secret skills and items. So why in all that is good, does he want to continue something so pointless? Jaehwan says that he will hunt him down and go to the next floor, making B-Strain go crazy. What does he have to do for him to make him even consider going to the real game? Jaehwan thinks that this is what he was waiting for, as now he can use him. He would like to ask something of him. They sit at a table, and B-Strain hopes he's not surprised too much with this information, but his universe isn't just made up of a single dimension. Jaehwan notes that he already knew, as parallel universes and things like the multiverse are common speculation on Earth too. B-Strain would like to explain further, and says that there is one main dimensional level called the Almighty Land, and under it are countless alternations that branch from it. Earth is just one of the small planets in the dimensional realm that were scattered from countless alternations. They call it the 294th world. While in the Tower of Nightmares, where they are right now, walkers can earn themselves skills and items, and while working on their statuses, they will adapt to the system of the Almighty Land and will earn a chance to travel to an entirely new world. As for demons such as himself, they have the role of supporting the game. Jaehwan asks a simple question. Why is he doing something like this? B-Strain smiles and says that he doesn't believe that's what he's really curious about. He snaps his fingers once again and thinks that what Jaehwan is trying to ask is out of the countless alternate worlds. Why has the Tower of Nightmares come to his? That is right, isn't it? Why he and his race were forced into such a fate? His grin grows and says that his world was simply chosen by chance. Jaehwan demands he stop talking about that, as what he really wanted to ask is, why is someone like him operating this tower? B-Strain is quite surprised by this and tries to beat around the bush, saying that it's just something his race volunteers to do. But it seems that he doesn't believe him. However, demons really do enjoy volunteering quite a bit. There are many demons who they themselves watch over other special walkers on different planets. They have made a paradise where humans, monsters, and demons can live together peacefully. The harvesters have had their patience run thin, so they are now demanding he finish this already. He tries to coerce Jaehwan one last time, but he doesn't believe him for a second, as it seems he is also able to read the harvester's words. Earlier, he looked at his status window, and it seems that all his stats were maxed out. Even with this, he just can't seem to defeat B-Strain, no matter what he does. Can humans really be reduced to nothing in this world system? That's when he feels something in his chest, and when he looks forwards, he sees a glowing light coming from some ice. He reaches his hand forwards and touches it. They took the form of fine particles, as well as rough sugar cubes. Every time they changed, they took on a different form entirely. These particles were the essence of the world, and no matter the form, he understood what it was almost instinctively. It seems that this is why he can read the monarch's messages. He asks about them, and B-Strain is glad he has some interest in this. The monarch are the ones who rule the Almighty Land, and generally, the ones who clear the game and enter their world are invited to join their respective groups. Jaehwan asks more about joining up forces with them, and B-Strain explains that depending on which monarch one chooses, their future will change drastically too. If he follows his advice and does as he says, he, the mighty B-Strain, will swear upon his honor as a demon that he will use all of his power to help him go under a great monarch. Of course, this applies only if he's actually willing to participate in the main game. Jaehwan notes that he sounds like someone trying to sell him insurance, but they will do as he says. In exactly 10 days, he will be out of this place. 9 days later, Jaehwan continues to train his thrust, while B-Strain can only watch this boring show. But he only needs to be patient for one more day, then he will be able to pay off those bastards who deceived him with this tower. However, if he wasn't deceived in the first place, he wouldn't have to go through this. The tower he bought was only a first-generation antique, so old that nobody could assess how old it truly is. Those damn mares sold it to him like it was an extremely good deal though. If only it was a third-generation tower, it would have had the function to forcibly end the tutorial without damaging the product. But now, he can't just end the game without the product's consent because of this fair and square tower. However, what could he truly have done, as apparently being poor is a sin? He only hopes that tomorrow, this nightmare will be over. The next day, he gives him a ton of tips and summaries of what's going to happen. And so the message to end the tutorial game pops up once again. B-Strain asks if he memorized everything, and Jaehwan confirms it. Now the only thing he needs to do is press that yes button. Beastrain has been waiting for this day, so he sheds a tear from the happiness he's getting right now. That's when he is struck once again by Jaehwan, so he demands to know what the hell he's doing. However, he should know the answer by now. He's simply hunting him. After being able to notice the particles, his thrusting motion became unstable, as every time he thrusted, he felt an odd sense of discomfort. It felt as though one of his senses had awakened. He strikes Beastrain extremely hard and quickly. Is this the sense of being alive? Later, on the 91st floor, which was used as a breeding plant, Beastrain notes that he has never seen somebody like him before, and it would have been easier on both if things were like this sooner, isn't that right? Jaehwan asks what he's planning, as he won't be able to finish the tutorial without his direct consent, right? Beastrain says that it's precisely the case, but he has given up on getting his consent a long time ago. But this time, he would like to ask him a simple question. Why does he think that this tutorial will continue indefinitely? In actuality, the Tower of Nightmares is programmed to automatically end 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. So the only choice he has is to tie him up like that and wait patiently for the main game to start. Jaehwan notes that in the Almighty Land, people call him the Gentleman of Cajolement, right? He has lived for 784 years and has gone around a total of 128 worlds to do this ugly cultivation on the race that are living peacefully in them. Beastrain tries to ask how he knows all of this, but Jaehwan cuts him off by saying that he was planning to give him to the harvester called the Jet Black Monarch. Beastrain is now in a cold sweat and demands to know what the hell he is, who he truly is. The prize he has been nurturing for many years here, but not anymore. He breaks free of his restraints with ease, and like an eagle he tries to strike Beastrain. Now he's just plain scared and makes Jaehwan back away. Some way he has managed to hurt him, but when he looks at him, can't believe his eyes, as Jaehwan is holding the overload adapter. The day after he managed to reach the 100th floor, he had doubts, many doubts. The essence of the world was being torn apart at the seams, and that's when the chatter started. After the end of all his doubts, he reached a state where he would no longer feel doubt of any sort. He is pierced through understanding itself. Beastrain is amazed by his power and severs the link, allowing the temporal restrictions to be lifted and his true strength to be shown. He notes that he will not get easy on him anymore, and although he managed to adapt so amazingly after he finished the tutorial, humans have their limitations. He cannot hope to win against him, the mighty Beastrain. Jaehwan wonders if this is his end, and the count keeps rising and rising. They continue to exchange blows, and Beastrain says that eventually, one way or the other, he will have to participate in the game. So by doing all of this, he's the only one that's missing out. The count reaches its end, and a yellow light can be seen in Jaehwan's eye. The same thread of opportunity has appeared once again, the same that helped him countless times. He rushes forwards, and Beastrain is extremely shocked. This is no mere adapting anymore. How is he doing all of this? Jaehwan hits him extremely hard and urges him to listen for one last time. Humans are not toys that can be played around with. They are not insignificant things that can be used and thrown as he pleases, and not products that can be sold. He will no longer be following their plans. He will destroy this place and climb to the next floor and keep going, further and further, until he destroys their perfect world. Beastrain now pleads with him to stop all of this, as there is no such thing as a next level. Jaehwan says otherwise, as they didn't simply call him here. The scribbles on the different floors are made by a certain artist, and his anguish. He read one on the 47th floor and got the information that the Tower of Nightmares is just a plain imitation of the first demon, the very top of the illusion tree. He is almost certain that these scribbles were made by Mullark, the creator of the tower. If this place really is the root of the illusion tree, it also needs to have a trunk. So, if he breaks through the ceiling, he should find something. He tries to do so, and Beastrain screams in agony as his tower is being torn to bits. The system tries to redirect things onto the correct path, but it can't do anything, so it announces that the main game was not cleared, but the tutorial game has ended. Jaehwan is transported into a jungle-like world, and says that after so many years, he finally found it. Strange dog-like beasts surround him, and are ready to take a bit of his succulent flesh. One charges in, but with a slight trust he takes care of it instantly. That's when a giant beast, similar to the small ones, comes into play, and Jaehwan thinks that a slight trust won't be enough for this guy. Instead, He uses a normal thrust, killing the beast instantly. He takes the horns out and notices that the monsters in this place are quite weak. That's when he hears some talking, and when he looks at the commotion, he spots a few green creatures who seem angry that he dared touch the horns. He thinks that even with question, he's unable to fully understand what they are saying. He points at the horns and notes that if they want them, they should make a deal, as he needs only some information. But the creatures don't seem to be too friendly, as one tries to swing at him multiple times. He finds them quite annoying, so in just a few minutes, he takes care of them all. He leaves one alive, however, as he has some questions for it. Where they are would be the first, but it doesn't seem to want to answer. Jaehwan pulls on his antennas and demands he talk in a way that he can understand. The thing says that he will die and bites his tongue. Jaehwan thought they were weak, but their willpower is quite strong. He puts the antennas into the ground and loots the bodies for potentially useful items. He finds a small dimensional pouch, which has 2 cubic meters of storage. He notes that it's similar to an inventory, but it's great to have now, as he's been unable to interact with the system much since he got out of the tower. He thought he would have been able to use the interface system of other dimensional words, but it seems that Beastrain scammed him once again. However, it's a relief he can use question to find information, even on items. He analyzes a stone, which is called a spirit stone, and can be used to increase spurt energy. He thinks that even though they are different colors, all of them have items like these. So were they perhaps crafted by those green dudes? They should be valuable, considering that they are shiny stones. He notes that there's too much stuff in here for him to store, but should he really just leave it here? That's when his sword starts to shake, as it's feeding time. He pulls it out, and it transforms into a set of jaws, which consume everything. Jaehwan looks at what's left and spots a map. It's of a place called Chaos, a place which Beastrain didn't give him any information about. Somewhere else, the beasts are chasing another group of people. A woman tries to throw some knives in their direction, but is one of her colleagues instead. She apologizes, and he lets it go, but only because he finds her cute. She apologizes once again, as she has dragged a gigantic bihorn to the group. Jaehwan looks at them from above, and notices that the woman seems the strongest out of the group. So are they perhaps on bad terms for her to be doing this? They will die if this continues, though. But how did such weak people manage to clear the tower, especially with that level of skill? The man with red hair charges an attack, and the woman tries to help out too, but she unfortunately hits the guy straight in the ear. She apologizes while laughing, and the man curses at her for being so inept. She notes that he doesn't have to be so rude, as she was just trying to help. The man tries to say something, but the beast wants to eat him whole. That's when Jaehwan jumps down, and directly on the beast, ending its life. The dirt slowly clears away, revealing Jaehwan and his sword. They are extremely surprised by his appearance, and after talking a while, Jaehwan gives them the bihorn corpse. The woman bites her nails in frustration, and he asks if that horn is important in any way. The group say that it certainly is, as a bihorn is something that can barely be defeated with 10 people. He thinks that since he defeated that monster with more horns recently, it seems that the more horns a beast has, the stronger it is. The woman approaches him and demands to know who he is, as there's not a single adapter in Chaos who can kill a bihorn with a single thrust. He turns to her and asks what Chaos is, leaving her quite surprised. While they walk, the leader of the group asks Jaehwan if he's really passing by in place like this. Jaehwan confirms it, and the leader notes that it's quite strange for him to speak the language of this place. However, language barriers are even rarer. He asks once again if he's really okay with them getting the bihorn, and Jaehwan confirms that they can have it. The woman thinks that for a mere passerby, he holds extreme power, as he one-shot a bihorn without even using any skills. She tries to use detailed inquiry on him, but it has no effect. But she knows his spirit power should be around a non-adapter in terms of capacity. So just who is he? She begins whispering to him, noting that she has a question. There are not but a handful of adapters throughout the whole Chaos that can kill a bihorn in a single attack. She wants to know who he is and where he came from. Jaehwan in turn asks a question himself. What is Chaos? She asks if he's actually just messing around with her. But when he says no, she asks why he keeps asking the same question. He just stares silently at her for a few good seconds, and she wonders if it's because he doesn't know a thing she's saying, or perhaps asking who he is might be too difficult to understand. Jaehwan says that she knows exactly what she means, but who he is, that question is rather difficult. Where he belonged, and the relationships he had on Earth, all became meaningless the moment he was transported to the tower. In return, he gained new friends and made new memories there. But as the tutorial slowly came to an end, those two disappeared, almost as if they were a mirage. Although those friends that were with him are probably now on Earth, and if he takes into account that the clear reward was to retain all of his memories while starting over, it means that they wouldn't be able to remember him, nor the memories they have made inside of the tower. He says that he doesn't remember a thing, and she seems apologetic at first, but her real feelings come out as she doesn't believe that he has amnesia at all. He notes that he never once mentioned anything about amnesia, but she feels that it doesn't make a difference. Is he the mighty of the abyss or something? Jaehwan doesn't even know what she's talking about, so he asks her to stop nagging him so much. He pulls out his weapon, that is quite hungry at this point, and she's quite shocked. This must be it. This spirit weapon is the source of his power, right? Spirit weapons are a rare sight, and the other party members have also noticed it, making their eyes glow in anticipation and greed. She's mad that somebody like him actually ruined her perfect plan, but that's when an idea comes to her mind. She notes that she will stop with the asking of his identity, but in return, she would like to make an offer. Does he wish to hear it, perhaps? Afterwards, this woman, who called herself Mino, explained what chaos is on a basic level, and also some things about the party they were currently with. Most importantly, that they are a wicked group of people that belong to a clan named Red Fox. She is basically asking him to kill all of them, but he will remain vigilant for now, as she said that soon they will try to attack him. Night arrives, and the leader says that they should sleep somewhere around here, as moving in the dark is quite dangerous, as they might provoke more horned monsters. They make a camp and sit around with Jaehwan thinking that based on the map he found, the village should be close by. He uses comprehension, which has reached its second state, and hears that the group is conspiring to do something, as they have found out he's at the level of a non-adapter, so it's obvious that the spirit sword carried his battles up until now. Spirit weapons are artifacts one can only get in the abyss. Jaehwan thinks that they are up to no good, but they would be rightly horrified if they found out he got this from the root of the illusion tree. From what Beastrain said, the tower's equipment isn't that impressive, so he finds it quite strange that people are after him. However, now he's almost sure that this place is not the almighty land. The party starts to move, and Mino arrives, first noting that he should get ready with that spirit weapon of his. Jaehwan says that he doesn't have it now, as he lent it to someone who wanted to use it during his night watch. She finds his stupidity limitless, and eventually, the party surrounds them. The leader notes that he's quite the fool, but even if he had that mystical weapon, it would be useless against them, the mighty Red Fox. Mino asks if he really wants to see more blood than usual tonight, and Jaehwan smiles, as he finally gets the chance to see her true abilities. The attackers rush in, but she throws 2 knives, which land square in their heads. She kicks the other while grabbing another knife and throwing it at the remaining attacker. She lands gracefully and apologizes for throwing the knives so strongly. It's because she's quite angry with them. But from this point on, they are all going to suffer what they just did. The leader says that he became suspicious of her when she started accidentally luring monsters to them. But she is the Witch of Massacre, just as he anticipated. But who made a request to the Dark Forest clan? Mino notes that it doesn't matter who did, as there are numerous people who want them dead and rotting in within chaos, because they are murderers, through and through. The leader rushes in, and says that the Dark Forest clan wouldn't intervene because of something like that. He starts wielding the spirit weapon, and notes that she probably took this request personally. But if that's the case, she will die tonight. She finds his need of a spirit weapon quite cowardly, but he notes that an insurance plan is also set, so she shouldn't worry about him. She scans the area and feels that everyone is at least a stage 1 adapter, with 40 or perhaps more surrounding the area. No wonder she felt a lot of presences around the area. The leader notes that on top of she, who is quite renowned as the Witch of Massacre, there is also a guy who killed a byhorn in a single strike, so preparing this much is only natural, right? However, if he knew he would get the spirit sword with such ease, he wouldn't have called their master here. Mino is pretty surprised that Black Fox himself came, so he must be pretty free nowadays. Clant, the Black Fox, the Red Fox clan master and a Stage 3 adapter, notes that she should feel honored by his presence, as they have gathered half of the Red Fox just for her. She notes that indeed she is quite honored, but since he's already free, couldn't he wait a bit longer? She thinks that if they fought one-on-one, she might be able to win. She tells Jaehwan that she can't hope to protect him, but he should run away quickly, using the stone. He asks what it is, and Mino notes that it's a return stone, which will send him to the nearest fortress. She only holds one on her currently, so he should just use it and leave. This isn't a stone that would send you to the past, but rather to save yourself in the present. He wonders how things would have been if Yunhuan had this stone, instead of that useless mare stone. Jaehwan asks her, if there was a way to return to the past, would she? She notes that the timing and the current situation aren't that great for answering this question, but she wouldn't. She really tried her utmost in living, and if she's fated to die tonight, then so be it, as she won't return to the past, no matter the outcome. Jaehwan taps her shoulder and notes that she will not die. In that split second of confusion, he lunges forwards, taking out a few with just that strike. Clant uses the Fire King's 14 strikes to boost his subordinates, but Jaehwan uses Void, and he cuts through all of them before reaching Clant. He tries his best to block the attack, but it goes through and creates a gigantic hole in his chest. The leader of the small group presents him the spirit weapon out of fear, and Jaehwan uses it to wipe out the remaining subordinates. Mino is extremely shocked, as she thought that he was a dumb, clumsy, and dull idiot. But she was very wrong. Strong, that's what he is. She comes next to him and asks once again who he is, but he asks himself, has she forgotten already? Perhaps she's the one who has amnesia. She tells him that he's quite narrow-minded and also asks for the return stone back. Jaehwan says that he lost it, which causes her to be furious, as apparently those things are quite expensive. They sit by the campfire, and he thinks that this situation is quite peaceful. Mino still tries to search for her return stone, and wonders why she gave it to this dumb human in the first place. He notes that she probably knew what he was from the very start, a human. She thinks that he's joking, as she's also a human herself. Jaehwan clenches his fist, and says that it's great that she is. She looks at him, and is quite surprised by his expression. Is being human really enough for him? The next day, while walking to their destination, Mino asks if he really has no recollection of being in the Almighty Land before coming here. He confirms that indeed he does not, and she's quite envious of him not having any memories. He asks what part of losing his memories is good, and she explains that not only her, but other people will also be envious of him once they hear this, as it's quite obvious why most people come to chaos in the first place. He thinks that it's not really that obvious, and asks why she ended up here herself. This question causes her to stop walking, and says that if he actually knew what he was asking, he would regret it quite a lot. Eventually, they arrive at the Gorgon Fortress, and Jaehwan notices that there's something similar to the summoning ground that was on the first floor of the tutorial next to it. Suddenly, a lot of people pop up, and they all scream, almost as if they are dying or are dead already. He knows very well why people make those expressions. Mino notices that a lot came by this time as well, but now he should know what he asked, how people end up in chaos. He shouldn't ask that question to anyone in this place, as this is the world of the dead. If one dies in the Almighty Land, they end up here, and if they somehow die here, they end up as nutrients for the illusion tree. A few guards come out of the fortress, and their commander tell the newcomers to form a line, as they will be provided with blankets. He continues to take care of them, and Mino, who calls him James, catches his attention. He asks why she's at the northern checkpoint, and she explains that somehow she just dropped by, but it's not like they don't know each other, so he just let her inside, quickly. James explains that the situation is quite different now, as not long ago, they were instructed to check everyone who wishes to enter the fortress for their identification. She's quite saddened by this news, as that way is just plain outdated. She asks Jaehwan if he also doesn't have any identification, and he confirms it by nodding. Mino sees this as an opportunity, and comes closer to James. She's quite sorry she doesn't have her identification. But will this do instead? He immediately shoves the Bihorn horn into his pockets, and notes that she's free to go. He also asks Jaehwan for his identification, but of course, he doesn't have any. Mino jumps into action and notes that if he just pleads with her to help, perhaps she just may, but only if he begs. James says that without identification he can't enter the fortress. Jaehwan starts pulling out something from his bag, and Mino thinks of the worst. Is this guy really going to kill the security troops? But judging by how strange this man is, it might actually be possible. She gets in front of him as to defuse the situation, and that's when someone from behind them asks if there's a problem. Mino thinks that now, they really are screwed, as the most famous in Gorgon's forest came by. The cleanest checkpoint captain, the stubborn-headed Carlton. He demands James explain what is happening, and he does so instantly. So, this man just wanted to enter the fortress without identification, right? But of course, he can't be allowed entry. Jaehwan asks why, and Carlton says that in case that one can't be verified because they hold no identification, the captain can restrict entry, as they have the authority to do so. This is based on the entry law of Gorgon, Article 27, Paragraph 4, exactly as stated. Everyone bows down, as Carlton used his law skill, which Mino finds quite inconvenient. Jaehwan just slashes the restraints for her and demands he stop, as he has no reason or interest to know what the law says. He asks what is written on the identification, and Carlton explains that the name, the organization they are affiliated with, and other things like job, criminal records, so on and so forth. Jaehwan notes that he won't be needing an identification if that's the case, as he won't be identifying himself. Carlton wonders why the law skill isn't working on him, and tries to use it again. In accordance of Article 2, Paragraph 6, he will be restraining him. Blue chains start to envelop Jaehwan, but they don't last long, as they break apart the second they touch him. Everyone there is quite shocked, especially the guards, and Jaehwan asks if he can't just do what this woman did. Mino thinks about what she did, which was straight bribery. The recipient of the bribe and his accomplices are now horrified of what's to come. Jaehwan throws him something and says that he should just take this and let him inside already. James immediately gets on his case for trying to use something as lowly as bribery on the captain and suggests that this man be executed on the spot. But Carlton has other plans, as he has been waiting for an emissary of the Deer Whisperer. He starts scanning Mino with a device that tells them that her soul corruption has reached 15%, so she should take her medicine as soon as possible. Carlton also urges her to do so, and Jaehwan asks what soul corruption is. She explains that it's a chronic disease that people who live here get. One's soul is slowly being corrupted the longer they stay here, and once the corruption reaches its peak, he probably knows already what will happen, that is. That is why the horned beasts, or their horns specifically, are quite precious around here. He saw how easy that guy took the bribe, right? Because this is the only medicine that can help to prevent soul corruption. They move on to Jaehwan with the scanner, but when they do scan him, it emits a red light, as no corruption has been detected. Carlton smiles and gives him the spirit stone back, as he has already checked it. Jaehwan asks why he didn't take it, and Carlton advises him to not give it to just anyone, as that item is quite precious. Jaehwan also notes that he's not the Deer Whisperer person he was expecting, but Carlton already knew. They go inside, and James asks if it's really all right for those people to be let through. Carlton in turn asks if he knows what a spirit stone is, and James says that it's a precious item, especially for adapters, as it increases their energy, right? Carlton notes that he's correct, but that's not all. He removes his glove and shows his hand, which is now covered in corruption. He explains that anyone who isn't the Deer Whispered can't control the spirit stone, as the only person who can avoid advanced soul corruption while in his possession is him. Although that man is most likely not the Deer Whisperer, he is still able to control the spirit stone. James asks if he can really be trusted, and Carlton notes that he doesn't trust him, but rather, his soul. He remembers that just now, the device they use for checking the corruption gave them an error, right? 0% corruption, and the device isn't faulty either. There's only one real situation where the device to measure corruption is unable to detect the level of one's soul corruption. It's when a person's soul is purer than anyone in chaos. And additionally, it doesn't really matter if he's the Deer Whisperer, as they only need someone who is able to control the spirit stone. The inner fortress will decide to do with him anyways. James asks if all of this is related to the fortress master's sickness, and Carlton notes that he also doesn't know that much. But based on what he heard just now, There was a certain someone who was going to let them pass after taking a few bribes. Jaehwan and Mino walk the streets, and he thinks that the streets have a complicated design, and it doesn't help that she became a burden. This happened because Carlton, the ever so lawful, started spewing his nonsense about articles and identification constantly. And unfortunately for her, Mino had no way to defend herself against this onslaught of rules and demands. They walk on a bridge, and he asks where he can find a good blacksmith. But that's when someone spots the spirit weapon he's holding and smiles. Eventually, Mino comes to her senses, and Jaehwan urges her to go on her own way from now on. She says that this is too much to throw her away like this. Is it perhaps because of what she did at the gate? Jaehwan says that since he's gotten into the fortress, he doesn't need any of her help, as they are too different from each other. So, she should just be on her way already. Mino bites her lip, but charges forwards, as she doesn't want to let him go just yet. He doesn't know his way around here, right? So rather than asking for directions, she can tell him where to go. Jaehwan sighs and notes that he's looking for the mayor. She knows of a place where he might be, so shall they go? Jaehwan says that they will after they finish the business they have with these people that have been following them. The goons are glad that they finally found them, as they heard rumors that the sword Jaehwan is holding shoots fire out of it or something like that. Mino urges them to leave, as only death will befall them if they keep messing around. They demand she speak more politely, as the youngest among them is going through puberty right now and gets a bit excited when he hears people talk so vulgarly, as it's not good for him, and he knows that. If they want to be let go, they should hand over that sword and a few valuables as a protection fee. Jaehwan outright denies them, while Mino is surprised that the giant is really the youngest. The goons urge them to grasp the situation they are in quicker, if they don't want to get hurt, that is. However, Mino is still asking how that gigantic guy is the youngest, which causes him to charge in, as her vulgarity must be punished. With one thrust, Jaehwan takes his hand off, and someone's roof too. They are all quite noisy for such lowly beings, so they should just bring it on already. They are now extremely furious that he dared to hurt their precious little brother. They will never forgive them, and will avenge him at all costs. One of them notes that he's still alive, and Jaehwan, who is unfazed by these threats, just stares at them. They all charge in, swords in hand, and a loud clang can be heard. While Jaehwan cleans up his sword, Mino asks if he takes care of everything with just these thrusts, and he explains that indeed he does, as it's the only thing he knows how to do. Light, medium thrust, anything goes. Mino thinks that he's kidding, but she remembers that there was another person similar to him, who only knew one technique, but they used slash instead of thrust. Also, why did he miss the first attack and blow away that roof from across them? She knows it's not because he can't control his power. So what gives? Jaehwan notes that when he was dealing with these thugs, he felt someone using a stealth skill across from them, exactly on that roof. He just wanted to scare them off, as they got on his nerves quite a bit. Mino is quite shocked he blew up a roof just to spook someone, which Jaehwan thinks that it's quite normal. She also asks if he would like a name for his technique, like the infinite Asura thrust, but he refuses, as he doesn't like these grandeur names. Eventually, they arrive at the Twilight Dusk, the smithy where Mare was made, and also one of the biggest smithies in Gorgon. Someone tells them that if they are going to order something, they will have to wait quite a bit, as it's busy today. This is an artisan from the smithy Navin. Mino asks why it's so packed all of a sudden, and he explains that the owner isn't here, and the only deputy owner is himself, so they are quite busy today. If however there's something they are looking for, then buying an already completed work would be much faster than requesting something custom made. Inside, another deputy owner asks the apprentices if they want to make a hole in this quad-horned sword, as it will be completed once a jewel slot is made. They offer themselves gladly to work on such a thing, much to Michael's gladness, but he warns them that this quad-horn horn is very durable, so they will have difficulties breaking it. However, he does like their spirits and intentions, so whoever manages to put a hole in this sword will become the deputy owner of the smithy for one day. They desperately try to break it, but even with their most fine tools and the most precise hits, they can't even leave a scratch on it. Michael says that if they hit like that, they can't hope of cracking it open. Quite sad, as he gave them such an opportunity, but they are quite weak. Suddenly, Jaehwan steps forward and notes that he would like to give this a try. Michael thinks that he's probably a traveling artisan of sorts, and notes that no matter which smithy he's from, he won't be able to do it, as even his disciples weren't able to. It's not because they are bad, of course. It's because the sword is too well made, and the quad-horn horn is quite difficult to work with. Jaehwan thrusts with his finger, which creates a shockwave. If he does this, he can become one of the deputy owners, isn't that so? The sword suddenly breaks into pieces, shocking the entire smithy. Michael, however, is very furious, and the apprentices can barely hold him back. Jaehwan notes that he was going easy on it too, but Mino says that isn't going easy at all. He notes that breaking it completely isn't difficult, but rather, it's hard to break it in that precise location, right? So, he's sorry at least. Michael says that an apology won't be the end of it, as that quad-horn horn was extremely expensive, and what is he going to tell the infinite establishment that order it now? Jaehwan says that he will compensate him with a better horn, and Michael asks how a beggar like him can even imagine of giving him a better horn in the first place. Jaehwan pulls something out of his pouch, a horn that came from a pentahorn. This shocks the smithy once again, and Jaehwan asks if this will be enough to compensate, as he doesn't have any quad-horn horns right now. Michael says that this will be plenty, and Jaehwan asks if he can use this place for a bit. Michael orders the apprentices to close the door and starts escorting Jaehwan somewhere else. Mino also leaves, as she has somewhere to be. Michael presents him the best smithy in all of Gorgon, the Twilight Dusk. This place has the best facilities an artisan can hope for, and since he's the deputy owner for the day, he will allow him to use it however he likes. Jaehwan thanks him for the courtesy, and Michael asks where he got his hands on such a precious horn. Jaehwan explains that he got it himself, by hunting a pentahorn, which, given the name, had 5 horns. He also asks for his help, as he needs to make a sword sheath, and this is the first time he's doing something like this. Michael is quite surprised he wants to create a mere sheath from such a horn. Just how great is this sword of his? Jaehwan just hands it to him, and he begins analyzing it. A replica of the Ice Dragon's sword, right? Since it's made by the mayor himself, it's quite the rare item, and its appearance is stunning as well. However, he feels that using the pentahorn horn is still quite overkill, as it would be better to just make a new sword. The sword suddenly snaps out of his grasp and begins gobbling up the horn. Michael notes that he should have expected it to be a spirit weapon, but it also contains the soul of a high-class race. So how does he have this? He also notes that his sword is evolving right now, as its form is changing so it will go through a grand evolution. Once that's over, he will have to give the sword a new name. Jaehwan asks why, and Michael explains that once the spirit weapon passes its evolution, its original name will disappear entirely. The material also disappeared, but it's all right, as Jaehwan has others. Michael wonders how, but remembers that a pentahorn indeed has 5 horns, quite obvious. He asks how he can help, and Jaehwan notes that he needs to see the way he works with the materials first and foremost. Michael asks if he has any type of shape in mind. Jaehwan explains that he will live that to him, since he's the pro in this situation. Michael, who is now sweating profusely because of this challenge, assures Jaehwan that he, the Master of Dawn, will show him what he's capable of. Inside of Gorgon's inner fortress, a man bows to a person of high importance and explains that the thugs were slaughtered, and because of this, the target was lost. The Gorgon inner fortress minister, Yurchin Zieber, asks how they were defeated, and the man notes that it's something he also doesn't know, as by the time he woke up, he was lying flat on top of the roof, as the target noticed his presence. Yurchin thinks that this guy is quite amazing, to see through the high-grade master-level stealth skill so easily. However, this means that they should consider someone who is at least a Stage 5 adapter, so after replenishing the manpower, he will search through the fortress thoroughly and bring him here. The man takes the orders and leaves, leaving Yurchin with his thoughts. He is impatient and begs the fortress master to hang in there, just a bit longer. Inside of a bar, a hologram presenting the top 10 of this week, with the host being Siren, plays. She notes that this is the last video of today, and it's something they might be familiar with. A video which is quite popular in Little Brother, and quite controversial, as it's at the center of attention now. The 99th floor solo clear. This is Jaehwan, however. His face is blurred out. The bar patrons wonder what happened to him, as the monarchs seem to like him quite a lot. One explains that the tower received a cultivation suspension, as that demon bastard was up to something, and probably got caught. They talk about rumors of him, how he abandoned cultivation altogether and ran away. So the video must be fake as well, as it's impossible for someone to clear the tower all alone. They ask for some more booze, and that's when Mino walks in, who catches everyone's attention. She sits at the bar, and one guy tries to hit on her, but after she tells him to get gone, he does so instantly. She wonders why she's feeling so upset all of a sudden and orders the hard stuff, enough for her to drown in. While she drowns her sorrows in the bottle, she notes how ridiculous that guy is. A total nutcase, thinking that he's a big shot. He's plain crazy. The bar owner, Claire, notes that she's heard enough from her, as her rambles have become quite annoying. She already has many men around her, so why hang out with someone like him in the first place? Mino explains that whenever she sees him, she gets really upset. He destroys everything without a care in the world and swings his sword as if this place and its rules don't even exist for him. He also says strange things that just can't be understood. She remembers the time where he told her that she isn't human, as it seems to have stuck with her. It's as if she's nobody in front of him, nothing at all. Everyone around here is trying their utmost to live, yet that person appears suddenly and keeps showing that face, which screams that they are different, almost as if he's looking down on all of them. When she sees that side of him, she just can't sit still. Claire pats her on the head and notes that she's still a child. She shouldn't meet or get involved with that guy any further, as she might actually die. Suddenly, a golden bird flies through the bar and hands Mino a scroll, which is from Carlton. She wonders what that guy wants with her while opening it, and that's when someone from behind her asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Mino tries to hit him with a dagger instantly, but he grabs her arm tightly and notes that he doesn't dislike rough greetings like this. But frankly, now just isn't the time, as he has something that she needs to do for him. Back at the smithy, it seems that refining the horn has taken quite the horn, as it has transformed into a monster of sorts. Michael wonders how they are supposed to process such a beast, and Jaehwan pulls him up, as he must get a grip. Has he forgotten they are in the midst of something? Since he said that he will help him, they should do it properly. Earlier, they try to breach through the horn, but even the best tools rack under the pressure. Michael says that he's tapping out, as this is too high level to process it now. Jaehwan notes that the problem isn't with the level, and uses the first stage of question, which gives the power to question and dismantle the world and its essence, and also, understanding, the power to understand the dismantled world. Suddenly, the horn starts changing shape right in front of Michael's eyes, who is quite shocked. He closes his eyes to cover himself, and when he opens them, he's faced with a gigantic beast. This is how they got into this predicament, where Jaehwan is extremely calm and notes that they should do things the proper way. Michael, however, is scared to his wits, as if this is the essence of the pentahorn, he's been using such trivial skills on it. However, this must be a dream, so he must wake up. He starts running towards door, and Jaehwan tries to stop him, but he won't listen. He rushes outside and screams for help, but is even more shocked, as he is now seeing the true colors of this place. One of the apprentices asks if he's done smelting, and the giant eye who watches over them at all times says that he does not deserve to see things like this just yet. While Jaehwan tries to refine the horn, Michael wonders how such a world exists, and how did he end up here in the first place? Jaehwan manages to strike the beast with a great attack, but it's still not enough, so he rushes to attack it once again with the hammer. Meanwhile, outside, Michael is going crazy, as his whole world has been turned on its head. Eventually, everything turns to normal, and they manage to break the horn in two. Michael notes that sometimes, there are things in this world that are quite useless to try, as it seems he's too old for handling these types of horns, so he should have come to meet with him earlier. Michael also explains that he knows he came to meet the shop's owner, the mayor, but he's been away from the workshop for quite a while, and the only available help left around here is a pathetic human like himself. A person who has never made a tower in the first place shouldn't be called an apprentice, is what he thinks. Jaehwan notes that race doesn't really matter, as he only cares for the sheath to be made, so they should continue. Michael says that he's had plenty enough for a day, and Jaehwan notes that he should just try it 10 billion times, which makes him laugh. In his eyes, it seems like he hasn't done enough, right? But truly, he has tried his utmost. He has tried everything after seeing him work, even if he doesn't believe him. Jaehwan remembers when Jay told him that he's mastered all of the skills associated with blacksmithing, and is proud to have a 99% change of fixing anything. But after reaching this level, he had kind of a strange idea. Maybe he wasn't running toward that 99% probability, but rather away from the 1% probability. Jaehwan knows that he's been working harder than anyone else out here, but does he know what principle triggers the process skill? Michael says that if he is talking about the principle of skill, Mare's process skill was one of the first skills to exist, and it's something that's like water or fire that has existed from the very beginning. How can mere humans be able to explain the origin of the world? What's even the point of trying? Jaehwan notes that if he's saying stuff like this, he hasn't been using his skills that well all of this time. Michael looks at him sternly and explains that the principle of strengthening the hammer and chisel through spirit power and using that power to delicately shape and sharpen the horns, that's it. Jaehwan says that if that's the case, why can't the other artisans use process? Michael says that it's because they haven't learned the skill yet, but thinks that if the principle of this skill is that simple, even if one didn't learn it, wouldn't they be able to use something that's at least similar? Jaehwan says that he doesn't know what the skill is, yet he's still using said skill. Michael asks who even know the principle of the skill in the first place. Does he know the principle of process? Jaehwan explains that he didn't know previously, but he just found out about it. He uses the process skill on the horn and asks the others to look carefully and asks him what he sees. They see the particles breaking down, and Jaehwan notes that it's not going to be easy, as because of his tremendous effort, the walls of the world have become as hard as it. His efforts aren't wrong in itself, but doesn't he understand it? If he tries that hard and it doesn't work, then it's not him who's wrong, but the world. Michael is shocked by this revelation and thinks of the time Mare told him that he's doing a good job at his level. But this is the way the Mare does things, now how humans do it. He asked how a human should do it, but Mare didn't have an answer for him, as he didn't know. However, he should blame the race he was born in, as he can't become more than an apprentice in the body of a human. At that time he tried to surpass his limits to no avail. He asks now, what does he want them to do? Go against the world? The world's an honest one that pays back according to how much effort one puts in it, right? So what's wrong with living and adapting to this place? Jaehwan says that the world isn't honest, as it tells him he can't do things that he certainly can. He may be old, but he still has that fighting spirit. He should look carefully once again, and not rely on the predetermined system, but on his own eyes instead. Michael does so, and returns to the real world, how it really is. Has he always been living in this world without seeing its true face? A world without skills or interfaces, an honest world here no deceit exists. Unless he's been insane all of this time, how could he have missed something like this? He rises his hammer and puts his chisel on the horn, and strikes valiantly. Eventually, Jaehwan leave, as he has other things to attend to, but they have successfully managed to create a sheath, which the sword seems to be quite satisfied with. Michael asks if he has decided on a name yet, and if not, he would like to name it. Since they are writing on it, they should write something that a martial artist would use. Lone Wolf, perhaps. He thinks that this is the perfect name, as it's the only one that goes well with this sword. With that, Jaehwan turns to leave, but before that, Michael asks him one more thing. In the world that he can see, what does he look like? Jaehwan tells him that he looks like a human, without turning his back. He never looks back, but who could understand him and his lonely world? Jaehwan notices that Mino keeps following him, and asks what her intentions are. She comes next to him, and notes that she intends to kill him. Jaehwan asks why she would want to do that, and she notes that it's to have a good life after taking the spirit stone he has on his possession. He laughs, and she gives him some clothes, as it's her way of saying sorry, and doesn't want him to look like a beggar anymore. But what is he going to do now, as he didn't meet the Mare? Jaehwan explains that Michael told him of a way to meet him, and when he does, he will ask him about the illusion tree and how to get to the abyss. She asks why he's doing this, as the people who come back from there aren't the same. He notes that he isn't coming back, as he's going to destroy this world and the people on it. This comment sends Mino over the edge, and she asks who he is do such a thing. What gives him the right? Just who does he think he is, for him to live his life without caring for those around him? Acting as he please, without a single bit of care, and being blunt. And most of all, not thinking that people here are humans. Every single person around here are people, even if they are not as strong and brave as he is. They are still human. Jaehwan thinks of the two who have shifted his perspective quite a bit, and with question, reads that someone has her on hold as they want her to bring Jaehwan back. That person has someone hostage that she cares about, and he's their target, right? He notices some guys from across them in an alley and thinks that it must be them. She brought him here to get beat up and save her hostage? A meaningless venture. No matter how many times these things are saved, the truth remains the same, because question shows him the true world. A world where data and numbers rule, and where there are people who would sell their own soul in order to raise their numbers. He will just have to get rid of them somehow, and find the mayor. Suddenly, Mino manages to shatter his view of the world, and notes that in every aspect, he's the one who isn't a human, not them. They should also split up here, as she's not going to travel with somebody like him. Jaehwan looks at her with wide eyes, and wonders why she looks like a human again. Jaehwan finds out that the guys who threatened her are working with Mare through question, and notes that he should get chasing after her after he changes. Mino arrives at the bar and slowly opens the door, where some goons are harassing the people. The Forbidden Heaven clan elder, the eldest of the three Janya brothers. Janya himself asks why she came back alone, as they had a deal. Mino says that he shouldn't have trusted a witch like herself, and that person isn't coming, because he's going to destroy this world. Janya says that she's gone insane, and uses the secret art of shadows to attack her. She dodges the first attack, but Janya uses her position to attack, which hurts her quite a bit. He tells her that they have put soundproof barriers in this place, so there's no way anyone from the outside will know what is going on in here, so she should just give up and bring that guy already. Mino notes that the Dark Forest will be after them, but Janya knows that there's no Dark Forest branch within the Gorgon Fortress. So by the time the Dark Forest clan finds out, she and this woman will both be crushed. Mino uses the 7 daggers of Akarm's secret technique, but even that doesn't do a thing. She falls on her knees and thinks of the time when Jaehwan asks her if she wanted to back in the past, if she ever had the chance to. Now, she would, as if she followed him from the start. None of this would have happened. Suddenly, a thrust comes from outside, which pushes Janya back. Mino says that she hates this kind of development, and also asks why he's here instead of destroying the world. Jaehwan notes that the clothes she gave him didn't fit, and the goons are glad that he came here on his own. Jaehwan says that if they are working with the mayor, they will bring him here now. Jaehwan demands that they bring the mayor here right now. The goons wonders if he's actually crazy, and one notes that there are rumors of him going against the fortress, so they seem to be true. Mino urges him to be careful, as their leader is a 4th stage adapter. Jaehwan notes that he will not lose, and Janya jumps in the air with his goons, ready to attack. He says that he's quite arrogant, but they will help, and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Jaehwan uses a light thrust, which Janya dodges, although barely. The goons are quite surprised that he has that much power, as they thought he was a non-adapter all of this time. Janya wonders if he's one of the mighty from the abyss. Jaehwan thinks that, up until now, the only thing that managed to dodge his light thrust was the 5-horned beast. So does it mean that a 4th stage adapter is at the same level as that thing? Well, for him, it doesn't really matter now. Mino screams for Claire, the bartender, and Janya says that if he wants to fight, they can. But if they do so, they will not ensure her safety. Claire tries to tell them to not hesitate with their attacks, but a goon smacks her around and demands she not speak anymore, lest she wants more beatings. Mino is very scared for her safety and pleads with Jaehwan to save her. He can do that, can't he? He thinks that she's asking for useless things now, as he's here to look for the mayor and nothing else. He needs to cut down anyone in his way, be it enemy or someone not related. Mino grabs his coat tightly and tells him that she's still human, just like him, just like everyone. Jaehwan thinks about everything that happened, and that strange feeling hits him once again. The skeleton who is screaming at him to attack is slowly turning into a human. He laments this happening once again, and uses a large thrust to make a beacon of sorts through the roof, which the guards see. Carlton, who was also with them, says that they should get moving. One of the goons notes that the soundproof barrier has broken, and that's when Carlton arrives, with a bunch of armored guards. He is quite surprised to find Jaehwan here, and asks just what happened in here. Jaehwan says that he came at the right time, as that big guy is breaking the laws he cherishes so much. He might not know the exact laws, but it's probably the Gorgon criminal law Chapter 276 verse 4 or something similar. If he were to guess, this man intends to use this bar as a foothold and try to destroy their world by scheming with the mayor himself. Mino notes that he is the one who wants to do that, and Carlton says that based on the Gorgon criminal law, chapter 194, verse 4, and chapter 124, verse 6, they will all be arrested without a warrant for destruction and kidnapping. They try to retreat, but Carlton uses his silver restraints to keep two in place and summons his weapon. Jaehwan rushes in with his sword and they clash, creating a shockwave around them. Jaehwan notices that slowly, he is getting pushed back with great force, and his sword also starts to crack open. He charges in one last time, as this is all he can do, and Carlton uses the restraints to tie his arms and throw him to the ground. With that, he has successfully captured Jaehwan, who surrenders. However, he heard that he is as naive as he is righteous, which seems to be quite true. Out of nowhere, he throws a ball behind him, which creates smoke all around the bar. From the outside, he laments having to use the black cloud in this place, and one of the goons notes that their youngest member inhaled some of the black cloud. Jaehwan notes that he already told him to wear his mask properly, and he might survive if he only inhaled only a little of it, so they will see. Someone from behind them notes that they are quite brave to use the black cloud without the clan leader's direct permission. This is the Forbidden Heaven clan elder, the lustful demon, Hyuk Seolrang. He asks if the Witch of Massacre really was that powerful, and what happened with capturing her and handing her over to him. Jaehwan explains that it's not because of her, but because of Carlton. Seolrang is pleasantly surprised that such an annoying bastard is in there, as he must have surely inhaled some of the black cloud by now, so they will have something good to watch today. Suddenly he spots Jaehwan carrying Mino out and asks who he is. He also noticed them, and immediately charges a thrust that evaporates the entire tree they were on. Jaehwan is extremely shocked that this guy seems to be just fine after inhaling the black cloud. He has never heard of a deer whisperer without antennas, so even if he is one, there's just no way he would walk out so unscathed. Jaehwan looks at them and wonders if they are the cleanup party. He finds them quite annoying to say the least. He charges up an attack and thinks that he didn't want to use this just yet, but he has no choice now. He uses Garnak's majesty, which creates a figure of the beast the sword is made out of. In that moment of confusion, the foot soldiers, who had just arrived, get cut up into bits and pieces, seemingly without any movement from Jaehwan. Seolrang doesn't want to have anything to do with this strange yet powerful guy, so he runs away, noting that he will leave this into their surely capable hands. Jaehwan calls him a rat bastard and looks at his goons and thinks that this is how everything ends. This is the culmination of his life. Jaehwan says that there is no way for him to survive, so he should answer his questions. Where is the mare that they are hiding? Jaehwan explains that if he tells him that piece of information, getting out of here with his life would prove meaningless. As if that person finds out, he would be better off dead, he's sure. Jaehwan wonders who that person is, and Jaehwan, out of desperation and no other choice, pulls out a spirit stone and swallows it whole. Jaehwan is surprised and remembers what Mino told him, that everyone here looks like they are eating drugs, but this is a common misunderstanding that people usually make. What they are eating is no drug, it's something that they eat in order to reduce the soul's pollution, since nobody wants to truly die. Jaehwan bursts into a grotesque form which towers above everyone. He screams out, as now, he has truly turned into one of the dead. He uses his claws to kill the people around him, and now, he can also see the real world, what it truly is, and what he has been living in all of this time. What good is dignity in a world such as this one? What was he really scared of all of this time? He can be free now, without the restraints of these walking bodies. Suddenly, he feels Jaehwan's threatening glare behind him. He tries to attack instantly, as to take him by surprise, but he stops last second. What is a human doing in this world of the dead? Jaehwan in turn asks what this guy became, as he can't see what, even with question. However, it doesn't matter, as he can be killed. Jaehwan uses one of his bigger thrusts, putting all of the force he can behind it, which takes Jenya's head clean off. In his last moments, he thinks of his past life, and a tear forms up in his eye. Is it really raining again? With that, he disappears for good. Jaehwan wonders what that guy is, and says that he needs to find somebody among the remnants from the bar who knows where he could find the mare now. He walks away from the battlefield, alone once again. He goes to where the injured from the bar are held, and sees that Mino isn't doing so well. Carlton is also on his last legs and says that they need to alert the inner fortress. Mino pulls Jaehwan's cloak and demands he kill her, while she is still who she is. Jaehwan looks at her and thinks that she really is a human. He can't use comprehend on her at all, and his question wavers when she's around. So why would the dead collapse? However, there is no need for any sort of emotion where he is heading, so he will do as she wishes. There is no room for hesitation. Claire grabs his hand and tells him to wait, as there might be a chance she still lives. A soldier urges her to get to the medical facility now, and Claire pleads with Jaehwan to not do anything. At the impromptu medical camp, the medics discuss Mino's condition, which seems to worsen by the minute, as her deadification has advanced quite a bit. Jaehwan notices some commotion outside and takes a look. Alarms are blaring all around the place, urging people to evacuate right now, as the dead have appeared within the fortress. A man asks a guard where they are supposed to evacuate to, but he seems to be quite unlucky, as that guard has already turned. It butches him instantly, and more dead come, ready to kill everyone they can put their hands on. Suddenly, a few people jump through the sky and land on the dead. They start killing all of them, and their leader seems to be a man with long hair and a unique sword. Claire notes that he must be the person Mino talked about, the one who said he will reject all the rules of this place. He wants to judge the entire world by his own standards and define himself what a human is, right? She knows people like him quite well, actually, as she has seen one before. People don't just stay here and adapt because they are idiots. They are doing it because there is no other choice. Jaehwan says that they don't have the courage, and she asks, courage for the sake of what? Jaehwan explains that they need courage to go beyond, to a definition that is certainly more correct. Claire notes that he's probably someone who goes after something like that, and he is most likely right in this case, but she doesn't have that courage, so she doesn't know what he's really thinking. However, she knows at least one thing, that he is extremely dangerous and needs to leave. This contradicts Mino's words, who told him to not leave, as people find their hope when they gaze upon him, so he shouldn't give up on this world, at least not yet. James asks how much medicine they have left, and a doctor notes that they've used most of the medicine to stabilize the fortress master, so they do not have much left. James damns everything, and commands his subordinates to bring all of the medicine that they have left. Jaehwan analyzes how they prepare the medicine, which is just ground up horned beast horn. Jaehwan asks James if they are able to revert Carlton back from the dead, but James notes that if he knew, he wouldn't react like this at all. Jaehwan starts smacking Carlton around as to wake him up, who eventually does so. He immediately asks him to kill him, as he is the only person who really can. Jaehwan notes that usually, people would be asked for help in a situation like this one. Carlton, even in his state, starts reading out laws. Jaehwan thinks that he has such useless loyalty, but it can be commended. However, if there were more people like him from the start, there wouldn't have been a need for him to be trapped in that awful tower for 40 straight years. Carlton's soul corruption rises to 94%, and deadification is about to take its course on him. The anti-dead extermination squad, the demon extermination squad captain Jaehwan, who is also a stage 5 adapter, arrives inside. James knows what his arrival means, and Jaehwan says that due to Gorgon's special laws, Article 1 verse 4, he will have to get rid of Carlton and the other corrupted individual right this instant. He slashes his sword towards Carlton, but Jaehwan stops it with his bare hands and notes that this guy can't die yet, as he still has a few questions for him. Jaehwan is shocked this guy managed to block his sword with his bare hand and says that he doesn't know who he is, but Carlton is about to become a dead, and soon. It would be a disaster if a stage 5 adapter like himself would really turn, so they are here to prevent that from ever happening. Jaehwan says that if he's going to become a dead, he might have something that might help him. The medic is shocked he has that horn, and notes that if it's with that, they might be able to bring him back. Jaehwan instantly crushes it into powder, which the medic almost faints for. They feed both of them the powder, and fortunately, Carlton's deadification seems to have stopped. James is extremely glad, and tears run down his face. However, Mino's condition isn't so great, as her deadification is still progressing, most likely due to her stamina that was drained from the fight. Jaehwan draws his sword once again, but Claire demands he call Chung Hyo, as that old geezer can use dead slash. Jaehwan is interested by this dead slash she's talking about, and Claire explains that if he uses that, the corruption will be gone. Jaehwan notes that the divine physician has an important matter to attend to in the inner fortress, so he can't simply call him over for something so trivial. Others from the squad hold her back, and Jaehwan tells Jaehwan to step aside, as he won't compromise on this situation at all. Jaehwan looks at him and says that he will be the one to kill that woman, as he promised her he would. He starts using question on her, and Claire demands he stop this instant, as he has no right to do that. The world starts cracking around her, and he is transported into a white world, where he seems to be alone. That's when he spots a small elderly man who looks over Mino and wonders how she got into such a mess. However, he will help her, so she needn't worry. That's when he spots Jaehwan and is quite shocked, asking what he's doing here and how he managed to enter his world. He analyzes Jaehwan further and asks how such a noble soul could ever possess such a narrow mind. Jaehwan tries to use question on him, but it doesn't seem to work. Is this man perhaps the origin of her soul corruption then? If that's the case, she might survive when this old man dies. They both strike, however their attacks block each other, which shocks both of them. Suddenly, the old man's sword breaks into pieces, and this world seems to cracking at the seams. They both come out in the same spot, and the old man curses at Jaehwan for breaking his mighty sword, as it was made out of precious tri-horn. Jaehwan is extremely confused at this point, and just stares. This man is Chung Heo, the despair divine physician. Jaehwan asks what he is doing here as he was with the fortress master, and Chung Heo notes that a beautiful woman is dying here. Who cares if he's with the fortress master or not? He also asks Jaehwan what he's going to do now, as his dead slash was completely interrupted because of him, and the dead slash can only be used with a sword made of a tri-horn, or something better. That's when he spots his sword, which he starts fangirling over quite hard, but Jaehwan stops him. He can lend him the sword if he wants to, but will he be able to save this woman with it? Chung Heo says that he can, so Jaehwan lends it to him. He is quite surprised he gave it so easily. He must be quite confident in his battle skills. However, it doesn't matter now. He uses the sword to go back into his world, and notes that it's about time he sees what this sword is capable of. Jaehwan looks at his technique, and wonders if it's an illusionary technique, but it's more like when he uses question. The old man charges forwards with the sword, and Jaehwan thinks that this is the world he sees, through his eyes. Before he can finish the drawing, he falls down, as his spirit power is lacking quite a bit because he used all of it with that bastard of a fortress master. The world slowly collapses around them, and Chung Heo apologizes, as he wasn't able to do anything in the end. Jaehwan picks up the sword, and Chung Heo notes that he's quite foolish, as he has never interacted with this world before, but he really thinks he can copy dead slash so easily. Jaehwan notes that he can't do slashes at all, however he can do something better. Chung Heo urges him to stop, as the dead slash isn't just something that anyone can do. What he is doing now isn't brave, but rather reckless, so he should stop while he still can. Jaehwan tells him to just shut up already, as this is the first time in his life he's using his power to save another person. He starts thrusting his sword, and thinks of how Mino really looks like. She's someone playful yet stubborn, and a weak-hearted person despite being an assassin. Someone who doesn't betray others easily. But there seems to be one thing left that is missing. He remembers, and puts the finishing touches. Someone who trusts others. They get out of that world, and Mino thanks him for remembering so many things about her. The corruption rate is slowing down, and the deadification seems to have stopped. Chung Heo notes that he's less narrow-minded than he anticipated, but who on earth is he? The dead thrust he learned just now. Why did he do it? Jaehwan is extremely surprised that Jaehwan managed to use something similar to the divine physician's technique, who says that he hates to admit it out loud, but it is. His dead slash isn't a skill, hence why no adapters can learn it. This means that this person is someone like him, an awakened. The awakened are existences that lie outside of the standard system rules, and also an extreme minority of humans who have obtained a strong strength miraculously after rejecting the system outright. They are people who possess the strength to totally overthrow the composition of powers that belong to chaos. Even in the almighty land, there are few known awakened. Jaehwan says that if he's also an awakened, he might be able to save the Tower Master, as his life is invaluable. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Squad captain arrives, noting that he got permission from the inner fortress, who is also Stage 5 adapter. Jaehwan wonders what he's doing here, as the Dark Shadow Squad has nothing to do with the elimination of the dead. They instantly bow down to Jaehwan, as to pay respects to the Deer Whisperer. The others are quite surprised, as it seems Jaehwan has more to him than originally thought. They all arrive at the inner tower, where Jaehwan greets Jaehwan and asks if he really is the Deer Whisperer, as everyone keeps saying. Jaehwan just says no, which Jaehwan expected. The Divine Physician notes that the Spirit Stone is known for increasing spirit power, and is used to confirm whether one is from the Emerald Bug clan. He's clearly not, so how did he get those stones in the first place? Jaehwan notes that he picked them up from their owners, who are now dead. Jaheir asks who would dare kill people from the 5 great clans, and Jaehwan notes that he did. Jaehwan notes that they attacked first, so it's not really his fault they are dead. Jaehwan thinks that they are indeed greedy for materials and such, but could he possibly tell them what happened after he entered chaos? Jaehwan now understands, and will summarize what he just said shortly. He got caught up in something, by pure chance, and entered chaos. Then he got hold of the Spirit Stones from the Emerald Bug clan, again, by chance, and entered this fortress. After that, he got caught up in another incident once again by chance, met the Divine Physician himself, and managed to learn his dead slash, even though he has only seen it performed once. Now he really gets it. Chung-hyo asks if he really believes all of this. They shouldn't take these things at face value after all. Jaehwan notes that he believes him, as in order to gain someone else's trust, he first needs to trust that person. That's just the way it goes. He asks Jaehwan if he can inquire on a few other things, who says that he can. Jaehwan takes a second before answering, and says that the body has right now is alive and well, isn't that right? Jaehwan is quite surprised that he found out, and looks at him with widened eyes. He rejected the main game and came out of that Tower of Nightmare by simply destroying it, which is why he is in his soul form. There is a pretty high chance that the illusion tree mistook him for someone who is dead, and sent him into chaos. But his physical body is back on Earth and safe, most likely. He asks Jaehwan how he found out he's not dead, who notes that he said that he got caught up in something by chance and entered chaos that way. There's nobody in the whole chaos who would describe their very own death as he just did. However, is the reason why he doesn't want to reveal his full identity due to something like he being chased or threatened by someone? Jaehwan says that perhaps it is so, perhaps it is not. Jaehwan notes that it must mean he was close with his guessing, but the truth is, he's got something shameful to apologize for. For the last 4 days, he has sent subordinates to monitor him closely. Jaehwan says that he knows, as he's carried one away previously. Jaehwan expected him to know already, and says that he is much stronger than they ever thought, so it was quite hard for the subordinates to monitor him. But they did gain some information about him. He pulls up 4 tabs, and explains that his target danger level is SS rank, his power level can't be estimated, and he has caused 380 million horins worth of damage to the fortress. Does he know what others like to call someone like himself? Chung-hyo notes that he's just a crazy person, and Jaheir wonders if this guy is a hero or a villain, as he could swing both ways at this point. Jaehwan explains that he might be a hero to some, and look like a complete lunatic to others, as people are calling him by various nicknames. And to him, people like him, are called the protagonists. There is a rather special characteristics that protagonists like him hold, the simple fact that they are famous. But he isn't really that famous in any way, as someone has been keeping his information hidden from the common people, and that power seems to be doing all of that with hostility in mind. If they are the people behind him, he wouldn't have had any trouble with entering the fortress in the first place. He is a protagonist, who is being chased by some kind of large and unknown power, which also managed to escape into chaos by pure chance like he did. Jaehwan thinks about Jaehwan just said deeply. Although he is not really sure, wouldn't it be that person known as the Monarch of Pitch Darkness that is chasing him? He is one of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land, but just how strong are these monarchs anyways? Jaehwan notes that he won't dare ask who and what he exactly is, and he also won't ask him to compensate for the damages he caused within the fortress either, as they, the Gorgon Fortress, will provide with protection. Jaehwan asks if this Gorgon Fortress of theirs is strong enough to go up against one of the 12 monarchs of the Almighty Land. Jaehwan asks if one of the 12 monarchs is really chasing him, and Jaehwan notes that there is a pretty good chance that it's one of them. Jaehwan says that this is great, because if it is how he says, the monarchs would become unable to interfere with the matters that take place within chaos itself. Jaehwan asks what they want from him in return, as nothing is free in this world, and Jaehwan explains that he only needs to do them one favor. He begs him to please save the fortress master. 2 hours later, they go down a set of stairs, where the Dark Shadow Squad captain notes that the North Inspection Gate captain and the woman are said to be recovering in the treatment center. However, are they really sure they want him to bring them to the training ground instead of the VIP room? Chung Hyo says that they need to go there, as him and this guy need to decide which is superior, this child's thrust or his slash. He also asks if he's cleared the Tower of Master, which catches Jaehwan's attention, and in turn asks if he knows anything about it. Chung Hyo notes that he does know quite a bit, but he will only answer his questions if he wins, and only then. That probably is impossible for him. After the fight, Chung Hyo wants another rematch, while he is still in the ground. The training grounds is filled with Chung Hyo's figure, as Jaehwan has thrown him around countless times. He tells him that the match is finished, but Chung Hyo doesn't want to give up just yet, as he hasn't used his ultimate technique, which if he uses, he will die, so he is just worried about him. He also asks how old he is, and Jaehwan explains that most likely around 60, if he had to guess. Chung Hyo notes that he's 1,000 years old, and the mere 60 or so years of slashing would never have a chance against his 1,000 years of slashing. Jaehwan wonders if he really did slash for 1,000 years, as it feels like he has only done it for 10 years, judging by his current abilities. Chung Hyo gets mad enough to soar into the air once again, and wonders if he will still feel the same after he gets hit with this next attack. He summons the figure of a mighty beast through his sword, and Jaehwan prepares thrust it. The swords clash, creating a large blue shockwave, which sends both of them backwards. Chung Hyo notes that he's not bad at all, but Jaehwan is quite annoyed, as he's being pushed back quite a lot after using the normal thrust. Chung Hyo says that his technique is pretty well made, but what is the name of it? Jaehwan notes that it's just normal thrust, which Chung Hyo finds as quite the arrogant name, as if he names it like such. Then it makes it look like he has an even stronger technique. Jaehwan says that a stronger technique does exist, and he charges it up. Chung Hyo wonders what he's showing him, and gets extremely scared, as this guy is starting to resemble the Soul King of Chaos. His mind wanted to forget the horror he experienced when he faced the king, but now, it has resurfaced. Would he really be able to cut through something that reminded him of the Soul King? Of course, nothing is really comparable, but that certain level of power will literally blow the Gorgon Fortress from the inside out. Jaehwan is ready to unleash the attack, but to prevent the imminent destruction to happen, Chung Hyo gives up the fight, noting that he lost. In the 5th region of the Almighty Land, the region of strong steel, inside of a fortress, a man asks what happened to pitch darkness. Another man explains that, based on what he found out, the current pitch darkness monarch is trying to contact chaos. The unbending strong steel, the monarch of strong steel, Heo Yu, asks why he would do that. All of the monarchs of the Almighty Land have already signed a secret agreement to not interfere with the matters of chaos at all. The subordinate stars shaking, and notes that the matter is a bit more complicated than this, so he urges him to look at the screen, first and foremost. Heo looks at it for a second, and notes that it's the video of the guy who went solo on the 99th floor. But what about it? Wasn't it edited in the first place? The subordinate explains that the product in the video is said to be in a contract with the 9th region's monarch of pitch darkness. This intrigues Heo, and he asks where the product is in the first place. The subordinate starts shaking again, and notes that he most likely refused to clear the tutorial fully, literally broke through the ceiling of the tower, and escaped into chaos by his lonesome. Heo notes that the cultivator that stayed on the 100th floor should have been watching him. So what happened with him for all of this to happen? The subordinate says that the product slayed the cultivator, and Heo asks if he's just joking around. The subordinate says that he also couldn't believe it at first, but the monarch of pitch darkness has confirmed that everything he said right now is the truth. Heo starts pondering, and wonders if that bastard of a monarch has connections with chaos. The subordinate explains that they found something extremely strange during their investigations, as the monarch of pitch darkness seems to be involved with the matters of chaos, and for a long while now. Out of the 10 clans within chaos, a few have been in constant and direct contact with the monarch of pitch darkness. Heo looks at the tree and wonders just what is pitch darkness up to. He tells the subordinate to send the letter to help him get access to chaos, and in turn he asks if he really is intending to get involved in the matters of chaos. Heo explains that he will just be observing the situation as a whole, as he needs to know what exactly is happening in there after all. He also commands for 10 elite warriors of the Gold 1 grade and Hae Young to be sent. Hyo looks in the distance and wonders if Chung Hyo is doing well in there. He would have had a long and fruitful personality were it not for that trashy personality of his. But now, he's probably living a quiet life in there. Jumping back to Chung Hyo, who is clinging onto Jaehwan's sword for dear life, as he won't let him unleash that attack. Jaehwan, however, has already heard him and asks him to just get off. Chung Hyo gets down and wonders just what kind of man would be able to do something like that after just 40 years of simple thrusting. Jaehwan explains that he probably thrusted around 10 billion times, give or take, but Chung Hyo doesn't believe a word of it, as he would have needed to do 8 thrusts a second every day for 40 straight years, without eating or sleeping at all. Jaehwan says that he can do 100 thrusts in a second, not just a measly 8. If he's asking of how he only thought of using his sword for thrusting, he will answer. Golden energy starts coming from him, and Chung Hyo's eyes widen, as he is now exerting the same alien energy that he did when they first met. It wasn't pressure at all that he felt, only a thrust that bears a hostility which would make mere people faint. All of that hostility is thrown towards this world. He can't believe his eyes, as this child has become the thrust himself and is thrusting towards this world every second that passes by, even at this very moment. Jaehwan already told him that he thrusted about 10 billion times, and counting. By the way, he hopes he remembers the contract they both signed before dueling, where the loser would have to grant the wish of the winner. Jaehwan starts reading off the plea Chung Hyo put on this paper, who tells him to stop, as he heard him already, so there is no need for something like this. However, is he perhaps intending to use him as his subordinate from now on? Jaehwan explains that he wasn't thinking of doing anything of the sort, as he simply wants him to just answer a few questions honestly. That is all. Chung Hyo notes that he will, but they should take a walk outside then. Firstly, Jaehwan asks what the Tower of Master is. Chung Hyo notes that he probably knows that a mayor made the Tower of Nightmares. Well, the towers made by the mayors have ranks, from F to S. However, among the mayors, there are those who simply do not care for such things as rankings. A master is someone who already made S-rank towers when they were but an apprentice, and someone who reached the top as a renowned artisan quickly. But not all towers made by a master would be a Tower of Master per se. Among them, there are towers that are made with no real intention to perform cultivations in the first place, and only unique towers are known as Tower of Master. Jaehwan asks why they would make those towers in the first place, and Chung Hyo explains that he, and nobody else knows what these masters are truly thinking, as the masters themselves are individuals that are seeking the world's truth, after all. However, one thing is for certain. Among those who cleared the Tower of Master awakened would appear every now and then. Jaehwan asks if he's from the Tower of Master, and Chung Hyo notes that he's from the 4th Tower of the Master, Melville. It was a tower known as the Moby Dick in that world. A gigantic white whale would appear on the 1st floor of the tower and target humans every minute it stood above water. It's not that difficult for the current him, but back then, it was a tower that was very similar to a world disaster. Many of the martial artists of Murim died in there, and clearing that tower was like a miracle. Chung Hyo notes that he also looks like a person who came from a Tower of Master. But the question is, who made his tower? Jaehwan notes that Mullark did, and Chung Hyo is quite surprised by this piece of information, as he didn't think there would be anyone who managed to clear one of his towers. Jaehwan asks if he knows him, and Chung Hyo says that he sure does, as they have traveled together. Jaehwan would like an explanation, and Chung Hyo notes that the story is pretty long, so they should go somewhere else if he wants to hear it. They go to an open bar, where Claire hands them a few unicorn kebabs. Chung Hyo asks her if she's going to be serving meat and drink from a stall for the time being, and Claire explains that a certain someone, who is here and shall not be named, destroyed her bar. Chung Hyo says that it's hard to believe she still opened up shop after having gone through a lot back in the day. She sure likes money. Jaehwan looks at the food and at the people around and is quite hesitant. Chung Hyo notes that he must feel like something is off. It doesn't feel like they are still alive, yet food and drink still exists in a world where people don't feel hunger, isn't that right? He finished chugging his drink and explains that chaos was originally a blessed world. This place was one where souls that were worn out from the Almighty Land's war went to their well-deserved rest. Everyone was able to regain their lives after being released from them. The warriors dropped their swords and bows, while wandering minstrels sang about peace, and no wars. Jaehwan notices a few drunkards fighting and thinks that is because of the drink, but when he goes to taste it, the mead tastes just like water. Chung-hyo explains that drunkards do not exist in this world, as they are just acting like they are. In chaos, one doesn't get drunk, hungry, or old after all. However, in such a paradise, humans started to want the opposite. They missed real life, which had the chance of death, and started to act like they were living true real life. A life where if they didn't eat, they would die, and if they drank the mead, they would get drunk. A life where they have a physical real body and a beating living heart. However, one random day, drunkards started to appear, an expedition of dreams, of the impossible, and gathers people together to rediscover real life. That would be the Abyss Expedition. Jaehwan asks why they would head to the Abyss in the first place, and Chung-hyo notes that it's to look for the fruit of resurrection. It's a fruit that hangs on the branches of the illusion tree at the end of the Abyss. Jaehwan is intrigued by this. Can somebody who is dead really be revived? Chung-hyo confirms that the fruit does exist, and is the only way that the dead of this world could ever come back alive. The Abyss Expedition is an alliance formed for the sake of seeking that fruit, and at the time, he had awakened already, and was at the age where he was basically fearless. Jaehwan asks if Mullark was also part of that expedition, and Chung-hyo confirms that he was, the leader of the expedition actually. He was a really unique existence. He remembers the first time he met him, where Mullark applauded him for becoming an incomplete awakener without abandoning his emotions. He is truly walking a unique path among others. Chung-hyo asks him to save those words for someone else, and Mullark wonders if he's upset because of cultivation. Chung-hyo throws his sword at him and asks why a mayor like him would want to go to the abyss, as they usually coop themselves in a room and create towers. Mullark notes that he has no words for that, as apologizing would be useless right now, because that is something that he has to carry with him for the rest of his life. Chung-hyo was surprised that he actually regretted making the towers, and Mullark says that it's okay if he doesn't believe him, but the reason he went to the illusion tree and going to the abyss is because of that tower. The one that would end all cultivation, that his reason for joining this expedition. Jaehwan asks if the expedition was successful. Chung-hyo explains that he was only able to reach the entrance of the abyss because he fell behind on the way, but it does seem that Mullark reached the top of the illusion tree, because a lot of fruits began to drop from the branches. Thanks to that, each of the expedition members were able to go back to chaos with lots and lots of fruits. Jaehwan thinks that if it is so, why is this old man still in chaos? Claire urges him to get his facts straight, as that expedition was a failure, and he knows that all too well. Chung-hyo explains that they only succeeded up to the part where they obtained the fruit, as when they were heading back, those bastards were waiting for them at the entrance, ready. The monarchs and the patriarchs of the almighty land. While they didn't muster up enough courage to go back into the abyss, the 4 fortress masters and 10 faction leader who were also a part of the expedition weren't a match for those guys at all. There was a crystal clear difference in power, and were in a totally different league. That was how the fruit was stolen from their hands, and those bastards used the fruits that they stole to revive themselves each time they died. They have been doing that for well over 900 years. It's as if they had another place that's built for them, a place known as the Resurrection Palace. The monarchs and 5 great families take turns reviving their dead, and it was decided from the start who would live, the only ones who could live actual proper lives. Jaehwan thinks that this must be why everyone around here is so lethargic, as they know that the real life they wanted, the fruit, was stole away from them. Jaehwan wants to ask more about Mullark, but Claire tells him to drop it, as he's passed out drunk. But based on what she heard, after the expedition was finished, nobody ever saw Mullark ever again. It's almost as if he fell off the earth. James comes around and thanks him for the help, as if it wasn't for him, his captain would have surely died. Jaehwan seems to have forgotten about him, and James explains that the next time he enters Gorgon, he should do so through the North Gate, as he won't need identification there. Of course, they should keep this a secret from the captain. With that, he leaves, and that's when Jahir calls for the divine physician. He is clearly distraught, and notes that they've got some big trouble. They all rush as fast as they can, and Jaehwan can feel the energy around. Judging by this, it means that the fortress master is in that state already, a full dead. The spiritual pressure he is feeling right now, much more than what he felt from the dead that he fought previously. It's coming from deep within the fortress, or rather, more accurately, beneath from it. This makes him think of urine, and the favor he asked him for with a serious face. He remembers that he said that he won't have to pay for any of the damage he caused inside of the fortress, and will additionally provide him with protection should it be necessary. All he needs to do for them is one favor: to save the fortress master. Jaehwan notes that their fortress master is going through deadification, and Jaehir says that indeed he is right. He explains that out of nowhere he just went berserk, which is weird, because usually it only happens like once a week, but today, of all days, it just happened. He is telling him all of this in advance, just in case he gets the wrong idea about things. The fortress master is a really good person, and before his deadification unfortunately began, he was basically a living legend, since he was someone who also went to the Abyss expedition, with Mullark and the Divine Physician. This makes Jaehwan pay more attention to the conversation at hand, and Jaehir says that, from what he saw at least, he is also able to perform the dead slash, right? Since the Divine Physician is in that poor state, can't he do it in his stead? Jaehwan outright refuses him, as he simply imitated what this old head did, and is certainly not as good as him. This might have been different had he learnt from him, though. Suddenly, the ground starts to tremor beneath their feet, and Jaehir now fears the worst, as he knows what that is. Suddenly, a surge of dead energy comes out of the fortress, and releases a large shockwave all around. Jaehir covers himself, but that's when he notices two peculiar people standing at the top of the fortress: the Disruption Tower Captain and the Despair Tower Captain. They say that it's been a while since they met, and Jaehwan hears their whispers, which say that the guy carrying the Divine Physician is the one who can also use Dead Slash. Jaehir pleads with them to step aside, as there is an urgent matter they must attend to, but they also probably know what already. They descend, and note that what he is asking them to do is quite a problem, as they have their orders that need to be completed. Jaehir asks whose orders are those, and with a stern look on his face, demands to know if they are really intending to go against the wishes of the heavens like this. They say that the only heaven they have, and worship, is the forbidden heaven. They rush in and jump in the air, preparing to attack. Jaehir notices how fast they were, and pushes Jaehwan out of the way before anything can happen to him. They both land at the same time, creating a large explosion upon impact, but Jaehir managed to block the both of them with only his blade. Jaehwan watches him and notes that he is doing quite well. Jaehir thinks that he didn't expect at all that the Forbidden Heaven clan would have people inside of the fortress. He notes that they grew quite a lot for outer fortress residents, but still, do they even know who they are facing right now? They say that he shouldn't underestimate them so much, as they are not the same people anymore. Jaehir advises the both of them to think very carefully about this, as if they turn back now, the fortress master will surely forgive them. One of them notes that if he's talking about the same fortress monster that is being locked up down there now, he can forget it. That thing, because it can't be called human anymore, can't even control its own strength, and can't distinguish between good and evil anymore. That is not the same heaven that they served. Him being the extermination squad captain and all, why is he still serving the thing he swore to destroy, despite the current situation? Jaehir looks at them dead in the eyes, and notes that he believes, with all of his heart, that the Tower Master will return to what he was originally. Suddenly, Other comes behind him and swings the hammer at his head. Before Jaehir can react, the hammer lands, throwing him into a wall. If only he would have been a little more wiser, they wouldn't have had to fight like this. Isn't that the case? Jaehir tries to get up to his feet, and thinks that these two are just Stage 4 adapters, so there is no way they could defeat someone like himself, who is a Stage 5 adapter, even though he is outnumbered. How are they doing this much damage in the first place? He can't even estimate how fast or strong they are anymore, as this isn't any type of normal growth he has ever seen. It's almost as if they received the boost from the deadification. Something is seriously wrong here, and this is starting to get too dangerous. He tries to tell Jaehwan to leave while he still can, but Jaehwan is having none of it, and throws Chung Hyo at him, who is still passed out, even after all of this. Jaehwan explains that this was revenge for pushing him earlier, and that's when the disruption team captain grabs his attention. He asks if he really is able to perform the dead slash, just like the Divine Physician. Jaehwan asks what it is to them, and they start talking between each other using telepathy, which Jaehwan can see. They gather that the guy in front of them is a non-adapter, so he is probably talking nonsense. What can he really do with that short sword of his? Also, his physique isn't great, so he won't even be able to throw a proper punch, they think. Jaehwan instantly transports himself behind them and asks if they are talking about a punch like this one. Before the disruption captain can react, his cheek is met with Jaehwan's fist, which sends him into the wall. The despair captain tries to defend himself immediately after seeing this, and Jaehwan explains that they have way too many openings, which basically leaves them defenseless. He punches the disruption captain as hard as he can, which breaks his helmet a bit. He stands on his feet, however, and slashes downwards, which Jaehwan easily dodges. He starts spinning the spear, which creates some distance between them, allowing him to charge in, while Jaehwan is still on the retreat. He thinks that he became much stronger than he was, so where did this sudden energy come from? The need of revenge? Or perhaps is his heart full of hatred? He looks at him one more time and deduces that it's neither of those. What drives this lunatic is fear, and fear alone. Are they really trying to betray others in their condition? Just plain ridiculous. Jaehwan notes that he isn't the savior they think he is, that tiny old man is. However, killing the both of them will be an entirely different story. He jumps high into the air and prepares to descend like a hawk upon him. Inside of the fortress's deepest chamber, Yurin, accompanied by someone else, watch the fortress master, both with concerned looks on their faces. Yurin explains that it hasn't even been a single day since the dead slash was used on him, so why in the world is the deadification still advancing? The divine physician himself came this morning, and they together confirmed that the deadification had calmed down, so why did it go berserk all of a sudden? He can't believe that something like this happened when they just found a sliver of hope, a silver lining to all of this. If the fortress master had lasted for just one more month, they might have been able to release him of this damned curse. Earlier, Chung-hyo explained that it's too hard to do right now, as Jaehwan's dead slash is just an imitation of his, and the situation is very different from Mino's, the girl he saved. The fortress master has a corruption which has seeped into his very being, and in that sense, they are lucky, because a normal person would have become a dead by now. But if they had just another month, Jaehwan's dead slash might have been of great help, as even though it hasn't been tried ever before, it just might be possible for two people to use the dead slash in unison, and moreover, if it's him they're talking about, he might be able to even do it alone. Yurin bites his lip in frustration and thinks that there are people here who know about Jaehwan, but damn it all, as he was sure that there have been traitors inside of this place since then. He remembers the talk he had with the fortress master, who said that people who are able to control the corruption of their soul have appeared. Yurin asked how that is possible, as only the Emerald Bug Clan could do that previously. The fortress master confirmed that it is so, which is exactly why he must go and have a look himself. Yurin was hesitant to let him, as matters related to soul corruption are the most dangerous thing one can be interested about. He is positive that the other captains would be very happy to come with him. The fortress master said that it seems he doesn't trust him all that much, but he should, as he is one of the few people who managed to survive that battlefield. And although they lost the fruits in it, he is still going to be involved in matter regarding the lives of the people from this fortress, no matter what. But unfortunately, he came back extremely corrupted, and with horrified eyes, almost as if he saw something which he shouldn't have. That's when these people appeared, and started watching him the moment he came back from his walk around the outer fortress, where he got infected in such matter. Now that he thinks about it, things just line up too perfectly. Was it really Maihan that did all of this? He tells everyone to be calm, as this situation is a serious one and warrants carefulness. Yurin notes that this situation is too dangerous, so they should go in only after the divine physician himself gets here. Maihan says that if they delay like this any longer, this whole fortress will meet its end. Yurin explains that they can't ever hope to perform the dead slash without the divine physician here. So is he intending to kill the fortress master now? Maihan notes that even if they are to all charge at him together, they can't hope to win. He already knows this, right? Given the situation, they are forced to use the dead seal. Yurin starts sweating profusely at this notion and notes that he can't do that, as it is the very last resort, just in case they can't hope to do anything else. Maihan explains that there is no going back if things are delayed even further, So, with the dead seal, they can at least pressure his spirit power, which is the only thing they can still realistically achieve at this point. Yurin notes that they don't have the spirit stone that the dead seal uses anyway, so what we ate all they do now? Maihan says that they all know about it, so he should stop trying to hide it. Out of the corridor, the Dark Shadow Squad captain arrives, with a box in hand. Yurin is extremely shocked, as even the Dark Shadow Squad captain, who belonged to the inner administration, is a traitorous dog. That box contains what Jaehwan had, the Spirit Stone. Maihan explains that the future of the entire Gorgon is at risk here, so how dare he try and hide such a thing? He knows all too well what would happen if the Fortress Master really completed his deadification. He isn't really intending to let that gigantic dead roam around in this peaceful fortress, right? He has seen with his own eyes many times, even recently, just how much of a threat a single mid-sized dead is to Gorgon. A gigantic one that would come from the Fortress Master would bring upon calamity and destroy everything in its wake without any rhyme or reason. Does he truly want that to happen and kill all of those innocent people? Yurin thinks about the situation. The Fortress Master is basically going berserk, and the Divine Physician is nowhere to be seen. What he said is not unreasonable, and he gets what he is trying to say. However, it doesn't mean that they can do anything, even if they have the Spirit Stone, as the Dead Seal technique is a well-kept secret that only the Emerald Bug Clan can fully utilize. Maihan tells him to not worry about that, as he has already brought people in here who know how to use that oh-so-infamous technique. They are not of the Emerald Bug Clan, but they will do the job just as well. Yurin feels that something is extremely wrong here, so at this point, if they really perform the Dead Seal, the Fortress Master's spirit power will also be sealed into the Spirit Stone, he is certain. Since there are no successors within Chaos, anyone who gets hold of this Spirit Stone has the Fortress Master's spirit power and will inherit it, becoming the next master of the Gorgon Fortress. If that Spirit Stone falls into some dangerous hands, it will be disastrous. Suddenly his eyes widen as he sees someone pick up the Spirit Stone with just their bare hands, something that only the Emerald Bug Clan and Jaehwan are able to do. He thinks of the Fortress Master's words, who said that people who can control soul corruption appeared, so this must be them. Everything that has happened up until now, from when the Fortress Master was corrupted until he went berserk, was all of this the Outer Administrator's grand plan? Yurin tells the others behind him to capture him, but they don't move a single muscle and don't even look at him. He falls to his knees, as this is the only thing he can do. They were all in on it, so there is nothing he can do anymore. One last time, he apologizes to the Fortress Master. Because of their complacence and incompetence, they weren't able to protect Gorgon in his stead. For that, he is truly sorry. He sheds tears, but that's when the ceiling above him shatters, and a large ray of blue light descends, shaking the entire fortress to its core. They all wonder what is happening, and Yurin's eyes are filled with hope once again. The Shadow Squad captain gets in front of Maihan and is clearly annoyed by this. From that hole, Jaehwan and Jaehir arrive, with the still sleepy Chung Hyo. Maihan demands to know who they are, and how dare they trespass in here. Jaehir tells him to stop his foolish act, and throws the two defeated leaders in front of him. Their traitorous acts have been exposed to the world already, as his people have spilled out plenty. The disruption team captain apologizes, and in that second, explodes. Jaehir demands to know what he is doing to them, and Maihan explains that he probably offed himself upon being exposed, so how can he blame him on someone wanting to take their life like this? Jaehir thinks that his act is just ridiculous, and tells everyone to get a grip on things, as this is a full-blown rebellion at this point. If the Dead Seal is completed, everything the Outer Administrator planned will come to fruition. Suddenly 4 men surround him, and one apologizes for doing this. This is the will of the Forbidden Heaven clan, so all he needs to do is stay put until the seal is completed. Jaehir calls them cowards, and Jaehwan looks at this. He notes that in return for saving the Fortress Master, he was offered protection at first, but he made the wrong promise, as Gorgon can't even defend itself nowadays. So, they will change the contents of the promise. He will save the Fortress Master, kill all of the traitors in this room. All he wants in return is this old decrepit man, as he wants to set up the Abyss expedition once again. This catches everyone by surprise, especially Maihan, who seems to not be happy about this. He calls his idea a bunch of nonsense from an unknowing fool. He already heard of the story about a certain person who was able to kill Janya, who was dead, in one single strike. He thought that it was a lie at first, but now he thinks that it's true. If this really is the case, they will have to go all out on him. Jaehwan clenches his sword, and Maihan commands everyone to attack, and they surround Jaehwan and Jahir in an instant. With a few light thrusts, he clears out the people who attack Jahir, and even cuts the hand of the shadow captain. He keeps attacking, but they keep coming at him, in an endless onslaught of people. He stops attacking and sighs. Jaehwan waits for all of them to be in one place, and uses a normal thrust to wipe them out. The attack also reaches Maihan, who desperately tries to block it, but can only deflect it, as it is too powerful to fully block. The attack lands next to the fortress master, and Maihan stares in shock at the gigantic hole it made. If he got hit with that, he is almost certain that he wouldn't have made it out alive. Jurin and Jahir are also very shocked. Outside, whispers on what this rebellion is planning to do can be heard, and Jaehwan finds out that they will use the black cloud on the entire Gorgon, which makes him quite mad. He tells Maihan that he is the outer administrator of this fortress, and also the Forbidden Clan's first elder. He doesn't know exactly what he is trying to do, or why he wants to corrupt souls so much, but he knows this. He likes people like him, quite a lot actually. Maihan notices that he is charging his power, so he orders his men to take that guy down, no matter what it takes. They all charge in, and Jaehwan says that he is very thankful for them, because if he knows that people like them exist in this world, he can easily destroy it. He releases the attack, a mighty thrust that can't hold a single color, so it changes constantly. The attack pierces the heavens and explodes into smaller thrusts, in a flash of beautiful lights. Jahir tells Jurin to get up, but he is too mesmerized by this. This is overwhelming hope, something which the fortress master thought that everyone in this place needs. An overwhelming hope that doesn't falter in the face of anything, no matter what. He simply cannot believe that now he is experiencing the hope he spoke of from this man who is speaking about the annihilation of this world. Everything is turned to rubble, and most if not all of the rebellion is put out. Maihan is still alive, but his hands and legs have been cut off, leaving him utterly defenseless. He calls Jaehwan a truly monstrous beast. However, he is too late, as Gorgon is already doomed, and the fortress master even more so. Jaehwan shuts him up for good, and asks Jahir if that old geezer is still sleeping. Jahir explains that he won't wake no matter what he tries, so Jaehwan grabs him and smashes him against one of the remaining walls. That certainly wakes him up. Suddenly, the fortress master starts shaking uncontrollably, as the deadification they have all tried to stop previously has begun. The system warns everybody that the fortress master's soul corruption has unfortunately reached past 99.9%, so the only thing it can do now is estimate the danger level. The others wonder what is going on, and Jahir screams for the fortress master, but nobody answers. The system explains that the estimation can't be done in time, so the verdict is that this will be an extremely large dead. Alarms start blaring all over Gorgon, telling people to evacuate. They all rush to the exits, and the guards to their best to lead them. But what can only wonder, just what is happening in that fortress right now. Chung Hyo tells Jahir to escort Jurin out of the premises, as they have something to do. Jaehwan will be coming with him, as even if he can't save anyone with that sharp thrust of his, but instead, he will be helping in clearing the path. Jaehwan asks why he got a new sword, and when. Chung Hyo angrily notes that he broke the last one, so they should stop with the chatter and get to work already. They enter the spirit world, inside of the fortress master, and Chung Hyo takes no time in cutting him with all of his might. This brings back the memories of them drinking until they were passed out drunk, or trying to be, and how much they had at the time. Chung Hyo explains that engraving these kinds of memories that have been forgotten due to the deadification is what Dead Slash is really about. If they are filled with memories about their loved ones and the things they cherish most, at least, the worst can be avoided. Suddenly, his expression changes drastically, and a new image pops up, one of war and death. Chung Hyo wonders if this really is the fortress master, but when the figure turns its head, it reveals its eyes, which are filled with hatred, anger, and bloodthirst. Chung Hyo says that cannot be the fortress master, but his eyes turn into the same ones the figure had. The ground starts to shake around them, and Chung Hyo explains that this shouldn't have happened. Something is seriously wrong. This thing is not the Fortress Master anymore. It's something much more deadly. He breaks out of the restraints and starts convulsing rapidly while rising into the air. His eyes turn dark for a second, but are renewed with the same red pupil shortly after. His fingers become slim and long. His back is filled with darkness, and a crest appears on his forehead. The possession of the Fortress Master is now complete. Chung Hyo watches all of this in horror and explains that thing isn't the Fortress Master. It's something he knows, or someone. He slowly descends to the ground, and the very moment he touches it, they are both struck with an extremely heavy pressure. The figure starts speaking, and notes that it would have never guessed it would be able to descend into this world with the help of this body. In the end, even this person, who was quite powerful, became a dead, right? He also recognizes Chung Hyo and begins smiling widely. What is an incomplete awakened like him still doing around here in chaos? Didn't he find what he wanted in Abyss 9 years ago? Chung Hyo starts shaking uncontrollably, as this is the master of the Dead Palace that is situated in the middle of chaos, and also the only being that is able to open the door leading into the Abyss. His name, the Soul King, Catastrophe. Jaehwan tries to use question on him, but nothing seems to work, as he is very similar to a dead, but at the same time, a completely different being. Catastrophe flicks his finger and asks why he hasn't left chaos yet. This flick erases Chung Hyo's established world in an instant and replaces it with a dark, vicious world where he can do as he pleases. He asks if he hasn't left because he wants to protect this utterly pathetic and useless world. Chung Hyo is at a loss for words, as with just one finger, he managed to erase his established world. Catastrophe also looks at Jaehwan and finds him as quite the curious being, since he is a human that still possesses his very heart, even after completely awakening. Chung Hyo thinks that this guy's authority is called Dead Descent, and he most definitely used it on the Fortress Master's body right now. But if that is the case, and this is just a measly clone of him, how can a clone emit this much pressure? It's becoming too overwhelming, even for him. Jaehwan says that if he failed, now naturally it's his turn. So he was actually thinking of killing that thing right about now. Catastrophe is quite amused by this notion and asks if his words hold true. He snaps his neck into a crooked shape and notes that truly, he is a very interesting person. Chung Hyo tries to stop Jaehwan, explaining that he can't do anything about it right now. Not even the great Muller could hold a candle against the Soul King. Even if this is a clone, he mustn't rush into battle like this. Jaehwan urges him to not be so scared, as he is sure he can beat him. Chung Hyo looks at him and wonders, just how is this child so calm when facing an impossible task? Catastrophe starts laughing loudly and maniacally, with his mouth being contorted to open even wider. Suddenly he stops, and after a few convulsions and dark energy emitting around him, he pulls out a sword out of his gaping mouth. If he really meant that, he should give it his best shot, right? He really wants to see what a foolish awakened, who still possesses the heart of a human, can truly do. Chung Hyo recognizes the sword he just manifested. It is called the Void Sword. This weapon is extremely powerful and feared, as it turned half of the previous expedition squad into dead, with just a slash. He cannot believe he is seeing that thing go into action once again. Catastrophe charges in, and Jaehwan barely dodges the attack. He explains that he has seen eyes like his previously. He is trying to go into the abyss, isn't that right? Chung Hyo is quite surprised by this reveal, as he didn't know. It is a fact that they don't have much information about this guy. But will he really be going to the abyss, of all places? Catastrophe notes that people like him, who are trying to get to the end of this world, still exist, despite him thinking otherwise. But he is much too weak to do anything, as he is not even as strong as that Mayor Mullark from over 900 years ago. He strikes at Jaehwan, who uses his hand to get away from his slash, and uses a thrust to remove the other arm. Jaehwan thinks that he is already at an advantage, since he removed his arm, but Catastrophe just grows it back, and uses Jaehwan's surprise to his advantage. He moves swiftly to his side and manages to hit him in the arm, but the rest of the attack is missed. Jaehwan uses a thrust to hit him in the torso, but Catastrophe is not phased in all, so he uses all of this, and tries to kill Jaehwan right now with a large strike. After the rubble and dust settles, only Jaehwan's cape remains, as he has used it to back away. Catastrophe explains that this corruption is basically a disease that advances time. So with just a hit of the Void Sword, several centuries or perhaps even millenniums would pass by on that particular wound. Souls that can't withstand this grow extremely old and corrupted. With all of this combined, they turn into dead. Jaehwan notes that something like this won't move him, so he strikes his own old flesh and soul, noting that he will just rip it all away if he really has to. Catastrophe is quite surprised that he would cut away a part of his soul, which has only grown old like this. He must commend him for this impressive mental fortitude. However, that is all he has right now, and can't hope to ever defeat him. Suddenly, shards come out of his chest and mouth. Jaehwan is shocked at this, and those shards turn into void swords, which are ready to strike at a moment's notice. The swords fly into Jaehwan's direction, who tries to protect Chung-hyo. Catastrophe notes that, now that he has managed to take a closer look, isn't the sword he has within that crafted sheath a replica from the Mare Tower? That is pretty impressive, considering it is just a toy made by the Mare. A few swords get past Jaehwan's defenses and strike him in the leg and arm. Chung-hyo screams at him to do that, and Jaehwan takes no time in piercing himself in order to stop the aging. Catastrophe doesn't stop attacking, however, and their swords clash, creating a large shockwave which sends Chung-hyo away. Catastrophe explains that if he keeps fighting in this manner, his soul won't last for long. Jaehwan sneers at him, but thinks that he is right, as he won't be able to do anything if he keeps striking himself like this. No matter how many times he tries to use question on him, he just can't see his weakness, and he also can't focus, as there are strange particles around, messing with his sight. He thinks of Chung-hyo's explanation of the world, which is named the White World. It is a world where he remembers those who have long disappeared and recreated them, using his imagination. Each awakened holds their own unique world, and their world is made by a keyword that they get when they awaken. It is something that is made from their desires and emotions, so a strong awakened can pull in even more beings into their own unique world. Jaehwan thinks that if this really is the case, he can at least try. He strikes weapons with Catastrophe and uses the momentum to make some distance. With that, he activates his eyes glow as he activates his very own world, the Moon Eye. Chung-hyo looks at this real depiction of the world and notes that this is hell. This world that he has been living in all of this time and enjoying himself is hell. A hellish world, made from only loathing and seething anger. Catastrophe is ecstatic, as this is his opponent's ideal world, extremely beautiful. Jaehwan takes no time in striking him with all of his might and uses his sword to pin him to the ground. Jaehwan thinks that those particles that originally blocked his sight are gone, so now he can focus on the fight and on defeating this guy right now. Suddenly, large tentacles rise out of Catastrophe and he grabs Jaehwan with them. He is constantly charging at him like a fool, without even knowing how to really end all of this. He pins Jaehwan to the ground with extreme force, which breaks the ground beneath them and smashes him even further and further until nothing of the ground remains, only rubble. He stands above Jaehwan and says that he is one who doesn't give up on his hatred. It has truly been a while since he has met such an interesting existence like him. He slowly pulls out the sword from his chest and aims it straight at Jaehwan. All of this was quite the fun adventure, but it is a pity, as all things must eventually come to an end. The sword lunges towards Jaehwan's head, but just when it seems like nothing can be done anymore, he wakes up and his eyes are golden. In that second, he rises his sword through Catastrophe and cuts him straight in half, while also decapitating him perfectly. This is not really over, as he is only just getting started. He is now ready to fight. Catastrophe notes that his pointless struggle is just plain ridiculous, as he can't hope to ever lay a hand on him in any meaningful way. He starts regenerating from only his head, but this time he contorts into something more macabre and large, so he towers over Jaehwan. The crest on his forehead also grows, which makes Jaehwan think that this is not good at all. Catastrophe has transformed into a dubious shape, with elongated limbs and neck. He takes no time in striking Jaehwan, who dodges the first attack, but he doesn't stop in the relentless attack, so he uses his other hand to send Jaehwan flying, who couldn't have ever hoped to dodge this one. He smashes into a wall, which makes him vomit blood, and Catastrophe cuts the rock he was stuck in with all of his might. Jaehwan, however, had plenty of time to dodge, and makes his way behind him, where he prepares an extremely large thrust. Catastrophe noticed him, and they clash into a flurry of blue and red. Catastrophe explains that he has watched countless beings try to build the world for millennia, and they all climb to the top of this tree to try and appease and sate their own curiosity. Is he also the same as them, trying to find some kind of answers from this world? What exactly is he asking then? What does he want to know? He presses his sword hardened on Jaehwan, who seems to have been caught by surprise with this. However, Catastrophe's sword stops, and a blue hue emits from its blade. Now he truly understands his question. The world itself is his question, isn't that right? Jaehwan managed to block the attack, but the impact has taken a toll on him, as he is bleeding once again. Catastrophe continues interrogating him. What is his question? What does he want to make of this world of his in the first place? Destruction, annihilation, or perhaps even extermination? But judging by this world and the things in it, he wants the end, and that is the most fitting name of this place. What arrogance to make a world such as this one. A mere human dares to question the worth of the illusion tree and its very existence? Such arrogance must be punished, as not even the wisest men can ever hope to start questioning the illusion tree and why it is here in the first place. He starts slashing around and seems to have Jaehwan in bad position, but then Jaehwan notes that he doesn't know what he is talking about. Catastrophe notes that if this is not the case, what he is doing isn't questioning, right? Jaehwan stands below him and thinks that this situation is all too similar to what he has experienced before, with Beast Rain. This makes him think of something, however, as what he is fighting now is a clone that possessed the Fortress Master. So, that would mean that he can do something. He buries his feet into the ground and uses all of his might into one mighty thrust. This surprises Catastrophe, but he doesn't have time to dodge at all, so he takes the attack full on, which makes a gigantic hole in the wall. Catastrophe slowly regenerates and notes that his impudence seems to know no limits. Does he actually think he could ever kill him, in any way possible? How foolish, even for a mortal, he is too prideful and weak. He is bored now, so he will put an end to this little game. He charges in, wanting to swallow him whole. Jaehwan, however, stands proud and tall, looking at him with his golden eyes. Before he can take a bite of Jaehwan's succulent flesh, he jumps high into the air, and a few golden orbs appear once again, and a gigantic line, showing him the path to victory. With newfound confidence, he charges in with all of his might, and lands directly on his back, and on the line that is formed. Catastrophe is now shocked, as what this man just did is a technique that holds the name of crack. Jaehwan keeps pushing his sword in, and a gigantic blue explosion occurs. Catastrophe admits defeat, and notes that he will be waiting for him at the entrance that leads to the abyss. He, the one who lives for the end. With that, the water clears, and Jaehwan, accompanied by the Tower Master, sit in the water, tired and relieved. While resting from the most grueling battle of his life, Jaehwan thinks that he needs to become stronger, no matter what. Just thrusting isn't enough anymore, especially since he used the strong thrust, which worked wonders against a lot of people. But versus a single strong individual, it is not as strong, due to the damage radius being far too wide. In this fight, he was only able to use it to distract and buy time, whenever he could. It seems that after all, thrusting isn't the solution to everything like he expected, and so he needs to create a new technique to deal with more powerful enemies. The day begins anew, and the others are checking on Chung Hyo, who seems passed out once again, but this time, not from drinking too much. Suddenly, the Fortress Master speaks to Jaehwan and urges him to come near him for a little while. Jaehwan does just that, and the Fortress Master explains that, even though he became a dead, he could still see, and observed him with great interest. He thanks him for fighting the Soul King on his own, and grabs his arm very tightly. Perhaps, after all of this, and his continuous rule, it is time for Gorgon to experience some well-deserved changes. So, if he may, he would like for him to take all of this. The Fortress Master gives him some energy through his arm, in the shape of a snake, or dragon. He notes that there is a familiar energy all around him. He can feel all of the warm memories he has made and cherishes, even though he doesn't know it. Before disappearing, the Fortress Master tells him one last thing: to never forget how a human is and feels, no matter what. The other guards arrive at the scene, and they all stare in the direction of Jaehwan, who has made his way out of the rubble, but also holds a new patterns on his arm, the very same that the fortress master gave him. They all bow down, and Jaehwan, with a tear in his eye, thinks that if this was the fortress's master final wish, then he will uphold it. He bows down as well, and greets the new fortress master. Jaehwan is taken back by this, and just stares at them. 2 days later, things return to normal, and the people start rebuilding with what they have. Jaehwan sits at the office of the fortress master, but doesn't believe himself to be one, as he told them countless times that he is not going to be that and take on the title. Jaehwan says that perhaps he may have forgotten the contents of their promise, so he would like to inform him about them once again. He shows him the conditions, which specifically said to save the fortress master, which is now impossible to complete. Jaehwan asks if he's telling him to take responsibility for the fortress master dying, and Jaehwan notes that it is something of the nature. Jaehwan tries to twist this around in his favor, saying that even though the old fortress master did indeed pass away, since he, the new fortress master, got out of that alive, that should resolve the condition, right? Jaehwan smiles and notes that he is very right, so therefore, he has to keep that promise in the future too, since he is now the fortress master, even though he denies it. Jaehwan laments having so much responsibility on him, and explains that he has no time to waste around here, as he needs to climb higher and get to the abyss. Can't he just pass the position to someone more capable and willing? Jaehwan tells him that something like this is not possible, as Gorgon wouldn't acknowledge that person anyways. Jaehwan thinks that Gorgon is the pattern that the fortress master gave him before passing away. Did it really choose him? Jaehwan explains that since the position of fortress master isn't something that can be just passed down to anyone, he must fulfill his duties. The only time the fortress master changes is when the current one dies, like what happened recently. Additionally, he has some documents that needs to be looked at for the day. Since he is now the fortress master, he also included some useful tips and records that will certainly help him be better. Jaehwan picks up one of the files and sees that it's filled with laws, mostly about how nobody can disrespect the fortress master. So that is why everyone only said good things about the fortress master before. Jaehwan tells him that additionally, he has a few items that he may find useful in the drawer, and he will be going back to organizing books. Should he need any assistance, he should feel free to call for him. Jaehwan, out of curiosity, looks inside of the drawer and finds a crumbled up paper, which was written by the 17th fortress master. The paper slowly takes a new shape and surprisingly starts speaking. He doesn't know who he is speaking to, but congratulates them nonetheless. When he discovers this, it means that he has become the brand new fortress master. By now, naturally, he is probably thinking hard about how to rule over Gorgon and its people. Jaehwan wonders what this strange piece of paper is, and it continues to explain. He should not worry about such matters, as the fortress master has one thing that they need to do: to enjoy themselves, as a good fortress master is one who knows how to play, and most importantly, party. He should just leave the security to that branch, the inner fortress to the administrator, and so on and so forth. He is not the first, and probably not last, to give out such advice. It has been passed down by numerous fortress masters, so at least it must hold some value, right? Based on the status of Big Brother, more than half of the fortress master's soul got corrupted previously, due to them dying from overwork. Jaehwan feels the intention from this paper and sees how it was written. This advice is for his own good, but also for Gorgon's and its people. He pleads with him to not be greedy for more, not change anything, and most importantly, to never lose himself. Every single existence in this place knows already that this world can never be changed. Because of this, what it truly needs is not change, but an extension of life. So, what is needed is not change for the minority, but peace, for the majority that can hold out and survive. So he begs him, one last time, to not be greedy. A good fortress master here, in chaos, is one who does nothing at all. Jaehwan ponders the situation for a bit, and thinks that he finally understands what kind of existence the fortress master is in this place. An existence that exists solely to get rid of hope, for an extension of life. An existence that stops changes, for the life of the majority, so that they can live peacefully. Jaehwan comes back into the office and asks what he is thinking about, as he seems to be pondering something deep, and Jaehwan notes that, after thinking, he is going to get rid of this position, the Fortress Master one. Jaehwan asks what he means by saying that, and Jaehwan doesn't tell him, except noting that they need to start from now. So he asks him what the Fortress Master means to him, as an individual. Jaehwan thinks of the question for a bit, and explains that a single fact they can take from this is that a fortress simply means that it's a fort, a military building that has a single purpose, to protect people from danger. Jaehwan asks, if the enemies were to not exist any longer, what would happen? Would this still be considered a fortress? Jaehwan comes to the realization that, if that were to happen, the purpose of the fortress would be no longer, and the position of the Fortress Master would no longer be needed. However, he says that a fortress without any enemies is not really possible. Jaehwan says otherwise, and notes that he will be the one to unite all of chaos under one banner. In chaos, there aren't any funerals. Instead of that, people do a ritual that is known as Soul Farewell Procession, which is held to send off those who have passed on for good. If usual funerals are held to remember and rest the dead, the Soul Farewell ritual is held to a race of the dead. As it is being held, people would talk about the souls of the dead, and after it is over, they will never speak of that particular person ever again. That is the very last thing that chaos can give to those who have left chaos for good. Jaehwan starts speaking for the ritual, and notes that by now, they all know the old Fortress Master, Emil Grochesk. But they weren't able to bury him, because he has disappeared from this world completely. He had not a single shred of a physical body left, and his soul is long gone. He came a nutrient for the illusion tree, and only left memories of him behind, which is precisely why they will forget all about him. For the last week of the Soul Farewell ritual, they will talk about him fondly, for the last time, and for his sake. They will keep talking and talking about him and his exploits, until nothing remains. Jaehwan, who was sitting in a corner all of this time, thinks that finally, he knows the name of the old man who passed down this position to him. He also hears others' people's thoughts about him, and they are quite skeptical as he hasn't lived even for 100 years, so he is inexperienced. A woman that stood next to him all of this time notes that he looks like he wants to beat them down, and smiles. Another person comes to him and asks if he's the new Fortress Master. Chung Hyo stands next to the woman and notes that she is too late, calling her the Priestess Clan's vice leader. It seems like that old weasel from the Savant clan has beaten her to it, in terms of greeting the new Fortress Master. The woman finds this quite interesting and asks him what side he will be on. Chung Hyo explains that he bets that there will be a time when he can establish that for good. The weasel asks Jaehwan for his age, which he replies with 60. He finds this quite strange. Was there perhaps a hidden institution in Gorgon? Or is he perhaps the son of the Fortress Master? This comment makes the people around them look in disgust, as they found this comment extremely rude towards the old Fortress Master. The weasel notes that it doesn't matter anyways, and hopes to work with him in the future. He is the vice clan leader of the Savant clan, Yang Ilhan. He thinks that, based on the rumors he heard, this new Fortress Master is a non-adapter, so now he can get back for the humiliation he faced 10 years ago. Back then, he was tasked to set up a branch in Gorgon, no matter what. But while he was bribing the other guards in order to get in, he got caught by a certain gate captain and promptly arrested. Afterwards, he was sent to the Fortress Master, who told him that, after trying to bribe the guards, he caused a lot of disturbance in Gorgon, so he can't allow him to set a branch here. He was rejected in an instant by a stubborn Fortress Master and an even more stubborn gate captain. But today, he will be getting his revenge. With this random child being the new Fortress Master, this opportunity seems to be predestined by the heavens themselves. They shake hands, and Ilhan uses the highest level illusion skill he owns. The spell enters Jaehwan's mind, and he is sent to the 8 gates of hell, where fire permeates throughout, and a large draconic being starts to attack him. The others notice that he is sitting still, and guess that Ilhan bastard must have used the 8 gates of hell, which is extremely shameful, as that is too harsh for someone as young as 60. Ilhan smiles from ear to ear, as by now, this kid should be tasting the hellfire from the Crimson Dragon, Tiamat, in the illusion world. Soon enough, he will be wailing around, and he will have no choice but to obey his orders, like a good dog. Jaehwan notes that this place, Chaos, sure has a unique way of shaking hands, but if that is the case, It is his turn now. He uses the same type of magic to let Ilhan see the true world, and the moon eye that watches them at all times. His eyes start to get bloodshot, and he screams uncontrollably, while cowering in fear. Jaehwan explains that usually, he should be executed for insulting the fortress master in such a manner. But he is letting him go just this once, so he should be mindful the next time they meet. Chung Hyo finds this outcome quite boring, but the woman is very surprised. After all of this, Jaehwan prepares to make an inaugural address to everyone in this place. He gets on stage, and Chung Hyo feels that something very strange or bad is about to happen. Jaehwan presents himself, and that he also doesn't know a single thing about Emil Grochesk and who he was. Not about the work he did, the way he lived, nor the kind of man he was. And if he's honest, it's not really any of his business to know. All that is important right now is that they are not happy with him, and he gets it. He doesn't have a lot of spiritual power, is pretty young, and if they thought that he received this position by pure luck, they would be correct, as he suddenly became the fortress master without ever wanting to. They are unhappy with him being in this position, and he also doesn't want it. So, what should they do, so that everyone is happy? After thinking for a short 30-second, he has come to a perfect solution. Whoever it is, it does not matter. If they manage to defeat him in a one-on-one match, they will be given the position of fortress master. This makes Kaiman, the leader of the Southern Sea Clan, laugh, as this is quite a refreshing change for a new fortress master. He asks if there are any conditions to this, and Jaehwan explains that sure, there is one. The period of this will be 1 month, and if they all fail in taking his position, every single one of them will become a part of the Abyss Expedition Squad that will be departing in 2 months. Yurin thinks that he believed in Jaehwan quite a lot. Since he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan, he already recognized him as the next fortress master. Even if he made those utterly ridiculous declarations, like uniting chaos and all that, he simply observed, even when he felt uneasy. Because in the end, he is still the fortress master after all. Surely he wouldn't do anything that would harm the fortress, right? Well, that is what he thought, until Juhire came in screaming that things are starting to get out of control, while he was having his morning routine. Having had enough, Yurin stormed the office with extreme anger and asked Jaehwan directly, just how long is he intending to ignore his position? He walks up to him, but only finds Carlton in his place, who was supposed to be in the medical ward. This enrages Yurin even further, and he screams for Jaehwan, which can be heard even outside. Below the fortress, Jaehwan uses a few statues that are shaped like Carlton for training, which Chung Hyo finds to be a waste, as many ladies would want to possess something like this, especially those from the ward that took care of him. Jaehwan notes that doesn't matter right now. Instead, he should check out the new technique that he created. Jaehwan starts gathering green energy around him, which intrigues Chung Hyo. The pose he has while doing the preparation is definitely softer, and looking at how he guided the sword, it must have been inspired by his slash. Since that is the case, the technique name should be Chung Hyo Thrust, right? Jaehwan asks if he wants to get thrusted with the technique, as he will after hearing what he just said. Chung Hyo is angry at his retort, and notes that he's been getting more and more arrogant while unsheathing his sword. Jaehwan doesn't give him the time to do anything and unleashes the technique at him, which hits the wall above them. Chung Hyo is about to start tearing into him, but that's when something heavy falls from the ground, the Lighting God clan leader, Woon Yong. A few minutes ago, he and his subordinates were crawling through the basement and were standing right above Jaehwan. Yong got ready to attack, as he wanted to become the fortress master. Even if people thought that assassination was cowardly, to him, it is the truest form of combat. That's when he got blasted by Jaehwan's technique and put out of service. Eventually he wakes up, and Chung Hyo immediately jumps in his face, which spooks him. Yong asks what he's doing here, and Chung Hyo notes that he was always a small little weasel, so he knew the day would come when he would do something dumb like this. Yong asks who that young guy is, and Chung Hyo tells him that is the new fortress master. Yong notes that all of this just doesn't make sense, as he hasn't even heard of someone like him in Chaos, or even in the Almighty Land. Chung Hyo sighs and explains that indeed, nothing makes sense. Everything about that man doesn't make a lick of sense. Yong is surprised that he would say that, but also that this didn't count, and he wants a rematch, as he still has some fight left in him. Jaehwan tells him to come forward, as they will fight once again, if he wishes. Yang charges in extremely fast, but Jaehwan dodges, which makes Yang smile, and use a spinning attack. Jaehwan again dodges, which annoys Yang. He wasn't going to use this technique, but now he feels compelled to. He gathers all of his energy into a large ball and thinks that he will destroy this guy in one strike. Unfortunately for him, Jaehwan teleports behind him and notes that technique takes way too long to charge up. And so, the first competitor is defeated. Later he reports back to them, after telling everyone that he, the Lighting God clan leader, barely lost to him, just like they ordered him. Chung Hyo congratulates him, as now, there will be a lot of strong people who will challenge this new fortress master. It has been exactly 100 years since they got where they are, in one of the clans of the Almighty Land. The Yuun clan, Yoon Yong, the now possessor of the Lightning God art, was but a slave, to be abused and messed with whenever his master's fancy. This happened right after he cleared the tower, and his comrades also suffered the same fate, to be slaves for the rest of their lives. However, one by one, his friends either were commanded to fight in battlefields, get sold, or simply die from the abuse. After 100 years, most of the comrades that he grew to cherish passed away, in his head and in real life. Despite all of this, though, he survived, and after 100 years of complete obedience, he was officially announced as a servant of the clan. But on the same day that he was chosen to be a servant, something inside of him screamed to defy his masters no matter what. That voice was right, as he couldn't bear to live like this, not even for a second. And because of this, he betrayed the trust he had garnered over 100 years and went into the secret manual vault of the Yuun clan. That is where he found and stole the Lighting God art. And when he learned it, his body seemed to have regressed to its younger days, and he felt invigorated. This was the secret knowledge that the Yuun clan tried to hide, this immense power. Naturally, things didn't go so well afterwards, as he was chased for well over 20 years due to this theft, which actually led to him dying like a dog. But on the bright side, he got summoned to chaos and was able to become the 9th of the 10 clans. However, this man, who has yet to live for even 100 years, simply became the fortress master of chaos. Additionally, he also made Chung Hyo smile, something which you do not see from him, as he saw true despair when he went on the Abyss expedition. Still, despite all of this, he is still pouting, as it seems kind of unfair. Chung Hyo notes that he got lucky, as he managed to meet him before he experienced true despair. His face is basically screaming denial about that man, but he will tell him something which might change his mind. 1 week before he arrived, Gorgon was almost taken over by the Forbidden Heaven clan. This surprises Yang quite a bit, and he waits to hear more. Chung Hyo explains that he doesn't know how all of the personal insight of Gorgon was on their side, but it seemed like they were preparing to occupy Gorgon for a long, long while. Before they could do anything too hurtful, however, Jaehwan saved all of Gorgon with a mighty attack, and even fended off the Soul King, who descended down here by possessing the body of the Fortress Master. That is all that the current Fortress Master has done. Yang is shocked by all of these mighty achievements, and notes that he should have told him earlier, instead of letting him get beaten like that. That's when somebody busts through the door, and demands to fight the Gorgon Fortress Master. This is the Fire King clan leader Kang Hwang, and apologizes for coming here accompanied by the Sea clan leader. But he can go first, right? Jaehwan notes that there is not need for that. They should both come at the same time, as he was in the midst of practicing his new technique, so he would rather not waste time. This shocks both of the challengers, and Chung Hyo says that things are going to get messy real quick today. Hwang steps forwards and hopes that he doesn't regret what he just said. He charges in with all of his might and unleashes a flame attack upon Jaehwan, which he dodges quite easily. The attack hits the wall, which makes Chung Hyo scream at both. They both clash swords, and Hwang asks if he is actually scared of the flames that are coming from his sword. Jaehwan denies this and prepares a mighty punch, which is engulfed in flame the moment it hits the sword. Hwang barely manages to block, giving Jaehwan the opportunity to attack, with some final words, those being that he should tell him later if he is scared of his thrust. Jaehwan ends the fight by creating a gigantic hole in the wall, which he most likely sent Hwang through. The Sea Clan Master puts out the remaining flames that were strewn about and notes that Meathead will be fine. Jaehwan asks why he didn't fight with him, and the Sea Clan Master explains that he simply hates the heat, but now they will have plenty of room and time to fight. Even the lights in the room are put out, and they both stare at each other. Jaehwan thinks that up until now, he fought electricity and fire. But now, there is water too. This reminds him of a certain monster-catching game. But nonetheless, this guy seems to be stronger than the other two. He charges in with a thrust, but Kaiman blocks it, and then parries the attack, giving both of them space. Jaehwan thinks that this guy is quite different from the others, as he is just not charging in like a maniac, but actually calculating his every move. He tries to hit Jaehwan, however. He dodges swiftly, and raises himself into the air, where he has ample room to unleash a bigger attack. Before it can hit, however, the Sea Clan Master dodges, although barely. He stares at the rubble that Jaehwan created with a single attack, and notes that if he was hit by something like that, he would have been utterly crushed. With that, he gives up the fight, and Jaehwan asks why, as he has yet to show him his full power. Kaiman explains that, even without that, the result is pretty obvious if one thinks about it, but since he lost and all, they should talk about the Abyss expedition. Huang comes back from his adventure inside of the walls, and screams at Yang for lying about Jaehwan's strength, as he got his ass beat because of it. Chunghyo notes that he should blame himself for losing, not Yang, which makes him even more mad. Yang mocks him lightly, saying that, since they both lost the fight, they are required to join the Abyss expedition, without any fuss. Kaiman explains that he came here with the intention of joining the expedition in the first place, which surprises Yang, but Huang knows exactly why. Kaiman was the closest friend of the previous fortress master, Amel, and because he was weak, he wasn't able to join the expedition when it first happened. When the expedition returned home, without any fruits, and beaten to a pulp, with most of them being just gone, he was the first to witness the fall of the greats. That happened 900 years ago, and it seems that, ever since he saw that, Kaiman has been waiting for an opportunity like this, while patiently sharpening his sword. He notes that he was intending to go into the abyss in the near future anyways, so this seems like the perfect opportunity to do it, for him at least. Chunghyo tries to say something, but knows that this man is filled with ambition, and instead asks Huang what he intends to do. He knows full well that he lost, and he is a man, and has already come to terms with having to go. Chunghyo also asks Yang about his choice, and he says that he just decided. That's when he suddenly bolts towards Jaehwan, taking everyone by surprise. Chunghyo tries to warn him to not fight that man again. Has he really lost his senses? Jaehwan gets ready to attack, but instead of doing that, Yang bows down with all of his might, which confuses the other people even more. Yang explains that, from this moment forth, he, the Lighting God clan leader, Woon Yang, swears utter loyalty to him, the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan stares at him for a second, and notes that there is no need for him to do all of this. Yang doesn't stop, however, and explains that he would still like to do it, and will even swear his loyalty, even if he has to die. Jaehwan tells him that he is already dead though, which makes him want to cry, but continues. Even if that is true, he asks him to accept him as one of his family members. He would be fine with just being a mere captain, if he has to. Chunghyo wonders what family he is talking about, while Yang promises to not steal secret martial manuals, something which he doesn't have a good record with. Chunghyo tells him that, first and foremost, he is the Lighting God clan leader. So how can he say all of this, when he has a clan to take care of? With a defeated voice, Yang explains that his clan doesn't exist anymore in chaos. With him included, there are only 7 people who managed to barely survive. The Lighting God clan was utterly annihilated 1 week ago. Chunghyo ponders the situation deeply, and asks Yang if it really is true that the clan is gone, which he confirms. Chunghyo starts summarizing his situation as of now. His clan was basically done for, and so it happened that an opportunity arose, in the form of an one-on-one challenge to choose the new fortress master. With a mindset that told him to risk everything, he decided to come here, and try to become the fortress master in any way possible. However, when he actually fought Jaehwan, he lost so pathetically that it isn't worth describing. His clan is gone, he can't become fortress master, and now when he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he wants them to accept him. Isn't that right? Yang confirms that is precisely it, without a shred of shame. Chunghyo finds all of this weird though, as news about his clan's fall should have spread around by now. Kaiman concurs, as even if Manticore and Gorgon are far from each other, it doesn't take a week for some news to spread. Yong notes that Jaehwan saved the fortress earlier, isn't that right? Chung-hyo explains that he already told him, that he defeated those from the Forbidden Heaven clan. That's when it all clicks, and he figures out what happened. The other two are surprised that the Forbidden Heaven clan actually was inside of Gorgon, but they did wonder what that ruckus was when it happened. Chung-hyo notes that, indeed, it was them, and in Yong's case, they were the ones that destroyed his clan. Isn't that right? Yong confirms that is as he says, but it wasn't only his clan that was destroyed. The third-ranked clan, the Dark Forest clan, and the rank one, the Heavenly Dragon clan, have also suffered the same fate, at the hand of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Hwang is utterly shocked by this, and Chung-hyo asks, "Does this mean that the Manticore fortress is gone?" Yong tells them that Manticore has been completely captured by the Forbidden Heaven clan when they attacked. Chung-hyo ponders all of the new information, and comes to the conclusion that information just can't be blocked for an entire week, unless something is done to the fortress itself, that is. So this means that the Forbidden Heaven clan has gotten complete and utter control over the skill system after taking Manticore, and blocked the messaging skill. Hwang finds it hard to wrap his head around this, as 3 out of then clans were wiped overnight, by just 1 clan. Kaiman notes that he heard rumors about the Forbidden Heaven clan growing in forces, but he didn't think that it would be to this extent. This is quite the surprise. Jaehwan asks if this means that the smaller the rank, the stronger the respective clan is. Yong stares at him, and asks if he only realized it now, despite being the fortress master. This angers Jaehwan, and they all shiver while he emanates a terrifying aura. Yong tries to make up excuses but chooses to apologize, and explain how it works to him, which calms Jaehwan down. Yong explains that in the whole of Chaos, there are 4 fortresses, that are all ruled by 10 clans, although this should be common information. The 10 clans in Chaos aren't all the same, and thus, they are ranked from 1 to 10. The strongest clan is on the top, rank 1, so there should be a stark difference between the first and the last clans. However, rank 9, Lighting God, rank 3, Dark Forest, and rank 1, Heavenly Dragon, have all been utterly destroyed by the Forbidden Heaven clan, that is at the bottom, rank 10. They even took Manticore with ease, and he doesn't have any real evidence of this, but he is certain that somebody is supporting them from the shadows. Jaehwan thinks about the Forbidden Heaven clan, as at first, he thought that they were just people who had the mare, but they tried to take over Gorgon, and actually managed to take Manticore. If they are willing to take fortresses, they might have the same goal as him. However, this makes him wonder, if the mare that is at Manticore is accompanied by that person that guy mentioned in the past. Well, there is only one way to find out, so he will have to do something. Somewhere else entirely, someone's head gets cut off, by a person who is standing on a throne, lamenting that they couldn't get the guardian horned beast. This person is the Forbidden Clan leader, Lim Jin-hong. Inside of the same hall, 2 men report to Jin-hong that the Heavenly Dragon clan leader has been successfully imprisoned, and all of his limbs have been severed. The Dark Forest clan leader is still fighting back with the few men he has left, but they are positive that he will fall soon enough. While he listens, Jin-hong plays around with the head of the decapitated subordinate, and notes that he is pleased. But what about the capture of the Lightning God clan leader? One of them tries to say that they haven't gotten to him yet, and immediately gets a knife to the shoulder and falls down. The other apologizes for their insolence, and Jin-hong notes that it's all right, but do they at least know where they ran to? The other says that it's most likely Gorgon, making Jin-hong think that it's strange the clan leaders joined hands as soon as Manticore fell. But speaking about Gorgon, he has heard about a crazy bastard that wants to gather people for another Abyss expedition, which he finds to be insane. He can't believe that somebody else thinks like that. While they had much less forces than in Manticore when trying to conquer Gorgon, the first elder, Maihan, had put a lot of effort in the gathering of the foundation stones, so it's quite surprising that he actually failed. A big screen appears in his face, and looks closer at Jaehwan, noting that he looks a bit similar, but he can't quite put his finger on it. That's when he gets a message from the Monarch of Pitch Darkness, who demands of him to look for the runaway product that escaped from a tower. Jin-hong is a little mad that he is getting ordered around like this, but there is nothing he can do, so he orders his subordinates to tell everyone that they received the message first. This situation makes little sense to him, however, how some random product was actually able to kill a cultivator while in the tutorial, and came in to destroy the whole of Chaos. He puts another knife in the head of the guy he hit earlier, and notes that truly, it doesn't make sense at all. The remaining subordinate asks what they should do against the Lighting God clan, but Jin Hong says that they should just leave him alone. Let all of the different clan leaders gather at Gorgon. It's actually better for them, as that place will soon be razed to the ground by an army of dead. He thinks about the extremely vile energy that seeped out of Gorgon a few weeks ago, and thinks that surely it came from the Soul King, Catastrophe. His energy disappeared quite quick, but what is scary isn't the descent, it's the fact that the dead can summon other dead. Those Gorgon bastards are about to find out just why Catastrophe is considered a disaster. While they sit in the training room, the group discuss about someone secretly backing the Forbidden Heaven clan. Yong notes that it might be one of the 12 monarch of the Almighty Land, but the others find this impossible, as the monarch usually don't meddle in chaos affairs. Huang says that he heard somewhere that the Almighty Land is currently having a war, so just maybe someone is trying to take advantage of this fact and get chaos involved. So how about they just try to contact the Resurrection Palace? Cayman is surprised by this suggestion, as the Resurrection Palace is a place that the monarch and 5 great clans revive. It is also the group who manages the fruits of chaos. In any case, however, if one of the 12 great monarchs are truly involved in this, it means that they broke their solemn treaty. Chung Hyo tells them that, in return for the fruits, the monarchs and the 5 great clans made a treaty of sorts and promised to never get involved in chaos affairs. Huang says that they must contact them now, but Kaiman notes that this is all a guess, and truly, he does not like to ask for help at all. Additionally, what would they do if they were all in it together? Chung Hyo asks Jaehwan what they need to do now, as Manticore has fallen and 3 of the clans are down. If they proceed with his original plan, it will mean war, surely. Jaehwan notes that they are enemies that they need to fight in the first place, so if they have to do so eventually, why not do them now? It seems that Jurhan told him Chung Hyo about Jaehwan's plans, and he pondered on the topic greatly. He says that if he's trying to unite chaos, it will be an insurmountable task, as getting all of the clans to submit to him seems like a pipe dream. Additionally, the Resurrection Palace is far stronger than any of the 10 clans, combined. No matter how strong he is, or how strong he will become, he can't just do things alone. A glisten of light shines through the hole in the ceiling, and Jaehwan notes that this is precisely why he is here, with him. Jaehwan looks confidently at Chung Hyo, who is extremely shocked by his answer. Jaehwan notes that, it is as he said earlier, he is inexperienced in many things, and has not lived a long enough life, but that doesn't really matter, since he is around. Chung Hyo blushes, and asks when he told him he would actually join the expedition too. Jaehwan stares at him once again, and asks if he really doesn't want to, something which moves Chung Hyo. He laments feeling what he's feeling right now, especially from a 60-year-old child no less. Jaehwan turns his attention to the group and tells them that, as they have heard previously, he's not simply trying to gather people for the Abyss expedition. First things first, he will be uniting the whole chaos. After that, he will be destroying the Resurrection Palace that stole the fruits they fought for over 900 years ago. Only then will they depart for the Abyss expedition, and what he needs most of all is true comrades who will go through this with him, all of it. If they do not feel that they can be up to the task, they should leave now, as he has no further need for them. Kaiman asks if he intends to do it, even if he has nobody to help, and Jaehwan says that yes, he will do all of it by himself if he must. Kaiman then asks, why? Didn't he say himself that he couldn't be able to do it alone if he had to? Jaehwan looks at him sternly, and notes that he made it all the way here only by himself, so being alone is something natural for him at this point. This shocked the 3 from the group, and they don't know how to answer to that. But suddenly, Kaiman bursts out laughing, as he finds this extremely fun. He swears allegiance to his cause. He will follow him anywhere, be it the Abyss expedition or the Resurrection Palace. He will be there. Yong also does the same, and swears the same to him. After this is done with, they ask Huang about what he will do, and he notes that he hasn't decided fully just yet. This surprises Kaiman and disappoints Yong, who doesn't seem that impressed. Huang screams at them, saying that his reaction is the normal one in this situation. How could they just join up with this guy without even knowing much about him? If he's honest, He just doesn't believe that he is actually capable of leading an expedition to the abyss, as the enemies that he wants to presumably defeat are extremely strong, which is exactly why he hopes that he can prove himself capable of it. 6 out of the clan leader are now gone, so if he is acknowledged by the 3 other clan leader, he will acknowledge him too, and will also follow him anywhere. Jaehwan agrees instantly, as he doesn't need to think about it for long, but he also has a condition for this. If he needs to be acknowledged by them, then naturally they should also be acknowledged by him, right? So, he proposes this. A tournament, he will host it, and their titles as clan leaders will be on the line. If they all make it to the quarterfinals of the tournament, then he acknowledges them fully, and only then he will be taking their tests. Huang is rather enraged by this, but Kamen notes that it does make sense, since he has no proof that they are the strongest in chaos, and he can't depend solely on their titles either. So when will this tournament of his be taking place? That's when a dark energy emanates from behind the door, and when it's opened, they see Yurin, who is very angry, as he has seen what Jaehwan put up on the walls. He notes that it already started in a sense, as he has put flyers all around, announcing the tournament preliminaries. Later in the fortress, Yurin sighs deeply, and Jahir notes that he's sure their fortress master has a plan, otherwise he wouldn't have done that. Yurin doesn't know what this guy was thinking, as now the situation has become a lot worse. All of the relatively strong people in chaos, and those who also want to see the fight, have swarmed the gates, and the outer fortress is already fully packed with people. Additionally, all of the inspection gates are having difficulty with confirming identities, so there's that. Carlton notes that he doesn't seem all too happy with Jaehwan's choice, but Yurin says that it's not that, but this is a matter of principles here, something which should be kept. Carlton asks if they can't just make a majority vote in cases of emergency, which the fortress master has to agree with, no matter what. Yurin notes that they could, because among the 5 inner tower leaders, those that would agree would be the 3 newly appointed leaders, so they would have more voting power. These 3 were chosen as leaders because 4 of the 5 tower leaders were slain during the incident with the Forbidden Heaven Clean, and the remaining one became severely injured and is now absent. Thus, they appointed 3 new leaders: Claire as the fiancé tower leader, Jahir as the security tower leader, and Carlton as the law tower leader, obviously. They could get their proposal approved with this much. However, he doesn't feel that Claire was a good choice, as what kind of financial know-how does a bar owner have? She doesn't realistically deserve to be in charge of the entire finance tower, he thinks. She looks at him dead in the eyes and notes that judging by his reaction, he disagrees with the choice of the new fortress master. But does he even know what kind of value will his choice create? Yurin asks what she means by that, and Claire notices that he has been looking down on her since she is a bar owner, but that's whatever at this point. She explains that if people gather, money will naturally also be there, and Gorgon is now filled to the brim, something which hasn't happened in years, because of this one tournament. She also asks if he knows where the tourney will be held, and he tells her that he hasn't found out just yet. She explains that it's at the northern outer fortress, where the street stall are. So, if he remembers, it's the street where everything was destroyed, because of the Forbidden Heaven clan. The residents, who lost their jobs, started repairing the streets, and are now working as tournament staff. Yurin didn't think about all of this, and only took the tournament into consideration, something which was foolish of him. She tells him that the amount of money they lost from the Forbidden Heaven clan incident was a gigantic 12.87 billion horen, so if the tournament is held for 2 days, she estimates that they will make a total of 13.28 billion horen, probably more, as she hasn't taken other things into account. Yurin is surprised by all of her knowledge, but Claire says that he shouldn't be, as she dealt with a lot of money in her previous life. It was her job, basically. She doesn't truly know what this fortress master wants to do, whether he wants to free them or just fight the entirety of chaos. But she knows this, that he is going to change chaos, no matter what. At the south of chaos, in the Green Ocean, the Dryad Fortress stands, which was made by nature, purely out of the roots, and secretions from the plant-type guardian horned beast, also named Dryad, who would consume moisture from the Great Sea. The fortress master of this place, Aisha Lincroft, connects to the nature around her and feels that something is wrong. So she uses a top-level skill, Scout. With it, She sees far, far away and spots that there are countless dead going towards Gorgon, and one especially dangerous thing is the one in the front, which is one of the three great dead, the backwards walking Magritte. It's so powerful enough to detect that Aisha is looking at him, and it stares back with its deep eyes, which damages her to the point where she bleeds from the mouth. Without much to do, she notes that at least she should inform the Gorgon fortress master and sends a bird to do it. In the northern streets of Gorgon, the tournament is happening, and Shin Muguk, the Limitless clan leader, notes that this is progressing very fast, as they are down to the pre-quarterfinals, only in 3 days, at that. Chung Hyo comes next to him, and explains that this is so fast because everyone here is strong. They all raised hell, and killed tons of people during the preliminary rounds. They both greet each other after this, but that's when Chung Hyo notes that this guy grew in power, by quite a lot, so he compliments him for it. Muguk says that he also grew in power, but he was actually surprised to see him not in the competition, since he likes to fight so much. As for himself, he doesn't like dogfights like these and prefers actual matches. The fight beneath them continues, and Huang unleashes a mighty attack on his opponent. Afterwards, he thinks that he got him finally, but his opponent is actually high into the air and descends upon him with extreme force. When the dust clears, the stranger is the victor, and Huang loses the tournament right here. Muguk seems to know that technique the stranger is using, and Chung Hyo also thinks the same. It is the technique of the Steel Monarch, Hyo Yu's own Azure Cloud Mystic footwork. They wonder why his subordinate would be in this place, but it's natural for the monarchs to be up to something regarding this competition. Jahir announces that with this match, the pre-quarterfinals have ended, and they will now be moving on to the quarterfinals, the thing that everyone has been waiting for. The next competitor comes out of the waiting room, the Savant clan leader, Jaegal Myung. He looks at Chung Hyo and blinks as a greeting, something which annoys him greatly, but Muguk tells him to let it go, as he is only a 400 years old kid after all. Jaehwan is this man's opponent, and when they get face to face, Myung says that he has heard about his grand plans, but thinks that what he is trying to achieve is impossible. Muguk analyzes this new fortress master deeply, and wonders if he can win against Myung, since he is quite young. That's when he notices that his energy isn't that much different from Chung Hyo's, and asks if he's by chance his disciple. Chung Hyo smiles, and in that second, the fight ends with Myung being thrown into the wall. Chung Hyo notes that a monster like that one can't have a master, he is his own. Myung, who is surprisingly still conscious, thinks that, in the quarterfinals, he didn't have an opponent in the list, but later one, when he found out that his opponent was the fortress master, he thought that he struck gold, since he joined this awfully barbaric competition for the sake of warning the fortress master about what is going to come. This happened once in the past too. There were others who got people hopeful and had expectations about getting their lives back, even though they were lost. However, a hope that can't come true brings about something much worse, utter despair. This is why he needs to crush that hope in advance, so that people are exempt from this despair, just like he has done for the last 400 years. So he can't, or rather mustn't, admit defeat. If he does so, the last 300 years of his existence would have been for nothing. He notes that he said that this tournament will be held within one-on-one fight, but he didn't say what kind of one-on-one fight. Jaehwan remembers that indeed he didn't specify, but what does that have to do with anything? Myung says that he would like to have another type of fight with him, a battle of wits. Wouldn't it be fair if he were to fight on his own terms? The public doesn't like this, and they all call him a coward, someone who can't admit defeat. Chung Hyo notes that he already knew this guy would be doing something like this, and Muguk says that if it's a battle of wits they will be fighting, it will be hard to know who will win. Chung Hyo tells him that he will probably suggest that they play that awful game that the military advisors like to play all the time. Jaehwan asks what kind of battle of wits is he talking about, and Myung takes this as him accepting the challenge. The area slowly shifts around them, and now, the ground is an entire field. The system welcomes him to the military strategy formation world, and asks him if he would like to read the manual, as he seems to be a beginner. Myung explains that the formation world is just a fancy title for this type of game. It is said that it was made by one of the 13 masters, a mayor, by the name of Maris. He used a certain game which had the title of Frontier as inspiration for this game, and the strategists of the Almighty Land enjoy playing it quite a bit. Also, he is the best at it in chaos, which he doesn't tell Jaehwan, naturally. He also adds that he will give him some time, since he has never played this type of thing before. But Jaehwan refuses, as it's simpler than he thought, and he thinks he got it. In actuality, he knows the game that the mayor used as inspiration. A strategy game, where its main scenario would be a war between 3 races, and they would have to gather resources and train troops all in real time so that they can destroy the enemy buildings, which is the victory condition. He already knows of a game that is exactly like this. That frontier game that was the inspiration is most definitely that game he knows from Earth. The one that everyone played. He probably has more than 10,000 matches in it, but just who are these mayors to know about something like this? Myung asks if it's okay to use the Lost Garden terrain, and Jaehwan accepts. With that, they both choose their races, with Jaehwan picking humans and Myung picking undead. He thinks that the humans are quite literally the weakest out of all the races, so even though this child is arrogant, he is still just a novice at this game. The undead race he chose will get stronger as the game progresses, and it also has better units in the early to mid-game too. After he trains a few workers, he will build, establish a foundation, and win by amassing tons of troops. Before he can even think of doing that, however, Jaehwan goes on the attack with his villagers and easily takes out some undeads. This makes him mad, and he asks Jaehwan what he's doing. Why is he attacking with his farmers? That's when notices he also made 3 watchtowers near his base, which provides his units with a clear advantage, and also with protection, since the watchtower is a defense building. But he can't just take out the watchtowers, as the farmers, who have the strongest stamina out of all the starter units, will interfere, so he basically at a standpoint now. He is helpless because he has to stop him. He can't since he didn't have the time to gather resources or build anything for that matter. Jaehwan thinks that this is a rather common strategy in Korea, as it has a lot of destructive power, and it's very efficient. It was also a strategy that people would criticize, even more so if a contestant used it in a tournament. The people watching cheer for Jaehwan, while Myung's whole scope of the game disappears. Now enraged, he asks how he could do something like this. Is it not common etiquette to not attack each other for the first 10 minutes of the game? Jaehwan wonders what he's talking about, and Myung explains that normally, people would use the first 10 minutes to build buildings, gather resources, and things of the nature. Jaehwan notes that if it's not a direct rule for the game, then it doesn't matter what he does, right? Myung falls to his knees in front of him and bites his lower lip roughly. He thinks, just who the hell is this man? He defies common sense and logic in every way, and also plays outside of the predetermined rules set in place. Because of this combined, there is nothing that he can do to reduce the amount of difference between their abilities. This man is just somebody that he cannot hope to beat, ever. But maybe it's for the better, as for the past 400 years, he has been waiting for this, for someone who could fulfill their hopes. With that, he admits defeat, and the first round of the quarterfinals comes to an end. While Jaehwan rests from his battle, Muguk and Chung Hyo descend from the public seats, and Chung Hyo asks him where he learned to play that strategic formation world, as he thought the only thing he truly cared about was practicing his thrusting abilities. However, since the spiral slash technique he used in the fight is partly inspired by his own slash, it is kind of inaccurate to say that he is really only interested in thrusting. Jaehwan plays back what happened, and wonders what spiral slash he is talking about, as when they discovered the technique, Chung Hyo desperately wanted it to be called spiral slash, as to him, that sounded the best, but Jaehwan told him that he only uses thrusts. Chung Hyo kept insisting and insisting, and that's when Kaiman came up with a grand idea for the name. Both thrusts and slashes kill their enemies, of course, so they should name it Fatal Spiral. Jaehwan notes that this is what they decided to call it in the end, and Chung Hyo is very surprised that he actually got to keep that name instead of his more cooler, better one. Jaehwan takes a look at Muguk and says that he looks very strong, so they should spar for a bit. Muguk notes that his introductions are a little rough for someone so young, and Chung Hyo told him already that this guy doesn't respect his elders, but rather attacks them. Jaehwan sighs and explains that all of the old men in here are not weak in the slightest. They are all very strong, comes with the age. There is no real need to be nice to all of these geezers. While Chung Hyo chews Jaehwan up for his words, Muguk looks at him and thinks that for the first time, in over 900 years, after the Abyss expedition was destroyed, This is his first time seeing Chung Hyo enjoy a conversation this much. While Mulark was the captain of the expedition 900 years ago and gave the whole chaos hope and dreams, in the end, even though they all tried desperately, all that remains of that once great leader is a symbol of despair and dust. He wonders how Jaehwan would do against Mulark. Will he even be capable of replacing him? Based on the last fight in this tourney, he is extremely strong and might actually be or become better than Mulark, considering his very large potential. However, another key part to leading is personality. He does not feel any righteousness from him, and truly, he feels like the opposite of Mulark, who was gentle and very mature. Additionally, he has felt a strange bloodlust all of the time he has been next to him. Suddenly he feels a strange and ominous energy from behind, as the eye from the true world is looking at him intently. He tries to look back as swiftly as he can, but the energy disappears the moment he does so. He asks Chung Hyo telepathically if he is an awakened, who notes that indeed he is. It took him a while to notice. He is a completely awakened person, through and through. Jaehwan announces that the next quarterfinals match is about to begin soon, and Chung Hyo tells Jaehwan, who starts climbing the stairs to the arena immediately. Chung Hyo asks what he is going to do, since it is not his turn yet. Muguk ponders him being a complete awakened, and Jaehwan notes that all of this waiting around for the rounds and stuff is just wasting everyone's time. Muguk wonders if he has surpassed the third stage of awakening, and Jaehwan stands proudly in the arena. Chung Hyo looks at him with a puzzled look, and wonders what this bastard intends to do this time. The contestants arrive, and Jaehwan begins analyzing them. Among these people, excluding Kaiman and Yong, these three new faces look pretty strong from here, especially this one, the woman with the chain sickle. There is just something about her that even Question can't even hope to figure out. Just who is she? Jaehwan comes next to him and notes that it is not his turn yet. So what is he doing here? The reporters and other news outlets rush to see what the Fortress Master will say as he grabs Jaehwan's microphone. He tells everyone to listen very carefully, as he has seen enough of the participants' strength, and he knows where they all stand. Since it's getting very boring to constantly watch others fight from the sidelines, he was thinking of changing how this competition will go from now on. One of the contestants steps up and asks what he is doing. This is the Priestess clan leader, Ja Gukryong. She asks who allowed him to do so as he pleases, and why is he only changing the format of this competition now. Jaehwan tells her that he is canceling the one-on-one fight rule, and Guker asks if he's basically asking them to fight in groups. Jaehwan says that it's basically like that, and she tells him that something like this will not do, as if they split the participants into teams. How will they decide who wins? Jaehwan notes that she clearly misunderstood him and explains it to her. He is not saying that they should do something so complicated like splitting the teams. There is just one team. The 6 of them will become a team, and he will be alone. This announcement shocks everyone, and Jaehwan properly announces, yes, he will be fighting all of them at once, and alone. He promises, to the first one that strikes him down, the position of Fortress Master. The crowd bursts into cheering, and the news outlets announce that this is a chance for their new Fortress Master to show just how strong he truly is. The woman with the sickle laughs, and notes that this is good. Finally, something interesting is about to happen. After Jaehwan announces what he needs, he throws the microphone back to Jaehwan, and thinks that now, what he needs the most right now, is the trust of the common people. The deeper the connection he has with them, the more trust he gains, and over time, they will all develop a depth in this. However, in a situation such as this one, where there is not much time, there is another way to gain trust. That way is to show overwhelming strength. One of the contestants, a woman with long hair, gets up and close to him, at the shock of everyone around there. She notes that he is quite likable, and it would be much of a waste to slay him now. With that, she leaves him, and notes that she will be giving up today. While she walks away, Jaehwan wonders why she did that. In terms of numbers, they all had a clear advantage, so why did she just decide to give up like this? She whispers enough for Jaehwan to hear. It's troublesome to do, and soon, that will appear. So there is no need to do anything. Jaehwan wonders what she means, but before he can ask, Yong also gives up, as he cannot hope to defeat the current Fortress Master with his abilities. Jaehwan thinks that he is doing all of this in order to become his subordinate and save face. Kaiman clenches his fist and also gives up. He acknowledges that his current abilities wouldn't even be able to move the current fortress master. Jaehwan thinks that Kaiman is doing this because of his sense of fairness, as he wouldn't like to go 4 against 1. What a useless fellow. However, this means that even if he wins against these 3, it wouldn't give him a satisfying result. Guker says that this is quite a pity, as it seems that this is not what he planned, or expected for that matter. Jaehwan notes that this is not perfect, but still, he is okay with the 3 of them attacking all at once. Guker says that his arrogance truly is boundless, and also, it seems that all of the others left to help him save face. Using question, Jaehwan can hear what they are talking about telepathically. The vice leader of the clan notes that this is their chance to teach this fool a lesson, as no matter how strong he is, he cannot hope to endure all of their attacks. Guker asks her to hold her anger back. Has she truly forgotten that they are not here to fight with the fortress master? Jaehwan eagerly listens to their conversation and wonders what they are here to do, if not fight him. Guker asks the other person, Hai Young, what she will do, and she notes that she will be continuing to observe them. Guker asks who is behind the Forbidden Heaven clan for the Steel Monarch to make his move in such a crude way, but Hai Young says that she cannot answer that. She just hopes that they can do a good enough job with that they asked. Guker's face contorts after hearing this, but with nothing else to do, she asks what needs to be done. Hai Young explains that they need to personally know the fortress master, and Jaehwan thinks that basically, the other person is using her as a pawn to see how useful he truly is. With her mission set, Guker explains that she has no intention to fight him now, but that doesn't mean that she surrenders. Even if they have no intention to fight him, that doesn't mean they will raise their white flag. She is only saying that they are voluntarily joining the Abyss expedition, all 3 of them. The other people look at this with a serious and questioning expression, while Jaehwan asks what kind of schemes they are really up to. Guker assures him that this is no scheme. If this journey truly is to bring back life to the people of Chaos, there is no need for schemes. The public starts to become restless, as there is no fighting going on, which is boring. Guker notes that, since they got this far, he should also be honest, he had no intention of giving up the Fortress Master position to any of them in the first place, right? That would be only natural, because this competition wasn't to choose new Fortress Master in the first place. It was hosted to recruit people for the Abyss expedition. She can't lie, she was very impressed with his method too, because after the Abyss expedition failed 900 years ago, nobody would dare plan something this grand. However, because of this, she is proud to be standing in this arena with him, and she is sure that goes for the rest of the people here too. Now, she is speaking to everyone, as she knows they aren't here because they are interested about the position of Fortress Master. She removes her face cover, and her emerald eyes widen as she rises into the air, and countless butterflies appear. She notes that she would like to hear his true thoughts about all of this, and the crowd's eyes glisten purple as they are slowly being bewitched by her eyes. Guker asks, is the reason that they are all here because of the fight that is going on, or for the future and life of Chaos? She would like to believe that Chaos has not forgotten about their dreams. The skill that she is using now is called the Righteous Eye, and it slowly bewitches the spectators to believe that they also need to know about it. Jaehwan notices this, and wonders if he should just end things here with a single attack. But that's when an elderly man puts his hands up, as he agrees with the priestess clan leader. He did not come from all of the way north, just to see some fights. The people recognize this man as the gentleman's sword, who doesn't carry any affiliations. However, judging by their smiles, it seems that now, he has at least one allegiance. Jaehwan's face turns sour, as this has become extremely annoying. Carlton walks around the fortress, checking to see if everything is all right. But that's when he notices some strange sounds from the office. When he opens the doors, he sees a messenger eagle, and walks towards it, wondering when it came, as the office has been empty for quite a while. The messenger eagle notices him, and relays the message it was given, something which shocks him to his very core. A group of dead, including a mega dead, is approaching Gorgon, and fast, from the Druid Fortress Master. Carlton looks out of the window and see the dark energy coming towards them. It really is true. At the arena, Jaehwan also notices how dark and cloudy the sky has become, but he is distracted by Guker, who notes that they should not be having an internal conflict right now. They should all just work together, so they should end the competition now, while they can, because really, he has accomplished his true objective. There are already countless souls that are willing to risk neck and limb in order to join the Abyss expedition after all. She thinks that now, with full control over the situation, the last thing that needs to be done is this. She begins speaking to everyone, as there is still an important question that is sadly left unanswered. Just who will be the expedition's captain? Chung Hyo notes that this girl is playing some dangerous tricks on the people, and Muguk agrees. He analyzes her and thinks that she's using the righteous eye skill with a very good illusionary technique. And now, she's retracting her skill. Just what is she planning to do? Gyuker notes that the current fortress master should take up that role, as with his strength that surpasses the 10 clans, and his intelligence that surpasses the smartest chaos scientists, he will become a perfect leader and a true history figure of chaos. The spectators think that the priestess clan leader is amazing, as she is a person who seeks to raise others rather than themselves. The gentleman's sword says that the expedition captain is not a position one can take with only good strength and intelligence. Gyuker asks what other qualities are needed for an expedition captain, and he explains that most importantly, it needs to be someone who is able to lead numerous numbers without trouble, and a suitable personality to boot. He truly believes that they all need to carefully look at the fortress master and determine for themselves if he is fit for the job, and she could do that for them quite easily. She asks how, and the gentleman's sword tells her to use the righteous audit, as it would solve their issue fast. Gyuker smiles, and the public agrees that she should use that, since then it will be easy to figure out the Gorgon fortress master. Jahir announces that the righteous audit will be used, and tells everyone to clear the stage, except the fortress master, of course. Gyuker notes that, since there is no helping it, and if this is what everyone truly wants, she will do it. She begins activating the technique, and asks Jaehwan, will he go through this audit and take up the position of the expedition captain, like he originally intended? Chung Hyo scoffs, and says that they were completely tricked by this woman to think she would use the righteous audit. Muguk notes that everyone around here knows about her little Q&A ability, as higher stage adapters would plead with her to use that thing on them, to fill up their enlightenment values, in order to progress to the next stage. Chung Hyo is worried now though, as if Jaehwan just blows everyone up like he usually does. They can say goodbye to the expedition, as nobody would want to follow a lunatic that harms his own subordinates. But if they do nothing, his personality will show through the test, and unfortunately, his personality isn't good at all. Jaehwan accepts the conditions, much to Chung Hyo's surprise. Gyuker asks once again if he will go through the audit, and Jaehwan once again confirms that he will. She says that if this is the case, she will begin now. For a good few minutes they stand still, and the spectators wonder what they are doing, but that's when the whole place changes into a crashing water body that is taking out an entire ship, which Jaehwan is on. She explains that the first stage of the audit is the ocean region, as in reality, most of the ocean region consists of dangerous seas like this one. So, as he can probably see and feel by this point, things like a ship being fully wrecked happen often around these parts, if the ships are not good enough. Fortunately for everyone on board, a rescue ship has appeared out of nowhere. But there is a problem. There is still one more person who needs to get on board, but this ship can only carry 10 people, and it will sink if they carry any more. Suddenly a man appears behind Jaehwan and calls him captain. He asks for his opinion. What will they do? He needs to make a decision quickly. Now, he is presented with two choices. 1. Let those who were fortunate enough to get on the boat first survive, and give up one person, or 2. Not leave any people behind, even if it means that there is a chance for the rescue ship to sink and kill everyone. Now what will he do? Jaehwan looks at the choices he has, and wonders if this is really all there is to it, while Gyuker flies above him, and asks what he will do in this given situation. If he chooses to go with the first choice, people will certainly blame him for being a heartless monster. But if he chooses number 2, then they will start questioning his judgment. No matter what choice he makes right now, his right to become expedition captain or not will be put into question. That's when Jaehwan announces his choice. He chooses to go with option 3, something which shocks Gyuker, who notes that there are only 2 choices, not 3. Jaehwan explains that option 3 is that he will be able to save everyone, including the ship. He will not allow it to sink. Gyuker bites her lower lip, as she knows that he just found the third hidden choice. This hidden option appears only to those who always look for their own answer, and it goes like this. He will not give up anyone, save the one that has fallen, and make everyone take turns to go into the water and come back. Gyuker thinks that this is the only choice here that saves everyone, whilst not giving up a human life. However, this is bad for her, as she intended for him to look incompetent by just showing two equally hard choices, but her plan is backfiring right now. She says that he should tell everyone loudly what his third choice is, as everyone is dying because of this turbulent and violent sea, right? Jaehwan notes that if this is the case, he will just have to split the sea open. This statement takes Gyuker back even more, and wonders if this guy just lost it because he was flustered or something. That's when Jaehwan takes a step forward and breathes in heavily while holding his mighty sword. Gyuker tells him to stop, as she doesn't know what he's trying to do, and Chung-hyo recognizes the pose he just did instantly. He screams at everyone to get away, and as fast as possible. With a sudden bright flash, Jaehwan unleashes a mighty thrust, something which shocks everyone, including the system, who can only see this as an error. And so, before Jaehwan, the water disappears entirely. His crew comes around and they start celebrating them being alive, but Jaehwan tells them to get off, as he doesn't like being touched. However, with the last of their existence, they offer their most warm thanks, and Jaehwan sees something in them, a speck of humanity. With that, the righteous audit comes to an end, and rightfully so. Gyuker is very mad, as she also got hit by the attack somewhat. Jaehwan looks at her a single time and notes that they should stop messing around now and get real. Gyuker's eyes widen, but that's when the entire Gorgon territory is locked up and alarms start to blare. Seeing this, Jaehwan immediately runs toward the problem, and a voice tells everyone inside of the fortress that all of the events have been cancelled and the fortress gates will be locked indefinitely. Most citizens wonder what is going on, but those who saw the dark cloud know and tell the others that the dead are coming, so they should hide as fast as they can. From where the dead are coming, everyone has gathered, and Yong notices the pitch-black group that is advancing towards them. He feels quite unfortunate, as the Lighting God clan got destroyed in Manticore, and now he's facing an entire swarm of dead in Gorgon. Just what is this luck? Huang tells him that if he's scared, then he shouldn't join the expedition, as he won't be able to do anything. Yong says that if this is the case, he should also give up, as his legs are shaking like those of a scared chicken. Chung-hyo ponders the situation, and thinks that he never expected for a child that is not even 900 years old to be taking up the leading role in chaos. There are 6 of the 10 clans here: Limitless, Southern Sea, Savant, Priestess, Fire King, and the last remains of the Lightning God. He never expected to see something like this in his lifetime, but he can't lie. It does feel nice. He asks Muguk if this doesn't remind him of something they did a long time ago, and Muguk asks if he's talking about the Dead Palace situation. Chung-hyo nods, and Muguk notes that indeed, they saw something very similar to this back then. However, he does not know why that thing is here now. Chung-hyo thinks that the dead always call the dead. When a medium dead appears, small dead would arrive. When a large dead appears, medium dead gather. And since in Gorgon, the dead king has appeared, it will bring in something which has made every single fortress build high walls in the first place. The disaster that everyone fears, even in chaos, the mega-dead, backwards walking Magritte. The undead assault begins in earnest, and the people who didn't manage to evacuate in time are butchered one by one, and in gruesome ways too. Gyuker watches in extreme horror as an entire horde of dead descend upon the fortress, and with the dead all around her, she thinks that this is the end. They are all done for. An elderly woman also tries to get away, but due to the fear in her body, accompanied by her old age, she trips, allowing herself to become feed for these ruthless beasts. Gyuker notices and wants to do something, but in that moment, the gentleman's sword appears. She thinks that it's a relief, and screams at him to go help that frail person. But instead of that, he lets her be killed in cold blood, while he continues to run away. He apologizes deeply as it's too hard for anybody to deal with that many dead. Gyuker has now lost all hope, as they are powerless in this situation. They can't do anything. For his crimes against the lowly, the gentleman's sword is rightfully punished, and immediately killed by the dead in a surprise attack. Gyuker can only watch, and a single tear flows down her face. Every single choice they made was useless. What use is there in getting the right answer if the world is like this, where only dead is dominant and suffering is the only promised thing? In this world without choice, something like hope does not and should not exist. The countless dead attack her, but suddenly one is slashed in two right in front of her face, by none other than Yong, who screams at her to get a damn grip, as they need all of the help they can get. That's when she notices that everyone around her are fighting for their lives. But why? They are just buying time for others to escape. Even if they fight, there is no possible way they can win against all of this. Are they all fearless because of how reckless they are? But that's not it. As he sees Yong trembling, they are all afraid, very afraid in fact. But if that's the case, just what gives them the hope to keep moving like this? Yong tells her that even if this looks to be a little rough, she should not be afraid, as there is somebody who is fighting a much bigger threat up there, and alone too. A single undead tries to interrupt Jaehwan's fight, but he immediately grabs it by the neck and splits it in two with just his grip. The mega-dead raises a few stone slabs from the fortress and aims them at Jaehwan, who notes that it's quite rude for it to just bite someone else's fortress. The mega-dead unleashes the stone onto Jaehwan and then also continues attacking, not giving up the attack for even a second. It wants him dead. Jaehwan thinks that this is quite the troublesome opponent, as he goes near it, it will use its ability to rip off objects. However, if he keeps his distance, it unleashes a large breath attack, something that is quite difficult to dodge given the space. It can also unleash it again almost instantly, something which ticks Jaehwan off, so he chooses to stand in front of it this time and face it. Back on the ground, Chung-hyo continues to fight, but grips his sword tightly, as all of this reminds him of back then, when they failed the expedition, and he felt like humans could do nothing against the undead tide. In the face of such despair, realistically, there is nothing they can do. That's when a bright light shines in front of him, and he remembers what the old Tower Master said. The people of this place need hope, something that will overwhelm them, a hope that keeps pushing and stops at nothing. Jaehwan manages to get close enough to the mega-dead and pierced it deeply. They both fall down as they exchange blows in the air, in a spectacle of good and evil. Everyone protects themselves from the blast as the sun shines through the broken fortress wall. But as the dust clears, it is shown that Jaehwan has won this fight, and he smiles, as he thinks he should have done something like this much earlier. Chung-hyo is extremely surprised, and asks who the hell he is. But they don't have time to talk, as the undead are trying to attack him from every which way. Quite literally, he is surrounded. Jaehwan just sits silently while they gather, and tells them to not get in his way. He unleashes a mighty attack, which clears some of them, and then unleashes another, a much larger one, which makes Chung-hyo think about what happened at the righteous audit, that Jaehwan split the sea, and that's what he's doing right now too. Everyone around looks at the gigantic hole he made, and Muguk notes that he's quite reckless, and Chung-hyo agrees, but he has decided to protect that reckless person, no matter what. Muguk tells him that if this is the case, they will do it with him too, and so, with a new glimmer of hope, everyone gathers around and gets ready to fight. Muguk is the first to take down another enemy, and everyone follows after him, including Yong, who charges towards a large dead and defeats it in one strike. While he and Hwang fight, he notes that it's quite embarrassing to say something like this right now, but he feels the need to tell someone, no matter what. Hwang tells him to say it already, as he's hesitating for too long, but once Yong lands on his feet, he announces that he feels really cool right now. So is he? Hwang doesn't say a single word, and Yong begs him to say something already. On his side, Hwang is being charged at, and he notices that his body is slowing down heavily because of the fatigue, and at this rate, he will fall on his knees. Suddenly, just when a monster is about to attack him, someone throws a rock at the beast, a girl, who has chosen to fight despite the situation. The dead is rightfully annoyed by this, and so it charges the girl, who cannot hope to defend herself. But that's when she screams to do it now, and countless chains begin enveloping the dead. Naturally, this ability is that of Carlton, who is standing ready to fight, amongst the others who have chosen to fight alongside him. Hwang smiles, and says that fighting like this feels much, much better. Everyone is trying their best in this dire situation, and Jaehwan smiles, as he slams his sword into the ground, and the whole fortress is enveloped by a blue glow. 10 days after this incident, people have started rebuilding, and the news that the three great dead and Magritte have been defeated. A reporter asks the fortress blacksmith, in his honest opinion, what does he think the biggest change in this fortress has been? The blacksmith thinks for a second and notes that living here became much nicer, which makes the reporter asks how so. The blacksmith explains that 6 of the 10 clans in Chaos moved their headquarters in here, and there was a huge increase in supplies, especially horns from the horned beasts, and thanks to all of this, their economy also grew quite a lot. The reporter looks around and says that, by just looking at the situation, he didn't think that someone would say that it's actually nice to live here. However, he can't deny, the atmosphere around here is lively and cheery at times. The blacksmith notes that he is only saying this because he didn't watch the path of waves for himself. This is what the people call the incident, where a sea of dead was parted by Jaehwan's sword. It's almost like those who saw it fell into a trance, as everyone threw themselves into battle and fought the dead, even if countless people have lost their lives. The reporter wonders what these people saw, in order to make them say that they can live in chaos, even after all of this. It seems that after this, Gorgon's residents have started to truly live. Suddenly, a large explosion is heard, and the reporter asks what that is. The blacksmith tells him to not worry, as this happens pretty often, and it's nothing bad. The reporter thinks that the only ones that could cause such an explosion are high-stage adapters, and it's true that the 6 of the 10 clan heads are here. He asks if there's a war between the clans, and the blacksmith notes that it's something similar, and that's when 5 figures fall from the air, and the blacksmith smiles, as there's only 5 today. Jaehwan sits in the training room and announces that every single one of them have a long way to go before they become strong. Hong hears about what happened and smashes his wine glass at the one who told him, demanding he explain once again what happened. The messenger obliges and announces that the mega dead which charged Gorgon, the one who went by the name of Magritte, has been killed. This angers Hong, as that mega dead was made from a stage 9 adapter in the almighty land, and it's a monster that could only be dealt with by a lieutenant or something higher. Just how did those Gorgon bastards manage to defeat one of the only 3 mega deads in Chaos? He tells his man to look into the situation now, and thinks that this shouldn't have happened. He is sure that there was a mistake somewhere. 4 days after this, news of the North Branch of Forbidden Heaven clan, that's near Gorgon, spread about, more specifically, about its destruction. At the fortress, Jaehwan calls all of the other clan leaders weak, and asks what they have been doing all of the centuries they have been alive for. Yong wonders how they can ever hope to defeat such a monster. But that's when Jaehwan calls him, and tells him that he only has quick feet. He also tells Huang that he has power, but he's very slow, and Jaegal that he thinks too much before he acts. He moves on to Gook and tells her that she's nimble and has good instincts, but her stamina is laughable. The final one is Cayman, and he notes that he's the best among them. His basics are good, and doesn't have any weaknesses, but that goes both ways, as he has no specific strengths either. However, they all have one common problem, that they manage to obtain something without putting in effort at all. Chung Hyo notes that this is refreshing to hear, but Jaehwan also goes on to their case, as they have lived for 1,000 years each, but they are still weak. Chung Hyo doesn't like this, but he can't deny that he's right, as 900 years ago, all of the clan leaders were at least 7th stage adapters, and the leader of the Heavenly Dragon clan was 9th stage. Even with that, Mullark was much stronger than all of them. The expedition was a tough journey, even for such strong people. That's the kind of place the Abyss is. Jaehwan explains that during the subjugation of the Forbidden Heave clan's North Branch, half of them were either very injured or almost died, and they weren't even attacking their headquarters. They are already in this state after dealing with a single clan, so how can they hope to go on the expedition? Thus, as of today, all of them will be doing some special training for a single week. Yeagle thinks about how many muscles he will get, and he also asks if everyone here is an adapter. It's not easy to jump to the next stage, as he might think. Normal people would take at least 10 years before they become first stage adapters. Then, they would take 20 years to reach second stage, 40 years for third stage, and so on. Most humans would die before that. Jaehwan asks what he's trying to say, and Jaegal puts it simply, is he trying to turn them into awakened? This idea shocks everyone, and Jaegal notes that, from what he's heard, awakened do not accumulate power over time, and rather, reach the next stage through enlightenment. Jaehwan says that indeed, that's what he's planning, if they are able to abandon their own world, that is. Jong asks what he means, and Chung Hyo tells them that there are 3 stages for those who wish to awaken. First would be to destroy the world of adaptation, the one that they have lived in so far. Those who are able to will be able to see the world for that it truly is. Jong wonders what he means, and Gooker notes that he's asking them to leave behind things like status, which benefits only the system. Jong notes that he is also an overcharged adapter. These people have a lot of affinity with skills and the interface system, while also possessing the ability to grow much faster. Thus, people think that they are blessed by the system. Hwang says that everyone around here is an overcharged adapter, but that's when Kaiman says that he's not. So, he will throw away his skills and world. If it means that he will become stronger, he will throw it all away, except the hatred he has towards the monarchs. They all wonder what he's talking about, and Gooker explains that they have to throw everything away, including everything they accumulated so far, but also something much greater. She asks if they have ever heard of the Great Disappearance, and Jaehwan asks what it is. She explains that it started along with cracks appearing. 700 years ago, they suddenly appeared. In the Almighty Land, the terrorist group known as Cracks, that announced their fight against the cultivators, were all found with that proclamation shoved in their chest, and another proclamation, this one from the monarchs of the 4 areas. If one wants to become awakened, they need to come to the Forgotten Land and deny this world completely. There were thousands of adapters who gathered there that day, however. Nobody knows what happened. As per what everyone thinks, they have simply ceased to exist. Yong asks if there were any survivors, and Gooker notes that there were some, and her comrades were among them, and they had become awakeners, even though they were only stage 1. Jaehwan asks what happened to them, and with a sorrowful tone, she tells him that every single one of them took their own lives. The experience broke them down mentally, and they either went mad or lost their memories completely. They all had various things wrong with them, but one thing they shared, they did not know who they were before this. Jaehwan looks at her and tells her to listen carefully, as he will make 2 things clear for her. First, he is not a part of the Cracks organization, but he understands her suspicion, given his awakened status. Secondly, like she talked about, awakening is dangerous, so he will accept volunteers for those who want to awaken. She asks what he will do with those that refuse, and Jaehwan tells her that he will still help them become stronger. He just needs to help them achieve higher stages of adaptation. She asks if he didn't listen to Jaegal, as he explained it takes years and years to just get 1 stage. Jaehwan says that it's not a problem and they should all follow him. They do so, and they arrive in the center of the fortress, where the blacksmith is building something. Jaehwan asks if it can be activated now, and the blacksmith notes that it can. And so, the tower beams a bright light, and they all get one question. Will they accept the summon to the Tower of Nightmares? Carpe Diem? They all accept the invite, and are surprised when they get inside, as they did not believe that a human could actually create the Tower of Nightmares like this. Even if it doesn't have a second floor, it is still rather impressive. Jaegal says that he's actually touched by this. He never expected there would be a place like this that is not meant for domination, but rather to break it. Yong is equally as excited, and Jaehwan explains that from here on out, their training will be done in here, as it will be much more proficient, since time in here flows 100 times slower than the outside. 1 day outside is 100 days here. This means that a mere week outside would be 700 days here. So they have approximately 2 entire years to train and become better. But the speed of the soul corruption is inversely proportional to the rate at which time is slowed down. Just to be safe, when one of their soul's corruptions goes past 80%, they will be kicked out instantly. Additionally, the horns of horned beasts would always be on standby outside, so there shouldn't be a need to worry about the corruption. Yong is surprised to find that Jaehwan isn't just a cold-blooded and self-centered person, and promises once again to follow him for all of eternity if need be. With that explanation out of the way, Jaehwan gets to separating those who want to awaken and those who do not. Those who want to will stand on his right side, and those who only want to increase their adapter level stand on the left. After they do that, training begins in earnest, and Yong seems to be attacked by Gooker. But still, he mocks her, as she is far too slow to catch him. Suddenly, a flaming fireball comes in front of him, from Huang, who was trying to third-party him. He explains that speed isn't that important. What is important is destructive power, and he, the mighty Fire King, has that. Jago looks at their squabble and sighs, as they are all pathetic, and there's no way they will improve. The three immediately team up and look at him with glowing eyes, and get to chasing shortly after. Muguk looks at this, and thinks of what happened previously, when they were choosing. As everyone expected, Cayman is the only one who chose to go through the awakening, and he seemed pretty confident about it too. Gyuker also asked how he's going to raise their adapter levels, as it's not easy for high-stage adapters to become even more stronger than they are already. They need to get a certain level of enlightenment, or learn new top-level skills to increase their proficiency. Jaehwan told her that this can be solved quite easily, which she was angry about, as a top-level skill book, which they would need, isn't easy to get. Is he also planning to steal from one of the great clans, like Zhang did? Jaehwan said that they don't need a skill book. All they need is to learn from a teacher. But he will not be that teacher, because from now on, they themselves will become each other's teachers. Muguk thinks that this idea for them to learn from each other is very revolutionary, as since the clans are all stupidly prideful, this is something that they could have never done under normal circumstances. And seeing how hyped up these youngsters are, to prove themselves and their skills, the plan that Jaehwan proposed might actually work quite nicely. However, this makes him wonder about Cayman and what he's going through on the second floor. On that second floor, Cayman keeps thrusting and wonders just how many times has he repeated this action. 10,000 times? 100,000 times? Maybe it goes beyond that, but still, Jaehwan tells him to increase his speed, and he does just that, but can't help but ask if he will really be getting stronger like this. Jaehwan is surprised that he keeps asking questions like this, as he should feel something right about now. Cayman does indeed start to see something, and Jaehwan asks him if he's feeling uneasy because he hasn't fought against the other adapters. Cayman notes that he knows he's not someone who is talented. Jaehwan thinks that this statement is wrong. He is different from the other clan leaders that were blessed with being overcharged. His consistency and sheer hard work has brought him to being the strongest out there. Additionally, his mental fortitude allowed him to not lose his self despite having reached the question stage. The only thing that leads to an awakening is not talent, but willpower. Suddenly he tells Cayman that he believes in him, so he asks him to trust him and continue. Cayman is clearly touched by this, as he hasn't heard those words in a long time, so he clenches his sword even tighter and thrusts his sword even faster. Near the improvised tower, the woman who is at the arena looks at it while drinking and finds it quite impressive, as this is not an easy thing to make. She also asks her master, Chung Heo, if he also doesn't find it impressive. He looks at her sternly and asks Seola what she's planning this time. She notes that he's being quite mean and that they haven't met in a long while. However, he should just come back, as everyone is waiting for him to. Chung Heo explains to her, like he did all of those times, that he will not be going back, because there is no way that he will team up with them ever again. They are a bunch of inhumane bastards. Seolha gets up and tells him that they are actually fighting for humanity. They are the only ones who do it so earnestly. Only them. Crack. Chung Heo says that this is a lie, as they are using humans to an end, and their organization is already on its way out after the great disappearance happened. Seola begins laughing out loud after she hears this, as she can't believe he would say something like that. Because he was one of the fuckers who planned the great disappearance. Isn't that right? Chung Heo starts walking away, and tells her that this is not true. She notes that things didn't progress in the way that he wanted, but he did not stop the event, and simply watched as it happened. However, she feels thankful for this, as if it were not for him and his choices, she wouldn't be here at all. He should also know, since he is tied to this, that there are countless people within Crack that are trying to awaken using the method he taught them so long ago. They swing their swords at each other hundreds and thousands of times. They do that and kill each other again and again and again. Among those who do this, a very small number would survive and swing their swords 1 billion times if need be. They would become numb to life and death, letting them surpass humanity and see the world for what it is. That is how they obtain the first key word to awaken, dismantle. Chung Heo pulls his sword out and demands that she shut up, as that is the wrong keyword. He pulls her into his unique world, and she notices that it's the same as before. It is still weak, as he got lost from losing his humanity, and was not able to draw anything in this world that he went through so much to even make. She, however, filled her world and became the second core captain of Crack. Seolha begins cutting his world apart, with great ease in fact. Chung-hyo believes that she became a captain with such skills, and asks if she also achieved the third stage of awakening. She explains that it wasn't just the third stage, and starts transforming the world around them. She asks if this pleases him, as this, all of this death, is the scene of the great disappearance. Does he enjoy her masterpiece, her life's work? How does he feel after looking at the sea, filled with corpses? He tells Chung-hyo that the living are not trying to pretend to be dead. He knows that there is nothing that will change that in chaos, right? This world will never change, so he should come back already, with her. Chung-hyo announces that it will change. He knows that it will. He believes that 100%. Seolha can't believe that he still has the willpower to have so much faith. But even with his little helper, he is going to fail. Just like he did 900 years ago, and like when he abandoned all of them, and ran away like a coward. He can do what he wishes at this point, but he should know that Crack will always be watching him. Inside of the tower, Cayman goes through all of the stages of awakening. First, to question it. The second stage is to understand the world he questions, and the third becomes quite blurry to him. Suddenly, Jaehwan attacks him and shouts at him to wake up. His sword falls to the ground, but Cayman dodges and barely lands on his feet. Jaehwan says that he did not want to see such a pathetic display from him. He should fight, like he is fighting for his life. Cayman feels all of the strikes, and can't even think of him winning this fight. He can't even comprehend just how powerful Jaehwan truly is. This also makes him wonder if he even became stronger than before. He closes his eyes and accepts his defeat, but Jaehwan tells him the final key to unlock the third stage, to remove the limits that the world dared to put on him. With that, Cayman opens his eyes wide and unlocks the third stage of awakening, to forget him, that the world decided on. They both attack each other with mighty strikes, and Cayman uses the Moon Eye ability to unleash an even mightier attack. After it's all said and done, raindrops fall and he stands on his knees. Jaehwan congratulates him as he has reached the third stage. Cayman asks if he really became stronger, and Jaehwan confirms that he did. But still, Cayman feels nowhere near him, even though they are both at the same stage of awakening. Once their training is over, everyone meets inside of the fortress meeting room, where the other fortress masters reject the idea of them going on an expedition, as it would break their treaty that has been standing for a long time. Jong immediately gets on their case, as if they did nothing until the expedition was made, then they should just shut up, as they have no right to talk. Yurin explains that the reason they are all gathered here today is because of the Forbidden Heaven clan incident, so they should all relax and return to the topic at hand. One of them suggests that they continue on this topic, since they already started to talk about it. This is Garuda's fortress master, Gal Huidong, an 8th stage adapter. He says that the captain for this expedition should be picked through voting. The Dryad fortress master, Aisha Lind Croft, kind of agrees with him, and also asks where the current Gorgon fortress master is, as he should have received the information about this meeting. Yurin thinks that this was all a setup to not have him here, as the moment Jaehwan left this place, a suggestion for the 3 fortresses to meet was made, and before they could even hope to reject it, they got a messenger eagle that announces their envoys have already departed. While it is true that the adaptation team returned, the fortress master and Cayman, who are in the awakening team, have yet to do so. This was all a ploy, as they wanted him gone, so they could sway the conversation in the way they wanted. Gal notes that they should not put their trust in a child who only lived for 50 years. Are they mad to let such an inexperienced man take the role of expedition captain? He continues to disrespect Jaehwan, but suddenly Jong puts a knife to his neck and dares him to talk shit again. Gal asks what he is trying to do, and Jong explains that if he wants to talk with abilities, they should do so. If they really want to change the expedition captain, then they should deal with them first, as they will not stand by while they change it. Gal and Jong go to an arena, with Gal asking if he really wants to go through with this, and Jong in turn asks if he's scared. Gal allows him to make the first move, and he does just that as he pops behind him and tries to attack. Gal dodges, but Zhang continues to move even faster. Gal commends his speed, and Zhang flies into the air and lands directly on Gal, who has no choice but to defend himself against such a powerful attack. He is quite surprised that a 7-stage adapter got so powerful and admits that he did not expect this. However, no matter how hard he fights, he can't hope to surpass him, as he is an 8th stage adapter. With that, Gal unleashes his golden chakrams on Zhang, which hits him pretty hard, making the spectators wonder if he will be able to do something now. Gal, thinking that the fight is over, commends him for his skills, and announces to everyone that, since the lighting god has fallen, just as promised, they will change the expedition captain. Suddenly, Zhang gets up and tells him to stop speaking, as he hasn't lost yet. From now on, he will show him something very interesting. They both attack each other, and surprisingly, Zhang uses an ability from Huang, which burns Gal's chakrams. He is surprised to see a technique from the Fire King, and Zhang also uses an ability from the Savant clan leader, Jaehwan. Gal screams at them for teaching their sacred techniques to each other. Have they really thrown away all pride? Zhang rushes in with extreme speeds and notes that pride does not win battles. He manages to land a mighty blow, but Gal still stands and announces that, if this really is the case, he must get serious too. He unleashes all of his power into a mighty chakram, which makes the normal spectators just run away, as they don't want to be caught in it. The chakram grows even larger, and when it touches the ground, it raises most of it, as stone is thrown around and sent flying in all directions. Aisha watches this in amazement, and Gal taunts Zhang, as he wants to see if he will really survive such an attack. That's when he notices that Zhang was in the air all of this time, and tells him that he did great, as he unleashes one of his mightiest attacks yet. The attack only reaches his forehead, as Muguk stops Zhang since the fight is over. He tells Gal that his match is over, and also asks if he was really going to use the guardian horned beast Garuda in this situation. Gal clenches his fist in shame, as this is an anti-dead weapon, and announces that he lost. With that, Muguk asks, who will be the one to fight him, Aisha? If she feels worthy enough, she should come down right now. Suddenly, Gukar gets close to Gal, and Muguk asks what she's doing. She announces that she's simply going to the winning side, much to the others' dismay. Suddenly, out of the blue, a man announces that he will be the one to deal with Muguk. This man is the Jade Mask Golden Monarch, Bang Chionil, a 9th stage adapter. Jurin wonders what a monarch is doing here, and Muguk notes that he is the enemy of Chaos, who took all of the fruits after killing everyone. How dare he step foot in this place? Chionil tells him to stop talking like this and invites him back, as the Monarch of Steel misses him a great deal. Muguk asks if he's really working for the Steel Monarch now, and Chionil confirms that he indeed is, as his king has a soft spot for martial artists. Muguk notes that if that's true, that man's legacy is over, if he decided to accept human trash like him. Chionil wonders how he can still be mad about something that happened in the past. Heyo, the Steel Monarch, forgave him very easily, but he guesses that comes with status. He shouldn't be so angry at another martial artists. Have they not done a lot of stuff together in the past? Muguk's eyes widen with rage, and he charges in, while reprimanding him for saying such a thing, as he was the one who betrayed the entire Muram world. With a single hand attack, Chionil blocks him, and notes that he's being really too harsh. This is their first time meeting after well over 900 years, so they should chat. Muguk gets even madder, and attacks with even more fervor while asking, since when did the Dryad, Garuda, and Priestess clan get played by them in such a way? Chionil acts a fool. They were only giving them advice, so that they can make wiser decisions. He should also stop talking nonsense about others, when he, the Gorgon Fortress Master, and a few others, were just pipe dreaming about something unachievable. Truly, they are even more pitiful now than ever. Aisha looks at the fight from above, but it can be seen on her face that she's conflicted about something. Suddenly, the emissary of the Steel Monarch arrives, young, and tells her to throw away those thoughts. She made the right decision. The current Gorgon Fortress Master is extremely dangerous, much more than the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. He is attempting to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite the entirety of Chaos, and their great monarch considers him a threat. Threat is the title given to those who wish or attempt to change Chaos, and every time one of these threats appears, hope also starts to appear. However, that will eventually lead to despair. Young continues, if they do not get rid of him right now, once again, Chaos will suffer. And since she has lived for 970 years, She knows full well what happened 90 years ago. Aisha feels like it happened yesterday, so she can't let another tragedy like that happen again. That is when Young came with the offer, when she was vulnerable. But now, she's very conflicted, as she doesn't know if this is right. Kionil continues to block Muguk's attacks, and notes that it would be wise to stop now, as he can't hope to defeat him in his current state. He knows that full well, doesn't he? Muguk does not answer with words. Instead, he uses his blade and a technique, Heavenly Sword, to reach for Kionil's neck. But instead, the attack blows up, as he used a technique to block it. He explains that there are tons of differences in abilities between adapter stages, but when it comes to the 8th and 9th stage, the difference is extremely high. He pulls Muguk closer and tells him to get to the 9th stage before he thinks of coming back to them, because somebody like him, who does not possess the class of a monarch, cannot hope to even put a single scratch on him. He unleashes a mighty palm attack on Muguk, and Gyukur thinks that this is the true power of a monarch, as Muguk was taken down in one single hit. The Jade Mask Monarch, who ruled over the 12th region, is not even a Grand Monarch, as right beneath the Grand Monarch, there are 3 titles: Lieutenant General, Major General, and the lowest of the low, which is where he's at, Brigadier General. Gyukur's suspicions are now confirmed. If they really had to fight such monarch on their expedition, there is no way they could have won. Kionil tells him to give up on his dream, as they cannot hope to win, ever. Haven't they all achieved pretty high positions within chaos already? They should not try to play God, and stay at their level, as it is all they deserve. Muguk seems to have given up, but his eyes glisten once again, and he strikes at Kionil while he's still talking. Kionil is quite shocked that he still wants to continue in the state that he's in, and Muguk notes that 900 years ago, he, who has won over the Resurrection Palace by stealing their rightful fruits and killing some of their precious comrades, has no right to talk about this. He has never once forgotten the disgrace he put on him and the others on that day, and things are a lot different now. Kionil says that he's become too dull, as instead of redemption, he chooses death, but it's rather fitting for him. They both go to strike each other, but that's when Muguk unleashes the Heavenly Sword Enigma and throws it at Kionil with every mound of strength he has left. Kionil reaches his hand forwards and notes that he's still as pitiful as ever, while unleashing his bottomless pit. This eats up Muguk's ability, and Kionil grabs him harshly, saying that he cannot hope to change anything. The others charge in to help him, but Kionil intends to finish him off now. Suddenly, from behind, Kaiman arrives, and he apologizes for being late, but since the Fortress Master is rather busy now, he will fight in his stead. Yurin wonders what the Fortress Master is so busy with, as the Abyss expedition is about to fall apart. Kaiman tells him to calm down, as he is here now, and asks Muguk if he's alright. He tells him to stop, as this is not someone he can just deal with. But Kaiman assures him that it will be okay, and tells the others to evacuate everyone from here, and get as far away as they can. Jagil tells him to stop talking about the impossible, as Muguk was not able to defeat him. Does he really think he can? Kaiman tells him once again to let him fight alone. He talks with Kionil, and says that it's been a while. He tries to remember who he is, and he finally does. He's that child from back then, the one who could not join the expedition because he was not strong enough, right? Kaiman confirms that it was him, and Kionil notes that, since he is daring enough to stand in his way, it must mean that he has become a lot stronger. Kaiman raises his sword, and says that he will see soon enough. Kionil tries to attack him, but he dodges, and thrusts his sword into his hand, which sends him flying back. Kionil notes that it's not bad, but also asks, what kind of skill is it? Kaiman explains that it's a simple thrust, but it's not as powerful as a strong thrust. However, he shouldn't be swayed by that, and fight him with everything he's got. Otherwise, he might just die. Kionil finally shows anger, as this child is deluding himself, killed by someone like him. He unleashes 2 golden hands on Kaiman, forcing him to dodge constantly. But when he finds the opportunity, he thrusts through one and announces that today will be the day that he will die. Kionil continues the onslaught of hands, but Kaiman remembers what he talked about with Jaehwan. When he finally reached the 3rd stage, Kaiman asked, did he really grow strong in only 2 years? Jaehwan then told him that on the 2nd floor, where they are at now, time flows much differently. But he should have known, as he could have not performed 10 billion thrust in only 2 years. Kaiman unleashes his world, much to the surprise of Kionil. Cayman's eyes glow a light blue, and he thrusts once again, now with an even more powerful attack. He doesn't stop there, however, as he unleashes a mighty wave in Kaenil's direction and moves with it. Finally, he uses one of his strong thrusts and leaves Kaenil defenseless. After the rain finally settles, Cayman still stands proud, while Kaenil is on his last legs. Cayman thinks that he needs to finish this once and for all, but Gyukur gets in front of him, and Yong picks Kaenil up. Cayman anticipated this, as Jaehwan told him about it, but Gyukur demands he stand down, as no matter how strong he has gotten, he cannot hope to defeat a monarch with just 2 years of training. Cayman then tells her that it was not 2 years but rather 200, and unleashes a mighty death blow in their direction, which makes everyone recoil back and create a gigantic hole through the arena. Maguk is amazed. Cayman really won. Jaehwan must have predicted all of this and sent Cayman here. Because of this, he showed that, instead of chaos relying on him constantly, they can forge their own path and stand proud on their own. Later, while Aisha watches the replay of the match, Cayman arrives and asks if she is the one who changed her mind among the delegation. She confirms that she is, and she did come here because of what he said. But it's because she knows better than anyone how much everyone fears the monarchs. She also asks if he really intends to fight the monarchs, and Cayman says that he will. Aisha explains that the Resurrection Palace is a much stronger foe than the Forbidden Heaven clan ever was, and while he did defeat Kaenil, he is the lowest of the low, a brigadier general. That means that in the future, he will have to fight generals far stronger than that. Cayman knows full well, but they already ran away once 900 years ago, which is why they must not do it anymore. Aisha is surprised by his transformation, as in the past, he was someone who was crippled by his inferiority complex, as he was not born an overcharged adapter, and he always despaired when facing something that he could not pass. To think he would have changed so much. Is he really the same person? Suddenly a commotion can be heard outside, and when Aisha looks, she sees tons of people gathered near a tower of nightmares. Cayman explains that it was made by Jaehwan and the Artisan of Dawn, but it was not used for cultivating, as nobody became a product, because in that tower, someone like a cultivator does not exist. Aisha is shocked. A tower with no cultivator. Is that why Cayman became so powerful? He tells her that she should see for herself now, that chaos is able and willing to stand up on its own. Aisha notices that even common people are willing to train, but they were extremely afraid previously, so why? Cayman explains that it is because they desire free choice, the freedom that they lost 900 years ago. If they do not get it back with their own abilities, then it's useless. Aisha is touched that his people have started to believe in themselves again, and asks where the fortress master is now. Jaehwan is chillin' with Chung Hyo in a dessert, who says that the fortress summit should be over by now, should they not go back, as he's sure there's tons of strong people there. Jaehwan tells him that Cayman will take care of it, as he has become more powerful than even him. This comment naturally angers Chung Hyo. Jaehwan asks if he also didn't start from scratch, which he confirms, so Jaehwan asks him, why do that, when he was about to reach the third stage awakening? Chung Hyo tells him that he did it because his method was wrong, and Jaehwan notes that it must be because of the keyword he used, which surprises Chung Hyo, as he didn't think he would know about something like this. Jaehwan explains that all he knew was that he saw the world much differently than he did. Everyone in Crack, including Chung Hyo, awakened via the same keyword. The first stage of awakening, dismantle, the second stage of awakening, assemble, and the final third stage of awakening, self-surrender. The awakening he knew of was not profound, and it was simply achieved by cutting down foe after foe, over and over again. Dismantle did not have any questions about the world. Assemble did not have anguish, and thus, he was able to awaken without those things. However, Jaehwan is different. He questioned his existence, and understood the reason for the world's existence, which gave him anguish. Because of all of this, there was endless questioning and anguish, a path where even after obtaining his own unique world, one would need to endlessly ponder the legitimacy of that world. Chung Hyo asks Jaehwan how old he is now, as a few days ago, the third floor of the tower was completed, and based on what Michael said, the density of time in that place is much, much thicker than that of the second floor. Additionally, he was out of the second floor for about 2 days, in chaos time. So how many years did he train for, really? Jaehwan smiles and says 1,000 years. Chung-hyo finds that hard to believe, but Jaehwan jokes around, is he going to talk with him formally from now on too? Chung-hyo tells him to stop playing and tell him just how long he was in there. Jaehwan explains that it wasn't as much as he wanted to, but they should get going. With that, they get running, and Chung-hyo asks, is he really going to the Resurrection Palace? He says that he is, so Chung-hyo warns him, that place is extremely dangerous, and he would be better off fighting them after getting more awakened. Jaehwan says that the monarchs will not just wait around. That is why they need to attack now, when they least expect it. Additionally, he will only be getting rid of the most important people in the Resurrection Palace and stealing a fruit, along with one other thing. The treasure of the mares that turns the living into the dead. The narrow gate. If one uses it, they can pass to chaos alive. And if that is the case, if he steals every fruit and destroys the gate, then the monarchs will not be able to cross over into chaos anymore, without dying first, that is. So in order to achieve all of this, he will go to the Manticore Fortress, which apparently has an alley which leads to the Resurrection Palace. It is currently occupied by the Forbidden Heaven clan, so they will not just let him pass, but well, he will do what he does best, thrust. After Jaehwan blows a giant hole into the Manticore Fortress gate, Chung-hyo asks, why did he do such a thing? If they did it stealthily, they wouldn't have needed to fight the whole fortress, like they are about to now. Jaehwan notes that he told him earlier why, and Chung-hyo gets it, but they need to preserve their energy, as this is just the place that they need to go through in order to get to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan knows that full well, and uses a few light thrusts to deal with the incoming attackers. At his palace, Jin-hong looks at the fight, and notes that this time, he doesn't think the rumors about this guy are exaggerated, as he has done many other things to impress. But to think he's actually just a product, if he had seen all of this earlier, he would have dealt with him much swifter. Suddenly, a woman notes that he must be thinking deeply about something, and snaps her fingers, saying that just looking at that chaotic man is getting her excited. It's no wonder that pitch darkness wants a piece of him. Who wouldn't? This is Siren, and Jin-hong tells her to stop dressing like this in chaos, but she retorts by noting that he looks like a scarecrow with those long clothes, so he has no place to talk. She sits down next to him while talking about some gibberish, but that's when she notices he's looking at Jaehwan, so she steals one of his screens and wonders what kind of technique he's using, as he's destroying everything in one hit. Jin-hong asks why she's here, besides annoying him, and she explains that she's here to tell him about something very interesting. The Jade Mask, Golden Monarch, has appeared in chaos. He probably knows that already, as all of the forces sent to Garuda right before they were about to take over are all dead. After looking deeper into it, she found out that it was done by the Jade Mask Monarch, as it seems he won over Garuda and Dryad in return for helping them with something. That something is a promise, to keep the treaty where the Supreme Monarch promised to not interfere in chaos business no matter what, so he swore to not break it. However, it was Pitch Darkness who ordered this, and now even the subordinates of Iron Steel are dilly-dallying in chaos like a bunch of children. This resulted in a proxy war of the monarchs of the Holy Land. But the most interesting thing about all of this is that she heard the Jade Mask Monarch was beaten to death. Jin-hong is interested now and asks who killed him. Siren says that it was one of the 10 clan leaders, which Jin-hong doesn't believe, as they are not strong enough to kill the Jade Monarch together. She asks if she knows about those guys in the Abyss Expedition team that the Gorgon Fortress Master made, as one of them, the Southern Sea Clan leader, is supposedly the one who killed him. Jin-hong has spoke now. That should be impossible, as the Southern Sea Clan leader was never that powerful, and even if he had hidden all of his powers until now, there is no way he would unleash them now, on something so idiotic. The Jade Mask Monarch is one of the ones under the Iron Steel Monarch, one of the 12 Supreme Monarchs, that together rule over the Almighty Land. Any monarch that's Brigadier General and above are all important people, since the Almighty Land is currently going through a power struggle, so if the Southern Sea Clan leader really did what he did, things will go bad for him, fast. Siren asks, what is he going to do about Jaehwan, as he was supposed to capture him, but he let him become a fortress master, and now, he's also poking around things he shouldn't be. Jin-hong explains that this just saves him time, as he didn't want to look for him, and additionally, he sent out the dead demon warriors that she made. Those beasts who can use dead power will most certainly deal with him. After Chung Hyo and Jaehwan clear the way, Chung Hyo feels that something's off, as there should have been more Forbidden Heaven clan soldiers around here. How else could they have fought the entire chaos? Jaehwan says that might not be entirely true, as the dead warriors approach. Chung Hyo is shocked by their presence and by their stench, as he can smell them from here, the smell of the dead. Suddenly, someone from above notes that it's an honor to finally meet the protagonist of this case, and jumps down, noticing that the divine physician is also here. How quaint. Chung Hyo asks for his identity, as he speaks like they know each other. The man is sad that he forgot, but he will remind him. He gathered horns for the clinic, and transported patients too. That's when Chung Hyo notices that the man in front of him is Heinz, the righteous warrior. But what happened to him? Why is he meddling around with the Forbidden Heaven clan? It is not suited for him. He should leave while he still can. Heinz asks him a simple question. Can he still say that, despite knowing what he went through in Gorgon? 100 years ago, Gorgon was in a war with a clan, the Crimson Martial clan, which no longer exists. A total of 50 guards, including the Southern Inspection Gate captain, had died forever, because of the Crimson Martial clan's cowardly ambush. Out of everyone, only one man survived, and that man was Heinz. That is why, a little later, Heinz begged Chung Hyo to help him become stronger, as he doesn't want to experience what he did again. Chung Hyo explained that he understands the sorrow he must be going through now. However, he has seen thousands of people like him during the 1,000 years he has lived in chaos, and he cannot grant his request. It's funny, really, when he thinks about it. He remembers the words he said, to work hard if he wants to become stronger. However, working hard is a luxury for those who are actually able to. Most other people in chaos were not in a situation where they could just work hard, like he said. So, he's wrong. He has worked hard to protect the justice he's protected his whole life. And where did that lead him? Here, where he had to break that belief. Chung Hyo asks why he looks the way he does, but Heinz ignores him and explains that the friendly and righteous man who was a second-stage adapter died 100 years ago. He was reborn, and now is the vice clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He moves his attention to Jaehwan, as he has heard that he only uses thrusts, so he will play his little game for now. He uses Balkan's 8 fangs and a secret technique, the carotid sever, in order to unleash dead like hounds on Jaehwan. He remains calm, however, and thrusts into Heinz's spear, which angers him, as he wants to know how he did that. One of his men suggests that they should attack together in this situation, which Heinz agrees with, and so they charge them all at once. Jin Hong looks at the fight and is angry at his soldiers, as they are being cut down with extreme ease. However, if he also goes there and attacks with them, they will surely take these guys down, as he is close to monarch level. Even with that though, he can't even comprehend the amount of losses they would have if they did that. If he loses all of his dead soldiers, his plans will be ruined. He calls Siren over, who says that he should stop pestering her, as she did everything he requested already. The Spirit Stone research was completed, and she made the black cloud that created the dead warriors for him. So what more does he want? Jin Hong just looks at her, and Siren sighs, as if they made a deal. She could help him overcome this. Heinz thinks that this man is the Gorgon Fortress Master, the legend of the Path of the Waves, and the Pathfinder of an impossible path. All of these titles he gained in just a single month, and he likes none of them. He cannot believe that someone who has been here for just a month has become a Fortress Master. Even a mighty warrior like him couldn't, in the 200 years he has been here. He will not accept something like this. He transforms into a deader version of him and forwards all of his malice towards Jaehwan, as he will show him just how much hard work he put in. Jaehwan dodges his attack, but it still lands in a nearby wall, where some of his soldiers were standing, and it's shown that he's quite destructive. Heinz announces that this is the power he has gotten from giving up on his beliefs and working hard on his strength, just like Chung Hyo would have wanted him to. Jaehwan notes that it's about time they end this, and unleashes a medium thrust on Heinz, which destroys the dead parts that came out of him. Seeing that their leader is in danger, the soldiers try to rush Jaehwan, but Chung Hyo holds them off. Jaehwan prepares an even mightier attack, and says that everyone around here is talking about how much effort they put into themselves. Everyone is so selfish, it's crazy. He strikes so hard that it opens Heinz's eyes. He now sees Jaehwan's unique true world, the one that only awakened people can get. Is this really what the world looks like? To someone that has yet to submit to this world? The eye that sees every single thing and makes rules to monitor it. Is this really what he's trying to fight? He cannot lie. He's amazing, truly amazing. To think that someone would dare to fight that. Perhaps, if he hadn't given up back then and continued his path as a righteous warrior, he would have been able to chase after the same dream. But it's too late now. This single attack was able to take down most of Manticore, and Chung Hyo notes that it should be called World Thrust instead of Strong Thrust. Hines is also alive, and Chung Hyo wonders how he was able to only attack the buildings. Jaehwan explains it like he explains everything. He just thrusted. However, now that they made a path forward, all they need to do is walk it. Suddenly, a pink portal appears, which Chung Hyo identifies as a transcendent rank space teleportation skill, Warp. Out of it, Siren appears, who says that she can't believe the dead warriors she made are so afraid. Jaehwan asks who she is, which takes her by surprise, as she's the presenter of countless shows, like this week's Hot 10 or Tower of Tower. Does he not have a hologram panel at home? Jaehwan says that he doesn't, and Chung Hyo explains that she's a mare, and he can confirm that all the men of chaos know her. Siren picks up his hat and notes that he has good eyes for someone so old. But did he not know that it's taboo to say that all mares are just that, mares? Each mare is known as another race, but enough about that. She introduces herself. She is Siren Armeld, not just a mare. Jaehwan thinks that it's unfortunate, as he wanted to ask her tons of questions, but now, they don't have the time, so he asks her to get out of the way already. Siren explains that she cannot do such a thing, as she received a request to stop him. Jaehwan does what he does best, and puts his sword forward to thrust, but Siren tells him to wait, and just hears her out for a second. She offers him a deal, to become her product, as the person who asked her to stop him is in that broken-down building, almost dead from that strike of his. She will forget that promise, if he becomes her product. Jaehwan unleashes a light attack on her, but Siren notes that he won't be able to keep this up for long, as he must feel it too, right? Jaehwan does indeed feel that the spiritual pressure is way stronger around here, so she might be a major general by the looks of it. She explains that pitch darkness is after him, and that guy is no good. She can hide him very well. If he becomes her possession, nobody in the 12 regions will dare touch him. Jaehwan refuses, so Siren snaps her fingers and notes that it's time to do it the hard way. The ground suddenly shakes, as 2 sand demons appear, since Siren has used her authority magic to make them. With that, the beasts attack, but Jaehwan thrusts, and Siren tries to control her minions, but Jaehwan just continues to kill them. Finally, he unleashes an attack in the ground, which creates cover for him, allowing him to dash across and get directly to Siren. She isn't shocked by this, as she could see everything he was doing already, so Jaehwan is caught by a snake, and Siren bargains with him. In reality, she's the one losing out on this deal, as she is Siren Almed, the bewitching flame, that easily gets #1 on any popularity vote out there. Suddenly, her snake minion starts convulsing, and Jaehwan appears right in front of her as it explodes, which allows him to grab her by the neck and slam her on the floor. Jaehwan doesn't want to kill her, as she's a mare, who would be quite useful on the Abyss expedition, and he might even find out about the first mare that's said to be at the top of the illusion tree. He asks her to surrender, but she doesn't want to, so she frees herself from his grasp and leaves, as this is too tiring for her. Suddenly, though, she appears behind him and uses the 8 gates of hell technique. Inside, Siren says that she expected him to be more surprised, but Jaehwan experienced something similar before. Siren explains that what he experienced was a fake, as the real 8 gates of hell is a skill that was made by a mare. Jaehwan goes through the first gate, Gale Hell, the 4th, Black Chain, and easily plows through the 6th, Frost Hell. Siren is shocked by this, as she did not expect for him to go through them so easily. However, she wishes him luck on the next gate, as this one is a doozy. When the gates open, a strange liquid comes out, and from that liquid appear the bodies of his dead comrades, the ones that are still fresh in his mind. Siren tells him to give up now, as since this skill was made, nobody got past the 7th gate. Suddenly, a few versions of him appear, and one asks who he is. This is the 7th gate, Self-Hell. Jaehwan wonders what is going on, as these are all versions of him, but they are all from different times. It doesn't matter to him, as he will still fight. But that's when he notices that all of the versions of him also get ready to thrust, which takes him by surprise, as he did not expect for them to have his techniques too. However, that isn't the worst of it, as they are all semi-sentient and able to think for themselves, which will prove to be challenging. Seeing this, he charges in first, to not allow them to analyze him further, which allows him to find out that they each have the skill level he used to have when he looked like them, so they might not be as dangerous as previously anticipated. He manages to take one down, but from him comes a blurry smoke that makes him lose his footing for a bit, which allows one of them to go behind him. Jaehwan is swift, however, and he easily takes him out, but when he does that, a version of him in military clothing falls from the sky and meets his eyes, begging him to stop. Suddenly, he is transported back to a certain memory, where one of the soldiers he served with apologizes fruitlessly, as he has slaughtered many people. Jaehwan remembers this memory, as he had it right before he entered the tower. The man continues to apologize, as he has worked hard. He knows that too, but now, it is too late. With a heavy heart, he thanks Jaehwan for everything, and points the gun at himself. The bullet casing falls, and Jaehwan remembers that this man was his successor, and also a counselor. He was harassed endlessly by others, which caused him to shoot all of his predecessors and executives in the middle of the night. He was the only one that survived, and all of the leaders, platoon commanders, and battalion commanders were placed somewhere else. Fortunately for him, he was acquitted of any suspicions, because that man wrote in his diary that he was one of the ones who was really friendly. But still, he was thrown in prison for 15 days. In that solitude, he began questioning everything, and maybe then, he really started to hate the system. Naturally, he did not know anything of the world of skills or status. But maybe, he was already living in a world of the system, where it suppressed individuals wherever it could. Jaehwan starts to damn everything. As his life flashes before his eyes, his friends, his comrades, himself. Was any of it even true? He continues to thrust and thrust, until a child version of him asks, "Who is he?" This makes him experience fear, something which he hasn't in a long time, but it also makes him tear up. Even still, he strikes himself, and Siren asks him, "How does it feel to experience this gate?" Awakeners say that self-surrender is becoming a new existence, which will make them forget their original self entirely. So awakeners like him, who have experienced self-surrender, receive much more damage from the 8 gates of hell. Even mayors would take their own lives when they experience something like this, because they simply could not handle that their ego had gotten too large. But to him, it's entirely different. Suddenly, Chung-hyo slashes the 8 gates of hell away and tells him to come to his senses already. Siren holds him gently and whispers in his ear, for someone like him, the ego that he has forgotten after self-surrender, will he really be able to handle going back in time like this? Jaehwan thinks that these are all memories he has thrown away, and this place is a world where he has to end himself in order to continue moving forwards. The gate once again asks who he is, but when he wants to answer, the memories start flooding in, making him think that this place truly deserves its name. It's hell. His body is heavy, and he cannot see anything. Suddenly, he remembers when he and Chung-hyo were teaching Kamen about awakening. Awakening is learning to see, the ability to see the world for what it truly is. There is a difference from awakeners and adapters, however, as the awakened see the values that are truth, and the particles that make up the world. Adapters are able to read the data that cannot be seen, and see things very differently. That is the stage of self-surrender mentioned in Awakenings. In return for this, awakened need to be careful of neglect, as being able to see so many things will eventually make a person blind. Jaehwan finally gets it. What is happening to him now is the neglect that Chung-hyo was talking about. Those who see too much become blind quicker, and those who hear too much become desensitized quicker. Jaehwan is saddened by this. Does it really not matter? To come this far, he has done his utmost. Nobody else was able to come this far. However, now, he knows that he just wants to be able to say that he's having a hard time easily, like everyone does. The world changes around him, and he sees a blue sky with falling stars, which are his memories. He starts to feel a deep understanding and connects the dots. Who is he? Well, he does not know, but at least he is here. But maybe, the countless memories he has gotten over the 2,000 years he has lived, and the connections of all of those memories. Maybe, just maybe, that is him. Out of nowhere, the 7th gate begins to crumble, and Siren begins to vomit, as she is experiencing rebound. Jaehwan opens his eyes with a new deep understanding and pushes her away, whilst also destroying the gate entirely. He looks at the next gate and wonders what the next keyword is, as he has almost gotten past self-surrender. He will have to leave that for later though, as now, he needs to challenge this final gate. Jaehwan looks at the 8th gate and touches it, fully prepared for anything that is to come out of it. Suddenly, it starts opening itself while glowing brightly, and when Jaehwan enters, he finds nothing except a large, serene space. He wonders what to do, but that's when the stars begin writing a message. He would like to tell this visitor about his trivial story, since he has passed all of the gates of hell. Jaehwan guesses that these are just the records of the one that made the gates, so he watches eagerly. The text notes that he still remembers when the first Abyss expedition started and identifies himself as Mulark Armelt. This is simply a record of his failure. Outside, chatter can be heard around, and Chung-hyo begs Jaehwan to wake up, but he doesn't move an inch, and the same goes for Siren. Even though she used the technique, she's as unconscious as him. He is weary of this because the people from the Resurrection Palace have arrived, and among them, there's a major general-level guy. The general asks his men if they have found anything yet, and when they reply with no, he commands them to search even more thoroughly, as he is sure those weaklings are around here, somewhere. This is the 11th stage adapter, the hidden scent monarch, Samyong Garam. Chung-hyo is very scared of him, as he is one of the main fighting forces of the 9 regions. Just what is someone so powerful doing in chaos all of a sudden? Suddenly Garam feels something, and sends his attention directly to where Chung-hyo is. He starts preparing a mighty attack, and congratulates them for having hidden for so long, like the little rats they are. He throws a mystical punch at them, but fortunately Siren has woken up, and she teleports them out of there just in time. With his prey gone, Garam focuses his attention somewhere else, and orders his men to reclaim Manticore and search for the Forbidden Heaven clan leader. While getting out of the portal, Siren wonders, just how many times has she died today only? She also asks Chung-hyo if he has nothing to say after she saved his life so graciously. Naturally, he starts screaming at her, as he is the one who looked after them. Shouldn't he be getting the thanks, not her? She notes that this means they are even, and thinks about what to do, coming to the conclusion that it's better to go to the Gorgon fortress first and foremost. Chung-hyo asks if she has surrendered already, but she explains that, naturally, she has not. She just has business with this passed-out man. Chung-hyo says that he has already sent a letter to Gorgon via Messenger Eagle, although he did not expect that Jaehwan would still be out cold right now. So, right about now, some warriors who have awakened must have already departed. Indeed, as he says, countless warriors led by Kaiman arrive, and he commands them, from now on, Carpe Diem, the Liberation Army of Gorgon will depart, pass Manticore, and strike the Resurrection Palace once and for all. They charge in with more confidence than ever before, and they all think that with this many awakened all at once, they might actually have a chance. They might just win. Garam sits idly by and watches them while wondering, wouldn't it have been better if they would just stay here, in chaos, and adapt to it fully? He smashes a wall, and notes that they are quite ambitious, but ambition comes from foolishness. He throws part of the wall he broke in small pebbles, which easily tear through the army, as if they were real bullets. Yegal is left awestruck, as he has never seen this kind of power, and so is Jung, who watches as Yegal is killed right in front of him, without any way to defend himself, and without mercy. Garam warns them one final time. They should go back quietly, and forget about their clueless ambitions once and for all. He slams the ground with his feet, and Jung notices that something big is coming, so he orders the remaining soldiers to focus on attacking that guy with everything they have. Unfortunately for them, this was what Garam was waiting for. He unleashes an attack that engulfs them whole, with red misty energy, and Jung is the only one that is able to get out of there, but not without having his arm pulled out of its socket. After this, Carpe Diem, the Liberation Army, has retreated, and that retreat was caused by one single man, the hidden scent monarch, who changed the tide of war in an instant. 10 days later, in the Gorgon's inner fortress meeting room, Urin announces that, starting from the squadron of 3rd stage awakened, 1st Squadron Commander Carlton, to the 9th Squadron of the 9th stage adapter, Limitless Clan Leader, along with all of the other squadrons of Carpe Diem, half of their entire forces were decimated in just 10 days. This is a mighty blow to them, because they lost 5 3rd stage awakened that were crucial to their fighting force. Aisha trembles and notes that it would be difficult to continue this war. And what's more, the Resurrection Palace has already reached the doorsteps of the Gorgon Fortress. If they accept the offer that they proposed, they might just make it. The Fire King clan leader asks if she really is suggesting that they hand over the fortress master along with the tower, just so that they can survive. Kaiman agrees. They cannot hand over Jaehwan, and even if she might be extremely keen with her eyes, he knows that she can't see the future. Jaehwan already commanded them anyway, that they should just pave the way. That is all they need to do. Aisha notes that with things going as they are, they have no chance of winning. Maybe they should ask the other monarchs for help, as currently, all of the monarchs that have been dispatched are a part of the 9th region, Pitch Darkness, and most know already that there is still a long-time grudge between the Strong Steel and Pitch Darkness. Jurin wonders if that's wise as they killed his emissary already, the Jade Mask Golden Monarch. Aisha explains that technically he isn't dead, because those who enter chaos via the narrow gate like he did would just return to their original bodies once they die here. Kaima notes that even if the Monarch of Steel chooses to help, they should refuse it, because chaos must be the one to liberate chaos, and nobody else. Chunghyo and Siren sit beside Jaehwan, who is still very unconscious, and Chunghyo screams at her to wake him up, since she was the one who made him like this in the first place. What kind of illusion has she cast to make him fall asleep for 10 damn days? Siren screams back at him. He is the doctor in this place. So if he's that upset about it, shouldn't he do something about it? Chunghyo ignores what she said for now and asks what she is still doing here. Is she not in cahoots with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? She explains that the contract they made doesn't matter anymore now, since there is a human who is able to break free from the 8 gates of hell now. Chunghyo wonders what's so special, as that is just an illusion skill she cast on him. Really, it's nothing to write home about. Siren gets even madder, and through her screaming, explains that the 8 gates of hell is not just a skill, it's incredible. And it wasn't even made for humans to use. Its true power is shown when a real mare starts to use it. However, he had hoped that anyone could use this skill, and so, she thought it to the Savant clan, since nobody has ever been able to break through the 8 gates of hell. She has seen it broken a few times though, but when that happened, it was used by humans, so it wasn't at full power. Additionally, what was broken was not the skill, but the mind of the user. But Jaehwan is different from the others, as he managed to break her mind, but broke the skill completely too, as he broke through the 7th gate and arrived at the final 8 gate. For his information, the 8 gate is the gate of rewards, and it's said that those who get there get a very generous reward. Chunghyo has heard about this before. If there is a human that could pass all of the gates and get to the 8, they would become the king of chaos. He heard this from Jagal, but he did not expect it to hold some truth. Siren notes that what is behind the 8 gate is the legacy that her godfather has left behind, his knowledge. Before she can explain further, Jaehwan suddenly wakes up and is very confused as to what just happened. He explains what he saw to Siren and Chunghyo while getting dressed and notes that now it's time to go to the meeting room. Chunghyo tries to stop him, as he mustn't go there now, since there are people who are suggesting that they hand him over to the Resurrection Palace. Jaehwan ignores him figuratively and literally as he steps over him, leaving Chunghyo shocked. When Jaehwan arrives in the meeting room, some are glad to see him, and some are ashamed, as they have considered something extremely bad. After a few moments of silence, he announces that he will go to the Resurrection Palace, which nobody expected. Kaiman asks him, what is he talking about? He cannot do something like that. He should reconsider. He just cannot go there. Suddenly, Jung includes himself in the conversation and asks him, does he not know that a lot of their comrades have died while he was passed out? They wouldn't have died if they hadn't come to know of freedom and hope. There was not even time to hold the soul farewell procession for them. Jaehwan apologizes, and Jung explains that he hates him to his very core, that he dared to give them life, freedom, and hope. However, despite all of that, they really need him right now. He begs him, along with everyone else, to not go to the Resurrection Palace and stay right here. At the very least, they would rather die while fighting with him. Chunghyo is shocked by their reaction, as he has given them something unbelievable that he should not have, and now, in order for them to protect what they got, they will all give up their lives for it, if need be. Jaehwan says that they are mistaken about one thing though. He is not going to the Resurrection Palace to surrender himself. He is going to the Resurrection Palace in order to send all of them flying. Everyone in the room is shocked, and Chung Hyo, who knew it was coming, is still just as shocked. Young asks if he has gone insane, but Jaehwan notes that he's always clear of mind. They all start screaming at him and asks when he will do it, and he replies with, "Right now." Siren finds him quite strange but intriguing, as reality does not exist for him, but it does for these humans, who always kneel in front of reality. Knowing this, nobody will be following him in that suicide mission. She is proven wrong, however, as they all throw themselves at him, as they all want to go, in order to free themselves. Siren thinks that they are all insane. So far they have been living with no problems as souls. Why care so suddenly about life and freedom? Is this really the effect Jaehwan had on them? Jaehwan is grateful for their thoughts, but he will only bring 3 people with him, Chung Hyo, Kaiman, and Siren, who did not expect to be invited at all, so she is rather scared. But Jaehwan just smiles. Siren asks why she would go there, but Jaehwan keeps talking to the others, and notes that even if they are not coming, they will each have their own tasks. Siren screams and screams at him to get his attention, but Chung Hyo tells her to give up. They ask what kind of tasks, and a myriad of other questions, like if destroying the Resurrection Palace really is the end, and what will happen once chaos is united. Most importantly, chaos wouldn't recognize chaos as the core, and many will try to cause division, which is bound to appear at some point. Yong says that they should worry about that when they get to it, as once they destroy the narrow gate, the monarchs will not be able to pass anymore. Jaehwan tells him to not be so sure, as he is sure that the narrow gate wasn't the original way to enter chaos. Yong is left wondering about it, but before Jaehwan can say anything, Siren finally gets to him and screams in his ear that she's not going. But he offers her a deal. If she helps him, he will tell her about what he saw on the 8th gate, since he is sure that she does not know. Eventually, they all make their way to her workshop and start touching her stuff, even though she told them not to. She explains the embarrassing stuff as gifts from her godfather. She is very conflicted about having others enter her personal workshop, but it cannot be helped, as they need to warp to the Resurrection Palace, which can only be done via warp drive, which she has in here. Chung Hyo finds one of her early towers and goes inside, where he finds the Firewheel Monarch and the 7 Fear Monarch, which he immediately slays. These people were once products, but they remain stuck in the spaces that she created. For those who have been products before, however, what would they feel when they enter the workshop of a mayor? Jaehwan also finds a tower and asks what its name is. Siren says that it's called the World after the end, but it is not finished yet, as he can clearly see. She has started building this tower after she first met him, but she doesn't know how he would feel about it once he sees it. Eventually, she gets the portal going, and she notes that it feels strange, like something is wrong, but well, just maybe her godfather went on the expedition because it felt like this. At the Resurrection Palace, a man watches as others bicker below him. He thinks of them as fools, as if they were people who could reincarnate. They wouldn't be queuing here, but going to the fruit repository instead. Shouldn't they have given up by now, considering they have been waiting for half a year already? This is the 72th Resurrection Palace Master, the Fog Monarch, Hichtmeyer. Some people below him compare their situation and note that even if he doesn't like it, they are similar, since he has also been here for a long time. Naturally, Meyer is insulted by this and puts them in their place, which makes them grovel at his feet instantly. However, he still finds it boring, as if it weren't for the treaty, he wouldn't be just standing around here. The monarchs that came to chaos after dying in their previous lives have a duty tied to them, that they will become the palace master until the next monarch dies and comes to chaos. He hopes that soon, someone will die and take his place. Maybe it will be that Jade Mask monarch that was defeated by the Abyss expedition, or that's what he heard at least. Suddenly, the wall starts cracking, and sure enough, it's spread wide open by a giant explosion. Meyer immediately blocks the attack with his powers, but notices that they weren't pushing each other in any way, so his opponent is at the same level as him. While he charges in, he asks if this is the Gorgon Fortress Master, but when he clashes blades, he notices water, as Kaiman was the one to attack. He explains that he's not the Fortress Master, but someone he knows well enough, so he is here to get his payback from 900 years ago. Kaiman tries to attack Meyer, but using his breath ability, he creates a large smoke screen around them which blocks Kaiman's vision greatly. He looks around multiple times but can't even hope to sense Meyer's presence, despite having trained for so long. He really is too weak. That's when he remembers Jaehwan's words, that he can do it, that he believes in that fully. This gives Kaiman the push he needs, and his senses become sharper than ever, allowing him to detect Meyer, who was above him, and strike in just a second. Meyer backs away, but he has been hit pretty badly, and he's naturally shocked to see that Kaiman could notice his presence so well. This makes him full to the brim with rage, as he thinks that Kaiman has become too arrogant for his own good. Somewhere close, Jaehwan tells Chung Hyo that he's going to the pleasure palace and bringing the mayor with him. He is sure that Kaiman is fully capable of handling this fight. Chung Hyo agrees and tells him a little something about the pleasure palace. The palace that's hidden by the fruit and narrow gate is at the very top of the resurrection palace, and the energy coming out of it isn't good news. So he should be careful, as he will try to reduce the monarchs heading to the pleasure palace with Kaiman. Inside of the palace, the real Firewheel Monarch and 7 Fear Monarch wait for anyone to arrive, as what Chung Hyo met previously were fakes. He charges in just like before, but these monarchs have ample time to dodge. They are quite surprised to see the divine physician in here, as they heard that the Gorgon Fortress Master was to be their opponent. But there's just him, an old and frail man. Chung Hyo is surprised that they dodged his slash with such ease. The 2 monarchs say that it's not too late for him. If he brings the Gorgon Fortress Master here, everything will be forgiven. Even if he was able to handle the 2 of them at once, he will not be able to deal with all of the brigadier generals that are safeguarding the fruits. Chung Hyo tells them to stop yapping, as they will solve all of this through fighting like they should have in the first place. In the inside of the Resurrection Palace, at the Pleasure Palace to be precise, tons of people seem to be having fun. The timid monarch, Reika, notes that the stuff that is happening at the main gate has gotten to be quite loud. Shouldn't they go and have a look, just in case? The second dragon monarch tells him to relax, as Meyer will surely deal with them. The 4th dragon monarch isn't bothered by the conversation and is just enjoying the lady's company. The 3rd dragon monarch notes that it just doesn't feel good if he doesn't stop by this place whenever he is in chaos, and the 5th dragon monarch agrees. It would be pain if they get their gems cut off by the female monarch alliance in the Almighty Land after all. He does not want to lose his because he did something stupid. The 1st dragon monarch, who is sitting somewhere private, wonders why the chaos people have a problem with living in this place, as it's really nice. The fight outside continues as the cups in this place begin to shake because of it, and Reika thinks that this just doesn't sound good, no matter what. He tries to make the others look outside, even for a second, but they will not budge as they believe the palace master will take care of it. They don't need to ruin their fun for such a thing. Reika still presses them about it, as if something were to happen, how can they deal with the consequences? Before he can yap again, the 4th dragon monarch throws his cup at his head as he was too damn noisy. He should just shut up and stay still instead of ruining their fun like this. If he really is bothered by it, he should go check out what is happening himself. Reika starts gripping his staff out of anger, and the 4th dragon monarch sees this as an invitation to fight. The others start looking at Reika with vicious red eyes, which makes him tremble. So he notes that it wasn't his intention to insult. He will go to look alone. The others laugh at him as he leaves, but Reika looks back at them and promises that one day, he will have his revenge no matter what. Suddenly, the 1st dragon monarch slowly but surely begins staring at him with an even deeper malice than the others combined. This makes him run away in fear, and the 4th dragon monarch thanks him as he knows how to deal with noisy people very well. The 1st dragon monarch explains that he just hates noise. That's all there is to it. While they laugh at his expense, a purple light that they have put for ambience begins to flicker, and static begins to appear above them as the light is almost put out by the sheer force. The others notice this only after Siren and Jaehwan are above them, and they are naturally surprised. But Jaehwan doesn't give them the time to regroup and charges in swiftly. The monarchs manage to get away from the blast just in time, but that doesn't mean that they did not see the amount of power that the attack had. Jaehwan stands surrounded by them, and the 1st dragon monarch thinks that he must be the Gorgon Fortress Master. Jaehwan confirms it, and the 1st dragon monarch notes that he must be insane to come here all by himself. Though, is he here to keep his word, perhaps? Jaehwan denies that notion, and explains that he is here to do one simple thing, to kill all of them. The 1st dragon monarch smiles, and he notes that a lowly soul of chaos should not dare to even think of such a thing. Truly, his arrogance knows no limits. Seeing that he is out for blood, Siren warns Jaehwan to dodge the incoming attack, but it moves too swiftly, and Jaehwan is thrown at the wall. He is not keen on giving up, however, and so he tries to use the momentum to throw himself back at his enemy. But that's when the other monarchs charge in, forcing him to dodge if he doesn't want to be struck. Jaehwan throws himself at the floor, but he swiftly gets up, as against these opponents, there is no time to sit still. The first dragon monarch tells him to stand more proudly, as he will make him pay with his life for disrupting their moment of peace like this. Even if he struggles as much as he can, he will not leave this pleasure palace alive. He orders the other monarchs to attack, and in that second, they all transform into swift red lines due to the amount of speed that they are moving with. Jaehwan tries to hit them, but the attack is too slow, and he gets mocked because of this. A powerful attack is useless if it does not hit a single thing. Jaehwan notices that these bastards are very coordinated, as they are attacking him one after another without resting at all. They will be troublesome to deal with, that's for sure. The third dragon monarch tries to hit him with an awfully heavy attack, allowing Jaehwan to attack him afterwards. But the attack was quite weak, so it bought him only a few seconds of time. Seeing an opportunity, the second and fourth dragon monarchs attack him at the same time, which deals some decent damage. The fourth dragon monarch says that no matter how strong he may be, he cannot win against them by his lonesome. The second dragon monarch notes that even a major general isn't able to block their combined attacks alone. Jaehwan agrees with them. It is tough to deal with all of them individually. However, since it's so damn annoying, he will blast all of them at once. That will make his job much easier. He does just that, and unleashes a mighty attack that can be heard by Chunghyo, who is still fighting the two monarchs. After the attack is fully discharged, everything around Jaehwan is crumbled, and he is also in a very poor state. Unfortunately for him, the attack did not hit anyone, as the first dragon monarch has blocked his attack by himself, clearly telling him that they are worlds apart when it comes to strength. Siren watches all of this happen from above, and thinks that she did not expect the first dragon monarch to defend so easily against such a powerful attack. Are these people who are tasked with defending the Resurrection Palace really on such a different level? The first dragon monarch pulls out his sword and cannot believe that he dares to ambush the Resurrection Palace with those petty and awfully weak tricks. He is truly mocking them, in more ways than he can count. However, to rectify his awful and arrogant behavior, he will show him the difference between them. He will have to face that all that he is just a vermin of chaos, powerless and brittle. Suddenly, every monarch near the first dragon monarch is assimilated in a red yet dark cloud that emits a powerful wind. The first dragon monarch comes out, but in a different form, that of a true dragon. He should be feeling honored right now, as this is too valuable of a technique to use on someone as lowly as him, but he must show him just how weak he truly is and crush his dreams right now. The first dragon monarch charges at Jaehwan without any remorse, but Jaehwan swiftly moves away and attacks him the moment he gets the chance to. This attack doesn't go through, however, as it cannot pierce the barrier that the first dragon monarch has on himself. Seeing that his attacks are fruitless, Jaehwan backs away, and the first dragon monarch mocks him. Did he really think that he would be able to leave even a single scratch on him? Jaehwan is pushed back even further, but he stops himself with his sword. This gives the first dragon monarch the opportunity to prepare a mighty attack, which Jaehwan tries to block with his thrust. The attack is unleashed and they start clashing. They both put in as much effort as possible, and eventually, the first dragon monarch is the one who pushed harder, so the attack hits Jaehwan fully. After the dust clears somewhat, not even a trace of Jaehwan can be found, and the first dragon monarch notes that it's truly a pity. If he had stayed hidden, he would have been able to live a much longer and perhaps happier life. But unfortunately, his arrogance was the thing that cut it short. Suddenly, Jaehwan appears seemingly out of thin air and lands directly on the first dragon monarch, who is rightfully surprised. Jaehwan says that it's his turn to attack now, making the first dragon monarch put his barrier up and ask if he has not learned his lesson yet. No matter what, his attacks won't be able to pierce through his scale barrier. Jaehwan notes that they will not know unless they try it and focus all of his energy in a single spot. The first dragon monarch notices this too, and now he is truly scared for his well-being. He starts gliding around and eventually bashes his head in the floor, as he will not let Jaehwan do whatever he wishes. After he does that, the first dragon monarch expects to see Jaehwan on the floor, but he is not there. Jaehwan is above him. He notes that he talks too much for a dragon and unleashes a strong concentrated thrust that sends the first dragon monarch even deeper into the floor and breaks the palace's roof entirely. Cayman, who has already dealt with Meyer, watches as this happens, and is glad that the fortress master has made it too. Chung Heo, who has also defeated his opponents, hears the attack and the quietness that follows, so it seems that everything has ended pretty well considering. The once mighty first dragon monarch now sits on the ground, felled by Jaehwan and his blade. Siren looks at this and thinks that she did not expect things to go this well when Jaehwan said they will only attack with 4 people, but surprisingly he pulled through quite well. The first dragon monarch transforms back into his human form, but the damage that he receives still applies, and as a result he is missing an entire arm. He begins to scream at Jaehwan. He will definitely make him regret this, as this amount of humiliation will not be paid even if he dies 1,000 times over. All of this is not over, as he will return to this palace and rip him into pieces. No matter what he does or how many times he hits them, they will not die. Jaehwan says that he's correct, as they came through the narrow gate after all. The first dragon monarch is surprised that he knows about it, but that means he also knows that as long as their bodies and souls are connected to their brains, they will not die, as they will return to the almighty land if that were to happen. Before he can celebrate too early, Jaehwan cuts the link between him and his brain. The first dragon monarch starts to wail in pain, and Jaehwan asks how it feels now, that he is facing true death. The first dragon monarch looks at his hand and can't believe that Jaehwan managed to cut off the brain link. Something like this shouldn't be possible. That is when he finally realizes that he does not want to die, so he resorts to pleading. What does he want? Skills? Maybe status? He will give him anything he wants. He will ask the Grand Monarch to do so. The monarchs who are still left conscious hear all of this, their once venerated leader, now groveling on the ground, begging to be spared no matter what. Both Jaehwan and Siren look at him with disgust in their face, and without a single shred of mercy, Jaehwan jabs his sword into the first dragon monarch's neck, killing him on the spot. Reika, who has watched all of this go down, falls on the ground, as he cannot believe that one of the 5 dragon monarchs has perished. He was going to check around when he heard a commotion inside of here. But anyway, now he must inform the major generals about this whole ordeal, and he must be quick. Suddenly, Chung Hyo appears from behind him, and with an awfully creepy expression asks where he was going and to whom he was going to report to. Both Kaiman and Chung Hyo arrive where Jaehwan is, and they are both dragging the people they beat up. Jaehwan congratulates them on a job well done, and Chung Hyo notes that they captured everyone alive, like he told them to. But it was really hard, so he should be thankful. Jaehwan notices that they have additional baggage, and Chung Hyo explains that he found him snooping around the entrance. Siren recognizes him as the timid monarch, a person who has a general-level brigadier of spirit power, but he is despised by others since his skills are nothing to be impressed by. Chung Hyo asks why he ordered them to leave these guys alive, and Jaehwan puts it bluntly. He just needs to make sure that they are dead. He begins cutting up all of their brain links and then butchers them on the spot, all while Reika just watches and thinks that all of this is a nightmare. After the Resurrection Palace appeared, the monarch seemingly obtained immortality. Mortals need to count up the days they have left since their lifespan is limited, but the monarchs who gained immortality because of the fruit need not do so. So they have forgotten even the concept of death at this point. However, Reika feels that soon, he will die by this person's hands. He has refounded his fear of death after all of this time. He begs Jaehwan to spare him, as he had no intention to fight. But Siren thinks it wouldn't be wise to leave him alive. Jaehwan decided to leave him be, as he needs a witness, and also the location of the fruits. Reiken immediately points to them, as they are above them in a vault. The vault is called Reverse, a vault made by a mayor who was a renowned artisan. He only knows that it generates passwords infinitely, so it would be hard to unlock it without the help of the Resurrection Palace Master, who he just killed. However, things might have been different if there was a renowned artisan mayor who had exceptional skills among them. Without much choice, Jaehwan prepares to thrust the vault, but Chung Hyo tells him to control his strength, while Kaiman laments not having a mayor that's a renowned artisan among them. Seeing that these idiots are not getting what she's trying to point out, Siren just unlocks the vault, and it slowly begins opening, bathing everyone in a golden light. Kaiman is the most shocked by this, as these fruits are what the Abyss expedition departed for in the first place. He is hit with a wave of emotion as he remembers his mentor and what he learned from him, which is irreplaceable. After so much time, finally they have it in their hands. They grab all of the remaining fruits, which are very little in number, and Chung Hyo speculates that they must have used tons of them up until now, but with only these, they will not be able to share it amongst the people of Gorgon. not to mention the entire chaos region. Kaiman looks at the fruit with a sad expression, and Jaehwan notices. He tells him that it's okay for him to have it. Truly, he is the most qualified to get back his life. It is time for him to make his own choice, which he will not be shamed for no matter what. Kaiman thinks that it's been too long, and it has been a long fight where they all went through too many tough times. He can still remember the souls that have sacrificed themselves in order to even have a chance at the fruits and the indignity the living have gone through. This should be the reward for all of those very tough times. However, he rejects this reward and crushes the fruit with his very hand. The others are naturally shocked by his decision, except Jaehwan. They ask what he's doing, and Jaehwan asks him why he destroyed the fruit like this. Kaiman explains that he did it only because there are 10 fruits left. The moment he held this thing, he realized that these fruits will become the seed of conflict, and they will begin fighting each other for the hope that at least 10 people will be sent back to life. If that were to happen, chaos will never be saved. Jaehwan smiles, as this was an incredibly tough decision to make. Kaiman asks Jaehwan what they are going to do with the other fruits, as they still have some left. Jaehwan, just like Kaiman, destroys the fruit under his boot, with Chunghyo joking that everyone would die of shock if they saw that. Jaehwan believed that Kaiman would do this from the start, because he is like this. He would choose to despair alone, while longing for the true salvation that everyone deserves. Jaehwan asks if he will regret his decision, but Kaiman notes that is unlikely to happen. Suddenly a portal appears above Kaiman, and he is struck with deadly force that sends him into the ground. This was done by the Major General Storm Monarch Kanael, a 10th stage adapter. Before Chunghyo can get into action, he is grabbed from behind and thrown into the wall by the silent monarch Magito. Jaehwan doesn't know where to focus his attention, but suddenly a man notes that he has crossed the line after all. This has now become a matter that cannot be solved by just taking his life. Raika recognizes this man. It's Samyong Garam. Even among the major generals, he is considered a monster because of his strength, so he must hide now to not get dragged into his sights. Garam tells Kanael and Magito to charge, which they instantly do, while Jaehwan tells Siren to drag the injured away. Magito binds his hands and feet, allowing Kanale to strike him, but he manages to dodge. Even if he does all of this, the relentless attack does not stop, and Jaehwan is getting pushed back by the sheer volume of their attacks. Seeing a clear opportunity, Kanael uses his abilities to push Jaehwan into the wall, which makes both of his attackers think that he is just a weakling that dreamed too much, an insect. With that, they both charge in to finish him off, but with a newfound confidence, Jaehwan looks at them with his glistening golden eyes. Back when Jaehwan destroyed Manticore, Chunghyo told him that his abilities are truly amazing, and this ability shouldn't be called a strong thrust, but a world thrust. However, he personally thought that he should avoid overusing such powerful attacks. He explained that the Awakened can use their spirit power without any sort of restriction, but in exchange for that, they will consume an amount of mental power. If he were to use such a messy and huge technique constantly, he would be sure to collapse. Jaehwan thinks otherwise now, as the guys he's fighting are at the same level as he was when he got to Chaos, so he needs to get rid of them now, while they are still underestimating his strength. He breaks out of his restraints and puts his feet firmly on the ground to prepare for the attack he is about to unleash. His sword starts glowing an electric red, and it opens its gaping mouth as it shows the true reality of this world. With a loud scream, Jaehwan unleashes 5 consecutive world thrusts, all stacked into one, which instantly takes out the attackers that were toying with him earlier. Garam watches all of this with eager eyes, and Siren barely manages to get out of the attack range. After all is said and done, Garmin notes that he did not believe he could exert so much power just with his physical force. What a truly incredible individual. Truly, it has been too long since he found someone worth fighting, like him. Many moons ago, there was a mayor that searched for the monarchs of the 12 regions. All of the monarchs he had met previously rejected his request, but this did not make him give up. The last region he visited was the 9th one, where he met Garam and asked him to join the Abyss expedition. He tried to plead with him, explaining that this world's value of existence and exaltation of life is not normal in the slightest, and that he should remember the suffering mixed with anger that he felt when he was weak. This entire world, this entire system can be destroyed if they eliminate the first nightmare at the very top of the illusion tree. Garam refused and said that he was dreaming of delusions. This must have been why Pitch Darkness did not wish to meet him. He should already know that the almighty land is a place that is reserved only for the strong. So if he wishes to change that, he should show him what he's truly capable of. What followed was a battle that lasted 3 days and nights. But on the third day, Garam finally acknowledged the mayor's pure strength. Back then, Garam thought that if the mayor is this strong without using any magic, then he is the only one qualified to talk about the illusion tree. After their fight, the mayor ran around various places, including chaos, and gathered enough people to head for the abyss to change the world. However, after the monarch stole the fruits from them, the mayor seemingly disappeared and nothing had changed at all. Jaehwan is the one to attack first, and Garam notes that he does indeed have powerful attacks. However, that is not enough to be considered powerful. He puts his hand forward and blocks the attack with ease, while saying that he has all of the cards he needs in his hand, but he cannot use them, as he does not have the right class. At this level, he is no different than a squire raising a sword for the first time. Does he not agree? In that second, Garam closes the distance between them, and before Jaehwan can react, he punches him so hard he is sent flying at very high speeds into the nearby wall. Garam tells him to stand up, as he knows he's not done yet. Jaehwan does just that, and the same fiery confidence burns in him once again. Garam notes that if he dares to speak of the illusion tree, he should first show how truly strong he is. Jaehwan thinks that this guy is stronger than the two weapons combined, but he's not using a special technique, it seems. So even if he tries to read him with question, the amount of experience he has gathered is too stacked up. Still, he is too strong. But why is that? Can simple experience truly be this strong? He charges in once again with a much powerful attack, but Garam is not impressed and hopes that this rather weak attack isn't the only thing he has left. However, Jaehwan changes his footing, skillfully dashes towards Garam's back, and uses a world thrust to potentially finish him up. Garam notes that he's relying only on cheap tricks and also changes his footing, allowing him to challenge his world thrust with a very similar punch attack. Jaehwan is shocked to see that this attack is on the level of world thrust, but he doesn't have time to think about much else, as Garam charges in and hits him with precise accuracy. He gently lands on the ground and explains that spirit power cannot work on him at all. In the end, the spirit power that he is using is something that the system cannot supply him with. But awakened like him are trying to destroy this system's world with it? Because of this foolish mistake, they do not know that this world is someone else's unique world. While being held up, Jaehwan thinks that if it's true, Garam's power is more natural than spirit power. The world itself, perhaps even the root of power. This guy is the system's world. His eyes open wide, and he begins activating his own reality. Moon Eye. But Garam isn't impressed in the slightest, as this is a non-fundamental technique and a unique world without the original creation, which is no different than petty sorcery. Garam kicks Jaehwan into the ground and then punts him across the room once again. If he's being honest, he is rather disappointed as the awakening he knows of is not this weak. He unleashes another attack on him which Jaehwan tries to defend himself from. But even with his sword held between him and the attack, his hands begin to burn from the power, and his flesh starts to peel away. He manages to clear the attack away, but he knows that this is not good, as the momentum of Moon Eyes is not doing anything right now. Garam has had enough of playing around, as he has met a potentially worthy enemy, but he is not excited in the slightest. He should hurry up and open the beginning of this world. He should show him his world. Jaehwan thinks that Genesis was the 8th door of rewards in the 8 gates of hell. In that room, Mullark left behind the reward called the Record of the Abyss, and a story of the stage of awakening. Following the rules of awakening, the keywords can change, but the awakening itself is almost always composed of 6 stages, created this way in order to destroy the existing world. The first stage is doubt, the second is understanding, and the third is self-surrendering. These 3 stages are a part of the first half, named Fallen World. After they are completed, stages are needed to create a new world. The last 3 stages are a part of Genesis, the latter half. Jaehwan felt that the next stage of awakening was happening to him, but he did not understand what Genesis truly meant. Garam thinks that he is truly pathetic. Does he really have difficulty with using his own world? He is not the patient type, so he will need to forcibly open it and check it himself if he wants to have any sort of fun. He aims an attack directly at where Siren is hiding with Chung Hyo and Kai Men, which Jaehwan notices. He rushes to help them, which makes Garam smile with his bare teeth. Jaehwan thinks that this life is everything to these people, as he can revive any time, But to them, this world is the only world that they have and know. Siren notices that he is standing right in front of the attack, but she cannot do anything to help him, so he takes the full brunt of it. The dust slowly begins to clear away, and Siren is surprised to see Jaehwan still standing. This occurrence has made him understand something important. The only world he knew was growing up with his parents, going to school and making friends, crying, laughing, being sad or devastated. All of these countless and precious memories. The him from back then could never question the world he was in. He existed only because he did not question the world, and the world system was created through absolute certainty. That means the thing he needs to start Genesis is true conviction in his own world. Belief is a strong conviction that is sometimes forgotten, and in order for a world to be born, it means that it needs overpowering belief, something which he cannot hope to do alone. Not only the him from the present, but the him from his past memories needs to yearn for a new world. Garam charges in with another punch, as he is tired of waiting, but Jaehwan doesn't pay it any mind, as he begins pleading with his past self. Some say that the world he wants is fake, and it's only a method for him to escape reality. There is no reason for them to help him with this. Jaehwan knows that he cannot convince every him there is, so if they are not going to help him and only drag him down, they should get lost, as he doesn't need them anymore. Jaehwan and Garam continue their fight, with Garam putting Jaehwan in his place by beating him again and again, something which seems to begin boring him. He notices that Jaehwan is not moving and asks if he's really exhausted after only this. His past self appears and asks if he's really planning to die in a place like this. As if he dies, they are all going to. They have all come so far. Did he truly forget what they went through? He should not make a fool of himself and run away. Hasn't he been met with enough despair already? With Jaehwan on his knees, Garam thinks that their battle has ended. It is truly a shame. However, Jaehwan hilts his sword into the ground, which surprises both Garam and his past self. Jaehwan slowly stands up, and once again, his confidence is shown through his eyes. This impresses his past self, as he knew that he was always a crazy bastard, but it also seems that they have forgotten who they were. If it's like this, they will help him, just this one time. Garam begins shaking and laughing with excitement, as every Jaehwan that has ever existed seeps into the current Jaehwan, which allows him to break the world and reach Genesis. Siren cannot believe her eyes, and Jaehwan's world stands proud behind him. The stage 4 of awakening is the power to turn lies into truth, the power to turn any belief into reality. From purple fragments, a sword begins to form, and when it has taken its full form, it falls directly into Jaehwan's hands. This is the 4th stage of awakening theory. Garam notices that sword must be his world, and truthfully it does suit the word end, the appearance of the world where everything is corrupted. It is truly an unfortunate world that was born in order to destroy and nothing else. However, even if he has achieved this awakening, the result of their battle will not change. They both charge in at the same time, which creates a ripple of air and force throughout. Garam begins pushing even further and notes that this power, this is what is called a real fight. They begin to trade blows so fast only their figures can be seen, and Garam says that this is very fun, just like when he fought against that mare 1,000 years ago. He thanks Jaehwan for letting him have so much fun again. However, they need to end this one way or the other. He grabs Jaehwan's shirt and throws him against the wall. Jaehwan moves swiftly to land with his feet on the wall, but Garam's attack does not end here, as he charges in with even greater malice. Their powers clash in one point, which creates a very large explosion in the area. Jaehwan manages to get out of the blast zone before he could be injured, and remembers that he kept thinking about something. For what purpose did he thrust and, most importantly, live for? Garam interrupts his thoughts by trying to punch him again, but Jaehwan manages to dodge and thinks that now all he does is thrust and thrust and thrust. Just as if he was at the time where he did not come to understand the rules of the world. He just enjoyed thrusting innocently, without thinking about it at all. While Jaehwan is deep in thought, Garam begins to laugh like an absolute maniac, but apologizes shortly after, as he knows it must have been an ugly sight. This makes Jaehwan smile too, as without taking the situation into account, he is really glad to have met such a worthy opponent in this world. Even if the result is not what he wished for, he hopes that this moment would last just a little while longer. They continue to fight and fight, making Jaehwan ask if this is all that the system has to give while smiling. Garam, with an even wider smile, notes that it isn't. So they charge each other once again, creating a force that pushes every piece of rubble away and makes a large wave of power surge throughout. After everything clears, Garam explains that this is the first time he has had so much fun in 1,000 years, but to think he would meet such a worthy opponent in chaos, truly he is touched beyond measure. Jaehwan's tone changes into a serious one, as he notes that he was able to feel something while they were fighting. Just like how he has been thrusting for the past 1,000 years, he too must have been training one skill for 1,000 years or more. It is a shame that someone like him is an adapter of all things. This is very similar to what Mullark said to him, which makes Garam shake violently. He notes that he wants to ask just one thing, just what is he really trying to achieve in this world? Jaehwan says that he's going to the abyss, no matter what. Garam smiles, as his words are as hollow and weak as the mayor's. They are both fools, as the abyss is filled with strong people who surpass him by a lot. The great monarchs gave up their dreams, and in the end the mayor failed too. Is he still going to try, even after all of this? Garam begins summoning all of his power, which encircles him in a large tornado-like wind, which even manages to push Jaehwan back a bit. After everything clears, an angelic being stands above Garam, and Jaehwan's eyes widen with surprise as he sees. Garam, now with the power of the Black Gatekeeper General, beckons him forward to show him that power that suits his ambitions. Siren is shocked to see this power as its gatekeeper and demigod conversion. Garam said that he was at the rank of Major General, but that was an outright lie, as he is definitely at the Lieutenant General rank. Garam grabs his weapon and asks Jaehwan to prove his world, once and for all. With a wicked smile, he exerts his power, which makes Jaehwan think that this is the gatekeeper that protects the system's world. So if someone loves the system that much, they are able to summon so much power. Jaehwan has realized in this moment that he lives in order to destroy the world that the gatekeeper is trying to protect. With this realization, Jaehwan combines both of his swords into one and thinks that he is going to put everything he has into this one attack. They both start screaming as they begin unleashing all of their power, which creates a ray of light that would blind anyone near them. When those powers clash, it begins letting out a wind that pushes everything out of its range, with Siren barely being able to hold the unconscious together. They continue clashing powers, and Garam congratulates him for holding out for so long. But will he really be able to block the attack of a gatekeeper that has hundreds of lives in it? Suddenly, Jaehwan's attack begins breaking through Garam's, which makes Jaehwan push even further, until the attack reaches the gatekeeper and kills it before it can attempt to do anything else. Garam is very surprised to see that the gatekeeper was destroyed, but suddenly, Jaehwan beckons him to look. When he does, his eyes widen, as Jaehwan now controls a sword larger than anything he has ever seen before. He wishes him farewell, as he throws the sword in his direction. Garam stands still and smiles, as this truly was an enjoyable fight. When the sword lands on him, the entire ground begins to rumble and break for miles on end. The burned ashes of what remains begin to fly away, and Garam stands in the middle, utterly defeated. With his body almost ripped in half, he wonders if he really did lose. But that isn't the only thing on his mind now, as now, he can clearly see after being put in this pathetic state. The eye that watches and rules over everything in this world. The peak of the Great Illusion Tree, and the end of the abyss as it is known. That is also the place where the first nightmare is known to be at, so he asks Jaehwan, is that the place he really needs to go to? Jaehwan tells him that it is not. It is simply an enemy that he must bring down no matter what. Garam begins smiling, as even if it is so, his world will not be popular in the abyss. He is very sure of that. It is too cruel of a truth to know in return for losing all hope. He is sure that nobody would want to continue living after seeing this madness, as even he cannot believe that this weird thing is an entire world in the sky. However, if people that believe in his world would appear, they just might be able to find something in them which everyone has lost by now. As a price for this, they will have to live in that world for all eternity. Now, he is done speaking, so he should cut his brain link before his body goes back to the Almighty Land, like he did with the others. Jaehwan asks if he has any last words before this, and Garam tells him that if he arrives at the abyss safe and sound, he should find Kanark and tell him of what happened on this day. He should also be careful of Mayad, as if he knows that he has unlocked the creation of the world, he will surely not leave him be. Before slaying him, Jaehwan has a question of his own. Why didn't he kill him? He should have been able to kill him easily before he awakened again, so why didn't he? Garam thinks of the reason, but can't help remembering what Mullark said. He wanted to become a support that helped others climb the illusion tree, as this world that lacks value of existence and nobility of life is not a normal one. This world still has time left to change, if they destroy the first nightmare that stands proud at the top of the mighty illusion tree. However, Garam thinks that this world cannot change, but these last words of the mayor lingered in his mind for too long. Is this the only answer to the world, or is this his own answer? Garam notes that he was just repaying his debt to Mullark in a way. It has been a long fight, and he has become tired, so he should end his misery already. Jaehwan obliges. 917 years and 244 days after Mullark's Abyss expedition failed, Chaos has finally been freed of the Resurrection Palace and its tyrants. After the party gets back to Gorgon, the people celebrate with a drink, as they deserve it. Jaehwan goes to Jaegal, who is still somehow alive, even after taking such a strong attack. He explains that he wouldn't die that easily, since he is one of the 10 clan members. Jaehwan smiles, and Jaegal notes that he heard the news about him defeating Garam. He was one of the few monarchs that were incredible in all aspects. Jaehwan asks if he knows about him, and Jaegal says that anyone from his clan would know about him, because his clan, the Samyung clan, is the one who pushed the Jaegal clan out of the Almighty Land and took their place as one of the 5 great clans. It became famous for raising the best strategist in all of the Almighty Land. Since he has messed with one of their clan members, the Samyung clan will definitely be getting involved. They will not just let this go easily. Jaehwan tells him to not worry, as they won't be able to cross over in the first place. Jaegal asks if he really obtained the narrow gate, and Jaehwan confirms it. So that's why there's a high chance they will not be coming to Chaos for the time being, since they need the gate to come to Chaos in a living state. Jaegal still feels worried about it, but Jaehwan knows. However, if there is someone who is willing to risk their lives to come here, then that person will surely be worth fighting. With that, he leaves, letting Jaegal think that this guy is the same as always, truly an unfathomable person. Jaehwan goes back to his office and thinks that it has been a long time since he has arrived in Gorgon, and so many things have happened since then. Somehow, he also managed to become the fortress master, and he really had some busy days, where he did nothing, as others did paperwork for him. Suddenly, Chung Hyo and Kaiman rush into his office, drunk as all hell. Chung Hyo notes that he's here to have a drink with him, since Kaiman begged him to. But Kaiman says that it's the opposite. Chung Hyo thinks that he's insulting him by saying he doesn't remember, but that's when he remembers he is right. After this, they get into a scuffle about age, which doesn't seem to reach a consensus, but it makes Jaehwan smile. He thinks that it's about time he leaves this place, but he cannot lie. He has grown attached to this place somewhat. Later, while the wind is blowing gently and rain falls over Chaos, Jaehwan looks outside of the window while standing in his office. But Carlton, who was also there, asks if he was listening all of this time. Jaehwan apologizes for his ignorance and asks where they stopped. Carlton explains that they were discussing the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem. Jaehwan asks what they were talking about specifically, which makes Carlton think that he wasn't listening in the slightest. So he re-explains that the time magnification of the tower is just too high. The people who go inside to challenge the tower seem to be offing themselves more and more. Jaehwan looks down and thinks that it's entirely possible, as the magnification of time is already 100 times on the first floor. Time that is too concentrated in one place would damage one's soul, since it's not that easy to endure hundreds of years like that. However, awakening is not the sort of power that can be achieved without putting this much effort in it. Jaehwan orders Carlton to make Michael tweak the magnification a bit, and also explains that it's not possible to awaken only because they slash or thrust tons of times, so he should make sure that information also gets to everyone. After obtaining the system that the grooms awakened for them quite routinely, he should remove those that don't want to awaken from continued training. Awakening isn't the only way for them to survive, as adaptation is also viable and less risky. Carlton, with a saddened expression, asks if he truly believes his own words. Jaehwan says that everyone has different modes of thinking. It's natural, so awakening for others might not be the salvation they seek. Adapting would probably be better for them if they want to find their lives back. Jaehwan notices the worry inside of Carlton's eyes, and he asks if something has happened. He explains that, as he probably already knows, he has broken through the 3rd stage of awakening not long ago. However, he has not seen even a sliver of his unique world yet. Jaehwan is surprised by this, as it shouldn't be possible at all. Sure, its form could be entirely different based on the user's capacity, but all awakened that have reached the 3rd stage self-surrender, will obtain their unique world no matter what. While thinking about what it could be, he remembers what Garam said to him, that the spirit power that they use is a resource that is allowed by the system. However, the awakened are trying to destroy the system and its world. Because of that, they just don't understand that this is someone else's unique world. Jaehwan tells him to not worry too much, as maybe his unique world is this system. Carlton asks if that's really possible, and Jaehwan confirms that it is, as even if he's experienced, he can't hope to know everything about awakening just yet. With this information, Carlton asks, if his unique world really is the system that he hopes to destroy, will they have to fight one day? Jaehwan smiles and says that might be entirely possible, if he wants to protect this world, that is. Carlton is surprised by his answer, but then smiles and notes that he really is thinking of destroying this world, isn't he? Suddenly, the mood around the room changes, and Carlton suddenly slams the table as he asks Jaehwan to bring him along on the next expedition too. Jaehwan lets out a long and tired sigh, as he is not the first person to ask him for this, and he definitely won't be the last. Carlton explains that based on Gorgon Special Laws Article 3 Section 14, all inspection gate captains have a duty to protect the fortress master no matter what. Jaehwan explains that unfortunately for him, he is not the Northern Inspection Gate captain anymore. Additionally, he will no longer be the fortress master by then, as 1 week from now, he will be leaving this fortress. This information comes as a surprise to Carlton, who explains that if he is not here, Gorgon will definitely fall into its original state. Actually, the whole chaos might just go up in flames. Jaehwan tells him not to worry, as he has already thought of everything in regards to that problem, so they should get out of this room now, as he has to finish his last task as the fortress master. The rain continues to pour down even harder, and everyone gathers at the old meeting room, which is broken down and without a roof. Yurin offers Jaehwan a cloak, but he refuses it, as this much is fine. Slowly, he walks on the podium and thanks everyone for coming all the way here. They have done their utmost in order to protect Gorgon. They have done all they can. From now on, for those who have offered their souls to protect Gorgon and all of the innocent people that have unfortunately died, they will hold the soul farewell procession for 3 days. Jaehwan begins reciting the names of those who have fallen in order to protect Gorgon. Isaac Kendall, Rachel Veldor, Kashim Hill. The spectators notice that there is something quite big behind the fortress master, so they start wondering what it is. Jaehwan congratulates all of them once again for fighting, but as they all know, their fight is not completely over just yet. He reveals what has been standing behind him, the narrow gate, as he says that the war is just beginning. Naturally, everyone is shocked to see the narrow gate here and they plead with Jaehwan to destroy it, since that thing has brought them only pain. Jaehwan notes that they should be surprised by this, as there is something else he has to show them. From behind the spectators, Siren appears with the timid monarch Rika. Indeed, this surprises everyone more than they were surprised by the reveal of the narrow gate. Siren puts him in front of Jaehwan, who slowly reaches for his sword while looking at Rika with a deadly expression. The timid monarch knows what's coming and tells Jaehwan to kill him as swiftly as possible if he wants to. But they will not be able to get out of this without punishment. Pitch darkness will not forgive them, no matter how much they plead. Jaehwan tells him to shut up, while he strikes both of his hands, which removes them from his arms. The realization of what happened slowly falls on Rika, and he begins screaming at the top of his lungs while the pain begins. Jaehwan explains that he will not slay him here, as he wants him to return to the almighty land and tell this to his dear master. If he wants a war, he can come find him at any point in time, as he will be waiting for him at the very top of the illusion tree. Later, after the rain is cleared and everything is done, Siren follows Jaehwan and begins screaming at him for doing what he did. For someone who wants to quit his position as fortress master tomorrow, just what was he thinking when doing that? Does he really intend to fight the monarch of pitch darkness? If he really wanted to destroy the narrow gate, he should have done it quietly. Just what is he trying to get by sending Rika back? Now they will most definitely attack them. Jaehwan tells her to stop making such a ruckus. Even if they are coming, they will send someone who is at least lieutenant general. Because they are at war with themselves, they cannot send someone of superior rank, like a supreme monarch. Siren believes that he has really gone insane. What makes him think that they will send only one lieutenant general? Now that the silent monarch is dead, 2 or 3 will definitely come at least. Additionally, If people of the 5 great clans also arrive, this whole thing will blow out of proportion. Jaehwan explains that is exactly what he wants, because it's only after he defeats so many enemies that the whole situation will change completely. Siren just keeps silent, as she cannot say anything else. Jaehwan, seeing that she has fallen silent, asks if she's here only to ask him questions, or is she interested in the affairs of chaos too? That reminds her of what he promised to tell her. More specifically, what he obtained in the 8 gates of hell. Jaehwan tells her everything, which takes her by surprise, as this is not something that Mulark Armelt would have left behind. Jaehwan confirms that it is indeed a memory of his, but she just doesn't want to listen. So he captures her attention by saying a specific sentence. A cold winter, the egg Mulark picked up. The winter of the illusion tree, that is in the 6th region. At the very base of it, in fact. In that dangerous land, where a vicious ice storm would occur naturally. An egg that was shining with brilliance was waiting for Mulark. At the time, he was nervous to touch it, as it was the first time he picked up an egg like this. He could never forget that moment, though. The sprouting of an existence that is born by eating dreams and dreaming once again. The little life that peeked out of its weak shell. The moment he saw the face of the child that awake from within the shell, he had realized that his godmother's words were true. A child that was just born is the loveliest creature in the entire world. Siren physically recoils after Jaehwan pulls so close to her and asks what he's talking about. Jaehwan notes that this should be enough proof for her, which makes Siren mad, as he shouldn't speak of others' memories like they are his. He says that based on this, the mares seem to be born from an egg, but what's the winter base of the illusion tree? Siren explains that it's the northern base of the illusion tree in the almighty land, and all mares are born from the dreams of the illusion tree. That aside, did he really not leave anything special for her? Like some parting words, or an item, nothing? Jaehwan explains that there might as well be, but he cannot know for sure, as the memories he saw weren't in the form of a book or scroll. It was more like a cluster of very complicated memories, only a glimpse of a fragmented memory where nobody can tell where the beginning and the end are. Maybe, Mulark did not wish to have his memories take on the form of a specific story, so unfortunately, he cannot tell her anything else, even though he wants to. Siren is furious by this conclusion and calls him a 2-bit scammer, but Jaehwan asks her why she's looking for Mulark in the first place, just because he is her godfather. Siren refuses to answer him, so he puts his hand on her shoulder and notes that if she needs Mulark's memories so badly, it might be helpful for her to come with him from now on. Since Mulark disappeared in the abyss, and he is going there, it's not a bad deal, isn't it? Anyway, she should think carefully about it, as he has other business to attend to. Siren is very furious at him, as this is probably what he was aiming for all of this time, but the memories thing gives her a grand idea. She tells him to wait, as he said the records that her godfather left behind had the form of memories, right? Jaehwan confirms, and she begins smiling. As if this is the case, she has quite the nice idea in her mind. With that, Siren drags Jaehwan back into her personal workshop, which makes him smile, as he remembers her saying that he will never be allowed back here ever again. Siren tells him to shut up, but he refuses, and says that he remembers very well how she told him about how they are intruding on her personal life. Having had enough of this talk, Siren pushes her keyboard buttons even faster and pulls out the device they need. The ceiling slowly opens, and out of it comes a cat-like thing with a very ghastly appearance, which even Jaehwan is quite spooked by. Siren stands next to it and explains that this thing will help them with their squeeze. Jaehwan asks what she means by squeeze, and she notes that this thing links with one's soul and forcefully squeezes out the memories of the target. Usually this squeeze is something that mares do when they have lost spiritual sense. Since it is an action that allows a person to condense their overall emotion, they will again experience those memories and enlightenments, which is very useful for a mare, as that will give them tons of ideas. This is the first time she is attempting something like this, so she isn't sure, but other mares note that the experience of squeeze is something that causes over-the-top ecstasy. Jaehwan kind of understands the gist of it. She wants to see the memories of her godfather by using squeeze, right? Jaehwan lies down in the machine and the restraints close. Siren begins smiling from ear to ear, as she really wants to see if Jaehwan will remain relaxed after the squeezing starts. She didn't lie about the ecstasy he will feel, but he will also feel immense pain, but that will only be on his part, as she will feel none of it. Siren begins the procedure, but feels more pain than him, which goes to show just how much mental fortitude Jaehwan has. Eventually, she manages to break through it and arrives in his memory space, which she is surprised by, as it is quite large, with tons of memories floating around. However, is this really natural? Can a human have so many memories? Back when he broke through the 8 gates of hell, she knew that he wasn't just any ordinary guy, but this is beyond what she can handle by herself. Suddenly, she gets scraped by one of the memories, which leaves a yellow residue on her. She thinks that it's better to be careful from now on, as if she slips up further, she will become trapped in his consciousness. All she needs is the memories of her godfather anyways. With that, she begins exploring, but the amount of memories keep increasing as she goes deeper. Eventually, she is almost cornered by the memories, but she chooses to not give up so easily, so she activates her abilities and breaks through the memories with very fast speed. She continues to run through them like it's nothing, until eventually, she arrives at the memory she wanted to see. There, she sees her godfather and the memories they share. She remembers how kind he was with her, and how he always took her hand. Even though this is only a fleeting memory, she tries to grab his hand, as she has looked for him all of this time. It has been 900 years since he left, but she promises to find him, no matter what happens. She will see him again. After being swallowed by the memory, Siren slowly wakes up. But the place she wakes up at is not known to her. It is extremely alien. Seeing that she is in a foreign land, she decides to change her appearance. But now that she's walking through the street, she remembers what this place is called. Earth. The 294th world. Earth is a location that mares visit often by riding the roots of the illusion tree. Thanks to the efforts of the predecessor mares to protect Earth, it has remained hidden from the rules for quite a while. It seems that Siren has fallen into the uncanny, which was formed within Earth as its base. She knows about uncanny because Mullark has explained to her previously that within an existence, there exists a subconscious that is called uncanny. It is made from the hometown of the target, and all illusions of the world are made with uncanny as the base. He warned her that if she were ever to fall into uncanny, there's only one way to get out. She would need to find the only conscious being in that place, the guide. But where would that guide even be? She doesn't even know the layout of this place yet. Suddenly, a child swings past her at high speeds, and a few cops follow after him with their batons ready. Siren seems to recognize something about that kid, but she doesn't know what. The cops manage to corner the kid, and they tell him to just give it up, as children like him are nothing but trouble to responsible adults. Before they can strike him, Siren screams at them, asking what they are trying to do to a kid. The other policeman tells her to stand back, as it is dangerous around these parts, since this bastard has refused to become a grown-up. Refusing such a thing is a grave offense that is punishable by law, so it's only natural for them to go after him like this. Siren is shocked to hear such words. How is existing as a child illegal? Was there ever a law like this on Earth? The policeman noticed that there is something off about this certain citizen, as the way she talks is pretty weird, and her clothes do not seem to be from here. They would pass that up as cosplaying, but just to be sure, they ask her for her identification card while walking closer, which makes them notice that she also has horns on her head. This is a grave mistake, as Mullark has also warned her about this. When into uncanny, one must not do anything that makes them stand out. That place is a world that rejects the uncanny, so if she were to show an appearance that is different from what the world is used to, nobody truly knows what will happen to her next. But everyone knows that it's not good. Seeing no real way of getting out of this situation, Siren chooses to attack them with magic. She begins casting a large fireball, which shocks the policeman, but unfortunately for her, the magic dissipates as soon as she tries to unleash it. It seems that in this world, magic is not permissible. Suddenly, an alarm starts blaring out, and the once normal soldiers begin contorting into something evil. As their face rearranges itself, the alarm warns everyone that alien substances have been discovered in the world, so they should proceed with eliminating them as soon as possible. The now ghoulish policemen charge Siren, but she cannot do anything to defend herself at this point, so she is grabbed and almost killed by them. But the child jumps in to save her. He hits one of them with a pipe, which kills him instantly, and somehow manages to cut the head of the other with the pipe. Seeing this, Siren's suspicions have been confirmed. The only consciousness within this place is supposed to be the reflection of the ego's mental age, so that kid is most definitely the guide of uncanny. She begins following him and says that he sure walks around fearlessly around this place. The guide explains that it's only natural, as this is what must be done in order to survive. So can she survive out here? She is confident that she can, so he tells her to continue following, as he knows a spot. While she does that, she starts remembering where she knows those eyes and face that resemble a bull. This must have been Jaehwan when he was young, but the guide is the reflection of the ego's mental age, so this means that Jaehwan has the mind of a child. The guide explains that she must have been swept in here due to the canals of memories. There are memory fragments that would lose their way and fall into this place from time to time, but it's the first time that a living being like her has been in here. Siren looks at him with a puzzled look, which makes him ask why. She asks why he has been living here, as she is sure that he is constantly chased by police, right? But why are the people in this world trying to kill a child who refuses to conform in the first place? The guide explains that it's because everyone is an adult, and they don't like anything that doesn't meet their expectations. That said, he also had a question. What kind of person is outside him? Siren thinks that it's only natural that he's curious. But how would she go about describing that guy? Now that she thinks about it, she doesn't know much of anything about him. So what answer will please this child? She explains that he is quite similar to her, meaning that he is a child, through and through. This seems to make the guide happy, but now it's time to send her out. He pulls something out of her hair that came with her to this world. It is called a memory fragment, which makes Siren wonder why it even got stuck to her. But maybe it was when she was being attacked by memories. Siren asks, even if he wants to send her and the fragment back, does he even know how to do that? The guide says that he can, because that is what he does around here. He returns memories that have lost their way to their original spots. She is surprised by this, but it kind of fits with their names, as they really are guides. The guide notes that if this fragment is read, the memory must be a very important and urgent one. Siren asks if they really are categorized like this, and the guide explains that the shards come in white, green, blue, and red colors. So if he does not return this shard to its original place very soon, the outside him will be in heaps of trouble, as this is very important. Siren starts thinking about it, an important and urgent memory in this situation, where the monarchs of the 12 regions are knocking at their gates. She asks if she can send them both back right now, but the guide says it's impossible, as he can only send her and the memory back if the passageway is fully open. Normally that would not be a problem, but unfortunately, he doesn't know when it will open up. He says that since it's late now, they should rest in the underpass and move around tomorrow, when the sun rises once again. Siren asks if he lives here alone, which he confirms, so she then asks how he will know the passageway will open if he is not there to confirm it. The guide explains that once it opens, Wi-Fi signals will start to go haywire and become unstable. Once that happens, he will use this device to capture the highest signal. Siren asks if the only thing they can do in this situation is wait, which the guide confirms, but they should wake up early tomorrow morning and head to the convenience store for now, since there are tons of tasty things they need to provision, or rather steal. The days continue to go by, and Siren would have liked to ask him if he's okay, but she didn't. Maybe this little guy is trapped in here because of a mare, because there is a high chance that his world became like that, due to the Tower of Nightmares. The experiences he suffered through the wounds he garnered, and the nature of Jaehwan, who refused to bend a knee despite having gone through more suffering than any other human. All of these created this world. A week passes since Siren has been in this place, but there has been no signal. Even other shards of memory haven't fallen in here, as he would have gone to retrieve them personally. Siren asks if he's not scared of the cops following him like last time, but the guide explains that it doesn't happen often. He was just really unlucky. Siren then asks if all he does is just return memories, but the guide notes that he also looks at memories, as not all of them are returned, because he doesn't want to. Siren wonders if it's really okay to hold on to a memory like that, but the guide notes that it's a white memory, so it shouldn't be hurtful, right? He tells her to look carefully, as the memory will be replayed once he touches it like this. Suddenly, a film roll begins coming out of the stone, and it begins transporting them into the memory. This particular memory is from Jaehwan's early days, when his mother read him a book. Siren knows of this book. It's called The Little Prince, a book that is a famous must-read among the mares. Jaehwan's mother gently read him the story, as she cradled him in her arms. The book is a story about a little prince seeing the entire world with his own eyes. He is telling the adults who count numbers all day and say that they are doing important things, that what's important cannot be seen by human eyes. It is a truly beautiful story of the prince, who trusts the power of imagination and treasures his innocence fully. However, in the end, the little prince dies. Maybe that is an ending that needs to occur, as he needs to die in order for the story to become so beautiful, because the only things that can remain innocent are those that die early. Jaehwan was sad at the time, as what would happen to the world that the little prince left from? His mother did not want to sadden him, so he told him a lie, that the world still has the little prince. As he didn't actually die, he continued to live on Earth. Siren knows that this is an obvious lie told for the sake of the child. But the little prince that didn't give up on the world is quite a weird story. That story, which is not plausible or entirely realistic in any way, has become a source of power for Jaehwan, just as his world came to life after he faced the oppression of the system. Although it has no decent plausibility, elaborate worldview, or creative background, it does not compromise, nor submit to anyone's heel. This moment was born in the world after the end. Siren is mesmerized by this, but wonders why such an important thing is only a white memory. If that is the case, what kind of memory did Jaehwan choose to forget in order to survive? Suddenly, the guide's device starts beeping, so he immediately turns around and announces that it has started, so they need to prepare quickly. Out of nowhere, a large blue portal opens in front of Siren, and it begins expanding and expanding. While Siren is awestruck, the guide explains that is the passageway that will lead her to the outside. While Siren and the guide try to get the door open, the countless residents of this world attempt to slay them, which makes Siren wonder why they are all popping up so suddenly and in their viscous forms. The guide turns around and strikes one of them, while explaining that the passageway she has to enter is a foreign existence that does not and cannot exist here at all. They are all coming to this place in an attempt to get rid of it instinctively. He tries the elevator once again, while noting that once the passageway appears in this world, it won't be long until it disappears again. They need to get to the rooftop before it does so. The elevator finally opens, but surprisingly, there's two residents in there and one manages to grab him by the neck very suddenly. Siren rushes to help him, but it seems that he doesn't need her help. As he escapes, the residents grasp and takes care of them both with the pipe he has. Siren looks at him with widened eyes, as he beckons her to move already, as there's countless of these beasts behind them. She is surprised because he is not scared in this awful situation, but honestly, he's Jaehwan's ego, so naturally he is not scared of anything. He might even say that the monstrous enemies they face are just numbers to be dealt with. They do not exist. They are just the rules that the adults of this world decided for themselves and forced on everyone. They manage to get into the building and climb the stairs with speed while an army of residents are following them. They eventually get to the roof door, which Siren opens for the guide. He is almost caught by one of the residents, but with a swift turnaround, he manages to get on the other side, so Siren closes the door. While they hold it closed together, he tells Siren that he will stay to block them, so she should jump into the passageway now. She asks what he will do, which makes him shout that he will be fine, as he can take care of himself, so she should go before the damn passageway closes. She explains that she wants him to come with. They can get out of this place together. If she leaves this place, he will be extremely lonely once again. The guide considers her proposition for a bit, but while his feet are shaking, he says that he cannot do that, as this place is his world, even if he hates it. He must remain in this place, no matter what happens. He pushes her away, as the residents start to break the door little by little. Reluctantly, she runs away, but the guide stops her at the entrance of the passageway, as he has one last question for her. Does the him in the outside world have friends? When she hears this, Siren's eyes begin to tear up, and she says that he does. He has lots of friends who love him. The guide notes that he does. The residents break through the door, and the guide tells her to go in and never look back. Siren looks at him one last time and thinks that when she gets back, she will tell him about this child. When he feels that unbearable loneliness and cannot muster enough strength to go on, she will have him remember that the version of the little prince he knows was not wrong at all, because the little prince she saw with her own two eyes did not give up on his world, no matter how dark it was. Siren pops up in the canal of memories once again. She thinks that it would be wise to give up on searching for Mullark's memories. She doesn't know what the flow of time is between reality and uncanny, but she can't get lost in here again. However, she didn't leave this place with nothing, as when she gets back to reality, she will be able to make a pretty nice tower with what she has. With this, she has also decided to follow Jaehwan on the expedition, as that way, she can hear about her godfather from him slowly, but surely. Siren remembers that she had the red memory with her all of this time, which she opens, as it's probably safe to do so. When she does open it, she sees her godfather, and in front of him, something which shakes her to her core. The thing in front of Mullark is the Soul King, Catastrophe. He is sealed in the strange factory that was made by the masters that were born in chaos. Siren thinks that if one wishes to go to the abyss, they must first meet Catastrophe, but fighting him is not needed at all. It's not even possible to fight him while in chaos in the first place, as not even the monarch would dare to challenge him here. She suddenly gets a dark thought and rushes to wake up, as she must stop that. She must not let it happen no matter what it takes. In a cold and dead place, the party stands, and Chung Hyo notes that after 900 years, he is finally back here. Kaiman can't believe his eyes either, and Jaehwan notes that they have made it to the last gate that leads to the abyss, which he saw in Mullark's records of his expedition. The strange factory. Yurhan asks Jaehwan if he's going in right away, whilst addressing him as the fortress master. Jaehwan told him countless times that he is no longer the fortress master, and he's saying this just in case they don't know, but they shouldn't expect him to take care of everyone here. Yurhan knows full well that he gave up that title, but to him, he is still the fortress master. This causes Jaehwan to smile a bit. Even though he told them tons of times that not everyone can go into the abyss if they come along on this journey, there are still about 3,000 people that followed him. They will all mostly stay behind. But since the abyss expedition is a dream that everyone in chaos has, these people wouldn't listen to his pleadings, even if he tried to stop them from coming. He also had to bring Siren with him, which is giving him a headache, as even though she is quite dumb because she charged into a squeeze with reckless abandon and hasn't awakened yet, she is very useful, so he can't leave her. Suddenly, the hangar door opens up mysteriously, and out of the hangar come tons of horned beasts, ready to attack the party relentlessly. Haewon knew that they wouldn't just let them in with no fuss, and the beasts charge in at once. Kaiman puts his right hand on his sword and tells everyone to prepare for combat. In the 9th region, at the ancient palace of pitch darkness, Reika is shivering while bowing down to his greatness. He thinks that although his sour suffered damage when that bastard cut off his hand, he was able to return to his body that was in the almighty land without any sorts of injuries. But now he's scared of the man in front of him, as who knows what this guy will do to him for returning back alive. While protected by the ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha, the man notes that he always knew that Garam would be gone one day, as it was in his nature to challenge the strong. But what did his last moments look like? Was he happy? Reika says that he was, and the man is happy to hear that. But the 5 dragon brothers that are all at the level of a major general are dead. Additionally, the 17th major general, Kanael, the 12th major general, Magito, and the 1st major general, his own flesh and blood, the hidden scent, Monarch Samyung Garam, has died. Reika feels his heart pounding harder and harder, as he feels the huge amount of pressure placed on him. He would like to know how he, a mere brigadier general, has managed to survive such an event. Reika immediately tries to make up an excuse, but the man tells him to raise his head when he's talking. Reika now feels the full brunt of his pressure, and it is true that the man who defeated them was powerful. But compared to the man in front of him, he is several times weaker. He can feel it only by this pressure. This man is the true ruler and monarch, the Black Shadow strategist, Sam Young-hoon. He explains that a few days ago, he took on a journey to the root, simply because he wanted to get out of this rather sickening land. He went with expectations, since that world was hidden by the mares, and sure enough it lived up to its name. He brought something quite precious from back there. If he's interested, they should go and see it together. Reika immediately says that it would be an honor, while wondering if this guy is trying to say that he won't blame him for what happened. However, he shouldn't be blamed in the first place for what occurred, as he couldn't do anything in the first place. Who would have known that a damn product would be that strong? They arrive at the item he has brought, and Hoon asks if it's truly not amazing. Reika, like the suck-up he is, notes that he truly has great tastes. He has never seen such a painting before. What skills! All of this, while thinking that he really doesn't seem to have a keen eye for art. Hoon explains that the reason this artwork is truly outstanding isn't because it is a painting. It's about the contents of the painting. Does he know what it is? Reika asks if it is a teacup that is used to drink tea. Hoon notes that it is an item that is like a teacup, but not quite. Is he able to read what's written at the bottom of this artwork? Reika cannot, so Hoon tells him. This isn't a teacup. The artist obviously drew a teacup, yet he boldly mentioned that it isn't one. Isn't it really incredible? How could someone dare to have such a rebellious thought? Does he see this daring drawing as a teacup? Rika doesn't know what to answer, so he says that he does, which makes Hoon suddenly grab his face and say that this is not a teacup. It is a drawing that looks like a teacup. Doesn't he find it strange, though? They call that a teacup, despite it being a drawing which they cannot drink tea from. When they see it, everyone sees a teacup. But is it not strange? Rika agrees wholeheartedly that it's strange. It is very strange. Hoon lets go of him and notes that if they think about it, it is not just this teacup that they should be thinking about. There are countless teacups in the world, and all of them have different shapes and sizes, yet they still call all of them teacups. After pondering about this constantly, he has arrived at a certain question. What is a real teacup? Does such a thing even exist in any world? Rika thinks that it's a teacup, and it isn't a teacup at the same time. He understands now that this artwork is trying to ask a question. What does the essence of an existence mean? But what does this damn story have to do with anything? Hoon says that it's truly a great piece of art, with a thought that would be hard for an adapter who has lived in the system to come up with at all. He asks Rika if he knows the true value of the artwork now that he has explained it, which Rika confirms. He has been deeply touched by this piece of artwork. Since he has listened to this explanation, Hoon feels it's his turn to give him an answer. When he looked at this drawing, he also came to think about a monarch, and what this title means. Rika notes that a monarch is the most noble, dignified, and important existence in this entire land. Hoon notes that those are some great words, but what does that all lead to? Are those adjectives referring to the ice monarch who is just standing there? Or could it be referring to the white-haired monarch that is also just standing there? If not any of them, could he be referring to him? Rika confirms that he is, but Hoon says that what he just described is not a monarch. If this is the case, what can he be described as? He was not able to destroy a single escaped product and dared to come back alone after losing his precious comrades. Could someone as dirty and lowly as him be referred to as a monarch? Eventually, a knife is bloodied, and a pool of blood gathers at the base of the stairs. The ice monarch gives Hoon a towel to clean himself, who asks if he likes this drawing, as he has now become quite fond of it. He would like to call it, "This is not a monarch." He smiles and asks where their targets are. The ice monarch explains that by now, they should have reached the strange factory. Hoon notes that if that is the case, they are about to enter the abyss, so they should also depart for battle. He orders the ice monarch to call the 5th and 6th lieutenant generals, as they have to teach the bastard who gave them such hope what it means to be too arrogant. Hoon walks through his collections of earthly items, as he has become quite fond of that planet and its strange gadgets, but his most precious souvenir out of all of them is the reason he went to Earth this time around. He went for Jaehwan. The courage to die, he came up with that saying, and it's really a good saying, but they will test to see if he has the courage to stop. Suddenly the ice monarch knocks on his door and Hoon is quite mad at him, as he told him specifically to not bother him when he is alone. The ice monarch apologizes, but he is here because there is a question he would like to ask about the situation. As he probably knows already, the narrow gate has been closed, so how will they cross over to chaos without it? Hoon notes that their opponent has already said it. If they have the courage to die, they should kill themselves. So, they will play his game this time, but he wants him to be the first person to go there, since he so graciously offered right now, right? At the factory, everyone continues to fight the horned beasts that keep popping out of the hangar, with some failing to defend themselves, but others are steeled enough to slay any beasts that come their way. Seeing that the beasts won't stop, Jaehwan unleashes a thrust in the hangar's direction, which surprises everyone around, and Kaiman says that no matter how many times he sees that attack, he is still left amazed. Chung Hyo notices his expression and asks why he has a long face. Is he worried that he might not be able to go with Jaehwan to the abyss? He shouldn't worry, as he might not know about the others, but he is sure that Jaehwan will bring him along no matter what happens. Jaehwan continues to kill the horned beasts that come and lets his sword eat their horns, but no matter how many he feeds to it, it doesn't seem to get repaired. It is probably because of how much it was damaged because of the last fight. If it were not a spirit weapon that has the ability to regenerate, it would have been better to just pick up a new sword somewhere else. Based on what Michael said, however, all spirit weapons go through 3 big evolutions. Every time it evolves, it will obtain much more strength, or have a very large increase of abilities. His, however, doesn't seem to be changing that much. Suddenly, out of the hangar, an extreme amount of pressure is felt by everyone around, and Yurin thinks that this amount of pressure is deadly, as he is standing far away. yet he is able to feel it from here. A gigantic octohorn beast pops up from the hangar, which shocks everyone, as anything above a pentahorn is rarely seen, so everyone is rightly scared by what they are seeing, as they have heard stories that they would need at least 3 7th stage adapters in order to even make a dent in that thing. Suddenly, the beast changes course and heads straight for Jaehwan, which confuses the other fighters, as they have no clue why. But it is because the octohorn beast has seen that his sword is eating countless horns, so it's mad at the man who defeated most of its comrades. With great force, it unleashes a large breath attack that instantly gets in front of Jaehwan, much to Kaiman's surprise, who is very worried for him. Chung Hyo, with a rather disappointed look on his face, asks if he's being serious. Is he really worried about that lad after seeing everything he has done previously? With a deadly glimmer in his eye, Jaehwan unleashes a deadly attack to counter the octohorn's attack, which pushes the other horned beast behind and creates a large wind gust. Kaiman looks at this and thinks that he has gotten stronger than ever before. Is this the power of an awakened that has opened up Genesis? The octohorn beast sits defeated before Jaehwan, with its guts blown up due to the attack. Jaehwan thanks the beast for its horns, as they will help with his repairs. But that's when a voice from inside of the factory beams loudly and tells him to put Garnak down. They all sit in silence after hearing this, but Chung Hyo knows who it is. The peak of Chaos's horned beasts, the ruler of all horned beasts in this place. The Decahorn, who's fully capable of speech, and what's more, is that there are 3 of them. They are the leaders of the factory. Jaehwan's sword starts shaking with excitement as he sees them, and Jaehwan smiles, as their horns will suffice for what he needs to do. Edsak says that he has heard that people were trying to go into the abyss recently, but he did not expect him to be among those people. Johnyak only spouts out a couple of words, and Ias notes that he is still human, so he should be pretty easy to deal with even if he is powerful. Jaehwan looks closely at them and thinks that although they are weaker than Garam, they are beyond the level of the Storm and Silent Monarchs. If they attack all at once, they might cause him a little trouble, but nah, he'd win. Chung Hyo tells him to hold on a bit, as there is no real reason to fight these things. Although he also does not like them, the factory leaders are not to be considered their enemies. Es recognizes Chung Hyo, as he has been around here previously, but she cannot believe that he is willing to go back up there after what he went through. Edska tells her to not be too rude to them, as these people are welcomed guests of the great factory leader. He beckons Jaehwan forth, as the great factory leader is patiently waiting for him. When they get inside, Carlton notes that everything in this place is impressive. To think that the horned beasts would be created in such a surgical way. Chung Hyo thinks that it's a relief they were also able to go inside, as Jaehwan wanted them to, or else he would have stabbed them. Johnyak gets in front of Jaehwan and introduces himself while also asking for his name, in a rather crude way as he is not capable of normal speech. He explains that the Garnak is a precious product that can only be created once every 10 years. They are really hard to make. Jaehwan notes that that's why there are so few octohorns in the wild, but Johnyak tells him that it's also because the dead demon warriors attacked them, and they suffered big losses as a result. However, even if the dead demon warriors were many, they were able to win in the end. Carlton explains that they never thought that they would get to see the famous apostles of God on their journey to the abyss even more surprisingly. Johnyak asks if he knows of them, and Carlton shows them a symbol, while saying that they must follow the great god of machine. Are they not apostles of Deus? Ias is surprised to find out that someone from Chaos would know about something like this. It seems that some of them have very big ears. Eventually they arrive at the room of the great factory leader and head right in. Jaehwan and the others are quite surprised to see the inside of the room, as it is covered with tons of screens, and a large beaming orb stands in the middle. The great factory leader slowly turns around and recognizes Jaehwan as the awakened who managed to open Genesis. This is the great factory leader in all of his glory, Aniak. Jaehwan thinks that his name sounds quite familiar, but now that he thinks about it, all of them have very similar sounding names. They also all seem to be product names. He asks Aniak if he knows of a planet called Earth, and Aniak explains that is the name of his home. People around these parts like to call it World 294. But why is he asking such a question all of a sudden? Jaehwan notes that it's because they all have names that are similar to machine names. Aniak says that they have been told to be creations of a god from a world of change. It's possible that the world of change they speak of might be his original home. Jaehwan asks what he means by God, which tells Aniak that he is not aware of the abyss, So he tells him simply, if the controllers of the almighty land are the monarchs, those who control the abyss are the gods, so to speak. The abyss is the land that those gods fight for control of. That is everything he needs to know for now. Carlton finds all of this very interesting, and Chung-hyo asks if those gods in the abyss play the same role as the monarchs do in the almighty land. Eniac explains that their roles are rather similar, but they are very different from the monarchs they know. Most monarchs are adapters of the system, but gods and adapters are quite different. Jaehwan notes that in his world, gods are considered almighty beings. Can the same be said about the gods in the abyss? Eniac says that the gods in there are not all-knowing nor almighty. In some cases, it might even be possible to become a similar being to them. However, as a creation of God, he does not have the means to perfectly describe what a god truly is. At the very least, though, he can tell him what kind of beings are the gods. That being, someone like him. He is a god. Jaehwan asks how that is, and Eniac explains that he is an awakened who opened up Genesis. Those who do so and become truly awakened, embodying their unique worlds, are on par with the gods of the abyss, and in certain ways, they are beyond them. Unlike those gods, he does not need a representative. None of the awakened do. All of the gods in the abyss require one, as they cannot do anything on their own, so by providing those representatives and followers with their world, they are able to exist through them. The more followers a single god has, the more powerful they shall become. On the other hand, gods who have little followers are unable to reach their full potential, no matter how much they try. Jaehwan thinks that it's like one of the internet platforms from his original world, where people would grow channels by making people subscribe to them. I wish this platform existed in our world too. I would have loved for sure to make videos and post them on it. Eniac notes that in reality, it's rare that human souls like his are able to reach true godhood. Jaehwan asks why that is, and Eniac explains that most gods are created by greater beings, by gathering karma and evolving them into physical forms. They build karma through complete control. It's similar to a form of volunteer points, if that makes it easier to understand. Greater beings that have built enough karma can become independent, once they get permission from Big Brother, of course. Those who are able to obtain their own worlds and become independent can be called gods. Jaehwan thinks about this Big Brother, as it's a being that even the gods need permission from. Even from this rather rough story, he can tell that it's important, but nothing comes to mind when he thinks about it. Why is an important story like this not recorded within the records of the abyss he got from Mullark? Jaehwan asks who this Big Brother figure is, and Carlton explains that from what he knows, it's the name of the organization that guards the system. Chung-hyo also confirming that is what he knows too. Eniac notes that he is sure they think that way, as that's what Big Brother would seem to be to humans like them. Jaehwan asks if it's wrong, but Eniac would rather not talk about him directly. All he can say is that Big Brother is a god above gods and the guardian of the system. That is all he is. Johnniac moves into the conversation too, noting that Big Brother is a scary dude, and if they don't hide themselves well, their bolts will be seen. Edsak socks him in the head and tells him to stop talking about nonsense, with Eniac also agreeing that he is a rascal in many ways. Jaehwan asks if this Big Brother killed their god, and Eniac notes that he is surprising in tons of ways. Indeed, they lost their god to Big Brother. That is why they have been exiled from the Abyss and forced to come here. Jaehwan remembers more information from the Abyss records. When Mullark came to this place, Eniac told him that they lost their god, but the power they have can still be useful, as they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. It was truly frustrating, however, as he didn't allow them to even make the Titan warrior, Deus Ex Machina. That is when he asked Mullark for help, as they wanted him to find the Titan warrior for them. Jaehwan does not know any of the details, but he understands the situation now, although roughly. Even if these guys lost their god, they were left in charge of this place, because Big Brother still found a use for them. Suddenly, Eniac announces that he has only one reason for calling him to this place. Jaehwan asks what that would be, and Eniac asks him to give up on going to the Abyss, forever. Chung-hyo notes that it's not for him to decide, seeing that they have nothing to do with it, which makes Es say that he has quite the arrogant tone for such a lowly human. Eniac calms her down and says that it is true, they have no right to tell them that, but the being that can decide will not allow them to go there. Jaehwan asks if the Soul King is trying to stop them, and Eniac confirms that he is right. The Soul King has become rather angry with him, which makes Jaehwan ask if it's because he killed the Mega Dead previously. Eniac confirms it once again. The mega dead he killed previously, Magritte is one of the servants of the Soul King, whom he cherishes quite a lot. Jaehwan wants to summarize the situation and does just that. Firstly, the Soul King is the only being that can open the abyss entrance. Secondly, he is angry like a child because he killed his servant, right? Thirdly, since the Soul King is now sulking because he lost one of his favorite toys, he won't open the abyss gate for them. Did he summarize everything correctly? Aniak says that the analogies he used are rather offensive, but all in all his summary was on point. Jaehwan asks him to open the gate if that's the case, but Aniak asks if he really doesn't understand the situation right now. Jaehwan says that he understands it perfectly, but he will settle everything in person with the Soul King, so he should open up the gate already. Aniak says that he cannot open the gate, even if he commands it like that. Seeing that it has come to this, Jaehwan puts his hand on his sword and says that he left him no choice. Es also gets ready for battle, while noting that they should have just done this from the beginning. Both Kaiman and Chung Hyo prepare themselves, and Aniak also becomes hostile, as Jaehwan leaves him no choice. Suddenly Jaehwan only says Deus Ex Machina, which surprises Aniak. If he opens the gate for them, they will find their Titan warrior, that they lost in the abyss previously. Aniak asks how he even managed to know about the Titan warrior, but Jaehwan brushes him off, as he doesn't need to tell him about the details if he knows the important bits. Now that he has promised this, will he finally open the gate for them? Aniak sits in silence for a good second, but eventually makes his finger into a key, which makes Jaehwan smile. They walk through the gate together, and Aniak notes that in the end, he somehow managed to make it this far. He has never met a human like him ever before, something which Jaehwan hears pretty often. Aniak asks if he can really talk it out with the Soul King, but Jaehwan notes that nobody will know unless they try. Aniak truly hopes that they can do that, and also says that he noticed he had the stigma of Deus, but he did not use it. Jaehwan raises his left hand and asks if he's talking about this tattoo, which Aniak confirms is the present that they gave to humans. Originally, they gave it to the humans along with a horned beast with 7 horns as their guardian. He does not know if the horned beast was destroyed when the stigma transferred to him, as he does not see it anymore, nor can he feel it. Well, it is what it is. But from now on, when he uses that stigma, horned beasts will not dare to attack him. Additionally, if he meets any apostles that are hiding in the abyss, he will be able to kick off things on friendly terms because of the stigma. Jaehwan will keep that in the back of his head, and eventually they arrive at a narrow bridge, where Aniak says that he must travel alone from this point. Jaehwan thanks him for the guidance, and says that he will be back as soon as possible. Aniak tells him to not forget. He must return in 1 hour, at most. If he does not arrive back to them by then, they will have to close the gate forcefully, no matter what the results. Jaehwan says that he will not waste any time in this place, so he needn't worry. With that he walks away, while thinking of Aniak's question, if he can really persuade the Soul King. At this point, he is not sure of it himself, but since he took Mullark's Abyss records, he has planned for this situation, because this is the only one to resolve all of the problems they had up until now. Additionally, it's a path that he must take, in order to destroy the world. He arrives at the Palace of the Dead, which has a gate that's made entirely out of horned beast horn, something very impressive, considering just how huge it is. Suddenly the gate swings open, and the Soul King asks if he has come to offer his life, as payment for his sins. While he says this, the amount of pressure that is sent towards Jaehwan almost sends him flying backwards. This is the power of the Soul King. It feels like his entire body will be ripped apart just by listening to his voice. The Soul King asks how he dared to kill his servant and try to step in this palace, expecting to be let through. Jaehwan asks him to at least hear him out, as he wants to make a deal with him. The Soul King pushes even further, as how dare a lowly human soul that is not even able to enter the palace try to make a deal with him. Truly, his arrogance knows no bounds. Jaehwan steals himself in the ground and tells him all of his titles. Catastrophe, the King of Chaos and the First Awakened. He used to be a powerful god, but now he has been demoted to a mere king with no kingdom. How can the strongest god of the abyss be a damn gatekeeper now? Is this all he can achieve, even though he has the strength to achieve much more? Does he not want to take his revenge on the bastard who exiled him from the abyss and dared to lock him in this dark place? He calls out his name and announces that he will only say this one more time. He is here to make a deal with him. The pushing wind abruptly stops, and the Soul King says that he is much more arrogant than he originally thought. However, he will hear him out, but he hopes that what he has to say will be valuable enough to warrant such arrogance. Otherwise, he will not make it back alive from here. Jaehwan explains that he knows of the promise he made with Mullark exactly 900 years ago. The Soul King asks how he knows about something like that, but Jaehwan doesn't answer and instead says that he will take over Mullark's promise. Catastrophe asks if he really knows what that means, and Jaehwan confirms that he does. He promises to bring him to the end of the abyss, no matter what. Outside of the factory, Siren eventually wakes up, and Yurin notices her, so he goes to her side and notes that she has slept for quite a long while. She groggily asks where she is, and Yurin notes that they are right in front of the strange factory. She immediately gets up and asks where Jaehwan is, as she needs to stop him, no matter what. Yurin does not know why she is acting so strangely, but says that he has already gone inside. Out of nowhere, a few blue fireflies appear, and everyone notices that the place has gotten a bit warmer all around. They all look at them like pretty things, or just simple fireflies. But suddenly, they all burst into flames, which causes a gigantic blue explosion around the area. Everyone who is caught in the blast is burned to a crisp, and even the factory is damaged as the explosion occurs. Siren can only watch in horror as countless people get burned alive, and that's when the monarchs reveal themselves, with Hoon leading them. He asks the Gorgon Fortress Master to come out, as they did just like he wanted them to. They have come to wage war on him. Everyone gets ready for battle as quickly as they can, and Hoon orders his men to kill everyone who is not a second stage adapter of above. They start doing just that, and heads start to roll. The Emerald Bug Monarch says that he does not care what happens with everyone else, but they must kill that Jaehwan no matter what, so they shouldn't even dare to be pushed back at this point. This is the second Lieutenant General, the Poison Monarch, Nokmyung Cheondo. Everyone is trapped by his centipedes, as he announces that their fortress master killed their family members that were simply exploring chaos. He will have to pay for messing with the prestigious Emerald Bug family. Another member says that Hoon wouldn't just start a war in order to avenge Garam. He is not the sort that does that thing. He is sure that he is up to something. This is the 7th Region First Major General, the White Artist Monarch Nishimoto. Right next to him is someone from the Samyung family, the 4th Lieutenant General, the Bladestorm Monarch, Samyung Yuha. Nishimoto secretly tells his men to be wary of Hoon and his actions, as they have to suspect him of everything at this point. Yuha looks at the people that have been captured and calls them all pathetic. Given that he now has a good look at these Chaos guys, he can estimate the power level of their fortress master. But still, he cannot believe that over 100 monarchs were sent to battle because of one faulty product. Just like Hoon promised, he had a taste of death after 3,000 long years of being alive. When he told them that there were tons of fruits for everyone to revive, he was telling the truth, right? Hoon tells him not to worry, as he never lies, and he will also give him even more fruits to send over to his family. Yuha tells him to not forget, before he was the 9th Region strategist, he is the first son of the Samyung family. Hoon finds it funny that this guy is still clinging onto their affiliations. Truly, this place has become a joke. In total, he gathered 20 from the Emerald Bug family, 10 from the 7th Region, and 20 from the Samyung family. In total, 50 that he got only from the 9th Region. There are so many monarchs here, but it is clear as they are all after only one thing. However, if they focus on just the tree, they will not be able to observe the entire forest. That is why they all fell for the same lie, that there are still fruits remaining. Since he came here in person, they all believed that he couldn't lie, which makes him feel kinda bad now. But he shouldn't be too upset, as lies become lies only when the promises are not kept. Even if they don't go to the end of the abyss, there are more ways to obtain fruits. The 7 highest-ranked gods that rule over the abyss, for example. After all, they will all be able to obtain fruits via their deal with the 7 great gods. Originally, this sort of deal wouldn't have been possible, since there is nothing that the 7 gods, who have become the most powerful in the abyss, would want. However, there is one thing that even gods have a need for, and that is the awakened. To the gods, who need a proxy to even exist, there is no resource more precious than the awakened, who are easily able to accept a new world, even if it's forced on them. Thanks to that fortress master bastard, tons of awakened which the gods desire have been awakened in this place. He tells Vargas to lead their troops and find the product, as most have not realized it yet. But if they find out about the real value of the product and the tower, the 7th Region and the Emerald Bug family with it will most definitely try to take them away. He must get that guy before that ever happens. Vargas understands and immediately rushes inside of the factory, while Hoon smiles and thinks that the tower that was made to protect chaos will become a tower of nightmares because of what is happening on this day. They will grow even more awakened using the tower they made and use them as bargaining chips for the fruits by making deals with the gods of the abyss. With the fruits that they will get, he will make the 9th region into the new Resurrection Palace. If they have monopoly over fruits, they will be able to bring on tons of change. The 9th region will become the only place where the monarchs are not afraid of death in the almighty land, and the monarchs who are their enemies now will surrender and come to them with everything, including their lives. The almighty land will be ruled by the 9th region of the pitch darkness, just how it always should have been. While he is daydreaming, an attack rushes to his face, which he removes and asks how he dares to attack. This attack was from Kaiman, who tells everyone to stick together now and not split apart no matter what. Until Jaehwan is done with his business, they must not let any of these bastards into the factory. Everyone is fighting with their best abilities, which makes Hoon smile even more, as it's about time they put these insects to sleep. Kyondo does not like how persistent these bastards are, and he rolls through them as he asks for the human known as Jaehwan to be brought to him. Hoon comes back down from floating in a powerful spectacle, as the ground below him is crushed into bits. Everyone is surprised, while Kyondo just scoffs at him. Hoon then notices that the foolish mare girl is also a part of this merry group, the same one that betrayed Pitch Darkness because she was too selfish. Siren tells everyone that this guy is a lieutenant general from Pitch Darkness, and he's the most dangerous person out of everyone here. Hoon tells Kyondo that he can stop, but he does not want to, as his body is too restless for him to do anything and watch. Hoon walks past him and says that he is the one responsible for this precarious operation, so he should sit by and watch the show. Suddenly, everyone from Gorgon attacks Hoon in unison, which makes him smile even more, as it seems that these souls are still persistent, but that will not last for long. With one swing of his sword, he pushes everyone back, which surprises Kaiman the most, as he did not expect that much power to come out of him so suddenly. The attack sends debris flying as it hits the factory, and after the dust clears, only Hoon is left standing. He notes that this is how one should train souls to be obedient. They need to press down on them so that they don't dare to think about disobeying. Huang grabs his leg from under some debris and says that he will not let him go, no matter what. Everyone also gets up slowly, and Hoon congratulates them for their award-winning tenacity. It is nice to see from time to time. He turns around to Huang and smashes his grabbing hand into bits with only his leg. This way, he will be able to enjoy himself well as he tramples on their hopes and dreams. Everyone that is inside of the factory can feel the commotion that is happening outside, which makes Eus wonder if the humans have decided to cause a ruckus because they can't sit still, but Edsak says that this does not feel like something humans could do. Aniak asks Johnniak to find out what's happening outside, which makes him use his scouting ability. Eventually, that ability reaches the outside and he sees the monarchs attacking the humans viciously. They are in danger. Seeing this, both Chung-hyo and Carlton rush to the outside, with Chung-hyo noting that the brat was spot on with his guess. They really did run into the monarchs before they got in the abyss. Carlton asks if they really managed to make a narrow gate at such a short notice. But Chung-hyo says that something like that is not possible. That would take at least a few months. He thinks that the only way they got here is if they risked their lives. This means that they are intending on flattening chaos once again so that it can never think about getting up ever again. Just like they did 900 years ago. Chung-hyo remembers when he had one of the soldiers from the Abyss expedition in his arms, who did not wish to die. Chung-hyo encouraged him to stand up. Does he really intend to give up after coming this far? The soldier handed him one of the fruits, as he was a lost cause. But with this, he would let everyone know that they did not lose. They really got the fruit. The Abyss expedition did not actually fail. When they got back after the expedition was over, he told everyone that they did not fail, that the expedition obtained the fruit. That is what he lied to everyone about, even to himself. He endured so many years of humiliation and shame because of this, but now they are thinking of taking away everything once again. When they get outside of the factory, they see the destruction that has already been caused, and Chung-hyo's eyes open wide as his hand shakes uncontrollably. Carlton tries to make him calm down, but Chung-hyo charges in through the flames, while thinking that he cannot allow them to take away everything they have achieved. He is no longer the weak person that he was in the past. Now he will fight for what he believes in. He immediately kills one of the subordinates there and calls out for the people of the expedition. But when he looks at what is going on, he is left shocked and speechless. Yong has had his eyes pulled out. Huang does not have an arm, and Muguk is missing a leg. Jurin is bleeding profusely, and Kaiman is the only one standing up, although he is barely doing so since Hoon has attacked him constantly. He is glad that the divine physician decided to show himself, as these guys were not giving him any answers as to where that Jaehwan guy is located. But he appeared at the perfect time. How very fortunate. He really enjoyed his time with these souls that have strong willpower, but he cannot afford any wasted time, so he will make an example of this guy standing in front of him. Chung Hyo screams out to him, and in his final moments, Kaiman can only apologize to Jaehwan for not being strong enough. In that split second, before Kaiman can be struck, Chung Hyo throws him out of the way, and Carlton joins him in blocking Hoon's strike. Siren is pleasantly surprised by their sudden appearance, and as Hoon throws them away, Carlton uses his abilities to pull the rest of the expedition party out of danger. Hoon smiles and says that they are not bad, while unleashing his mighty pressure on them. Chung Hyo can barely stand up to this pressure, but how can he exert so much in only a few words? Has Kaiman been fighting a monster like this the entire time they were lazing around in the fortress? Suddenly, the fortress vice leaders appear behind him, and Edsak asks what he thinks he is doing around these parts. Hoon notes that it's nice to see them again. He is actually looking for a product. He promises to leave right after he gets that. Edsak asks if the product he is speaking of is the Awakened that opened Genesis, which Hoon confirms. Even if he does not have a face, it is clear that Edsak is angry at his response. They have not changed in the slightest, even after thousands of years passed since they last met. To think that they would still treat living beings with souls as mere objects to be toyed with. Hoon agrees to disagree and hopes that this won't impede them from opening up the factory door for him. Edsak asks what his purpose is inside, but even if he has one, he finds it hard to let him inside after what he did. Hoon explains that their product simply escaped in the factory, and he wants him back, since he is theirs after all. Edsak still refuses, as the timing is not right for a visit, which makes Hoon sigh and say that he will put it more bluntly for him, since he is only a bunch of nuts and bolts. He should open the fucking door when he is commanded to. Wasn't he made to follow orders, like the worthless thing he is? He unleashes an even mightier pressure on them, which makes Edsak ask if he has forgotten that the monarchs are not allowed to interfere with the factory at all. Hoon says that he is right, as they are responsible for keeping the Soul King sealed, or suppressed rather. That is why they didn't do anything to them thus far, as the Soul King, or more commonly known as Catastrophe, is one of the 3 ancient gods. A being that can only be sealed with all the monarchs of the 12 regions present. The strongest god of the abyss, truly a worthy title for him. Or it was. He doesn't know exactly how strong he is, but now he is just a fallen god that can make dregs, like ghouls. Additionally, over 1,000 years ago, the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions were much weaker than they currently are right now, and he is stronger than the 12 monarchs combined. Edsak asks him to reconsider his choice, as he promises this is not what he wants. Hoon announces that he is the Black Shadow strategist. Samyung Hoon, does he really think he would listen to the words of a machine? Having had enough of his yapping, Ayas charges him, but she is far too late as Hoon unleashes his technique across the ground from above. Out of Hoon's attacks comes a mighty blue beast that immediately claws at Ayas, who cannot hope to defend herself, so she admires the amount of power he exerted. When the beast's paw lands, it creates an explosion that even the other monarchs admire. Chung Hyo is completely lost at this point, but that's when the eyeless Yong crawls next to him and asks if he thinks they still have a chance of winning this battle. Chung Hyo had forgotten that his eyes were removed, but perhaps it is for the better, as if he had seen what was going on right now. He wouldn't have had the sanity left to ask that question in the first place. He thinks that it is impossible to defeat that thing, so he takes a step back, but suddenly remembers the words of his pupil, that he always runs away. He stops, but his body cannot stop trembling from fear. He wonders how Jaehwan thinks that he can win every single battle, while fighting against such strong people, who defy all odds. Yong asks if Jaehwan is back yet, which makes Chung Hyo think that he is still with the Soul King. He might actually be dead at this point, but even if he is certain that he wouldn't bend his knee no matter what. He tells Yong that he is not here yet. However, they have not lost either. Yong gets up, and everyone does the same. Even in their states, they still have the will to fight and win. Hoon is rightfully surprised by their determination, as he has shown them a power that would make most people lose their will to fight, but still, they choose to fight and glare at him with those eyes. He can only describe them as noble. Noble eyes only belong to people who have the will to decide what their lives will be like. They are noble, despite not being even close to monarchs. Dignified, even if they are crushed. People who do not care who is in front of them, even if it is an unbeatable enemy. It is as if they are all saying one thing, that monarchs do not exist. If all the awakened born from that certain tower are like these guys, can he really sell them to the abyss and hope for the best? He tells Vargas that their plan has changed. Every single awakened in front of them must be killed. They will only be sparing the product and the tower. They will now end this, once and for all. The beast in front of them gets ready to unleash a shattering attack, which makes everyone prepare for the worst. But out of the fortress comes a red beam that goes through the beast's attack and pushes even further, creating an explosion in front of them. Hoon smiles once again, as he finally has eyes on the product. Jaehwan apologizes as it appears he came too late. Everyone calls out Jaehwan as they see him, and he thanks them for making it so far. But now they should get as far away from this place as they possibly can. Hoon asks if he really is the Gorgon Fortress Master he wanted, and Jaehwan confirms that he is. Hoon finds it pretty puzzling, however. This filthy person, who is ragged all across, is the Gorgon Fortress Master. Did he really do all of this for someone like this? He also notices that he has tons of impure energy around him, and guesses that it's from the Soul King. But to think he would let someone like this leave, truly he is now the king of nothing. He cannot believe that the people of Chaos gained hope because of a beggar like him. Two more monarchs appear, with one saying that they can't believe they came all of this way and did all of that because of a mere product like that thing. They are all fools who have been duped. This is the 9th Region 5th Lieutenant General, the Black Cloud Monarch, Magata. Next to him is the 9th Region 6th Lieutenant General, the Dragon Leg Monarch, Sarim. Yuha asks Hoon if there was any reason he needed so many people to defeat someone so lowly as that guy. Hoon explains that indeed, it might seem excessive, but it is very much needed for what is to come. He thinks that they won't need all of these people to defeat the product. They need this many people for a guarantee. The Soul King might not let them enter the abyss, and if that happens, they will have no choice but to forcefully enter, as they haven't come all of this way for nothing. Jaehwan prepares an attack and asks how long they are going to stay still and talk. He pulls everyone into his world, which most monarchs find to be interesting, as it really is a unique worldview. Migata notes that the huge eye in the sky means that this is what the first nightmare means to him, and Sarim says that the eye might actually represent Big Brother, considering it watches above all. Yuha sees it as lowly. No matter what kind of world it is, there is nothing inside. It is as empty as a dried-up river. While tending to the wounded, Chung-hyo wonders what Jaehwan is trying to pull here, as he knows full well that he is not at the level where he can take on the lieutenant generals. Still, knowing him, he must have some kind of crazy plan. Hoon too finds his worldview pretty unique, but it is still much weaker compared to the people from Crack. Is this all he has, though? Jaehwan charges in while denying this and almost gets to Hoon with his sword, but Sarim jumps in his way and kicks the sword away. How ridiculous he is. This is all he has, yet he dares to make such grand entrances, like a damn prince. Jaehwan is pushed back, and Sarim expresses the wish to deal with this guy alone, as he is sure he will have tons of fun. Hoon taps his shoulder and walks forward while saying that he will take care of this by himself. Sarim finds it surprising that he chose to fight, but Hoon notes that this is his mess, so he needs to be the one who cleans it up. Kyondo expresses the wish to join him in this battle, which angers Hoon, as this bastard of an old man has been a pain the whole time. He explains that there really is no need for more than one person and snaps his fingers, creating a large arena around Jaehwan, one that he cannot escape. Naturally, Kyondo is mad about this, as this is not what he promised, and his clan has more business with him than he does. Tired of his incessant belly aching, Hoon tells him to go take a rest, while walking inside of the arena. Jaehwan asks what he is trying to pull by doing this, and Hoon notes that only by fighting one-on-one, he will be satisfied, and the same goes for him, right? He just doesn't like other people interfering in his fights, but now that their stage has been set, he should do the best that he can, although he is sure that he will remain nothing but a joke to him. While unleashing a red attack, Jaehwan notes that this will be the last act of idiocy that he will ever commit. After the attack finishes, he charges in, which doesn't even make Hoon flinch, as this is not enough for him to care. While they fight, Hoon explains that in the last 6 months he has seen tens of people awaken. Most of them were only stage 3, that is a given. But some were geniuses who reached stage 4. However, among the fourth stages that he has seen, he is the absolute weakest. Jaehwan is hit with a mighty chest attack, which makes him think that he is damn strong. Garam can't ever hope to compare to this guy. However, Garam was also supposedly as strong as a lieutenant general, and they are all using the power of the system however they like. But this guy is just on a whole nother level. He needs to get serious now, and use dangerous attacks from this point forwards. Thus he combines both of his swords, and prepares to unleash a mighty attack. Hoon also summons his spirit beast, while noting that he heard he managed to open Genesis and achieve materialization. With this attack, he is letting out quite a decent pit of energy, so he hopes it is not as boring as any of the attacks he attempted to land thus far. Jaehwan tenses every single muscle in his body as he lets the attack he prepared fly towards Hoon, who is also pleasantly surprised by the amount of power. The attack can be felt from the outside, where everyone wonders what happened, but the monarchs are not worried at all. After the dust clears inside, Hoon congratulates him for having such power. Indeed, he is powerful enough to defeat the likes of Garam. But he is mistaken if he thinks that he is on the same level as that weakling. Did he really think that he got everything when he opened Genesis? This is just the start of true awakening, not the end. Well, whatever. Shall they end things as they are now, or does he have any little tricks to show him? Jaehwan asks him what he is trying to achieve, as if he wanted to kill him. He would have done so much earlier. Just what is he after? Hoon says that he is quick to catch on, so he will put it bluntly now. He invites him to the 9th region, and also says that he should bring the Tower of Awakening he made with him. Jaehwan asks what will happen if he refuses, and Hoon wonders if he really will be able to, while he snaps his fingers, creating tons of cube screens that come out of the ceiling and show Jaehwan Hoon's collection of oddities. He spots a computer, which makes Hoon's smile widen as he notes that it seems he is very familiar with some objects in his collection, so he will give him a present that will certainly incentivize him to join. Jaehwan's eyes widen as he sees himself chained up in there. Hoon explains that he can give him the chance to get back to the life he lost previously, the one he was forcefully dragged out of. Does he not miss it truly? He can restart his old life like nothing ever happened. Additionally, he will also give him the position of the 8th Lieutenant General. That's not all, however. If he accepts this deal now, he will give him back the time he lost while wasn't on Earth. Jaehwan outright refuses him, which Hoon expected, as seeing how he acted this entire time, it seems that he is someone who abhors returning to their roots, or core. Jaehwan asks why even make the offer if that is the case, and Hoon explains that he is suggesting here is not a return per se. The nightmarish time he spent here will never truly disappear, so what would be the reason for him to go back in the past? Even if he were to go back, he will not be able to recover from his wounds, and he honestly shouldn't, as those wounds are the thing that made him who he is now. The wounds have already become an inseparable part of him, even if he doesn't like to think about it. Is that why he constantly chooses the present instead of going back in the past, perhaps? But now that he thinks about it, indeed all he wants is not the past, but the present he has lost. This should make him wonder, though. Is this place really the present that he wishes for? No, of course it's not. This place isn't his present. The time that he rightfully deserves, the present that he lost without him being able to do anything about it, is this place. He shows Jaehwan all of his childhood memories, where his caring mother was always there for him no matter what happened. This makes Jaehwan almost cry. Hoon tempts him even further. The present he lost, and the people that he loves, they are all in that one place. If he becomes the Lieutenant General of the 9th region, he can go to that place whenever he wishes to. He should think about this offer very carefully, as it's a one-time thing. Even with all of these promises made to him, Jaehwan still chooses to clench his sword tightly, which makes Hoon ask what he's doing. Jaehwan explains that he is never going back. The only way he can go now is up, and that's what he will do. Hoon gets mad at his strong will and asks if he does not want to see the people he loves again. Does he really intend to throw away his present that he was searching for all of this time into the garbage? Jaehwan thinks of his words, and indeed some of them are correct. Naturally, he misses everyone, and there are some people he would really love to meet again. He is human after all, so he also has emotions about these types of things. However, where it is in the past, future, or even the damn present, in this world, it means nothing. He charges an even stronger attack and unleashes it on Hoon all at once, and it even starts breaking through the arena Hoon made for them. Jaehwan says that he will be able to enjoy happiness for a short while if he were to return to Earth, to his loved ones. However, that will not be of any use in the end, as they will eventually come and cultivate that place, like they did so many worlds beforehand. Hoon pushes him back with an attack and explains that is only natural. Cultivation is the law of this world, one that everyone must abide by. While Jaehwan holds himself still, he thinks that this is a world where cultivating others is just a natural way of life, so maybe this might not be the fault of the individual. It is not the fault of Kaiman, who keeps forgetting the memories of when he was just a product, nor is it the fault of Siren, who was born in the tower and was educated that way. Additionally, it might not even be the fault of the angels or demons that are in charge of these cultivations. He says that if someone is to blame for all of this, it would be the person that didn't set that kind of thinking as morally wrong. The one at fault would be this world. That is the reason why he must eradicate this world entirely. Hoon notes that he is a child for thinking like this, because in the end, everything that he cherishes is a part of this world. So is he really saying that he will destroy all of that with his own hands, like a maniac? The thing they most commonly describe as the system does not truly exist. It cannot be destroyed, nor can it be touched. The system is just nature. He unleashes another mighty attack on Jaehwan, which he cannot hope to defend himself from, and now he doesn't have the time to strengthen his world, nor become stronger. The only thing that he is able to do in this dire situation is borrow someone else's power. He eats the red crystal that he got out of his pocket as he cannot win with his own strength. The attack reaches Jaehwan, which can be seen even from the outside, making Chunghyo wonder just what is going on inside that place. Hoon thinks that it would have been much better if this guy chose to follow him quietly, as he has crossed over to chaos as a living being, so he is always in a state where his brain link is connected. If he were to die, his soul would probably go back to his original physical body. Naturally, that doesn't mean there won't be damage to his soul, but at this point he has no choice but to send him forcefully to the almighty land. Suddenly, the aura around Jaehwan changes, and a dark red, ominous energy starts to permeate throughout the arena, swallowing it whole. Before Hoon even notices, he is also touched by the red energy and corrupted by it, so he starts screaming, either out of pain or out of surprise. Everyone outside wonders what's up with this energy that is coming out of the arena, but Chunghyo knows. This must be the reason why Jaehwan did not eat the horn properly, even though impure energy was leaking out of him constantly. There will be a hell of a price to pay for doing something like this. Just what is that kid trying to achieve now? The arena starts to come apart at the seams, while Jaehwan laughs and dead creatures appear out of portals. They all look at this with shock and awe, as the Soul King, now controlling Jaehwan's body, appears before them and says that they haven't seen each other in a while. This is the descent of the true body of the Soul King. In the Abyss chat room, the gods start to feel the commotion that is coming from chaos, and some of the Maven wonder if the seal has been released. Somewhere else entirely, in a bloody and strange place, a man thinks about chaos and notes that is the place where Seola is at. In chaos, undead creatures start appearing everywhere, and Hoon wonders how this is possible, as the Soul King was sealed away by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions. It is written as such in the Akashic records. That is why he thought that bringing 100 monarchs would be overkill. Did the Akashic records lie to him? This thing is at a level where victory wouldn't be guaranteed, even if the monarch of pitch darkness is here. This means that they need to get out of here as quickly as they possibly can. Hoon bows his head down to the Soul King and explains that they have no intent to fight against his might. They only want the product that he has possessed. Catastrophe refuses, as this guy is off limits from now on. Hoon notes that even if he has taken a liking to him, he made a promise to Big Brother that he would not interfere in any chaos affairs. Catastrophe clicks his tongue as he hears this and asks how he dares to say that name while he is in front of him. This pressure puts Hoon to his knees and he apologizes profusely. But from what he knows, that is the reason why he has yet to choose a proxy. Catastrophe explains that this guy is not his proxy. He is just trying to protect his own world, even if it means that it will cost some of his life force. That is why they made a simple contract. That, however, is none of his damn business. He starts to prepare a mighty attack, while saying that one thing is for sure here: all of them will be dying in this place, no matter what. Hoon asks if he will really break the promise he made to Big Brother like this, but Catastrophe says that he hasn't done anything like that. While indeed this is his power, it's not of his will. The attack starts to form even further as land, sea, and air combine to pin the monarchs down. Hoon has still not lost hope and tells everyone to gather around and not be scared, as they need to stick together. He guesses that the Soul King is using ghoul dissension to be here, so no matter how strong he really is, the vessel that he got is just a mere human with a squishy physical body. Soon enough, he will collapse from exhaustion, so they need to hold out for just 5 minutes. Kyondo calls him a crazy fool for wanting to even challenge that monster and says that the Emerald Bug family will stay out of this. Catastrophe looks at him and notes that the Emerald Bugs are the ones who created the Spirit Stones or something like that after analyzing his world without permission. They are fools for trying to imitate a god that is much higher than them. However, did he really think that he would let them escape? In that second, he slashes Chendo in half while saying that he is not even worthy of becoming a ghoul. None of them are, in fact, so not a single person here will be left alive. They will surely resent him, but they should look at this sight and burn it into their retinas. This disaster, this much death, they have brought it upon themselves. Hoon grabs the earth below him while wondering how it came to this, but suddenly someone screams to everyone that they should stop whining and pull themselves together. That person is Yuha, who asks if they will still continue to act like this, like a bunch of pathetic souls. They will all die in vain without achieving anything. As Hoon said, they only need to last 5 minutes, so they should all attack at once in order to succeed. Catastrophe smiles, as it seems that they have gained some courage, and Hoon is also revitalized by his sister, who looks like a man on roids. Everyone charges in, even though their odds of winning are low, which makes Hoon think that they still have a chance, as long as they do not lose their hope. While there will be huge losses, naturally it's better than losing everyone in the group. If he continues to attack at this level, he is sure that Catastrophe will tire soon enough. Catastrophe smiles and notes that it's quite a sight to see so many young souls attempt to survive. Truly, it is very beautiful. However, he has had enough of their games. With a single finger flick, Catastrophe kills everyone around Hoon, including Yuha, who was filled with spirit moments before. Seeing this, Hoon falls to his knees once again, as the corruption on his body spreads. Catastrophe notes that it would be quite boring to just sit still while he does nothing. Hoon begins laughing maniacally as he sees his reflection in the pool of water below him. Was there really no way to win against him all of this time? He admits to himself that he has won, but he will not let everything go according to his plans. Catastrophe thanks them for playing with him, as it has been a while since he had this much fun. With one fist, he kills Hoon and says that unfortunately, they have become rather boring, so this is goodbye. The red mist that permeated throughout the valley clears out, and the only thing that remains is the gentle wind and the bodies of dead men. In this moody place, Jaehwan comes to and is awestruck at how powerful the Soul King really is. Even though his powers had manifested through his very soul, it just doesn't feel real in the slightest. The Soul King's power, the power of the First Awakened, goes beyond just destroying a part of the world. He dominates it, all of it. This is most definitely the very last stage of what he seeks to grow into. But in order to reach this level, he will have to struggle all of his life, if not more. However, even the Soul King, who has shown him true power, was sealed by Big Brother. Just how strong does he have to become in order to achieve his dreams of destroying this world? Catastrophe notes that his body is truly weak, as it couldn't even last 5 minutes. Jaehwan asks how many times he can borrow his powers now. Catastrophe explains that he can only summon him 3 more times with Ghoul Descent if he is not his proxy. He used 1 summon already, so he is left with only 2. Actually no, since he needs to summon him when he eventually meets with Big Brother, it would be more fair to say that he only has 1 single summon left. After using his power, every time his soul will be at his limit, and ghoulification will soon start. Since he chose this path himself, he should do his best to endure it, as he really wants him to keep his promise after all. The moment their spirit link is cut, Jaehwan falls to the ground and receives all of the pain from the ghoulification. It's almost as if his entire body is trying to fall apart. The ghoulification progresses even further, and the memories of his cherished people start to disappear. One by one, everything becomes a blur. Once a person loses their memories, they lose themselves, and since they do not know themselves, they will become a ghoul. With the last of his consciousness, Jaehwan falls into a body of water and descends to the bottom. However, at that moment, a green sword appears, and with a few gentle strokes, his memories are starting to be filled up again. He remembers a conversation Kaiman had with Chung Hyo, where Kaiman asked Chung Hyo what he liked about Jaehwan, Since he went on this perilous journey with him, Chung Hyo doesn't have anything he likes about him, as he is a reckless, childish, inconsiderate, and downright rude individual. All he knows is how to attack old men like him. However, if he's asking for the reason he still sticks to his side, it's because he just doesn't want him to be alone. Jaehwan is pulled back to the surface by Chung Hyo, who screams at him to wake up. Jaehwan responds by telling him to stop calling him a kid. Just how long is he going to keep calling him that? Chung Hyo cries as he sees him gain consciousness and even calls him out by his name. He asks why he did such a thing. What if he actually became a ghoul? Did he not think these things through? Jaehwan explains that he did all of that because he trusted him. He knew that he would make him wake up with ghoul slash. Chung Hyo shakes as he hears this and goes in for a hug, which makes Jaehwan instantly push him back, as he is not in the mood for that. He pushes himself to a nearby rock formation and asks if everything really is over. While they did incur huge losses, a surprisingly large number of expedition members survived, and they will always have more people awakening, so they shouldn't have any problems, even after he is gone. Even the monarchs won't be able to do anything in chaos now, as they will be too busy trying to fix the balance of power in the almighty land, now that there are tons of open positions. Chaos has finally found its true freedom, which means his job is done. That is what he thought then. Suddenly, a few people came up to him and asked him what this is. His eyes widen as he looks at it, and it seems that Hoon's wish to not let everything go according to his plan have come true, as he has died smiling. One of the men holds up the vision of him chained up in the almighty land. Did he really come over to this damn place while he was still alive? Chung Hyo starts screaming at them. Just what are they doing right now? He risked his damn life to save all of them. The man explains that this piece of information is important to them, since every soul in chaos is already dead. The man immediately suspects him of eating one of the fruits, as he would have had access to them if he visited the Resurrection Palace. But Kaiman comes to his defense, as the fortress master did not consume any of the fruits. He was there with him. The man asks him to explain the video they saw, but Kaiman can't defend himself against such a defenseless accusation. Yurin tells everyone to calm down, but the man just can't sit still. Just what happened to all of the fruits, huh? Did they eat some too? To these dead men, the life of the fortress master seems like a huge betrayal. Yurin thinks that the situation is not good, as they are not calming down in the slightest. All of the uneasiness inside of them must have been piling up, and now it has exploded. After they all saw Jaehwan perform one miracle after another, they followed in his wake, thinking that they might have been able to get back their lives. They are not at all interested in the change to the world that the fortress master wished for. The fact that Jaehwan is alive, and all of the things that happened that were not explained to them, lead to this, where their questions are endless. Surprisingly, Hoon has yet to die, and looks at the commotion going on besides him. The fortress master is now in a pathetic state, while these people are agitated because of his skill, confusion which he managed to cast in the last second. The skill only works if there is already a seed of suspicion. This means that the doubts and jealousy they had formed a catalyst that triggered this outburst of emotion. Although they might have before, this means that they never trusted the fortress master. He might have succeeded in stopping his plans, but his plans are also foiled. It's over for him. Jaehwan rises and explains that he has destroyed the fruits, which comes as a shock to everyone, and they start suspecting him of destroying them because he wanted to be the only one left alive. Jaehwan thinks that true life can't be achieved just from fruits. Even if one is revived in the almighty land with the fruits, the same war will occur again, and they will all end up back here. He grips his sword tightly, and notes that they all asked if he's living. With a sudden pressure, Jaehwan reveals his brain link. The man instantly looks behind him and points. He really is connected to the spirit link. He has fooled them this entire time. The people, however, do not say anything, and when the man also looks in front, he is awestruck. Jaehwan says that he does not care what a real or fake life is. As he cuts his own spirit link, he explains that this is the life that he chose. Everyone is shocked after Jaehwan cuts his own spirit link, but Hoon laughs maniacally, as he truly is a crazy bastard. How did he actually think of cutting his own brain link? He really is mad, the mad king of chaos. With a last groan, Hoon disappears, and everyone reacts differently to what happened to Jaehwan. Some just look forward, while people like the guard who accused him look down in shame. Even when he is called out by the guard, Jaehwan passes him without saying anything. But when asked about his destination, Jaehwan notes that he is going into the abyss. Chung Hyo is the first to follow him, with Carlton helping him stand up and Siren being right behind him. Yurin looks at him and thinks that from the start, when he appeared in chaos, he was always truly alone. This scene is something that would get a lot of emotions, but they all slowly bow down to Jaehwan. Nobody said a word, yet they all knew that there would be numerous kings born in chaos from this point forward. But to the people of chaos, the ones who saw him, they only have one king. The last king that chaos acknowledges fully, and unfortunately, he is leaving now. After a while, Mino returns to chaos and finds it amazing, as it has changed so much. On the day of the 3rd month that he left chaos, Mino woke up from her coma, and through Claire, who was always beside her, she was able to find out about the many changes that were brought upon chaos. Thanks to the agreement between the King of Humans, the Strange Factory, and the Cunning Soul King, chaos was fully unified. The unified chaos built a new fortress, where the Strange Factory used to be at one point. The name of this new fortress is Carpe Diem. In this place, humans, ghoul, and even horned beasts that used to fight each other to the death are now coexisting peacefully, although it was very hard for her to get used to such sights. But because of this, Carpe Diem, the new center of chaos, thrived. Naturally, things were not that peaceful, as forces on the border that were hostile began to appear. Those forces belonged to the Almighty Land, as the 9th region, that Hun was in, lost tons of men due to Jaehwan's monarch massacre incident, something that has become quite famous everywhere. The other regions in the Almighty Land took advantage of this, so a dire war took place, and it's taking place even now. Because of that, thousands of monarchs die each day and come over to chaos as a result. Fortunately, chaos still has the Tower of Awakening that Jaehwan left behind, which was used to create numerous awakened that were able to fight off the monarchs. Even so, the major general monarchs that seldom come to this place are stronger than any 10th stage adapters, so fighting them is quite tough still. The people of chaos did not lose hope, however, and the factory leaders came up with a genius plan to solve that issue. When the monarch-level adapters perish, the place that they are summoned in is different than most, so in the past they were summoned into the Resurrection Palace. But now, the factory leader has changed their spawn location. The new location is right here, inside of Carpe Diem. Mino thought that it was extremely dangerous at first, as it seemed foolish, but she was convinced when she heard where they were spawned exactly. Every monarch-level individual ends up in chaos, but right in the arms of catastrophe, who kills them by just looking at them. That is the power they have now. The chaos that was without change for thousands of years has changed a lot in such a short time, because of him. The moment she woke up, Mino was holding a stone, a return stone to be exact, something that he apparently left behind after he left the Strange Factory. While she looks at the stone, she can't help but wonder why he chose to save chaos. He doesn't seem to like people in general, and there is no real attachment to this place for him. So is it perhaps because she asked him to? That would be too much, though. It's surely something else, right? Still, this burning question is still within her, so to possibly find some answers, she has to go to this place that he left behind. When she approaches the tower, she gets a system notification, asking her if she would like to enter the Tower of Nightmares. This makes her feel a sudden feeling in her chest. These must be the emotions everyone is feeling when going into the tower. She can understand them now, albeit only a little bit. She smiles, as that bastard went on and on about his mission to destroy this world. But what he left behind was a tiny bit of hope. The system notification glistens as she accepts and thinks that perhaps this is not hope, but the actual end of the old world. While being drawn in by the tower, Mino wonders if she will ever be able to meet him again. In the world that Jaehwan left behind, if there was salvation, she couldn't know what it was like. However, in her imagination, his world, there was a tree that has roots with no place to seep themselves into, and bare branches without any green leaves. Despite all of this, she felt a lot less lonely while thinking of his world that he made. Because even if everyone in that world betrays the world, there will always be one person who will protect the world to the bitter end. The world that a single man managed to protect and change, chaos. The abyss is commonly known as the branch of the illusion tree, and areas within it are known as sites. Each site is its own unique world, and the 7 great gods are the highest ranking among all gods that control each world. However, if that is the case, what is the most dangerous place in the abyss? There was a time when the gods of abyss, who had too much time on their hands, debated heavily on this question. Some gods said that it was the first site, that was made by Big Brother himself, while others said that the fourth site created by the crazy god is the most dangerous. But even those lesser gods are considered mythical beings that are hard to meet face to face, or even contact with. Even so, there is a dangerous place that even the normal gods must be afraid of. For example, the eighth site, Caspian, the Blue Forest area. Inside of the forest, a disciple asks his goddess if this really is the place, as this doesn't seem like a good place to fish at all. The goddess reassures him that there really is one. Does he not believe his own goddess? Even if he does believe her, the disciple simply cannot find it anywhere. So can't they head back? What if a dark soul were to appear around here? The goddess reassured her disciple, Runard, that dark souls are not easy things to just run unto. It's already been more than 100,000 years since the ancient three gods have fallen from grace. No matter how many followers they had previously, they are all probably dead by now. And he also has her, the greatest god, Anderson, so he needn't worry. Runard says that this is exactly why he is so worried. But in any case, must they really come to this place and gather the followers so abruptly? Anderson says that it cannot be helped in this case, as the situation needs it. The followers, the reason why Runard is now walking these lonely yet dangerous woods. In the abyss, the number of followers a god has determines how powerful they truly are. With more followers comes more power and the more rare items or stories. On the opposite end, a god that has no followers is always in danger, as a part of their world will start to disappear slowly, but surely. That is why Runard and Anderson are now in this blue forest. But Runard wonders if they can't just use words to lure in people like him. Anderson says that the last time he did something like that, the believer he acquired by his own stole everything from their vault and then dipped. That's not even the end of it. Back then, another god declared a holy war on them after they stole some of their followers. Did he perhaps forget already? Reluctantly, Runard says that they will continue fishing around this area. Fishing is the most common way of finding new followers in the abyss, and as the name suggests, it's to fish for the souls of real humans. Normally, a person would go to a public fishing spot in order to fish, but in some rare instances, there are remote areas like this forest that have undiscovered fishing spots. Even so, this spot feels quite strange, so Runard asks Anderson where she heard about the secret fishing spot. She says that it was from the Minerva store, the goddess of luck, that runs the monthly luck store. Runard asks how much she paid her, and she explains that it was a single installment of 300 trust. This makes Runard cry and fall to his knees, as that was the last of the currency they had. Anderson tells him to calm down already, as the Minerva card she got told her that she will have luck in the northwest of Caspian, the blue forest and water. There is only one kind of blue forest, this one, and water represents fishing, right? Right? Runard screams at the top of his lungs, as this is all that she went on. He asks her if she knows that she's in the wrong, which she reluctantly admits that she is wrong, and Runard notes that it's better to stop wasting important time and go back for now. A short silence falls because of this, which makes Runard think that he was a bit harsh on her, as she must be pretty desperate too, considering everything. The fact that she has no followers left except him, her avatar, means that she will slowly start disappearing, along with her own world. After this deliberation, Runard says that they should look around for a little while longer, as he would love to have a junior under him. And since she got cheated out of their last cash by Minerva, they need to make the best of the situation and attempt to find something, even though it might not be here. Anderson says that he is right with a happy tone, which reminds him of his younger sister. So he always becomes soft-hearted towards her because of this. She is the only family he has. Since he lost all of his family members and hometown included, he might as well help her to the best of his abilities, even though that isn't much. Suddenly he starts smelling water, somehow, and rushes to it. He runs through the forest and leaves, eventually arriving at a nice fishing spot, which is rather calm and away from any noise. Runard can't believe his eyes. There really is a fishing spot in this place. Anderson is also glad about this information, and Runard walks closer to the pond, wondering if they can really get a new follower. They are both nervous about this potential comeback, and Anderson is already thinking about what items to buy and how to write the story. Runard tells her that her item and story comes first, which she agrees with, since he is her avatar. After 1 hour passes, Runard asks Anderson if it usually takes this long to catch something. She tells him to wait a little while longer, as people usually say that fishing for souls is like fishing for time. They must be patient. Runard wonders where she heard that one. but focuses on fishing for the time being. 3 hours pass, then 5, then 24, and Runnard is almost dead from boredom, without a single catch to his name. He notes that they should go and pummel Minerva into the ground, which spooks Anderson, so she tells him to calm down, as she is a high-ranking god, so a god without even a name card like her can't do anything against such a mighty god. Runnard knows that full well. He was just joking around. While his fishing rod begins to be pulled by something, he thinks that even if they found this new and untapped fishing spot, they have been here for a long time and there is still nothing. Maybe the fishing spot was already emptied? Anderson tells Runnard that the fishing rod just moved, which causes him to pick it up and try to pull it out of the water. But what he caught is something super strong, and he notices that the spirit power this person has is amazing. Is this a Murim soul, perhaps? Anderson says that something is really strange, as this soul is not coming from the border. It's actually coming up from chaos. This needs further power, so she urges him to take off his clothes, which he does instantly, and Anderson uses her story called Naked for some reason, to buff his body up, allowing him to pull the fishing rod like his life depends on it. After the person they caught falls to the ground, Anderson notes that this person has an amazing power, and most likely they just caught a damn god. While she keeps saying that he is a god, Runnard notes that there is no way this would be the case, as he cannot be a god, since there aren't any gods that can possess a soul body. Every single god exists via beliefs, and can only exist via an avatar they chose. That is the most basic principle of the Abyss. She knows this already, right? Anderson asks if he's trying to flex his knowledge on her right now, but Runnard says that this is what she taught him in the first place. But if she really feels so much power from him, maybe he is another god avatar or follower, since she felt world power from him. That's when he feels something strange too, a certain kind of pressure, which makes him wonder what this man is. Based on what she felt, this guy came from chaos, but the only place where gods exist would be in the Abyss. Otherwise, everything they have ever known about gods, avatars, and followers would fall apart at the seams. Anderson explains that chaos has a god, and a fierce one at that, but there is no way that he would actually get an avatar, so they will exclude him from the equation. Still being shocked by this man, Runnard asks if he really is from chaos, which Anderson confirms, and if he is not a follower or an avatar of a god, he is probably a god in it of himself. Runnard notes that he's not automatically a god if he's not a follower, and he also feels like she is hiding something important from him. So he would like her to speak up, as she was the one who shouted that he is a god. Anderson asks if he has ever heard of the story of the strong rat. In the past, there was a strong and rather unique rat. It was so strong that the title of the story was named after it. This particular rodent did not eat any leftovers the others just threw out and hunted its own prey. As a result of this, it became even stronger. When it came to its senses, though, it found out that it could even fight against its natural predator, a cat. Even though it has the body of a simple rat, it became something else, something that could not be described as a rat. The moment it realized that, the other rats became rather afraid of it, as the only beings that could see the rat as an equal were other cats. She calls those rats awakened, beings that have gotten to the rank of a god as they transcend beyond any limits set in place, abnormal rats that create their own worlds and represent that world fully, beings that go against the system entirely and are able to fight against their natural predators through their mounds of effort. The only beings that can possess the power of a god while maintaining a soul body, that is an awakened. Runnard asks if this man could be considered an awakened, which Anderson says that he might be, but they can't be sure just yet. He also wonders if he could be from crack, but Anderson says that it's highly unlikely, so Runnard asks what they are going to do with him if things are like this. Anderson says that it will all depend on if he is a god or not. They will either accept him warmly or devour him. They should confirm which is which before he wakes up. Runnard crouches down to his level and hopes that he is not a god, because if he really is a human, he could become a new and powerful follower. He might even become an avatar with the amount of power that he has. But if they choose to devour him, he prays that he doesn't hate them for it, as this is the law around here. The act of devouring another god is not rare in the lawless region of Caspian. It's a rather common occurrence, actually. Such a thing is prohibited at most sites. But the only other way to grow the world of a god, besides garnering more followers, is to devour another god. Even so, Runnard does not want to miss the chance to get a new comrade, as they have both waited for too long. Although if he were to join, he would be degraded to a follower, while he would become an avatar. He harbors no hate towards him though, as he is sure that a soul like his that is full of world power would be an amazing avatar, no matter where or to whom. He is sure that the goddess would prefer him too. Suddenly, the connection he is about to make with Jaehwan is cut off, and a large wave of power emanates from him. Runard asks Anderson what's happening, but she does not reply, as his link with her has been cut off, but it's something much more dire. He feels it deep within. While he screams out for her to answer, a few purple-robed people stand behind him, hiding behind the trees, and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike someone who is weak. Runard looks at his hand and thinks that this is not just any link disconnect. He can't feel Anderson's presence, no matter how much he tries to. Just what is going on with him and with this new man? Earlier, Catastrophe showed Jaehwan to the passageway that will let him reach the abyss once he enters. Jaehwan wasn't all that surprised by this entrance, but the abyss is somewhere where gods reside, a place which even the monarchs of this world are deathly afraid of. He must not let his guard down, no matter how ragged it looks. He thought that it would be fine though, as all of the members that he wanted to follow him were still with him. It was truly a pity that he could not bring Kaiman along, but it cannot be helped in this situation, as Kaiman is the most suitable person who could rule chaos. He is a good man. Suddenly, the atmosphere started to change around the place, and a certain mist began to engulf Jaehwan completely. Once it did, he couldn't even feel Catastrophe's presence, never mind the presence of the others. That's when Seola appeared with someone new behind her, and said that they haven't met since the tournament. It has truly been a while. Jaehwan remembered her as the captain of Crack, or that is what Chung Hyo called her anyway, but she is at least as powerful as a lieutenant general. He slowly pulled out his weapon while asking what she did, but Seolha told him to relax, as she only deployed a simple barrier because she wanted to talk about something with him, privately. The boy behind her said that they are going against the Soul King here, so the barrier wouldn't last for long. She should hurry it up, or they would be in danger. Seolha explained that they have been watching what he has been doing for a while now. Every single exploit was recorded. However, they did not expect him to get involved with the Soul King and the slaughter of the monarchs. Jaehwan told her to just cut to the chase already, as he doesn't have time to chit-chat. So Seolha does just that. She asks him to join Crack. As previously, they left him alone because they shared a goal. Even if it was kind of different from theirs, the direction was the same. But they changed their minds because of a technique that he used recently. They do not know how he got it, or where he got it from, but the brain link slash he used is known as link disconnect, and can only be used by the captain rank or above in their organization. Jaehwan was surprised to find out that there were more people who could use the same technique as him, and he asked if what she's trying to say is that the technique can only be used by her and her people. Seolha said that specific technique is very dangerous, as it can destroy a soul eternally, without any way to recover. Only them at Crack can be allowed and should be allowed to use it. Jaehwan got the gist of it. She wants him to join them, but if he doesn't, he dies. If that is the case, he refuses. His eye glistened with power and she asked if he thought she was joking. Can he really handle her with that body? That is on the verge of death? The boy behind her said that she shouldn't fight him right now, as the barrier is about to be dispelled, and if they also get hit with the link disconnect, they are trapped in here with no means to escape. Seolha got mad at him, as it seemed like he said that she was going to lose, but she reluctantly sheathed her weapon and said that he will come to regret that offer while walking away. Jaehwan is surprised that she just left like this, but it's good for him too, as his body is too weakened for a fight. However, he lost a lot of time because of them, as the entrance to the abyss is closed. It seemed like the others got on the other side safely, but now he wondered how he would get there. His body was also at its limits too, as his fatigue accumulated, and he could feel that he might pass out at any point. Catastrophe noted that he really is a troublemaker. He should just follow the nearest light he sees at this point. The water around Jaehwan started to rise, and Catastrophe said that he is quite lucky, as when he wakes up, he will be in the abyss. Before Jaehwan could ask him, he was engulfed by the water and sent somewhere else, his body just floating in the water. But when he woke up, he saw the light that Catastrophe was talking about. So he rushes to it, as if it's his only chance. He must grab it no matter what. Eventually, Jaehwan wakes up, because is screaming at the top of her lungs for him to wake up. When he does, he looks around and finds that he is in a place very similar to his unique world. But why is this brat here? And why is she so noisy? He asks her how she got here, and she explains that feigning ignorance will not work with her. She is Anderson, a god from the abyss, and he just devoured her without mercy. Jaehwan asks if he really did devour her, which makes her confirm that he indeed did just that. so now he must take full responsibility. He asks how he's supposed to do that, which makes her grab his shoulders and ask to save her one and only loyal follower. While running away from the shadowy people while also carrying Jaehwan, Runard thinks that these people are the same ones that were watching them in the forest. They suddenly appeared and demanded for him to hand over this strange man no matter what. That happened just as he lost connection to the goddess. Just what is going on here? Eventually, Runard runs himself to a cliff, and one of the shadowy men pulls out a weapon while saying that he told him countless times to give them the guy he is carrying, yet he seems to wish for death. Runard now recognized their appearance. That's Belkane's scythe, the god of scythes, the middle-rank god named Belkane. He is known to take in people with evil and vile storylines, but it would make sense that they are here, considering there was a rumor about them moving their base of operation to Caspian rather recently. However, for them to be right here at the wrong time, what rotten unluck. Still trying to get out of the situation, Runard explains that this man is simply his goddess. He can't leave him be. The shadowy figure knows that he is just talking nonsense at this point, as he saw him pull the guy out with some rather illegal fishing, so he should put him down and get lost while he still is fortunate enough to have his life. Runard thinks that if he lets this man go, his goddess will also be lost, and if a person loses their god by sheer force, they will lose their minds and become a monster that wanders the forbidden area. Even so, what he is most scared of is losing Anderson. She is the only god that saved him in the abyss, the only one that even looked his way. The shadowy figure asks if he still won't put the man down and hand him over, which Runard refuses, as he will never do that. He cannot. The shadowy figure has had enough of this brat's incessant bravery, so he puts him down and puts a scythe to his neck. If he's not going to, he is better dead. He rushes in to cut off his head, and blood spills around, but it's from the shadowy figure, who has had his arm cut off in a split second, something which shocks Runard quite a bit, and makes the shadowy figure scream in pain. The one who did that was naturally Jaehwan, who notes that when he entered Chaos, he at least had some clothes on him, although they were rather ragged. Starting in his birthday suit like this isn't to his liking, but it will have to do. The shadowy figure tries to get up and tell his men to kill this bastard, but with a single weak thrust he slays him. While Runard is just awestruck by the amount of power, he remembers something. He also asked about the origin of getting naked, which Anderson explained, as she received this storyline from someone else, an ancient god. That was rather eccentric to say the least. He was merciless, violent, and he hated wearing clothes no matter what. Nobody was able to wear clothes while they were in front of him. Everyone was busy running around with clothes in hand, and thus people always warned other people whenever he would appear. This made Runard think that he was some kind of weirdo, but Anderson gave him a counter-argument to that, one that he used rather frequently, his philosophy. He thought that clothes only get in the way and are hypocritical. They are just a pretense. The most important thing is that the real fight starts after he takes off all of his clothes. Jaehwan approaches Runard while asking if he is Anderson's follower. If he is, he can do him a favor. Get her out of his head already. Runard is simply too confused at this point. Jaehwan's eyes glow, as he thinks that he used question to take a look around, and he can see that the world power is now taking on a form of a storyline. He feels that he has a strength enhancement buff on himself. Is this the power of nakedness, or whatever the storyline is named? Anderson explains that it's getting naked actually, as being naked and getting naked are two different things. Additionally, Jaehwan cannot feel any spirit power around this place at all. This is a world entirely different from Chaos. In there, one had to take in spirit power in order to use and activate a skill, but here in the Abyss, one can only use the world power that is already within their soul to do basically anything. He already knew this, because he found it out by reading Mullark's records, but it's different after experiencing it on his own. Runard approaches him while also calling him a god, and asks him to take him in as a follower, which he instantly refuses and makes Anderson feel betrayed. Runard continues to beg, as he is sure that Anderson would allow this to happen, but Anderson feels otherwise, and tells Jaehwan to not take in this guy as a follower, or else. Having had enough of them both, Jaehwan calms them down with some spiritual pressure, which makes Anderson silent, and Runard starts to hiccup. With that out of the way, he notes that they should start from the basics, as he has some things he wants explained. The monarchs in the Almighty Land had their own regions, which were separated, and the gods in the Abyss are rather similar, as they each have their own land. The difference between the two is that the gods of the Abyss govern over their land quite a bit, while the monarchs just say that they own it, and that's that. These gods call their lands sites, and there are gigantic ones. which the highest-ranked gods rule over, and smaller sites, which are the size of a village, where middle or low-rank gods rule over. Jaehwan asks if these sites are the same concept as land, and Runard notes that they are rather similar, but at the same time quite different. Something like land to medium and low-ranked gods would be the sanctuary for higher-ranked gods, because a high-ranked god is capable of physically manifesting their unique world through their sites. So it basically becomes a weapon for these high-ranked gods naturally. This makes Jaehwan wonder if chaos was just one of the sites for catastrophe. But does that mean that this place has gods that can use powers that are close to omnipotence, like catastrophe does? Runard continues explaining. Because it's hard for even the high-ranked gods to use all of their power on an entire site. Most of them just use the storyline form to exert their powers. The Getting Naked storyline that he has right now is one of those storylines. He also calls him God Jaehwan, which he finds rather cringe, so he tells him to take the god out of his name from now on. Runard does just that, but asks if he really wants to kill Anderson or not. Jaehwan finally gets it. He followed him because he was afraid he would lose his one and only god. Anderson also asks if he's going to kill her now, as he's been completely devoured by his unique world and may stop existing at any point in time. Well, it's not like she didn't expect it, as she felt it coming the moment she stepped foot into his world. However, she is still quite surprised, as she did not expect him to be the ever-so-rumored monarch slaughterer. Jaehwan also remembers seeing something from her memories when he absorbed her unwillingly, when she paid a mare for a tower and unleashes it with an evil smile on the world, on tons of worlds. She was a damn cultivator. Jaehwan feels the need to ask her, why did she even do such a thing? Did she really want to become a god this badly? Anderson knows that this will sound like an excuse, but all gods lose their memories of the time when they were cultivators. Jaehwan asks if what happened no longer happens just because she doesn't remember, which she knows what he's trying to say, but she does not deny any of the horrible things she has done previously. He thinks that, in the Mullark records, he mentioned that the higher beings, like demons or angels, are only born for the sake of turning them into cultivators. Maybe it's just so. They had no real choice in the matter. However, he still cannot forgive them all. They still did it. Anderson says that she does not care if he chooses to consume her, but she begs him, at least take that kid in with him, as he would be all alone if she dies. Jaehwan notes that she used to be a damn cultivator, yet she is worried about him. How preposterous. Anderson will not ask him to understand her actions, but really, he shouldn't let her being a cultivator damage the relationship he has with this little brat. He might think that her relationship with him is a strange one, since he used to be a product as well. But not every single god is like what he thought they might be. Sure, her existence might be fixed from the start, but her emotions are hers, and hers alone. Suddenly, Runard begins coughing up blood and he begins shaking. Anderson knows what this is. Her disciple is becoming a dark soul. Runard continues to convulse on the ground, which makes Jaehwan think. Dark souls, the factory leaders were also called that. But excluding very rare cases like that of Aniax, the rest of the dark souls would just become monsters that have lost all rationality and can only despair. If he does not help this person, he will become a monster. He is sure of it. Anderson begs him to help, as he is a human, just like he is. So she begs and begs again. Jaehwan thinks about the word human because of this, and wonders if he can still be called that at this point. Anderson says that it's no time to think. They need to act now. He asks what needs to be done, and she explains that all he needs to do is take him in as his follower. Jaehwan coldly asks what he will get in return, and she says that he can erase her from his head for eternity if he wishes to. She will not fight back if he helps him. Jaehwan charges up his world power and notes that she better keep that promise she made. Eventually, Runard wakes up, but finds himself in a dark red and mysterious place. Followers are able to see the worldview that their respective god sees. Depending on the god's perception of the world, the follower will also have no choice, but to see that world for what it truly is. Runard thinks that Goddess Anderson had a pleasant fairy tale-like view of the world. So is this Jaehwan's world? He looks around while wondering if he really took him on as his follower. But that's when a head falls beside him, and then he looks up, seeing the everlasting eye that watches over the world. This makes him scream like a cartoon character, and he also promptly faints. Anderson kind of gets it, as he is too young to see that horrifying thing. A gigantic, ever-watching eye, crows, and dead people. What kind of follower would want to go into a worldview that is this crooked? Jaehwan remembers what Garam said, that his world wouldn't be popular in the abyss, It seems he was quite right. Jaehwan picks him up and says that it's his fault for wanting to become his follower so adamantly, but they should stop talking about this and get moving, as he doesn't want to walk around naked forever. Anderson asks if he's not going to erase her, as they made a promise he would get rid of her in exchange for helping him live. Even in his sleep, Runard calls for her, and Jaehwan explains that he has changed his mind about it. She should prove that she really was worth sparing now. Anderson sits in silence for a second, but with newfound hope, she says that she will most definitely prove herself. Eventually, they arrive at the 84th Caspian Gate, and at the entrance, a worker drops his tools, and a dog barks as they see Jaehwan walk in. He asks if it's really all right for him to walk around like this, which Runard confirms, as the Abyss respects all storylines and their characteristics, even though sometimes they shouldn't. Jaehwan still finds it strange that he is walking around stark naked, but Runard finds nothing strange in it for some reason, and Anderson also pushes him. It's really fine. Jaehwan thinks that gods have different standards than humans, so these guys might be right, but he is glad that a certain person is not around to see this. If things like this are normal and run-of-the-mill in this world, it is truly extraordinary. He smiles, as the Abyss might prove to be more pleasant than he originally thought. This dream of his ends instantly as they are dragged into an interrogation room the second they walk in the town, and one of the policemen asks who would write this kind of story. He gets stronger the more naked he is, really. This is just perverted no matter how he puts it, so it's meant to enjoy his own unique world. Did he think that they would just allow him to walk around naked? Anderson finds it strange that they got pulled by the cops, but Jaehwan says that he will kill her, which makes her defensive, but she was right. This is a registered storyline. The other cop tells the captain that they are telling the truth, unfortunately. There are records of registration for this storyline, from around 25-31 years ago. Based on the document he found, it was actually the story of a higher-ranked god. The captain also takes a look at the records, which puzzles him, as even though he is one of Anderson's followers, his world power pattern is much different than the follower recorded in here. Runard says that it's because they recruited him rather recently, and Anderson also tells him to agree, otherwise there will be problems. Jaehwan does just that, so he should just let them go already. This peeves the captain the wrong way, and they both start looking at each other like they want to fight. Runard whispers to him that the hierarchy around here is based on the rank of the person's god, so he needs to be more polite, since the captain is a follower of a higher-ranked god. Jaehwan does not give flying fuck about things like that, but Runard begs him to stay still, as he will work everything out. He promises. Eventually, they do manage to get off scot-free, but this whole interaction has drained Runard mentally, as he did not expect the captain to be that kind of person. Jaehwan notes that thanks to him, they were able to get off without issues. He is pretty good with words. He will give him that. Much better than a certain someone who was totally useless the entire time. Anderson feels that this was directed at her, but notes that it's because of her they got in. And if he was really alone, he would have been locked up, as he is an illegal god. Jaehwan asks her to explain, and she begins doing so. The term refers to the gods who are not recorded in the Big Brother's Akashic records, like him. Usually once someone becomes a god, they are registered automatically. But the Big Brother factions will never acknowledge him as a god no matter what. While Jaehwan thinks that this world truly is troublesome, he spots that in front of him, there are a bunch of people herding others to the market, as they are to be chosen by different gods, or be sold to the slave market if they are too slow. Jaehwan asks who those people are, and Runard explains that they are new souls that were caught in a fishing spot recently. They look like they are supposed to be placed in an auction, but they are going to stay in jail before the auction can take place. Anderson knows that this looks bad, but there really is a reason for them doing this. If newly fished souls do not find their gods quickly, they would just go crazy in despair. Usually, the souls that come up the rivers are the ones that wandered around the borders of the illusion tree, but on very, very rare occasions, souls that died in the Tower of Nightmares would also appear. Jaehwan's eyes widen with shock as he remembers his dearest friend who has died alone while looking at the sunset. Why is he here? Why is Kim Yun-hwan here? He continues to walk with the other slaves, and they are finally put in the facility, much to the guards' gladness, and as they walk behind Jaehwan, they talk about the different souls that came this time around, with one noting that they will all be sold at the slave market most likely. They all look frail and weak. Jaehwan asks how many followers he can take in, which makes her ask why the sudden question. Jaehwan pulls out his sword, and Anderson finally gets it. Will he really try to save his friend? Inside of the cells where the souls are kept, some of them scream out as they think they have been captured by their respective enemies. But a guard there explains that this place is not the Murim, nor the Central Plains, so they should shut up and sit if they don't want to really die. This is a confinement facility that is dark and humid. Yunhwan came up with a simple thought. Just how did he turn out in this place? It's been a week since he appeared in this place, and he tried desperately to find out what happened, but he couldn't remember a single thing, no matter how long he looked. Just what is he doing in a place like this? Was the world not destroyed, like he remembers? Suddenly, a single name breaks his vision of the world as he knows it. Jaehwan. He does not know why he remembers that name, or who that person even is, as the coldness that enveloped him ever since he has entered the abyss is now even colder, and it prevents Yunhwan from remembering anything whenever he tries to. He also feels an uneasiness in the air that feels like it's going to break and collapse at any point. A lowly sheep that has entered the abyss where the water pressure is high. Their whole existences are like those of insects, waiting to explode by being squished. Without even knowing why, he keeps calling out this name, Jaehwan, as if he was calling out to the true name of a god. Eventually, a guard calls him over, as a god is looking for him, and for someone else too, a woman who seems just as confused as Yunhwan. He reluctantly gets up and the god appears, asking if this person really came from a tower of a master. The guard explains that they are certain that these two are, since the mayors of the association had guaranteed this as a fact. The woman only went to the 76th floor, which is not much, but she is very beautiful. The man also failed to clear the tower, but he was able to climb to the 99th floor. He must say, this would not be a purchase he would regret. The god notes that he expected more people from the tower, but the guard notes that unfortunately, they were made to give the rest of them to the Mayor Association. The only people on whom the memory shroud did not work that well were only these two. With that, the guard leaves the god to his new toys and he calls out Yunhwan first, as he wants him to follow from now on. Jaehwan wants to go in, but he is stopped by Anderson's loud screaming. He asks why she is doing this, and she notes that it's because he's literally trying to destroy the confinement facility. Jaehwan just wants to save his friend from there, but Anderson explains that there are tons of avatars of high-ranked gods in that place. And there is also something in this place called the World Power Suppression Bureau. This bureau was created with the sole purpose of ensuring the safety of the site, and because of them, no god or avatar will be able to use their powers or storylines in this city. Jaehwan simply does not care, and approaches the facility gate, where a tall man stops him, as this area is off limits to civilians. Jaehwan says that he only wants to meet his friend, which makes the guard more aggressive, as he already told him this is a prohibited area, so he should scram. Jaehwan pulls on his sword and tells him to step aside already, while thinking of Yunhwan. He was his dear comrade who climbed to the 99th floor with him. He wants to ask him why he didn't return, like the rest of their dead comrades. Just what exactly happened to him while he was gone. That's when a strange power cuts off Jaehwan's connection to his world power, which makes him look around, as surely this was done by someone trying to corner him. The guard sighs, as he cannot believe that he is so unlucky to meet such a bum at this boring job. Anderson warned him, but she will put it more bluntly now. He cannot fight in this place. If he even tries to use world power, the huge storyline that was put in place by the Bureau will seal away his powers before they can be activated. Jaehwan asks how he can save his friend, and Anderson says that there might be a way, but they should move to the big building that is in front of them. If they go there, they might be able to save his friend. It's much better than charging a random guard anyway, like he did. At the same time, in the Caspian World Power Suppression Bureau, the director runs throughout the halls as something bad has happened. Once they arrive at the place where that thing happened, the director is shocked as he sees tons of people knocked out, with a purple energy around them. The employee who led him here explains that there are around 80+ followers that have disappeared. A strange energy reaction occurred near the Caspian confinement facility, which resulted in this. The director thinks that the World Power Seal is a powerful storyline that is maintained in shifts by 100 or so followers that serve various gods. After the Bureau was successfully created, there has never ever been an instance where the storyline has been broken to this level. The employee also points out the disaster level, which is 8. The director thinks that a month ago, half of the followers fainted. That was the result of a fierce battle between the avatars of higher-ranked gods. But even that wasn't to this level. He tells the employee to request for reinforcements, a battalion full of at least grade 3 world power people. They should also request these people from the higher-ranked gods. This should be considered a citywide security risk. Eventually, Jaehwan arrives right in front of the spheric building, and Anderson explains that it is an auction house, so there will be a rather high chance that his friend will be in that place, waiting to be sold. Jaehwan wonders if that's true, and notes that they are all going in, which Anderson is ready for, as she keeps explaining things to him. After they enter, Runard is doing his utmost in order to recruit new followers. He even puts on a cute voice and urges people to look at his god's worldview. While he does that, Jaehwan is slumped near a wall and wonders if he should have really followed her lead. Anderson apologizes profusely, as she had forgotten that her ID had expired, and gods without an ID cannot enter. However, they can get a temporary ID if they have at least 5 followers, and Runard is now giving it his hardest. Jaehwan tells her to shut up, as these are just excuses to be thrown out. But he can't deny that Runard is doing pretty well in his recruiting. He certainly has a knack for this kind of thing. One man, curious about his god's worldview, asks if it's new, and Runard explains that it is. If he joins them right now, he may enjoy various benefits. The man is not interested, and is more curious about what kind of worldview it is and what the story setting is, and also asks why his avatar is standing naked in the street without a care in the world. Runard becomes flustered because of these questions, and asks Jaehwan to help him with his beady eyes, and so he gets in front of the man and offers him a hand, as he will be able to show him the worldview. Once the man grabs his hand, the whole world is engulfed in a red mist, and he is dragged in his worldview entirely. Due to the amount of shock he has received from this, the man faints on the spot, which makes Anderson say that it would be impossible or take forever to recruit followers like this. Jaehwan just thinks that he could have just solved everything with his thrusting, but Anderson disagrees, as all he needs to do is change his worldview, as most people in the abyss live their lives day by day without thinking of much. Naturally, his worldview is extremely dark and gloomy for them. So for people that already have a hard life, why would they want to become one with his worldview? She suggests that he changes his worldview into something a little bit cherry. She can help with that. Jaehwan asks what her worldview is then, and she explains that it's a free place called the World of Getting Naked. It is a rather amazing place where all of the followers can run around naked. The only downside to this rather nice world is that some old men that are creepy join every now and again, but it's all considered legal, although barely. Jaehwan thought that she said her worldview is like a fairy tale, which she notes that it is, but it's a fairy tale for adults. Does he really not want to change his worldview though? She will not be forcing him in any way, but he will never be able to recruit any followers if this continues. Even so, Jaehwan will not change it, as he will observe the situation a bit more, and if nothing works, he will just charge in like he always does. Anderson is rather spooked by his constant need of violence. He should just paint some happy little trees in his world, maybe a little mountain. Even if he messes up, it would just be a happy accident. That's when 2 people walk out of the auction, and the man talks about all of the souls, as every single one was gone. Just where did they all go? There was nothing good at the auction without them. The woman explains that this week is Metabus week, so the souls from the public fishing spots are most likely taken by the Metabus. This catches Jaehwan's attention, so he grabs the man's shoulder and politely asks where he said the souls are going, but the man is too shocked by him being fully naked. Eventually they arrive at where they need to be, and Runard is amazed, as he never expected to be in this place. Jaehwan thinks that this must be the place the scared guy was talking about, but what is something like this even doing in here? Anderson explains that the abyss is a huge and diverse place, with lots of cultures mixed, but also tons of lunatics. Among those lunatics, there are people that want to experience the sheer pain of being a product. Jaehwan doesn't believe that anyone would want to experience such a thing if they knew what it was about, but Anderson notes that after being in this place, where the variety of worldviews is rather exhausting, there are people who wish to go back to a simple worldview every once in a while. Even so, Jaehwan can't believe that there's actually a Tower of Nightmares right in the middle of this place, and the words on that plaque, he has seen them before, in the records of the abyss. A long time ago, there was a tower built for the sake of reaching the end of the illusion tree, a tower made for a certain old mayor to challenge the end of the world to his heart's content, the Tower of Ideals, the Metabus. If that is to be the case, the tower should be considered the Metabus, and Jaehwan asks Anderson if she knows anything about this tower, and she says that she has been inside, but only once, as it's a place where gods that are considered nobodies usually live. Jaehwan asks if that really is everything, and reluctantly, she tells him that this is also the place where she lost everything that she had at the time. Jaehwan just sits in silence while looking up at the tower, but that's when a guard appears, pulling some souls with him. Jaehwan thinks that he saw those two with Yunhwan back then, so he might also be in this place. It seems that what that guard said at the front of the auction house was right, even though he was rather scared by his nakedness. Anderson warns him now he should stop wasting his strength, as the Suppression Bureau will not allow him to use his abilities, just like before. He ignores her pleas and asks what will happen to those two. She explains that they will most likely become the puppets of gods. That is what they call avatars that have lost their souls completely. All of the puppets of the tower will lose their cognitive functions and become unable to think. They will become tools, waiting to be used by the gods. Jaehwan thought that every god's objective was to gather as many followers as possible. But Anderson says that this is just how the world is. There are tons of lunatics in here, bored out of their minds, and the gods that live in the tower specifically, they hate followers. Jaehwan asks her how he can rescue his friend, which makes her think that he wants to go in, so she refuses. Jaehwan urges her to tell him right now, by pulling out his sword slowly, and she calms him down, as she will tell him now. If he really wants to rescue his friend that much, he needs to officially participate in the Metabus event and reach the 7th floor. The puppet auction will be held there, but it's extremely dangerous, so why not think of something else? Renard pushes him to do it, as he notes that the normal entrance is that way. He also needs to buy the ticket from the center over there. Jaehwan says that it could be rather dangerous, but Renard tells him that he would have visited the place eventually, so why not do it now? Because his goddess was involved with this place previously, but he knows about that already. When they get to the ticketing center, the man there explains that a one-day ticket is 50 trust. If he wants to buy a one-week ticket, he can give him a deal on it, only 250 trust. Jaehwan wonders what trust is, and Anderson explains that it is the currency they use in this place. If he were to put it into words, it's the materialized faith of the followers. Anderson refuses to give in to them, but Jaehwan just picks it up, only 200. Jaehwan asks for 2-day tickets for 2, which the ticketer warns them about, as he hopes they have read the warning before that if the period of paid admission expires and they do not renew it with trust, they will become a puppet of the Metabus, the thing that Anderson talked about. The ticketer tells them to go through the normal pass entry, as they will both get struck by lightning if they go through the high pass entrance. While they walk to the entrance, Renard is excited to see what it is like, as this is his first time as Anderson stopped him when he wanted to go in. A strangely familiar person walks past Jaehwan, and he looks behind as he too finds him similar, and Anderson notes that reality must be hitting him pretty hard now. He will be competing against all kinds of monsters inside of that place, and the gods are also dangerous. He should just leave even though he bought the tickets already. Jaehwan refuses her offer, as he wants to go in despite everything, but he knows that she does not want to go in. Anderson gets flustered, but Jaehwan thinks that Anderson is or was a cultivator that once worked in the Tower of Nightmares. He does not know why, but she hates the tower with a passion. If that's true, he knows what to do. He notes that if she lost everything in the tower, they should just go and take it back. Back at the slave prison, the bureau director arrives as his men lead him to this place, since it's where the world power was unleashed. Even though it is rather faint, they are getting signals that there was a storyline used around here. But it's strange, as they should have felt much more since the world power was at level 8. There are no physical traces around here, but they do have an eyewitness who was in the area when that thing occurred. They pull the guard that was on duty at the time, who explains that he did not see any fighting in front of this place, but some naked dude just appeared and tried to cause some ruckus. The director asks if someone died, but the guard says that nothing of the sort happened. He was just holding his sword menacingly. One of the employees is mad at him for reporting such a trivial matter to such an important investigation, but the director shuts him up and asks what exactly happened. Does he happen to have recorded that encounter? The guard says that he has, as he used the storyline auction cam to record it. He gives them the recording, and the director notices something shocking, that it happened the exact same time as the incident happened. They all think that it's impossible, as how can a level 8 alert be shown because somebody just held his sword menacingly? The director thinks so too. It would be impossible. But the Abyss is a place where there are people strong enough to defy all rules, so he can't just think that and be done with it. Just a month ago, there was a kid awakened who took out the followers of high-ranked gods and disappeared without a single trace left of him. He asks the guard why the recording is so low quality, but he is not entirely sure, as the problem didn't come from his part. The director thinks that this must be video interference, but a god that is fully capable of such a thing would be one of the highest-ranked gods out there. However, in the worst case, it's probably a vassal of the 7 great constellations. That is wrong too, though, as someone as strong as one of those people should have been detected by the inspection center when they came in. He tells his man to gather all of the inspection captains who have had any strange experiences over the past few days, and they immediately get to it. Eventually, one turns up with a captain of a gate, who explains that he ran into a unique naked avatar who kept talking about worldviews. But he was only a newbie and a follower of a rather forgotten god, so he didn't suspect him of much and let him through. The director has become suspicious, as not only was the guy naked, but the situation also involved a worldview. He asks the captain if the god that he was serving was Anderson, which he confirms. But how did he know that? He asks one of his men where that man was spotted recently, and one of his men explains that it was the entrance of the Metabus. The director looks up to the sky, as so much time has passed since then, so people must have forgotten who getting naked Anderson truly is. If her avatar truly is here, a mighty disaster will occur in Caspian soon enough. Inside of the Metabus passageway, Anderson keeps telling Jaehwan that they should not be in this place, as they have a damn kid with them, who doesn't seem to be all that scared, but rather quite cherry. Jaehwan just tells her to shut up, which makes her note that she won't help him at all. This is her last warning to him. Jaehwan tells her to do as she damn pleases. He will climb the Metabus even without her help, so she should keep quiet and watch. While at the forked path, though, she tells him in which direction to go, which makes him ask if what she said isn't valid anymore. She gets on his case, as she just spat it out unknowingly, since she has been here before. Jaehwan says that she is talking like a real regressor, but considering she failed her climb, it would be more accurate to call her a dropout, but she might still be useful nonetheless. Anderson does not like this ridiculed aim towards her, and says that he has a really bad personality, but whatever, this path is faster, so he should follow her instructions and shut it. Jaehwan does just that while noting that she works really hard to guide him, but that's when a system notification appears in front of him, but he cannot read it, as all of the text is grumbled. Anderson explains that it's because he is an awakened. The system interface is now an unknown to him, but she will share her vision with him, as he will be at a disadvantage if he cannot read the notifications. The system notification clears, and it welcomes him to the first floor of the Metabus. He is now at the 1-5 bus stop. Jaehwan doesn't feel anything different, however, so he wonders if it worked, but when he looks behind, he spots that the space is changing, and they are both slowly pulled into the first floor, a colorful place. They are in the safe zone, and their world power will be displayed in real time, and anyone can check out that information. The system wants to measure his world power so that it can put him on a leaderboard, while Jaehwan wonders if such a thing as world power can really be put into a number, but it's not much different than spirit energy, so who knows? Unfortunately, the system cannot estimate his current world power, which makes Anderson think that it's a glitch influenced by him being an awakened. But since that can't be fixed, he should peep the screen now, as it will explain some important things. The passenger rules are as such. 1. The Metabus is separated into 10 floors, and now he can proceed to the next floor when he has cleared the task of the current floor. 2. He can earn trust via the tasks and purchase items that will strengthen his worldview. 3. Resident passengers can use the bus stop to go to the lower floors, but if they go more than 1 floor below the current floor, a heavy penalty will be given. 4. There is an alighting bell available at each floor. He can alight it by pressing it. However, when he alights it on floor 6 or below, there will be a fee of 1,000 trust, and half of his trust he would gain on that world will be taken back. 5. Only 9 people can enter the 9th floor. Those people will obtain the right to challenge the last floor. 6. The passenger who can reach the last floor can make a wish to the master of the Metabus, the mighty driver. With this amount of information, Jaehwan thinks that there are 3 things he needs to achieve while in this tower. Number 1 would be to rescue Yunhua on the 7th floor. Number 2 is to test out the unique fighting methods of the gods, as he has been dying to find out. And number 3 is to find the clue to get to the end of the illusion tree that Mullark left behind at the tippy top of the tower. Based on his Abyss records, He ventured into this tower before, and left that thing at the top. Suddenly his attention is grabbed by a person introducing herself to an audience. She is called Renee, and she is challenging the Metabus Tower once again. This is not even an advertisement as nobody is sponsoring her, since she doesn't have that many subscribers. One of her followers says she looks identical to Siren, which she is apparently flattered by, as she is a big fan of hers. However, they should get to the content at hand, as she has prepared something spicy today. She will carry some Metabus noobs. As they can see, these guys look like complete beginners, something very rare these days. From how they behave and keep looking around, it is as clear as day that they are utter losers when it comes to this place. So they should go interview them and see what they are up to. Ronard can barely hold Jaehwan in place, who just wants to give the streamer a piece of his mind. And Anderson says that she heard about these kinds of people that stream themselves, but it's quite fascinating to see one so up close. Reen goes up to him and notes that she would like to interview him, but he should not be nervous at all, even though this might be his first time being interviewed ever. To show that she means business, Reen gives him a donation of 100 trust, which puts some bunny ears on his head and explains that there will be more to come if he accepts to do this interview. Both Ronard and Anderson urge him to accept the offer, as with the money he gains he can pay back her loan, which became a loan right now. Jaehwan does not care that much about the trust he will get, but if she really is broadcasting this thing, it might help him in finding Yunhwan. So he will have to do it, considering this woman is pushing the microphone in his cheek as he thinks. She asks why he is climbing this dangerous place, and he explains that his name is Jaehwan, and he is here to rescue his friend. Renee fakes a reaction, as this man came all this way just to rescue his friend, a truly touching story. All of the gods watching the broadcast have different opinions about Jaehwan, with some saying that this is a fake story, while others say that he is handsome. Ren can't possibly leave such a helpless soul to fight the good fight on his own, so she will join him in his adventure. Jaehwan just outright refuses her help, which peeves her the wrong way, so she explains to him something important. This is a very dangerous place, and even though he is on a normal pass, there are still tons of dangerous people looking out to do harm. If he is not careful, he might meet the absolute psychos that commit murder in cold blood because they simply enjoy it. He must avoid getting involved with such people no matter what. The danger does not stop there, however, as there are also people who broadcast their slaughters, so he might become a prime target for them, since he is a newbie. If he gets it now, he should happily join her, and they can go on an adventure. Jaehwan thanks her for the advice, but if he can't trust anyone around here, that should be valid for her too. Renee is surprised at first, but begins laughing, as he is right. But it's up to him if he trusts her or not, because if the gods that are watching her channel tell her to kill him, she will happily do it. But if he chooses to join her, she will help him find his friend. Renee asks on which floor his friend is on, which he confirms that he is on the 7th floor. Renee is surprised by this, as it seems that his friend is in a precarious situation, as it seems he will be made a puppet. She also asks him if his friend is good looking, as if he is. Puppets that look good can go to the 8th or even the 9th floor. That's just how it is around these parts. Renee says that if this is truly the case, he should reconsider her offer and accept, as if he wants to survive the 8th or even 9th floor, he needs a veteran like her. Anderson says that this lady has quite a unique appearance, which prompts Jaehwan to ask when she was last here, and she replies with about 500 years ago. While they do that, Ronard looks at all of the storylines sold around here, but Renee says that those are no good. He should get a newbie package. Shall she buy one for him? Before Anderson can warn him about not taking things from strangers, he immediately accepts, and Jaehwan just ignores the whole interaction, as he has had enough of them. While Ronard buys the entire damn shop, Anderson warns Jaehwan about that lady. He should be cautious around her from now on. She has a strange feeling on her, like she is from another universe. Ronard invites Jaehwan to buy some stuff too, but he doesn't want anything, and the system announces that they will all enter the tower in 1 minute. Since that's that, Renee now thinks of them as a team from now on. But Jaehwan still doesn't allow her to talk casually to him, which she finds mean as he is already talking as he pleases. Once the timer hits 10 seconds, Renee asks for his age, which he replies with 2,000 years old. Naturally, she does not believe him and notes that she's 20,000 years if that's the case. But obviously that should be a lie, right? Once they all arrive on the 1st floor of the Metabus, Renee explains that this is called Change, a planet that's on the outside. A lot of mayors come to this place because they like it. She has also been here, but it just feels strange. However, she cannot deny that the architecture is very unique. Jaehwan notices that this is just Earth, which he did not really expect. Runard says that he has seen this place before, although it was only briefly, as he was visiting an alleyway forge and was looking at other worldviews. This is a world where one becomes a hunter and kills monsters for a living. Jaehwan notes that this is not that kind of place, but he remembers briefly that Yunhwan said something about hunters in the past, but he didn't pay much attention because he didn't care. Renee says that he is quite lucky for his first time, as a worldview like hunting means they need to subjugate monsters, so it can be cleared quite easily. Naturally, the difficulty is dependent on what he is fighting in the first place, but most monsters around here are weak, so things should be easy. The other people there spot that their first enemies are goblins, so they charge in, as they think it will be a piece of cake, and sure enough it is, as the goblins barely put up any resistance. Since the first achievement has been made, everyone gains 2 tokens, and Runard says that they should also do something. Renee asks him why he is waiting, as the rest of the people have left for the hunt. Jaehwan notes that the reason for why he is still here is the same as hers. She smiles, as he is truly quick to catch on, and as a veteran her advice is that he must not move swiftly before the task of the floor has been announced. The first floor's top hunters are announced, which makes everyone go into a frenzy, as they want to be in first place. But that's when a special timed event also appears from the higher floor's alliance. They will give anyone 3,000 trust if they are able to show them new ways of torturing goblins. With that announcement, the shameless torturing of the goblins begins, and one could wonder who are the beasts here. Jaehwan asks why they are so adamant on going so far, but Renee explains that goblins are a menace hated by everyone, so the gods will applaud a person for killing a goblin that was just minding his business. The trust also doesn't hurt, but she doesn't like to earn trust this way. The first mission appears, to obtain 10 tokens after 10 minutes. These tokens drop from goblins, and the reward for completing is second floor access, and 500 trust. Seeing that the mission requires everyone to have 10 tokens, they decide to go their separate ways to hunt, with Runard being quite scared of just a dead goblin. But Anderson says that he is good at running away, so it's fine. Jaehwan is not worried, as he must find goblins as quickly as possible, since there are not a lot of goblins left. He is also presented with a new item by the system, but since they have no trust left, Jaehwan uses questions combined with understanding to see all of the people and goblins running around. But he was only looking for one thing. Anderson thinks that he has some real nice cheat skills. Eventually, the first man to complete the quest called Aim Beast appears, and he brags around, as they need to hurry up if they don't want to be left in the dust. That's when a goblin that has 10 tokens appears, but strangely enough, everyone looks at the beast, as there is something above his head. When he looks in the mirror to see what it is, he spots that he is marked as a goblin, which he becomes extremely scared of. But the people come to him with evil grins. As for them, he is now just a lowly goblin to be hunted. The gods are now cheering for this new goblin hunt. Aim Beast continues to run from the other people, as they are all thirsty for the coins that he has. Jaehwan just watches as this happens, seemingly not interested in the new goblin hunt, something which would disappoint the gods, but they are too focused on other things. Eventually, Aim Beast is driven into a corner, and one of the people pulls out his sword while noting that they should end this chase for good, as he doesn't want to waste any more energy on him. Aim Beast pleads with them, as if they kill him, they will also become goblins, and the tables will turn on their heads. Do they really want that? The man isn't fazed by his threat, as he can easily last for 20 minutes, while another prepares his weapon, saying that they will just slay him and get going. Seeing that he cannot get out of this situation anymore, Aim Beast throws the coins that he has gathered all around the area, as this will make him not be targeted anymore. Sure enough, everyone starts to grab as many coins as they can, but again, Jaehwan isn't interested in the slightest, which makes Anderson ask if they shouldn't grab coins while they still can. Runard is also there, and he grabs Jaehwan's attention by noting that he collected 9 tokens already. He should also go ahead and grab as many as he can. That's when he is also being targeted as a goblin, but this doesn't happen only to him, as everyone who has tokens is transformed. Starting from the lowest token holder to the highest, they do not know what is going on, but Jaehwan just coldly analyzes and finds out that one does not need 10 tokens in order to become a goblin. If he thinks about it now, the system didn't mention a single thing about how many coins one would need to become a goblin. Additionally, given that the mission on the first floor is to hunt goblins and gather tokens, It seems that it was crafted in such a way that would make the different passengers fight each other fruitlessly. Everyone wonders what to do now, as they are all goblins, so they could just attack each other, but they decide to do something which humans have done since their existence: bully the weak. A group of 12 people forms, and they tell Runard to hand over his tokens, or else. He is reluctant to do so, but seeing the situation, Jaehwan finally steps up to protect him with his sword ready to be unleashed on these fools. They check to see if he has any tokens, which he has not, making the others think that he's weak. But what god does he serve in the first place? Jaehwan does not respond. Instead, he analyzes their numbers and thinks that this is great, as now he can test his powers in this place and see if they work just as well. That's when Anderson stops him, as she feels that something is amiss. Out of the dark alleys behind the group, a tentacle appears and snags the group leader. After he is pulled in fully, only screams and blood can be heard, making even more tentacles appear out of the alley and grab the remaining people of the group. Even if they plead, there is nothing that can save them from their fate. As the perpetrators slowly reveal themselves, Runard recognizes them, as they are the same guys that were after him before, when he was carrying his unconscious body. As Jaehwan looks at the perpetrators, he remembers Renee's warning, that around this place, there are absolute psychos who enjoy committing murder quite a lot, so he should avoid getting involved with them, no matter what, because there is a very high chance that they all serve a god that has at least one sight. Anderson recognizes their attire. They are the apostles of Belkin, much stronger than followers, but weaker than avatars. Still dangerous, though. One of the apostles analyzes both Runard and Jaehwan with a token scanner, explaining to his leader that the kid has 9 tokens, while the naked guy that's in front has 0. His command? The leader orders him to get rid of that useless bum in front and bring the kid in, as he will be useful. As he finishes speaking, the apostle jumps in on Jaehwan and strikes his blade with great force, thinking that this guy is done with already. The normal scythes of Belkane aren't able to do this, but apostles can use melting, which melts other weapons that the scythe touches. This bum will be without a weapon soon enough. Unfortunately for him, he has underestimated Jaehwan's blade, as it's not melting at all, and it's actually stuck in place. Try as he might, he cannot pull his scythe out. Sensing a nice meal, Jaehwan's sword comes to life, and it swallows the scythe whole, as it hasn't eaten in quite a long time, which Jaehwan apologizes for. Seeing what happened, one of the apostles starts checking Jaehwan's world power amount, under the command of another, but again, the system gives an error as his world power cannot be estimated. They think that the device they are using is just broken, which makes Jaehwan wonder why everyone thinks that way. One of the apostles tells their leader, who is an avatar, that he knows who that guy is, as there were some low-rank followers at the fishing spot a while back, and that naked guy is one of them, surely, as his appearance is visually striking to say the least. The avatar slowly takes off his robes, and explains that if he dared to mess with his people like this, then he will need to face the consequences of his actions. Anderson explains that an avatar like him is on a completely other level than normal followers. Jaehwan uses his eyes to look directly at the god of scythes, Belkane, who notices what he's doing and he is not that happy with him, to say the least. Jaehwan thinks that his energy detection must have gotten weaker, as he cannot tell how strong this guy is. But Anderson explains that a main avatar like that guy is able to use around 90% of their god's powers. And since there is a huge difference between low-rank and middle-rank gods, he needs to avoid fighting them, if possible. Even if she is saying this, Jaehwan feels that she wants to say something else, but he thought that she wanted to see him fight, as they talked about previously. Anderson says that it is true. She does want to see the people who dared to bully Runard beaten up. But what she is very curious about is to see how strong the awakened that she chose truly is. Additionally, if the rumors of him being the monarch slaughterer are true, and also, maybe if he's strong, he will have a chance to take revenge on the tower, on her behalf. If that is what she truly wants, Jaehwan shares his vision with her, and she can see particles around the avatar, along with a little brother message, but Jaehwan gets ready to attack before she can explore any further. Seeing as he does not want to talk things through, the avatar orders his men to slaughter him, and they all jump in at once, ready to take his life at all times. Renee just watches from above as this happens, noting that it feels like a scenario, but some gods don't know what she's talking about, so she changes the subject by saying that she recognizes that person. He is Belkane's avatar, Diners. People around here call him the promotion avatar. He is a part of a so-called death squad, a general term for people who always take any opportunity to kill others, and they serve a middle-ranked god, Belkane, while also always starting from the first floor upwards. Honestly, she hates running into these bullies. But that's when one of the gods, the god of flame, Ignis, says that Jaehwan has been hiding his strength up until now, to be able to resist so much. Renee thinks that such a thing is impossible, and it's true that spirit weapons are amazing, but such replica weapons are everywhere these days, with most gods agreeing with her. They are also constantly surrounding him, so if he's really hiding his strength, then she also is doing just that. It's just that easy to say but not prove. Anyhow, she feels that now it's the perfect opportunity to go and help him. But when she gets up, Jaehwan unleashes a small amount of energy and lets it all out in the ground, causing Renee to fall down and stop in a nearby half wall. She wonders what happened. But when she looks, her eyes widen, as that guy was really hiding his strength all along. As Jaehwan stands triumphant before the pile of bodies he amassed, the challenge timer ticks down to 10 minutes, and Diners is awestruck. Just who the hell is that guy? Some gods are also paying close attention to what is happening on this floor, but Diners doesn't pay it any mind, as he thinks that all 5 of the people who attacked him are the apostles of Belkane, who is a middle-ranked god. So how was he able to knock all of them down with only a single thrust? Jaehwan notes that a middle-ranked god seems to be able to withstand his normal thrust at least, while some gods just cannot believe that he is winning, and even more gods join to watch the battle. Diners thinks that he didn't want to use any strength on the first floor, but if he decides to retreat here, Belkane will never forgive him, as he is already mad because his underlings were weak, or so he thinks. With no other choice, Diners prepares to attack, while telling the remaining underlings he has to stand behind to not get in his way. As he approaches, he asks Jaehwan where he is from. Is he from the association, or is he someone who is a part of the promotion for the climb? Jaehwan doesn't understand a single word that came out of his mouth, but Diners thinks that he is feigning ignorance, as there is no way someone as powerful as him would appear on the first floor just out of pure chance. If he's honest, he just might spare his life this time, but he has to be quick, as his patience is running thin. Some gods are also curious about Jaehwan's identity, but he just asks Diners how high someone of his caliber can climb. He is rightfully confused about this question, as he just asked him one, but says that he is able to climb to the 6th floor, only by himself. Jaehwan is not that impressed by that number, which angers Diners, as he thinks that this is a provocation. So he jumps in, promising to leave him in shreds by the end of this fight. They continue to fight, causing damage all around the area, but it seems that Jaehwan is just dodging and hiding, which angers Diners, as he was acting like a big shot just a while ago, but now he is running away with his tail between his legs. Jaehwan jumps high into the air, which makes Diners respond with an attack, while also saying that he should be ashamed of himself. He is not a real fighter. Jaehwan is doing this because he just wants to see how strong someone who can climb up to the 6th floor is, so he will wait until he shows his true skills. Some gods start to judge this fight, and Diners hints that this bastard might actually intend to just wait the timer up, so if he, an elite who has been promoted within the Metabus alliances, cannot land a single scratch on him, he will be humiliated for life. Belkane becomes utterly furious at the current situation, which makes Diners promise to not let everything go to his plan, as he clenches a blood-red necklace. Anderson is the first to notice that he is trying to do something, and as the necklace starts to glow, Diners promises to show him the difference between their abilities. With this, he equips a skin, and asks Jaehwan if he knows why the Metabus is a place known for getting the poor poorer, while getting the rich richer. It is because of items that widen the gap between people, so a person that doesn't have any items like him is called a bum. With this skin, his attack power, speed, defense power, and mobility all increase by 20%, while also making him look like Jaehwan's old enemy, Samyung Garam. His eyes widen as he sees this, and he asks Diners why he is able to take on such an appearance. Diners is glad that he recognizes this as a skin, but he probably also knows that now, there's not a single chance of him winning this. As Diners hits him with an attack, Belkane starts to support him further, and their synchronization increases even further. Anderson explains that with this synchronization, he will be in real danger, so he should stop being so thick in the head and use her powers already. Diners rushes in once again and tells him that his ride is over, time to die. He uses Belkane's storyline, Sever, which cuts the entire building behind Jaehwan in half, and energy starts to fly around from the sheer force of the attack. Diners lands down and says that he could have avoided all of this if he just gave them his coins and walked away. But now, His grave has been dug. May he rest in peace. The apostles think that their leader is truly amazing, to take down a monster of that caliber. With that, diners think that it's over, as nobody could survive such an attack coming from a person buffed by a skin. He got way too agitated, however, and wasted tons of strength on the first floor. How unlucky. Suddenly, Jaehwan asks if this really is all that he has. As he removes the rubble from himself, he notes that now, he knows what kind of place this metabus is. Thanks to his efforts, he now knows how tough the 6th floor is. But he will say this now. All of them are much weaker than the monarchs. Diners is horrified. Just how did this bastard get up again? Just what the hell is he? As Jaehwan prepares to attack, he explains that the major generals of the almighty land managed to block this attack 4 times, so he wonders if they can beat their record. Diners almost freezes in place as he sees that attack, but comes back to his senses and orders everyone to connect their world power together, as they should be able to deploy a sanctuary with Belkane's help. They all charge in while unleashing as much world power as possible, but it's too late, as Jaehwan has already prepared the attack. Instead of using it on them, however, he aims it at the sky, which eventually breaks it. He literally breaks the sky. Belkane becomes shocked, furious, and fearful, and after taking a lot of damage from this, he falls asleep. All kinds of gods assess the situation, with some being very interested in Jaehwan, while others judging him for his reckless actions. Before the timer can fully deplete, Jaehwan picks up all of the coins that he needs, but Anderson doesn't even notice as she is too shocked because of what just happened. Something like that shouldn't even be possible in the first place. Just how did he do it? Jaehwan doesn't really find any issue of what happened here, as he can't just slowly deal with everyone that tries to come after him on his way to the 7th floor. That would be just too wasteful. If this tower is a type of world, like he found out now, it can be destroyed like he just did. That is why he pierces through it all, even killing his enemies along the way. Renee, who is still somehow above, thought that Jaehwan was just a noob, with a very foolish bravado, but who would have thought that he could actually damage the metabus in such a way? He is more fascinating than she initially thought. How curious. From the rubble, Runard also appears, which makes Jaehwan think that he forgot about him. But he didn't get swept away in the attack, so it's fine. Anderson notes that he told him previously, if he's good at something, it's running away. Jaehwan looks up and notices that he only broke through up to the 5th floor, as he feels something blocked his attack on the 6th. So knowing this, there is someone on the 6th floor and above who is able to block his thrust. Suddenly the sky begins to create a strange spiral as it glows with an oceanic blue, but it suddenly descends right next to Jaehwan at high speeds. This is an elevator, and the guide on the 1st floor of the metabus has called for Jaehwan to enter. Jaehwan does just that, and Runard hops along too. They are both transported across worlds, as they see the 1st floor of another tower, where people seem to be also killing each other in some form. Jaehwan thinks that it's just like Siren or Mullark. The mayor who made this specific tower must have a certain motive for its creation, and since the 1st floor is where everyone became a goblin, incentivizing slaughter between people, maybe he needed human sacrifices in order to complete something regarding the tower. He also remembers that someone said that there are people here who wanted to experience the pain from the products that have gathered here. If that's the case, the souls of the abyss have either not climbed the Tower of Nightmares at all, or failed while trying. So the gods of the abyss were those who forgot their memories of being cultivators. He looks up and notes that if he saw the end of the tower once, he wouldn't want to experience something like that again, which Anderson agrees with. Eventually, they stop in a very white and clean place, which Anderson calls a request stop, where the guides reside. Jaehwan wonders what kind of guide she's talking about, maybe like the bus guides on those tourist buses, but Anderson explains that they each manage a floor. While they wait around, a slate with the 1st floor scores ranking appears out of nowhere, with Jaehwan recognizing a name, Rachel Young, that was Anderson's previous avatar. Runard wonders why Jaehwan's name isn't on this piece of rock. But suddenly someone says that it will be added in due time. The person who has said this slowly appears into reality, and notes that it's nice to finally see the man who managed to get a new record on the 1st floor. He also goes for a handshake. Jaehwan isn't that impressed by his appearance, but Runard immediately jumps on him, as he has never seen a real goat. So can he touch him maybe? Can he? While he does that, Anderson notes that she didn't expect for him to work here, but times have changed. That's not important right now though. Can she borrow his body for a bit, as she has something to talk with him personally? The goat guide finally manages to get Runard off of him and introduces himself as Virtus. But that's when he feels a strange aura around Jaehwan. But he recognizes this aura. It's from the one who strips, Anderson. They all sit down, and Virtus offers them some tea he got from a restricted area in Caspian, which is apparently good for world power recovery. Before Anderson can even tell Runard to drink, he is already chugging it down, and Virtus notes that he didn't expect to see her here ever again. She asks if that means that he missed her. But more importantly, how did he become a guide? Wasn't he Saville's avatar originally? Virtus explains that she knows this, but Saville has died, and since there aren't many paths for an avatar that lost their god, Anderson doesn't support his choice, as this means he's a slave to the tower. But if he didn't, he couldn't have survived alone. Anyways, why did she come back anyway? Anderson asks if there's a problem with her coming back, which surprises Virtus as he didn't expect her to forget. So he gets serious. If she decides to go back there, she will die because of the promise she made with the association. But Anderson wonders if the association kept their end of the deal. She already saw the goods that they were selling throughout the tower. But just why has it come to this? What are those goods even for? When did they start selling crap like this in the Metabus so freely? And what is with that damn slogan? They apologize for the benefits they will give? Ha! She also saw a skin that was created around a monarch on her way to this place. So were her colleagues also made into skins? She brags Virtus by his blazer clothes and pulls him closer. What happened to her believers? They said that they would release them, but she doesn't see them anywhere. Virtus says that they were only hurt, which makes her scream even louder, but he has had enough of her and starts screaming too. It's only been 500 years. That's enough time for a high-ranking god like her to become the lowest of the low. Just what does she want? He has no clue what she is looking for, but he knows that it's not around here. Anderson sits in silence for a second and notes that she knows. But this is why she came back. She is going to destroy every single thing. That damned association and the fuckers who betray her. Suddenly her movements become sluggish and she falls on the table, as her world power has depleted. Runard, with his cheeks stuffed full of cookies, cries over her. But suddenly Jaehwan wakes up with a serious face and notes that it seems that she fell asleep. Virtus explains that he almost went into buffering because of her lack of world power, which makes Jaehwan note that it seems he knows her quite well. He looks up and says that it's been 500 years since he last met her avatar. Jaehwan asks who is at the top of the tower, and Virtus notes that there is only a driver. That person goes by countless names: the Metabus driver, the guide of 10,000 gods, the heir to heaven, so on and so forth. That person is the only person around here who knows how to reach the end of the illusion tree. Jaehwan asks if he will be able to meet this driver character if he were to climb at the top of the tower, and Virtus notes that he will most likely meet him there. So he asks of him now to not go around destroying more of the tower, as climbing it might actually prove faster than destroying it. Additionally, if he does manage to actually destroy the Tower of the Pitiful Gods, there will be a heavy price to pay. But alas, he won't understand what this world means to the gods anyways. But he should keep this in mind. A little birdie also told him that he came to the tower in order to save one of his friends. This makes Jaehwan ask if he knows where his friend is, but Virtus does not. But the gods of the highest floors will surely know, though they might not answer given his rather reckless actions. Jaehwan says that he is not around here to entertain their gods, but Virtus notes that his task will still give comfort to someone, as this is a place where gods and believers alike can get away from the very draining sanctuary war. Jaehwan asks if he's really asking him to become an entertainer to them, but Virtus notes that he never said such a thing. What he is asking of him is for him to become a hero. Jaehwan says that if he were to destroy this entire place, the stuck-up gods that are hiding now will have no choice but to reveal themselves sooner rather than later. Virtus understands that he is powerful, but breaking through the floors of the tower is a rather unusual thing, to say the least. However, this was not the first time something like this happened, as some 100 years ago, something quite similar had happened. When the Lord and leader of Crack came through here, he also did something very similar to him, and he also heard that one of the members of Crack joined in this most recent climb. As he is trying to explain to Jaehwan that he cannot skip floors, he gets a message written in the god's language, and after reading it, he notes that they have been given a special high pass, as there is a god that has asked for him to go to him and meet in person. Runard is surprised by this, but Virtus says that it's not just this respective god. There are several gods who are after his attention. It seems that someone from the higher floors has also given him an offer for a promotion. Jaehwan doesn't know what that is, and Runard explains that it's sort of like letting him do a commercial to boost his follower intake. Virtus concurs. It's just that they want to make him the mascot of this season, weird as he might be. That's when 3 system pop-ups appear in front of Jaehwan. One from the Fire Alliance, offering 2 million trust, the Death Alliance, offering 1.5 million, and the Oblivion Alliance, offering 1.7 million. But the catch is that they all have the condition to use a percentage of that cash on their respective items. Runard is quite surprised by just how much they are all offering, and Virtus notes that it's his first time seeing so much trust in one place, being a first-floor guide and all. Jaehwan asks if this is really that amazing, but Virtus notes that it's much more than that, a very unusual happening. It seems that the souls of the Abyss will gather here after looking at his road to success. But to further explain his promotion, he will show him the items that he will have to purchase if he accepts any of these. They are run by a gacha, but he may get the God of Thunderskin or the God of Fireskin. He is sure that he already knows, but with a skin, his outer appearance would change while he gets a stat boost, and he is also able to use skin-related skills. The most popular skin as of now is this one, the Ugliest King, Kim Dokya, which will give him 40% increased movement and attack speed. Jaehwan finds his name strange, but Runard is excited and encourages him to choose one. Jaehwan asks why the gods would want him to buy skin, and Virtus explains that it's to promote it, since other gods will see him use it, and they will be pushed to buy it. Jaehwan thinks that this is unfair. He thought that the tower was the most fair place, but Virtus notes that that is not something he should concern himself with. He has other matters to attend to. Anderson also decides to wake up, apparently having woken up for quite a while, so she has heard the talk about promotions, which makes talk Jaehwan's ear out as a result. She will not let him pick a sponsor, no matter what. Virtus asks if he will really leave all of these offers, which Jaehwan confirms. The gods of the Fire Alliance find his choice rather amusing, while the gods of the Death Alliance are speechless. Virtus knows what he's doing. He is going to increase his worth by not picking any sponsor. How wise. But no matter what happens, as he asked him before, he should not destroy the tower. Jaehwan thinks that nothing will come out of antagonizing the gods like this, so he will let this matter go for now. Virtus says that even though he declined the sponsorships, he hopes he likes this reward, which is given to the highest scorer of the first floor. Jaehwan is suddenly equipped slowly with a combat outfit cape set, which has a few nice functions, since it is an exclusive item. Runard also gets one of these outfits, and Virtus notes that an additional reward has been given to him, so he should check to see if it was sent. Sure enough, he gains 2,000 trust and a ticket to the 6th floor. Jaehwan asks if he can just go to the 6th floor now, and Virtus confirms it, since he has a special pass, free of charge from a certain god. He can leave and go as he pleases. With that, Jaehwan turns to leave, but not before Virtus asks him to take care of Anderson to the best of his abilities. Even if 200 years have passed, Virtus still remembers her fondly. Suddenly, Renee appears behind him and asks if the noob has left. Virtus confirms it, and she notes that he didn't take a single sponsorship offer. Truly, he is someone worth following. Virtus does not understand why her, the god of destiny, still likes to cosplay as a broadcaster. But why did she decide to give him a pass in the first place? Renee says that it was on a whim, which makes Virtus scared that she will be interfering with the tower, which is dangerous. As if the gods of the Alliance find out, she is cooked. With a terrifying presence, Renee grabs his shoulder and asks if she thinks they are afraid of those bastards. Virtus musters up the courage to ask that the 7 great gods may actually find out. But she's still going to interfere? Renee asks if she thinks this is not a waste. With a flick of her fingers, a few screens appear, and she notes that every believer out there is stuck in this measly tower, chasing a goal not worth chasing at all. Virtus says that they need this world, since it's the only paradise for them. But Renee doesn't see it as such, as putting one's life on the line and buying things to keep climbing. This cycle, repeating again and again, does that sound like a paradise? The true worth of this place has fallen, a long, long time ago. Virtus notes that it's too late. She already knows what happened 500 years ago. After their revolution has failed that eventful day, the system is never broken down. She knows how many high-ranked gods died. Renee says that she is doing it differently this time, but Virtus thinks that there is no chance Jaehwan will reach the top floor. She thinks otherwise, as he is the first ranked on the first floor, something which hasn't changed in a long time. Virtus says that if he was not to be Anderson's proxy, then it would have been possible. She asks what he means. Did he receive a prophecy from the Alliance? Vertus says that it's not that, but did she forget what the 6th floor was? If he is Anderson's proxy, he won't walk past that place. He will die, together with his god. Once Jaehwan enters the 6th floor, he is welcomed by the system, and it explains that his task is to choose 3 doors and complete their associated tasks. Anderson wants to explain things to him, but Jaehwan refuses, as he will do things his way from now on. He walks to his first door, a Starstream collaboration event, an urgent defense war. His task is to survive for 8 hours. Jaehwan says that they will continue doing things this way, as the clear time for everything is very short anyway. The scenario that Jaehwan is facing now would be considered weird by many, but it is actually a scenario that the ugliest king performed his best in. Jaehwan doesn't care, however, as he is ready to face anything that can be finished quickly. When they get on the other side of the portal, they are sent to a completely normal train station, although it is rather dark. Runard asks him if he really has a plan for this place, as this place seems quite grim, but Jaehwan assures him that he indeed has a plan, one that works every time. Runard is glad that he could trust him, but that's when a bunch of creatures appear in front of them and are ready to pounce on them at any second. Sure enough, the demonic-looking bears do just that, as their sharp claws reach for their necks in a split second, and Runard is naturally scared of these creatures. But Jaehwan thinks of them as oversized teddy bears. His plan will work nicely on them, that being to thrust until there is not a single one left in this place. Runard is shocked about his rather simple plan, but at this point it is to be expected from this guy. After the second mission is done, Jaehwan just simply walks out with half of his clothes completely gone, and with Runard on the ground, as he almost died in that place. He asks if this was how they were supposed to clear this mission, as the first map was based on survival and they did just that, so there were no problems with them clearing it. But in the second map, the strongest sacrificial lamb, other people were also joining the map, but their clear conditions were as such: for 50% of the people there to perish, or for the strongest person here to die. Naturally, Jaehwan was the strongest person in that place, despite the other people. So he came up with the genius idea of destroying the world that appears in this mission. Like he did on the first floor, the other people immediately charged him, as they need to kill only him in order for this mission to be completed. A much more human option, considering their other one is to kill 50% of the people here. Jaehwan pays them little to no mind, but as he unleashes the attack, it also hits at least 50% of the other passengers, ending the mission instantly. He was not aiming for that, but it turned out that way, so it's whatever. Runard likes that he ends things quickly, but he's curious as to how the ugliest king managed to complete this mission, since it seems to be tied to him in some way. A few gods start expressing their feelings for Jaehwan. The god of illusion flames is furious at him. The god of emotions also hates him, with the gods of floods not thinking much differently. The only god that liked what he did is the god of flames, Ignis, with Runard guessing that now they are expressing their feelings because they were a part of this previous mission. The system congratulates Jaehwan for clearing the strongest sacrificial lamb and thus rewards him with 300,000 coins as reward, with the possibility of exchanging those coins into trust. Jaehwan does just that, and Runard holds the money very greedily, as now that they have this much trust, they can renew their entrance tickets as much as they want to. Ignis is quite curious as to which mission they would like to choose next, making Anderson wonder if this could be the Ignis that she knew, but it's highly unlikely. Jaehwan asks if she knew that god previously, and she confirms it, but that goes for every god in the abyss, as Ignis is a famous god. However, it is most likely a fake, as there is no way that Ignis would actually watch this type of broadcast. Jaehwan tries to use the messenger inside of the system, but it's not working that well, with Anderson explaining that her little brother's account level is too low for this feature to work. Jaehwan finds it odd, as that Renee woman has no problems using it at all, as he saw her use it before. Anderson finds this insulting, so she starts pouting and tells him to go with her if that's the case, as it seems he only likes women with message capabilities. Jaehwan notices that she is upset by this, so as to calm her down, he lets her choose the next door that they're going to go through. The system notifies them that they completed 2 missions, so now they have to choose their last. But all of the event maps that have not been cleared are blocked, as stated by Runard. Jaehwan wonders if they will be forced to choose a normal map for this last mission, as all of the event maps are closed. Anderson closely analyzes the versions of the unlocked missions, and Jaehwan thinks that the version they were previously in was 9.61. These are very old versions, so old that even version 1.54 is in here. Anderson explains that this is simply the nature of the 6th floor, as when a large update occurs, the previous version would disappear and be transferred to the 6th floor. This place is basically a museum of what the Metabus once was. Runard notices that most of the versions here are old, classics of the olden times. Anderson notes that is how they gather a lot of passengers to this place, as the early days of this place were very fair, and one could get tons of rewards as long as they worked hard for them. Runard is surprised that he can hear her now, even though he cannot see her. She guesses that Jaehwan's world power increases a little when he cleared the 1st floor. While it's only for a little while, they can talk. That's when she cuts off, and Runard cannot hear her anymore, something which annoys her. Runard keeps looking at room reviews and notes that he wants to find one with spectacular ones, but there's not a single place with more than 2 review points in this whole place, so he doesn't know if they will actually find one he likes. Anderson says that most people think like that at first, which is quite naive, as reviews are extremely subjective. But that's when Runard gets the idea to go to the 1st version of the tower, the true blue classic, as that should be the fairest and funnest to do. When he gets to the place he wants to go in, it is unfortunately out of order, as it is being repaired. Runard's face drops, and he falls to the ground while sobbing. Jaehwan continues to walk, thinking that it seems that the gods are having fun in these pathetic towers. And Anderson also finds it strange, as this place was not like this 500 years ago. It used to feel like anyone could reach the end of this world, if they worked hard enough. Jaehwan asks her if she came all of the way here because she wanted to play these dumb games. But Anderson denies it completely, as she came here for similar reasons to his, to rescue a friend. She tells him to choose this door, which is the 3.12 version, but has a 0.7 review score, which Runard warns Jaehwan about, but he simply just doesn't care about that. Runard starts to think about it, and says that since it will probably be a harder map, then they should get a much better reward, right? Without much hesitation, Jaehwan pulls the door handle, and they are sent to version 3.12 of the Metabus, a dark and freezing place that Anderson never expected to come back to. After walking for a while, Jaehwan notices something interesting, a crater, created by the thrust that he shot up from the 1st floor. It seems that it pierces through this world too, but the sky is clear of any damage, so the person who managed to stop his attack must be in this place. The system explains that the world view of this entire floor is 500 years ago, the age of the Great Revolution. They get their objective, but it is riddled with question marks, as it seems that not even the system knows what they have to do, or it's just withholding that information for some odd reason. Anderson notes that this place never changes, and the revolution wasn't great to begin with. Why are they even naming it as such? Jaehwan thinks about their objective, to destroy something, which makes Anderson wonder what they will even have to destroy, considering that this place is already a destroyed world. Jaehwan asks what if she knows anything about this place, and she explains that this floor is similar in appearance to the one that was on the 8th floor of the Metabus, that she challenged previously, but passengers there would either die or run away in fear to another floor. Eventually they spot some lights, meaning that there is a village there, so since they don't have any clue as to what they need to do, Jaehwan thinks that it would be wise to head over there. Runard is hesitant, as the review on this place told them to not go to the village. Will they really be okay? Jaehwan looks at him and says that they will find out once they arrive there. When they get close to the village gates, a guard that is stationed there and is shirtless in this frozen wasteland for some reason notices them and immediately points his spear in their direction, demanding identification. Naturally, Jaehwan pulls out his sword while telling him to step aside, as communication isn't his strong suit. But that's when he starts to feel strange, and his hand starts to shake, as Anderson uses her influence to slowly take over his body. Her aura starts permeating throughout the area, and Runard thinks that he felt this world power before. It is rather warm and gentle. The guard cannot believe it. As he drops his spear, he asks if this is really the energy of Anderson. She starts rushing to Hans, the guard, in Jaehwan's body. They all get inside of a house and Hans gives them a few things to eat while saying that it's not much, but still, he hopes it is enough. Anderson thanks him, and Runard, as per usual, keeps gulping down anything in front of him. Hans pats his head and asks if he is the new follower that Anderson got, and also asks if this new body she descended upon is her new avatar. Anderson confirms both, while Jaehwan says no, but nobody can hear him at this point, only Anderson. Hans finds it hard to believe that she returned to the tower once again, as she was banned from it last he heard. She asks him what he is doing in such a place, but he explains that he has just been living here, and as they can all see, he doesn't have much. But this is plenty for him, and he's happy with what he has. Anderson repeats his own words, living happily, which makes the atmosphere turn strange for a second, with even Runard noticing. Hans notes that the others will also come back soon enough, making her ask who else is here. Hans tells her that it's Christian and Marianne, with some of the others also being around here. They are all out working, since it's midnight now, but they should be back soon enough. Anderson finds it strange. Just who would make them work like this? Hans tells her to not get the wrong idea about this, as they are actually volunteering to do it, in order to maintain what remains of this world. Anyways, like he said, they are about to come back, so they should go outside and meet them. They do just that, and Hans was right, as they are very near. Anderson asks what they are carrying with them, and Hans notes that it's ores that they found in the ruins, or from the corpses of the hunted monsters that are nearby. She also asks why they would be carrying such a thing. But that's when a portal appears right in front of them, and two people come out. One curses this place, as he didn't want to come back here again, but the other one says that they have no other choice, as there are no other sane people among the survivors of 500 years, and they also need to come here to meet their quote anyway, so it's like killing two birds with one stone. Anderson asks who these two people are, as that type of gate can only be purchased in the store, meaning that they are from the 7th floor or above. So what are they doing in a place like this, anyway? Hans probably can't even hear her, as he sprints in their direction with great worry. The two people ask the others who came back from gathering if they have what is needed for today's quota. The workers call these two the harvesters, but they become frightened and start to shake, as they say that what they are carrying is all that they got. One of the harvesters kicks one of the workers to the ground as he hears this, as this submission that they have for them now won't even be enough to make 5 strengthening stones. Is this a joke to them? The other harvester warns him to not mess with these guys too much, as if something goes wrong it will be his ass that will pay for it. He doesn't pay the warning any mind, however, as he doesn't see that lunatic around here anyway, so they can play with these guys as much as they want to. Hans arrives at their side and apologizes profusely for the misunderstanding, but they got only these many stones because monsters have not been appearing around this place as of late. The harvester turns around and notes that if it's so, then the situation cannot be helped, but they will need to meet the quote with something else. He tells 2 of the workers to come here as they are coming with them, even if they like it or not. The workers are naturally fearful of this, and the other harvester warns him that they can't just take people from this place like this. The mad harvester doesn't care, however, as they are all idiots. Who would care if 1 or 2 were to just disappear? Hans begs them to stop it, as if they continue, things will just not turn out well for anyone. The harvester notes that he must have been hit in the head to think like this. He must think that they are pushovers if they are being a little nice, but what can godless bums like them can even do? The harvester does not like how his face looks just now, so he summons his flame powers and starts burning his shoulder, asking if he has any complaints they need to file. As Hans takes the attack, he pleads with him to not hurt the others. The harvester finds it funny that he still has some pride, but they will see now just how long that will last for. They are nothing but vermin that couldn't protect their god. Does he really think that anything would change if he protects their pride right now? Before the attack can continue further, Anderson grabs the harvester's arm tightly and she tells Jaehwan that she will be using his body from now on. As she grips even tighter, the harvester feels that the bastard in front of him is very strong. He backs away while asking who he is, but Anderson also has a few questions. Are they the minions of the Alliance, maybe? That's when the god of fire, Flamers, notice her existence. This makes her even madder, as how dare a household god like that mess around with her people? Out of fear, the harvester attacks while asking the other one to help, as they have no choice but to deploy the sanctuary, so they should unleash everything. The sanctuary deployment is, based on Mullark's records of the Abyss, part of a god, and their unique worldview. That worldview uses the faith of the followers to manifest physically, and the avatars of the god within those manifested worldviews would have absolute power over it. Powerful gods would use these worldviews to gain the advantage in a fight, and that is known as the sanctuary deployment technique. The harvesters successfully deploy their sanctuary, with Runard, who is outside of it, screaming for Anderson and Jaehwan. The harvester asks them what will they be doing now, as it's too late for them to regret anything, so they should die already. With one hand movement, he unleashes a mighty attack straight at Anderson, which Hans immediately gets in front of, taking the brunt of it fully. The harvester can only laugh, as this means nothing. They will both be burned to a crisp soon enough. Anderson has had enough and explains to Jaehwan that she is taking everything off and she will also use some trust. As she consumes the trust, she also takes off every piece of clothing and starts singing a melody. A very, very long time ago, it is said that a naked god lived. She hated all clothes, and so she strutted around everywhere naked, not caring for others and their opinions. This song allows Anderson to get rid of the flames and use all of her powers. She is able to do all of this because this world is already her own sanctuary. She grabs the harvester's head and says only one word: strip. When she does that, the harvester's skin starts to rotate in all kinds of ways, and he bleeds out from the sheer force of the attack. The other harvester can only scream as Anderson looks at him with a vengeful look. If there was something that Mullark regretted after coming up from the abyss, it would be that he couldn't meet a certain god with the story of an ancient god. The one who was designated a grade 1 variable by the 7 great gods, one of the candidates among the other high-ranked gods. That god's name is the naked god, Anderson. The harvester begs and begs for his life, and Anderson tells him to pass on this message to the Alliance, that Anderson is officially back and not going anywhere. With those words said, the harvester bolts out of there and the workers behind her start to fall to their knees. As their goddess really returned, she has not forgotten them. She calls out their names, Christian, Marianne, and the others. For not a single moment in all of her years has she forgotten about them. Jaehwan is surprised to see that all of these people were her followers previously. But just what happened? Suddenly, his mind is filled with Anderson's memories of the past. The feeling that the world balance is crumbling and the memories that continue to flow into Jaehwan's head is what Anderson felt for 500 years. She asks why they are being treated in such a way while Runard just watches from behind. Anderson fought to protect this world 500 years ago, so she is naturally angry. Who dared to make all of them, who were supposed to die 500 years ago, into puppets? Now, the objective of their mission here is clear. What they need to destroy is the entire world. They all gather in a storage area, and it seems that Anderson fell asleep right after speaking to the others. She told Jaehwan as such that she would be sleeping for about 24 hours, as she pushes herself a little too much by singing the second verse. She also asked him to not do anything weird while she is sleeping, which makes him mad, as he is being treated like a child. Jaehwan asks Hans if they will just leave this guy here, who says that it will be fine, since he can barely breathe and his link to his god has been completely cut. Anderson has never destroyed anyone's existence fully, since the past, regardless of the people that think of her as a villain. They also can't kill the harvesters of the Alliance whenever they want, so the punishment for what this person did will be decided by that person. Jaehwan wonders who that could be, but Hans notes that he must be tired, so he will bring him to the place that he will be staying at for his stay in this world. As they walk the snowy streets, Jaehwan thinks that this place is certainly unique if nothing else, as there are modern street lamps, but the outside of the houses looks quite medieval. He also remembers that the person who stopped his thrust from going further is around here. It might even be one of these people. Knowing this, he starts using his abilities to analyze each of them, but he doesn't see anyone who would possess enough energy to block his attack. Suddenly, Runard notes that he has something to say, but he stops himself and says that it's nothing as they will talk about it tomorrow, since now wouldn't be the right time. They eventually arrive at the place they are going to stay out and also get a change of clothes, which Runard is very happy about, as even the bed is very cushy. As Jaehwan takes his sword off, he notices another lap in their room, which feels very out of place in this tavern-like room. What are technologies not fitting of this world doing in this place? He also notices that Runard fell asleep instantly, making him think that he should go ahead and rest too. He tries to do just that, but he can't seem to fall asleep, making him wonder if it's because he had a bunch of information beamed into his head because of Anderson's memories. This makes him reminisce of the past, as he remembers the times he was climbing the Tower of Nightmares, his first successful hunt of monsters, his first time falling asleep in the inn after selling some monster leather, the times he struggled day by day to survive, the memories he rarely thinks about anymore. This makes him wonder, though, how he looked back then. But it's not all bad, as he all remembers his comrades, the ones he worked very hard to climb the tower with, and Yun Huan, who he now needs to save. But even in his dreams, he seems to be too far away for him to grasp. He eventually wakes up and thinks that when tomorrow comes, he will try out the thrust that he did previously. Sure enough, when morning rises and Runard eventually wakes up with a long yawn, he doesn't see Jaehwan there, as he is outside and practicing his thrusts. He wonders what will happen to his thrust after he climbs the abyss, Will it become his story, perhaps? Runard watches for a bit, as he is mesmerized by Jaehwan's movements. He notices him, and Runard finds the courage to ask him to teach him how to thrust like him. Jaehwan explains that a thrust like this was forged over thousands of years. It is not something that can be learned in a day. Runard explains that he was able to realize very early in their journey that he is weak, much weaker than anyone else, and at this rate, he will only become more of a burden the more they climb. But he doesn't want that. He wants to become stronger as well, in order to protect what matters to him. Jaehwan saw the determination in Runard's eyes, so he accepted to train him, and now he is practicing his first thrusts. He doesn't even know how much he will be able to learn at this point, considering they won't stay here for long, but it's better than learning nothing probably. All thrusts depend on the first thrust, as they all start from there, but it most definitely takes a lot of time, as even if it does appear to be rather simple, the time it takes to train this single movement is not that simple at all. In order to do these thrusts in a perfect line, it takes a lot of thrusts, again and again, until the process is finished, and from the sprout of the first thrust grows a powerful and thick tree. Hans and the others see what is happening, and they also want to join in, as what they are doing seems to be fun. One even asks if this is a new story or something. As Runard rests for a bit, he notes that they must really want to try doing this. Someone else appears next to Jaehwan and apologizes for her friends, as they are rather noisy, right? But in a village like this, even training is sort of an event. She also thanks him for saving them yesterday and introduces herself as Marianne. She was the fourth apostle of Anderson. Also, even if they are training now, they are here to just see him, as he is the goddess's new avatar and all. Jaehwan explains that he is nobody's avatar, but it is true that she is inside of him now, however. Marianne seems quite surprised by this, which makes Jaehwan apologize, as he was not trying to lie to them or something, but they just assumed he is the avatar. She already thought that something like that might have happened, but even with this, just the simple fact that she is here with him is like an amazing gift to these people. In response, Jaehwan smiles. After the sun starts to set, Hans notices that the time passed, so they should go. Jaehwan asks where they are going, and Marianne tells him that it's festival day today, at the temple, so he should join them if he would like. Jaehwan says that he is too lazy, based, but Marianne insists, as everyone looks forward to his presence there, and it will surely be fun. Runard, who barely crawls to Jaehwan's leg to exhaustion, says that he wants to go too, even though he looks like he's about to pass any second now. Jaehwan has been remembering tons of memories from a long time ago, but he does not know why. Maybe because the Metabus is also a tower of nightmares? If Yunhwan or Seoyul were here, they would tease him, as he does not know how to say no most of the time. As they walk to the temple, Jaehwan notes that the worldview of this place is rather unique, and Marianne agrees, as Anderson was also a very unique god, as even though she was a god, who stood above others, she also had a more human side to her. She also called her fellow gods friends, and it was one of those gods who built this entire village. Jaehwan asks her, if they were her followers previously, will they go back to being her followers now? Marianne notes that she would very much like that, but it would be impossible because they are in no position to become anyone's followers right now. They arrive at the temple, which under the moonlight glow is quite stunning. As they walk the stairs, they see all of the statues of the different gods. The god of righteousness and his avatar Ilium, the god of yesterday and his avatar Yuvan, the god that does not have an avatar, Eden Cart. These statues were made in honor of these four gods that participated in the 500-year revolution with Anderson. Jaehwan is surprised that there's actually a god without an avatar here, but Runard has heard of him some time ago. Only baseless rumors though, but to think that he was Anderson's dear comrade, truly, she doesn't stop amazing him even now. This makes Jaehwan ask if she really didn't tell him a single thing, which he confirms, as she avoided speaking of what happened 500 years ago, even if he were to beg her to tell. When they arrive inside of the temple, they see a depiction of Anderson in stained glass, and a few people that are praying, naked down to their underwear. Runard notes that it really is her temple, since everyone around here is almost naked. Jaehwan agrees, and notes that it would be respectful to have the right dress code for this place, with Runard concurring, as the goddess always said that they shouldn't be ashamed of being naked after all. They both ask Hans where they should sit, but when he turns around he is shocked at what he sees, and asks what he's doing here. Jaehwan then asks if they are not supposed to take it all off here, since Anderson's worldview is getting naked. Hans explains that the heart of getting naked is pretty important, but there is no need to take off his clothes like this, really. Jaehwan dresses himself back up and sits down, swearing to kill Anderson for all of the embarrassment he has received because of her dumb worldview. While Runard also dresses himself back up, he says that it's been a while since he last came to a temple like this, as in his hometown, he could not enter because of the nobles that would prevent the commoners from entering. This is why he likes the fact that in the abyss, anyone can have their own god, no matter what. Jaehwan looks at him and thinks that he knows, although roughly, about Runard's past because of the memories that flowed into his mind. He got chased as he stole a loaf of bread, and he also got chased by nobles while protecting his younger sister from them. That's when he was dragged into the Tower of Nightmares, just like he was. So they all had no choice but to rely on a god in the end. Jaehwan tells him that even if he puts his trust in him like this, nothing will happen. But Runard still feels that it's important to have faith, so he prays for him to obtain the ugliest king skin. This also makes him ask Jaehwan if he has prayed before, which makes him say that in the tower that he cleared, there was a person who was a part of a religion from another country. In the hometown of that person, there was a device that chanted prayers their way, and even if one didn't speak the language, the device would still pray for them, so that could be a sort of prayer. But who knows if any god heard it? Runard notes that it's certainly a unique way of praying, but he's not so sure that it will count as a true prayer. Jaehwan asks what a true prayer is in this case, but Runard can't really answer, so this makes Jaehwan wonder. Everyone in this place is praying for something, but regarding those who are no longer the followers of Anderson, just who are they praying to? What are they even praying for? He guesses it would be better just to look using question, but what he sees surprises him, as he finally gets what Anderson meant. 500 years ago, she lost every single one of them, and to die in the abyss means that their soul will fully vanish, a shell of a transparent soul, with nothing inside. Can these cries of help? Can these silent screams even be considered praying? These people are no longer people, they are mere puppets. As Marianne walks to the podium, she says that she has been waiting for a while for this to happen, and asks Jaehwan to say a few words of blessing for everyone in this place. Eventually, Renee also makes it to the 6th floor, although she is wearing a new skin and has a few drones. The gods read her, and Ignis says that she looks good in those new clothes, but she notes that it's just one of the new skins that came out recently. It's not an advertisement, as she bought it with her hard-earned cash. The god of flashes, Ray Ray, asks for the skin name, and Renee says that it's called the Moonlight Girl, Yu Sanga. She got it from a gacha collab event in the Star Stream. Ray Ray notes that he also used that gacha, but he only got the bicycle thief, Han Myung-oh. Renee agrees that the drop rates are atrocious, as she also has like 20 of those, and she doesn't even know what to do with them. Ray Ray also asks how she climbed up to here, with the god of wisdom, Higmatun saying that she must have brought the special high pass to enter. She explains that she doesn't have that sort of cash, and if they want to know, the drones she bought with the money that they are giving her. But anyway, the reason she has come all of the way here is because the newbie that appeared in the previous live stream, the same one who stopped everything in the Metabus and little brother, seems to be around here. She also notices that they used her pictures to talk about the guy, but alas, since he is here, the special stream will now commence. More importantly, it seems that he has come to see quite a unique worldview. But they should all know already that the 6th floor of the Metabus is a mix of the old version maps. Ignis notes that this place is where that puppet weirdo lives, and before Renee can answer, one of the drones finds Jaehwan. As Marianne asks him to speak for the people once again, Jaehwan says that he is not Anderson. This makes all of the puppets there start to mumble the exact same sentence. Will the foreigner who possesses Goddess Anderson pray for everyone? Jaehwan thinks that these things aren't able to comprehend what he is saying right now. They are just answering with the memories that have been injected into them from the start. He doesn't like to repeat himself, but he now understands what Anderson meant. This makes him remember the religious person that died in the Tower of Nightmares, as they asked him to turn on this music box occasionally if they were to die. When they finally did, he obliged, but he always wondered if his god even heard the melody that came from that music box. Even if he did hear it, would the god have been able to say something to him at this point? Even if he did say anything, wouldn't the music box have no meaning now? Are the gods not lonely beings? He also can guess the reason why these puppets keep on praying, as it's just like that religious person in the Tower of Nightmares, as he also kept praying and praying. Gods only exist as long as they have followers that pray to them. This is probably why they have been doing so without rest for 500 years, so that their god can continue to exist in this world, so that they will be reminded of their precious god, so that they do not forget themselves completely. Jaehwan comes up to Hans and tells him to stop praying, as he has done plenty already and it's time for him to rest now. In response, Hans looks at him with his soulless eyes and asks if he will pray for everyone here. Without any other choice, Jaehwan closes his eyes and starts pulling out his sword, making Runard scream at him, as what is he trying to do right now? Suddenly, Anderson intervenes and stops his hand from moving, but this makes him madder and he asks what she thinks she's doing right now. She does not respond, so he says that these things are no longer the people she used to know. It's time to let them go, to set them free. She is now just being selfish and greedy, as she wants them around even though they are not here. Anderson starts shaking, and with tears in her eyes, she asks if he could do such a thing if his friend became a puppet, like these people are. Jaehwan grits his teeth and says that if that were to happen, he would kill him with his own hands. Anderson pleads with him. Even if there was a way to turn these people back to normal, would he still slay them without mercy? Jaehwan's hand stops, and he asks if there really is a way to do that, or is she just trying to stop him by lying? She explains that there is a way, although she is not 100% sure, but it could be entirely possible for the person who made these puppets. Suddenly, someone enters through the temple door and says that it's been quite a while since a stranger ventured into this place. All of the puppet strings are tied right to her waist, and as she asks who he is, it is clear as day that she is the one who made all of these puppets. Jaehwan looks at her face and thinks that he definitely saw it before, in Vartas's office. He asks her if she's the previous avatar of Anderson, Rachel Young. The woman does not respond to his question. She instead says that he has a familiar energy around him, so she knows who is inside of him. However, it sure took a long time for her to get here. He was rather concerned, as her friend. It seems that Rachel Young is also a vessel, an empty, soulless puppet, just like the others are. But who is occupying the vessel? A god, perhaps? Anderson gets extremely mad, and while cursing at the top of her lungs, she uses her world power to transform the place around them into her world view. The person notes that she seems to like the presents he made for her, but it also seems that she has gotten far, far weaker over these past 500 years. Anderson is extremely mad and asks Eden why he even turned Rachel into a puppet. Jaehwan remembers that name, Eden Cart, one of the 6 strongest gods in the current Metabus, and the first puppet maker, the god without an avatar, also known as the King of Crows. A god who Anderson once called a dear friend. Eden isn't that impressed with her new avatar, as he is quite bulky for his states. But Jaehwan doesn't even hear him, as he demands that he turn the people in this village back to what they were originally. 500 years ago, Anderson's revolution had failed utterly, and the gods that belonged to Anderson's group had either been removed from the alliance or scattered somewhere else. Among these punished gods, Eden was the only one who was the exception, causing other people to gossip, with some saying that it was because he betrayed Anderson in some way. There were also rumors that Eden possessed skills that could be very useful to the Alliance, but one thing is for sure, that for whatever reason that helped him survive all of this time, he was still among the strongest gods in Metabus. Unlike the other gods who were utterly destroyed, he still has the power of a high-ranking god, even now. As Jaehwan asks him to turn back the puppets back into normal people, he says that he has some nice spirit, but he has no chance against him, as he has overcome numerous challenges in the 2,000 years that he lived. So he has faced people much stronger than him, more than a few times. He starts using Crow's Eyes, his own story, which is a story based on rules, an ability that allows him to see the stats of all followers and avatars in simple numbers. In the past, his best trait was that he was always able to select avatars or followers that had better stats. Up until this point, numerous avatars have been caught by his eyes and turned into mindless puppets. Unfortunately for him, when he tries to analyze Jaehwan, there is a countless string of numbers around him that doesn't seem to have an end. This makes him smile, as it seems that Anderson has brought an interesting thing to his doorstep. Jaehwan then notices that he was the one who managed to block his thrust, as there is a crack on her Shamshir sword that only his thrust would be able to leave behind, it seems. Eden didn't expect to meet the being who managed to do that so soon, but Jaehwan has had enough of talking, so he tells Anderson to not let her guard down no matter what, as he will kill this bastard and climb to the 7th floor. Eden finds it interesting that he wants to have a fight using world power, as it has been a few hundred years since he did something like this, so it will be quite interesting. Jaehwan tells Runard to stay as far as possible, as he won't want to get caught up in this attack, so he immediately takes cover and stays behind him. Eden asks why he keeps on talking and not attacking. Is he afraid that his attack will get blocked once again? As he says that, he looks at the puppets that are almost out of the building, which makes him wonder if he was waiting for those puppets to leave before attacking, but that's just too ridiculous. Seeing that everyone is far away, Jaehwan starts creating attack after attack after attack, making Eden's eyes bloodshot as they are open wide. He begs Jaehwan to wait a second, but as he begs and begs, Jaehwan only puts in more power into his attacks. Even with his begging, Jaehwan uses the world thrust, 7 consecutive shots, his own story. The attacks all land perfectly on Eden, and the whole temple blows up into a red light as rubble starts to fly around. The explosion eventually subsides, and as the rubble falls from the roof, Eden, who is still alive because he used Crow's armor, asks what his name is. He says that it's Jaehwan, but Anderson says that this isn't good, as Eden doesn't normally ask for the names of followers, but when he does, it is because he wants to make them into his own puppet, and this also seems to be the case right now. He thanks Anderson for bringing in such an interesting avatar to him, but Jaehwan says that he is not an avatar, making Eden ask what he thinks he is then. He explains that he is Anderson's comrade, and nothing less. Eden is quite puzzled by his choice of words, as he distinctly remembers that her comrades died on the battlefield 500 years ago. Hell he watched die. Every single one of them is now dead and buried. Anderson notes that this guy was crazy 500 years ago too, and it seems that not much has changed, unfortunately. Jaehwan tells her that this shouldn't be considered insanity. This is just acting crazy. The very second his thrust went out, he managed to block all of the exits that the residents went out from, so even if he doesn't not know why, he was trying to protect them. Jaehwan starts walking towards him, and says that he can't even start to know why he is doing such a terrible thing. But a world that has disappeared will not come back just because he created fake followers by making them mindless puppets. Eden asks him what he knows about that, as their prayers were once real, even if they aren't right now. This makes Jaehwan remember a conversation between Seoyul and Yunhwan, where Seoyul said that one day, everyone will say that it's a lie, that the tower appeared to destroy Earth, but humans from the future returned as a powerful group to defend it. Yunhwan agreed that it sounded like something from a fantasy novel, which made Seoyul wonder who even would believe the things that happened to them. Yunhwan said that they will be the only ones to remember, and the various people that already escaped. Seoyul and Yunhwan, who used to say things like these while laughing out loud, had now forgotten what happened back then too. Since Jaehwan is the only person who holds memories of the tutorial cultivation, he is the only one who saw the end of the tower for what it was worth. The numerous times when they fought with their lives on the line and climbed the tower so that they could protect the present that everyone returned to, that time seemingly stopped existing in the world. If Eden hasn't been able to forget the past 500 years, like how he still remembers those times with a bitter taste, perhaps that is why he has not been able to leave this world behind and continue forwards. Eden says that a mere follower like him just wouldn't get it. It's not something that a human could even comprehend in the first place. If he truly thinks and believes that he is Anderson's comrade, he should prove it in battle, as he won't go easy on him from now on. As he reaches his hand forwards, Jaehwan tells Runard to get away as fast as he can, and he books it out of there, barely managing to escape Eden's sanctuary deployment, Crow's grave. Anderson can't believe that he actually deployed his sanctuary, and as Jaehwan's feet are engulfed in a strange goo, 2 arms appear around his waist, forcing him to look down, where his comrades, new and old, are begging for help and asking to not be left alone. Eden says that these are the memories that he loves the most, so he should be happy that he gets to die in them. More and more figures appear out of the goo as the others pull at his legs. In an attempt to find a weakness, he tries to use questions, but the threats break, as this place is not as easy to comprehend as he previously thought. If things continue like this, he will surely be devoured by it in no time. Jaehwan uses self-surrender to accelerate his thought process, but this also accelerates the speed of his engulfing into the goo. Anderson explains that only another sanctuary can deal with a sanctuary, but they don't have enough trust to deploy one. Jaehwan thinks about it and comes to the conclusion that the difference between a sanctuary and a unique world is whether physical force is used or not. So that means if he adds theory to his own unique world, he might have a way to get out of this. With his new hypothesis, he uses the 4th stage of awakening theory to slowly but surely erase Eden's sanctuary, who is extremely shocked to see this. But he is even more shocked to see that he got pulled into another sanctuary that is blood red and filled with anguish. He says that only gods are able to use a sanctuary, and since this is clearly not Anderson's sanctuary, what kind of imaginary trick is he pulling right now? Jaehwan says that it's not important, But Eden continues talking, as if this world he chose belongs to Anderson. It could be possible that she would be able to create such a horrid sanctuary, but he had higher expectations from her, as this is quite grim and ugly. That's when the sanctuary fully deploys. Jaehwan's own sanctuary, the world after the end. Tons of skulls appear out of the blood-red water, and Jaehwan says that his worldview wasn't all that special too, so he should stop dissing others. Eden looks up and wonders what that gigantic eye is doing here. Jaehwan doesn't give him any time to reassess his choices as he charges in, but Eden has already made up his mind. With a smile, he surrenders, as there is no way that he can win now. In the now ruined temple, Jaehwan uses 1,000 trust to get a few items in order to restrain Eden, who is happy to see that the items he invented are being used so well. Jaehwan wonders if he should just kill this bastard right now, but Anderson tells him to hold it in, as this guy will be useful, since he is one of the Metabus's 6 gods. Runard just can't figure this guy out, as not only did he surrender, but he also sold his own products to them after he asked them to restrain him. The villagers arrive back at the temple, and Marianne asks if they are intending to kill him. Jaehwan notes that they were all turned into soulless puppets because of him, so why are they worried right now? Hans comes around and explains that they were the ones who asked to become puppets. Anderson thinks that it was so that she could live, because as he already knows, gods that are not remembered disappear over time. Jaehwan thinks that the source of any god is a concept. It's only natural for a concept that most people have forgotten to disappear entirely, so the prayers of the puppets may have helped, which allowed her to return to the tower like this. She notes that she was only scared that her followers would become his puppets, but it seems that nobody was forced into it. Even though he is a crazy bastard, he is not all bad, as he would even ask followers who were about to pass away if they wanted to become puppets and continue living. Jaehwan asks why she went crazy and tried to kill him then, and she says that it's because he messed with her former avatar, which ticked her off. Jaehwan asks Eden why he didn't explain these things before they got into a fight, but Eden says that he didn't get a chance to talk, as they got to fighting instantly. Runard agrees that they barely talk, but Eden says since he is completely restrained, they can talk about anything. Jaehwan explains that he is looking for a friend that was captured and dragged into the abyss. He heard that he was dragged here as a puppet, so he wants to find that friend and rescue him. Eden is truly touched by his story, but he can't really help, as he doesn't buy souls to turn into puppets. Jaehwan says that even so, he is the first puppet maker, so he must know other puppet makers within the tower. Eden agrees that there are ways to find that out, but why would he help him? Jaehwan starts pulling out his sword and says that he will kill him, but Eden warns him, if he dies, the puppets die too, and then Anderson will get mad. Suddenly, a large fiery explosion happens in the village's storage, where they kept the guy that literally has firepower, a truly genius idea. They all help to put the fire out, as Eden can only watch. Eventually it is put out, but the storage is ruined, and the only thing that is left is the charred body of the captured person. Anderson notes that it was the Alliance that was behind this attack, as that stigma belongs to the Alliance. It is a form of divine punishment that was also used 500 years ago too. The villages that carried this stigma on them disappeared in a fiery explosion. It was like a declaration that they will burn everything that stands in their way. Eden gets extremely mad, and he asks what they did to his precious village, which makes Jaehwan stare back. After Eden eventually calms down, he explains that there are 2 things they need to keep in mind. The first one would be that the Alliance will get here in 1 week, and that would most certainly be the doom of this village. Jaehwan notes that he previously heard he is one of the strongest gods in the tower, which Eden agrees with, as he is one of the 6 Metabus gods, and that surely means something. If that is the case, Jaehwan suggests that all they need to do is fight and win, simple and easy. Eden is quite tired of his simple ideas, as if that were possible, he would have had a position in the Alliance a long time ago. Secondly, he wants them to leave before those Alliance people arrive, unless they want to meet a brutal death, that is. Additionally, he has prepared one more thing, regarding his friend Yunhwan. He dug around for a bit and he found his records, which are quite interesting. He explains that at least for now, he has been moved out of the Caspian containment facility. Since the only Metabus transaction record was his, he should have already been transported to the tower, if nothing went wrong, that is. Jaehwan asks if he is still alive, and Eden says that one does not die if they have become a puppet, because fortunately, there are puppets on the higher floors that are still in possession of their souls. And there are also a few who have the hobby of making living puppets, with their synchronization rate being very high too. Jaehwan says that he didn't ask about this mumbo-jumbo, he just wants to know if his friend is alive. Eden confirms that he is, as he has not become a puppet just yet, as he looked through the puppetification list recently, and he was not in there. Jaehwan thinks that it's a relief, as that means he still has a chance to save him. Anderson asks if he will be fine though, as his friend will probably not remember a single thing about him. Jaehwan's eyes widen at this conclusion, but deep inside he already knew, as everyone who dies in that place gets their memory wiped. However, for him, it does not matter since he didn't live his life for people to remember him. That might have been the case at one point in life, but right now, it's just not the case. Suddenly, Runard grabs his hand as he probably saw his grim expression and smiles. Eden notes that it seems that he has a very nice relationship with his only follower, so he is going to leave right away, right? Jaehwan says that first, he has a thing that he must do. That thing being to destroy this place, as that is the mission for this floor. Eden tells Anderson to get this buffoon out of here, as he doesn't know what he's talking about. She knows full well how the alliance is. Jaehwan tells him that she can talk only when he allows it, so she can't right now. Eden expected this, because he is not her avatar after all. But he should wait a bit, as he has an item that he was experimenting with a long time ago. He didn't put it in the store because he didn't think that anyone would find it useful, but in their case, it should be a nice addition. This is the Moya Moya Crow, which has the cuteness storyline. As he hands Jaehwan the bird, he tells him to put this into his world view, then he will no longer need to lend his body to Anderson. After Jaehwan winds the bird up, it makes a link connection to Anderson, and she jumps high into the air, as finally she can talk of her own volition. She tells Eden that it's been a while since they talked, 500 years to be exact. Somewhere else on the 7th floor, a man named Varys is quite annoyed at the drop rates of the gacha that he rolled, as he didn't get a single good thing from it after so many rolls, besides some growth skins. But to him they are useless. The god of shame, Ned notes that his luck is not on his side on this day, while the god of gambling, Vakara, urges him to buy more trust and continue to gamble. Varys says that he already spent too much, as 50,000 trust just went down the drain today. Ray bets 1,000 trust that he can't pull a legendary skin today, but Varys just tells him to be patient, as he will have a legendary by the end of the week, maybe that ugly kind or whatever the skin name was. The gods immediately start to ridicule him, because he is doing everything so half-heartedly, and that he changed a lot after he started to pull gachas using his promotion money. Varys tells them to shut it, as these damn gachas aren't on the player's side, so naturally he will use a little bit of help in order to achieve his goals, and they all enjoy watching him pull gachas. So what's the issue here? The gods are still mad at him, and Ray says that there are tons of people who climb the tower without charging a single penny. Varys doesn't believe it, as the Metabus is a place of commerce, but Ray asks if he saw the naked thruster recently. Varys hasn't, and notes that his name sounds quite weird, but do they really think that he can be defeated by such a guy? Just look at how many cards he has. His collection is filled. All of his stats are boosted to at least 150%. There are no gods that have the same rank as him that have this type of collection, right? After all, the person who has the best collection in the Metabus gets a better ranking. The gods say that some gods are better than him without having a single card, as there was one guy who got 100 goblin tokens on the first floor. Ray tells him that the guy who doesn't charge anything is the same one he mentioned just now. Ignis also backs up his claim. Varys doesn't believe it, as collecting 100 goblin tokens seems impossible, and it will be the new record. But when he looks it up, it's true. But just who is this guy? Ignis gives him 500 trust, and tells him to do more research on this guy, and Varys gets to doing just that. The more he searches, the more he is shocked, as this guy is naked in all of the videos that he can find. Him thrusting naked just doesn't sit right with him for some reason. He also sees the video in which he takes down the person with the garum skin, and says that he is surely sponsored. There is no way he defeats a stacked guy like that without a few items. The gods say that he has higher views than he has, which makes him mad, as how does such disgusting content have better views than his? The gods tell him to strip down if he wants to have some more views too, but Varys is too mad now, as why does a video made by this exhibitionist have more views than he has? Suddenly his phone rings, but when the person who calls him talks, he makes a shocked expression. The gods ask what it is, and Varys shows them that Galathian called the leader of the Metabus 6 Gods Alliance. He suddenly changes up his act and acts very humble. Galathian tells him that a low-rank flame god, Flamers, has just been defeated and explains numerous other things to him that even the gods can't hear. After the call ends, Varys tells the gods to forget this naked weirdo, as he has some amazing content lined up since the 6 Metabus gods are about to shift. While Anderson and Eden have some tea, Anderson explains that after she was almost destroyed, she nearly disappeared after she woke up from her seal, as most of her followers died while in the tower. While on the verge of non-existence, she met Runard, and together they survived for 2 years. Then, they discovered Jaehwan, and after wandering a while with him, they made it to the Metabus, but she already knows that since she is in front of him. Adan says that he cares not for her tales of adventure. What happened to the harvesters that came to her village anyway? Anderson says that was entirely her doing, which makes Eden call her a lunatic, but still, she should leave this village if she doesn't want to suffer real death. Anderson says that she is in danger all of the time, be it here or somewhere else, but she already sent one of their underlings back to declare war on the Alliance. Anyways, this is just to let him know what happened, and they will also be completing the mission, so he should help out a little, since this mission is one that isn't cancelable. She shows Eden the quest. Who says that she is just like 500 years ago, helping her destroy this world? Is she really serious here? Anderson then asks him, how long will he stay cooped up in this world? She knows that he is unable to leave it, and she is really thankful for looking after her dead avatars and followers. But he must know too that he can't stay here forever. 500 years passed. Is he really fine with how things are going? Eden slams the cup on the table and says that it's not too late. As long as the Alliance doesn't mess with the Metabus, they will not chase after her. So she should give up and escape the tower, go back where she came from, as he will point her to the Bell of Alignment. Anderson says that she will not be alighting, as if she was always intending to do that. She wouldn't have come for him. She is going to climb the tower, as she also needs to help Jaehwan find his dear friend. Eden asks if afterwards she will seek to avenge her comrades by defeating the Alliance, which Anderson agrees with. But Eden thinks that it's not wise, considering she already got defeated once. Anderson already knows that, as she is well prepared for that eventuality. Eden tells her that she knows she can't win against them, even if their powers are combined. Their comrades from 500 years ago will not come back to life. Nobody in the entire Metabus can defeat that person, the true leader of the Alliance, Oblivion. After he appeared, the title of the strongest changed people, because to fight him would mean that she would take up all of the 7 great gods in a fight. Anderson does not care, as Rachel and her other followers are dead for real. Is there even a way to bring them back using the dolls? Eden notes that he does not know of any, however it would be possible with the Metabus. Anderson says that it should be possible with the driver who moves the tower. It has to be. Within the rules of the passengers that visit the Metabus, there is a famous clause that everyone knows about, but it's rather impossible to get the 7th clause of the passenger rules. The person who reaches the last floor will be granted a wish by the driver, the Metabus owner. She says that all of the deaths of this place have happened within the Metabus. Eden says that her dream is too far-fetched, as now the times have changed. She no longer has any followers or comrades to speak of. Anderson says that it's not true, as she has a comrade and she also has him. This makes Eden wonder, after the many horrible things that she went through, how can she still see the world in this manner even now? How can she still be positive and have such faith in something that can always be changed? Just how is she able to still look at the world in such a beautiful way? Anderson tells him to not be fearful, as this will be much easier than he would think, because outside, there is a man who dreams of even crazier stuff outside. After Jaehwan and Runard come back from their training session, Eden says that he will help. Not because he wants to, but because frankly doesn't have a choice, so they shouldn't misunderstand him here. That's when he receives a notification that this version of the Metabus is now in the possession of the Alliance, and they only have 5 days to evacuate. Anderson notices this, and calls them a bunch of cowards, who are as usual behaving like bullies. Eden says that since they are giving out this notice, despite having messed with Alliance members, they are acting rather cultured for their standards. Anderson asks what he wants to do, and Eden tells her that it's about time, since everyone should be getting rather anxious after hearing this. He was intending to bring the dolls out of this world after he confirmed that she lives anyways. Anderson asks if he will climb together with them, which Eden agrees with, but they must not fight with the Alliance right now no matter what, as they will most definitely be defeated. So they will clear this mission before the Alliance arrives, and climb to the 7th floor. Only then will they have the slimmest chance of winning. If they get to the 7th floor, there are some gods that still remember her, so if they can borrow some power from them, they can have a shot at it. Jaehwan notes that getting to the 7th floor and destroying the 6th are their top priorities, so he will start doing just that. Eden tells him that it's not so simple, as just destroying the village wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't even make a dent. Jaehwan picks up his sword and notes that he just needs to destroy the world if that is the case. But Eden tells him to stop if he's going to try to pierce through the ceiling again, as he is not the only person that is able to block his thrust. Unfortunately for him, Jaehwan wasn't listening for a while, and he also figures that out when he hears the thrust that he unleashes behind the house. He creates a large hole that creates a certain light all across, but it is shortly after repaired. Eden says that this is what would happen, as even if he is strong, it's hard for him to destroy the world with only a single thrust. Even with a more powerful attack, it would be hard, as this world wasn't made for people to clear in such a crude manner. Jaehwan asks if there is another way, and Eden explains that 500 years ago, this world was destroyed, as there is a volcano in the center of the map, and when a meteor fell into that volcano, it caused pandemonium. So if he can cause the volcano to explode, he will destroy the world, but it has been dormant all of this time, so activating it will prove to be a challenge, although if he puts enough world power into it, he should be fine. Suddenly, Jaehwan's eyes widen as he looks up, as tons of electric energy appears from the sky and tons of portals appear. The others are shocked to see them so early, but it seems that this was caused by Jaehwan's thrust, as it was all a meticulous trap set up by Varys, who seems to be a part of the hunting squad. The hunting party charges in all at once, but Jaehwan uses his storyline to create small but powerful attacks that tear through the weaker attackers like butter. As Jaehwan defends, Eden deploys his sanctuary around the village, which stops the attackers for a second, but they notice that they are intending to turn this village into a world view, which they can hide in, so they all rush to stop them. As they run, Eden asks Jaehwan if he really thinks that this plan will work, but he notes that there's no other way, and since it has come to this, they have no choice but to try and see what happens. Tons of gods join Varys' stream, and he welcomes them all warmly, as they must have been attracted by the title he put. Ignis is quite sarcastic, as this seems like another stream of just bullying weaklings, something very unoriginal. But Varys tells him that it's not just any walking, as their target is the famous naked thruster, but he has some spicy insider information, as if they remember that certain god that caused the disaster from 500 years ago, the legendary Anderson who killed 3 of the 6 Metabus gods. That naked person is her avatar. Some of the gods are rather confused by this, but Varys continues to explain that he heard a rumor that one of the current 6 Metabus gods, the King of Crows, is teaming up with them. So this can only mean one thing, that this group full of evil people is scheming to once again try and destroy the Metabus. In actuality, the situation was far away from Varys' yapping that sounded true, as the Alliance didn't even consider the situation to be serious. Based on the results by the World Power Measuring Center, Anderson dropped to a low-ranked god, and while the naked thruster was indeed powerful, he was just an avatar, so there was no need to only be worried about him. In their eyes, the only opponent that they should be scared of is the King of Crows, as while he is one of the current 6 Metabus gods, his powers were last checked 500 years ago, as he was isolated for that time. There is close to 0 chance that he would be able to maintain his prime strength when he hasn't had any new followers. But the reason that Varys is making such a big deal out of this is because this will earn him tons of cash, something which he is desperate for. He tells his audience that the leader of the Alliance, Galateon, has been generous enough to warn him about the situation already, and thus he also dispatched forces to this place. He also warned him that the revolution that took place 500 years ago would most likely happen again. Ignis asks if they are the ones that attacked first, but Varys says it's not so, as they started it by killing some harvesters, so they just need to exert their justice, like they have always done. The gods do not agree with his vision of justice and continue to berate him for going after a newbie, which makes Varys end the stream, as these guys act high and mighty, but when the fighting starts, they will like it. He asks the person next to him, Jaehwan, if the brilliant spear is not here yet, who says that he will be in the cleanup party, since he is now meeting with the 6 gods. Varys says that this Anderson god must be quite powerful, since he's meeting with them, and Jaehwan explains that 500 years ago, she murdered 3 of the strongest gods in cold blood, while almost pushing past the door to the 10th floor that the Alliance was guarding with their life. If she came back with the strength from her prime, even if the entire death squad were to attack, they would not be able to slay her. Varys didn't expect for her to be that strong, but Jaehwan tells him to relax, as right now she is just a low-ranking god with little to no power. Even so, Varys notes that he, the second in command of the Death Squad, is here because of Eden, who he seems to know well. Jaehwan stares at him as he says this, so he apologizes, as he was saying it because everyone involved in that incident was envious of him. But is it really okay for them to be here, since the brilliant spear told them to sit tight? Jaehwan says that they will do just fine, as they gave them the date to evacuate, but they have justification, as they told them to leave the world, not try and destroy it. Varys asks if it will really be okay with Eden around, but Jaehwan says that he has countermeasures for him, as today will be the last day of the Crow. The group continues to run from the countless attackers, with Anderson telling them to move faster, as the attackers have combat skins. Runard warns Jaehwan whenever the attackers come too close, allowing him to get rid of them. But Eden tells him to remember the plan, to not kill any of them. Anderson notes that it wouldn't matter since there are so damn many. But this sure takes her back to the good old days, where there were countless people going after her. So he should be careful. After they pass some trees, they finally see their destination, the mountain, with Eden explaining that they must make them go towards the crater. Jaehwan thinks that its size is really impressive. If such a large volcano blows up, it will certainly be the end of this world. The attackers continue to follow after them as they attack, until eventually the group makes it to the crater, and Eden says that they can start now. He puts his hands on the ground and prepares something as Jaehwan unleashes countless attacks to defend him. Jaehwan notes that they won't be able to keep this up for long, as the cleanup squad will be here in 10 minutes, and even though he doesn't know why they are gathering to this volcano like this, it doesn't matter, as no matter where they go, they will always follow. He also doesn't care how many sacrifices they must make, as long as they keep pushing them. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake and a strange sound bellows from below. Jaehwan is shocked as they get the notification that the volcano is now active. Are these people intending to use the world power that falls inside to cause the volcano to erupt? Are they really using the fallen bodies to wake up this thing? Jaehwan notes that 500 years ago, a meteor woke this thing up, so they thought it would be fine to start with their lifeless bodies as a warm-up. Eden uses the Crow Bomb ability to take out even more enemies, and as they fall in the eruption, charge grows to 17%. He notes that it's going smoothly, but Runard says that enemies keep pouring in as he pushes an attacker down with Anderson's help. The eruption chance continues to grow and grow as more people fall in and as their attacks get even bigger. Jaehwan thinks that it's going better than he originally expected, but that's when 3 large attacks come at him and cause a large explosion, which he defends himself of, naturally. Varys tells him to know his place already, as he is just a free-to-play noob that doesn't have any premium currency. Runard is shocked when he looks at him closer, as he is wearing the Starstream collaboration event legendary skin, the ugliest king, Kim Dokia. Varys says that this is a skin a beggar like him can never get, but besides Runard, nobody understands the hype around it. Jaehwan tries to analyze him further, but finds nothing ugly in him. So why is he called the ugliest king? Jaehwan goes up to Eden and says that it's been 500 years since they last met. He didn't expect for him to be here. Was he ordered to come by the brilliant spear? He notes that he came here of his own volition, to settle the thing that happened in the past. Varys congratulates him for surviving without a skin for so long. But he has made a mistake when he decided to go up against the Alliance. Now it's time for him to die. Jaehwan easily moves past the weaklings and straight for Varys, who wonders where he is getting this speed from. Before he can yap further about his superiority, Jaehwan grabs him by his jaw and puts him to the ground, asking why he was trashing him for being free to play when he is so weak. Varys thinks that this isn't real. How could he defeat a legendary skin so easily? He starts begging for his life, which Runard looks down on, as his subordinates must think that he's a loser now. In the sky, Eden and Jaehwan fight, with Eden noting that the fighter below him seems to have given up. It seems that the Alliance's expectations have fallen. He tells him to not worry about that loser, as he brought him only for show. But enough about that, as he has heard rumors that he has been creating puppets, which made him nostalgic, as he also remembers when he used to do that, while he was his avatar 500 years ago. It seems that at one point, they were very close. Close enough for Eden to teach him how to make puppets, something that he is using now to serve his new god. High Circle, the god he is following, is someone with no personality that only gives him power, someone perfect for him. Eden agrees that they go hand in hand, since he is also a snake who betrayed him. Jaehwan says that he just made the right decision, as he has become too weak to even do anything of importance. They both start smiling as they charge one another, in a manic display of strength. Jaehwan gains the upper hand by unleashing his world power in a large circle, making Eden dodge and then fall on him, while noting that nothing has changed about him. He falls to the ground, creating a large explosion, but he doesn't seem to be damaged at all, and as he pushes Eden back, he notes that he is quite disappointed by this display of strength, but it's to be expected from such a weakling. He can't believe that he was once his avatar. As he is being kicked away, Eden hastily unleashes his sanctuary on the ground, which makes Jaehwan laugh, as his sanctuary looks worse than ever. How pathetic. These are just the remnants of the village he absorbed while running away, but it seems that he didn't get to absorb it fully. As creatures start to come out of the goo, Eden says that still does not know a thing about his powers. More and more gigantic beings start appearing, which easily push the weaklings to the crater as they kill them. Eden says that a sanctuary like this, which has been deployed with haste, is more than enough to deal with a weakling like him. The creatures continue to appear, which makes Varys ask Jaehwan when he's going to use that thing, which makes Jaehwan pay attention to him. Jaehwan notes that it's not that he doesn't understand his power. He understands them better than anyone, in fact, as if he used his full power to deploy the sanctuary. Then there is not a single god in the metabus that could challenge him. He never expected to defeat him with his own strength to begin with. He allowed them to go on this rampage, but now it's time to put them to bed for good. As he activates the mysterious cube, Eden's eyes widen and he tells Jaehwan to get as far as humanly possible. But it seems to be too late, as they are both slowly dragged into the cube, without a trace left of them. Runnard is shocked when he sees this, and Anderson asks where he got that damn time cube. Jaehwan is surprised that she knows of its existence, but even so, even the gods of the metabus would have a difficult time with this thing. Some might never get out. As Varys drags both Anderson and Runnard with him, he damns this legendary skin, as its durability is trash, but it's fine, as their plan seems to have been a success. Varys notes that the cube is really an amazing item, which Jaehwan agrees with, as it's the same one that subdued Anderson 500 years ago. Suddenly it starts to shake, as even if it's said that it can hold one of the 6 metabus gods inside, it seems that it won't last long, so they should wrap things up. They will feed Anderson to the Alliance and kill this brat in order to make him into a mindless puppet. Varys then equips another legendary skin, the Illusion Demon, Khan Namwoon, as it's the perfect skin for butchering. Before he can do anything, Anderson escapes his grasp and attacks, while telling Runnard to run away as fast as possible. She tells him to last as much as possible since that item doesn't last long. Varys has had enough of her, so he slaps her to the ground and starts kicking her again and again, wishing that he could just kill her and be done with. Her plan was stupid to begin with. Where could have the brat run to, considering they are surrounded? Ignis points his finger at him and calls all of them a bunch of worthless cowards, with Ray saying that they will unsubscribe if they do anything to Runnard. He tells them to relax, as he's only taking care of a terrorist group that wants to destroy their way of life. They should just look at how this child is already holding his sword. But now, they should like and hit that notification bell, something that you should do too, dear viewer, as he will show them some really good techniques that will cause a lot of pain. One of Renee's drones hides as it records this, and Renee herself tells the gods that they must do something, otherwise Runar will die. Ignis and Ray want to come and help, but it will take a while for them to get to that place. The god of doom, Thanatos, says that everything that exists perishes at one point. While an anonymous god notes, it wouldn't be a big deal, and other gods agree with him, so they leave the stream. The streaming platform of the gods, called Little Brother, appears as a public platform that challenges the Big Brother. So it includes nonsense, as it is a collective intelligence platform that can face off against the 7 great gods. But in the end, this is how gods truly are. Renee would like to not get involved because she promised the information girl she wouldn't, but now, does she really have a choice? Suddenly, someone asks for their location, which she is happy about, but when she sees who it is, she is shocked. Siren TV has inquired about her information. After she met Jaehwan, went through what she went through with him, and then got separated for 2 years, Siren has become a renowned pirate in the 5th site, named Ragnarok. As she lazes about, Carlton, who is a part of her crew, tells her to get her feet down, as it's prohibited by the rules. But she ignores him and asks when that old man is coming back. He says that he should arrive soon, which makes her say that the higher-ranked gods will find their location if they dilly-daddle around here, so they should move quickly. She is also mad that she can't stream or upload anymore since they are on the run. Carlton notes that she is also not watching any other streams, with her saying that it is because everyone uploads the same stuff. There is not a hint of originality in their videos. She opens up her message box where tons of people are spamming her to upload, showing that people really do like her. Since she also opened up the interface, she gets to look through the most popular clips on trending and spots one girl named Renee that copies how she talks. Even her hairstyle is similar. What a joke. Carlton asks if that's not how many streamers dress, but Siren says that he wouldn't know, since he doesn't watch any streamers to begin with. He tries to say that he watches informative ones, but Siren interrupts him and says that she needs to be taught a lesson, so she will post a mean comment. Surely that will show her. Carlton says that doing that would break the law, but she says that being a pirate is also a crime, more so than posting a mean comment, making him sit in a corner as he can't believe that he's actually a criminal. As she looks through her videos, Siren spots something strange, as a certain silhouette looks similar, and when they get a closer look, they notice who he is. The old man, Chung Heo, who was behind them apparently, jumps on them as he screams out Jaehwan's name. He begs her to tell him where he is located, while Carlton says that he didn't change a bit. Even in this world, he is already at war with the biggest alliance there is. Chung Heo starts to cheer him on, but that's when they get to the part of the video where he is sucked into the cube, and they also hear Renee's invitation to help, as they cannot allow things to end like this. Siren finally find the location, that being on the 6th floor of the metabus, which is too far for them. Even if they ignore the gods that will certainly tail them, it will take a whole 15 days to get there, so they can't get there in time. Siren bites her nail as she thinks that they have wandered everywhere in order to look for him. They even stole the treasure of the 7 great gods and made the unofficial destruction ship, just so that they could find him. But now, there's nothing that they can do. Chung Heo gets off of the chair and says that there is a place which could help Jaehwan. He pulls out a broken coin and says that it's this place. Both Carlton and Siren are shocked by the coin. He explains that there is only one group that can help him, that is within the illusion tree. The terrorist group, Crack. Varys has been playing with Runnard for a while now, slashing him all over and telling the gods that this is just punishment to a terrorist, who is probably not even a kid. Who knows how old he is? The gods agree with him, and Runnard charges him once again, but Varys takes him down again with a single punch that makes him fall to the ground and cough up blood. He feels like his whole body will fall apart at the seams, just because of this single punch. With this, he can finally understand what Jaehwan was fighting this entire time. One of the gods tells him to finish him off already, which Varys agrees with, as his viewership isn't increasing at all now. He also tells Runnard that he is to blame for all of this. If he was so weak from the start, he should have chosen a stronger god. This makes Runnard cry, as he knew that he was weak, because he was also weak back home, where he came from. Even with that, even though he is a weakling, that does not mean that the god he serves and the man who trained him are weaklings. He uses the trauma he received and his emotions in order to finally use a slight thrust on Varys, who is now extremely mad that he hit him, so he punts him to the ground and punches him again and again without stopping. Since he has decided to be a little rebel, he will have to rip his limbs out one by one and show him the true meaning of pain. Anderson screams for him as the blades go for his limbs, but suddenly someone appears from behind and says that he is here to rescue him, on the request of the old man. This is Jin Yunsei, holding tons of rank achievements, and is a part of Crack. The gods are quite confused, with most of them being mad to see Crack here, but Ignis is cheering him on. He looks around the area before spotting the man that is holding the cube, and thanks him, as because they made a device that can trap even awakened, his job has become much easier. Jaehwan tells his men to prepare for combat, as they will easily take care of him, but Jin instantly teleports next to him and notes that he is awakened, so he should be careful from now on. He kicks him away and summons a few bricks to crush him. After those fall to the ground, he moves on to Varys, who asks why Crack is even in this place. As Jin is getting attacked, he summons even more blocks and makes a defensive shield around him. Then from that shield, he creates toy hammers that crash anyone near them into pulp. Jaehwan shows himself once again, brandishing even more power and tells him to stop, as this event does not concern them. Jin says that this was a request, so they can't just ignore it, making Jaehwan ask if they really want the Alliance's enemies. Jin says that a mere alliance like theirs has no chance against Crack, as even the 7 great gods fear them. Jaehwan says that he is only one person, they can win, even if they couldn't against Crack. As he attacks, Jin creates a large spinning tornado to defend himself, which blocks every single attack from Jaehwan, who is extremely surprised, as even though this guy is just a mere member of Crack, he is extremely powerful. He uses a few blocks to block his movements completely. Jin descends to the ground and notes that he heard about him betraying his own god for power. He is an interesting fellow, but no matter how hard a follower like him trains, they will never attain godhood. Jaehwan screams at him, as an awakened person like him doesn't know anything, and as the cube shakes, he tells his man to go and attack already. They are quite fearful, but they still do just that, with Jin easily taking care of all of them, making the eruption charge increase to 89%. With that, the entire squadron was wiped out, and Runard is nothing short of amazed, as that person just fought and won against the Alliance alone. Just how strong is this guy? Stronger than the 6 Metabus gods? Maybe even at Jaehwan's level? Anderson has had her cage open because of the constant fighting, and while Jin is occupied with monologuing to a few other underlings that remain, she swoops in and yoinks the cube from him, noting that this is the power of the naked Anderson. Suddenly, from the sky, a large thunder is heard as it splits the clouds in two. The god who did this descends down, and notes that it seems an uninvited guest has meddled in Metabus matters. But he should leave now, as this has nothing to do with him. This is the god of spear, the brilliant spear, Galatean. Anderson never expected for him to come in person. But Jin turns around and can only say one word before anything happens. Run! Galatean unleashes a mighty attack on the area, creating a large explosion that sends Runard flying and lights up the entire valley in an amazing show of power. Jin has barely managed to defend himself, saying that he heard the great gods are powerful, but it seems that their power is exaggerated. Or is it because he fights with a puppet and not an avatar? Galatean says that all gods like this, because it just wouldn't be fair otherwise, and even if he is from Crack, no insults to the gods will go unpunished. Jin says that he won't lose to a mere puppet, as he has enough strength. As those two fight, Runard and Anderson continue to run down the mountain, while he remembers what Jin told him through telepathy. To get to the 7th floor no matter what, and find the Black Moon Tavern. There, he will be safe. He continues to run, but a sudden attack stops him, as Jaehwan demands to have the cube, as he has had enough of their pitiful attempts at escape. Anderson pleads with him to let them go, as he was not like this before. Jaehwan says that they will become targets with the cube in hand, so they should just go, as he will spare the both of them, and he will also make sure that Eden is safe. Anderson asks how he can trust him after what he did, but he swears on the King of Crows that he will let them go, as he doesn't want to use force. Suddenly, Varys appears and tells him to hurry up with these guys, as Galatean is impatient with them already. Jaehwan tells him to not worry about a thing from now on, as he creates a large hole in his chest, killing him on the spot. Varys is extremely mad that his puppet has died, and the other gods are very furious. But Anderson asks why he would betray them. Is he trying to avenge Eden or something? He explains that what he wants is the man that is inside of the cube, as he will devour him and become awakened, just like he is. Anderson asks if he has gone crazy, as he made an oath 500 years ago that he will create a world where gods and humans are equals. That's why he betrayed Eden too. He explains that rats can never be friends with cats, but if a rat wants to do that, there is just one way. The rat must become stronger or as strong as the cat. Anderson says that he is an avatar. He can't absorb people. But Jaehwan says that he can, as Eden has taught him a lot of stuff besides creating puppets. But enough time has passed. He will give her two choices. Either she sacrifices her follower, or the awakened in that cube. What will she save in this dire situation? As Jin fights against Galatean, using skills that would send most apostles and gods into awe, there doesn't seem to be a clear victor among them. Jin, however, smiles. As for him, this feels like a proper fight, without anyone holding back. Galatean says that if he is trying to buy time for Anderson and her apostle to run away, he should just give up, as what he is doing is useless. He is not the only god from the 6 Metabus gods that is in this place. Jaehwan gives Anderson the tough decision on who to sacrifice, but that's when a sudden storm appears in the air, and as he turns around immediately to face it, a beam of water descends down next to them, and Jaehwan tells her to hurry up, as this must be the main force that was supposed to come here, the Death Squad. The beam of water breaks open, revealing the god of assassination rankers, another leader of the Alliance, Secret Fire, who asks him if he really is intending to steal the cube from them. Jaehwan grits his teeth and thinks that he did not expect for two leaders of the Alliance to bother coming here, but now, no matter what he says, they will certainly not let him go. The god of assassination removes his beads from his neck and points them at Jaehwan, demanding an answer. Did he really intend to betray the alliance? At that moment, Jaehwan feels like his head has already been cut off cleanly, which makes him unable to breathe for a second. He screams at Anderson to give him the damn cube already, as if she doesn't, they will all die here, including her damn disciple. Inside of the cube world, Jaehwan tries to thrust and thrust again, which makes Eden tell him to simply give up. As if he uses a large amount of power in this place, he will suffer damage from that power. There are also signs of interference shown in the creation setting of this manipulated plane. It was most certainly made by a renowned artisan. Jaehwan asks if this was really made by a mare, which Eden confirms, as it seems like the tears of the time waterfall were used in the making of this place, although he is not fully certain. Jaehwan then asks how they get out, but Eden has no ideas, as it would take at least 10 days for him to disassemble this place. Jaehwan says that they need something faster, as Anderson and Runard are in danger right now, and he will also not be able to save Yunhwan if he just waits around like this. Eden tells him to not worry so much, as the flow of time here is much different than the outside world. Even if a whole day has passed in here, it has only been a single minute outside. Jaehwan asks why she is taking her time, but Eden explains that this is just a way for him to survive, as she needs to consume trust in order to maintain existence, unlike him. Jaehwan finds it strange, as that does not seem to be true for all the other gods, as Anderson has eaten trust before, but it was only to charge up her world power. Eden explains that gods who have followers don't need to eat trust, since their world power will increase and recover just by doing essentially nothing. But he is different, as he is a god without an avatar. His world power only decreases as time goes by, and it doesn't ever recover on its own, which is exactly why if he doesn't charge it, his existence will be no more. Jaehwan notes that this must have been why he avoided fighting him earlier, but why doesn't he have any avatars? It's obvious that he got betrayed, could not bear the pain of the betrayal, and chose to not take an avatar ever again. Eden says that what he is talking about is a tad too romantic, but it was true that he was betrayed 500 years ago. Jaehwan says that it's okay for him to not explain anything, but he continues nonetheless. He was someone who stole his production method of puppets, and he is also the one that went to the Alliance. Even though his personality isn't really that nice, he isn't a bad person, as he had previously made some good decisions before. Having had enough of his blabbering, Jaehwan strikes his chair and asks if all the gods of this damn place talk this much. Eden explains that there are some like him and some that are not, as most Alliance members did not have an avatar. The gods of the tower also do not like followers, as they think that they are insects, who only leech off of their existence. Those kind of gods want to become gods by their own merit. That is why they make things like puppets to use as an avatar, because they don't like other people. Jaehwan says that without these insects, the gods wouldn't have existed in the first place. Eden agrees, as that is why the gods have no choice but to still raise those insects, to maintain their existences. Jaehwan finds it really pathetic, as the followers need this, but they still serve the gods. Eden says that all followers need gods, because a worldview is needed to survive the abyss. Jaehwan knows that, but what he is asking is, why don't they just follow better gods? As much as he doesn't like to admit it, Anderson is a pretty good god. She is kind and cherishes her followers, even if she doesn't have many left. Eden agrees that he is right, as there are some kind gods, but not all followers want kind gods, since followers need a strong god in order to prove their own worth. Did he really think that the followers act solely on behalf of their god? Did he think about the possibility that the gods could act on behalf of their followers? Jaehwan thinks about the different experiences he had, and now gets what he is saying. Gods need followers and vice versa. To act on behalf of a god means to ally with their respective gods. In short, the abyss is a world where those who cannot achieve a thing with their own strength rely on others. Eden says that this is why the followers of gods and monarchs despise him, because he acts on his own, his existence is only his. But he became curious after he saw him in the sanctuary. Does he truly act for himself? Or is he simply a follower that acts on behalf of his worldview? Garam once said that an adapter and an awakened are just opposites of the same coin. They are simply believing in a different world, meaning that just like how Garam was bound by the system's shackles, Jaehwan might also just be shackled by his own world that he believes in. Eden asks if he can truly say that his world is his, but Jaehwan only says that he will know once he sees it better in person. With that, he drags Eden into his world, who is quite shocked by its true appearance. He asks if this is where he has been living every day, and he also knows what that eye must represent. Jaehwan notes that everyone who has seen it up until now had the same feeling, but Eden tells him that this is expected. Everyone in the abyss knows what that thing is, and would not dare to look directly at it. However, a long time ago, he met someone who had the same sky as him. This was 700 years ago, that person also being the one who cleared the final metabus floor. But the key thing here is that he had the same thing as him, although what he had was not an eye, but something else. Jaehwan wonders if a god could really have the same worldview as him and asks who it was. Eden explains that he was a part of the worst terrorist organization of the Illusionary, the Crack Sovereign of Crack. Jaehwan is pretty tired of hearing about that place, but Eden continues. His worldview was rather grim like his, but the difference is that his worldview was not just dark, it was also extremely lonely too. But the question is now, will he really try to fight something like that? Is this why he's dead set on destroying the illusion tree? Even if that's true, why does he plan on rescuing his friend if he intends to destroy the world? Isn't that selfish and contradictory? Jaehwan slowly raises his sword up, and a gigantic tower appears from the blood-ridden ground. Jaehwan tells Eden that it's because he is someone who truly deserves to see the world end. But enough about that, as he just might have found their way out of this. As they start to climb the tower, Eden's mind is filled with Jaehwan's memories, who think that this could be the spitting image of the tower that he climbed. He sees everything, to the happy moments that he had with his numerous comrades, to the sorrowful goodbyes he had to give to each of them, and also the promise that he made to each, that he would end this world with his own hands. Eden thinks that they are similar, because just like how he stores his memories into puppets because he couldn't stand their weight, so did Jaehwan create a tower within himself that holds all of his memories. However, that's wrong, as there is a clear difference between them, as he is enduring the weight of his memories all alone, probably because nothing in any world can share the weight of these memories. If he were to ever decide to let these memories go, all of the suffering and pain that his comrades went through would just simply cease to exist. That is why even in a world where the system erases files like they are trash, he still remembers everyone. Every emotion, be it despair or rage, he keeps them inside. He now gets just how a human like him could become this strong, and how a god like Anderson who only had a single follower could possess such world power. This tower is the story and the product that he has. The memories from the tower have become his direct power. He pays with this by enduring all of those horrible nightmares, but he gets amazing strength from it. Was he a god before he even knew of this? Or is it more fair to call him a martyr? As they get to the exit, Jaehwan answers Eden's previous question. He doesn't know if his worldview belongs to him, but there is one thing that he can tell him with certainty, that he will see the end of this world one way or another. As they approach the exit, Jaehwan feels something going on outside, something bad. Rakers makes a hole through Jihan's chest, and notes that he never trusted him, from the start in fact, and he expressed objection, even when the 6 gods agreed, because a snake like him who is used to betraying people is bound to betray again. He has left him to live as a human for far too long than needed. Perhaps now he will turn him into a puppet and be done with it. Anderson says that all of the attention is on that guy now, so they should try and run away while they are distracted. That's when the sky lights up in a beautiful green show, and someone calls Raker's name from above. Rakers notes that he already told him that Galatean and him would be enough for this bunch, but the person behind him says that it would be nice to just guarantee their success, right? This is the leader of the Fire Alliance 6 Metabus gods, rank 3, someone who Anderson knows much about, as he was one of the 4 heroes from over 500 years ago, the god of justice, simply named Justice. Anderson can't ignore her unbridled rage and tries to unleash a crow cannon on him, but Justice just slaps it away and says that she has truly become too weak. Jihan can't believe that 3 of the 6 gods would appear for this. It's all fucking over. Runard looks at the box and talks directly to Jaehwan. Even though he has only been a god for a short time, he just knows that he is more incredible than anyone. So this time, he will place his trust in him fully. He suddenly throws the box to Jihan, with Rakers trying to cut his hand off cleanly at the sight. But the sudden surge of energy as Jihan starts opening the box cuts his fingers right off. The box starts to open in a violent fashion, with Runard and Anderson barely being able to get out of the way. As the box starts to heal Jihan's wounds, the entire mountaintop is lighted up by the explosion. The newly empowered Jihan notes that he will destroy Rakers, as he looked down on him the most, but they shouldn't worry, as they will get their turn as well. He starts charging up an attack, which makes the lackeys attack, but they can't hope to even approach him, as this one single attack cuts up everyone into tiny bits, with none of them being able to dodge. Jihan smiles, as he has finally tasted the power of an awakened. It is truly intoxicating. He thinks that nobody in the Alliance can beat him anymore. Not even his contracted god, High Circle, would be able to withstand this amount of power. As he's breaking down just by being associated with it, this is true power. Raker says that he understands he is powerful now, But is this truly all that he can do? He uses his superhuman regeneration story to grow back his fingers, with Jaehwan wondering how he is still alive after that amazing attack. In an instant, Rakers grabs his head and says that an insect is still an insect, though he congratulates him for reaching his limit. He smashes Jaehwan into the ground with extreme power, who wonders how he's still losing. As he has finally awakened, he has achieved power that is on a completely different level. How is he losing? Rakers asks him if he truly thought that he obtained everything from just that. He looks extremely ridiculous for bragging with power that's not even his, but he will make sure that he wakes up from his stupid dream one way or the other. He pulls the box out of Jaehwan, who thinks that he has given up everything for power. 500 years ago, he abandoned his comrades without mercy, and even betrayed the god that was kind enough to bring a failure like him in. But all that resulted from these pathetic actions is a pathetic end. As Rakers tries to end his pathetic life, a red eye suddenly appears and cuts the arm that was holding the box cleanly, with the gods all being amazed by what happened, with Thanatos also having his eyes wide open. As the box cracks open, Rakers asks who he is, and Jaehwan introduces himself as they come out. It has been 542 years since Rakers has joined the Metabus, where his followers seem to be unruly and threaten him with leaving his worldview if he doesn't reward them with better and more powerful storylines. Rakers believe that the Metabus is a place where followers would rather run away than work for things, even though they do nothing but request and request. In order to even survive this place, he sold away all of the followers that had followed him. His beliefs were also sold, and all of the gods that put their trust in him. That is how he became one of the 6 Metabus gods 542 years ago. However, 500 years ago, when the Great Revolution happened, he also protected his position from the powerful 6 gods candidates that would always appear once every 10 years. When a new skill would appear, he would go on stream and get promotions. He would also reinvest the trust that the Alliance gave him to grow his world power. It has been centuries since he has lived in this way and ruled as a strong god, but now, when he is fully at the top, he finally understands that what he did was worthless, since he is sick and tired of everything. He notes that he previously thought that the only one able enough to entertain him would be the King of Crows. He must be that naked thruster that he heard a lot of things about. He can't lie. He's as interesting as people make him out to be. He has waited for a long time for someone to appear that would actually dare to challenge him. The strength that he feels coming from him is getting him very excited. He wonders how strong he truly is, and how much entertainment he can provide him before he disappears completely. With those words, Rakers activates his sanctuary deployment, shadow of countless weapons, and says that he will savor the taste of his soul while keeping him alive, to show him what true suffering feels like. Since he's engulfed in this sanctuary, Jaehwan can't see anything, not even with question, but he guesses that this is because this guy is one of the 6 gods. He cannot see a single thing, not even his fingertips. However, it's not only his vision that's affected, as his hearing is extremely limited too. He has no clue where he's walking or where he's looking. All that he feels and sees is darkness, like he is imprisoned in some shadow realm. Fortunately for him though, he can still feel the pain coming from the attacks. Rakers thinks that he doesn't plan on killing him slowly, as he finally got a good toy to play with, so he will savor his pain in this darkness. Countless swords start to fly around Jaehwan, with them inching closer and closer, but that's when Jaehwan directly looks at one of the blades and deflects every single one of them with a swing of his sword. Rakers is shocked by this, as he shouldn't be able to see a thing. So how is he doing all of this? The blades don't stop coming, but Jaehwan doesn't stop deflecting them, almost as if he truly sees them. Rakers thinks that this must be because of his amazing reflexes, but this is also pretty fortunate for him, as this hunt will be even more fun than he expected at first. He pulls his arm out of his body and starts to draw something using his own blood, as he wants to get serious for him, but he better put in the effort this time too. As he finishes drawing, tons of large swords come out of the sky, with them crashing everywhere around Jaehwan, creating tons of rubble. However, Jaehwan is not out of the fight just yet, as he has used his story, the Sword of Destruction, to unleash his sword, which is eating all of the weapons that are coming their way. Something which Rakers most definitely did not expect. He damns Jaehwan for eating his weapons and asks how he dares to do something like this, but Jaehwan tells him that he should have kept them safe if he cared so much about them. Rakers continues to draw symbols while swords keep falling, but when he is finished, he enchants one of the swords with amazing power, which makes Jaehwan dodge, but Rakers continues to use strikes to make him dodge. He tells Jaehwan that he will not be able to dodge forever, as he uses another one of his stories, the infinite lightning strikes. Jaehwan isn't that impressed by this, and says that even if he tries his best, his strength doesn't seem to go above that of a lieutenant general, so he will end this now. He charges up his sword with world power, and then unleashes all of it towards Rakers, who can't seem to defend himself as his sanctuary deployment is shattered into pieces. As he falls to the ground, Rakers can't believe what he's seeing, as this was not a sanctuary clash, yet a mere story completely annihilated his sanctuary. All of the gods are shocked to see what happened, with more and more coming to watch the current stream. One god thinks that Rakers is a pathetic work, with the driver of the metabus also watching intently. Rakers' mind is shattered, as he can't believe that all of the strength he has gained over such a long period of time would only amount to only this. He cannot fail. He must kill him right now. He tries to deploy his sanctuary once again, but it doesn't come out, as he is too afraid right now. As he looks up to Jaehwan, something crosses his mind, that a monster that is out of this world would flip the tower upside down. 9 centuries ago, that monster was the legendary mare that reached the end. 7 centuries ago, it was the monster of Crack, who destroyed the 9th floor completely and annihilated all 6 gods. 6 centuries ago, it was the chief commander of the current alliance, who was given his nickname as one of the 7 great gods. Since 3 monsters appeared in the past millennia, he thought that he wouldn't be seeing one in his era, but he was wrong. At first, he thought that Jaehwan was just a plaything that he would throw away after use, that he was just a fearless dumbass who would fail in his quest. He thought that at his best he would be at candidate level, but he is wrong, as the one who is standing in front of him now is a true monster. Jaehwan asks him if there's anything else for him to thrust. Since tons of gods are watching the stream, Renee becomes the #1 stream on Little Brother, with all of the gods at the edge of their seats, as they want to know what will happen to Jaehwan next. Renee also notices that 2 of the 7 great gods are here. One isn't surprising, as Ignis has always watched, but even Dorian, the ruler of the pit, the owner of the storyline Black Flame Dragon, is also watching. That's not all, however, as the anonymous gods can't watch anymore since they are low level. So avatars and followers are using secondary streams to watch her stream, with more and more popping up as time goes by. The defeat of Rakers was enough to create huge news that would happen only once every few centuries. However, the real reason as to why this fight is so popular is because this incident won't end with just a change in the 6 god lineup. 5 of the current 6 gods belong to the Alliance, so the fact that one of them was defeated by a presumed god means that this could mean the defeat of the Alliance. In the last 600 years, the alliance that rules over the tower is now wavering, so it's only natural that low-ranking gods are watching too, as they want to see the tower change. She tells her viewers that they are about to take part in something that might change everything. Jin continues to fight Galatean, but he seems pretty tired, as the battle has been raging on for quite some time. Galatean notices this too and charges in again, but that's when the volcano starts to rumble, with Jin having completely forgotten about it because of the fight, but it is bound to blow up soon. In 20 minutes, in fact. He opens a portal and tells Galatean that he isn't running away. He is retreating only because of the volcano. Galatean just calls him a pesky worm, but Renee takes this as Jin having lost, which is not good at all, as even though Rakers will be defeated, Galatean will now join the main forces, and Jaehwan will have much more trouble. However, if he defeated Rakers, he might have a chance. That's when a large ship starts to shadow over her, as it seems that the cavalry has arrived. Seeing that he has no hope of winning, Rakers runs away, with Eden noting that it ended before he could be of any use. Jaehwan looks at Runard and asks if he's okay, to which he replies with a smile, that he's fine, but what about him? Jaehwan says that he's good, but Eden does not like their cheery attitude, as they didn't taste the feeling of betrayal just yet. Anderson tells her to let it go as it's been 500 years, but then Justice says that there is no time for reunions here, as this is a battlefield, so they should treat it as such. They all get the news that the eruption is about to happen, and Justice says that since they don't have any time to chat about other things, they should focus on fighting, as they have also gone back to their full fighting power. Runard sees Galatean and wonders if that strange kid really lost. Justice thanks them for showing him their struggle, but he definitely wasn't expecting for Raker's sanctuary to be destroyed without another sanctuary, so he would like to propose something to Jaehwan, that he should join the Alliance, as he will give him the best spot there is, directly under him. Anderson asks how he dares to suggest something like that. Who would believe him who betrayed his comrades 500 years ago? Justice also throws in the guarantee that Anderson and her followers will be safe, but Anderson notes that this won't happen. He will definitely hold them hostage. Since it has come to this, Justice pulls out a contract to prove how serious he is about it, with Eden noting that he signed it himself, which makes his name even look more stooped, as he named himself Justice like a fool. He should have known the moment he saw him, as even the God of Flames and the God of Darkness aren't real, just like him. Justice asks for an explanation, but Eden refuses, as their minds would break if they would hear this. Justice breaks the contract as he hears this and notes that his tone is too laxed right now. Does he want him to fix it? Eden asks how he can still be so confident after seeing Jaehwan's amazing skills, But Justice notes that even if he is impressive, he must have forgotten what the Alliance is, as they won't fight him alone. That's when a Supergate appears, and the Alliance's great war weapon named Nebula appears, with Justice asking if they are willing to negotiate now. Eden cannot believe that he brought a great war weapon just to fight them. Is he mad? Is he going to wage war now? Jaehwan stops him from talking and says that his negotiating attitude is wrong in this case, as they don't need to be that fearful. If they truly want negotiations, their leader should come down here personally. Justice asks if he really doesn't get in what type of situation he is, but Jaehwan puts his sword in the grounds and says that they have only 5 minutes. They will bring him the friend they dragged to the 7th floor as a puppet. Only then, he will even consider sparing their worthless lives. Justice notes that his demands are extremely ridiculous in this situation, but he relents and asks the name of his friend so he can search it up. Jaehwan says Kim Yoon-hwan, which Justice starts looking for, but he doesn't appear in the search results. Either he was registered as a puppet already, or he's on standby for registration. Jaehwan takes this as him not wanting to negotiate, but Justice told him he can't find that guy. Jaehwan points his sword at them and says that he will only know if he climbs the tower and gets to that floor. His business is at the top of the tower anyways, so this doesn't matter anymore. Justice asks what he's trying to achieve by going there, with Jaehwan noting that he just has some business to attend to. But Justice tells him that no matter what he wants, wealth, glory, or power, he can have it all if he joins them. But Jaehwan tells him that what he wants can't simply be given by someone like them. Justice says that their conversation has been meaningless from the beginning, and they all start charging in as a result, with Eden starts to summon crows that Jaehwan jumps onto to get a boost. Justice slashes with his sword and calls him an awakened fool. This is not their first time dealing with his kind. Jaehwan is pushed back by Eden's abilities, but even with these attacks, Justice doesn't relent and charges in again, with Jaehwan almost taking his head off because of his misguided blows. Justice just grins at this and asks him if he knows what weakens people who have become gods. That would be prayers. Nebula starts to swing wide open, and Runard can only watch as the mighty war weapon charges up a horrifying attack. Anderson tells Jaehwan to get away, but the attack is too fast and hits him directly. This breaks the world completely, and tons of messages wishing for his demise and suffering pop up. The messages don't stop as he falls to the ground and the others barely catch him. Justice's demented laugh can be heard everywhere as he asks what he thinks of their world, the world of a god. Some gods can only hear the voice of justice, while others are able to only hear the voices of the dying. Just like how there are gods that only hear voices which talk about assassination, there are gods who are interested in naked people. However, not a single god can hear all of the prayers. The gods survive this world only because they focus on a single storyline and close their ears to all other players. The Flood Cannon, Nebula, is a specialized anti-awakening weapon. It forcefully opens the world of a god into an awakened mind. For people like him who read, disassemble, reassemble, and stuff like that, they can avoid hearing the prayers. So in order for him to completely shut them up now, he needs to shut down all of his senses, meaning he would not be able to use his powers anymore. This weapon was developed when the second leader of Crack turned the Metabus on its head, as the Alliance wanted to make sure that when they meet a rebellious little awakener like him, they would be able to easily deal with him. Out of nowhere, Jaehwan pushes Eden and starts walking, with Justice wondering how this is possible, as he is not a god or even has a storyline. So how is it possible for an awakener like him to resist the attack? With the amount of prayers beamed into his head at once, he would either have his mind broken down or become a regular human after shutting his senses. The others' gods cheer for him, as they would rather see him win than that stupid alliance. Justice notes that he is very good material, but his soul might just be uncontrollable, so if they can't have him, they would rather destroy him. He will die among the prayers that he is unable to never ignore. Another Nebula attack starts flying towards him, but Jaehwan's mind is flooded with messages, something which makes him feel like his head is about to explode, and unlike other gods, Jaehwan does not know what his storyline is. However, a god that can hear storylines which are not his own is an existence that possesses a mind which does not break, even in the midst of the prayers. That person is not the god of nakedness, or the god of thrusts. What he is a human who walks among an already fallen world. Jaehwan prepares a large attack which blocks the Nebula attack for a while, but it starts pushing him back. He is at his limits, as he has wasted a lot of world power, and due to the prayers, a good chunk of his mind is completely hazy, so it would be hard to do everything with only his world power. If only his friends were here, he might have been able to win. That's when Runard and Anderson appear, and they start using their powers too, as even if they die, they will all be dying together. Their attacks engulf Jaehwan's attack, but Justice thinks of them as worthless fools. Do they really think that little amount of mana will change a single thing? However, it seems that it is changing something, and to ensure that he will win, Jaehwan borrows some of Anderson's strength as he uses the nakedness storyline to completely destroy the attack. As the attack is fully destroyed, Justice thinks that this is utterly baffling, as they must push these criminals back at all costs. Yet another Nebula attack rushes towards Jaehwan, aiming to really hit him this time, but that's when Eden appears and destroys the ball of energy with a few well-placed slices. He notes that he never expected for him to have an exclusive awakened weapon. Non-gods truly live quite a tiring life, do they not? Justice asks Eden if he actually dares to stand in front of his objective once again, and Eden starts speaking with Jaehwan, telling him that it's hard to say now that he's a good person, as his words are harsh and do not show respect to his elders. Additionally, he takes off his clothes as he wishes, but he doesn't dislike him for this. Jaehwan asks a question too. How does he have enough power to do what he just did? Eden notes that he never said he didn't have followers, and he also never said that his world power was too low. With that, he charges Justice, who has had enough of this damn crow, but his attacks don't stop. Jaehwan thought that he was bluffing before, when he said that he was holding back, but seeing him now, he must be above Garam, perhaps even at Lieutenant General level. Seeing that the situation has become too dangerous, Justice orders Rakers and Galatean to defend the ship, as they cannot allow the nebula to be destroyed. As soon as he finishes that, a purple blade encroaches on his personal space and almost cuts him down. Justice tries to wear down Eden with words, saying that he has already lost 500 years ago. Does he really think that he can stand up against the Alliance as he is now? Eden calmly blocks his attack and asks if he even knows what he's been doing these past 500 years, but he will show him. Tons of system messages appear, showing that Eden has gathered 100,798 trust again and again, with the number constantly increasing. This shocks Justice, as he never expected him to have so much. How did he even gather so much? He tells him that when he was isolated under the Alliance, he bought and sold a good number of items, and now, he will show him what being one of the 6 gods truly means. He converts all of his trust into world power, and the entire area becomes filled with his aura as he activates his sanctuary. Jaehwan looks at this, and thinks that if he had to fight this true sanctuary before, he wouldn't have had a chance. In a desperate act, Justice orders his other men to come out of the nebula and deal with Eden, while also getting rid of the Awakener and capturing Anderson. They do as they are told and charge in, but Eden says that he seems to have forgotten. How sad. This place, his sanctuary, is the world where they fought 500 years ago. So as long as it's in effect, the courageous people who went to sleep back then will awaken constantly, without stopping at all. Now that he dared to start a war, he shouldn't feel remorse for what is about to happen. Among those who fell in battle are a few familiar faces, who charged in without any fear or hesitation, showing that Eden's words were true. Justice knows that this ability is probably the best one for a war, as defeating these puppets will result in nothing. He must defeat Eden, who is the one summoning them. He suddenly rushes in his direction and notes that he is surprised he dared to get distracted, but he also says that he has always hated him. Justice tells him not to worry, as he still hates him. With a passion, Eden grabs his head and says that the feeling is mutual. His petty mindset was one thing, but he never expected for him to stoop so low and betray his comrades. Why did he do that? Why betray them for this utterly pathetic power? Eden pummels him into the ground, and Justice thinks that with this amount of strength, it wouldn't be far to say that Eden is back in his prime. He continues to attack Justice until he has had enough, and then picks him up by his hair, asking if it isn't time he got out of his rebel phase. If he does not stop now, he has no choice but to end him. Justice tells him to stop talking, as he has no idea what it took for him to climb to where he is now. He has no clue about what he would do for his goals. Eden asks how he turned out like this. Just what did the Alliance promise him? He betrayed the people who loved him and took him in when he was about to disappear. He stabbed the backs of everyone who thought of him as a friend. Is what they promised so valuable that this much blood needed to be spilled? Did he just want to act like a dog to the Alliance and live in his castle that amounts to nothing? Suddenly, Justice grabs his hand, and as there are 10 more minutes until the volcano erupts, he says that he has another reason for his actions. A timer appears on his hand, and he deploys his sanctuary, the Sanctuary of Justice. He hugs Eden and says that he is the one who did all of this, as he was the one who took Anderson away from him. A long time ago, Justice was defeated in the Holy War and chased out of the Metabus. He started dreaming about a comeback together with the remaining followers he had. One of his followers named Benzin refused to give up, as despite their defeat, they just needed to grow stronger together. And with him, he knew that they could. What went into the Metabus were the followers who trusted their god with every fiber, and the young god who still had a fighting spirit, and most importantly, passion. However, the cruel reality of the Metabus soon befell all of them. Justice didn't want to give up, and with his only follower being Benzin, he told him that they must not fail, even if it takes longer. They need to walk the right path. Benzin apologized and dropped his praying necklace, as he is sick of his entire Justice Act. That is how Justice lost his followers and was betrayed. He was on his way to becoming the god of defeat, but someone saved him. As he stood defeated, Eden's avatar and someone else came around and asked if he had lost his way. He fell silent for a second and then told them to get lost, which annoyed the avatar. These were his comrades. This was actually Anderson at the time, and they started to live like family, bickering about portion sizes and sleeping together under the moon with another unknown woman. Justice began to have a thought every now and then. If Anderson was not there for him, what would have become of him? But he also started to wonder something else. What if Eden hadn't taken his rightful place beside her? As Justice activates his sanctuary, stabbing Eden meets the conditions, and for the next 10 minutes, a new justice will take place in the relevant storyline, that being that the King of Crows, Eden, is weaker than the God of Justice. Eden looks at this and is surprised that he is capable of deploying his sanctuary on top of another. But it's the same old tricks with him. He should just call himself the Leech King or something, as that is all he does. Justice notes that he always made fun of him, but he told him a while back too that he is not the God of Justice. He is the God of definition. He is not the justice that protects the world order, but the definition that defines what things are in this world. His god name was given to him by other gods, who misunderstood him like they all did. Eden didn't know of this, but he could have explained it over the 500 years they had. Doesn't he think so? Still, with this in mind, shouldn't his name be changed to definition now? Justice kicks him away, as he has had enough of his provocations, and says that he shouldn't have ever dared to fight in his sanctuary. He must have gone senile from age after all. Even if it is only for a short moment, his storyline can change who has the advantage as long as all conditions are met. The only weakness the definition has is that it's quite short, as normally, one would be able to win if they got 10 minutes of power. But in that same amount of time, this world is going to blow up. It also seems that the compassion he showed him, which made him hesitate to kill him, has finally led to his death. Eden notes that if Anderson could see them now, she would be glowing with happiness, for sure. Justice says that the avatar he has now, Rachel Young, was Anderson's before. Did he know that Anderson actually came to this place to save him? She might be a little disappointed in him, but in the end, she will have no choice but to choose him. A real comrade, not a fake like him. Eden notices that he has gone completely insane, and notes that the one who was stuck in the past all of this time was him. Justice says that he can keep yapping, but he must say that he never expected for him to undermine his friendship with her. He will now die, with the worldview he loves so much. That's when Jaehwan appears, which Justice didn't expect. As he was hit by the prayer flood cannon, he is truly a monster. Jaehwan lets out a huge killing intent while telling him to get his hands off of Eden. But Justice says that he sure is strong in a 1 versus 1 fight. Only the leader of the Alliance could put up a fight, but that was before he activated his sanctuary. The conditions are again fulfilled, and Jaehwan becomes weaker than Justice. As he revels in his victory, Jaehwan punches him through the system screen with such power that it sends him flying. He also apologizes, as he did not hear a single word that he just said. As Jaehwan continues to punch him, an error in the definitions appears, and it is revealed that his target cannot have his definition applied to him. Justice wonders why this is not working while eating some dirt. He already fulfilled all conditions of this storyline to come into contact with the target's soul. Jaehwan notes that Eden was right. Even gods are just the avatars of a worldview. Suddenly, another nebula spam appears, and this one manages to hit him just in time for Justice to get away. He thinks that even if he has been hit, the state of their fight has been reversed. Unless Eden dies, he and his puppets will be revived again and again. If only he didn't have this bastard to be concerned about. Suddenly, Anderson calls out for him and says that he has done enough. He should have woken up by now. Does he really think that Eden was fighting seriously against his sorry ass? He already knew about his ability and wouldn't have lost against him. Justice calls that a bunch of bull. Does she really think that they are still the heroes of 500 years ago? Anderson says that it's not about that. Does he think that this is what they are talking about now? Does he truly not know? Did he come to fight them? He said earlier that he would guarantee the lives of her and her believers, but she can feel that he didn't come here to fight. The reason he is here is because he wants to protect her from the Alliance. After finding out about her, she knows that he is a coward, but he is still kind. Unfortunately, she cannot accept his proposal, as they are all going to fight the Alliance. Justice looks at her and notes that they will definitely lose, but Anderson knows that this is why she's speaking to him now. She will not ask why he betrayed them. She will not even hold a grudge, as he can redeem himself by helping them right now. Justice thinks about the reason he betrayed them and cannot bring himself to reveal the truth, so he just smiles and says that he has forgotten. As Anderson tries to get on his case, the mountain starts to rumble, and soon after fire starts to spew out in all directions. engulfing everyone who dares to be below it. This leaves a sea of lava and fire around the area. Justice says that this world is about to end. All of them will die if they dare to climb the higher floors, so they should get off now, while they still can. As soon as he says that, everyone sees a mighty sight. 2 more battleships have appeared, and they all start to prepare a special attack, something that Anderson recognizes as the world bomb that was used 500 years ago to wipe out half of the Revolutionary Army. Eden tells Anderson that she has done enough, and there is no other way now. Since there is not much time left, more specifically only 3 minutes before the world ends, he will tell them where the bell to get off is, as they must leave now. Jaehwan notes that before, he spoke like he was able to overcome anything in his way, but now he's just giving up. Eden notes that ideals are different from reality most of the time, and they just need to challenge them again. That is better than dying for no reason. Jaehwan tells him that if he's going to run away like a coward, he better do it alone. Anderson tells Runard to give Jaehwan all of the trust he stole from those Alliance bastards, and with this, they are ready to go to the very top. Minerva says that it's impossible, while Ray Ray and Ignis are more worried about Jaehwan. Runard transfers the trust, and as Jaehwan eats it, Eden says that if it's him, he might be able to do it, so he will lend him his world. Anderson tries to stop him, but it's too late. A sanctuary is the result of a god's unique perspective on the world, a place made up of the bias and obscenity that have accumulated over a long time. The thought of linking 2 such worlds would be ridiculous, and to make things even worse, Jaehwan's worldview was built on the desire to destroy all other worlds, including Eden's too. As the attack tries to smash into the ground and kill all of them, they are all suddenly transported into Jaehwan's worldview, but Justice doesn't get what's happening. Eden's view wasn't like this. This is Crow's grave, Eden's sanctuary, and the world after the end, Jaehwan's sanctuary. This is a sanctuary combination, but Justice is more shocked at Jaehwan's worldview, which is cold and angry. With this, Jaehwan can also use Eden's storyline, Crow's armor, which gives him a serious boost. Siren and the others continue to watch the live broadcast, but she can't believe that he is still naked. Why isn't he putting on some damn clothes? Chung-hyo asks if they are not at Caspian yet, which Siren denies, as it takes 15 days to get there. But why is he eating bread snacks now? Didn't he also send someone from Crack to help him? But she never even saw anyone. Chung-hyo notes that it was a sudden request, and maybe the situation on their side is much more complicated. Carlton notes that still, the situation doesn't look good. Siren notices that the situation has become dire, and says that this ship should have been able to drive off the Nebula series, but they cannot use it at all. Fortunately for everyone, what she is seeing is not a newer model, but even an old version is capable of raising small sights completely. There is no way Jaehwan could fight against that type of weapon without the proper equipment. That's when they notice Jaehwan activating his unique world. But something's changed about it, as even the second product of Mullark, the Tower of Nightmares, is there. This makes Siren wonder if her grandfather is also watching this. But this sight is truly something else. It's a straight mockery of the gods. Carlton says that even monarchs have started to watch the live stream, and Siren thinks that the entire almighty land is watching now, and the monarchs who Jaehwan fought before are also here. So they might start pulling some strings to make the gods move. She wonders just how big of a mess this idiot is going to turn this into. A sanctuary merge is different from a god devouring, which consumes another god entirely. It completely accepts the world of another person, but the unbelievable sight of 2 views with different perspectives and beliefs being linked is something that even Anderson, who has thousands of years of life, has only heard in passing legends. Jaehwan asks Eden if he's still alive, which he confirms, making Jaehwan ask why he was pretending that he was about to die at any second. Eden notes that it was because he really thought that he was going to, but whatever, they can talk about it after the fight. With that, Jaehwan readies his blade and prepares for battle as everyone cheers him on from the sidelines, and even a new event is created, the 6 God War. Most gods believe that the Alliance will win no matter what, but others believe that Jaehwan can do it, and judging by how fast he is going through his opponents, it's not far-fetched. Galatean says that he is a true monster, and also asks Justice how long he is going to fight a battle that they can win nothing from. If the leader finds out, they will be punished. Their alliance is different from theirs, as they don't have a quest to fight them, and they might also get caught in the destruction of this world. Rakers tells him to stop talking, as if a monster like that one climbs to the 7th floor. They will not be able to deal with him. They must do it now. Justice agrees, as they cannot let him get to the leader. They must get rid of him now. Galatean suggests that they join forces too, but Justice refuses, as if they actually perform a sanctuary merge. This could get far too dangerous. Galatean starts screaming at him, if he doesn't want this or that. What the hell does he want? Justice looks up, and says that they still have that. Galatean asks if he's serious, as they still have Alliance members fighting down there, but Justice notes that he doesn't see a thing down there. Jaehwan continues to rip through the Alliance forces with ease, making some of them waver and think that this was a bad idea all along. But when they look up, they see Justice going through the teleportation gate, making all of them scream out for him to stop. Runnard asks what he's trying to do, and Anderson explains that the true power of the nebula is only available when a god is personally commanding it, so he is intending to put everything in a last-ditch attack. The firing mechanism suddenly opens, and Justice says that if they had surrendered when he told them to, things wouldn't have gone this far. But they have all brought this on themselves. Galatean and Rakers both activate their sanctuaries on the nebula, and combined with Justice, all of their attacks combine into one powerful strike. Everyone is shocked when they see this, and Justice says that nobody could be able to survive this, so this is goodbye forever. As the attack encroaches, Eden asks if it's over, which Jaehwan confirms. The 30 seconds that he wanted have been met, and he is now ready. While fighting the lackeys, Eden noted that they cannot do this forever, as they are both going to be at their limit soon enough, and the other gods are also recovering. Jaehwan said that there is a way to turn the tide. All he needs to do is last 30 more seconds. This condition has been fulfilled, and Jaehwan congratulates him for holding on for so long. The numerous experiences Jaehwan has obtained from fighting strong people thus far, whether it was Samyung, his fight with the monarchs, or having a glance at the power of a transcendental being, that being catastrophe. He started thinking about something countless times. If he does not surpass these people, he will not be able to end the world. He became discouraged and despaired, but he chose to not give up despite this. Now this is the sum of all of the hard work he put in. Jaehwan style. First technique. The attack goes through the nebula attack and tries to impale it constantly, which Justice thought was impossible. How can one awakener challenge 3 of the 6 gods? Eden tells Justice that they didn't stop at combining their worlds. They accepted them too, creating a constellation mutilation. Everything starts to crack around them, and Galatean feels that their puppets are being destroyed along with their worldviews. Rakers screams that he doesn't want to die, but Justice is too shocked to do anything, and finally accepts Jaehwan's world for what it is. He finally understands. In the past, while sleeping under the leader that was in charge of him, Justice dreamed like a god. Low-ranking gods would join forces to take over the site. He also came up with ideas to recruit more followers, and would be happy if there was even 1 new follower per day. When Anderson met Artina, they would make fun of each other's dumb storylines, and talk while the night passed. A period of time when they would all seek communication, even if it was supposed to be impossible. The days when they were not afraid to be betrayed, and would reach out for one another without prejudice. As he dies, Justice reaches for Anderson, and begs for only one more thing, to stay by his side while he leaves this world. After everything is done, and Eden wakes up from his slumber, Jaehwan asks if he can stand. He notes that he will in a few minutes, but he sure feels sorry for Rachel. Suddenly, behind them, craters start to burst with lava, as the world they once knew comes to a complete end. Eden asks Jaehwan if he created this view in all of the worlds he visited, and he clearly remembers the world he saw when they performed the sanctuary merge. His world was truthful and lonely. No followers would want to live in that kind of world. He just hopes that the humans of this world will never have to see his, and hopes that the ending he dreams of will never come. Jaehwan says that if he has the strength to spew nonsense, he can put him down, but Eden also hopes that he is less lonely. He also knows that no matter what he may say, his wish will probably come true, and in that case, he should do him a favor and protect Anderson until he destroys the world. He doesn't know if this is enough payment, but he will pass him his storyline, as it will be pretty useful. Jaehwan tells him to stand up on his own already, but Eden notes that his business is not finished yet, so they should leave first. Anderson asks what he's talking about, and Eden explains that he's going to gather the puppets and leave together with them, so they should go, and he also has something for her. With those words, he leaves Rachel's body, and Anderson starts to tear up as she feels her energy. Eden explains that she has yet to become a full puppet, and while he cannot save her, he managed to put a part of her soul into deep sleep. Anderson now knows the reason why he moved the puppet of Rachel personally. It was to bring it to her. Although again, he cannot save her. Whoever it is at the end of this tower just might. Jaehwan notes that he will put her in his sanctuary, and Eden tells them to go, as there is not much time left. Anderson asks if he's really coming afterwards, which he confirms as he still has some trust left. With that, the door to the 7th floor opens, and they all start leaving. But Eden tells Jaehwan to not forget about their promise. He just nods and leaves, letting Eden say his final goodbye to Anderson. Insufficient trust pop-ups continue to appear, as Eden thinks that he fought for 500 long years. He gathered trust over a long time and managed with the puppets, and although he used everything, he is glad that he is able to see the end of this fight. However, he really paid too much for this kind of view. Suddenly, Someone appears and notes that this is too pathetic to be the crow's grave, but Eden is surprised to see that he has survived all of that chaos. Was he waiting to devour him all of this time? Jaehwan notes that he won't be able to survive even if he does that, and his hands are also gone, meaning he can't do anything. This body is a goner anyway, as Rakers took his concept God. Even if he somehow survives, he will just become a dark soul. He sits next to Eden, who tells him to get lost, but Jaehwan asks if he really is satisfied with just this. He must want to see the world after it's destroyed, and since he believes he has not flown enough, he should make him into his crow, as he has enough world power and trust to leave. This way one of them can live on. Eden tells him to stop speaking nonsense and go to the next floor, as his wounds are severe. Yes, but he can survive. Jaehwan knows the condition of his body best, and knows that he doesn't have much. He also wonders if the rumor about a god without an avatar, being able to make followers that are dying into these puppets, is true. Eden tells him to regret this later, but Jaehwan tells him not to worry about that, though he's kind of glad he can pray without hands, but he probably doesn't care about that either. He thinks that things like gods and humans being equal are something he has completely forgotten about. However, it's not even important now, as the era they lived in is all gone and dusted. The passion they held back then has been gone for too long, and even the people around them died. None of what they treasured remains in this world. He wandered around, looking for a god that could give him the world he wanted, but after searching, the world he found at the end was this place. Which, if he's honest, isn't that bad, seeing a world end. In his final moments, Jaehwan gives one last prayer, for this god without an avatar to live on. Eden tries to desperately reach the portal, and with that, the world has been destroyed. No survivors remain. At the meeting location of the 7 great gods, the sacred hall, the avatar of the 3rd seat of the 7 great gods, the master of the 3rd sight, caravan of scorching heat, waits around. While Ignis notes that the naked thruster has become quite interesting. Caravan notes that the other bastards are late again, but Ignis says that they have never been on time anyway. Caravan wonders if the 1st seat will show up, but Ignis never even saw him before, or he might be here, but they just can't see him. Eventually, the 2nd seat of the 7 great gods, the master of the 2nd sight, the dragon god Jaehwan arrives, and tells a thing called Mimi Cat to apologize for being late. He does just that, and notes that he will reflect on his actions. But aren't they also at fault for showing up so early? Caravan wonders if they should just kill the bastards, with Ignis certainly not being against it, but that's when the last member arrives. The 7th seat of the 7 great gods, master of Apash, the god of madness, who has no name. Caravan can't believe that they are having such a pathetic meeting, but since the others never show up, he guesses that it's fine. What is not fine is that one dares to bring a puppet here, and the other almost never speaks. But why are the 4th and 5th seats not around? As he tries to tell the others the reason for this meeting, Jaehwan starts to speak with Mimi Cat, saying that this must be about the metabus, and he also heard that the 3rd seat is obsessed with the naked thruster. He kind of feels bad for poor little Caravan here. He explains that Ignis is not supporting him, he's just observing, which makes Jaehwan wonder if they can play with him instead. Caravan notes that they can do as they please, if they want to die, that is. Jaehwan notes that it was about time to see which was superior anyway, the black flame dragon or the red flame tortoise, as they bicker with their energies. No Name suddenly lets out sound, and they start cheering him on. Eventually he barely says that he didn't expect to be called here for a simple chat. They should both take their childish wars somewhere else. Caravan finally gets to the point, and says that one of the 7 great gods broke the neutrality treaty, which is where the 7 great gods do not interfere in the matters of the site designated as a neutral region. The location mentioned in the treaty was Caspian. Jaehwan asks who it is, and Caravan reveals that it was the 5th seat, the god of time, Kronos. Jaehwan asks for the evidence, so Caravan starts telling them about the Caption Alliance, which has been controlling the metabus for a long time, and that the leader of this alliance is actually the right-hand man of Kronos. Although the leader isn't the level of a god, when people talk about the top 50 strongest gods within the abyss, his name is frequently mentioned. The alliance led by this leader earned more than 100 billion trust from the metabus. No Name says that the metabus is a place where everyone can freely compete, and the alliance is the private army of this leader. He believes that this isn't enough for them to interfere, but Caravan asks if he will have the same thought when he finds out that the trust earned by the alliance is being leaked. They have recently discovered that the trust from Metabus has been flowing towards the 5th site. The Metabus is called the playground of the defeated and the dump of the gods. The reason why the 7 gods have never interfered is because so far, the matters of Metabus have been taken care of and isolated there. However, if the Metabus starts to mess with reality, that would change the situation. Caravan notes that they are almost sure this is the case, but they discovered another strange thing. A few days ago, Kronos' strategy team, the Blind Watchmakers, illegally entered Caspian, and from what he got, they seem to be heading for the Metabus. Droyan thinks that they want to go and defeat the Awakener, which Caravan concurs with, as he cut down 3 of the 6 Metabus gods. But Droyan wonders what he wants them to do. Caravan would like to suggest a vote. The leader has brought the Alliance and Kronos into this. This is evidence that this alliance is not unrelated to the 5th site that Kronos controls. It's his belief that Kronos mobilized his squad in order to interfere in the neutral region. And if that really is true, the 3rd seat of the 7 great gods, Ignis, will have to personally get involved in the Metabus incident. At the bus stop on the 7th floor, Runard wonders if it's all right for them to go on ahead like this, as they have waited for a few hours by now. A newly armored Anderson says that it's fine. Eden is someone who always keeps his promises. Runard notices her new drip and asks if she really bought items for herself using the 6th floor rewards. Anderson tells him not to start anything, as she saw him steal stuff from the Alliance. But putting all of that aside, they have to worry about what they will do from now on. The main rankers of this tower live on floor 7 and above. They are on a completely different level than what they have faced up until now. Runard notes that Jaehwan defeated the 6 Metabus gods, so it should be fine. But Anderson says that this is one of their main issues. As now, they are completely enemies of the Alliance, and from the 6 gods of Metabus, 2 are still alive, and much stronger than Justice. The leader is also going to be tough to even get to, even if they have Jaehwan. Runard wonders what kind of god the Alliance leader is, as she mentioned before that the revolution failed because of that guy. She explains that it's a pretty long story, but one thing is for sure, and that is that he must not be fought one-on-one. As long as they are in the Metabus, there is no way to fight him on equal footing and win. Additionally, since Eden will take some time, they should just go on the 7th floor and see what's up. That's when she notices that Jaehwan is huffing, and asks if he's alright. He notes that he's a little worn out, but they can go in no problem. Anderson would have been worried if he wasn't tired after that battle, and says that they can rest a bit before moving on. There is no need to rush. Jaehwan insists that they press forward, as he must find Yunhuan. He knows that Justice said he couldn't find any records with that name attached, but he must have missed it, be it on purpose or not. Nothing is for sure until he sees it with his own eyes. So with that, they enter the 7th floor. Unfortunately, the gang is split up, as the 7th floor only allows individual entries, and the quest for this worldview will be announced after they enter. Jaehwan thought that they could enter together, but as he thinks, a glitchy system notification appears, asking if he is searching for something in this place. As he thinks of what he is searching for, Jaehwan is suddenly transported to a calm and sunny spot, while also wearing the gear he had in the tower. He also remembers this tree. It was on the 50th floor. Suddenly someone calls out his name and asks what he is doing. Jaehwan didn't expect to meet him like this, but he is very glad to see his old friend Yunhuan in this place. He immediately grabs him and asks if he's all right, and more importantly, does he even recognize him now? He should have forgotten everything that happened before. Yunhuan doesn't understand a word of what he is saying, but it's fine, as they need to do a strategy meeting with the others now. Jaehwan wonders what the others are doing here, as they are all supposed to be long gone. Sakamoto, the science teacher, notes that the succubus that got him yesterday must still be on his mind after all, and the potion maker Hiron notes that everyone is waiting for him. Even Jay, his old blacksmith, tells him to act natural, as Seoyul is going to be here at any moment. Sure enough, she immediately jumps on his back and asks if he's still dreaming. Was the succubus from yesterday really that pretty? Jaehwan wonders what they are talking about at first, but he eventually remembers that here, they just cleared the 66th floor and got out of a succubus's dream that they met there. Seoyul asks what kind of dream he had, as he still seems to be in a daze, and Jaehwan says that it was a pretty long dream. The dream he had was about him climbing the tower alone. Sakamoto returned to his normal life. Jay and Hiron also left. Seoyul and Yunhua died while in the tower. He finally reached the 100th floor, destroyed the tower after many years, and went into chaos, where the roots of the illusion tree are. There he made new friends, like Mino, Chung Heo, Siren, and many others. He also fought the monarchs and chased after Mullark, who got him to the branch of the illusion tree, the Abyss. There he met Runard, Anderson, and Eden, and fought an alliance of gods. He continued to calmly explain everything that happened. Sakamoto notes that all of this could most certainly happen in a potential alternate universe, and Seoyul notes that he sure is saying some funny words. Jaehwan smiles, as he would have liked for everything to really be a nightmare, that everything he experienced was a long and tiresome mind terror. If he is honest, he would like to act like he really believes in all of this. As he pulls out his sword, he thinks that perhaps this is how the people who used the return stone fell. They chose a fake reality and decided to just live in it, but he will not be deceived so easily, because awakening is a curse that will forever linger onto him. Seoyul asks what's wrong, but he isn't even listening now, as he blasts everyone away with a powerful attack. be it friend or lover. He has faced far too many illusions to be tricked by something like this. Another system message appears, saying that he didn't seem bored at all, but Jaehwan beckons this messenger forward, so he can end his pathetic life. The person behind the messages didn't expect a human like him to even exist, as the investigators said. Unfortunately for him, with this amount of strength, he will not be able to destroy this world, and all of his 5 senses should be telling him that this entire world is real, and so are the people. Every emotion he feels, and all the things he can hear are real. Does he not trust even himself? It is not too late to stop all of this. Seeing that Jaehwan keeps attacking, the being asks how he can be so sure of himself. Jaehwan tells him that he knew from the start that this place was not real. The being asks if he would deny his senses like this, but instead of answering, Jaehwan finds where the being is hiding and starts pummeling the ground with his blade, making the being pull the entire ground up and leave Jaehwan in one small place. He will admit that he is strong, and he also remembers him asking where his friend is. It is something everyone knows, yet he does not. His friend should be dead by now, whether in the metabus or confinement facility. There is no way that a followerless being would survive for long, right? Jaehwan charges up his sword, and they don't seem to know where Yuan is. Before Jaehwan blasts them away, the being says that he will not change a thing with his strength, which is filled with loneliness and anger. With that, Jaehwan passes the entry quest. Since this is a team quest, his team is decided based on how he has passed the quest so far, and he has been categorized as a terrorist. Anderson swiftly appears next to him and asks if he's up, with Jaehwan wondering if she wasn't imprisoned. Anderson explains that she is dependent on his worldview, so basically, they share one body. Jaehwan gets out of his pod and finds himself in the room of cocoons, making him quite weirded out. But Anderson tells him there's no time for that. They must find Runard quickly. Jaehwan still observes the cocoons while walking away, and counts 1,000 or so cocoons. They all must be people who climbed to the 7th floor, but they all seem so happy. Anderson tells him the true purpose of this room. It's basically a glorified power station. It either produces thrusts that are handed as products, or extracts world power that is needed to maintain worldviews. Jaehwan didn't and did expect such a place to exist, since it seems that these worldviews don't run themselves, though this seems quite sad. Anderson explains that this is the price one pays for climbing to the 7th floor without knowing anything. The system has gotten more and more vicious with each rendition. This was not how things were in the past, and she also feels the need to set them free. Jaehwan eventually finds Runard, who appears to be having a nightmare rather than a dream, and he asks if he can get him out now. Anderson notes that normally it would not be possible, as he would get damaged, and his soul could experience some major problems. Jaehwan rushed with his action and ripped the pod in half, though Anderson says that it was fine, since his link was not complete. After getting out, Runard starts puking the rest of the fluid, with Jaehwan asking if he's alright. He says that he had the most horrible nightmare, as everyone was naked like he is. Anderson notes that it doesn't seem like much of a nightmare to her, but suddenly, the alarms start blaring, and a bunch of deadly wasps appear, that start shooting beams at the group. Anderson tells everyone to run away, and asks Jaehwan if they are able to get rid of them now. He tells her that his world power has yet to fully recover, so Anderson swiftly finds an escape, and they all rush to it. Even when inside, the wasps do not give up and attack, making Jaehwan wonder what to do. He would like to keep running, but he sees that Runard is not in the greatest of shapes, and rightly so. He decides to turn around and pull out his sword, and besides Runard's and Anderson's cries, he believes that if he pulls through like he always does, everything will be fine. That's when someone from behind him says that they knew he would be here, and tons of small drones start blasting the wasps. She told him previously that she would bring him to the 7th floor, and it seems like she kept her promise. Jaehwan notes that she reached this place much earlier than they did, but Renee told him previously that she's a grizzled veteran when it comes to this tower. Additionally, she has someone to introduce to him, a big fan. That fan comes from behind her and says that it's finally nice to meet him in person. Jaehwan asks who he even is, who kind of disappoints the god of flashes, Ray Ray. Anderson tells him to turn his lightbulb ass head off, but Renee notes that he's shy, so they should understand. Jaehwan finally remembers that he's the god with that strange name. Ray Ray wonders what he means by that, but it doesn't matter, as he has closely watched his journey to the tower, and never expected for him to defeat 3 of the 6 gods in one go. The other passengers have also been looking forward to his arrival. Jaehwan didn't expect more people to be on this floor, and Ray Ray explains that they are people who want to get out of this place, and they are all gathered in a safe area, known as the Black Moon Tavern. Runard seems to know the place, as the person from Crack who saved him previously said to go there once they get on this floor. Ray Ray feels fortunate that they appeared so close to their spot. Under the moonlight, the entire sky starts to rotate as a door opens right below the group. Ray Ray notes that the drones might appear again, so they should get a move on. When they enter, Renee grabs everyone's attention and tells them that this is the guy everyone has been eagerly waiting for. They scream out and think that surely this time they will be able to win. Renee also introduces a few people from this place. First is this big and buff guy, Gale, the god of storms, who is a pretty good fighter. He tried to brag about his rank and his wish to fight, but Renee stops him and moves on to the avatar of Drake Pilgrim. She notices his mighty sword and asks if he's killed a dragon before. Jaehwan notices the immense world pressure in this place, and it mostly comes from Pilgrim. She is not far off from the 6 gods in terms of power level. Renee feels that's enough introductions, so they should get started, as they have all been waiting for this. The quest content will be announced soon, so for those who have not read it yet, they should do that now. Everyone receives a quest notification that lights up their faces. In this quest, one can choose between the state or the terrorist factions. After that, they will have to lead their team to victory and obtain the authority to rule the 7th floor completely. The time limit will be announced at a later date, and the reward is an entry ticket to the 8th floor and 300 thrust, besides something else. They all become terrorists immediately, and the system explains how they are going to win. First, they have to occupy the plant and announce their name to the residents of the 7th floor. The more plants they release, the more notorious they will become. Second, they have to release the imprisoned residents from the plants and obtain supporters. Third, 24 hours after the beginning of the quest, an election will happen. They have to win this election, and their team will be considered the winners. Anderson notes that much didn't change from when she first came here, though it was probably tough to rebuild. Jaehwan asks if she will be of help this time, but Anderson feels like she has been helping them too much at this point. Runard feels overwhelmed by the amount of information in this quest, but Anderson notes that it isn't that complicated. They just have to occupy a plant and release the residents in order to win the election. It's pretty easy. He should look outside the window too. Runard sees a medley of plants around the area, all pumping up energy. The plants are like the power rooms they came from just now. The residents are the imprisoned passengers in the cocoons, so they just have to attack the plants and free the residents trapped within. Runard also asks about the election, but Anderson doesn't have time to answer, as they are called to the corridor. She instead tells him that he will see when it happens. The objective now is plant A56, which they must occupy in 30 minutes and cut off the power. This team consists of Jaehwan, Runard, Renee, Ray, and Pilgrim. Since the timing is perfect, Renee starts live streaming, with everyone watching screaming out for Jaehwan, and even Thanatos notes that he knew he would end up here. Renee also notices that Siren is here again, making Jaehwan wonder if it's the Siren he knows. She asks to put him on the screen, but others feel like Renee is enough. She explains that they are challenging the Metabus 7th floor today, and they all might know how notorious this floor is, right? Every god believes that it's far too easy, and that they chose the state team. But Renee reveals that they are actually terrorists, which makes everyone say that she has gone insane. Renee notes that they have the naked thruster, so everyone will be fine, and Runard wonders why everyone is acting like this. Is being a terrorist this hard? Anderson explains that it's also pretty troublesome, as on the 7th floor, if one chooses the right team, the quest basically does itself. The king, who is the leader of the state, can always open the door that leads to the 8th floor. Runard asks if it's not wise to switch teams, but Anderson notes that he wouldn't say that if he knew who the king of the 7th floor is. After the door opens, Renee tells everyone the strategy. They will take the plants on the perimeter that have Team Gale and the others. They will start at plant A56, where a ferocious battle will likely take place. They will then take over the central area, which must have its 5 points of power cut off before occupying. Since they heard this a few times already, Ray and Pilgrim charge forward, with Pilgrim noting that she has high hopes for him. Jaehwan pulls out his sword and notes that he has a nice handful of world power recovered, so they can go too. Ray and Pilgrim continue to run through their opponents, with Pilgrim feeling like there's too little opposition for some reason. The team that tries to hold them this time is quite confident in taking down 2 gods, but their faces drop once they see what's behind them. The infamous naked thruster. They know about the rumors saying that if he's naked, he will not stop until everyone in front of him is dead, so they run away in fear. It seems like Anderson came up with this plan, and Renee encouraged it, since Jaehwan defeated 3 gods, meaning that he's the new symbol of fear. Everyone calls out his title, but Jaehwan isn't at all glad to have it. When they enter one of the plants, Runard asks if these are all people who failed to clear the entrance quest. Anderson notes that half are what he said, while the other half are the teammates chosen by the state. Those who choose the state become residents of this floor and supply world power to the Metabus. She told him earlier that one does not need to do anything when joining the state team, and they can obtain the eternal yesterday, the name of the dream that they are dreaming about. Countless dreams are gathered in this place. In them, some gods become high-ranking and live out their lives as rulers, while some gods meet their followers again. The Metabus is a tower where such people gather anyway, a place where people who cannot grasp what they truly want appear, for the sake of running away from something, or perhaps to get something that they couldn't in reality. It goes back to the introductory message. Those who arrive at the last floor can make a wish to the owner of the Metabus, driver. They would rather chase after a mirage that might be true instead of facing reality. Perhaps some of them found what they were looking for in that dream of theirs. Runard doesn't like this, as it's wrong and fake, but Anderson asks him, what is real? Before he can answer, Jaehwan says that real things must not be proven, which Runard agrees with, as the only things that need proving are the fakes, trying to compare themselves to the real, which naturally makes sense. Anderson asks if he can say the same thing to those real expressions, which he really can't. Jaehwan knows that some of the passengers must have found out that this is an illusion, yet they still choose to be happy and live in an illusion, just like the return stones were. Runard points at a screen and asks if these people are also living the same dream. Anderson explains that this place was named some time ago. It's something that was maintained yesterday. It is where the people who were trapped in yesterday gather, and that building there is the castle of the state. It is also where the king of the state is. Jaehwan asks if she knows who that is. Anderson confirms that she does, and she really enjoyed the attention 500 years ago, so this is what she has become now. She is the god of yesterday, one of her past comrades, Artina. Jaehwan looks at her and thinks that she's a god like Anderson, one of the 4 hero gods. She was also probably the one that threw him into an illusion during the entrance quest. Runard notices something strange, a few people bickering in that place that don't look happy at all, and one of them is even writing something on the system. Anderson explains that he's probably browsing Little Brother, as in that place, one can be completely anonymous on it. That same anonymous god says that the naked thruster isn't real. All he did was deal the final blow to the gods that were already weakened by the King of Crows. Runard tells him to shut it, but he continues nonetheless. He also defeated Rakers out of luck, and started causing confusion all around. Runard asks if this is truly the yesterday people want, but Anderson can't rightly answer him. Renee eventually finds the power switch and turns it off, allowing them 10 minutes to get the residents out of the plant. Runard still feels that nobody really wants to be in a fake world, so he thinks that persuading them is possible. It might be tough, but they will all come back to their senses after a bit of explanation. The person he ripped out of yesterday slowly wakes up, but as Runard is explaining everything to him, Jaehwan notices that it's impossible to do it like that. Sure enough, the person they pulled out asks what he did to him. Why the hell did he take him out of his cocoon? He will fucking kill him for this! Jaehwan tells the bastard to unhand Runard. He's not going to ask twice. The man realizes he's the naked thruster and begs for his life, apologizing and saying that he will not do it again. Jaehwan says that he won't kill him, so he should just leave, but the man refuses and jumps right back in the cocoon as that is the only place for him. He will root for him, however, so he shouldn't ever wake up from his yesterday. The power comes back and they fail to rescue the residents. On the message board, the same god that jumped in his cocoon says that he met the naked thruster, who is only a wuss, who was so scared he couldn't say anything to him. Renee notices he failed, something she also did, though she expected him to do it. Anyway, they should get out of here before the wasps appear. They go to the plant's rooftop, where Runard notices just how many plants there are. Renee comes next to him and says that no matter what she does, people refuse to come out of yesterday. In that place, some are having a happy dream, and some are dreaming of a dream that is not different from reality. Whether happy or not, they are living in that dream. Jaehwan thinks about this for a bit. People who are trapped in yesterday just refuse to live in today. No matter how hard they try, they don't want to face reality, to face today. Renee looks at him and asks what he's thinking about, and Jaehwan says that it's something that yesterday did not think of. Renee didn't expect this, and asks who's still in favor of still crushing the 7th floor, which is basically everyone. And Anderson asks what he's thinking about. Jaehwan says that he's a bit tired, so he will be resting for 12 hours to completely recover his world power. Anderson says that they will be kicked out if they don't take over a plant in 12 hours, but Jaehwan isn't listening anymore. The group meets up with Ray Ray and Pilgrim, boosting their efficiency, and they try to free a lot of residents, but they fail. Runard wonders why nobody wants to wake up. He thought that there would be a lot of gods who wish to go against the Alliance. Ray Ray notes that they just got used to the current situation, which Runard finds completely fake, but Ray Ray says that to them, it does not matter. When one becomes a god, there are a lot of things that they must take care of, like cultivating a worldview, gathering followers and managing those followers, and so on and so forth. On the outside, they are busy competing with other gods, but on the inside, they are busy with numerous other things. This goes on for years, decades, even centuries, and repeats again and again. Eventually, they will all get sick of today. Runard never expected gods to live such busy lives, as his sure didn't. Ray Ray notes that there are a handful of gods that don't do all of that. That's why there are a lot of followers that move on to other worldview, but most gods are busy. That's a fact. Fortunately for them, they can forget all about their worries on this floor, because the god of yesterday takes care of everyone here, no matter what. The gods did not rely on the 7th floor at first, as they are people who take pride in their worldviews, but when they are in yesterday, things like managing their worldview, fixing the relationships between two bickering followers, or whatever else might stress them, completely disappears. Once they feel such convenience, it is inevitable that they will get addicted, and since their worldview and followers are all taken care of, they can sit back and relax. Even if he's ashamed to admit it, he was also one of these anonymous gods, and everyone in yesterday probably heard his name because of how much time he spent there. Runard asks how he came out, and Ray Ray says that it's hard to put into words, but he felt like he was living life wrongly. His explanation is interrupted by Renee, who is desperately trying to wake people up, making the other gods pity her. Runard asks if her goal is to make the Alliance leave the tower, which Ray Ray confirms. The reason she kept streaming even though it was unpopular was to expose the Alliance's corruption. Now that she met the Naked Thruster, her dream is no longer impossible, as long as they manage to get out of this floor, which is basically the Alliance's cash flow. If they take this place over, the Alliance will be dealt a huge blow, and be done with shortly after. He asked previously how he got out of yesterday. Well, she was a part of that. Seeing her challenge the tower so many times, he found the courage to try harder too. The system warns them they only have 10 minutes left to get a plant or they will be kicked out. Renard asks what they should do, and Pilgrim suggests that they just kill them and be done with it. Renee says that they can't since all of the fighting forces will rush to them, and if they turn them against their cause, they will lose the election. Ray Ray tells them to relax, as there's a way to avoid this. There are some pretty small words right next to the warning, which say that they can pay 3,000 thrust for 12 additional hours. Anderson asks if this is how the other gods are staying here, which Ray confirms, but Runard now gets why they won't get out to fight the Alliance. Anderson notes that the Alliance itself thinks that nobody can change this place, which is why they are confident and just asking for trust. This strategy of theirs has been effective for 500 years, as the Alliance would always make use of the tower's system to delay a revolution. No matter how many gods gather, the emotions within them would die off quickly, unless the stage for revolution appeared. That is how they calm everyone's will and make them obedient. The god of speed, Velo, notes that they don't know anything about current trends, but Anderson knows one thing. Artina used what they were after to defeat them. Renee thinks that she has failed again, and will have to start from the beginning. If only someone could just gather everyone. Suddenly they are all spammed with messages that they have succeeded in freeing numerous plants, and Anderson thinks that it can be only one man. In another plant, a man carrying a torch pulls out a fat guy, who notes that he told them earlier they would pay next time, but he freaks out when he sees the toned-out man in front of him. Others appear too, and Jaehwan tells the fatty to get up. He has 3 seconds to join their ranks. If not, he can get out of the way and rest in this dying world. Renee suddenly gets a lot of notifications with messages from anonymous gods, all begging to be let go in some shape or form. The most surprising notification she gets is one that reveals the condition for the election, releasing all the plants, has been fulfilled. Now that the number of residents supporting the terror organization has crossed the threshold, the election will proceed. Renee notes that this is the first time they have gotten to phase 2 this quickly, and Pilgrim is glad that it's just starting. Runard asks what's even starting, as Jaehwan hasn't returned yet. Anderson tells him to look up, where a notification sits above him. Suddenly, he is handed a piece of paper and a pen, as he has been selected as a candidate, so he must write a declaration of candidacy. Anderson tells him that the second phase is called the election, where the terrorist group, which has gained enough influence in the first phase, runs for office as the king candidate in the second. Runard asks if the one who wins will really become king, which Anderson confirms, although there's a technicality to it. Now Runard understands why he wasn't supposed to make the other gods mad, but is it really okay for him to write something so important? Anderson feels that it doesn't matter. They will not know who will become the candidate, so he can just write away. Sometime later, at the plaza, all of the gods meet to say their election pledges. First is candidate A, the god of yesterday, Artina. She shall make the 7th floor of the Metabus a living paradise, so that everyone can live in the yesterday they really want. She will provide the perfect care service for the gods who are tired of working tirelessly. She will grant them followers that will grow, without them moving a finger. They will have access to delivery for any item they wish, so they may never fall behind current trends. God shouldn't go unrewarded for their hard labor, but they should not fear, as she can provide an eternal paradise for them and rediscover what they so desperately wanted on her floor. She's the only candidate who truly fights for them. Candidate A, the god of yesterday, your god, Artina. Runard notices how many reactions there are from the other gods, but Renee doesn't feel discouraged and refuses to give up yet. Next is candidate B, Renee. She immediately goes in by saying that worldviews that are maintained with no effort cannot really be said to exist. Do they truly intend to continue neglecting their presents and their futures, while indulging in a tomorrow that will never exist? Runard didn't expect her to be so good with words, and Anderson feels the same. This is a pledge that is honest and straightforward. Pilgrim explains that this is a disadvantage for them, as Renee is talking about the truth of the 7th floor here, the reality of it. The loser gods from this place will turn away from her, because she did not say what they wanted to hear. Sure enough, everyone either berates her or ignores her completely. Pilgrim says that something like this is bound to happen. Nobody likes facing their realities, not even the gods. Even if her pledge is not wrong, Renee didn't say anything the voters wanted to hear, but he has a pledge that will certainly bring them to their side. He introduces himself to everyone as he walks the podium and explains that he will rebuild the castle with dragon bones, uplift the reputation of dragons as a result, and hold dragon hunts twice a week while increasing the welfare they enjoy. Both Renee and Runard are extremely confused about his proposition and know that he won't get any voters. Gale is up next, who doesn't even have the chance to speak, as he's an intermediate god who nobody wants to listen to. Up next is Ray Ray, who has a lot of trouble speaking, so he is booed off the stage. This is because it's his first time speaking to so many gods, but Runard assures him that he did great while walking to the stage. After he makes it, he promises that if he becomes king, he will give everyone 1,000,000 trust, so that nobody can be poor ever again. Anderson is now sure that Runard has no clue how economics works. After everyone is done with their pledges, they all sit around, but Runard wonders if they will win. Ray Ray wonders what will happen if he does win. How will he get that much trust? Renee says that all that matters is that they get one more vote, since everything gets combined at the end. Since the terrorists are naturally at a disadvantage, it is possible to combine the votes during the elections, so they have a higher chance of winning. Even so, there are gods who still haven't voted. Perhaps they just don't care enough. Eventually, the results are shown, with Artina being at first with 400,000 votes. Renee, who is in second place, doesn't even scratch the surface with her votes. Anyone can see that even if they combine their votes, they will only reach half of Artina's, meaning that they lost once again. Artina watches their sorrow through a screen while having dinner. They tried hard too, but alas, nobody wants to live in a world they can't be happy in. She tells her advisors to take good care of everything until the election is over, which they agree to. Artina is happy to hear it, but she still can't believe that those idiots killed Justice. Anderson changed a lot too. Did she really dream of something so stupid, like a world where gods and followers are equals? She previously said that everything would be amazing after this happened, but she was wrong. She saw it firsthand, how fickle gods are. They are all trash beyond help, and unless they all give their worldviews up, conflicts will never stop existing. She promised to get rid of the conflicts in her own way. She could not get rid of the trash alone, but she could contain it. All she needed was a garbage dump. This project stood firmly for the last 500 years. She trapped all of the gods who came to the 7th floor and kept the alliance running by supplying world power. She will break their wills with entertainment and convenience, which will inevitably turn them into anonymous gods. She now has the power to make the whole metabus think about anything, so no matter what, this kingdom of yesterday must stand, lest the gods have control again. Suddenly, a new candidate appears, somebody that surprises Artina. Jaehwan has appeared, and is holding the cube. A few gods run away from him, as he has been kidnapping people from the cocoons and dragging them into that cube. Jaehwan tells them that what he is saying now is not a pledge. From now on, all of them will live in the present. They will experience today as it's supposed to be experienced. Earlier than this, a random god was awoken by a slap from a buff man. Confused, he asked what's happening, but the buff man only told him to get up, as it's time for his training. The man recognized him as Anonymous God 37, but before he could ask what he was doing, the buff man told him his label no longer applies. But that doesn't matter, he just has to join the other losers right there. The man didn't understand why he looked like that, and what he had done to everyone. Where is the skin he so proudly showed off before, and why is he naked? The man pleaded with him to get better. Does he think that nothing will happen after doing something like this? They promised each other that they would survive together, so why is he doing this, when Artina will come to rescue them anyway? That's when Jaehwan entered the room and explained that some thought at first too, that someone would surely come to their rescue, but everyone who did so died. The man recognized him as the naked thruster and began snarling at him. A fool like him will never win, so no matter what he does, nobody will support him. Jaehwan got closer and told him that if he doesn't want to be here, he can leave. Under one condition, he has to fight against him and win. The man folded immediately and asked when he could start his training. The man continued his training for months or even years. He lost count a long time ago, and the endless exercises he put through with the others weren't helping him remember at all. The man was barely alive, as the training never ended, and he lost hope of someone coming for them. Artina had abandoned them. Just like that, time continued to pass endlessly. All of the gods there, including him, gave up on escaping. They only had themselves to bet on as they continued the hellish training. Eventually, the man reached a stage where he was made only to thrust along many others. He noticed how others began to find joy in it, and Jaehwan actually praised them, but the man didn't get it. Had they lost their minds? For them to find enjoyment in something so boring and brutish? The other gods even began chanting that a god is healthy and has a healthy soul, something that the man hated. He hated it so much, in fact, that he actually went crazy right there and then. But as he continued thrusting, something clicked. He suddenly heard a really satisfying sound, and his head began clearing up about his worries. It felt like nothing mattered anymore to him. The stress of a new gacha releasing, or the jealousy he felt when the other gods got a new item, all of that was gone. He felt like he was free. That's when a voice spoke to him, asking if he was finally back home. The man recognized that voice. It was one of his followers, and he finally recognized himself as the god of the grasslands, Martis. Jaehwan knew that he had found himself again, and he told him that he could leave now. He will understand once he makes it out. As Jaehwan left through the dark portal, the man slowly followed him, with a certain worry and anticipation in his eyes. When he got back, he was teleported right back to the pods, and saw the two gods getting dragged away into the cube, meaning that he was in there too. Now, he is faced with a decision, as he can go back to yesterday like nothing happened, and since time didn't move much, he can still go back. Suddenly, a few guys call him from behind, and invite him to wake more people up to the real world, so that they can feel as refreshed as they do now. Martis feels that something has changed within him, so he strips down immediately, and says that they should go. Jaehwan is notified that the time cube's durability has almost been depleted, which he expected, as he abused it quite a lot in such a short period of time. Now the time ration of the time cube is 10 years for every 10 minutes, meaning a year per minute. He was wondering if 10 minutes was enough for everyone, but it seems like it was plenty, and people are starting to finally wake up. Artina watches all of this happening on her big screen, and naturally gets really mad. How can a damn pervert ruin her empire? What kind of god would even do such a thing? And how many years has he spent in that damn cube? One of her advisors informs her that he has been in it for 200 years, and the gods of the areas he was around in are starting to support him, which is quickly making him the #1 spot. Artina didn't want to do this, but it's time to prepare the last card up her sleeve. She will show everyone that yesterday is not that easy to forget. Everyone is glad to see that Jaehwan is actually taking the lead, and Pilgrim notices that if they combine their votes, they are winning. Runard is kind of sad, as he wanted to be of help this time too, yet he could not do a single thing. Anderson notices his sorrow and tells him that he's no god. There are limits to what he can do, but this only makes him sadder. Suddenly, everyone gets the notification that the current public opinion of the candidates is being revealed. But before Renee can warn them about what it really is, a powerful person starts speaking to everyone. The person tells Renee that she's nobody who copies sirens. She's better off shutting the live down, as she's far out of her league for a third-rate streamer. How long will she continue to leech off the naked truster? She also can't believe that Ray Ray is such a wuss. He has always acted like he was above everyone when in yesterday. What happened now? Renee asks the person to stop, but the person refuses. Why is she getting upset now? Is she looking down on everyone who gained some trust? This comment hits too close to home for Runard, and the voice envelops him shortly. How can he be a follower of the naked thruster when he's so weak? He should just leave that man alone, as he's certainly an annoyance at this point, and can't do anything to help. Runard starts vomiting out of guilt, which makes Anderson scream at the sender of these messages, Artina. She explains that she's just starting. Why would she stop now? And how weak is their resolve to beg for her to stop now? The messages they have been hearing are but a fraction of what she hears daily, yet they dare to give up. Pilgrim can't believe how annoying this is, and Runard gets attacked by the other anonymous gods too, all of them considering him a useless burden. That's when Jaehwan arrives and tells the messages to stop. Everyone is glad to see him here, and the gods Jaehwan recruited threaten Artina with a beating if she doesn't stop her bullcrap. She says that she isn't the one who started all of this. Isn't that right? Jaehwan asks what he did, and Artina says it's simple. He destroyed the cocoons and put weird thoughts into everyone. Jaehwan says that he didn't do a thing. They are the ones who chose to live in today. Artina wonders if that's true, and asks the gods behind him if their time yesterday was so insignificant. Everyone screams at her. She was just exploiting them. Martis tells her that if she'd done a good job, they would have still been in yesterday right now. Artina asks how that's exploitation, since they were extremely happy there. Martis says that they have all changed. They decided to live in today with their own strength. Artina notes that it sure sounds nice, But really, did they not live their best lives yesterday? They could have done something like this yesterday too. Nobody was forcing them to do anything there. Do they really think that they could live today after so much time has passed? If they want to live normal lives, they should have done so yesterday. Only then will they be able to live a proper tomorrow. However, they could not live yesterday without her. So are they really ready for today? With this action, they have thrown away everything they had, and in the end, their today will become yesterday too. Their little epiphany is a joke, so they should go back where they are nice and cozy and stay there. The abyss is a ruthless place, where nothing is forgiven and everything is harsh. They won't be out for long, as they will remember how nice yesterday was, and start wondering, what would it have been like if I stayed? They should cut that regret now, and go back to their cocoons, as they shouldn't be living hard lives. That's not something that can bring any of them happiness. Can't they feel it? Renee notices that everyone is doubting themselves and tells them not to fall for something like that. But Jaehwan says that they can go back if they wish. He was not expecting much out of them anyway. There is nothing he can do for them. If they prefer to be comfortable in the past, then they should go back. Everyone starts asking if he's sane, but Jaehwan already knows that telling people like them to keep living today is useless. That is how it has been since he started to thrust alone. People constantly doubted him and refused to see the vision he had. Those same people immediately fell into the temptation of the mare after being deceived by the return stone, just like how these gods are now. It's true though, most of these guys don't know how to live in today. That is why he taught them to thrust, so that they can use it to live in today. The today they have experienced up until now is just an illusion given to them to think that they are living properly. The real today is only forged by living through every hellish day and coming out stronger. In the end, not many will choose to live in today, because there is no guarantee of happiness in this harsh, cruel world. Artina notices that he's doing something, and asks what he's trying to do. Jaehwan says that the choice of where they want to be is up to them, but he can promise one thing. Those who chose to live in yesterday will perish along with it. Everyone starts calling this a bluff. He wouldn't do something crazy and become enemy number one of the abyss, right? Even Renee tells him to stop, as that's a line he cannot bear to cross. Such a sin will never be forgiven. Jaehwan tells her that she's a good god, as she's trying to save everyone. And now she's trying to stop him because that's what's right. But he's different. He remembers his friend, and how he had no choice but to move forward no matter what. That's what he's going to do now, as a good god will not be enough for him. He unleashes mighty power into the sky, and after it reaches the clouds, it spreads out into little spiky meteors that crash through the entire area and destroy all of the cocoon facilities. Everyone is shocked, including the main gods. The number of dead gods continues to rise on this floor, from 197,000 to 232,000 and so on. Somewhere else, Caravan walks around and notes that he knew this bastard was already crazy, but this takes the cake. Seeing as how the metabus is overloading little brother, messages must be flooding in left and right, so shouldn't they go and help him? He will die if they don't. Ignis asks why they should do that, and Caravan says that there's no need to act so shy, as they already took one of the official portals, meaning that news about their arrival at Caspian will be spread throughout the land. Ignis tells him to stop trying to act cool, as they cannot go in yet. Caravan knows that it's because of the treaty he made with the others, where they talked about the alliance and the way they were gathering up people, and he says that Ignis will intervene in the metabus if they do anything. One of them refused, as that would bring even more hostility to the land, and he doesn't want to see another 8th site, where everything was destroyed when the great gods fought against themselves there. Caravan suggests they sit around here, as perhaps a justification for their intervention will appear. Ignis knows that he's just going to ogle at the women around here, but that's when Caravan stops and tells Ignis to take a closer look. Ignis notices that she really is pretty, but Caravan wasn't talking about that. The waist is more important here. For real, he is right. The waist is very important too. Ignis looks down, noticing a very familiar pair of weapons on her. These are people from Crack, but what in the world are they doing here? Siola seems to be walking intently somewhere, with an entirely new face, the 3rd Corps Captain, Imai Kazuki. As they walk, Imai asks if it's alright to act like this without the permission of the Crack Sovereign, but Siola says that they must act, as they don't have any time. They can't even get in contact with their senior, who entered the metabus a while ago. Imai notes that he's certainly not strong enough to fight against the gods. That's what Siola thinks too. She doesn't get why he was ordered to come here. Imai asks when he last contacted someone, and she explains that there are some records of him contacting Chung Heo, but that's not important right now. She asks him if he really wants to go in. For all they know, he might be made into a scapegoat. Imai heard that a particular person is in the metabus, and she shouldn't act like she's going for their senior in this place. Does she perhaps want to try and recruit him again? Siola notes that if they actually recruit him, it will be quite useful, and although she's stronger, there's just something about him that intrigues her to no end. Everyone is shocked about what Jaehwan did, and Renee can't even speak properly, which annoys Anderson, as she is weaker than she expected. What Jaehwan destroyed is just the facility that connects the cocoons to yesterday, and since it was attacked with utter destructive intent, there might have been gods that were logged into yesterday, who had their existences completely erased. However, their avatars were not harmed in the slightest. While the gods were enjoying themselves and indulging, those avatars and puppets were just a shell. Some have died, but most were freed. The 7th floor goes into a full state of emergency, and Anderson tells everyone to get it together. This is how things are supposed to go. This election was nothing but a show from the beginning, but what is about to happen now is the real deal. Artina explains that their decision was a foolish one. Now none of them will get out of the 7th floor alive. Suddenly, the entire sky starts changing, as if the entire area is entering a cocoon. Anderson notes that Artina is deploying her sanctuary using the world power she has accumulated from everyone. Jaehwan tells them to get out of here. They should run out of reach of the sanctuary, and if they can't do that, they should retreat back to the 6th floor. He thinks that by destroying the main plant, which is the central system of this place, Artina won't have access to her authority anymore, as the world power is all gathered there. He starts jumping from building to building, and he deduces that if this place disappears, she will not be able to deploy her sanctuary across the entire floor. Hundreds of android wasps appear to block his advance, but they are just mere insects to him, and he successfully impales the building. But that's when the entire sanctuary deploys, and Jaehwan gets dragged somewhere else. He felt like when he first entered this floor, meaning that this place is Artina's sanctuary. So this is the yesterday everyone is so obsessed with? No matter how unique the world he put in that plant outside is, it is probably annihilating her sanctuary slowly. So very soon, the entire floor will fall. There is no need for him to rush into killing her now. Artina shows up above him and asks how he feels. To step into the yesterday he took from all of the gods he killed. Does the realization of what he did make him feel nauseous? Gods do not only live a good life if they are acknowledged by him, they are living the best lives they could imagine here, in their own way. He might think that those lives are insignificant, but this world is not one that he has to go and destroy. He cannot know how normal gods lived their lives here. He has zero ideas of the gods who were satisfied with this place, and lived here with humbleness. He said that he would kill such gods with his own hands. Jaehwan suddenly says, 5,000 gold, which is the amount of money he got through completing quests, gathering materials, and selling equipment. He paid that money to the workers on the higher levels who were trying to clear the Tower of Nightmares. Artina didn't expect him to have gone through such a thing as well. Does he miss those times then? Jaehwan says that it's the exact opposite. All of the ones who took his money chose to return to the 77th floor almost instantly, making Artina deduce that he must hate them, like he hates the gods of yesterday. Since this place is not the Tower of Nightmares, he should join the Alliance, as then she can work on a world that he desires. Jaehwan stares her down, and notes that this is very similar to what those bastards said when they took his hard-earned dough. Artina knows that his sword is outside, and since he's defenseless, she orders the royal guards to capture him, which all come out of hiding at the same time. The first one tries to swing at him, but Jaehwan dodges and grabs his arm so hard that he tries to attack from behind. But Jaehwan just throws his coat at him, and hits another person in the front before getting to the coat guy and taking him out for good. He successfully recovers his coat and walks forward. Artina tells the guards to stop being weak and do something. The enemy is right in front of them. As Jaehwan prepares an ability, he remembers when Chung Heo wanted to teach him a few martial arts, since he might not have access to his sword all of the time. That's when Jaehwan showed he had the strongest martial art he could ask for, the one he has honed for years and years, the Might Thrust. The attack annihilates the guards, and Jaehwan says that since he has such weak opponents, a sword really isn't needed. Artina laughs, as she didn't plan to win from the beginning. The chief commander, who is probably on the floor above, knows just so too. Her role is only to tire him, and even if it's only a little, she will complete her objective. Jaehwan asks if she can really do that, but Artina tells him to stop being confident. She made plans for such a day. Suddenly, a member of Crack shows up from the dust, and Artina asks if he can fight against him without his precious little sword. Now, what is an awakening? In the illusion tree, awakening is defined in various ways. The monarchs often call it the system's great error, while the gods say it's the way mortals become gods. Depending on the group, answers are much different, and awakening is described completely differently. If that is the case, what does awakening mean to those who are awakened? Freedom. Jin Yun-se fondly remembers the day when he was told that he was free. He endured hellish training for a week before achieving his awakening. The awakened are simply beings who can go against gods or humans without being restricted. Earlier, Jin was captured by someone, and even if he used his abilities, he couldn't make it out, meaning that he was probably kidnapped by one of the monarchs, or someone even stronger. That's when a version of himself spoke to him. He acted strong, but it seems that the metabus was too much for a kid like him. He ran his mouth out of anger, saying that the metabus gods were nothing special, but it seems like he's the one who's weak. This berating continued constantly, until Jin started to question himself, and Artina sank her teeth into him, making him her loyal puppet. Now she orders him to kill Jaehwan, but he's not that fazed, as he really isn't scared of crack. That's when Anderson appears, who can do so because she's basically a part of Jaehwan, but she says that doesn't matter now, as she needs some time to help him. Jaehwan notes that he can give her 3 minutes, which Anderson is happy with, and mocks Artina, saying that she will be dead in 3 minutes. She should stop her foolishness and surrender if she doesn't want to die like Justice did. She already knows that even with that much world power, maintaining the sanctuary is extremely hard. So how long will she keep this act around for? She didn't believe the rumors about her becoming this floor's king, because the Artina she once knew would not imprison and exploit other gods. Artina explains that she never stopped anyone from leaving this place, but Anderson notes that it's because they have already become way too sick to do anything for themselves once they tasted it. Artina knows that even if they did get out, they would not live the lives they want. The metabus is not a pleasant place after all. Anderson says that they should have gotten out of the metabus if that's the case, but Artina laughs in her face. She and Justice couldn't do it. What makes her think that those frail gods would be able to? She summons a bunch of screens and asks Anderson what she thinks will happen if those gods are allowed to go free. They will use this opportunity to seek revenge and crush the innocent avatars who didn't do a thing. Does she really think that these bastards can turn out well? She doesn't believe that, because trash like that deserves to be disposed of, and this is it. Jaehwan says that it's been 3 minutes, so he will go and fight already. Jin is the first to jump in with Anderson, warning Jaehwan that he's a famous ranker, so he should be careful. Jaehwan, however, doesn't care about that, and punches Jin straight into the ground. No hard feelings, right? Artina explains that she didn't try to scare him by saying that Jin is from Crack, as that's an organization that possesses the most awakened, and they are also the most wary of awakened. There is no way he can hope to win against that child. Jin suddenly deploys his sanctuary, a world without adults, which slowly but surely starts to consume Jaehwan. He feels that his soul is being dismantled and placed somewhere else. So the only way to defend against this is by deploying another sanctuary, but he can't do that since his sanctuary is deployed outside. Did this woman really come up with this plan while his sanctuary was eroding yesterday? Artina starts mocking Anderson. Does she see this? The one she put so much hope into is defeated, as adults cannot exist in that sanctuary. She has killed a monster who has defeated half of the 6 metabus gods and was protected yesterday too. Suddenly she shuts up, as a figure rises from the dust. He notes that his sanctuary is quite interesting, but since his world only has adults, it's the first time he's seen another child. Is there anyone else here, perhaps someone by the name of Siren, perhaps? Artina can't believe what she's seeing. Jaehwan was supposed to be annihilated, so why is a mini version of him here? Jin asks who he is, and Jaehwan calls himself as such, which makes Jin remember tons of stuff from the past, making his head hurt. Artina orders him to eliminate the kid in front of him, so Jin summons his blocks and creates a mighty hammer which he pummels mini Jaehwan with. He notes that he must want to play with toys, but he only has this metal bat, so he doesn't know if he can play. Jin doesn't stop and moves in again, but this time mini Jaehwan is ready for the attack, and simply stops his hammer while asking if he's an idiot. The hammer begins to come apart, as mini Jaehwan explains that a toy hammer can't do anything against a metal bat. How does he not know this? Jin is overwhelmed when he sees his arm being shattered into pieces, and mini Jaehwan apologizes for doing that. He thought that he was being gentle. Jin still doesn't give up, and summons a bunch of blocks around mini Jaehwan, who is envious that he has so many fun toys to play with. Jin suddenly directs them straight into him, but he dodges quite easily. But Jin uses his momentum against him, using his dismantle skill to go through a block and try a mighty kick, which misses. Mini Jaehwan notes that his eyes are truly magnificent. Is this perhaps how it's done? In the past, the Crack Sovereign was put under question due to a project he was so adamant on doing, a project that Seola was very against, but he thought of it as a necessary step towards evolution. He cannot give that up just yet. All awakened are made by going against the system in their own way. However, even the awakened are not able to completely rid themselves of the system. That is why Crack thought of this project. What would occur if they awakened children who were not that influenced by the system yet? Even though the project was a catastrophic failure and a crime against humanity, Jin was able to survive. Tears run down his face as he remembers all of this, and mini Jaehwan says that it must have been hard, since the adults all treated him so badly. Isn't that right? That is why his worldview is what it is today. Jin continues to cry, but Artina commands him to kill him. He will not disobey her orders. Jin's mind begins to get invaded by her once again, up until mini Jaehwan bashes him with the bat and asks why he's listening to all of those voices. Jin explains that he will get punished if he doesn't, but mini Jaehwan tells him to ignore them. Adults are like that. They threaten children if they want them to do something. However, adults aren't always right, so he can become one too now. It's okay to not follow what people are saying if he doesn't like it. Artina feels that she's losing grip and screams commands at Jin, which annoys Mini Jaehwan. This hag just doesn't stop yapping, does she? Artina asks what he even is, and Mini Jaehwan feels that the answer is rather simple. He's just a child. Outside, everyone is getting attacked by the wasps, and they all try their best to defend, even Runard, who is saved by Renee after he tries to fight. She told him previously that he should have stayed away, but Runard refused. Anderson and Jaehwan went into yesterday by themselves. He can't just wait around doing nothing. Renee knows that all too well. But there is no way they can help them, as the situation here is not going too well. The number of gods that chose to betray yesterday and be a part of today is decreasing, yet those who still choose to stand fight with all of their might. Even so, they might only take them to a point, as there is a limit to their weakened strength. However, Martis continued to fight and protect this today. He and the others knew that the concept of today is nothing that great. The 10 years he spent thrusting won't magically change his life. He also knew that the feeling he felt now was temporary, and that the realization of reality brought him. The rest of the gods thought the same, but despite that, the reason they are still fighting is because they want to create a tomorrow with the today they got back. However, this situation is not something that can be pushed through with sheer resolve, as Artina's sanctuary was deployed using the world power she accumulated over 500 years. So the only hope they would have is to keep fighting and hope that the sanctuary is released. One of the gods asks if there's anything else they can do, as the fighting lines are slowly being hammered in. Renee notes that nothing they could do could be enough, but Martis knows that she could do it. Most anonymous gods that have watched her streams for a long time would know that, as she's the god of fate. Renee guessed that people would find out about it one day, but who thought it would be now? If she deployed her sanctuary and controlled fate with it, they might be able to overcome this. But the problem would be that the sanctuary has a long cooldown, and the conditions to use it are complicated. If her decision to use it now is wrong, and she ends up being unable to use it somewhere else, then everything they have achieved up until now might have been for nothing. Even if that is true, do they have a choice in the matter at this point? Suddenly, the entire ground begins to shake, as the world power container is suddenly ripped open from inside, creating an explosion so huge that everyone has to cover their eyes to not go blind. Everyone on the 7th floor can see it, and it goes even beyond, creating an extremely large canyon. Everyone is surprised, and as the wasps fall to the ground, Jaehwan comes out, the real one, and looks upon what he has done. The Metabus suffers a calculation error because of what he did, which Anderson recognizes as a temporal error, because the entire plant was destroyed. Artina starts to scream out to everyone out of sheer desperation. Where are her fellow gods? They must band together and slay the ones who took yesterday from them, as their world is slowly crumbling and they will die if they don't. It takes one god to call her pathetic, before hundreds of more messages pop up, all mocking her. Artina decides to completely give up and curses them all. They are nothing but trash. With that, she gets slowly dragged into the cube. She suddenly wakes up in a bed, where Justice stands beside her and notes that she slept in, even though they were supposed to leave earlier. Eden, who is sipping some tea, can't believe that there is a god who could sleep more than Justice. She beat a record right here. Suddenly, Anderson comes into the room and asks why she looks so sad. Is she unwell? Artina looks at her and says that she just had a really bad dream. She knows what this place is. It's the old 7th floor of the Metabus, and these three were about to climb the tower to crush that bastardly alliance and see what was at the end of the tower. Justice would talk to them about the tower's rankers, while Eden would cover his ears because he was so annoying, and Anderson would smack them both around. That is how they dreamed of tomorrow, and chose to move forward, together. Yet still, a part of Artina doesn't want to let go. Somewhere deep inside there is a hatred for herself that could kill her, something that has surfaced right now. Anderson steps on it and asks her to come play in the water, as it feels great. This takes Artina out of her scared state, and she smiles. She wonders how everyone turned out like this, as everyone wanted to become a good god at some point in time. Why is everyone laughing at that idea now? Anderson asks who's doing that, because she's not. Perhaps it's because everyone lived for far too long. They have seen things and come to think that they were always right, because they became gods. Artina clenches her fist and asks if she was wrong. Anderson extends her hand to her and says that she doesn't know whether she's right or wrong. That's not important. Once tomorrow arrives, they can just think of something different and continue living their lives. As a gentle light envelops Artina, she knew that Anderson would say something like that. She is far too kind after all. All of the 7th floor tasks have been automatically completed, and the new king has been born. Anderson asks Jaehwan if Artina is trapped in the cube, which he says is a probability, so she asks if she can keep her. Jaehwan tells her to do as she pleases. so she starts consuming her to keep her inside. Artina is probably dreaming of yesterday within the cube. She will be stuck there until her world power is completely emptied out. While she did foresee this happening, she wants to be with her old friend in her last moments at least. Anderson then asks Jaehwan what happened to him when he was fighting that child. Jaehwan only remembers when the sanctuary was deployed on him, and as his soul was being sucked in, a voice said that he would be borrowing some of his time, and then nothing. His memories are now vague, like there's something missing. Didn't she see what happened? Anderson explains that her vision was obstructed, and she only saw the shadow of what she thinks was a small child. Suddenly, Runard calls out for them, who is running like hell to get to them. When they all get back to Renee, she notes that calling him a newbie isn't right, and Jaehwan heard she protected Runard. She notes that it was something she had to do, but she's sad she didn't broadcast all of this. That aside, people are talking about him becoming one of the 7 stars. Jaehwan asks what they are, and Anderson notes that this guy is famous for doing tons of wacky stuff, but he has not been here for that long. Jaehwan grabs her, allowing Renee to explain that the 6 Metabus gods are a well-respected group here. However, the 7 stars are on a different level. As Runard tries to resuscitate Anderson, Jaehwan asks if there are any gods stronger than the 7 stars. Renee explains that there's the 7 great gods that everyone knows, and also the 7 skies that are right below them. The chart goes like this, and the 7 skies and stars are all powerful gods, somehow related to the 7 great gods or great leaders. Jaehwan wonders if it's like the 10 Chaos clan leader, which confuses Renee, so he asks if she knows anything about the chief commander. Renee asks if he's curious about him, because they are going to fight soon, which Jaehwan confirms. It would be nice to know something before the fight. From this fight, he realized that underestimating the worldviews of other gods isn't a good idea. He got lucky with Artina, but if another surprise foe like Jin appears, things will certainly get messy. Renee notes that she brought up the topic of the 7 stars because of the chief commander, as he is one of the 7 stars. He is the god of wealth, Iodukshini, or Shini for short. There is not much information about him. They only know that he's great friends with Kronos, and nobody else. He also had the 3 sacred treasures, which Runard seems to know about. Renee is glad to see him informed, but Shini doesn't have them, as he wouldn't stay at the 7 stars tier if he did. He would climb much higher. Jaehwan wonders if they are the sacred treasures of the ancient great gods, something that Catastrophe was. Is the Void Sword also one of these treasures? Renee explains that even if they are fake, these treasures shouldn't be underestimated, as they don't know whether they are items or story settings, and no other gods have seen them. Additionally, he shouldn't worry only about the chief commander, as now he's the #1 enemy of the Alliance. Due to his actions, the Alliance won't be the only group after him either, as this Metabus is prospering because of him. If they find out he destroyed the 7th floor, tons of gods will come here, and with that profit, the 7th floor will be restored easily. Now that little brother is off the network, there are a lot of gods frustrated by it, and they will climb the Metabus to see him. While a part of the 6 Metabus gods are dead, there will be candidates to replace them, meaning that the chief commander has planned for him to get to the next floor. Now that he has become the king, does he have plans for this place? Jaehwan notes that he would like to go to the next floor right now and shut this place down for good. Renee asks if there's a reason to climb. He could end up in a trap set by the commander. Shouldn't he wait and grow an army here? Jaehwan notes that she's acting as if she wants this place. Well, does she? Renee explains that this floor is the only one where a god can become anonymous, which Jaehwan doesn't like. Has she forgotten what happened here already? Renee feels that they were misguided. The person who abused this anonymity was the problem, but the anonymity was fine. It is heavily needed in the Abyss, because it's one of the few ways a weak god can get authority. Jaehwan asks why there's a need to hide behind an alias, and Renee says it's simple. Not everyone can live like him. They will die if they don't do it. She knows because she saw it happen in the past. This place can also become an entirely different place depending on who is in control. Jaehwan sees this as a provocation and asks if she would like to fight for it, which Renee refuses. She wasn't planning on doing that anyway. There are thousands of Alliance army members waiting for him on the upper floor, and so he needs to grow an army to go against them. She wants him to rule over this place and build that army however he wants. Jaehwan refuses Renee's offer, as he does not need an army to face those bastards, and will climb now. She hates how stubborn he is, as what he's trying to do isn't a walk in the park. But that's when the system announces the conclusion of the 7th floor event and rewards Jaehwan with an 8th floor ticket and 300,000 trust. When they see this, Runard's and Anderson's faces light up with joy, and they both start celebrating like it's their money. Jaehwan is unconcerned as he understands that staying here will result in significant profits for the Alliance. But that begs the question, isn't the driver the owner of this tower? Why is the Alliance the one profiting? Renee explains that the driver also profits because there are naturally costs for running this tower. However, the driver is almost always busy, so the Alliance plans these events in his stead, and naturally the driver has to approve the first. But after that, he and the Alliance split the profits. Jaehwan understands that even if the Alliance is the ground force, the driver is the one who has to approve things. He also asks Renee to open up her stream, and upon doing so, a bunch of gods instantly join. They must really have nothing better to do. With the stream opened, Jaehwan introduces himself and notes that they may know this, but he killed 3 of the 6 Metabus gods on the 7th floor, and he also destroyed yesterday. In 3 days, an event will happen on the 8th floor of the Metabus, and whoever wants to come can do so. He is not forcing them, but those who really want to be here should. Anderson tells him to stop it, while Renard wonders what event he's talking about. Jaehwan also promises a small token to those who come, making the gods intrigued, but also inquisitive, as they are asking for the details of said event. Jaehwan culls their curiosity by explaining the event. He wants all of them to witness a certain match, and it will be an opportunity that will not come again, so they should think about it carefully. The guide is surprised by what he just said, and the driver is interested in his declaration. Jaehwan goes further and says that in just 3 days, he will fight the chief commander for his position in the 7 stars, and he wants them to witness the match. After he said that, Jaehwan gets bombarded with messages, most of the gods wishing to participate in the event, and some even searching for a way inside the Metabus for it. Anderson tells Renee to close the stream now, who does just that, but then starts screaming at Jaehwan. Can he truly handle the consequences of what he just did? Jaehwan confirms as such. She was the one who said that fighting the entire Alliance would be difficult. Even if he somehow gathered all of the gods to watch, it would still be extremely hard. That is why it's much better to have a 1 versus 1. Renee is surprised by how far he has thought this out, but she wonders if they will accept his event. Jaehwan gave them 3 days. They have no choice but to accept it, lest their reputation be hurt. At first, the Alliance will not accept his proposal. He knows that much. But after some time, certain events will happen because of this proposal, and they will start to think of the profits. Thus, they will contact the driver. After a day or 2 passes, all the gods will be excited, and the Alliance will realize that this proposal is beneficial to them too. Renee understands, but if she's giving away all of his trust, would it not be better to also ask the gods to join their side? Anderson cries out for her precious trust, even though it was never hers, but Jaehwan ignores her and says that there aren't many gods that would follow him, regardless of how much trust they have. Renee now gets it. That's why he wanted them to become witnesses, as the chief commander would not fight alone normally. Even if he's the strongest, that does not mean he's not a total coward. Jaehwan doesn't care either way. If he doesn't accept, he will have to live with the ridicule of others for the rest of eternity. The match has already been publicly announced, and numerous gods have seen it, so rejecting it will be hard. Renee feels that things can turn out differently, as the Alliance is known for blocking information. They can take care of them as soon as they climb, and then lie by telling everyone that they did not show up. Jaehwan gives her a look, and says that this is why she is here, as he trusts her a little. Renee really doesn't understand him. Sometimes she wonders if he's either crazy, or extremely so. Jaehwan does not care either way, as long as she does what she must. Renee starts to stretch, and notes that whether he wins or loses, she will record everything from that fight and show it to everyone. Even though it might not have any meaning, it will feel fun. They should also go all out for this, with the help of this drone, which is a pretty expensive item. The drone immediately recoils as she activates her unique storyline, making her start to lash out at it, while Anderson asks Jaehwan if he really trusts her. He does, but only a little, as he said. While the rescued gods from yesterday chat about, Jaehwan climbs somewhere high and announces once again that he is going on the 8th floor. Those who want to leave should go now, as there is no need to feel bad. Ray Ray screams out that he will climb with him. They went through so much to get to this place, and will not back down now. The man that was with them agrees. He really wants to see this chief commander in person. Pilgrim denies joining their side, as the god they serve has commanded to not get involved, although he will be a witness. The naked gods naturally are with him. If the Alliance tries to attack him, they will be there. Jaehwan tells them that they could very well die, but that does not seem to matter to them. Renard comes around with Jin, and asks if they are also bringing him. Jaehwan knows that if they leave him, the gods who hate crack will not leave him alone, and he still owes him, so he will help him until he wakes up. The door to the 8th floor opens below Jaehwan, who cannot know what lies below. The entire Alliance army could be there, or they might get bombarded as soon as they step inside, but that does not matter. If he can defeat the chief commander, then he will find out if Yunhuan is really in this tower or not. If he also gets to the last floor, he might be able to find out more about the end of the illusion tree that Mullark left behind. Anderson grabs his attention for a second and thanks him, which Jaehwan has no reaction to. He knows that she has been waiting for this very moment for 500 years, to avenge her comrades, to fight against the Alliance once again. She has endured and waited a really long time. He tells everyone to get ready to fight now. If they have to, they will eradicate the 8th floor too. With that, they enter, but the floor is very quiet. Renee is glad that things worked out. Since they must already know about Artina, the Alliance must have accepted his proposal. Anderson tells them that it's not just that simple. They should look at the announcements. On the announcement boards, advertisements about Jaehwan's event are plastered everywhere, encouraging people to come and spend their trust there. Ray Ray is surprised by how greedy they are, and Jaehwan looks deeper into this place. Even if it seems peaceful, he can feel that it's strange. The world pressure is much higher here. He also wonders how strong the chief commander is, since a normal passenger can be so strong. If he accounts for the metabus gods that are around the level of major generals, then the chief commander must be stronger than that. He could be someone who is extremely strong, like the 2nd Lieutenant General, or Samyang Yuha. They're in a situation where anything could just out at them, but what they all see is extremely weird, but it gets Ray Ray pretty excited. Everyone around here is basically naked, and Ray Ray gets so excited that he radiates an extreme amount of light, so much so that he temporarily blinds the nearby gods. Runnard asks Anderson to turn him off, but she cannot do anything, and thinks that her time has finally come. Jaehwan isn't that affected by Ray Ray's light, but also finds the nakedness of these people pretty strange. He did not expect this in a Murim world. Runnard notes that something must be wrong, and he would be right, as this seems to be just a skin they're wearing. But why wear something like this? Anderson notes that trends come and go, and it's time for her worldview to become one now. Runnard finds that hard to believe, but he gets a notification about a new skin that has dropped, the naked thruster Jaehwan, which can only be obtained by gacha. In front of them, one of the gods actually gets it, to the envy of the others. Runnard finds this to be a good thing. If everyone is naked, Jaehwan will stand out less. But that's when another nearby god gets a skin of Runnard, which makes Anderson angry, as she isn't seeing her skin anywhere. One of the gacha players does get it, but they say it's completely trash, and should be thrown away, making Anderson wonder if violence is truly the answer. Martis approaches Jaehwan, and notes that he would like to guide him from here on out, if that's fine with him. He has been on this floor a number of times, and if he wants to take a look at the storyline shop, he can direct him. Jaehwan explains that he has someone to find, which Martis ponders about, but Anderson suggests that they go to the black shop if it still exists, as that is the easiest way. Martis doesn't feel that the shop would be useful for them, but under Anderson's command, he reluctantly shows them to the shop. After a bit of planning, Jaehwan tells everyone to go wherever they want, and meet up again here afterwards. Renee leaves because she has some friends to meet that are on this floor, and Ray Ray along with the others go to gather the gods of the fight. Anderson notes that they should also head for the black shop, which makes Jaehwan ask what that place is. She explains that it's a black market of information that has been around for a lot of time, and if he wants to find someone, that's the place to do it. Martis guides them to it, with Anderson noting that it looks the same as before. Jaehwan asks if she has been here before, which she confirms, and hopes that the owner is the same god she knows. Martis tries to go inside, but he is suddenly blown away by a barrier that was cast on the door. Jaehwan doesn't like this type of welcome, and tells him to wait outside just in case, as he will be going in first. He uses question on the door, which magically unlocks it after a while, revealing the inside of the inn, which is filled with strange characters that all look at Jaehwan. A waiter comes around and says that it's not opening hours yet, so how did he get in? Jaehwan says that he's only looking for someone, and when the waiter asks who introduced him, he says that it was Anderson. The waiter is confused by that name, with Jaehwan explaining that it's the crow on his shoulder. The waiter is surprised that he would follow the recommendation of a crow. He must be a lunatic. This is the waiter and gatekeeper of this place, Beck O. With a single motion, he orders the others to charge Jaehwan, who grabs one of the chopsticks that was thrown at him, and then another after eliminating the first enemy. With the power of the chopsticks, he rushes through the attackers like butter, who are very confused by his weapon. To finish them off, he gathers a bunch of chopsticks and throws them around, making sure that none of them can stay on their feet. Runnard wonders if he's going to kill them, but Jaehwan says that he only caused minor damage. He can't kill the people who will find Yunhuan for him after all. After he finishes his sentence, O rushes him with the crimson demonic palm strike, which blows up in spectacular fashion after it lands. O is quite surprised that someone stopped his attack, and asks who he is. He has never seen someone like him on this floor before. Jaehwan can see that he's strong. He's not someone he can deal with just by using chopsticks, so he will use a little of his power. He should try not to die, as it will inconvenience him otherwise. Before Jaehwan can unleash his attack, someone rushes in with green energy, and asks him to stop for a moment. His disciple has acted with disrespect, and he apologizes on his behalf, so he should let this matter go. Jaehwan looks at him and thanks him for intervening. Anderson tells the old man that it's been a long 500 years since they have last seen each other. He hasn't forgotten her voice, right? This is the all-knowing sage, Heo Peng, who says that it's actually been 514 years. She's late. He also calls Oh a fool. How can he as a gatekeeper not recognize this man? Oh really doesn't know who he is, making Peng ask if he really doesn't watch Little Brother at all. Oh actually doesn't, as he was the one who said that the stuff is pure brain rot. But for real, who is this guy? Peng explains that he is the most famous guest within the Metabus, the God Slaughterer, Jaehwan himself. Anderson tells Peng that she's here for the clothes she entrusted him with, which surprised him, but she's adamant, as it's time for him to pay his debt. These days, everyone in the Abyss searches for information using Little Brother, but there was a time where Little Brother did not exist, and the only way to be sure that information was legit was through gathering it in person. In those days, only professionals could be entrusted with that kind of work, and the gods of that era would buy information from the black market, more specifically from the black shop. Anderson tells Jaehwan that this old man was the best at that back then. Whatever one wanted, be it information or storylines, this guy would make sure that the request would be fulfilled in a week at most. Peng doesn't feel that these compliments are required. It was all in the past after all. Anderson is also surprised that he managed to live under the Alliance for so long, and Peng notes that he only did it through favors. Even today, he's struggling to keep alive. Anderson asks how many customers he has these days, although she can see herself that there aren't many. Since the Alliance hired that advertising model for Little Brother, he lost most of his customers. Everything is virtual now. Important details are released by the Alliance, and currency is used in the store digitally. Nobody does things in person anymore. Anderson suggests that he sell his information to Little Brother, but Peng has already tried, to no avail. There are a lot of established businesses there, so it's hard for him to advertise his wares with the amount of trust they have. Anderson feels that he should have followed her advice from 500 years back. He should have established a position for himself, instead of obsessing about how much of an expert he is. Peng can't deny that, but this isn't about just getting exposed to the public, making Anderson ask if someone slandered his name or something. Peng knows there are businesses who would do that, but the problem is something more fundamental. As the gods seemingly have no more things they would like to know. They only care about enjoying food, but not about where the food comes from. While they are on the topic, they should sit by, as he will prepare something for them. The kitchen he enters is pretty clean, and while he's cutting up some vegetables, Peng says that Little Brother hands over information to the gods that interest them before they are even curious about it. This is basically just TikTok for gods. Everyone is so busy taking in all of this information that they do not have the same curiosity as in the olden days. He cannot even blame them because even his gatekeepers are the same. Anderson says that gods who have given up thinking are not gods. Peng isn't surprised she still has this opinion 500 years later, but it's not like the gods aren't curious about anything, but rather that they just gave up completely. For example, does she still have things she's curious about? Anderson looks at Jaehwan and notes that she was just getting sick of curiosity. That's when she met him. Peng finds him interesting. Is he the clothes she was hoping to find for the past 514 years? Anderson doesn't know yet if he is her clothes or the reverse. Only time will tell. After some cooking, Peng hands them some dumplings, which Anderson immediately gulps down with pleasure. Jaehwan has eaten cooked food even in chaos, but it's been some time since something reminded him of his hometown. Peng asks why he isn't eating, and Anderson explains that he's just cautious like that, but his dumplings really are as good as before. She also encourages Jaehwan to eat them, as this man is completely safe, and with no connections with the Alliance. The dumplings really do look delicious, but Runard is keeping himself away from them, or trying to at least. Jaehwan tells him to eat if he's hungry, which immediately eliminates all of his inhibitions, and he starts gulping down. Peng comes to him and hands him a dumpling personally, as he should really eat some. Jaehwan relents and finally tries it, only to find it bursting with flavor, much more than he has ever tasted before. While Jaehwan traveled through the many strange lands, even the Abyss, he had forgotten what food tastes like, but this dumpling has awakened in him emotions he had long forgotten. He asks Peng what ingredients he used, who notices that he finally got a taste of good food, but the secret ingredient is memories. Not special or something, just common memories, no matter what they are, happy memories, or sad ones, even the painful ones. Jaehwan asks if that's figurative, but Peng can't tell him that. It's the trade secret after all. Anderson explains that the Murim dumplings he makes are the best in the entire world, and he should really teach his apprentices how to make them, or these dumplings will cease to exist after he passes. Peng would like to, but he has nobody to pass it down to, as nobody is interested in making dumplings. Oh is the only one who is training hard, but he is far too competitive. He's more suited to eating than making food. Oh proves his point by challenging Jaehwan to a dumpling eating contest, but he refuses. After gulping down the last of his dumplings, he notes that there's a rumor going around that he sliced 3 of the 6 gods in half. But is it true? There's also a rumor that he defeated the kid behind him, not Runnard, but the one that's passed out. He actually intends to be the one who kills the chief commander, and wasn't expecting someone else to challenge him to that. Peng asks where he's going, and he announces that he's going to fix the trap formations Jaehwan damaged. Peng tells the others to understand that Oh does not have any peers that are as strong as him. He was even strong enough to fight Galatean, so losing to him came as a shock. He would also like to know why they've come here, since Anderson has given him her rights. This basically means that he can ask him anything, since he has a debt to her. Peng encourages him to ask anything, whether it's a world secret, legendary item locations, or even rare storylines. If there's information on it, he will definitely get it to him. Jaehwan explains that he's looking for a friend who he thinks is in this tower, which Peng already heard, but he didn't expect for it to be true. Was he a close friend? Jaehwan tells him that he was someone he climbed the Tower of Nightmares with, which Peng feels is poetic justice. The greed of the gods has brought down a destructive force on them. To find his friend, he will need to feel his pulse and also the name of his friend, which Jaehwan says is Yunhuan. With everything out of the way, Peng tells Jaehwan to think about his friend, which he does, remembering everything up until the last time they met. But a special memory rises. Yunhuan once asked him what he would like to wish for when they reach the end, perhaps to revive everyone, or make it so that this never happens. This was when they still thought that the last floor of the tower was the top of this nightmare, but he had no answer for him back then, perhaps because he didn't think about it. However, he wanted Yunhuan to survive all of this. He wanted his friend, who was always considerate and good at talking, to make a wish for humanity on everyone's behalf. But that's all pointless now. Peng's eyes light up, and he says that such pure memories are very rare, and he should be grateful for them. Anderson tells Jaehwan about Peng's storyline, which is called All-Seeing Eyes, and it allows him to see anything. Peng notes that his friend is not in this place, not even the 9th floor. His eyes can see the entirety of the metabus, and since only the chief commander is on the 9th floor, his friend is not anywhere near. However, he is still alive, so he will try to find his location as fast as he can. He can feel what he feels now. Coldness and pain, along with imprisonment. Someone is beside him, but that person does not seem to want to harm him. Before he can explain further, that very person tells him to leave while he still can, which forces Peng out of his ability, and Jaehwan tries to grasp that person, but he is far above anything he has faced before. Anderson asks what happened. Did the chief commander interfere or something? Peng cannot tell them anymore, but they should know that this person is above the chief commander, so it would be best for him to give up on his friend, or he will die. Jaehwan crouches down and asks who has his friend, and this time, he is not asking nicely. Peng asks if his friend is also awakened, which Jaehwan does not know, so Peng asks if he comes from a special tower or something. Jaehwan explains that they both escaped a master tower, which Peng knows about. Products of a master tower are highly valuable, especially for people who came from a first-generation master tower. Jaehwan does not care about that. He just wants to know the information he got. Peng is reluctant to tell him anything more, but Jaehwan suddenly asks if that person is stronger than the Soul King. Catastrophe. Shivers run Peng's spine as he hears this, and asks why he's speaking of the ancient god of chaos. Someone like that cannot be trifled with even by the 7 great gods. Why is he asking him this? Jaehwan wants to know if that person isn't strong. He does not care who he is, but Peng refuses. He cannot tell him any more than this, lest he sacrifice his life in vain. Anderson notes that if this guy is saying something like this, then this person must be really amazing. Peng feels bad, so he tells them that where that person resides is not far from here. He was only able to see the rough surroundings, though. Since he has not found his friend, he will consider this debt still unpaid, and while it won't help that much, he will tell them about something else. As he gets up, he announces that the Alliance has just made a move, making Anderson question if it's the chief commander leading them here. Peng denies that. The chief commander doesn't like to fight in groups after all, and he also doesn't descend from the 9th floor. She must know this since she went through it herself. Anderson does, and Peng explains that it was the advisor who moved, the task of the 8th floor being updated. It wasn't revealed to anyone yet, but he can show it to them. The task is to make it within the top 8 in the branch climb event, which will take place in 3 days, with the reward being access to the 9th floor and 400,000 trust. The branch climb is a competition where participants are supposed to run the designated course and reach the goal first, basically a race. The competition will start at noon, and there are special buffs that exist that can increase special abilities in it, which will provide an advantage. The passengers who obtain said buffs will have increased mobility and stamina recovery. When one kills another that has a buff, the buff will be transported to them. Naturally, Jaehwan is the first one to have a buff, which annoys Anderson, and she starts cursing at the driver. Renard asks if it's not good to have a buff, but Jaehwan tells him that once the task is revealed, people will chase him around to get the buff, so he will waste stamina, which will be disadvantageous for him. This is a pretty good idea from them. They want to put him in a corner without getting criticized for it. Peng feels that this was all schemed by the driver, but even if he's strong, now the chief commander isn't his only problem. Everyone will start going after him once the competition starts, and since only 8 people will go to floor 9, they will go to great lengths to achieve that. Anderson tells him to not feel bad. This guy is someone who took down 3 Metabus gods, and is also the top candidate for the 7 stars. Peng gets that, but will he be as confident once he meets an opponent who is also one of these 7 stars? He could not find out who they are, but 2 of the 7 stars have already entered the tower, with the 7 Skies faction also being on the move. To top it off, the underlings of the 12 monarchs are climbing the tower as they speak, so Jaehwan has enemies, perhaps too many. Jaehwan notes that he destroyed the narrow gate, so there should not be any more. How did the monarchs even get here? Peng explains that there are people who possess the cramped gate, which does not function as well as the narrow gate, but it's possible for the monarchs to travel with it, even though the 12 monarchs cannot. The 7 great gods, some of the 7 skies and Crack have one each. He does not know which ones are working for the monarch, but none of them are opponents he can win against with ease. Jaehwan knows that if they all come at once, he might have a little trouble, but the top of the tower is in front of him. Now that Yunhuan is unsavable, at least he will go meet with the driver. He is shocked by how little this black shop knows, but Peng never said that it contained everything, only the things they know. Jaehwan asks if he knows what the first nightmare is, which shocks Peng, as he must be trying to climb to the end of that tree, but he does not know anything, sorry to say. However, he knows someone who might, that someone being Neil Crash, the master who made the Metabus. He made this very tower so that he could reach the end of the illusion tree, but his results are unknown to probably everyone. Jaehwan figures that the driver would know something, so all the more reason to climb, which makes Peng ask why he's so stubborn. He is not telling him to not do that, but now is not the time. The first nightmare is the place that Jaehwan first saw in the tower that was made by Mullerk. All towers of nightmares are just imitations of the first nightmare, which is at the top of the illusion tree. If his guess is correct, the first nightmare is the place he must go to in order to reveal the truth of this world. Peng tries to advise him. He is extremely talented after all, and if he got stronger and stronger, he could become one of the 7 great gods. Why climb now? Jaehwan in return asks him another question. Why does he make dumplings? Peng notes that he just likes making them, but then Jaehwan asks why he started doing so, which Peng has forgotten. All of the gods that live in the abyss would realize that they cannot reach the end of the illusion tree. The only difference is that some gods realize sooner than most. It's something every god must go through, as they have to admit that no matter how much effort they put in, they will never be able to reach the end. That is why this sage started making dumplings. He made them again and again, without even knowing why. Just like how Peng makes these dumplings so that he could survive this place, the situation is the same for Jaehwan. He will not live on if he does not climb the tower constantly. Jaehwan thanked him for his dumplings. They were really delicious, among the best he ever had. Peng asks if he will have more, but Jaehwan says that perhaps he will later. Once this old sage heard Jaehwan's questions, he knew that he could not hold him back anymore, as Jaehwan's question is also the answer. The moment the task of this floor is revealed, tons of groups begin rushing to the black market. Among them is the team of the god of assassination, Rakers, who only have vengeance on their minds, and also the high rankers Advance and Retreat brothers. Numerous groups wish to grab what Jaehwan has, some more than most, but even if they are powerful, they are met with the power of the naked doctrine and easily fall down. Martis tells them to leave, as their captain has an important mission that he must fulfill. One of the hunters recognizes Martis and can't believe that he actually joined Jaehwan while also becoming a pervert. Martis tries to tell him that they are just the gods of today, but O pushes him away, as he wants some action too. The man is surprised to see to think that Jaehwan asked for the help of the old age. O already has his people lined up and ready for attack, but he will leave them with one last warning. They will go back now, as they are not open yet. The naked warriors charge the groups, who on first thought think that they are able to do something, but once they see how much they are overpowered, they quickly lose hope. Martis is very glad to see that they are stronger, probably because of Jaehwan's training, so he encourages his warriors to keep charging, while the groups start bickering among each other. Unfortunately, the groups figure out they are being funneled into a corner, so they all distance themselves and prepare to go in, but that's when a bunch of portals open up around them, which shocks everyone present. Martis does not stop there either, and activates his powers too. Since he is the god of the grasslands, He summons a mighty wind blade while deploying his sanctuary, and the gods of today do the same. With this sanctuary merge, which is a technique that combines sanctuaries temporarily, they are able to easily defend. This technique is something that can kill the involved gods if the merger goes wrong, but the gods of today are no longer ordinary, as they have bonded as brothers over the last 10 years. This was something they actually trained for every day. Originally, it was supposed to kill Jaehwan, but now it was used for him. The hunter groups are all amazed by such a sanctuary, and Martis tells them to stand down, while they still can. They cannot defeat Jaehwan even with this, so they should back away. The groups wonder how these trashes became so powerful, but that's when someone steps forward, not bothered by what he just saw. Martis keeps trying to convince them to back away, but that's when that person activates their ability and creates so much pressure that it makes everyone feel it. Martis knows of this guy, but why is he here of all places? The man is surprised that he knows him, but Martis would be stupid to not know him, as he was the one called God Killer before Jaehwan appeared, the 5th star of the 7 stars, the god of the deep seas, Russell. He sees O and asks if the sage is doing well, which prompts O to ask if he's here for a request, but he's not. He wants the god they are hiding. O tells him that he's busy, but Russell does not care. He wants him now. All of the Murim people gather up around him, which makes O confident that they can win, but with one strike, Russell overwhelms them all and takes O's hands. That was actually just a vision, which Russell knows he saw, so he should stand out of the way if he doesn't want to suffer that fate. In just a second, he puts everyone into a bubble, as they would certainly stand in his way. Just before O is struck, Russell hears someone start laughing, making him ask if he's crazy. Martis was laughing because of the fear that struck his heart in that moment. He understood that he was about to die. However, that fear helped him realize that he was really alive. It was a sensation that he could never feel yesterday. At the same time, he also cried, because he could never feel such a sensation ever again. He does not regret fighting for Jaehwan like this. He only regrets not doing more for him. Russell appears to strike him down, but the blood was not his, but rather Jaehwan who suffered that attack for him. He should go back to the inn now, as he has fought well, and the innkeeper makes some killer dumplings. O tells Jaehwan from the bubble that this is one of the 7 stars, and before he appeared, this guy was the god slaughterer. Jaehwan removes his shark off of his arm, and Russell is surprised that he's actually meeting the one who replaced him so soon. While removing the bubble from everyone, he notes that he was looking forward to this meeting, but before he can say anything more, Jaehwan asks what his rank is in the 7 stars. Russell seems mad that he interrupted him, but explains that ranks mean nothing in that group, as the ranks were given out by nobodies on Little Brother. Jaehwan understands that he doesn't want to say because he's a low rank. That's fine. Russell is filled with rage and tries to warn him about these interruptions, but Jaehwan suddenly runs away, making Russell scream at everyone to follow after him, and they start doing just that. While being chased around, Jaehwan flips around using a wooden beam, allowing him to kick the ones coming after him into the building. This makes them lose him, and they try to look for him, but there's too many people around. Jaehwan is actually still on the rooftops, but he moves too fast for anyone to notice who he is. While running, he sees a large green structure in the middle of the city, which is probably the branch climb used for this task. He also knows that at the end of that the chief commander will be waiting, so he should get prepared. Suddenly, the chasers get back on his tail and slash all at once. One of them thinks that this is over, but Jaehwan wasn't even scratched by their blades and unleashes a strike that kills them all in a brutal fashion. Even if they saw what just happened to the others, the group still doesn't give up, as he cannot possibly kill all of them at once. Jaehwan is glad to see that he is far enough away to be safe. Now that he's far away from that inn, he can fight how he's supposed to. The others are surprised when they see him not running away, as that's not how it was supposed to go. He should have been fearful of their numbers. Jaehwan warns them one last time. If they don't want to die, they should leave now. But that's when a water tornado crashes down on him, and Russell arrives. It appears he really cares for his subordinates. He clings to these insignificant emotions like cancer. He can't believe someone as weak as him killed over 20,000 gods. Jaehwan says that he just never counted, but Russell thinks that he will soon, after all of his subordinates die. Jaehwan thrusts through all of his attacks, but he has to dodge the main one, which is a pretty big blast of energy. Russell is annoyed by the fact that he defeated 3 Metabus gods with that level of skill. How utterly pathetic of them. The blasts continue, but Jaehwan finds an opportunity to strike. Although Russell feels that his thrusts are far too simple to do anything, he is still far too weak to get his nickname. Jaehwan dodges the next set of attacks by ducking completely to the ground, which allows him to thrust with his leg, forcing Russell to defend. While landing on his feet, Jaehwan thinks that this guy is pretty strong. Even if all the Metabus gods attacked together, they would not be able to do much. Russell feels that he has seen enough of his oh-so-mighty skills. It's about time for them to get serious. Doesn't he think so too? Jaehwan suddenly gets overshadowed by a large body of water, and the others from below notice it too, inciting fear into their hearts. Russell wants to see the technique that defeated the 3 Metabus gods, the one that tore the sky apart. If he doesn't, he can promise that he will die. Jaehwan unleashes his sword while saying that if he had the God Slaughter nickname before, he was probably farming the weak gods for it. Russell unleashes the waves on the land, which take down even the ground forces, who run for their lives. Mighty sharks come out of those waves, which Jaehwan can take down with question comprehend. But the waves are fast, and are moving in ever closer. He notices too that if these things touch his flesh, it will be ripped apart. The sharks are merely a distraction here. It's the might of the wave that he should be afraid of. Russell refuses to give him any breathing room, and forces the waves onto Jaehwan, while asking if he's just going to use petty tricks all the time. Unfortunately for him, Jaehwan is able to survive using self-surrender, and with the help of the debris around them, he rushes behind Russell, and then back in front of him again, to the point where Russell cannot follow him at all, and only sees the faint light of his blade. Jaehwan finally decides to attack from behind, which makes Russell smile, as he finally has him. But that was only a feint, as the real attack comes from the front. Still, Russell is still able to dodge. His thrusts will not be able to work on someone like him. No matter how quick his attack is, it does not matter if it makes no connection. With a disadvantageous position, Jaehwan cannot dodge the next attack, so he tries to block it, while thinking about how immaculate Russell's control is over his ability. However, he can also notice that he isn't the owner of these waves. He can see that there are only a few particles that he can put his power into. Russell notes that he had expectations, since he heard that he's one of the 7-star candidates, but his expectations were far too high it seems. With 2 hand movements, he summons a bunch of gigantic sharks, while beckoning Jaehwan to tear the skies apart now, if he even can anymore. Jaehwan is amused by his requests, and decides to fulfill them since he's asking so much. For the almost infinite number of wave particles, Russell simply figured out how each of them moved. Jaehwan understood the kind of training that Russell had undergone for this kind of ability. Just as he thrusted every day, Russell interacted with these particles and practiced controlling them over and over again. Jaehwan feels compelled to win, because between all of the fights he has had up until now, this is the only one that is between 2 men who have trained, until that's all they could think about. Jaehwan becomes confident. He cannot lose such a fight, because even if Russell watched him through Little Brother, that amounted to less than a week. Jaehwan had trained in the time cube after that, so 200 years have passed since then. In order for Jaehwan to surpass the speed that was limited by his physical body, he questions his thrusts over and over again, and the technique he's showing now is the result of that. As the range of the impact is limited, the more power the constellation mutilation receives. It's a technique that moves later, but is faster. If Chung Heo were here, he would say that Jaehwan completely understood the principles of following others to make the first move before they do. This is the fastest move Jaehwan has, which rips Russell's right arm completely off, leaving him defenseless. This is the path of the wave, Jaehwan series 2nd form. The people below are amazed by what they are seeing. Something historical, one of the 7 stars being changed out. The different gods all cheer for him, with them also donating 500,000 trust for this win. Even if most congratulate him, a small number are jealous of him. Jaehwan asks Russell if he has any last words, but he only smiles. From now on, he is the new God Slaughterer. A dim light falls onto Jaehwan and the others, and Jaehwan prepares to completely end Russell, but he cannot do it. Instead, he throws him down and tells the ones below to bring him to treatment. One woman speaks out. She is called Ness, the god of the lake. Russell has helped her before, so she should be the one who does it. Jaehwan tells her to do as she pleases. The only reason Jaehwan only cut off Russell's link with his avatar and let him live was because he felt guilty about getting the title of God Slaughterer, and also because Russell looked pitiful at that moment. Jaehwan tells everyone that he will kill the ones who want to fight him. They should be running away now, as they just saw that he can do damage to the link of the gods, and damage their original bodies. Does anyone want to go next with that information in mind? One of them tells everyone to not be scared, even if he's strong. There's only one of him, and since he wasted a lot of energy on Russell, they can defeat him. Jaehwan agrees. He did use a bit of strength in that fight, but he still has enough power to destroy the 8th floor. He also knows that there are Alliance people hidden among them. He knows that the Chief Commander is watching. He said that he would like a one-on-one fight in 3 days. He never said anything about climbing the branch, so since they have deceived him, he will force them to choose. Either the Chief Commander comes here right now, or he eradicates this entire floor. With that threat, everyone backs away, thinking that he's far too crazy. Jaehwan doesn't actually have enough world power to do what he just said. It was just a threat, which surprisingly worked. Anderson suddenly arrives and asks if he needs world power. as she has some stored up for him. Jaehwan is surprised that she's not ripping into him like usual, but Anderson has become used to him creating trouble, although he should be careful, as there are still some strong people left. Jaehwan knows, as he can hear the sound of a watch approaching. There should be at least 3 of them, and they are pretty strong from what he can sense. The first one approaches, an elite of the 5th Sight, the one-eyed watchmaker. Anderson recognizes them. They are not under the Alliance. They are just elites of the 5th Sight, and since the chief commander belongs to that site, they have come here to help him. Their strength can also be determined by the number on their eye patch. And since this guy has the number 9 on it, he is the elite of the elite. Jaehwan asks if he's here to bring him to the chief commander, but the watchmaker doesn't answer. Instead, he looks deep into Jaehwan, finding out anything he can. Jaehwan knows that he can't use threats on this guy. Perhaps he even saw how much world power he has left now. If they are 100% certain that he is weakened, those that are in hiding will attack. Perhaps that is their intention. He tells Anderson to hide somewhere and wonders what he should do. Whatever he decides, he knows that he's in a disadvantageous situation, so Jaehwan decides to attack first and ask questions later. But that's when a womanly voice tells them both to stop. Seolha announces that she has business with Jaehwan. More specifically, a question, where is Jin? She wants him back, as he's someone she cherishes. But Jaehwan notes that handing him now would be a problem, but he's in a safe place. Seolha asks if he's trying to hold him hostage or something, but the watchmaker asks if he should interpret this as them interfering with matters of the 5th Sight. He tries to warn them, but Imai notes that his words are interesting. If he's going to make a threat like that, he better have Kronos himself here, or the chief commander at least, since they really aren't that much of a threat, as exemplified here. The watchmaker sees this as a provocation to fight, one he will gladly accept. He summons all of his subordinates to charge Imai, who always enjoyed a little fun, so he grabs the first one and charges the next, using his blade to throw it at the third one. Imai notes that Kronos has some really weak toys, but Seolha is boiling with rage as she was talking. The others continue to fight in spite of her ramblings, but after she orders everyone to shut up, which creates a lot of power around her, they all stand down, with Imai excusing his behavior, but she only wants him to shut up. Jaehwan notes that this must be her real strength. Perhaps she hid it intentionally in the past. She's definitely stronger than the 7 stars. Seolha speaks with him directly and lets him choose. If he doesn't bring Jin out here in 10 seconds, she will kill that crow next to him. Jaehwan says that he can't do that, which makes Anderson scared, but Seolha is confused. What is he thinking? Jaehwan explains that if he lets him join them again, he will only suffer, which makes Imai perk up, but he is cut off by Jaehwan. He cannot hand that kid over to someone who experiments on him like that. Imai screams out that he wants to explain himself, but that's when the whole sky lights up with lightning. Seolha has become enraged and tells Jaehwan to explain himself properly or she will end his life. Anderson screams at Jaehwan, who wants to attack an executive of crack, which seems like a really bad idea for her. But before his attack can go off, Jin walks in front of Jaehwan and asks Seolha to stop. A little while later, they go back to the Murim Inn, where everyone orders some dumplings, and Imai splurges by also buying a bowl of noodles. He has always wanted to try saying that in a Murim world. Runard asks if he's really from crack, and if they also eat dumplings. Imai confirms that they are all from crack, and they do not eat dumplings often. That is why they taste so good. Runard asks if it's true that they kill everyone they talk to, but Imai notes that he's talking with him now, and he's not dead, right? Runard suddenly asks who would win, the crack sovereign, or one of the 7 great gods. This makes the sage and his disciple jump up while making the dumplings, but Imai calmly responds. He has never seen something like that before, but he would still bet on sovereign. Oh, can't believe that this child had the gall to ask that question to a captain of crack. But to surprise them even more, Runard asks who would win between them and one of the 7 great gods. Since it has come to this, they rush with the dumplings, Peng throwing them on the table to serve everyone. Runard asks if he can eat, with Jaehwan telling him that he doesn't need permission, and Imai hands Seolha a dumpling, which is actually just Anderson. She refuses and sighs, as she has heard most of the things from Jin. Jaehwan tells her that he never said he would return him to them, but Seolha notes that this is not something that needs his approval. Jaehwan tells Jin that there's no need to go back to these guys. If he has nowhere to go, he can come with him anytime. Jin is touched by his words, but he must go back. He wants to, and take care of this with his own 2 hands. Imai is surprised. His captain is here, but Jaehwan is still trying to scout Jin. That's not an ordinary dude. They should really get it. Seolha tells him to shut up once again, and knows that previously, things between them did not end well, but there really was no reason for it to. He should not worry about this child, as she will take care of him. Her offer from the past is also still available. So what does he say? Will he join their organization? I think I'm the one who wants to join. Jaehwan already refused, but Seolha sweetened the deal. She will make him the third captain if he would like, which is actually Imai's current position. Jaehwan still refuses, which makes Seolha confused. From his actions, it seems like he hates the gods and monarchs as much as they do. So if he joins, he can fight them constantly, and nobody would bother him. She cannot know why he hates them, but it is not too late to come with them and decide if he wants to join or not. The sovereign of Crack really wants to meet him. Jaehwan heard that name before. Eden talked about him in the past, and apparently he has something similar to an eye in the sky. Seolha asks if he would like to do that, but Jaehwan notes that he can handle everything by himself, so there's no need. Seolha asks how he can be that confident. There are dozens, if not hundreds of people rushing to this place right now. What makes him think he can leave this place alive? Jaehwan doesn't care. For him it doesn't matter, even if Anderson would like it to. Seolha understands. If he insists so much, she will not force him. But even so, she must repay him for his rescue. Does she want him to take care of the Alliance underlings? Runard can't believe that they are about to receive help from Crack, with Anderson also being quite happy. But Jaehwan rejects her, as he doesn't need them getting in the way. Seolha understands, but she offers an alternative. She can kill the chief commander for him. Imai asks if she's serious. She lost to that guy in the past. Does she not remember? Seolha says that it was a long time ago. She would win now, but Jaehwan thinks about it. He definitely saw her name in the rankings back then. She must have challenged the tower before he came here. That means she has climbed to the top before. Suddenly, a burst of colorful energy bursts in everyone's minds. Even if nobody shed a word, they knew that just a second ago, the strongest god within the metabus had arrived on the 8th floor. Seolha certainly didn't expect for him to come personally. A few people jump in the inn without making a sound, with Imai having felt their presence a while ago, but he didn't expect to see more numbers. Are they here to avenge their fallen or something? The squad leader says that they are not here to fight, with Imai wondering why, but Runard and Anderson are really glad about this. The squad leader looks at Jaehwan and says that the chief commander wishes to meet him. As they walk the streets, everyone cheers for him, with Seolha being quite surprised by how popular he is. Still not as popular as them though. Jaehwan asks why they are following him, but Seolha is just bored, and it's not like he said anything about not following him, right? A god rushes in from the public to go to Jaehwan, only being stopped by some naked guys. He exclaims that he's a big fan of his, the biggest, but how can he become as strong as he is? All gods have a strong pride in them because they are beings who have fought in Big Brother and have built their own worldview. Only gods that are stubborn and believe only in their own opinions can protect their worldview against the abyss. The very same being is now forgetting his pride in front of Jaehwan to ask a question. Jaehwan tells him to thrust, but the god is already doing that. Just how much does he have to do it for? Jaehwan does not know that either, and leaves. Some criticized the way he spoke, some laughed, but others agreed, with the gods of yesterday also agreeing. Some doubted his power, some understood him, and some were disappointed. At the end of the day, perspective is the most important thing, and Jaehwan can't do anything but this to those who wish for strength. In a beautifully built and glistening place, the Alliance headquarters, the High Palace, sits. When they arrive, the squad leader tells everyone to stop. Only the god Slaughterer can proceed from this point. Seolha asks if he's really going to do this, but Jaehwan confirms it, if possible. He would like to try. Imai tell him that he will lose, so he shouldn't do anything dumb. But that's when he notices something about Jaehwan that shocks him. He asks when he reached that level of theory, and Jaehwan explains that it was a few years ago already. Imai didn't expect this, but this guy is able to deploy a sanctuary, and he also has a gigantic quantity of high-quality world power. If he were to train a few more centuries, there would probably be nobody within the entire illusion tree who could match him. However, now is not the time. Even though they are both a part of the 7 stars, the strengths of Russell and Yodokshini are entirely different, as the chief commander is someone who can fight on par with one of the 7 skies, which is one level above the 7 stars. Jaehwan notes that he knows quite a few things about the chief commander. So how would he compare to them? Imai says that this is a hard question. They will only be able to know for sure though after they fight him. Jaehwan understands, but just as Imai tries to warn him, the squad commander tells him to come with him, and so Jaehwan does. While walking the halls, he sees tons of amazing weapons, like the Serpent Lance, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, the True Artisan Sword, and even the Sky Piercer. Anderson tells him that these are items the chief commander has collected. They are either the originals or replicas that are very close. Jaehwan feels that the security is quite loose, but Anderson tells him that nobody would dare and try to steal from them. Suddenly they stop at something that piques both of their interests. The Thoughts on the Metabus and the World's End book by Mulark Armelt. Someone asks Jaehwan if he wishes for that book, making him turn to the voice. Normally people usually go for the weapons, but he is truly unique. In the dark shadows of the palace, a single figure stands, and when Jaehwan approaches, it thanks him for accepting his invitation. This is the chief commander, the god of wealth, Eodukshini. Jaehwan immediately tries to get in some action by attempting to draw his blade, but the chief commander gets up, and with a powerful aura emitting from him, says that he is not here to fight. Jaehwan is amazed by his world power. He is one of the top 3 strongest people he has faced so far. The chief commander is pleasantly surprised to see that he is as strong as the rumors say. With that level of world pressure, he is probably already heading towards the 5th stage, right? Jaehwan asks if he knows about awakening, which makes the chief commander smile and turn his back at him. On the table, Jaehwan notices the tower and asks if he is the driver. The chief commander denies that notion. He is only doing his job, as the driver is a very lazy person. One could argue that this is his punishment for staying in the tower. With only a hand flick, he restores the tower, and the gods within are moving once again. Every single bit of damage that was dealt to it is being restored. Jaehwan knows that there's more to this power, and asks if he has been watching everything so far and why he did nothing when he destroyed the tower. The chief commander can suspect what he is thinking about, but he need not be concerned. He is actually quite fair when it comes to matters regarding the tower. The driver knows this too, which is why he left managing to him. Just as some hooligans are attempting to destroy the tower and climb it, just like the god slaughterer Jaehwan did, the chief commander crushes them and notes that it's been quite a long time since something like this happened. Naturally, his interest piqued. Anderson makes her presence known, and the chief commander asks if it has been 500 years already. He changes the map to the destroyed one and says that sadly, it cannot be restored. It was really fun back then, however. Anderson agrees, and the chief commander feels that she has changed. Back then, she was more human than God, but not things seem much different. Anderson says that she's the same, but she understands him a bit better now. She thanks him for taking in Eden, Justice, and Artina. The chief commander says that he wanted them to live longer. They were good gods, among the best. He asks if she is here to avenge her teammates, but not just them. Anderson wants vengeance for her followers. The chief commander has heard that her avatar and follower become nothing but puppets. He apologizes for that. Anderson knows that he had nothing to do with it. He never was interested in such matters, but he is the one in charge of the alliance, and he must be the one who will take responsibility. The chief commander has no excuses for his actions, or the actions of the alliance in general. Anderson did not know if he was still in the tower or not. She would have thought that he already saw the last floor of this place. The chief commander actually has, but Anderson asks him, is the tower as fun as it used to be? She thought that she would be boiling with rage when they met again, but right now, she only feels pity for him. Even after paying that exorbitant price, are there still questions that the tower cannot answer? The chief commander explains that some questions have no answer. Even though he knows that, he still feels like he should keep asking. Anderson tells him to think about his last question, but the chief commander already knows. Perhaps he has been waiting for such a day to come, or perhaps he has been waiting for someone who could keep asking these questions in his stead. The chief commander wishes to know why he climbs the tower. Does he want his worldview to be acknowledged as the correct one? At that moment, Jaehwan felt a strange sense of familiarity from the man in front of him, just like how he felt when he encountered Samyong-garam. The chief commander emanated an aura that only those who had countlessly anguished over their worldview would have. Jaehwan knew that the chief commander was curious about the end of the world. Perhaps he had even pursued it. He explains that he's here to find a friend, but unfortunately, he does not seem to be in this tower. Because of that, he wants to meet the driver and ask him about the first nightmare. The chief commander digests his words for a little, before saying that all questions possess a strong power behind them. Just asking them alone could destroy an entire world. Jaehwan knows. But if a world could be destroyed that easily, it didn't really deserve to exist from the start. The chief commander agrees, but those questions are not ones that the driver can really answer. Jaehwan inquires about what he means, so the chief commander tells him that questions that are too big cannot be asked. Due to their volume, no one god can answer them alone. That is why there's a need to break these questions down and keep asking the smaller ones first. Jaehwan asks if he just has to thrust the smaller ones before he gets to the bigger ones, which the chief commander agrees with, although that is a weird way to put it. The smallest question he must be asking himself is if Eodukshini, the god of wealth, is stronger or weaker than him. If he wishes, he could answer that for him, but personally, he wouldn't want to hear that answer right now. Jaehwan asks why that is, and the chief commander says that he would not get the correct answer, at least not yet. Jaehwan wants to know if he has been to the top floor before, and about the question he asked the driver. The chief commander confirms that he has been to the top floor, but he cannot tell him about the question. This makes Jaehwan feel like he was not able to obtain the correct answer there. That is why he has stayed here in order to climb the top floor again. The chief commander gets that holding this conversation any longer would be meaningless, but the reason he called him here is because he wants him to participate in the branch climb, which will take place in 3 days. Jaehwan refuses, but the chief commander warns him that this is not an option, and his threats will not work here either. If he would like to, he can try. Jaehwan does just that, attempting to summon all his power, but the chief commander begins to apply pressure on the steamed bun shop, forcing Jaehwan to stop. He is quite similar to Anderson 500 years ago. He saw the technique he used in order to defeat Russell. It was amazing, but not nearly enough. There are at the very least 10 entities in the abyss that could make him explode with a single thought. Jaehwan asks what he means, so the chief commander tells him that he saw how he grew stronger. He is most definitely the type to train a single technique in order to achieve the peak of power. He keeps asking the same question again and again. While he is probably better than anyone in this world at asking that question, he loses the chance to ask other questions because of his obsession. Just like how he focused on quickly climbing the tower and missed the sights of the 2nd and 5th floors. Jaehwan tells him that he's not here for the sights, but the chief commander feels that this is why he should have climbed the tower more diligently. The mayor's tower is like a piece of fine art. If he does not take his time to truly understand it, he will not get what it truly is. That is why he is given such an arrogant awakened like himself 3 days. He hopes that in that time, he will prepare some better, smaller questions. Jaehwan doesn't get why he's letting him become stronger, but the chief commander tells him to ask Anderson, who already knows he's too weak to defeat him. The only reason she accepted his invitation was because she trusts him, and now he's only paying his respect to that trust. He is quite lucky, as he is still a naive god. He should ponder this as the life he's lived. That is giving him a second chance. He should not take his new life for granted, and be thankful that he still has the will and time to ask questions. Within a second, Taehyun teleports to where he came from. Seolha asks if he didn't just go in like right now, but Anderson explains that this is the answer of the chief commander, which is called 3 sacred treasures. That is also the reason why he has not lost to anybody besides the 7 great gods. In essence, the chief commander, Yodukshini, the god of wealth, can turn back time. Jaehwan asks if that really was not an illusion, which Anderson confirms. Jaehwan is confused, as a demon he once met said that these abilities would not exist here. Anderson understands why he would think that, but there are abilities that can turn back time. Although these are all on the lower level, so it's not like a regression, because that's too grand. Jaehwan is pleased. This means that this ability has limits, which he can abuse. They eventually go back to the bun shop, where Runard is glad to see Jaehwan, who keeps him at bay while talking to the owner. He thought they went to hide, but the Alliance noticed them, so they decided to keep this place safe. Jaehwan understands now that the Alliance must know how many people they got. If they confront Chief Commander now, they will get wiped out. Everyone suddenly begins asking him a bunch of stuff, but Jaehwan answers with a basic answer to feed their needs. He will fight in 3 days. The Alliance will not move until then. Renee wonders if the Chief Commander will keep his word. But either way, Jaehwan intends to stay here for 3 days and train while not being bothered. Runard asks what he should do, as he's been practicing every day. Jaehwan asks if he can do the normal thrusts, but he still can't properly. Jaehwan suggests he train with the other gods and orders him to not fight until he masters the strong thrust. With that, he retreats to his loneliness. But Anderson wonders what he will do for these 3 days. Jaehwan notes that he's going to look at the lower level floors of the tower, because he remembered something he had forgotten. He heard somewhere that the one who made this tower was a master. If that truly is the case, that mayor must have left a secret behind. Siren had told him before that all towers of nightmares possess the intent of the mayor, meaning that there must be traces left behind by the mayor in the metabus. He suddenly gets a notification, advertising a deal to travel from the 1st to 8th floors because of Jaehwan's adventure. Anderson is mad that business is as usual here, but Jaehwan thinks that it's difficult for the metabus to return to its glory days because of the misappropriation done by the Alliance. There is no way that deal would do anyone any good. Eventually, Seolha and the others arrive, asking why he wants them to protect him for 3 days. Jaehwan explains about his training. It's basically payment for what he did. Seolha, as usual, pushes her work on Imai, who is used to it. Now, Jaehwan is able to focus his mind. Inside his realm, Eden eats some chips and looks at what's going on, while also cleaning the ground because it's dirty. Jaehwan comes around and asks why he's cleaning in his world, which scares Eden, as he was supposed to train. Why is he here? Jaehwan explains that the tower is here. The current metabus is not the original form that the mayor created. The place he is going to look into is the metabus of the past, the real metabus. Eden asks what he means, so Jaehwan shows him. He will return them to the past, to the metabus he is familiar with. Before Eden can object, Jaehwan uses his thoughts and memories to create something of amazing magnitude. the metabus from 500 years ago. The words left on the metabus from its creator, Neil Crash, go as follows. The reason why the gods cannot climb to the end of the world is because they are too heavy. So this tower acts as stairs for those that are too heavy. He asks Eden if he's already fought the chief commander, who has, but that was a really long time ago. He shouldn't be coincided, however, as his class will be very hard. But that's exactly what Jaehwan wants. In the outside world, Seola moves swiftly from building to building. She arrives at a gate kept place, where the guards hear something, like a clock needle ticking, but they can't quite identify it. That's when one of them realizes, but it's already too late, as Seola has cut both of them now, and is now entering the fortress. The others are confused about who attacked them and how powerful they are, but Seola knows that they are given a timetable according to how powerful they are. She has observed that the strong ones are not here between 6 and 12 o'clock, so she's quite curious to see if they are enough to stop her. For their sake, she will give them a chance at a swift death. All they have to do is call the chief commander right here. The military advisor advises her to stand down. He does not know what is happening in that organization of theirs. But why is she causing such trouble? Seolha recognizes him, and knows that even if not at the level of the 7 stars, he is most definitely stronger than the 6 metabus gods. He probably is the one who ordered the kidnapping of Jin Yunsei, right? The advisor recognizes that she does not intend to stand down, so she tells the others to charge. Unfortunately for them, the sky creaks and breaks as Seola absolutely eviscerates them, not leaving an ounce of life in their mangled bodies. The advisor naturally becomes fearful, and swiftly pulls out his blade in order to stop the attack. But even so, he's getting pushed back, and hard. Seola will only tell him one last time. He will bring the chief commander here, right now. The advisor asks her one simple question. Did he really think that they were fearful of bumpkins like Crack? Suddenly, a bunch of soldiers charge in from the roofs, making Seola quite annoyed, as the reputation of Crack has truly been dragged to the bottom. With a single glare, she drags everyone into the sea of blood filled with corpses, which is quite a descriptive name, and cuts most of them up with ease, them being defenseless because of the anguish they are feeling. The advisor goes down too, and Seolha steps on his head, as he's quite pathetic. He must not even know that he's already dead. She presses harder, and tells the last 2 soldiers that she will graciously spare them, so they should get out of here. They do as they were told. Seola cannot let them all die after all. She has to have someone inform the others about this fight. Unfortunately for those 2 guys, the chief commander arrives, who instantly kills the 2 otherwise innocent men. It has been quite some time since they last met. Seola is amazed that he came out before those guys even had the chance to report it, but it's fine. She's just glad that she can see her senior again. The chief commander asks why she's here, but Seola suspects he already knows. How long will he play the fake role of chief commander? The crack sovereign seems to be wanting his return. Has he not waited long enough? The chief commander gives her a long stare and she continues. After he and Chung left, things have gotten weirder at Crack. He knows too right that it's hard for the crack sovereign to handle all of the things on his own. The chief commander tells her that they cannot be on the same side any longer, which makes Seola wonder if that is why he crawled into the 5th sight like a worm. It seems that he has stolen the time flue from Kronos. So why doesn't he just turn time back to 700 years ago and save his sibling? He should also get rid of Crack and the 7 great gods too. He should turn things back to when the gods and monarchs did not exist. The chief commander truly wanted to do that, but it's much more complicated than just thinking about it. Seola then asks, if he can't do anything, why has he decided to trap himself in here? Does he still ask weird questions by himself? The chief commander confirms that he has been indeed asking questions, but recently, he has been doubting the reason for his asking. That is also why he wonders about what kinds of questions are being asked these days. Seolha wants an example, but the chief commander has tired of her. She will go back and never come back here again. As if he sees her, they will be enemies. Seolha was going to leave anyway, but now, she was wondering if it would be better to kill him before leaving. She has decided to get rid of the god of wealth, Yeodukshini, or perhaps she should call him the 2nd Corps Captain, Kim Seun. The chief commander immediately activates his ability, but Seolha still rushes in. A storyline like that will do nothing to her anyway. The chief commander surprises her by pulling out a cube. What he did previously was a mere trick, allowing him to seal her into the cube. She should rest while she can, as these 3 days will be over pretty soon. Time passes, and the branch climb is about to begin, with someone familiar stepping on the grounds. Carlton has arrived, telling Siren that he climbed in a rush, so all the trust they had got used up. She's pretty annoyed as that trust took a long while to save up, but it's whatever now. What's more important if he's found Jaehwan yet? Carlton has not, which makes him wonder if he's even here. But Siren confirms as much, as she heard he got in contact with Crack, so he must be somewhere. Carlton suddenly hears a bunch of men practicing their thrusts. He has seen them around Little Brother too, but their posture is really bad. He accidentally spoke his mind, making the others quite mad. They want to see if he can even do it for himself. Sure enough, Carlton can thrust pretty well. The others happy to see that he was not all talk. Runnard is there too, and since he's so good at this, he asks what kind of thrust this is. Carlton says that it's called the Chung Heo thrust. It is a technique made to thrust at a man known as Chung Heo, and it was used by the one who taught him some things from time to time. The branch climb is about to start, so Runnard rushes off, as he has some things to go, with Carlton wishing him well. Details of the branch climb are posted, where all information is available. The branch climb is a mobility competition, with the only objective to win being to run through the designated course first. There are buffs available around too, and the people with buffs will have increased mobility and stamina recovery. The last thing to know is that one can steal buffs from others by killing them, and that they should touch a branch whenever they are ready. Carlton decides to go ahead and is moved to another location in an instant, which surprises him. Almost immediately, everyone begins to run, even pushing him because he's standing still and slowing them down. Carlton understands he must climb these stairs, and if he climbs to the very top, he will probably be able to see the fortress master. With such a reward, Carlton decides to just fly to the end, but he suddenly gets interrupted by a flurry of arrows, which he barely has time to dodge. He let his guard down in this place. Perhaps there is no real easy way to climb like he expected. Out of nowhere, he gets attacked, but dodges the attack. His attacker calls him a fool for trying a shortcut. He cannot climb this place while ignoring its laws. Carlton does not see using shortcuts as breaking the law. In fact, they are the ones breaking the law. Carlton uses his ability to chain everyone down, telling them that it's prohibited to swing a sword first. But one guy cuts him off, noting that these are just his double standards. Carlton has a law for that too, and throws them all to the ground. The others recognize him from Little Brother as the handsome guy who's a law addict, so he waves to his fans before making his way further on into the race. The moment he gets out of that underground tunnel, he finds himself in front of another structure, which is now made from rock and vegetation. He climbs it diligently, thinking that this is bigger than he expected. Seeing how there are multiple passageways, this must be a space where survivors from other routes join up, and the Fortress Master would also be here if that were the case. He suddenly gets attacked, which he dodges, but this was a close call. He attempts to cite his laws, but his attacker stops him. They already know much about him. He is around the 4th stage of awakening. He does not have any sanctuaries, and his main storyline is the Silver Chains and Holy Lance. Siren tells him to get away, as that guy in the middle is dangerous. He is 12 o'clock of the One-Eyed Watchmakers. He's as strong as one of the 7 stars. Carlton did not expect her to watch him, but she should not worry, as he is no longer a stubborn man. However, even if he just keeps these guys here for a minute, that would be enough to help their Fortress Master. Siren has had enough and tells him to do whatever he wants, so he attacks with a strong thrust, which 12 deflects with only his hand. He should deploy his sanctuary already if he wishes to fight for longer, as they will kill him in an instant. Carlton rushes in with his lance, reciting the first law of his as he defeats his enemies. His life will only be used for the Fortress Master. 12 is impressed by his loyalty. He will still probably die though. He manages to cut off one of Carlton's wings before moving in to strike again, but he rejects his attack and uses the silver chains. 12 is not scared as those are mere chains, but Carlton suddenly uses all his force to strike down, apparently hitting him with a fatal strike. Unfortunately, this was an illusion, as who he struck down was not 12, that guy is above him, ready to end his life with 2 deadly strikes. Carlton is a mixed blood, of celestial and human lineage. He was born from a root, and will fall into chaos if he were to die. That is why, unlike most people, he does not have a hometown. The place he has grown attached to and stayed in for a long time is the world that called him the Northern Gate Captain. Chaos was his hometown that he cherished and loved, and now, that same chaos is besides him, protecting his back. Jaehwan attempts to grab 12, who instantly backs away, something which he did not expect. He has seen Carlton's thrust, and he has reached a level which can only be achieved by stubborn people who have repeated their training over and over. It seems like he has not changed. Carlton doesn't want to hear that from the man who is destroying everything in both chaos and the abyss. Jaehwan smiles and asks if he wants help, which Carlton would like to deny, as he only fought these guys because he wanted to let him advance. But that guy is bad news. With that in mind, Jaehwan rushes in, leaving the others for Carlton. 12 sees that he's trying to escape, and so he rushes in with a heavy strike, making Jaehwan wonder if he's one of the 7 stars. 12 does not answer his question because he doesn't care, so Jaehwan analyzes him further. He's weaker than Russell, but definitely strong, on the level of the 7 stars at least. Chung Heo was right when he said that there are many hidden strong guys here, But the phrase "the strong of the abyss" has to exist for something, right? Even Mino, who he first met in Chaos, mistook him for one of the strong of the abyss. 12 strikes his blade. Seeing that he's not focused on his fight, perhaps he's underestimating him. 12 deploys his sanctuary, the nightmare of the noon, which doesn't impress Jaehwan, as he's been turned into a kid before. He kicks 12 away, who wonders how much longer he will remain relaxed. He is tasked with dodging the attacks of his opponent for 10 minutes. Every time he takes damage, the time is reduced, and every time he deals damage, time is added. A bunch of blades come out of the clocks, and 12 challenges him to dodge the best he can. Jaehwan does just that, but he is starting to get hit again and again. 12 is shocked. Did he really think that trash like him could handle the flow of time? He has no chance of winning with the technique he used against Russell. Jaehwan gets that the gods of the abyss like to tell their opinions a lot, but he is right. Things would be tough for him if this was a pure battle of speed. He decides to put all his strength into a single thrust, but that's when the others break free from Carlton's chains, forcing him to unleash the strike on them. 12 recognizes this as the technique he used against Russell, but even if it's powerful, it seems like his body cannot handle the recoil of it. He knows that he used his trump card, so he moves in, but he suddenly gets hit by an amazing attack that he can barely block. This was not supposed to happen. There were no reports about this. Perhaps he experienced growth, but this is still the same technique. So how? Jaehwan is not done. He charges up his power into a strong thrust and unleashes it 10 times. 12 is hurt, but he knows that Jaehwan cannot do it for long. He will endure his attacks, and then he will strike. His chance will come soon. He knows it. But why are the attacks not stopping? Jaehwan is done with him. He unleashes 50 strikes on 12, making Carlton realize how powerful he has become. 12 is shocked at how he could be this powerful without a sanctuary. That's when 12 gets it. The sanctuary deployment is a technique used to turn a certain area into one's territory, and it uses a lot of world power, so it's hard to use it recklessly. That is what got Jaehwan to think about it. Is there truly a need to deploy the entire sanctuary for a single thrust? For the last 3 days, he has been cooking up a technique to deal with the strong people of the abyss. Jaehwan reduced his sanctuary as much as possible, to the point where it only covers his blade. 12 thinks that this is absurd. In just a few mere days, he has surpassed Russell, and even himself. Carlton comes around and tells him that they have to keep moving if they want to win, but that's when someone comes around and tells him that he cannot allow it to happen. Ignis narrows his eyes. Droyan is very interested, and Thanatos is mad that this old man is still alive. He introduces himself as Shiyu. Perhaps he has heard of him. Everyone is shocked by his arrival, to the point that they are all frozen, and Ignis says that the 7 skies should not interfere, which interests Jaehwan greatly. Thank you for watching. See you next time. The 7 highest gods are at the top. The 7 skies are below them, and just like any sky, there are stars that brighten the skies, the 7 stars. These 3 groups comprise the 21 strongest gods of the abyss. Right now, one of these 7 skies is standing in front of Jaehwan, completely unprovoked. Shiyu does not wish to bring such a young and bright star down, so he hopes that he is wise enough to stand down. Jaehwan doesn't feel hostility from him, even with these words, and asks why he's stopping him. Shiryu doesn't appreciate the fact that he's so feisty. Things will not end well at all if he fights the chief commander and wins. Does he wish for the abyss to become his enemy? Does he even know who owns the Metabus, behind all these names that he must have heard? Jaehwan doesn't, and doesn't care either. Shiryu suggests he takes some interest in that now, because he will soon realize that climbing to the end is foolish, like a human being trying to fight against their demise. Jaehwan is tired of chatting. If he wants to stop him, he better be prepared to be cut down. Shiryu decides to analyze him, and sees that he has the potential to become one of the 7 great gods. He is only here because of Chrono's request, but he has come to fear destroying this young talent even more after seeing him so close. He pleads with Jaehwan, telling him to not take life so lightly. He has enough talent to climb up higher than he could ever imagine. Over the past 1,000 years, the 7 stars or 7 skies have only changed occasionally. People outside of common standards have appeared, and there are others that rose up to become strong after discovering relics of an ancient god. However, that was not the case for the 7 great gods who sit at the highest thrones of the abyss. They are rulers of the Megasite, beings that hold the strongest power in all of the illusionary tree, who even the 12 monarchs tend to avoid. For most gods, they would not be able to even step in their shadows, even if they devoted all their life to training. However, right now, one of the 7 skies, Shiyu, the god of aging, is telling the entire world that Jaehwan has the potential to climb there. Suddenly, Jaehwan hears a commotion coming towards him. God's angry that he and the other monarch bastards are here. This is no place for them. Jaehwan feels the energy of the monarchs. They are at least lieutenant generals or more. He used up a lot of power in his fight with the watchmaker already. If it's just these bastards, he can easily defeat them. But it will not be easy since this man is blocking him. Carlton tells him to get out of here while he buys some time, but he is interrupted by someone using a mighty Chung Heo thrust to clear the way. This makes the other naked thrusters charge in, punching and using abilities to defeat the attackers of the man who gave them freedom. Renard comes next to Jaehwan, asking if he saw the Chung Heo thrust he just did. He learned it after he saw this handsome man do it. Carlton knows he has seen him before, at the start of this race, but he's incredible, to be able to grow so strong in such a short time. Suddenly, a bunch of gods jump him, but someone gets in their way, the attackers wondering who it is. After blasting them away, he reveals himself as the black shop's doorkeeper. Oh, who else can he be? Peng arrives and announces that they are not strong. This must be a scout party, so since stronger ones are coming, he should get a move on and keep climbing. Ray arrives too, and tells him to go. Carlton also suggests he go, and besides them, Renee also suggests he get a move on. He must kill the chief commander after all. Jaehwan announces that he will destroy her world, making her fall silent for a bit, but she tells him to do it. Jaehwan asks if she was not about protecting the tower, but Renee has not changed her mind. Although she's helping him, she hopes he fails. Even if he really succeeds, she wants to see the scenery that he will create. Shiyu is impressed. He did not expect bonds to be created in this era, but even so, he will not pass this step. Before he can strike, Imai jumps in, creating a blast of power that makes the floor crack. Shiyu recognizes him. He does not know why he's helping, but he should stand down now. Imai says that he can't. He has his own circumstances, and he needs him to play with him for a little bit. He tells Jaehwan to go quickly. This man is strong, so he will need focus, but he wants his help with something important. Jaehwan asks what it is, and so Imai explains that Seolha has disappeared 3 days ago. He's certain that she went to the chief commander, so he should bring her back. A captain going missing is really bad PR for Crack. Jaehwan understands, and uses an earth thrust to create distance. Imai is counting on him. Even if annoying, he still cares about Seolha. Some gods see that he's trying to get away, and they are about to jump in, but Yunsei blasts them away, promising Jaehwan a safe journey. The gods, monarchs, and even humans all came here to climb. They accumulate world power, gain levels to conquer towers, just to climb higher. Those who cannot handle being that high come to this place to descend. The gods and monarchs are having endless wars with each other. The cultivators continue to harvest the juicy products they offer, and the souls that have failed to be harvested are fated to become the limbs of the gods and monarchs, pointing swords at each other in a lifeless hell. Perhaps the mayor who made this tower wanted to tell everyone about this entire situation, but why did the mayor show this to Jaehwan? In a world that holds no meaning, what meaning is there to experience such feelings? Jaehwan arrives at the end of the branch, granting him the first place reward, 400,000 trust, and a ticket to the 9th floor, the final floor of the metabus. The chief commander stands around the 9th floor, the driver eagerly looking at him, asking if he still wants to bring his teammates back to life. The chief commander tells him to just keep his promise, as this will be the last time. The driver confirms that he will get what he wants, but the chief commander is also curious about the crack sovereign, who met him at the top of this tower. What kind of question did he ask? The driver is surprised he still has things he's so curious about, but even if he knew what he really asked, finding out won't change much, as he gave up in the end. The chief commander says that he's only fueled by curiosity here. If he does not wish to answer, then he shouldn't. The driver tells him that the crack sovereign was a miserable man, who would lead a miserable life no matter his choice. That is the end for those who wish to climb the tree. Jaehwan arrives, the chief commander glad that he's finally up here. He doesn't feel like there's a need to talk, so Jaehwan pulls out his blade, which the chief commander is glad for. Win or lose, this is the last fight he will have in the metabus. Eventually others get in too. Renard and Peng are the first. Peng is amazed that he was able to climb so quickly, so Renard explains that he used his thrust on the earth in order to fly quicker. However, what was that last section before this? He felt like he was going to pass out just by walking through it. Peng explains that it was an area that had high density of space and time, such places to exist occasionally, in the abyss, although they are rare. Renee and Martis get here too, both of them beat up and tired. Renard is glad to see them, but wonders where Ray is, so Renee explains that he's fighting a crack captain at the gate. The rest of their party will be able to last though, and make it here. Peng asks what happened with O and the other door guards, so Martis tells him that they are together with the naked thrusters, and are ready to launch a main force attack. They are all strong gods. He needn't worry about them. Peng understands, and at the same time, Carlton arrives, with Yunsei holding him up. With them, the 8 qualifiers of the branch climb have been selected. They have all been given 9th floor entry tickets, and thus were allowed to enter. Martis is amazed. He has been stuck on the 6th floor for most of his life. He never thought that he would get to see the 9th floor. Pung understands him. He thought that he would be making dumplings on the 8th floor for most of his natural lifespan. Carlton also thought he would be a gate inspector forever. He never thought he would get so high. Pung asks who he is, but before Carlton could answer, a large blast appeared, making dust and debris fly all around. Carlton knows that Jaehwan is fighting, so he rushes in to help, but Pung tells him to stop. Even if they get into that fight, they would only burden Jaehwan. Only one of the 7 stars, or someone even stronger, would be able to intervene against this battle between 2 real gods. Jaehwan and the chief commander are engaging in close combat, both being able to cause injury to one another. The chief commander can see that he got stronger, but Jaehwan doesn't feel like this is the time to evaluate him. He uses self-surrender to get out of the commander's attack, and tries to impale him from behind, but the commander dodges. He advises that he should ease up on the roughness. He knows very well how hard it is to find an enemy one can use their full strength on. He blasts Jaehwan away with a powerful strike, but he doesn't falter, and gets back on his feet. As he prepares another strike, the chief commander exclaims that there aren't even 10 people in the entire abyss who would be able to put up a fight with him. He should feel proud. He summons a bunch of dragons that jump Jaehwan, who says that soon that number will be even lower. With his sword lunged forward, he unleashes its true power, the sword's 3rd form, against the chief commander's black dragon. Jaehwan says that he will die here, whether he likes it or not. The sword of destruction takes charge, taking the dragon by the neck and completely devouring him in front of the chief commander. He immediately retaliates by blasting it away, but after the dust clears, he notes that he never thought he would be able to lose in a fight of pure world power. He did not think of him as this powerful, yet here they are. Jaehwan recognizes that armor as one of the 3 divine relics that defeated Anderson. He looks like one of the guys he saw at the factory, although that's probably an imitation. Before he can think more, the chief commander immediately closes the distance and punches him away, before he charges up world power and blasts it in Jaehwan's direction, eliminating any and all obstacles along the way. Unfortunately for him, Jaehwan has survived, and is now branding the crow armor. The chief commander is impressed, as he was trying to kill him with that attack, but he can assure him that he won't be able to survive the next one. He will give him one more chance to give up. It's the courteous thing to do after all. Jaehwan refuses, and uses an earth thrust to get over the chief commander's attacks. Even if he has succeeded, the chief commander is not worried, as he will not be able to put a single scratch on him. However, Jaehwan grabs his head and tells Anderson to do it. Inside of his realm, she uses her own worldview, making Jaehwan's power increase tenfold. He throws the chief commander so hard his headplate comes off mid-flight. Anderson tells him that he only has an avatar, and she has the true power of the ancient gods that she has inherited. This is a fight between the perfect skin and the perfect naked body. They both charge in once again, Jaehwan proving his strength by unleashing a blinding strike. Renee pulls out one of her drones and tells it to show everyone the fight. Regardless of the winner, this will be a part of the Abyss's history. Almost all the gods are watching this fight, most of them very attentive. Ray Ray is among the watchers, cheering Jaehwan on from behind the screen. Runard sees this, and also cheers him on, especially since the chief commander looks so battered. Pung tells him to not be so optimistic, as there's a saying in the Metabus. One cannot defeat the chief commander in a one-on-one fight. Runard asks if he's that strong, but Pung tells him to be patient, as he will soon see it for himself. The chief commander says that it's been a long time since his skin got ripped off like this. He is truly incredible. Anderson advises him to be careful. He's going to use the 2nd divine relic. The chief commander does just that, pulling out a blade that Jaehwan seems to recognize. They begin clashing blades, but Jaehwan can't keep up with him anymore. He doesn't know what happened, but judging by the explosions he is hearing, perhaps he's accelerating himself by detonating the ash under his feet. Anderson tells him to look behind, but it's already too late. The chief commander uses a link disconnect on him, which doesn't seem to do much, as his link was already disconnected, but that's when he finally gets it. His connection to Anderson has been severed, allowing the chief commander to use the Pentagon of Ash storyline. It creates an arena for them, and in the middle, an hourglass. Nobody can escape this place until the sand in the hourglass has fallen. The user of the Pentagon of Ash has to kill the target within the time limit, or they themselves will be killed. The chief commander explains that this is the sword which gave him the nickname the God of Disasters. Jaehwan asks if his items are also imitations, which surprises the chief commander. He didn't expect for him to recognize it. This is the weapon of the Soul King of Chaos, a mock-up of his void sword that he uses. Since he has revealed its name, the special ability of it can now activate, making him even more dangerous. Anderson tries to go in, but is stopped, so she screams at Jaehwan, telling him to not let that sword cut, as he will become contaminated and turn into ash. Jaehwan asks if he sent Anderson out in order to fulfill a condition for using the sword, which the chief commander confirms. Because this is an imitation, it can only be used in 1-versus-1 fights. That's why he needs this arena. Jaehwan gets that he's stacked, and seeing that he's not hiding his storyline, it means that he's confident nobody can defeat him in this arena. Anderson tells him to find a way out of the arena and fight with the others, but Jaehwan says that he can kill him alone, and charges in, making them clash once again. He was excited to see this since it was one of the sacred treasures, but it's pretty disappointing. The chief commander asks what he means, so Jaehwan tells him that it feels like he has seen this storyline before. This shocks the chief commander, allowing Jaehwan to back away and unleash mighty thrust. He can sense the chief commander behind him and uses an earth thrust to get closer and strike again, this time landing his hit. As the chief commander bleeds, he thinks that this guy should have used a ton of strength to climb here, so why does he show no sign of fatigue? Since it has come to this, he must fight with everything he has. After Jaehwan strikes again, he moves in and clashes blades with him, but this time something is different. The entire area explodes, engulfing both of them in purple ash. The chief commander's arm has begun to rot, but he apologizes to Anderson, as it seemed like he was quite close to that guy. Jaehwan surprisingly begins talking, noting that he did not expect for him to put ash on his sword and make it blow up, but he had the guts to sacrifice his arm for it. The chief commander is shocked. How did he survive? As he definitely cut him. Jaehwan tells him to look closer, as he did cut him, but only a little. The chief commander doesn't get it. Why is he not turning into ash? Jaehwan says that it's simple. He has a strong body. The chief commander asks if he took off his clothes, but Jaehwan doesn't get it. Yeah, he does it often. The chief commander then asks if he has met an ancient god before, which Jaehwan confirms. He has met the Soul King. The chief commander asks if he was the one who helped him take off his clothes, but Jaehwan tells him that this isn't the type of relationship they have. The chief commander explains that Catastrophe is not an ancient god that controls clothes, meaning that he does not know what clothes are either. He took them off without even knowing what they are. His talent is truly incredible. Jaehwan has never heard those words in the past, but he keeps hearing them in this place. It's about time to end this fight and see who the winner is. As Martis is learning to thrust, Runard and Pung watch the fight, seeing that it's taking longer than he thought, that sand in the hourglass is not falling at all. Pung tells him that there could be two reasons. Either time flows slower in that place, or the sand falls slower. Runard sees something strange. Jaehwan has the upper hand, but it feels like the chief commander has gotten even faster. It's as if he's learning all of Jaehwan's attacks. Martis believes that the chief commander is more injured, and Carlton believes that Jaehwan will certainly win. Runard is more concerned about the time, and by the fact that the chief commander has not pulled out the third sacred treasure yet. Renee tells them that he is already using the third sacred treasure, but she doesn't know since when. She just knows he has used it. Jaehwan sees that something is wrong too, and asks since when he started to do it. When the chief commander acts a fool, he rushes in with a strike that would be impossible to dodge, so the chief commander doesn't. He gets a hole in his chest, but he only smiles, as Jaehwan feels time distorting. The chief commander asks what's wrong. He was just starting to enjoy their fight. Jaehwan will ask him one last time, but he will be clearer this time. Since when did he turn back time? The chief commander tells him that it was when he found out that the Sword of Ash does not work on him. Jaehwan moves on to his next question. How many times has he turned back time? The chief commander says that it's not been much, about 1,800 times. Jaehwan says he's out of his mind, but the chief commander is surprised that the time manipulation also affected his consciousness. How did he even realize it in the first place? Jaehwan doesn't have a clue, but perhaps it's because he absolutely hates going back in time. The chief commander asks why he does, but Jaehwan only reveals that he has his reasons, while also wondering if the storyline of turning back time is an imitation of an ancient god too. He explains that it's a little different. It's actually made by one of the 7 great gods who was inspired by an ancient god. Jaehwan asks how far back he can go in time, but the chief commander believes that revealing this would be no fun. Jaehwan guesses that he's not actually turning back time, but rather forcefully going back to a space and time of someone within that space. It also appears that his limit would be turning back time by only a few minutes. Is there even a restriction as to who he can use the ability on? The chief commander says that at this point it would be meaningless to hide it from him, but then Jaehwan asks him something which makes his tired eyes narrow. Does he want to go back to the past? That actually isn't it. He can see that he has something that he wants, which is in the past. Something like his former teammates. The chief commander says nothing as he covers them up with walls, but it is probably so. Jaehwan asks how much time he has to turn back in order to rescue them. The chief commander reveals that it's 700 years, which is quite a shocking number. With that much time, the souls of his former teammates would have already gone to dust, and gone into the abyss. Jaehwan tells him that he can't just turn back time normally, but the chief commander believes it is possible if he turns back time to the entire world, that is. Jaehwan's belief of him being mad has solidified even more, but the chief commander wonders if there are any gods who made it this far and have not gone crazy yet. Jaehwan is confused with the means. Is the driver even capable of creating such a miracle? The chief commander denies that notion, however. The end of this world, or the first nightmare, might be able to do it. Jaehwan guesses from this conversation that the driver must know something about the end of the world. Jaehwan tells him straight up that he will not achieve what he wishes, but the chief commander knows already. However, this is something that he must try, despite knowing it is impossible deep down. He hopes that he has recovered his world power somewhat, because it's time for them to go at it again. He activates a time flu as Jaehwan rushes in. Who knows that winning with just thrusts would be impossible, however. If he thrusts with a speed faster than light and destroys the concept of time itself, it could be done. He does not have much of a choice, so he grips his blade with both hands and pummels it into the ground. The entire area becomes reddened in his sanctuary, but it goes beyond that, becoming the only thing around the entire area. This is his complete sanctuary deployment, the world after the end. Everyone else is surprised by his ability to cover the entire floor, but Renee sees something that the chief commander also noticed. Time flu has stopped, and he is curious as to how he even did it. Jaehwan already knew that his storyline was just one that goes back to yesterday, but in this world, the concept of yesterday does not exist. The chief commander looks at the overbearing eye above him, making him remember something that he wanted to forget. He fought the crack sovereign in the past. He told him that not everyone sees the world like him. Not everyone must see it in order to be happy. The crack sovereign readied his blade at one of his friends and simply cut his head off. If that was the case, he would simply make everyone see it. He has the power to do it, no? The chief commander could not bear the sight of his friend's decapitation, so he charged in with remorse and rage, but the crack sovereign only accompanied him with a smile. The world he is seeing is the truth. He cannot allow people to look away from the truth and live as livestock. The same goes for him. He should keep killing again and again, whether he kills enemies or allies. It does not matter even if he's the one to die in the end. He wants him to see the same world he does. Filled by rage because of his memories, he charges into Jaehwan, who blocks and creates a large thunderous wind because of it. He knows that the man he just saw in his memories was the crack sovereign. The chief commander becomes enraged further and begins to smash through Jaehwan's defenses. But his body is taking the toll, his hand rotten to the bone. Jaehwan is pushed back by the last attack, making him understand why he lived so far. It was not just because he wished to revive his teammates. Something sinister compelled him. He can see it in his eyes. He only lives for revenge. Jaehwan's punch goes through and sends the chief commander flying into a bone structure, but he charges right back in with his accursed blade. This is the same man who made the 3 sacred treasures and climbed to the position of a star. He even became Kronos' subordinate and the Alliance commander. All of that, just to kill one person. Unfortunately for him, life is unfair, and his plan failed. Perhaps he simply didn't even attempt it, knowing that he would fail. That's just how he dawdled his days away, rotting from the inside out. Due to these particular circumstances, however, he met Jaehwan, a man much more determined than he. The chief commander smacks him away with a kick, allowing Jaehwan to use his second form. But Anderson tells him to be careful, as the chief commander is gathering fragments. He uses them to barrage Jaehwan. Everyone is worried for him, but this hasn't even made him flinch. Just as the chief commander wonders why he does not fall, he lets out an attack, the path of the wave, which shows how many people have put their trust in him, trust that he will not betray. The chief commander retaliates, but even his dark blade cannot withstand this power, and it breaks in his ghoulish arm. The attack creates a rainbow-like light as it blasts everything away, and the structure behind the chief commander completely falls. Jaehwan comes closer and points his blade at his neck, asking why he did not deploy his sanctuary. The chief commander reveals that he doesn't have one. He lost it too many years ago. Now that he has taken in his world, though, he is comforted. Jaehwan asks how, making the chief commander remember when he asked the crack sovereign if he could still see that thing, which he confirmed. He could not touch, feel, nor smell it. All he knows is its position. How is this different from an illusion? How does he know that this is really in that place? Can the truth which only one person can gaze upon really be considered the truth? He told him to go elsewhere to find his questions. He hoped that he would find something he was interested in too. The chief commander always wished to deny the truth for the longest time. He wanted to believe that the world without a truth can also be truth in itself. That is also the reason he's running this palace, the Metabus. The day where his face is a different truth will one day come. And if there are 2 truths in this world, it means that one of them is a lie. He hopes sincerely that the truth he sees is the real one. Jaehwan puts his blade down. The chief commander sees this as him taking pity, but Jaehwan explains that at one point, he regretted killing an enemy similar to him. That person helped him with the fourth stage, his theory, and also Genesis. The chief commander asks what he means, so Jaehwan tells him that if he did not give him 3 days, even if he could grow his sanctuary to be stronger, he wouldn't have been able to win. Basically, he's repaying his debt to him. The chief commander sees this action as futile. He doesn't have any world power now, and if he wants to go to the next floor, he must do something else. Suddenly, another power overtakes him, and the chief commander begs to be killed while he still can. Anderson comes closer. She sees that time is rewinding together with Jaehwan, but she also recognizes that the man before them is not the chief commander anymore. He's actually one of the 7 great gods, who has descended upon their mortal realm. The god smiles as it takes the body, and orders it to kill Jaehwan to protect the Metabus. As he rampages, Anderson tells him to not fight. They are no match for a god of that stature. Jaehwan says that it's impossible to run away, so this is the only thing they can do. Before the god could strike, however, the chief commander stops himself and tells Jaehwan to kill him already. Anderson tells him not to hesitate. Jaehwan knows that too. He successfully strikes the body with relative ease, but the god rewinds time, allowing him a second chance. Even so, things happen the same way again and again. However, Jaehwan realizes and decides to do nothing despite everyone's warnings. The god successfully takes over control of the body and asks why he's standing still while charging in with an amazing punch. But he does not stop there. He begins to pummel Jaehwan to the ground. He retaliates with a strike that seemingly takes his head off, but the god kicks him away too, at speeds that make the water around them shake. The body is still alive. He has not successfully decapitated it, which allows the god to heal. Jaehwan was holding Anderson, who couldn't even breathe from that blast. He tells her to go and join with the rest, as he has a job to do. The god finds this interesting. He still has human emotions, despite taking the lives of so many gods. Unfortunately for him, to climb to the end of the tower, he will have to throw away many of those emotions. Jaehwan swiftly strikes again and rushes in as an act of desperation, but both he and the god know that this is futile. No matter how good he is, he can just keep rewinding time and see his every strike. This next attack leaves Jaehwan on the ground. Now he is at the god's mercy. He says that while he can only climb to the higher floors of this world with human emotions, only those who can throw those away can get to the last floor. The chief commander was the only one who arrived at the end with them, but eventually he became a puppet for the driver because he could not throw them away. He is curious to see what decision he will make. Jaehwan strikes again, but the god already knows his every move. He will give him one more chance. Will he keep climbing the tower? Or perhaps, will he protect those important to him? The god descends upon Renee, who is completely helpless, so Jaehwan gets in front of the attack. The god smiles. He knew that he would do this, but this means he is undeserving to climb the tower. The strike goes through, cutting Jaehwan through, leaving everyone in shock and utter despair. Suddenly, however, a dark gate opens, the flooding water of hell descends on the realm and demons come out, screaming in agony. The god doesn't get why he is here, but as catastrophe emerges, he is very glad to see his old friend Kronos doing well. He screams out at him, "How dare he come here when his era is over?" Catastrophe doesn't like how noisy he is. He should leave while he still can. Kronos screams that he has broken his promise, but before he can finish, Catastrophe strikes endlessly, again and again, until even Jaehwan's sanctuary comes apart. The aftermath leaves the area looking like a war zone, and the chief commander has taken back his body, surprised to see Catastrophe. Now he understands, though, that the Sword of Ash did not work. He falls unconscious, and Jaehwan starts speaking, saying that he never allowed linking up. Who said that he could come down to the solace? Catastrophe is surprised that he's still so damn arrogant, even after saving his life. But Jaehwan feels that this shouldn't be counted as an usage of the Void Sword, since he came here of his own free will. Catastrophe doesn't care, but he can tell him that he will not receive help like that again. If his goal really is to get to be a big brother, then he should be able to deal with that little godchild all by himself, at least. With that, he leaves Jaehwan, who has to cut off his hand to make sure that the rot doesn't spread. His armor slowly recovers too, as everyone around him comes and worries for him. Runard is especially worried about his arm, making Jaehwan think of the first time they met and how Anderson begged him to keep him safe. He assures him that he's fine. He wouldn't die from something like this. Runard falls to his knees in relief as he truly thought he would lose him. Jaehwan thinks that something bad did happen. Things got dicey when Kronos manifested himself. Renee tells him that he's the strongest newbie she knows. Perhaps even the 7 stars are too small for him. Carlton congratulates him, and everyone agrees that right now, he is the strongest in the metabus. Martis begins to shed tears. A high-ranking god like him crying is considered ridiculous. Such emotions are not befitting of them. However, he could not express his emotions in words, so he borrowed human emotions and cried. He was not ashamed though, because the person who brought him this far was this human. Everyone understood how he felt. He truly was alive in this place, and wanted to share Jaehwan's victory more than anyone else. The alliance has fallen and they have won. The metabus no longer has a master. The old man is surprised he knows the Soul King. When he heard about him being the monarch killer, he was wondering if he did. But to think he would know that guy? He's afraid to think of the storms he will have to face from now on. The descent of catastrophe in this place is shocking. More so than even the last floor of the metabus being open again. Since he made his move, however, this will definitely not end just with the metabus. And Renee agrees, the 7 thrones and 12 monarchs will soon make a move. Jaehwan says they should worry about that when it happens, which Renee agrees with, but her streaming equipment got whacked by a certain someone, so he probably has time to think about it. On second thought, Jaehwan starts pondering the future, leaving Renee to think that he's trying to leave without paying. Jaehwan says that he's not good with streaming, but Renee doesn't care. Does he even know how much one of these cameras cost? The others are holding her down, but she soon forgets it. He did something good for her, so she owes him. Suddenly, Jaehwan spots something moving in the rubble, the cube that Seola is inside, and judging by the world power he feels, she's still inside. With everything settled, they all wonder how they will meet the driver, and if they will all get a wish. And sure enough, they all receive the mission announcement, revealing that only one person can enter the 10th floor. Some of them are surprised, but others already know who is going. If it wasn't for them, they wouldn't have been able to get so high. Anderson guesses it's her, but the others start listing off Jaehwan's achievements and the help he gave them, but she wasn't expecting to go anyway. Runard congratulates Jaehwan, but the chief commander calls them a bunch of fools, making them all get ready to battle. He asks if they really think the fairy tale where humans and gods coexist, working hand in hand to defeat an enemy, is true. Well, it isn't. Such a world may never exist, not when this tower has these ideals. Martis asks what he means, so he gives them a nice little story to think upon. Long ago, something like this was written on the entrance of the metabus. The reason that gods cannot climb to the end of the world is simple. It is because they are too heavy. A bunch of messages pop up, and Renee's legs give out as she reads it. The person going to the 10th floor must eliminate all other people on the 9th floor. Only then will they be granted a private meeting with the driver. It is, as Kronos said, the one who wishes to see the world and its end must throw away everything and everyone. Ignis questions why this mission was given. Thanatos thinks it's good, while the majority of gods have mixed feelings throughout. Although the main sentiment is eagerness to see how Jaehwan will tackle this. Everyone is naturally frightened, and Jaehwan thinks back on Kronos' words, who now ring true. It seems that he always knew. He asked the chief commander if he killed his teammates to climb, who confirms as such with his silence. That was the only choice he had. He had to in order to revive his friends. He actually intended to meet the driver and ask him to bring them to life. Jaehwan asks what went wrong, so he explains that it could not be done on the first meeting. Jaehwan asks again if it would really be possible to do it if he climbed again, but the chief commander can't know. He wanted to find out, but now he's in the gutters of despair. Jaehwan looks at him, and the chief commander notices his expression, like he didn't expect this to happen. He has been a product at one point. Did he really come here not knowing anything? Honestly, what kind of place does he think this is? The gods imitate human emotions with laughter and crying. From time to time, they kill each other to understand the human condition, although it's a mere mockery. All of this is fun for them. This place was made to produce truth seekers through this process. It was to produce someone who would learn from humans, but in the end, throw it away to chase the end. This is a tower that raises fakes and cultivates them into a mockery of the real thing. This is what the metabus is all about. The gods of little brothers like stories like his, because he breaks the rules and helps them remember when they had dreams too long ago. That was only allowed to a certain extent, where it wasn't to become a threat to the gods. Now that he has summoned catastrophe here, if he continues to do as he did until now, the gods will see him as a threat and will do anything in their power to remove him. It doesn't matter how strong he will become. Does he think that he can survive, even after becoming the worst enemy of the abyss? What he must do is climb to the end and get his reward. Only then will he have a chance. Suddenly, Jaehwan says that he doesn't need it. If that's how he does things, he should keep it to himself, because he will climb with his own decisions. The chief commander screams at him, just because he got lucky on the 6th floor. It doesn't mean that he will get lucky again. He can hit the ceiling for 1,000 years. and nothing will ever come of it. Jaehwan asks if he destroyed the Tower of Nightmares to find such an answer, but he doesn't care. If not in 1,000, he will do it in 2,000, and if not in 2,000, then 100,000 years. He will keep hitting and hitting until he gets through. The strike makes everyone recoil, but Martis notices something strange. It's as if the attack is hitting nothing, like there's no ceiling. The chief screams at him that he's wasting his time, but suddenly Runard gets next to Jaehwan and uses a thrust too. He has been training after all. Carlton joins in, reminded of what they used to do in Chaos. And so, little by little, everyone joins. The gods are surprised by this, and some frown on this action. Anderson asks the chief commander if he's not tired of letting the driver do as he wants, and joins in too. He has had enough of them. He has tried before too, but in the end, the only thing they can do is the quest. Suddenly, anonymous puppets from all around begin to give Jaehwan their trust. The gods cannot believe their eyes. Among the puppets, there are none who wish to become so, out of their will. The moment they became puppets, an imprint was made on their souls, so the anger they have towards the gods and the hatred they held was locked. Now, that desperation causes them to rebel against their own gods. Puppets who have waited for centuries, with deep regrets in their hearts, are giving it their all to Jaehwan, allowing him a different type of self-surrender. He uses a world-shattering star thrust, something that finally reaches the blocked ceiling and goes further. The chief commander wonders why they are not giving up, but maybe he should ask, why did they give up in the first place? After the strike ends, little drops of light drop down on everyone, and Runard is reminded of an old story Jaehwan told him about, the one where there was a music box that would chant prayers as it wound up. Somehow this feels familiar, as the prayers of the puppets seem to have finally been answered. With a gleam, everyone enters the last floor of the tower, but Jaehwan is alone, with someone telling him that he was not expecting him to break through a ceiling made from upper realm metal. But alas, he is full of surprises. However, he did tell him to not destroy the tower any further. Did he not? Jaehwan only feels that climbing is all that matters, so the goat guide lets him be. He doesn't get to make decisions here anyway, so he will leave that decision to the driver, who is waiting for him. Jaehwan enters the dark room, where one old man seems to be operating the entire metabus, but he seeks something related to Big Brother. Jaehwan startles him by asking if he knows about Big Brother, and suddenly, a green smoke overwhelms him, sending him into a moment of time. He sees the Void Sword, meaning that the person in front of him is actually Catastrophe. He's talking with someone pretty tall, but Jaehwan can only hear Deus from their whole conversation. Jaehwan remembers something about Deus Ex Machina from the machines, who asked him for help with it, as it's their best Titan troop. From this, Jaehwan guesses that what he's seeing now is the three ancient gods. One of them seems to hum a relaxing melody, but suddenly glares at Jaehwan and says something about Deus. His tattoo reacts as the god approaches, and then says something about Catastrophe. Jaehwan's hand suddenly starts to rot, and then the god says, Ouroboros. Before Jaehwan can even begin to decipher what's happening, he disappears, and the entire visage comes apart as Catastrophe gives him one last glare. Without even knowing, he is now with everyone. But the chief commander rushes to him quickly and tries to say something, but he can't because of his restriction. Jaehwan sighs and uses comprehension. The chief commander is asking what he saw, but upon seeing his tattoo, he knows that he has met the three ancient gods. Jaehwan says that it probably was those guys, but didn't he meet them before? The chief commander stays silent, and suddenly the driver appears. He apologizes. He forgot to take off that guy's restriction, but he should have kept quiet instead of yapping since coming here. Jaehwan guesses he's the infamous driver, and he confirms it, while congratulating him on reaching the end of the metabus. The chief commander takes his muzzle off and tells him to keep his promise, now that he has climbed a second time, calling him Kainark. Pung knows that name. Is he really the monarch of the sloth, Kainak? Everyone is surprised about this reveal, and Jaehwan knows him too, as Samyungaram told him to give him an update. Kainak tries to remember him and eventually does. He hasn't heard about him for a long time. How is he anyway? Jaehwan simply states that he killed him. Kainak falls silent for a moment and says that he thought it would happen someday. But anyway, with a snap of his fingers, he activates the metabus and says that he was someone who had too many doubts, despite being a system slave like everyone else. The last time he met him was 800 years ago. It is meaningless to talk about him now, so they should move on to granting their wishes. Who wants to go first? Renee is the first one to step up, making Kainak smile, and say that before she wishes for something, he can only grant wishes limited to the metabus. Renee doesn't get it. From what she has heard, no wish was impossible. The chief commander has had enough and begins shouting again. This place is the damn metabus. Nothing is impossible here. Before he can finish, Kanak silences him again. This is his final warning, so he better obey. Everyone is surprised as they realize that he's strong, since he subdued one of the 7 stars with only one hand movement. He asks for Renee's wish again, who wants the anonymous system of the 7th floor to be handed to her. Kanak finds that strange. Did they not destroy that already? Renee knows that's not the entire floor. There are other branches of the Metabus. Runard did not know there were more, so Pung explains that they aren't as big as this one, but they have expanding armies. Yet only this tower has a last floor. Runard is surprised by his knowledge, but this is information from the black shop. Of course it's trustworthy. Kanak can't help it if they know so much, but he can't give all of them. So if she wishes for that, then she should become the god of yesterday, or apply to become the 7th floor guide. Rennie just wants the anonymous system that the 7th floor uses, not the 7th floor itself. Kanak finds it curious that the god of fate needs anonymity. Is she trying to slander a god again? Everyone is surprised to hear her status, but Renee doesn't want to say what she will do. Is she forced to? Kanak denies such a thing, but he will grant her wish, and she may have that system. With an extremely bright flash, Renee is given the database of the 7th floor, fulfilling her wish. Kanak asks for the next person, and Anderson wants to go, but she doesn't get a wish, as she did not pay the ticket fees. She wants to pay now, but even her status as a god is vague. It's hard to view someone who has cleared the missions by themselves, too. While it looks like she somehow got recognized on the 9th floor, she probably already knows the circumstances. Anderson understands she did nothing, and gives up on her wish to revive Rachel. The most important thing is that she got her revenge after 500 years. Thanks to him, she can't be greedy like this. There's certainly a way to bring her back. Suddenly, Runard wishes for Rachel to be revived, surprising Anderson. As this is a Metabus wish, he should be thinking of a better reward. Runard said it was fine. Her small and gentle warmth that filled both his hands now is something that allowed him to survive the abyss. And now he can finally repay that warmth. From the very beginning, this was his wish. Kanak says this is a real tearjerker with a plain face, and researches Rachel. She died in the Metabus and is a puppet currently, so normally it would be impossible to revert someone if they underwent puppetification. However, this is a Metabus wish. With a snap of his fingers, the entire ground shakes. Kanak advising them to stay calm, as this is just the tower working. He then asks Jaehwan to bring Rachel out, who does so, allowing Kanak to analyze her more deeply. He can see that her memory chip is pretty bruised up. He can't say for sure what will happen, but he will do it nonetheless. He raises Rachel in the air, and a healing light overwhelms her, repairing all of the cracks in her body as everyone watches mesmerized. Anderson watches closely with tears in her eyes. Jaehwan gently grabs her as she glides towards him, and Kanak says that they will only know when she wakes up. But since her memory core is basically broken, he doubts she will be like before she died. Since there are so many people, he would like for them to choose quickly. He really doesn't have that much time. Jin goes first, and asks if he can be as strong as Jaehwan, but since that guy has already surpassed the Metabus, he can only give him strength similar to the Chief Commander. Jin says that it's fine, despite the Chief Commander's incessant attempts at talking back. Martis is next, and then Carlton. Kanak is pretty tired since he has never had so many people get wishes at once, but the last one will be this old man. Pung thinks for a while. He had a lot of wishes he wanted fulfilled when he first entered the Metabus, but now that he has the opportunity, he has no idea what to wish for. Martis is sure he has at least one wish since he has lived this long, and Renee suggests growing the power of his shop, as he always wanted to compete with shops, right? Runard agrees, and Pung thanks them for the encouraging words. He does have a wish for the black shop now, but he feels like they will laugh at him. He walks up. It might sound a bit strange, but he wants to have an apprentice who can inherit the making of his dumplings. Martis is shocked. Can't just anyone do that? Pung denies such a fact. He has tried to take in several people, but none were good enough. He must have an apprentice who can fully understand his cooking method. He looks at Jaehwan as he says this, who tells him that there's no chance, leaving him depressed. Kanak admits that his dumplings are worth passing down, so he occasionally lets the guide buy some for him. Pung thanks him for the kind words, and Runard can't believe that they are recognized even by the driver. Unfortunately, it would be hard to find someone like that, even if he were to look across the entire abyss. There is no other food that uses memories as ingredients like he does. However, they can send his cooking method into other dimensions and search for an apprentice that way. Pung asks what other dimensions, and Kanak gives an example, the Star Stream. This is a world that belongs to another dimension of the great universe, and it's quite populated. They can send his technique there, and who knows, maybe one day someone will learn how to make his dumplings. Pung knows this is the equivalent of throwing it in a bottle, and then the sea, but it's fine. It's the only thing they can do anyway. Kanak tells him to have hope. The border between the dimensions will get thinner, and since he has some business there, he will make sure that this gets sent. After this encounter, he asks Virtus if the video has been recorded of all this, who confirms as such. Kanak says to not upload it just yet, and to not show any details of the floor's design. They will edit it just enough so that it will become a watched clip. The others look at him with curious eyes, something which he notices. He must keep evidence that he grants wishes. The process is fair, and he is not breaking any sort of rules. With that out of the way, he gets to the final person, Jaehwan, Mr. God Slaughterer himself. He has accomplished a great many things. Not even Mulark or the crack sovereign climbed as fast as he did. And so, if his wish is to ask a question, he will make an exception here, and grant 2 wishes. Jaehwan immediately asks about his friend, whom Kanak knows as Yunhwan, but unfortunately, he is no longer in the metabus. Fortunately though, he's in a place not that far from Caspian. Additionally, a very powerful person is protecting him, so he shouldn't worry. There's no place in the abyss safer than that place. Jaehwan wants him to bring Yunhwan to him, but that's beyond Kainak's authority. But it seems this question wasn't his wish. Jaehwan asks who has him, and Kanak could answer that. But the moment he speaks of that person, they will definitely notice. Who knows? That might spell doom for his friend. Jaehwan says nothing, and Kanak congratulating him for being so wise, he should speak his second wish out loud. Jaehwan wants the end of the illusion tree. He wants to know how to get to the first nightmare. Kinuan expected this to be his objective, like most others. Martis notes that this was being talked about even 1,000 years ago, and it came with a saying, those who wish to see the end of the world must climb the metabus. Runard doesn't get it. Why would someone want to see that? Martis guesses that it's because it's unknown to anyone, and Runard says that there are lots to be curious about though, like Jaehwan's surname. Everyone jumps in wanting to know it, along with his thoughts, but Jin just gives them an idea. Ask the man directly. Runard was just trying to say that the world is already full of mysteries to discover. Why would one be curious about the end of the world? Jin explains that it's because it's the biggest question. If he knows the answer to it, he will be able to answer the other questions with ease. Runard understands. Perhaps at the end of the world, he can see Jaehwan's surname. Kanak did not expect him to ask it like that. The minds of those who are curious about the first nightmare aren't exactly healthy after all. They would think too much by themselves and end up obsessing over every minute detail. There are also situations where they would get angry with the answer, to the extent that he doesn't get why they even came here. Maybe they just wanted an answer, no matter how gruesome. Jaehwan tells him that he talks a lot. He should get to the point already. Kainak says that the question is rather simple, and so the answer is simple too. He should follow the ones who challenged the first nightmare, for he must gather the 3 sacred treasures of the ancient gods. If he does that, he will naturally know how to get to the top of the tree and reach his destination. The chief commander asks why he did not tell him this, with Kanak telling him that even if he did, he wouldn't have left this place. He also knew this. That's why he asked him for other cheap tricks. Jaehwan asks what tricks. Kanak not surprised that he did not tell them. There is a way to get to the first nightmare, something only the driver of the metabus can allow. He can use it too, but considering his personality, he probably won't. Jaehwan asks what it is, Kainak wondering if this is his third question, making Jaehwan glare at him. With this expression, Kanak would just rather tell him. The driver who has accumulated world power in the tower for 1,000 years can ascend to the end of the illusion tree. Jaehwan understands now if he kills him, he can become the driver, right? Kanak says that anyone who kills the driver can become one, but he has to succeed. He's forgetting one part though, that even as a driver, he must accumulate world power for at least 1,000 years. Jaehwan is pretty confident in just waiting, but Kanak advises that it won't be easy, especially for someone like him who has gone through different times. He does not know how he lasted so long with just repeating the same action, but he better not think that would work anymore. If he keeps doing that, he will become a concept god soon enough. Anderson explains that he's referring to a god that only has a concept left within them. After losing their emotions and personality, he will still have world power, but he will basically be a living corpse. This makes Jaehwan remember the words of Chung Hyo, to be careful of neglect. An awakener who has seen too many things will eventually be blinded by those things. This wasn't neglect though. He was feeling his emotions getting duller because of this. Kanak continues, enduring being the driver for 1,000 years is different from that he has done this far. The time he goes through is precisely calculated, and he will also have to work while being under pressure every single day. Jaehwan asks what work he's talking about, but Kanak asks him, what else? But gathering trust. Renee is surprised by this, so Kanak explains that by selling skins and packages, and things like buffs, etc., he gains trust. The driver needs to sell tons of stuff to earn the trust of pushover gods, because at the end of the day, they need trust too. Renee doesn't get where he uses all that trust. which Kanak can't answer because that would be a question. But then Jaehwan asks, is it for him to use as energy? This tower was made for the driver to reach the end of the illusion tree. It's basically a boosting pad. Kanak agrees. He can probably tell by the size, but this place is for collecting trust, enough to jump to the end after 1,000 years. Renee asks who he is, or more specifically, who the drivers are. Kanak doesn't see a problem. This is the trick he found for getting to the end of the world without gathering the 3 sacred treasures. Renee is not talking about that. Does he know what puppets and avatars are suffering through because of him? Kanak says that things are the same everywhere. Weak gods get oppressed, and the unlucky followers get exploited. This is a universal truth. Did she come here thinking that this place is better than the abyss? The only difference from those two is that all the tragedies happening here are used as fuel. She should look at him. Everyone is looking at them and their actions. This tower has given the gods what they desperately yearned for. The gods who were left behind in the abyss can now finally dream again. It gave the gods an illusion of communication, who dream of freedom. It provided entertainment for those who wanted rest, and it tells those who wish for the end to get to their objective. This tower gave all of them everything they could ever want. So what is wrong with getting some trust as recompense? Renee tells him that this is all fake. He sold fake things to fulfill his own comfort. Kanak says that they are not fake. Just like how the tears being shed by that crow are not fake, this tower simply sells the experience of things. Like the story between a god and her followers, the story of a man who only wants revenge, or the story of someone who wants to see the world after the end. Everyone's story is recorded here. Does she think that even these are fake? Renee can't say anything about that. And Kanak reminds them that they were the ones who entered the tower, and it has given them exactly what they wished for. The chief commander has had enough of his riddles. He removes his restriction and demands his reward. Kanak will indulge him for now. What does he wish for? The chief commander says that he already knows. He wants him to rewind the time of the illusion tree by 700 years. Peng tells him that there's no way that wish can be granted. He only has one wish, so he better make it count. The chief commander doesn't care. He created the alliance. He earned trust and offered it to him. He did everything he was supposed to, so now he wants his reward. He throws a gear on the floor, proving that, along with the 600 years he has done this, he has earned the right to rewind time. Kanak hasn't forgotten. He did say that he would grant that wish of his, but as he knows, even the driver can't do that. He's in luck though. He has gathered enough world power for what he wanted. There is a limit to what kind of wish the driver can grant, but the situation changes when he's not the driver anymore. With a snap of his fingers, he summons a bunch of golden stairs that lead straight to a golden orb. Peng thinks it's like the ark that brings people to the first nightmare, but Anderson knows better. They call that the universe vessel, and she senses an immense amount of world power from it. With that much, it might be able to get people to the first nightmare. Kanak is tired of this job. He leaves the chief commander as the driver, and this time, if he arrives at the first nightmare safely, he will grant his wish. He wishes him good luck with all of that. He knows best he will need it. Jaehwan asks if he really intends to become the driver. Does he still need time to think about it? The way to find answers in this world is rather mundane, entrusting his thoughts to the huge flow of things and becoming one of the majorities of gods. If he does that, even if wrong, nobody would say that he is. He will actually become one of the gods that can tell others they are wrong. However, he did not do that. He thought about doing everything alone and arrived at the idea of rewinding time. The chief commander asks if that's wrong, Jaehwan expecting him to already know after thinking about it for so much time. The chief commander already knew that the driver would not keep his promise, and that his wish would never be granted. He desperately attempted to look for things that would convince him, and the reason he had not given up is because had hope, an impossible hope that he did not want to let go of a stubborn 600-year illusion that he refused to let go. He asks Jaehwan what he would have done if he was in his shoes. The chief commander already knows the answer, as he told him previously, that he should stay here with his backward way of doing things. He will climb in his own way. After such a long time of aimless wandering, it's time for him and his requiem to come to an end. As Kanak climbs the last steps to the universe transporter, a blast overwhelms him, shocking everyone. Kanak asks the chief commander what he's doing as he destroys his blade, but the chief commander demands Jaehwan stop the driver. He has 1,000 years worth of world power with him. With that, they would be able to revive all the puppets and avatars who have died. Kanak doesn't understand why he's doing this. Does he not want to see the end of the world too? Did he not come here for that? Jaehwan agrees that it used to be the case. Kanak is disappointed. He's nothing but a broken god who never understood him. Jaehwan does, the tormented souls of those he has killed coming over him. That is exactly why he can make the same decision he made. He deploys his sanctuary, which swiftly breaks most of the steps as it launches Jaehwan up to Kainak, who now understands. All the people he has slain to get here, even those he has failed to protect, he took all of them with him. He did climb the tower in his special way, as he opened the door to this place without shedding blood. He has earned the right to stop him, but only if he can handle 1,000 years of world power. With a single swish of his hand, Kainak destroys part of his sanctuary, making him fall down. They will meet again someday, and he will eagerly wait for that day. Jaehwan can't do anything but fully fall down, wondering if he has lost him, but uses comprehension as one last-ditch effort. With it, he sees tons of links. He's probably getting his world power through those, but if that's the case, he knows what to do. Virtus comes around and tells him that would be a foolish endeavor, making Jaehwan ask if he's here to stop him. Virtus can't fight. He's just telling him that it won't work. Not even he can stop that world power. This is way harder than destroying a ceiling. This gives Jaehwan an idea. The Metabus is supplying world power to his vessel after all, so he just has to take down the Metabus. Virtus has had enough. How many times does he have to tell him to stop destroying the Metabus? Suddenly, the chief commander tells them to stop, as the end of the world is going to open soon, so they don't have time for this. He tells Virtus to go and tell every god around that the Metabus is going to fall apart. Virtus remains vigilant, but upon seeing his aura, understands. He is the new driver after all. Renee tells them to wait. What will happen to the gods that are living on the lower floors? The chief commander says that it's time for them to go outside, but Renee asks if that doesn't concern him, since he's the new owner of the Metabus. The chief commander has no reason to become the driver. She could tell him the reason to protect the Metabus, however, since she's the god of fate. He would like to know if Kainak will keep his promise in 1,000 years, or whether he will even meet his teammates again. She can't answer, and the chief commander can't wait anymore. 600 years was too much. He waited for nothing. Peng knows this is not the time to be worrying about his recipes, and Martis vows to stay here with Jaehwan until the end. Suddenly, the end of the world opens up. They must stop Kainak before he goes inside. So he asks Jaehwan how much world power he has left. He barely has any, so the chief commander recharges him. Only for this time, though. He immediately feels the surge. He falls to the ground, vomiting from the amount. He's surprised he even had that much left. The chief commander explains that this is 600 years worth, so he better handle it, because if he fails, he won't be able to save anyone. The world power surges around him as he lets it out, and the chief commander demands he finish this now, as right now, nobody can take on his world power. Jaehwan smashes his blade in the ground, and it starts breaking through floor after floor, destroying everything in its path as the gods freak out. The majority of the gods spam the leave button as the Metabus comes down at the seams, but suddenly, the entire world stops around the chief commander, leaving only him. This can't be Kronos, meaning that Kainak is the one who did it. Sure enough, he detects him, but even with his authority from Kronos, he does not intend to lose to a power not fully fledged yet. He accelerates time right back to normal, where new missions are being created constantly, with the final one being to evacuate as fast as possible. The group falls down too, but Martis swiftly uses his powers and creates a cocoon that keeps them safe. Peng is seeing him in a new light because of this, but Runard wonders why they have been still falling. When will they stop? Martis didn't actually think about it, so they are now basically free-falling. Jaehwan attempts to stay awake, but at the same time sees a vision of Kainak speaking with the old man. Even if his life is coming to an end, he asks Kainak to take care of this tower, as he is satisfied with how things are. His world's end is this place. However, someone from the tower will eventually reach the true end and destroy it. Jaehwan falls unconscious as the Metabus comes apart at the seams, but some debris actually falls on the cube, letting Seola out. She swiftly grabs Jaehwan and gets away, while saying that she's not doing this because she wants to, but because she has a debt to repay to him. The collapse of the Metabus is felt all around. It was the landmark of Caspian for thousands of years, and now it lies broken, signaling the end of an era. The people of Caspian gather around to see what has happened, but most average people are glad to see that which leeched off low-ranked gods down like this. To them, the Metabus was just a gambling den, and nothing else. As they wonder if anyone has survived, one of them suddenly sees some rocks moving, and sure enough, Martis and the others have survived, although it was quite the bumpy trip judging by their reactions. Anderson flies away immediately, presumably to look for Jaehwan, but suddenly sees Hans, and not just him, as Christian and Mariana have also revived. Eden and his vessel seem to have also survived, guessing that Jaehwan actually did what he said he would do. The Bureau is hard at work controlling and investigating the situation, and just now, they have gotten confirmation that most of the people here are souls that have died in the Metabus. They have all been brought to life. Jaehwan is laid inside of an inn, still unconscious after everything, but with a slight twitch, he wakes up, just in time for Peng to come and give him his meal. Jaehwan asks if this is the Metabus, but Peng hopes he remembers that he destroyed that thing. This is just an inn in Caspian. He should look outside, for confirmation, as Metabus is still in pieces. He's not trying to blame him for it. Everyone should be thankful, in fact, because now those who were stuck in there have a chance to live a real life. Naturally, everyone has started to judge him, and there are even those who are eager to give him a new nickname. But enough of that, he should eat first. Jaehwan has not seen this type of food from him before, so Peng tells him it's chicken soup. He just made it. With this, he hopes to feed himself and make a living since the Metabus is no longer an option. Jaehwan takes a sip and he smiles. It's a soup filled with memories, so he believes Peng will stay in business for a good while. Outside, Carlton trains Runard, both of them seeming quite unsure on how to actually thrust, but Jaehwan arrives to tell them that they are both wrong. Runard immediately jumps on him, which he doesn't like, but he congratulates Carlton, as he seems to have gotten stronger. Carlton says that he changed too, in a good way of course. In the distance, they hear cheering and laughter, making Carlton remember the northern streets of Gorgon. Anderson lands on Jaehwan's shoulder, and notes that she should have been informed when he woke up, with Jaehwan seeing that she's in quite a good mood. Anderson agrees, after all. She has acquired a few more followers today. Jaehwan heard about it. Some people that were dolls before got revived. But what about her avatar? Anderson tells him that she's in her unique world, as not all her memories are back, but she's gotten much better. Jaehwan doesn't see the others around, so Runard tells him that Unsei immediately stormed off to go and capture the chief commander. But before he left, he said that he owes him one, and will come to help if he asks for it, even though he already has him. Seolha also came by and told him not to misunderstand anything. Her exact words, he really doesn't know what she means. Jaehwan doesn't either, but at least he managed to keep his promise to that guy. As for the others, they are behind them, drinking and chatting away. Jaehwan sits with Renee, who sensed that he was no rookie from the beginning. Jaehwan knows that, but Renee also reveals that she had to make use of him, which again, he knew. Renee explains that she wanted to become the driver, even though he had that whole speech about today and yesterday. Unfortunately, there is no hope for the today of the Abyss. The followers regularly abused the rights they had, to deceive good gods, while the rulers sold their products to drive the gods apart. They eventually resigned to this fate and fell to the ground. All that is left for them is to put their ambitions and desires into a worldview. It has been long since Big Brother interfered with the Abyss, but the world has become much more heartless than when Big Brother ruled. Nobody believes in true salvation these days, just like how they drink liquor and pretend to be drunk, even though they can't achieve that state anymore. The salvation that is within the Abyss is nothing but a mockery. It's not something that can be changed just because someone wants to. Jaehwan asks if that's why she wanted the Metabus, which she confirms, but that's no longer possible. Anderson doesn't like her pessimistic attitude. She's acting like the world ended just because that ugly place fell. Renee explains that, unfortunately, she's right. She's the goddess of fate, and through a fated future, she saw that the Abyss will soon be destroyed too. Anderson asks her to explain, so Renee tells them that if the Metabus is destroyed, the Abyss will soon suffer the same fate. That's the activation condition of the fate she's seen. Anderson asks why she didn't just tell them, but Renee was curious. She wanted to see what the end of the world this rookie wanted to reach looked like. Everything might be annihilated in the end, but perhaps destruction is better than they think. Jaehwan believes there is no good destruction, but regardless, Renee says that destruction will be the center of it all, because after all, he's the start of everything. Jaehwan demands an explanation, so she tells him that she cast the blessing of fate on him. It's not a storyline that can be detected with ease. He survived an attack that should have killed him. Did he not find that strange? Jaehwan asks why they help, but she already told them she was curious. This is just a gamble the goddess of fate decided to join in. Jaehwan looks down at his cup and thanks her, but she doesn't want any, as she's still against the destruction. She made some pretty good friends in the tower thanks to him, so she intends to look after the other Metabuses with them. Even if the ultimate fate of the world is destruction, they need to struggle against it with all they have. With that, she gets up and gives her final goodbye, Anderson noting how heartless she is. Martis comes along too, explaining that he has decided to travel with Minerva, and he intends to meet some of his former colleagues. The reason he was able to get here, however, was thanks to him, so no matter where he is, he vows to rush in upon his summons. Martis, the god of today, who was found on the 6th floor, is quite strange, in Jaehwan's eyes at least, as he could not understand why he followed him. When he was teaching him, he was also teaching a bunch of gods at the same time. So his memories of him were akin to something like what he ate yesterday. But as he saw him walk away, he thought that he has the best understanding of today, as he is doing all of this to better understand it and never go back to yesterday. Since everyone is leaving, Carlton gets up too. He has to go meet with Chung Heo and Siren. They are bound to have gotten into some trouble by now, so he has to go and fix it. He asks if he will come with, but Jaehwan refuses. He still has something left to do. Carlton nods and walks away, promising to finish their conversation when they are all together. Anderson is just surprised by how many dumplings he took with him. Runard wonders if they won't go somewhere too, perhaps other sites, but Anderson tells him to give up. All he does is thrust all day long. Jaehwan asks who those random people are, so Peng explains that they are those who lived their entire lives in the tower. They will do anything he commands, as they have stayed in the metabus too long and have forgotten how to live without assignments. Jaehwan is not a babysitter, but Peng is not telling him to be one. But since he brought them here, he should at least give them their first task. One of them sheepishly approaches and asks to be his subordinate, but Jaehwan refuses again and again. Anderson tells him that he's too cold since he doesn't have anyone. This guy won't know what to do. Jaehwan relents and tells him to go sweep the front yard. The person's eyes light up and he immediately rushes to do so. The others also want tasks, so Jaehwan gives them a group one to go in a corner and practice thrusting. With that task, they all get to training, Runard taking the mantle of instructor, who seems to be doing a good job. Peng notes that they will become quite the army in the future, but Jaehwan prefers to fight alone. Peng agrees that it's easier, but it will be hard to find happiness all alone. He might have lived his life like that so far, but now he has people he can trust. Jaehwan just looks at the stars, so Peng changes the subject with a sigh. It seems that his sword sheath has become quite worn out. He doesn't know much about swords, but since he destroyed the metabus, it must have taken some damage. If he's going on another journey filled with fights, he should go and meet a blacksmith. Jaehwan did not expect to find one here, but more specifically, a famous mayor is visiting Caspian on this day. While he is not at the level of artisan, his skills are still on par with them. He should go and find him, as he heard he has a temporary store set up for the festival. Jaehwan asks if this is a festival to celebrate the fall of the metabus, but it's not. It's just festival season. He also wants to tell him about Caspian's great auction. If he has time, he should go and see that too. There might be something worthwhile for him there. Jaehwan asks if his friend will be there too, but Peng denies that. But there are still items of great value. At this auction, it is rumored that the 3 sacred treasures of the ancient gods will show up too. Eventually, they arrive at the city center, with Runard mentioning that it's been a while since it's been just the 3 of them. Anderson tells him to stop saying ominous things, but he also wonders if an item made by a mayor is that good. Anderson notes that it's quite exaggerated, although they are still great, that much fame doesn't come without a reason. Runard doesn't get why it's necessary to use something mayor made. A human could make the same thing, right? Like Jaehwan, he can create too. Anderson explains that the mayors have exceptional imagination from birth. Yes, everyone can create an item, but the details that go into an item made by a mayor is on a different level. After all, the mayors are obsessed with all sorts of things, starting from concepts like freedom to emotions and desires. There are items where they obsess over humans and other creatures too. Depending on the thing they are obsessed with, the details of the item will differ. There are some things in the world that one can only create if they have gone insane over it. Before they are allowed into the auction house, a guard blocks them, demanding an inspection and official identification. Anderson wasn't expecting identification to be required here. They should have gathered the followers and made one. Surprisingly, Jaehwan has one. The sage gave it to him, which Anderson is glad for, but the guard refuses to let them in, as this is clearly a fake document. Jaehwan tells him it's not, but the guard just shows it to them, showing that Peng just wrote some stuff on a paper and thought it was good enough. This is clearly very fake, and here, he is the judge of that. Jaehwan would like to test that theory, but before he can unleash death, the inspection bureau chief arrives, asking if he is Jaehwan, the god slaughterer. Upon hearing this name, everyone begins gossiping, as he was the one who destroyed the metabus. The chief apologizes for this, but even if he is the sky destroyer, he must still follow the rules. Jaehwan asks about this sky destroyer, making the chief think that he doesn't know about it, and the people around him to speak louder, talking about all his spoils, most importantly, that he gets butt naked when fighting. This angers Anderson, as they clearly don't know the beauty of undressing, and when the people say that maybe he just enjoys doing it, Jaehwan becomes even more angered, his aura permeating throughout. Suddenly someone grabs his hand, someone with a golden lock of hair, who notes that this man is with him, so he wants him to pass too. Everyone recognizes that pattern on his clothes. He is the one who chases the stars. Jaehwan finds it strange. He did not feel approaching until he touched him. He uses his powers to try and detect more, and feels something from a few people behind them, a variety of energies, but nothing from this guy, just as if he's not even there. He asks the chief if his name is not on the list, but he denies such a thing. The one who chases the stars is a guarantee of identity itself. They apologize for holding them so long. They can all go in now. The inside of the festive street is filled with ads at every corner, but Jaehwan is more interested in this man and asks if he knows about him. She gives him a long stare and wonders who he is, and when he got here, Jaehwan wonders if she was asleep or something, so he tells her his name, the one who chases the stars. Anderson has heard about him. He's the leader of the Third World Federation and is quite a famous figure. Is that guy really him, though? Jaehwan notes that he hasn't thanked him, but the man thinks nothing of it. He was honored to help him. Jaehwan asks if he knows him, but the man notes that there's probably not a person who does not know about the Sky Destroyer. Jaehwan does not know of that nickname, but as he probably knows, there are 21 strongest gods in the abyss. The ones in the highest place are the 7 great thrones, and below them are the 7 skies, and below that would be the 7 stars that brighten the skies. The Sky Destroyer nickname was given to him because he became the 8th sky of the abyss. Currently, he is one of the 8 skies of the abyss. Peng told him that his achievement would be judged, and there are also people who will attempt giving him a new nickname. Honestly, he thinks it's a stupid thing to do, so he asks for the man's name, which is Declan. Come to think of it though, he didn't ask where he was heading to. If he's fine with it, he can point him there. Jaehwan notes that he wants to hire a mayor, which Deacon knows about, because there's only one mayor that's personally in this place taking requests. He has business with him too, so they should go together while they are at it. As they walk through the city, they see an old man getting harassed for selling jewelry in front of the bully's store. He doesn't get why this is happening, but the bully makes it clear to him. He has offended him with his outdated pieces of junk. Before he can smash them into pieces, Declan intervenes and tells him to remove his feet, as the necklace he was about to step on is something he wanted to buy. The bully apologizes. He probably should have aimed for his head instead. Jaehwan simply grabs his shoulder and removes all his clothes, forcing him to run away naked like a streaker. The old man seems to already know about Declan, grateful to see him again, but Declan notes that Jaehwan was the one who helped him. The old man decides to take back his thanks and give it to Jaehwan, who really doesn't care that much. Declan notes that since he's not thankful anymore, he won't buy his necklace, making the old man immediately deny he ever did such a thing. Suddenly, Runard arrives. He has been looking everywhere for Jaehwan, who just went to the toilet and basically got lost. Deccan's men are angry at him for buying so much jewelry. They already have a budget. What's with the reckless purchases? This makes Jaehwan remember his old friends, but he soon gets interrupted by Deacon, who offers him a skewer, one which Runard really wants, apparently. Jaehwan refuses and notes that he has some good subordinates, which Deccan did not expect to hear from him. Does he think he's a good person now? Jaehwan outright denies such a claim, making Deacon upset, but he guesses that he is so because he didn't give him anything. He doesn't need to worry, as he got himself something too, a necklace that has an inventory. Jaehwan refuses, so Deccan just puts it on Anderson, who actually seems to like it. As they continue walking, Deccan asks if he belongs to any group. A lot of people are probably trying to get him because of how famous he is. Jaehwan prefers working alone, which Deccan can relate to. They are quite similar in most ways. He used to work alone up until 900 years ago because he thought he could survive that way with no issues. There was a mayor with whom he was pretty close at the time, and he said something to him. No matter how exceptional one's imagination is, it cannot fill the whole world alone. He just shook that off at first, but these days, he's reminded of those words constantly. Jaehwan asks if he's the same mayor they are going to meet now, but Deacon denies it. That guy left this world a long time ago. Jaehwan apologizes for his loss, but Deacon says it's fine. That bastard is probably living it up somewhere else. Soon enough, they arrive at their spot, Ignal, which Anderson recognizes. Jaehwan asks about them, but Anderson finds it hard to actually remember what she does and doesn't remember, to the point where she has an existential crisis. Deccan greets Ryun, who has been waiting for him, but he doesn't know who this person is next to him. Deccan explains that he's with him, but Ryun explains that he can take only one other person. Deccan asks if he can't take this kid too, with Runard acting like an actual child, to the point that Ryun just lets him through. Before Jaehwan can enter though, he is stopped, as pets aren't allowed. Before Anderson can rip into him with her beak, Jaehwan pulls out a dumpling and says that this is just his storage. Upon entering, they see tons of crafts, with Jaehwan thinking previously that generally, mayors made towers. Deccan agrees, but the towers don't really have to be buildings. In their own way, these are all towers. Jaehwan is puzzled. If towers are created for cultivation, what are these ones cultivating? Deccan beckons him to look at something from the god collection, something called coexistence. His blade begins to shake upon feeling it, and coexistence does the same. Jaehwan asks what his god collection is, so Deacon explains that this is the signature lines of the towers Ignal made, his ultimate masterpiece, challenging the three sacred treasures. Jaehwan knows about those, that they are incredible weapons, so Deacon wants to speak about them a little more, but Jaehwan refuses. Deacon just decides to do it anyway, as he will learn a lot. Before Big Brother appeared, there were three gods known as the strongest: the god Slaughterer, Catastrophe, the Plausibility Destroyer, Deus, and the Illusion Destroyer, Gestalt. They are the legendary gods who made it to the top of the abyss without help, so they are ancient gods. The three sacred treasures were left behind by them before disappearing. They are the main items: Catastrophe's Void Sword, Gestalt's Eye, and Deus's Ex Machina. He probably heard about one of these items. Jaehwan doesn't think this is one of them, which Deacon confirms. This was just made by the best artisans in history. That was an amazing era for creation. All the mayors had to struggle to build a single tower, and seeing how no items had surpassed the sacred treasures, those who used the relics became the ancient three gods and the three sacred treasures. Suddenly, Ignal appears, noting that what determines how powerful a weapon is the master of the weapon. Declan's explanation was quite dumb, but he moves on to Jaehwan and asks who made that sheath for him. Jaehwan explains that it was Michael Garnard from the Twilight Dusk Smithy, which Ignal is delighted to hear. It seems that his apprentice is alive and well. This is the current best artisan in the world, Ignal of the Deep Dusk. After sitting down, Declan finds this a strange turn of fate, for the master to work on the sheath that his apprentice made. After coming back, Ingle explains that it's decent enough to be used, but its durability is almost depleted. But since he told him about his apprentice, he will make him a new one. Jaehwan asks if he can't just strengthen and repair this one, but Ignal asks why his hands would work on this stupid old sheath. Jaehwan just finds great meaning in it, and Declan also confirms that it's not as bad as it seems. It's good enough that it's hard to believe a human even made it in the first place. Ignal asks what he knows about smithing, which Declan knows nothing about, but he can see traces in this sheath. The expert who made it has trained in refining for a long time, and there are even traces that shows how he forged on, knowing that he would fail, and the will to fight this is evident. He is positive Jaehwan cherishes this sheath because he can sense this too. Ignal notes that it's still human-made, but Declan thinks this is precisely why it's even more valuable. He would probably be able to draw out the true value that's hidden within. Ignal likes this idea, but the base for this thing is lousy to begin with. It's made out of a horned beast's horn. It will be challenging to make this better, even if he's willing to work on it. Declan did not expect to hear that from him, but Ignal could realistically do it, although it would just be a bunch of wasted time. Even if shabby, this is a product that his apprentice made with certain principles in mind. While it is by no means high grade, it's got the majesty skill within, and most importantly, it has a crystal clear design, which hides the true value of the sword within. He guesses that this function was requested by the owner. Declan can't believe it has the crystal clear design that not even he can apply, which Ignal immediately reprimands him for. He just doesn't want to do it. He asks Jaehwan for his blade, and he gives it. Declan knows it was not naturally made, so he guessed that someone made it, but Ignal denies even that. This puzzles Declan, as he wonders what it is then, but Ignal tells him that the world offers more than just black and white. Just like how adaptation and awakening are not the end, all be all for ascension. Declan wonders, though, in this case, wouldn't the two options cover all the possible situations? Ignal can only tell him after a bit of research, so he tells Jaehwan that if he leaves his blade here, he will repair and strengthen his current sheath, and won't charge anything for it either. It seems like he doesn't own much to begin with, and he also looks like the type who would think that he would charge some exorbitant price or something. Things like bringing back the scales of the white dragon, or stealing the claws of the ice dragon. These are things a certain someone had told him previously, although he was pretty foolish back then, not like he isn't now. Renard notes that this is a good thing. He was considering giving Anderson as payment. Jaehwan just ignores him and asks how long it will take, with Ignal noting that it will be around a month, but he thinks that's too long. Ingle promises this is the bare minimum. If he doesn't want it, he can go and check out other places, although he isn't sure that other artisans could deal with this. Jaehwan bites the bullet and agrees to the deal, which Ignal knew he would. Jaehwan still needs a sword he can use until then, so Ignal tells him to choose something from outside. He will go put this feisty thing in a safe space. Jaehwan tells Runard that he should choose something too, but Anderson wonders where he will get the trust to do that. Jaehwan has his ways and looks at her with a greedy look. Soon enough, she is put up as collateral, leaving her fate up to Jaehwan's and Runard's financial thinking. Declan goes to pick up the sword he will be using, which is a light blade, but he asks him to make something on the level of the sacred treasures. Ignal notes that he's the one who said that the owner of the blade is the one who determines the grade. This is his third model of his signature collection, It can either be a useless piece of scrap or a sacred treasure, depending on how it's used. Jaehwan asks if there are other swords from the same series, and Ingle notes that there are swords from older series. The first model was taken by Ignis, and the second was stolen by Kronos. Jaehwan remembers that bastard, but wonders if there are no other swords from the same series. Ignel might not make a sword of this series even upon request, but before he can finish his sentence, a mighty roar echoes throughout the halls, putting Jaehwan on the alert. Ignel explains that this is the roar of a blade he made. It's something he's not selling, or rather can't because it's incomplete. He cannot see it being completed either, as it's a pretty hard sword to tame. Hearing all this, Jaehwan decides to take it, even if Ignel specifically just told him that it's not for sale. He allows him to take a closer look to see that the sword is a mess, but if he can wield it, he will give it to him. If he fails, he will just consider this attempt as payment for the sheath. Jaehwan likes those conditions and grabs the blade, but immediately, visions are coursing his mind. There was once a small stone. It was a black one that withstood the rain, snow, and heavy winds for generations. That stone was suddenly found by others, but nobody bothered to dig it out. There were also people who recognized its potential, and as time passed, the stone got routed. It was as if it was born for a single purpose. It just kept hardening and hardening, but just how tough did it get after so much time? One day, the rock started to think that it might be the toughest thing in the world, and soon enough, it was grabbed by a mysterious figure with a mysterious power. Jaehwan knows these are the stone's memories, and Ignel congratulates him, although he is pretty surprised he pulled it off. The name of the blade he's wielding right now is Absolute Sovereign, a mighty fine piece of unfinished work. After leaving Ignel's place, Anderson is pretty mad, but Runard seems to be pretty happy. She begins expressing her disdain pretty loudly, so Runard explains that they were going to leave her there until they got the trust. Anderson can't believe it. If that yellow-haired con artist hadn't paid for them, she would have become Ignel's material. Runard notes that she shouldn't call the one who saved her a con artist, and also notes that he named his sword Absolute Scion, which Anderson finds pretty cringy. Jaehwan approaches Dekan and says that he owes him, but he believes that was nothing. If he can be friends with the Sky Destroyer, then it's not a loss, is it not? He asks if he's heading anywhere in particular, and Jaehwan asks if he is, which Dekan confirms, so he should follow him again. He asks Jaehwan if he's looking for anything in particular, which he is, an item similar to his. Dekan notes that Ignel's work really is popular, but it's nothing compared to the 3 sacred treasures. Jaehwan thought he said the wielder of the blade is more important, but he only did so to not hurt Ignel's feelings. Some weapons can help win fights that cannot be won, and also help break through walls nobody can overcome. Jaehwan looks up and sees the sky, likely another wall he must cross. Deacon notes that if one can obtain one of the 3 sacred treasures, one could even be able to fight on par with the 3 ancient gods. Jaehwan suggests that a weapon so strong would devour its own user, but that's what Deacon wants to test, to see if he is truly worthy of wielding such a mighty weapon. If he had known they shared so many thoughts, he would have looked for him earlier. They could have been good friends. Jaehwan notes that they could still be, but they would have had to meet a long time ago. They finally arrive at the Hetchnold Grand Auction House, but Jaehwan stops following, wanting to ask Dakan something. What is the intent of his goodwill? Dakan thought it was obvious already. It's because he has something that he wants. In particular, he wants a dumpling, but Runard refuses. Dakan just wants a bite. He's a good guy, isn't he? Jaehwan tells him to give him his share, so Runard reluctantly does so, letting Deacon enjoy the dumpling. As expected, these Murim dumplings are amazing, but Jaehwan doubts this is all that he wants, and Deacon betrays that there's one more thing. The entrance to this auction house is divided into 2 sections. The Golden Gate, which is where the general items are auctioned, and the Hidden Gate, which is where the highest quality items are. Those invited to the Hidden Gate can bring along one companion. Some of his friends should be attending this too, and they must have brought some pretty influential companions. Among these friends of his, there is always an unspoken competition regarding who brings the best companion, so he would like him to accompany him as his partner. If he doesn't feel comfortable with it, he can just think of it as briefly joining hands. Jaehwan asks why he wants him as his ally, but even if he has a good answer, he shouldn't have done something like this. Within a second, he whips out his blade and launches a mighty attack into the air, shattering the illusion above. People fall on the floor in fear, but not because of Jaehwan, but because of something more malicious. He heard from other people to beware Manhwa, as he will certainly take an interest in him. He also formed that cult of his, which focuses on killing and killing, until there's nothing else. His true name is Maljad van Deklen. The old man almost dies from fear, and everyone runs at the word of his name, making Maljad smile. It's fortunate. He thought he hid himself well enough. So how did he figure it out? Jaehwan knows that in his world, there was something that should have always been visible, but it wasn't. The people who were running away suddenly go back to normal, like nothing ever happened. Milad didn't want to be discovered until the end. Most people form prejudices as soon as they find out who he is. After all, Jaehwan expected him to have this ability, to sever memory links. He also thinks that prejudice against him might become even worse, but he has one last question. Why does he want him to accompany him to that place? Millard notes that it's simple. They both see the world in the same way, so he will introduce himself properly. His full name is Mayad van Deklen, but his friends call him the Crack Sovereign. He heard from other people to beware of Millard, as he will certainly take an interest in him. He also formed that cult of his, that focus on killing and killing, until there's nothing else. His true name is Millard van Deklen. The old man almost dies from fear, and everyone runs at the word of his name, making Millard smile. It's fortunate, he thought he hid himself well enough. So how did he figure it out? Jaehwan knows that in his world, there was something that should have been always visible, but it wasn't. The people who were running away suddenly go back to normal, like nothing ever happened. Millard didn't want to be discovered until the end. Most people form prejudices as soon as they find out who he is after all. Jaehwan expected him to have this ability, to sever memory links. He also thinks that prejudice against him might become even worse, but he has one last question. Why does he want him to accompany him to that place? Millard notes that it's simple. They both see the world in the same way, so he will introduce himself properly. His full name is Millard van Deklen, but his friends call him the Crack Sovereign. As they go into the auction house, Anderson asks Jaehwan if he's out of his mind. Does he not know who the Crack Sovereign is? Or has he gotten a big head because of his new title? Jaehwan knows full well who he is, so Anderson wonders how he's willingly following him if that's the case. Jaehwan wants to see the 3 sacred treasures with his own eyes, which Anderson understands, but he should have gone back to the inn with Runard, in her opinion. Millard hopes he likes the new suit, which he prepared to fit the dress code. Jaehwan doesn't really mind it, and Millard asks if he has forgotten about the proposition he made earlier. Jaehwan asks if it's about him participating in his stead in the auction, and Millard confirms as such. Officially, he is not allowed to participate. It's because of a kind of treaty that he does not need to know about right now. They arrive at the entrance to the hidden auction house, and Jaehwan tells him not that he doesn't have trust, but Millard will be paying. Jaehwan asks what he will gain in turn for helping him, so Millard explains that he will lend him the 3 sacred treasures. Anderson tells Jaehwan that in this place stand the most powerful gods, and the world pressure is so intense that she will likely fall asleep. Jaehwan notes that it would finally get quiet, making Anderson tell him to shut up, but anyway, she will go into his unique world. If something ever happens, he must wake her up. Jaehwan sees the determination in her eyes and agrees, before going inside, making the entire room fall silent. Millard notes that this is an initiation. He just has to walk calmly. A lot of people are staring at Jaehwan, with Millard pointing 2 out in particular. They are on the level of a 7-star, and they seem mindful of him, although they should be, since it hasn't even been a year since he appeared in this place, and he's become one of the 8 skies. He will have to withstand these critical glares from everyone from now on. Not for him, though. He's friendly. They go to the table specifically given to him, with Millard not expecting them to be so near the front. Jaehwan stares at a particular person as he sits down, and Millard notes that he must recognize his power. That guy's title is the Hidden Sky, the God of Solitude, Derek Milt. If the chief commander was Kronos' right hand, this guy would be the left, and Kronos is left-handed. He is one of the key players here, so they should be mindful of him. Suddenly, Shio appears, asking Millard if he's been well. He also greets Jaehwan, as it's been a while since they have met. Jaehwan doesn't think that their relationship is good enough to act so amicably, but Shiyu wants what happened in the Metabus to stay there. He does not hold hostility toward him. He can think of him as friendly, as because of him, the Abyss has gotten quiet. 80% of the messages in Little Brother were spam from anonymous gods. However, since he destroyed the Metabus, he destroyed the anonymous gods too. And thanks to that, the young souls of the Abyss have gone back to work, and it's only right for the young ones to work and train hard. Suddenly, someone arrives from behind and notes that all will die, even if they work hard. He turns his attention to Jaehwan and says that this is their first meeting. He went to the inn he was supposed to, but they must have missed each other. He never thought that he would associate himself with that pale-faced fool, though. Jaehwan asks if he knows who he is, but the man slams the table and notes that everyone does at this point. He is the god of doom, Thanatos. Typically, he is known as the Death Sky. Jaehwan has heard of him before, especially from the messages he used to send. Thanatos notes that the ancient god Gestalt once said this: "The strongest one will be naked in the end," that Thu is a way to capture truth, so he looks forward to seeing more from him. After the two leave, Millard is impressed that he got both of them acting friendly. He really is popular. Had he come later, he might not have been able to travel with him. Jaehwan asks about the treaty he talked about earlier, so Millard explains that it's a promise between the 7 thrones. The treaty is also called the Cooperation Treaty. It basically prevents these even thrones from trying to obtain the 3 sacred treasures. If someone does manage to obtain the 3 sacred treasures, then the abyss will no longer belong to the 7 thrones, but to only one god. Jaehwan asks if he, one of the 7 thrones, really has to abide by these rules, but Millard denies that he is one, but he is still included in the treaty. He's curious about it too, so why doesn't he ask them, since they are here right now, the 7 thrones, that is. Right next to him appears the 4th seat, the Master of Syndrome, the god of pestilence, Plague, who is very pleased to finally meet Jaehwan. He is dragged into their worldview, a world filled with disease and slow death. Millard snaps him out of it, although he is still shaken by the whole ordeal. Plague notes that he heard a lot about him from Ignis. He said he slashed the Kronos clone, is that not right? Does he possess the Void Sword? Jaehwan denies that, but Ignis told him that he used the Void Sword. The people around have heard of this too, that at least he used something similar, but it's impossible as catastrophes should be sealed in chaos. Plague understands. Seeing as he is not answering, it must be a yes. But how? Jaehwan doesn't want to fight whatever this is, and asks if he's obligated to answer. Plague gives him a closer look and finds him interesting. Successor of catastrophe that he is, the scariest plague is one that one cannot even tell that they are infected. With that, Plague disappears, just in time for someone else to appear. Ignis's avatar, the Caravan of Flames. Jaehwan asks if this is another throne, and Caravan answers for him. He is the ruler of Tropical Nights, the 3rd seat of the 7 thrones. He serves as the avatar of Ignis. It's really nice to finally meet the God Slaughterer. He also wants an autograph. As Ignis is a pretty big fan, Millard notes that it's been a while. Is Ignis doing well? Caravan is surprised to see that he's the bastard who paired up with Jaehwan. It seems like he will be spectating thanks to him. Millard believes that's a shame, but if he's so relaxed, what will he do if he snatches away one of the sacred treasures? Caravan tells him not to push it, and the announcer grabs their attention, as the auction will begin shortly, so they should take their seats. With that, Caravan leaves, and Mayor Reynald introduces himself as the host of this great auction. Before they begin, he will explain some rules. Participants may place bids on how many items they want. If no new bids are made in a minute, the highest bid wins. With that, they can begin. The first item is the Blade Monarch's blade, a fairly famous swordsman for his time, and so the bidding begins in earnest. Millard tells Jaehwan to bid too, as he has 5 billion to spare. With that, they go through many items, like the Thunder Temple Chariot, or the prototype bunker. One particular item, the Pocket Dimension Coat, grabs Millard's attention, so he grabs it, as it suits him pretty well. Jaehwan asks if this was made by a mare, but Millard guesses that it is from an outer universe. He remembers the drive talking about other universes, but Millard finds them fascinating. Perhaps there are worlds unaffected by the illusion tree. He pushes Jaehwan to bid too, so he could buy him at least one item. The next item is Thoughts of an Artisan, an ancient mare tome. The people don't seem that surprised, and Reynald explains that the contents are not decipherable. The texts are in the native tongue of the mares of the past. It is also uniquely arranged, which means even if one decodes it, they might not understand it. However, that arrangement style was favored by a few artisans in the past. If someone succeeds in decoding this, it will become a highly prized item. Jaehwan recognizes that as Mullark's handwriting, they might get some more Abyss records, so he decides to buy it. Most people think that this is just a throwaway item. Nobody in Little Brother even knows how to read such things. Jaehwan starts with 500,000, but Milt soon puts up 1 million. Jaehwan raises the price to 1, 2 million, and Milt to 1, 5. They continue like this until the price rises to 2.5 million, and Milt telepathically speaks with Jaehwan, noting that he has never yielded a book before. Jaehwan notes that there's a first time for everything, but he should give this one up, as it's an item important to him. Jaehwan puts up 6.9 million, and he wins the book. With these items out of the way, they can focus on the main auction item, one that can amplify a user's world power up to 5 times. Depending on the power used, it's the mind-blowing armor, Deus Ex Machina. Jaehwan analyzes the armor, seeing the engraved patterns and the refined craftsmanship that it holds. Anyone can see this is the work of an artisan, but why? The Void Sword from Catastrophe felt like a weapon that did not contain restring, but this thing does not carry that same pressure. Before Reynald can begin the auction, a mighty aura surrounds the entire room as a man enters, with Plague noting that he's late, and Caravan expecting him to come earlier. This man is the 5th seat of the 7 Great Thrones, the owner of Ragnarok, and the god of time, Kronos. Reynald apologizes for the sound issue, but now, It's time to initiate the bidding for this highly prized item. Milt immediately puts up 2 billion trust, surprising everyone. But it's to be expected of the hidden sky, and since he's Kronos' left arm, one can connect the dots. With this bet, Reynold begins the countdown, and Caravan tells Kronos that he cannot participate in this auction. He has not forgotten the treaty, right? Kronos notes that it was the hidden sky who bid, but Caravan believes it's the same damn thing. Is he not his left arm? Kronos explains that Milt gained independence some time ago, which both Caravan and Ignis believe is just playing around. Millard notes that Ignis is in a tough spot now. Regardless of Kronos' words or not, the other great thrones will not just sit idly and watch. Since there are no more bidders, Reynold begins the countdown from 10, and it gets up to 2, but suddenly someone puts up 40 billion trust, shaking the entire room with gossip and objections. It was done by someone named X, whom nobody has heard before, but apparently he's sitting next to Plague. Jaehwan uses question comprehension to get closer to this X, and sees his visage, which is hidden by a mask. He doesn't have an overwhelming aura like the thrones. He's really barely alive. He sees Millard smile evilly as Reynold announces the bet and guesses that this was his real target. Millard tells him that it's not, but Jaehwan wonders if he will feign ignorance until the end, but Millard still denies it. Without warning, Jaehwan puts up 200 billion trust, shocking Reynold to his core, and everyone else. Reynold believes that nobody else will participate and gives the armor to Jaehwan, but Kronos stops them, as there's no way that guy would have that much trust. He brings out his assassins and explains that the auction ends here. Everyone is on his side, as there's no way this auction is legit, demanding they, Reynold, stop the auction now. Some even go as far as to say that they should kill Jaehwan and take the armor for themselves. There's no way he can have one of the treasures. Jaehwan expected it to end like this, and gets his new blade primed for battle. Thus begins the incident that would later be remembered as one of the 5 major incidents surrounding Jaehwan. The Hechnold Great Tragedy has only just begun. In the illegal site concentration zone of Caspian called Moonshadow, an old man walks with a woman, noting that it's hard to find someone here. And if all crack branches are like this, Siola tells him now that they are not officially cooperating, but Chung Heo could say the same for her. Does she really think he wants to cooperate? Siola is only helping him because she needs the world power detector made by the mayor. Once she finds the person she wants, their deal is done. Chung Heo doesn't care. He just wants him and Siren to go into Caspian. Who is she chasing anyway? Siola is after the chief commander. She saw him fleeing near the border, but after that, he simply vanished. Chung Heo understands. It seems that him losing against Jaehwan weren't just rumors, although he's probably been lacking in training. Seolha notes that it's the opposite. The chief commander was strong, but Jaehwan got way stronger. Chung Heo didn't expect her to praise a man, but she's surprised by him too, as he got stronger. Chung Heo expected her to notice sooner. He has passed the 4th stage of awakening and reached the theory realm. He can probably even give her a decent fight. Seolha laughs that off, angering Chung Heo, who demands a fight immediately. Seolha just sighs and asks what he thinks the world is. He said he reached the theory realm, so she just suddenly wanted to ask that. Chung Heo notes that nobody truly knows what it is. The world they see is only as much as they believe in it. Unlike the 3rd stage of awakening, which is merely about realizing the truth, the 4th stage of awakening, and the transformation into a god, brings about a cognitive awakening, which includes all senses. It is where humans become exposed to a mountain of information. Some gods, drunk on the belief that they are omniscient now, lose themselves in the information, and it drowns out their own consciousness, leaving only despair and chaos. To avoid this, gods close their eyes and ears, and give up perceiving the vast world. This is a phenomenon known as neglect. One cannot say that neglect is bad, though. It is a necessary sacrifice to preserve their sense of self. In return, they live confined to the small worlds they created, where they are nurtured. Does she know what those worlds are called? Seolha tells him that they are unique worlds, which he confirms. But what he just said is not the entire story. That man, Jaehwan, can see the big brother like the crack sovereign can. Chung Heo guesses that he has long overcome neglect. If she's curious, though, she can try too. Then maybe she will attain the truth. Seolha notes that it's easy for him to say since he hasn't done it, but Cheon-ho just doesn't want to. Seolha was curious. What kind of world lies beyond neglect? A world where one faces the omniscient big brother head-on without fear. Would such a world still just be a unique world? Is it really even okay to think like this? They eventually arrive at their designated place, an antique shop. Seolha knocks 3 times, and a person asks who's there. She tells him that it's her, and she needs a favor, but the man only answers with the same question, who is there? Even when she's clearly ticked off, the man opens the door and asks the same question, making Chung Heo calm her down, as there's no need to fight here. With no other option, Seolha begins citing the crack code. Slaves of liberty, blades of rights, scales of equality, that is crack. After they get inside, she asks the branch leader if they really need to do this every time to enter, but he notes that it's the rules. He asks if they want anything to drink, which Seolha doesn't, but Chung Heo takes a cup of Swanghwa tea. He also asks about this guy becoming younger, so she explains that he is a story manipulator. He can change his face to whatever he wishes. The branch leader comes back and asks if this is her companion, which she confirms, and they can say he's a former crack member. He vouches for him, so she wants through. Her companions will be this old man and a mare. They want entry into Caspian. The branch leader knows she knows this is a bad time. Things have been tense since the whole Metabus ordeal. If she's fine with it though, he can let them in. He asks for Chung Heo's name, which he tells, and the branch leader asks if he's the infamous lustful immortal. Chung Heo has never heard that name before. That must be someone else. Seolha also asks what this is about, so the branch leader explains that even if not as famous as the gods slaughtered, he's still fairly known. Not only is he a strong awakened, but he leads a small pirate faction called the Heralds of Destruction, and they have assassinated the avatars of some high-ranking gods, mostly female, which the immortal apparently takes great interest in. Seolha vows to be careful too, but since they are going to Caspian, they should stay away from the Hechenold Grand Auction House. Apparently there was a fight there. 12 avatars of high-ranking gods got killed. Seolha guesses that the 7 great thrones must have been there as well, and if there was really a fight there, it would have started a war. Wasn't the crack sovereign there as well? The branch leader confirms as much. Kasim went with them though, so there's no need to worry. Seolha doesn't particularly care if they beat each other up, but from what the branch leader heard, there was one guy who slaughtered them all. She wonders who that could be, but Chung Heo points at the screen above them and asks if it was him. The branch leader confirms as much. What was his name though? That's right, Jaehwan, the god slaughterer. As the chaos was transpiring in the auction hall, Reynold held out a barrier to protect Deus Ex Machina, but he could not hold out much longer, so he ordered one of his men to go and contact the World Power Suppression Bureau. Jaehwan continued to defend himself, with Caravan noting that he's beyond what he imagined, but Ignis also noticed that he changed his weapon. Basic knowledge for a fan, honestly. Caravan was impressed, sure, but still did not get why this guy was called the Sky Destroyer. Ignis told him to have patience. He will soon show his real hand. Suddenly, Jaehwan summoned another dark blade, and with it, let out but a fraction of his storyline, crashing into the attackers fiercely. The others warned everyone that if that touches their storyline, they will be destroyed. Ignis expected this, that right there was a storyline that could destroy other storylines, pure and other destruction. Caravan wondered if this guy also is a dual attribute user. He thought only the Scarlet Flame Terror had those dual attributes, but Ignis also reminded him that the Dragon God's Black Flame Dragon also has them. It seemed like a fusion between a basic enhancement storyline and a rule-breaking storyline that could annihilate other storylines. But how did he make it? As they could all see, if they got hit, they would instantly die. Ordinary people would pose no challenge to him. Caravan asks if this means he's immortal, and if this is not a huge problem. Ignis didn't get why, so he explained that there had not been someone like him, recklessly killing with arrogance, since Big Brother and Catastrophe. Will it be fine to leave him alone? As he currently has 20 billion in his possession, right? If the 8 skies or 7 thrones get their grubby hands on it, he doesn't want to know what will happen. Ignis called him foolish. If he really had that much, he would just cash out and disappear instead of making this mess. It's clear this was staged by someone. That guy triggered the incident to match the auction. Caravan wonders if he's after the 3 sacred treasures, but Ignis doesn't believe so. Jaehwan broke Reynolds' barrier and looked closer. It is as Ignis suspected. This piece of armor was a total fake. Before he could look further, a spear lunged itself towards Jaehwan, forcing him to block before it exploded. His attacker was impressed that even after taking that spear imbued with world power, he was still fine. It seems like even if the lowest, he's still an 8 sky. This is the god of spears, Kuris. Jaehwan asked if he was aiming for the treasures, but Kuris was not interested in that. He only wanted his 20 billion trust. As he threw more spears, Jaehwan charged in with his blade, but Kuris caught his strike, allowing Pao to move in. Jaehwan, however fast, could not react in time. But suddenly, someone came to his aid and pushed both of his attackers back. Kuris asked why he was helping the god slaughterer. Have they formed some kind of alliance? The one who helped him was none other than Russell. As they were being attacked, Jaehwan asked why he helped him, but Russell was simply repaying a debt. It seems he has forgotten, but it's for saving his avatar. Milt was done with his drink, so he believed it was time to catch that book thief. Kuris told Pao to get ready, and vice versa, as they used a sanctuary merge to boost their attacks threefold. Russell tried to defend, but to no avail. He resorted to telling Jaehwan to leave, as Hidden Sky was approaching, and if he joins, they won't be able to win. Jaehwan wanted to cooperate with him just this one time. If they leave like this, his avatar will be in danger. Russell agreed, and together they deployed both of their sanctuaries in a mighty sanctuary merge. Nobody knows whether this method will succeed or not. Sanctuary merge is not something that easily appears. However, Jaehwan had a feeling that it would not fail, because the waves that once surged against his very being were now his trusted allies. Everyone runs away after the blast. Even the people outside evacuate the area. Jaehwan crouches down after losing his lunch. It seems that sanctuary merges consume way too much world power. The fighting is happening even outside. Much to his surprise, Russell notes that he's completely fine, as if taking down the Metabus was not enough. Now he blew up the auction house too. He's literally public enemy number one here. Jaehwan is glad to see him alive, but isn't he the same? Russell notes that he got that title long ago, but suddenly something heavy falls right in front of them, forcing a retreat. He never imagined he would have to bring this out, but he sure does live up to the reputation of Sky Destroyer. Russell can't believe that they have Gigantes, but Jaehwan doesn't know what these are, so Russell tells him. This is the Abyss Frontline War Machine, the Gigantes. Its unique ability is world power amplification. Depending on the output, it can enhance world power by 1.5 times. According to old records, all Gigantes originate from Deus, the god of all machines, an unrivaled master in creating components. The Gigantes easily sweep through the dissidents, most running away and believing that this is the start of a holy war. Russell tells Jaehwan about the amplification before leaving, and after saying farewell, Kuris charges in, vowing to kill Jaehwan for what he did to Poa. Jaehwan is touched by their relationship. He will pay respects to his death too. Kuris misses, allowing Jaehwan to push him back. But this was just a ruse, as Kuris almost grabs him. It seems that Jaehwan's destruction will not work here, so this allows Kuris to easily sweep the floor with him. Caravan believes that Jaehwan will die if things continue like this, so he asks Kronos if this was his doing. Why are there so many Gigantes down there? Was it his doing or not? Kronos has no idea, but Caravan doesn't believe him. Why aren't the Gigantes attacking his assassins too? Kronos is glad that he is able to think, but he really doesn't know the reason. Caravan gets mad and suggests they forget the treaty and wipe them out, but Ignis refuses. If they intervene and this actually becomes a holy war, the entirety of Hechnold might be destroyed. Suddenly, Anderson screams for Jaehwan to wake up, who damns it all, as he has not yet recovered from the wounds he got in the Metabus. Kuris moves in for the finishing blow, but Anderson screams at him to take off his clothes, which he immediately does, surprising Kuris. A long time ago, a naked god lived alone. He hated clothes, and so it was said that he walked around naked all the time. One day, he got bored and went on a run. That is when he met his first friend, and he wanted to play at first, but then noticed the metal on him and asked if those were clothes. The friend could not say they weren't clothes, so the god ripped him apart limb from limb, just like what is happening right now, under the guise of everyone. This is the true power of the Naked One, as this storyline was originally created to fight against Gigantes. Caravan thinks this is cheating. What kind of system lets someone become that powerful just from a song and from stripping? Ignis knew she was not mistaken before. There is no way that guy is alive, so this is inherited. Caravan asks if she's talking about that storyline, but this is his first time hearing of it. Ignis notes that very few actually know about it. After all, it was created over 200,000 years ago. Kuris covers in fear as Jaehwan approaches, but the other Gigantes step in to crush him. With this sight, he gains some confidence and laughs it out. He was worried for nothing. No matter how powerful that guy may be, there is no way he can take on so many enemies. Unfortunately for him, that's not true, as that storyline was made by a mad god who loathed Deus. It was not just hatred, however. They literally beat each other constantly. Caravan wonders if the legendary 3 ancient gods could fight like that, which Ignis confirms. Only a being equal to the 3 could hope to stand against them. Jaehwan easily rips apart the Gigantes, and Kuris finally realizes that this is not just about destroying armor and stripping, the sanctuary that one has trusted thus far, and the disease of the abyss that causes people to lose their world power. This is a complete and utter collapse of worldview, but the only ancient god capable of causing Gestalt collapse was the illusion executioner, Gestalt. Jaehwan wonders if the song was necessary, but Anderson notes it's a must. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained full power. Jaehwan doesn't like that nonsense and asks if it's leaving these guys alive on purpose. Anderson explains that they cannot kill them. All their clothes are gone, so if the other side is naked, then the naked being storyline cannot be activated. Jaehwan understands. This storyline was not created to kill, but solely to trip. Literally, why would anyone create such a useless thing? The naked guys, even if weakened, still rise up to fight, as they still have their bodies. Jaehwan looks back to see Millard fighting that ex-guy, and his attackers charge in, thinking that they can't die because they are naked, but Jaehwan simply takes them out with his own power, proving that they are just as killable as before. Anderson believes they should just run away at this point, as his world power is almost gone, but Jaehwan wants to confirm something. He notes that Millard said he would finish quickly, but his fighting is still happening. But Millard already told him that this is no easy opponent, evident by his power. Jaehwan doesn't know what to say about that. After all, his world power is close to the level of the Seven Thrones. Millard is surprised he saw it. Well, he couldn't hide it, because this was a dangerous attack, from a pretty dangerous opponent. Jaehwan wants it straight. Why did he bring him to this auction? Millard notes that he just wants to get the sacred treasures through him, so Jaehwan asks a different question, as the others try to break in. Why did he submit his Deus Ex Machina to the auction in the first place? Millard begins to pretend that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Jaehwan already knows that this tin armor was submitted by him. Millard blocks X's attack and asks why he thinks such a thing. Jaehwan notes that if his real goal was the 3 sacred treasures, he would have secured them first when this action broke out. Millard already told him that he's a part of the treaty. The moment he tries anything, those monsters will make a move too. Jaehwan believes the fact that something like the treasures showed up at an auction is suspicious enough. Does he really think he can buy them with trust? The treasures were never meant to be put up for auction. If something like that was submitted, only one conclusion falls. The seller never intended to gain trust. Millard notes that even if his idea is correct, there's no proof that he is the seller. Jaehwan found it suspicious from the moment he brought him. If he really wanted the treasures, he would have brought someone he could trust, no? Asking someone he just met and handing them a blank check is irrational. Millard says that he's just rich, but Jaehwan believes otherwise. He was confident from the start that he could reclaim that money, because he was both the seller and buyer. Millard understood, if he was really the one who submitted it, even from a small commission fee, that trust would return to him. But why would he go through all this trouble? Even if what he says is true, one small mistake would make him lose the artifacts. Jaehwan asks if he really didn't expect him to notice that the machina is fake. What exactly is he trying to gain from all of this? Anderson believes that he won't answer, but Jaehwan doesn't care. His goal is to buy time to gain world power after all. There are barely 20 enemies around him now. Earth thrust should be enough. Before he can make a move though, Millard calls out Kim Yoonhwan's name, as he knows where he is located. Jaehwan finally remembers what happened, that he saw this bastard in the past too. This time, Millard wants a deal. If he helps him, he will aid him in finding his friend. Anderson tells him not to listen. He's not someone trustworthy. Before he can give out an answer, X lets out a bunch of attacks, and the others begin doing the same, as his storyline will not work here. The barrage of attacks falls like artillery. Jaehwan, however, only finds it annoying and wipes them out with attacks. Anderson knows she cannot stop him, so she explains that he only has world power for one more storyline use, so he should use it sparingly. He suddenly finds the book he bought at his feet, and Milt immediately charges in, demanding the book. Jaehwan has enemies on all sides, to the point that he cannot concentrate on this guy, leaving him in a precarious situation. To stop him, Jaehwan puts the book right in front of his blade, making Milt even angrier. How can he use literature as a shield? He is not worthy of that book. Milt's attacks begin to go through, and Jaehwan begins provoking him, making the guy even angrier. Before he can act out, Millard jumps in and pushes him away, noting that he will take care of him. This leaves Jaehwan with the other guy, which Millard is glad to hear. If he succeeds, he will help him find his friend. Jaehwan asks why he couldn't just subdue this enemy, but he believes that only he can deal with him. Before Jaehwan can ask what he means, Millard jumps away, allowing X to unleash a bunch of attacks on Jaehwan, but he suddenly disappears. He appears behind X with no sounds, who realizes what happened, but it's too late, as he's hit with a full roaring blast. Somehow, though, he comes out of it unscathed, revealing what they were all suspecting. X is actually a gigantes. He strikes Jaehwan with a mighty punch, forcing him to begin singing the Naked God song, which Anderson is glad he remembered. Jaehwan doesn't know why, but that guy seems different from the other gigantes they saw. Anderson confirms as such. He's probably self-aware, meaning he's fully conscious. Jaehwan wonders if that's the case. Rather than wearing clothes, isn't his whole body the gigantes? Anderson demands he stop thinking about weird stuff and messing up the lore. That's just clothing that is alive. X has completed his combat pattern analysis and begins activating the Deus system. Jaehwan agrees that he doesn't have time to think about philosophy. His enemy is ultimately a gigantes. Without giving him time to react, X begins phase 1 of his plan, dragging Jaehwan through the ground before smashing him into a rock. With that out of the way, he charges in once again, letting out a bunch of lightning-fast attacks. Jaehwan recognizes that his world power has increased threefold. How can a self-aware Gigantes do this? Anderson doesn't have an answer, but it doesn't really matter now because against a Gigantes, no matter how big or small, her storyline is invincible. Jaehwan manages to easily rip off X's arm and throw him into a rock, leaving the once powerful Gigantes in shambles. X seems to recognize the storyline of the Great Gestalt, but that mark, just who is he? Before Jaehwan can answer, X powers off, ending the fight on an anticlimactic note. Suddenly, however, X reactivates right into phase 2, unleashing an attack that nobody can get out of due to its sheer volume. Jaehwan's ears ring after the explosion, but he can hear people scream out for their gods, and what's more important is that Anderson has fallen completely silent, leaving the despair of the others to be fully heard. Millard explains that this is Deus's plausible disruption. He heard it can temporarily expel gods from their sanctuary, a truly incredible ability. It goes even beyond the legends. He's glad he can finally experience it for himself. Judging by him standing up, he guesses that he still has enough energy to fight, but he'd better stay back down and enjoy the spectacle he's about to unfold. With that, he throws Jaehwan into a wall and grabs X's core. Finally, he was able to get his hands on it. He has no idea how much he waited for this. Their conversations were truly wonderful. While listening to his deductions, he was both amazed and nervous at the same time. In the end, though, he has to admit it. Everything he said is true. He was the one who submitted that fake Deus Ex Machina, and he was also the one who planned the entire incident, intentionally dragging him here. As he may have thought, he was the one who lured X here too. However, there was one flaw in his deduction. The Deus Ex Machina he brought was not actually fake, or more precisely, it isn't anymore. Millard uses X's core to revitalize the fake Machina, giving it new life and a whole new amount of amazing power. The others immediately run away upon realizing what happened, but it's too late for retreat, as Deus lets out a shattering amount of world power all around him, pushing even Jaehwan around. He did not expect to see such a thing happen. This is a powerhouse outside of normal boundaries, just like him, just like Catastrophe. Unfortunately, the situation is dire. He does not have much world power remaining. If things continue like this, he will meet his end here. Before the building can topple onto him, Anderson appears and destroys it, surprising Jaehwan as she's in her old form. She doesn't know why she's here. When she came to, she found herself like this, but she will hold this place. He can run away. Suddenly someone else appears, Eden, who is here to help. But he also wants to know if she has recovered Rachel's body. Anderson reveals that this is a partial recovery, but she can feel here, like she's right next to them. Eden is happy enough with that and tells Jaehwan that they won't have time to catch up, so he should just go while they hold this down. Jaehwan suddenly saw something that shocked him. For a fleeting moment, he saw Artina and Justice standing beside those two. Even if it disappeared quickly, Jaehwan understood. The heroic gods who challenged the final floor of the Metabus were there with them. Out of nowhere, Pilgrim, Runard, and Gale appear, running toward Jaehwan to help, but he screams at them to stop, leaving him open for a crater-creating strike. It pushes him through building after building before he roughly stops and falls face first, this attack almost taking him out. Anderson refuses to give up on him and grabs his arm, giving him some of her world power. He thanks her, but she's more focused on the fight in front of them. Although Jaehwan does not get why the Gigantes is fighting Millard. Suddenly, Caravan explains that Gigantes is just a backup sent to help the Seven Thrones. Because of Deus, the gods of the Seven Thrones have lost their links. When a god loses their avatar, their world power tanks, and the cracked sovereign thought this was the perfect chance to overthrow them. Jaehwan somewhat recognizes him, but what was his name? Pow, perhaps. Caravan screams his name, just in time for a group of hunters to scream out in search of the Seven Throne avatars, forcing Caravan to be quieter. He can't believe that even awakened from the cracker here, if only his god link wasn't severed, he would have floored everyone here. Jaehwan is surprised his link was severed, but Caravan is more surprised that he knows this happened. Anderson tells him that he just said it did, but she knows a thing or two about this. If he wants to find his god, they first have to get out of here, so they will talk later. Jaehwan refuses to stand still and moves forward despite Anderson's words, grabbing his sword at the same time. That thing, Deus, is just another Gigantes that he can rip apart. Anderson grabs his arm and refuses to let him go. This time he will really die. However, she suddenly sees the child within Jaehwan, a pure boy who refused to give up on his dreams of youth. A child who can endlessly challenge an impossible task because he does not know failure. Anderson was in complete awe, and from within, a shiver rose. It was a sensation that was beyond the sensitivities of gods. As the tremor spread throughout her body, she chose to accept that sensation. She tells Jaehwan that they should go together, but he warns them that they might die. She knows that full well. That's why they have to go together. Jaehwan's eyes trembled. It had been a long time since someone had said something like this to him. But in that moment, Jaehwan did not yet understand. He didn't understand that purity must be protected by others, that for someone to remain pure, there must be someone willing to endure that immaturity. The moment when Jaehwan will come to understand that will take place at a much later date than this. Jaehwan and Anderson jump in, Jaehwan asking why she's running with him when she wasn't going to use her storyline. She tells him to take a closer look, as she shows him now what it really means to be a part of the naked storyline. Before she can do anything though, Millard swats her away like a fly, taking Jaehwan's attention away. This allows Millard to swat at Jaehwan too, who does manage to block the strike and land on his feet. He begins reciting the legend of the naked god, amusing Millard, as he's a very consistent person. Just like Seolha explained, the naked one is a pretty great storyline, especially in this era, which is overflowing with gigantes. Did he ever think about it though? Why did such a great storyline with so many uses suddenly fall into obscurity, with nobody even thinking about it? Why did every god who inherited this storyline die with no fanfare? Their ensuing clash creates a ripple in the earth, knocking everything in the air. Jaehwan can barely stand at this point. He huffs and puffs, wondering if it's finally over. Unfortunately for him, Millard comes out of the dust unscathed and asks, if a storyline disappears from the abyss, there must be a reason for it. There always is after all, right? If one thinks about a storyline for long enough, it becomes quite easily dismantleable. If the naked one starts with being completely naked, then there's an easy way to counter it, no? Jaehwan thinks about him. He knew he was a bit special, especially his techniques, but it seems that he has manipulation-type storyline that distorts memories and appearances. As Millard clothes him fully, he knows now what this is. Augmented reality. Millard would like to ask him one last time, would he consider joining crack? He promises he will be adequately taken care of. In response, Jaehwan gives him a stern look, and Millard understands that if that's the case, it's time to bring this to an end. Before he can kill Jaehwan, someone intervenes. It's Imai, who asks what's going on and why he is fighting Jaehwan. Millard notes that he's fashionably late, as always, but things just turned out this way. Imai doesn't really care about the reason, but he's not planning to actually kill him, right? That was not part of their plan. He notes that if they do kill him, Seolha will literally explode, and he hopes that Kasim, who is right next to him, agrees. In truth, he's scared of what Seolha will do too, but it's the sovereign's decision to make, not theirs. Millard tells them to both step aside, but Imai still tries to intervene. Suddenly, Millard unleashes a wave of extreme pressure along the entire area, making Jaehwan barely able to stand. This is entirely different from the world pressure he felt before. This is not Machina's pressure, it's Millard's. This is the true power of the crack sovereign. For some reason, Millard changes his mind. Being honest, he wasn't ready to end his life just yet. Thanks to him, he has managed to obtain the heart of Deus Ex Machina, so it's only right that he repays him. Thus, he will yield just one move to him. Jaehwan clenches his teeth. He thinks of Anderson, knowing that he cannot hesitate now, no matter what. He calls out to Catastrophe, demanding his void sword, but Catastrophe does not respond. The water below them becomes still. Runard calls out to Jaehwan to run away as the others are holding him back, making Jaehwan even more determined. If he falls, everyone here will die, including Pilgrim and Gale. The other versions of him speak out, wondering when he started to care about that. Didn't he care about others at all? Another version speaks, noting that these are not people he should even consider himself with. This is an enemy they can handle. If he fights here, he will die. And if he's on his way of destroying the world, what's the point of saving the trash in it? Lastly, he can never win with that kind of mindset. Jaehwan knows that what they are saying is true, but he still has to do it. And since he can't use Constellation Mutilation or Path of Waves, all he can do is spam World Thrusts. Betting everything on that technique is reckless. However, if only he could manifest his sanctuary. The voices ask if that will be enough to win, and Jaehwan can't know, but at least he's going to try. The voices laugh. He's amusing at least, so they will give him a bit of their strength, just enough to boost him back. The amount of energy he gathers impresses everyone. Millard is shocked at what he's seeing, to the point where he gets out of the machine. To peep on this scene from the comfort of that thing is impolite, so he should come and try everything, as he won't use the 3 sacred treasures. Jaehwan grits his teeth and deploys his complete sanctuary, the sea becoming red with blood as he does. Millard is amazed. He knew that he saw it as well, the true end of the world. Surprisingly though, it doesn't stop just yet, as a tower made of marble rises as well, laden with the blood around it. Millard thinks that this is the tower Jaehwan graduated from. He's very glad to learn more about him. Since he has shown him something so incredible, it's only fair that he flexes too. He summons a large structure, built like a pillar, but grotesque in its craft, as if it were built from multiple pieces. Jaehwan thinks that this seems older than the Fortress of Regret. Perhaps it's a tower from the first generation, or earlier. Millard explains that towers, in essence, are meant for pilgrims seeking the end of the world. It is a shame, though, that this is a different tower than the one he climbed. The fact that they share the same goal, though, makes them very alike. Doesn't he think so too? Jaehwan can't really say, but one thing is very clear to him. The world he's trying to see and the one he's trying to see are clearly different. Jaehwan jumps in on Millard, who simply blocks his attack in a clash of similar yet different power. He notes that he's quite difficult to deal with, seemingly cold and calculated, but also full of compassion at the same time. He is brutal enough to be called the God Slayer, yet endlessly pure, like a child who refuses to give up. The reason he wants to journey with him might not even be his evident strength, but his inner charm. He pushes Jaehwan away, with enough force to make his hand quiver, and notes that he's even more curious about his existence now. He wants him to show everything, use every skill he has, hell, even shred him into dust if he has to. He begs him, he wants his everything. Jaehwan strikes at him, unleashing a torrent of blood everywhere, all the while Runard screams for Anderson to wake up. Caravan, who is next to him, told them to leave, so why are they picking a fight and ending up like this? Seeing Runard cry over Anderson, though, he has a change of heart and tells him not to worry. Her internal damage isn't to the point where she would die. He has already done emergency treatment, so she will be waking up soon. Anderson thanks him, but who is he in the first place? Caravan doesn't say, thinking that it would be better if the guy who's fighting doesn't get taken out. If he loses his way back to his god because of this, he's screwed. He shouldn't relent now, though. Right now, he needs to find a way to break out of here. He asks Runard where his friends went, so he explains that Pilgrim went to ask Lady Renee for help, and Gale went to the god of tomorrow. Caravan doesn't know who those people are, but they are reinforcements still, so until those guys arrive, he will be taking care of the trash around here. Runard doesn't know what to say, but Caravan tells him not to worry. Even if his god is absent, he's still the strongest. That guy even said he would find his god, so make sure he stays safe at least. With that, he charges in, focusing on his own fight as Jaehwan's continues, with Millard pushing him further again and again. Jaehwan can only block attacks, and even that becomes increasingly difficult to do, as Millard gets faster with each attack. Jaehwan dodges his next strike only thanks to self-surrender and runs behind him, before trying to take him by surprise. Millard simply turns around and without giving Jaehwan time to react, pummels his guts in, sending him flying across the expansion. He jumps towards him, attacking again and again, more attacks hitting than missing, but he doesn't stop there, as he kicks Jaehwan in the chin, allowing him to grab his supple neck. He remembers something he asked back at the Grand Auction House, why he's included in the Seven Throne Treaty. As much as he would like to admit otherwise, the truth really isn't that special. It's just that he's the closest one to becoming a true god. He throws Jaehwan with force into the ground, who out of the dust lets out a thundering strong thrust, which immediately arrives at Millard's location, but he simply whisks it away with a finger. Jaehwan doesn't stop there and jumps on him, trying to attack once again, but Millard just pushes him away, and Jaehwan is barely able to land on his feet. He jumps back in yet again, going behind Millard and unleashing the path of the waves, but he simply eliminates it by pointing his blade at it. Millard knows of that technique. It's good, but nothing that impressive. Surely this is not the limit of what he can do, right? He must have stronger techniques. Jaehwan doesn't know. Strong thrusts are not working, and neither does the path of the waves, meaning there's only one thing left for him to do. The voices speak again, noting that it probably won't work, as he doesn't have much world power left. This next attack will probably be his last. Jaehwan has nothing to lose, so he unleashes it, a metabus that comes out of the ground with a fiery visage. The others are shocked, and Millard is pleased to see the Master Tower of Neil crash so up close. Using Jaehwan's storyline, the Tower of Nightmares, along with the Fortress of Regret and the metabus, Jaehwan unleashes all of his memories, gathering them up into this one strike. He jumps in the air, Millard immediately summoning a bunch of meteors to deal with him, but Jaehwan refuses to let this stop him. He cuts through the meteors with relative ease, going from one to another, in a mutilation of the constellations. The meteors all fall in random directions, creating chaos along the entire arena. Runard holds Anderson close as this happens, who begins to wake up, thinking of Jaehwan. Unfortunately, all of this powering up seems to have done him no good. He's huffing and puffing, his body long past its limit, but since it's all over, now maybe he can rest a bit. He deserves at least that. Suddenly, though, Millard speaks, noting that he did not expect him to have the metabus. He is rather impressed, but still, the ground begins to shake uncontrollably, and tons of towers come out of the ground, filling the entire arena with them. Jaehwan can only stare at Millard, who notes that he's not the only one who has multiple towers, so he shouldn't think of himself as too special. Jaehwan is thrown away with Millard's strike. Falling, his blade disintegrates, and something happens in his brain. He sees the first moments of the tower appearing, the creatures, the military trying to fight them. He remembers accepting the summons, fighting to the death with beasts, his friend dying, and the fight he then took on with the master of the tower. He remembers his first adventures, the fight with Catastrophe, the time he spent with the others, even if he acted like he didn't care. These moments mattered to him more than anything, as through hardship, he was able to get here. Now, Jaehwan realizes what is happening. His life is flashing before his eyes. And lastly, he hears Anderson screaming at him, because she actually is. She tells him to get a hold of himself, and Caravan catches him. Millard knows that she came here to stop him, but he must warn her. Jaehwan is the only one he will ever show mercy to. Anderson doesn't need his mercy, but he doesn't really know who she is, does he? Millard can't say that he has, which makes Anderson pretty sad. She thought they had something when he sent her flying, but he should remember this moment well. She unleashes a torrent of mystical power, which shocks even Millard. Anderson reintroduces herself. She is the heir of the naked god, and the one who will defeat him. She jumps directly behind him, exploding the entire upper part of the tower, as Caravan tells Runard to put it in fifth, who is more worried about Anderson. Unfortunately, though, Millard's minions are rushing at them from the front, ready to take them down, and suddenly, someone else screams from the side. Caravan thinking that it's more enemies, but it's reinforcements, as Renee and the others have arrived. Jaehwan looks at them, thinking that they shouldn't have come at all. These guys are enemies that are on a whole new level, but even so, these guys are charging in with no realization of that. And the god of today, who says that he received something great even though he was given nothing, Mardis, is leading the front, along with the goddess of fate, who staked destiny on him. The Crow King, who worried about loneliness, Eden, is here too. But why? In a world that craves only destruction, what is it that they are trying to protect? Anderson speaks to him telepathically, as they never said it, but she would like to personally thank him for returning the Metabus to them. Jaehwan thinks otherwise. Didn't he destroy the Metabus with his own hands? Anderson says that it's okay because the world that they must protect now has yet to fall. Only at that moment did Jaehwan realize what they were trying to protect so hard. They were protecting the cursed world that he had walked through alone, for so long. The world, after the end. With the last of his power, Jaehwan departs from Caravan's shoulders, who is naturally telling him to come back, but he's not hearing any of it. Jaehwan tells everyone to run. Those guys are stronger than the 6 gods, the watchmakers of Kronos, even the chief commander. He only entered the Metabus to save his companion. They never had to go this far for him. He is going to destroy this world no matter what happens. If they save him now, even the world they are so desperately trying to protect will eventually fall. What's the good in fighting now? Anderson tells him, climbing the tower for no apparent reason, losing his life and comrades, wandering endlessly through the abyss, and being cultivated like a crop by the gods. He must have resented this world to the point where she probably hates her too. After all, she was one of those cultivators as well. Because of that, she always worried about how someone like him would perceive her feelings for humanity. What would he think of everyone, including her subordinates? Would it feel like betrayal or deceit? Her saying this now might be hard for him to believe, she knows. But it's the truth. Jaehwan says that she doesn't need to explain anything as he falls, whether he believes her words or not. Why does that matter? Anderson says that it matters because the world they believe in first and foremost is his world. Jaehwan remembers their first adventures. He didn't care much for them, but she did. She tried to guide him in the best ways she knew how, taking care of him like she would any of her real subordinates. When she got her bird body, she thought that was really fun. Even if she was small, she was able to experience such wonderful things with all of them. Some were a struggle, but still, she did enjoy them. That is why, before getting into all of this, she warned him that what lies beyond is the strongest gods of the abyss. If he ever needed her, he had to wake up immediately, and he simply had to. Millard gets tired of her senseless games, and in one fell swoop, he grabs her by the neck and aims his blade. The others hold Jaehwan down, who is trying to drag himself to that place. Weak as he is, he remembers the first time they met, when he actually decided to let her prove herself, and that is all that Anderson needed. Now, as the curtain falls completely, he can see what she truly was, all in vivid color, and he screams out. A blinding flash of wind seeps through the entire arena. It was a gentle breeze, like Anderson's entire being was being broadcast. The moment that warmth reached Jaehwan, he could feel the years Anderson had lived, and even for someone like him, who had trained for so long, it was too much. She tells him to please take care of Runard. as he will definitely. Jaehwan begins to cry as she disintegrates. He could not hear the rest, but he felt it. He will definitely become a good god. Those were the final words of Anderson, the last heir of the naked god. Across the whole of the abyss, news of the Hechnold Grand Auction House in Caspian disappearing had spread, and that one of the three sacred treasures, the Deus Ex Machina, had appeared, and lastly, rumors about a new throne finally appearing. As Siren rides to the battle, Seolha, who is hitching a ride, notes that they are almost there, though she shouldn't expect much. Everyone is probably already dead, considering how much time passed. Siren tells her to shut up. They got here pretty fast, and she doesn't need someone who's hitching a ride to tell her how to handle her ship. The others call out for Jaehwan, and eventually they spot him, being carried by Caravan. Siren tells them to stop ogling at him and go grab him. Millard's Gigantes try to catch Caravan and Runard, who note that they are going to get caught if they keep going like this. But Caravan knows they have no choice. They have to keep running. Just as they think that they are about to be dealt with, chains appear from above, catching the Gigantes, before Seolha crashes down on him. Caravan looks up at her with surprise, and she announces that she's only here to do one thing, get Jaehwan. After they get him on the ship, Cheong-ho analyzes him and sees that he doesn't have any fatal injuries. He's certainly tough, but he will need a bit of rest, that's for sure. Seolha asks Caravan if the crack sovereign was really involved in all of this, and once again, he confirms as such, making Seolha fall silent for a bit, pondering. She asks Siren where he's headed now, but she doesn't have a clue. They will figure it out once they get out of Caspian. They entered illegally in the first place, so they can't transfer to another site just yet. Just as she finished speaking, the ship began to shake as they are getting attacked by multiple portals. They can't use portals either, because they leave usage logs behind, so their coordinates would be tracked down almost immediately. They need another plan. Just then, Caravan says they should go to the Great Forest, as Anderson told him that if he finds the Mad God there, they can restore his link to his god. If they get there, it will benefit both him and Jaehwan. Carlton rejects the idea. There are a few zones in the abyss that are absolutely forbidden, and one of them is the Great Forest. He saw on Little Brother's Mystery Channel that many airships have gone missing in that forest, and they have yet to appear again. According to Article 25, Clause 2, the Great Forest is scary, therefore they cannot enter. Seolha is in favor right now. Running that way might be their only chance at survival. Even the trackers won't enter that place, so it's a win-win, honestly. Cheong-ho doesn't know what to say about that. She wants to flee from mere bandits by going into the Den of the Lion. Seolha notes that the high disappearance rate only applies to airship entrainment. There are rare cases of people surviving if they entered by land, which does make sense. She suggests they split into groups of two. One will go by airship, the other by land. The airship group will drop Jaehwan off near the Great Forest, and then steer off in another direction. There is no safe site for them now, but they should aim for someplace as far from the Great Forest as possible. Those who are going with the land route will be using the entrances. Caravan thankfully knows of a few paths. He has been there before with his god. It's honestly not that bad. Runard wants to go too. He has wandered around the area near the Great Forest before, after all, so it shouldn't be too dissimilar. Caravan notes that with the plan done, they should get moving immediately. Since they all know who he is, they should just trust and follow him. Cheong-ho doesn't have a clue about who the hell he is, which Caravan didn't expect. Are there really people who don't know of him? To prove who he is, he shows his insignia, and immediately, the others know what it is. The insignia of the 7 thrones. What is the enemy doing here? He tries to calm them down, as he is not the enemy here. He is the one who carried Jaehwan off the battlefield earlier, and more importantly, his god is a big fan of this guy. Siren understood, as Jaehwan does appear on broadcasts with the God of Flames a lot. She thought he had gone senile from living too long. Caravan is glad that at least one person here is cultured enough to have seen that, but he's helping this guy for personal reasons. Seolha notes that she will be going first, since they are in the mood to chat, and Cheong-ho asks if she's going to the Great Forest too. She doesn't personally know the way, but she can buy some time for them. Among those chasing them are members of the Crack, which makes Cheong-ho wonder if he won't join them. She tells the old man to relax. If she were going to, they would be fighting already. She will leave Yun-se to escort them to the entrance of the Great Forest, who is glad to do so. Cheong-ho thinks about it. Why is Seolha acting buddy-buddy all of a sudden? Did she eat something strange? Even her rescue of Jaehwan was kind of too much. Carlton gets undressed and tells Cheong-ho that they should get started. Who would not like to do that? But it's needed. The Crack members that get out of the ship see 2 naked men, who both say they are the god slaughtered, and begin chasing them, allowing the others to make their way out of their range. Unfortunately, one scout sees them, but Yun-se throws out a bunch of teddy bears and blocks the incoming squad into them, telling the others to go as he does so. as he will buy them as much time as he can. Caravan thanks him. If he ever visits Site 2, he will treat him to something really tasty. The three begin making their way to the forest through the pouring rain, which is actually covering their tracks. Back when Ignis first claimed to be Jaehwan's fan, Caravan did not really get it. How could he like a guy who always stripped down and on camera too? They thought Ignis had finally gone crazy from old age, as he is damn old. And yet, even though the most terrifying enemies of the Abyss were after him, there were still people helping Jaehwan, which he still doesn't get. He's curt, speaks only rudely when he does, and isn't easy to grow attached to, like at all. He's just a lucky bastard. The reason people like him so much, if he had to put it into words, was that Jaehwan always did something, no matter what. Nobody fully understands what or why he was doing, but even so, when Caravan looked at him now, it reminded him of dreams he had in his childhood, really old memories, from a youth long distant. He couldn't even remember what they were about, but it was probably the same for his companions as well. Those who wanted to see their dreams or believe in them helped him as such. They risked their lives in his place to rescue him. And finally, all of that paid off. As they arrived at the Great Forest, one of the places few dare to enter, and few still manage to get out of. As Jaehwan falls deep into his slumber, he hears thousands of voices calling him weak. It is his fault. It's because he tried to destroy the world that all of this happened. He was the one who killed Anderson. His arrow mind and outdated values have cost her life. As this same sentence repeats in his mind, Jaehwan sees Anderson, all the moments they share, and he can only do one thing: admit that the voices are right. He knows that Anderson died because of him. He knows. As he opens his eyes, he does see Anderson's bird body, and Runard is very glad to see him awake, and Caravan is surprised he's finally awake. Jaehwan now realizes it was only the crow puppet that he saw. But wait, where is he? Caravan notes that it took him a while to ask. This is the Great Forest. Jaehwan asks if the others came here too, but Caravan notes that it's just them. This makes Jaehwan ask what happened to them, and Caravan asks if he really does not know. Someone definitely died due to an issue that occurred with their little brother. They could not check the full list though. Runard asks if he is alright, and Jaehwan asks the same. Runard tries to play it out, noting that he's totally fine. He's the one who had it rough. He's sure that Anderson too is fine. Suddenly tears fall out of his eyes without him even knowing, and he tries to excuse it. Maybe he is tired. That's surely it. Jaehwan can only apologize, but Runard tells him not to. It's not his fault. He always did his best to protect them after all. This time, Anderson was the one who protected him. That's all that was. So he shouldn't make such an expression, as it doesn't suit him. Jaehwan sits on those words, wondering what they mean. But then Runard notes that an expression which suits him is more like that of a stubborn child refusing to listen. If he thinks about it, Anderson was around the same time. She was a god who insisted that what others said could not be done. Even when everyone told her to abandon the naked worldview, she defended it until the end. She said that as long as just one follower believes in that world, then a god must not betray that belief. Jaehwan gets it because he had once shared a world with Anderson. He understood her well, or rather, he came to understand her, eventually. He saw the history she lived through. He saw the days she fought valiantly, and he saw how she viewed the entire world. He saw how she understood humanity and loved her followers. Anderson was that kind of god. A god who, even as she planted flowers and trees in Jaehwan's world, never denied it, and wished that he wouldn't end up running a lonely world like hers. She had a stubbornness that felt warm. In that way, Jaehwan, who had once hated cultivator gods more than anything else in the world, learned something not about cultivation itself, but learned from Anderson. Even so, could he ever become a god like her? Could he become a better god than Anderson was for Runard? He tells him as such that he is not Anderson. Runard knew that already. Jaehwan tells him that if he stays by his side, he will suffer, and his life will be miserable. People will constantly look down on him. They might hate him too. Even if he does nothing, someone might try to kill him just because he's following him. Even so, will he still walk the same path as he? Runard remains silent, looking at the ground, and Jaehwan thinks that in the end, Anderson was wrong. He cannot be a good god, because there is no such thing as a good god in this accursed world. The only good god he ever knew, that may have ever existed, is dead. Caravan notes that they should go if they are done talking. Staying in one place for too long imposes too much risk. Jaehwan tells Runard to follow that guy, as he will go separately, but Runard refuses. He wants to go with him. Being separated would be the worst misfortune for him, so that's why, no matter what, he will go with him. Jaehwan knows that look in his eyes. It's the same one Anderson gave him when he said the same thing. Caravan notes that if they're not coming, he's leaving without them. If they get lost in here, can't blame it on him afterwards. Runard notes that they are running, and Jaehwan smiles. Being stubborn is not something that applies only to Anderson and him, it seems. Caravan wonders what that guy is thinking, striking a pose while naked. As they walk, Jaehwan asks him why he came along, and so Caravan explains that, because of that deus whatever, he lost the connection with his god. Jaehwan asks if his god is in this forest, but not exactly, although he might find some answers here. Jaehwan asks if there's a way to restore the link here, and Caravan is betting on that, because the crazy god is living in this forest after all. Jaehwan asks who this crazy god is, but even Caravan doesn't know. There's a long story told about this very forest though. The Great Forest is a forest only accessible at the border of the 4th and 8th sites, known as one of the 8 forbidden zones of the abyss, a graveyard for the lost, ruins of an ancient age, the forgotten 9th site. Some say it is the most dangerous of the forbidden zones. Others argue it shouldn't even be called a forbidden zone, but the abyss of the abyss. However, that is not the real reason why it is so famous. The Great Forest is said to be where one of the 3 ancient gods left their artifacts behind, including the most powerful relic in the entirety of the abyss, one of the forgotten 3 sacred treasures. Jaehwan asks if that hunk of metal, Deus, is here too, and Caravan notes it's anyone's guess at this point. Jaehwan says that if something like that were hidden in the forest, it wouldn't be surprising if every god in the abyss headed here. Caravan notes that in fact, 100,000 years ago, during the god boom era, records show that over half the rookie gods born during the time launched expeditions to this palace. Just the official count alone was 50,000. If they include avatars and followers, the number would go much higher. A lot of them died, but he didn't live through that time. Jaehwan asks if they even found the 3 sacred treasures, and Caravan doesn't know many details. He just knows that a few returned alive, 5, including his predecessor. Jaehwan asks what he means, and Caravan states that it's more like a former predecessor. There was someone who served as Ignis's avatar before him. They were one of the few who made it back from this place. This seems to be new info to them, huh? Well, newer gods these days do not know about these stories, but he already knows who those gods who returned are. Jaehwan asks if he really does, and Caravan confirms as such. The gods who returned with Ignis became some of the most famous gods in the abyss. They are part of the 7 masters of the abyss, the 7 stars that rule the Illusion 3, the 7 thrones, which were formed at the time. To explain, the external illusion tree, the mighty land, also known as Big Brother's first sight, and the 2nd and 7th sight, which are located on the upper half of the illusion tree. The masters of these 7 sites are called the 7 thrones. And by the way, Ignis rules the 3rd site, Tropical Night. Runard asks about the 8th site, and Caravan notes 'tis a good question. The 8th site is Caspian, which houses the Metabus, Murim taverns, and auction house. It's basically a neutral zone, where everyone promises not to rip each other to shreds, but as they know already, a major incident occurred at the last grand auction. Kronos tried to seize the 3 sacred treasures, and the crack sovereign himself made use of that to start a holy war. He then claimed victory, and became the new ruler of the 8th site. Wait, he just realized something, including the crack sovereign. There are 8 thrones now? There was already one annoying guy amongst the 7, but now there are 2? Runard asks what Jaehwan is then, and Caravan explains he's one of the 8 skies. Until recently, it was the 7 thrones, 7 skies, and 7 stars. But with the crack sovereign's rise, it became 8 thrones, and with the god slaughtered appearing too, it became the 8 skies. Does he get it now? Next up, they will talk about the monarchs of the almighty land. Runard is already fast asleep though, so Caravan guesses he should leave that for another time. The god of flames, Ignis, the dragon god, Droyan, the god of time, Kronos, and the god of pestilence, Pest, the god of madness, and the god of reincarnation, Buddha. Finally, the god of systems, Big Brother. These are the 7 masters of the abyss, and the 7 stars that govern the darkness surrounding the illusion tree. They are commonly referred to as the 7 thrones. Some among them are the ones who departed from the Great Forest with Ignis, including Droyan, Pest, Kronos, and Buddha. Runard notes that they are all rulers of major sites, which Caravan confirms. But back in the day, they were just greenhorns too, or at least that's what Ignis says. Runard wonders, was Big Brother one of the 7 thrones too? He thought he wasn't considered to be one. Caravan says it's true. He's kind of an outlier in all of this. He's known for having created the entire system of the illusion tree. There are even some who say Big Brother has surpassed the concept of a god. Now that he thinks about it, Runard has seen all the other sites, but never seen the first site, where Big Brother exists. Caravan asks if he wants to visit it, and Runard confirms as such, making him laugh. He apologizes for laughing, but Big Brother isn't at the first site. Runard asks what he means, so he explains that he's located at the highest level of the illusion tree, more commonly known as the nest. It is said to contain the first nightmare, but that doesn't mean the top level is the first sight, because there are no priests or avatars for Big Brother here. Runard doesn't exactly understand. Then where exactly is this first sight? Caravan explains that the first sight is not in the abyss anymore. It got way too big and ended up breaking away from the illusion tree, the first sight of the abyss, which they might now call the Almighty Land. This is just as Jaehwan expected. The god of the adapters was Big Brother after all. The Almighty Land was just a sight within the abyss, and chaos was nothing more than a waiting room used to travel between the sights. The fruit of resurrection that the people of chaos so desperately fought for was actually just a kind of pass that allowed entry into Big Brother's first sight. Humans cultivated in the tower would die in the Almighty Land, yearn for their life again in chaos, despair in the abyss, and in the end, would end up absorbed back into the illusion tree as nutrients. The true life they sought was nothing more than a fantasy created by the gods to keep them going. He asks just how powerful this Big Brother guy is anyway, and Caravan notes that nobody knows exactly just how strong he is, but he owns a unique world that rivals the abyss in scale. If they were to assume that just one of the 12 grand monarchs of the Almighty Land has power equal to that of a member of the 7 thrones, then Big Brother must at least be stronger than the entire Almighty Land combined. Jaehwan understands that this isn't even between gods and individuals or gods, it's between entire worlds. Caravan says this is just his guess though. He's never seen Big Brother himself, and he really doesn't want to either. Oh right, did he not say that his goal was the end of the world? At his level, he should be able to feel Big Brother's power, although he would be no match for him right now, unless he gathered all of the 3 sacred treasures. Runard wonders if he would get all 3 sacred treasures, and if he could, would he also fight against Big Brother? Caravan notes that there's a chance, they say. Even Big Brother feared the power of the 3 ancient gods. Anyway, back to the main point. The reason the Great Forest is famous is that the final traces of the 3 ancient gods are here. That's been an old rumor for quite a long time. If one wishes to know the 3 ancient gods, they should seek the crazy god of the Great Forest. That's why some gods risked their lives in the Great Forest so many years ago, and why so many died. Jaehwan asks if this crazy god possesses the 3 sacred treasures, and Caravan explains that Ignis mentioned it before. His friend Anderson said something similar too, so it's an actual possibility, especially since Anderson was the successor of the ancient god Gestalt. Before he can say anything more, something tries to attack him, but he gets out of the way and notes that they will talk later. Jaehwan has seen these things before. Are they not ghouls? As he fights, Caravan tells them that these are dark souls, so they should be careful, and he retaliates, rushing out a fiery blast into them. Even though his god is not here, they cannot hope to touch him. Runard shouts his name and tells him to look out above, where another beast is descending on him. Suddenly, Jaehwan grabs his blade and eliminates the giant beast, but his mind is racing. This was a horned beast. Why are there ghouls and dark souls here? Suddenly, he feels a giant pressure and falls to his knees. He has never felt like this before. What is happening to him? Caravan notes that more dark souls are coming. There's even more of them this time. If only he could use the red flame tortoise. Runard notes that they got horned beasts coming from behind too, and Jaehwan finally understands that the ghouls belong to Catastrophe. The horned beasts belong to Deus. These are their followers. Suddenly, a bunch of arrows fly towards the beasts, blowing them up with ease, and the person who shot them shouts, "Deus, Catastrophe, Turga." The beasts begin running away as the blasts continue, and Caravan wonders just what is going on as he carries Jaehwan, but suddenly he sees that they are surrounded by archers. He wonders who they even are, and Jaehwan thinks that he learned their language and observed their lives. He is the successor of the crazy god who survived in the Forgotten Great Forest. He read this somewhere. These guys are the Ageless Tribe. So this is it. That feeling of déjà vu he had must have come from the Mullark records. Suddenly, Caravan feels that their killing intent has stopped, and one of them, much larger than the others, asks if he knows them. He prepares another shot with his bow and demands to know who they are. Are they the followers of Gestalt? Jaehwan denies that. He doesn't believe in gods. Caravan is surprised that he can understand them. It sounds like a bunch of gibberish to him, but what did they say? Jaehwan tells him, and Caravan is surprised he said no, but Jaehwan really isn't a follower. This confused Caravan even more, causing him to ask if he's out of his mind. In this kind of situation, of course, they should all say they are Gestalt followers. Jaehwan asks why, but it's pretty damn obvious. Those guys look like the same followers of Deus and Catastrophe they fought earlier. Then judging by that situation, those guys must be Gestalt followers. The big man talks with the others, noting that one of them said he doesn't believe in the gods, so they are all probably with Gestalt. And he's also naked, which confirms it even more. One of them is not though. Are they truly with Gestalt? The big guy doesn't really care either way. That one, the naked one, he's taken a liking to him. As they converse, Caravan wonders what those two are talking about in such a serious manner, but Runard guesses they will finish soon. Caravan has just noticed that he's naked, and asks if he was always like that, but Runard took it all off earlier. Eventually, Jaehwan comes back and notes that they say they know about the crazy god, and even offered to guide them to their village. Runard is happy, and Caravan knew he could count on him, or them. He's also a follower of Gestalt. As he says he loves Gestalt, a bunch of arrows fly his way, making him demand to know what they are doing. Jaehwan explains they are saying he is not really with Gestalt, but Caravan asks why. Jaehwan tells him he knows already, and he should strip too. Caravan refuses. There's no way he's going to take this drip off. Jaehwan tells him that if he doesn't strip this second, they will kill him. He can see them charging their bows already. Caravan calls them a bunch of crazy, perverted nudists. Do they really think that he is like them? Unfortunately for him, he is made to strip and walks in shame. Runard notes that this place is incredible. This must be the deepest part of the great forest, probably. Meanwhile, Caravan can't believe they forcefully stripped him like that. What happens to someone once they are naked? Can he even become a bride anymore? Runard tells him to stop making such a fuss over such a meaningless things. It's just clothes. Caravan says it's much more than that. It's like his core was taken away from his being, and something much more important got stripped away with it. Perhaps his pride as a man. Eventually, they arrive at a beautiful place with crystalline purple waters, and the big man welcomes them officially to the forest of the crazy god. At the 8th site, Caspian's capital, High Seeker, everything is a mess. The streets are in chaos, and people are dying all around. They say the ownership of High Seeker changed hands repeatedly due to the holy wards, but in the end, it seems that Crack took control. This is the Crack 4th Corps captain, Kasim. Suddenly, he sees one of them banging on a door and asks what is happening. The young man is very glad to see him, but well, suddenly someone screams, asking why he didn't just capture him and how they tried to kill him. Kasim asks if it was Seolha, and the young man confirms as such. She's with the Crack sovereign now, and they seem to be fighting about something. Kasim puts his hand on the door, thinking that maybe it's because of the grand auction incident. She seems rather pissed, so he should go inside and talk it out too. Before he can do that, the door and the entire pillar supporting it are blasted away with fury. Kasim, knowing that Seolha was the one who did it, who also sees him. After they get out of that room, Kasim explains that the laws of Crack are upheld by strength. She's would know that when opinions clash over certain issues, they can be resolved through a Crack duel. If she has that much of a problem with the Crack sovereign, why doesn't she just fight him? She asks if he's really serious. How does he expect her to win against the monster who even has one of the 3 sacred treasures to his name now? If only he didn't have that thing. Kasim asks if she would win if the Crack sovereign were not used, but she says that they won't know unless they try. Kasim laughs. Does she even understand how gigantic the power gap is between the two of them? Seolha tells him to shut it, and asks who the people behind him are. Kasim forgot to introduce them. These are some recruits that he is training himself. One of the recruits greets her and introduces himself as Kim Yunhwan, and he's a recruit in the Crack. Seolha knows she has heard of this name before, but lets it go, and asks for the other one to introduce herself. She does so. She's Han Seoyul, a new member of Crack. Seolha likes that look in her eyes. It seems that she will do well. Seoyul bows down and thanks her for the kind words. Seolha tells her that she doesn't need to try to impress her. Next time, she might be looking at them as an enemy. Kasim asks if she's leaving Crack again, but she's just planning a little vacation. He asks if it's because of the one the Crack sovereign missed, but why is she so protective of him? To do all of this over someone like that? She explains that she saw his unique world. Kasim asks if this is really what he thinks he is. Did she use world appraisal to try to read his world? But he still lost to the Crack sovereign, did he not? Is she saying she found potential in his world? Seolha notes that she actually saw nothing. If they are to be precise, she couldn't appraise anything at all. Kasim sweats a bit, and notes that even if his world holds greeted potential, that doesn't mean she has to leave Crack. Seolha interrupts him and asks if she knows what happened with Yunsei. It has to do with the Awakener Enhancement Project. It's a project to create limitless, unique worlds for children by removing the restrictions on their potential. Did he really expect her not to know? Not to find out? Kasim tells her to calm down and listen, but now Seolha knows what Crack stands for. Wasn't it founded to create a world free of cultivation? And yet, here they are, conducting vile experiments just like the cultivators they so adamantly think they hate. Is this really the righteous cause that they believe in? Does he still believe the Crack sovereign dreams like them? Of freedom? Kasim explains that there's a star in the Crack sovereign's world. He's the only man who can see the root cause of this world, big brother. He is the only man who can see a way out of this. Seola asks what if someone else could see big brother too, and Kasim wonders if she's saying that he can. That's what she believes anyway, but Kasim thinks it's impossible. Only an awakened who overcame neglect can see big brother. Surely she must be mistaken. Seola is not saying that he is wrong, but she wants to believe in something different. Whether that world is right or wrong, she just wants to choose a world where she can hold her head high and not down in shame. So he should keep living his own reality, as one day, no matter how much he tries to reason otherwise, it will crumble down, along with the sovereign's ideals. Back in the dark forest, Caravan appears to be washing someone's back, an activity he clearly does not like, and he states as such too, wondering why he's the only one stuck massaging a guy in a hot spring. Jaehwan notes that they told him he's not a customer, but a criminal. Caravan asks why, but Jaehwan wasn't curious enough to ask, so he doesn't know. Caravan continues screaming, calling him an irresponsible worm. He should go and quickly ask about the crazy god, and if he figures that out, he will not have to do this anymore. There's even a crowd lining up to be washed. Additionally, their backs are incredibly wide, so it's not easy work. Jaehwan find this weird. Someone of his skill wouldn't tire from just a few crumbs at a hot spring. The more they get scrubbed, the more alive they seem to get. Their energy surges through them with every stroke. He senses world pressure that could be on par with the top-ranked gods at least. Has the steam from the spring perhaps distorted his world power detection? He doesn't get to test that out, as Runard comes rushing toward him, screaming that he finally found it. It seems that Anderson was correct. Caravan rushes to his side too and asks what he found. Perhaps the crazy god. Runard says it's not that, but a nude heaven. Anderson always talked about a nude heaven hidden somewhere in the world. He points them out, noting that this is the heaven he has been searching for all this time. Caravan agrees it's full of naked people, but upon seeing that there are women too, he gets fired up, same as Runard, proclaiming his love for Gestalt all over again. As one turns to them and smiles warmly, Runard gets shot straight in the heart, making Caravan wonder what she is doing all of a sudden. The woman gets out of the water, and it's revealed that it was actually a man all this time, making Caravan fall to his knees in despair. This is impossible. Such a gorgeous jade beauty is actually a man. As the man picks up Runard, he breaks out of his enchanted state and tells Jaehwan that they must get out of here, as these ladies are from Thailand. Caravan believes these bastards want to enslave them. He scrubbed them all day, and they were naked too. Some even come 3 times a day. Suddenly another appears behind him and says that his hand feels hot and good, making Caravan fear what he wants him to scrub this time. Jaehwan asks who they are and why they are here. The man who picked up Runard lets him go and says that they are Gestalt, but also not Gestalt. Jaehwan wonders why it sounds like he's saying 2 things at once and asks what he means, but the man only says that word again, Ouroboros. They are Gestalt, and they are not Gestalt. As he turns around and picks up Runard again, Jaehwan asks to be taken to their leader, but the man explains that everything happens in time. Jaehwan looks at him as Runard screams for help and guesses that all they can do now is wait. To endure all of this waiting, he continues practicing his thrusts, but he thinks that he has never endured such vague waiting. When training for millennia before, he'd always been chased by time, to get faster, to perform more stabs in less time than before. His life was a struggle, a relentless struggle for survival. Perhaps because he spent so long alone, he grew accustomed to doing everything by himself, without the want or need of others. But even so, there were people who followed him. That sparked many conflicts. He gained new enemies, and was betrayed. Even then, it was all fine with him because he believed he could handle it all alone. However, he failed in spectacular fashion, and got thoroughly beaten in the process. He knows how to vent that resentment he has towards himself. He has to return to Caspian and fight Mayad again. Even if he loses again, dying during such a battle would clear his heart. However, doing that would betray the trust that Anderson has put in him. As he continues to thrust in the air, he wonders what kind of god Anderson was. Why did she make such a choice? What did she want to prove with that action? And what change did she expect in return? Some answers he might find out, and some he will keep wondering forever. The burlier man from before arrives, noting that his training is an interesting one, but it's useless. As he looks at him, Jaehwan finds it strange. The world power from the arrows before, the strength it took to rip Caravan of his clothes. Although they seem like a mere tribe of hot spring scrubbing villagers, he, if only momentarily, felt world pressure from them on par with that of the 7 thrones. They are no ordinary villagers. The man asks if he is done with training, and Jaehwan confirms as such, so the man tells him that it's time to go. Their leader is waiting for them. As they walk, one of the tribe asks the great warrior where they are headed. He notes that they are going towards the path of the Great Soul, so the tribesman asks who this airheaded-looking rookie is next to him. The Great Warrior explains that he is the one who will learn about Ouroboros. They are glad to hear that name, and Jaehwan, hearing it so many times already, asks what it is. The Great Warrior tells him that Ouroboros is Ouroboros, so Jaehwan guesses he won't be getting a straight answer out of them, so he will ask something else. Do they always bathe? The Great Warrior guesses he means the shedding. It's the activity they do when they take off their clothes. Jaehwan asks if he's talking about dirty when saying clothes, or if it's perhaps some kind of metaphor he's missing. The Great Warrior notes that clothes are clothes. The more one takes them off, the higher the rank of their soul becomes. In time, one's world power strengthens, and they can live, even without a god. Jaehwan sighs, as this is all pretty incomprehensible to him. But if it's related to clothes, could it have something to do with Anderson, perhaps? He asks if he knows about her. Was it they who taught her the naked storyline? Suddenly, the Great Warrior stops and says Ouroboros again, making Jaehwan ask again what it means exactly. But the Great Warrior only tells him that Ouroboros is Ouroboros. The Great Warrior smiles and guides him through a winding path. From here he must go alone, but he should remember, Ouroboros, clothes must always exist, and clothes must never exist. Jaehwan begins his journey, dodging the incoming wind that seems to be fused with world power. Just what is this place? Suddenly, dark chains pop out of the water and begin to coil around him like snakes, before beginning to sear his flesh and go right through it. Jaehwan falls on his knees and roughly pulls the chains out of his body. The pain he is feeling is real, but there are no visible wounds. Perhaps the attacks from before were just illusions too. He has experienced something similar before coming to the abyss. The first gate, wind hell, and the fourth gate, black chain hell. Now he understands what this is, and as the mighty dragon he had once slain pops out once again, he says this is the 8th gate of hell. It takes him a while to defeat the beast, and he thinks that the order might be different, but it certainly resembles Mullark's 8 gates of hell. Did he also pass through here? Suddenly he hears a song, one that he has heard before. It is the song of the naked god, which is sung by someone who is right below a waterfall. Jaehwan wonders if this is the crazy god, but he beckons him forward. As soon as Jaehwan takes one step closer, the water becomes boiling hot and burns his flesh. This time, it's the heat hell. The temperature feels like it's going to melt him down to his bones. The heat from the hot springs only adds to the dizziness he is feeling. He cannot hold out like this. How did that guy manage to get all that way? Without being able to resist the onslaught, Jaehwan falls into the water, and the old versions of himself appear again, not believing he's at it again. For once, he should take care of his body, as now he's gone and fallen into a hot spring of all places. Does he expect them to help him like last time? Just what is he expecting? That he will suddenly awaken like in some shonen manga, blasting everything away with some mysterious power and saving the damsel in distress. If he begs though, they might reconsider. Honestly, they are all royally screwed, and it's all his fault. They shouldn't have picked such a thick-headed guy in the first place, so he should just give up already. Suddenly, Jaehwan chomps down on the finger of the one who was talking, and the visions begin to agree that there's just no fixing a guy like him, such a stubborn bastard. Suddenly, Jaehwan begins to be covered in an energy he hasn't felt in a long time, the same as when he first opened Genesis, that deep, lonely, and solitary yet warm feeling. Now he understands. This is Ouroboros. As Jaehwan washes up ashore, the Great Warrior looks at him and smiles, noting that he has worn clothes and has taken them off too. Just stepping into the hot spring alone was enough to drive most people into madness. In this outdoor hot spring, Jaehwan had survived a total of 37 brushes with death, but even so, day after day, he pushed through the steam and searing heat, walking endlessly through the mist, in search of that man. Even so, Jaehwan could not figure out who he was, whether he was truly the crazy god he was looking for, or even if he existed at all. After walking all day, his world power eventually depleted, and his soul would end up half dead. In those near-death states, he faced countless versions of himself, wearing different clothes, making different expressions, and living numerous lives. Sometimes voices kept telling him that this was enough, and when he reached the breaking point, the Great Warrior, Ra Hamad, would haul his limp body out of the hot spring. After resurfacing from that immense heat and being flooded with memories, Jaehwan would feel as though his skin was beginning to peel away, and at the same time, his world power would surge. It was like a flushing out of impurities, a cleansing sensation, accompanied by a newfound fullness welling up from the depths of his soul. That was what they called the climax of the shedding. After that, the process was always the same. He would enter the hot spring, and Hamad would pull him out, and as he faintly opened his eyes, Hamad would whisper, Ouroboros. Only after all this was over could he say that a day's shedding clothes had truly ended. As he rests, Jaehwan is surprised that it has already been a month, and yet, he still has no way of approaching that guy. Runard approaches him, noting that he's here again today, and Jaehwan asks if he's sneaking away from the ageless tribe again. He confirms as such. Every time those ladies come to see him, they try to scrub his back, but at this rate, his skin will peel off, and nothing will be left of him but bones. He shows his back, noting that they scrubbed him so much that his back is glowing golden now. Jaehwan tells him that this will turn out to be a good thing for him in the end, as their scrubbing hides a mysterious power. As he sits down, Runard says that this is as hard to believe as that getting stronger by shedding clothes thing, and Caravan said something similar, now that he thinks about it. He remembered every single person who had ever scrubbed his back. The day he recovered his link with Ignis, he would string them all up. They will regret underestimating the one they call the Crimson Flame. At first, he would keep on raging like this every day, but lately, he actually seems to enjoy it. He spends his time scrubbing people himself now. Jaehwan didn't expect that, and Runard explains that he said scrubbing is the same as Zen, that through this endless scrubbing, one will eventually awaken the secrets of the soul, that in the end, one would come to understand the relationship between dirt and self, and something or other. Honestly, he just thinks he's gone insane. Jaehwan understands, but whether it's dirt or clothes, it doesn't matter. Either way, he seems to be walking down the right path. Runard didn't expect him to say that, but Jaehwan continues, noting that he's likely in the process of awakening to the meaning of shedding clothes. Runard explains that the ageless tribe calls it metamorphosis, whether it's shedding clothes or metamorphosis. What exactly does this mean? Jaehwan explains that it's the thing he does every day, which looks like bathing, but it's a bit more than that. Runard asks what exactly clothes are. Everyone treats them like some important thing, but no matter how much he hears about it, he just doesn't get it. Surely it's not the actual clothes they wear, because if it were that important, everyone would still be wearing theirs. Or maybe it's something so important that they have hidden it. Jaehwan thinks that clothes are the self, the ego, in this merciless world of gazes. Clothes act as a kind of camouflage to hide oneself. They are also a system, an apparatus that conceals the body within tailored shame, a device of deception. In truth, the concept of clothes carries something undefined. When he asked Hamad about this, he told him Ouroboros, anyone can strip naked, and nobody can. Jaehwan asks what it means, but he was hit with the same answer, making him say that just because he's talking in riddles doesn't mean it's some profound truth. Hamad tells him that he has escaped the system, but he still lives within it. Runard wakes him up, noting that he suddenly spaced out and stopped talking. Jaehwan notes it was nothing and asks what they were talking about. So Runard says they were talking about clothes. Jaehwan now understands clothes are Ouroboros. Runard asks what that is, and Jaehwan tells him Ouroboros is Ouroboros. Runard notes that he just said clothes are Ouroboros, so does that mean scrubbing is Ouroboros too? Jaehwan just says Ouroboros, causing him to crash out. Just what is this Ouroboros? Jaehwan doesn't know either, but Runard notes that he's shedding clothes, right? If he keeps doing that, then how does he not know what they are? Jaehwan asks him what life is, but he honestly has no idea. Jaehwan says that this is it, just like how, although neither of them really knows what life is, they are still alive, and Ouroboros is the same. Runard understands. He used to be like a stubborn 5-year-old who stripped at a moment's notice, but now, he's amazing. So Ouroboros and our lives themselves are that too? Jaehwan feels his mind starting to drift again, so he tells Runard to pull him out of here in 10 minutes. He's counting on it. With that, he plunges back in. It was the 38th time he had become half dead, and so, a month later, Jaehwan had finally reached the end of the outdoor hot spring. Somewhere else, Yunhwan begins to see visions of his own life, a friend he called to get out of some dark, dilapidated place. In truth, his way out was just a ruse, a clumsy disguise that didn't even work. He remembers he was really glad Jaehwan was in this world, because if it's him, he can do anything. Suddenly, he jolts awake in the real world and looks at his hands, seeing that he is alive. Qasim is glad to see that he is conscious again. The memory restoration has been completed successfully, so he should congratulate him on passing the first trial. Before Yunhwan can wonder what that is, another trainee screams, begging for it to stop. Qasim guesses that this one is done, and Yunhwan asks where this place is exactly. Qasim explains that this is a kind of new recruit training ground created by their organization, Crack. In most cases, like the one you see before him, people go insane during the memory restoration, but he has done quite well. Even his friend next to him did well. Sure enough, Seoyul is awake, but she seems rather different than before. Qasim tells them they are both lucky. Recently, the success rate of forced awakening has increased. They should rage against this world, hate the levels and the system interface. all of that will become the source of awakening. Memory restoration is the essential course to draw it out naturally, especially for newcomers who failed to climb the tower. This is a process they have to endure. Yunhwan looks at his hands and can sense the strength surging within. With this much strength, he could clear the Tower of Nightmares any number of times easily. Kasim likes that he is satisfied. However, his first stage of awakening is hardly worth calling an awakening. The true power only manifests after the third stage. Yunhwan asks if he can really become stronger, and Kasim confirms as such. He will gain the power to take revenge on those who threw him into the tower, and with the new techniques they acquired from Chaos, it will not take much longer. Suddenly, someone else speaks from behind, noting that he intends to use the awakening method devised by the so-called God Slaughterer. He means the one where they throw kids into a time-accelerated tower and force them to thrust endlessly before something comes out. Kasim sees that it's Imai, and he continues. Only a minuscule handful survived by killing and killing until they have truly awakened. Yes, the only proven way to create people capable of becoming true members of Crack was the method used during the Great Disappearance. If they rely on a mess produced by an awakened from the acceleration tower, Crack cannot grow strong. Kasim tells him that the old method takes too long, and the sacrifice is too great for the reward. If they keep doing things that way, they will eventually run out of resources. Suddenly, someone else appears, noting that if they keep bickering, they will never expand Crack's forces, because most of them will just die. Even though the God Slaughterer method has higher stability, those awakened born through it all gain different, unique worlds, and some don't gain any at all. This is the fifth captain of Crack, Muriel. Imai notes that if someone can't even gain a unique world, then why use the God Slaughterer's method in the first place? Muriel agrees that's true if they use it exactly as it is, but if they modify it in Crack's way. Before Imai can wonder what that way is, Yunhwan puts a hand up and apologizes for interrupting, but wants to ask about what was said earlier, that each awakened gains a different unique world. Before Imai can rip into him for interrupting, the captain, Muriel, snaps at him, telling him to shut his mouth, as he has the right to be curious, and tells Yunhwan to speak freely. Normally, awakened all gain different unique worlds. Is that the part he's curious about? Yunhwan confirms as such, and Muriel continues. Since he only recently joined Crack, he must have a lot he does not know, but it seems he does know about awakening in general. Yunhwan tells her what he knows, that awakening is said to be a power humanity created to resist the system. Muriel likes that he understands well, and asks if he knows what a unique world is. He explains that a unique world is something an awakened creates to preserve their sense of self in a way. After breaking free from the system, he heard that those who reach that level, the third stage of awakening and beyond, naturally gain one. Muriel treats him like a child, noting that he is very correct. However, that is only for normal awakening. Crack is different. Those who awaken through their method all share the same unique world. Naturally, he might wonder, if every awakener can create their own unique world, why rely on one provided by Crack? Or worse, is this not just another kind of system that's enslaving them? Yunhwan says he hadn't thought it this far, but Muriel tells him not to be flustered. Every captain here once wondered the exact same. He came from World 294, right? That's perfect. She's been studying some of the books from 294 lately, so they should think about this another way. Let's say he is 15 years old. For some reason, he lost his entire family. He can no longer play his favorite computer games, read his favorite manhwas, or watch his favorite YouTube channel, Manhwa Addict. On top of that, his house has been stolen, and he has become a vagrant. Suddenly, the world has become cruel. Even though he has barely formed any values, the world demands that he act like an adult. It forces him to behave, decide, and fight like a grown-up. But he is still only 15, armed only with the wisdom of a child who knew nothing but computer games and manhwas. What does he think will happen? Could he really protect himself in that situation? Could he really protect what he knows? Yunhwan understands. She's saying that most awakened are like 15-year-olds, and what you do here is make sure they don't stay as just 15-year-olds. Muriel confirms as such. They'll give him the values he needs to protect himself against the adults of the world. Yunhwan's face turns, and he asks if that set of values is the unique world that Crack will give them. She confirms as such. They call this world the Sea of Blood, filled with corpses. They go to a large vat-like vessel where he is put inside. Muriel tells him not to be too afraid as he looks around. This is something every Crack member must go through. A bunch of enemies appear. Muriel tells him to kill them all without prejudice. The first one who attacks is Jaehwan, a very, very weak figment of him. As they walk with Hamad, Caravan says it's extremely hot even if they are naked. Runnard agrees. No matter how many times he comes here, it's always steaming and suffocating. Caravan wonders if the hottest open-air spot here is called Purgatory, and that's where the god slaughterer is supposed to be, right? Runnard confirms as such. He's already been there for about 2 months, but he hasn't shown any intention of coming out. Caravan laughs. It looks like he's hiding deep inside, afraid that he will scrub the grime off of him. The moment they find him, he will show him the endless passion of his body-scrubbing technique he has perfected over time. However, as he laughs, he begins to deflate, as he used all of his energy at once. Just how far do they have to go? Hamad turns his head around and tells them that they are almost there, so they should hold out a bit longer. Caravan doesn't know what he's saying. He should speak slowly. Runnard translates, telling him to just stop whining. That's basically what he said. Caravan wonders how he even understands that, and Runnard doesn't know. At some point, he just started hearing it clearly. Before the conversation can continue, Hamad explains that they have arrived. This is Purgatory. They both look inside. Runnard is amazed that the water is boiling, and Caravan can't see anything because of the steam. However, he sees a figure floating in the middle. That must be the god slaughterer, right? Runnard confirms as such, but when did he learn a flight-type ability? Caravan tells him that's not a storyline. Right now, he is using nothing but the rebound of world power to hold himself in the air. Simply flying by using world power is easy enough, but to stay suspended like that, without the slightest movement, is a realm even high-ranking gods of the abyss couldn't reach. Hamad explains that he was planning to drag him out once his world power was exhausted, but he is holding out well. Hamad flies towards him and tells Jaehwan that he strips his clothes awfully fast. There has never been one who has undressed as fast as him. Before he can say anything else, Jaehwan looks at him with a furious, fiery glint in his eyes, noting that they should fight. Hamad tells him that he has no chance against him, but Jaehwan still strikes, unleashing a flurry of circular power toward him. Hamad blocks it with his palm, but he concedes that he has understood Ouroboros. Jaehwan asks if this is what they call Ouroboros, and Hamad tells him there are many forms of it. Jaehwan is kind of sick of hearing that all over again. Does he not have another answer? Hamad just says Ouroboros, and unleashes a gigantic strike, making the water fly in the air and rain down like a torrent. Caravan wonders why the hell they are even fighting, and tells Runnard to stay behind him. Jaehwan kept asking these people again and again things like if the crazy god really exists, and if they are followers of Gestalt. Like a child overflowing with curiosity about the world, he showered them with endless questions. Naturally, among that flood of questions, Jaehwan could only ever get one answer, and that is Ouroboros. Every answer began and ended with that. They continue fighting, Hamad moving at an incredible speed through the water, which catches Jaehwan by surprise. And once more, the next question would start with Ouroboros. This is a reply with no clear cause or result. Logic that's vague and cyclical like a snake devouring its own tail endlessly. A paradox that could only be understood entirely through contradiction. Even the ageless tribe like Hamad could not fully explain Ouroboros because, in the first place, Ouroboros is not something that can be explained through sheer reason. It is countless images, imaginations, intuitions, and then in a single instant, within the process of realization, a sensation that pierces through his entire body like a needle. They clash fists, unleashing a flurry of gigantic power unlike anything else before. This is Ouroboros. Caravan holds Renard, telling him to hold tight, but Renard is more concerned about Jaehwan. However, as the dust clears, they see that Hamad is on the ground, and Jaehwan is on his feet, still standing. They wonder if Jaehwan really won, but how? The great warrior's world power was clearly superior. Caravan denies it. At the very last moment, Jaehwan's world power surged exponentially. It nearly rivaled that of the great warrior. Hamad concedes that this was not bad at all, and Jaehwan notes that it's about time he tells him. Who exactly is he? Hamad notes that he only knows how to ask questions, doesn't he? Jaehwan concedes that this is true, but if you won't tell him, then he will just say it himself. What he will say now is only his deduction. Whether he chooses to respond is up to him. He may not know this, but about a week ago, he went to the end of Purgatory, but over there was no such thing as the crazy god. There was only a short verse carved on a mural. When the pitiful god, the naked god, left, only the discarded clothes remained in heaps. Hamad understands. Then he must understand everything now. Jaehwan continues, noting that he said something strange. Gestalt does not believe in gods. If he thinks about it, that's pretty absurd. He has Gestalt's very storyline. They even treasure the relic of Gestalt, metamorphosis. Yet he says that they are not followers of Gestalt, and that they don't believe in gods. The answer was pretty clear then. They are all gods. Specifically the god named Gestalt, the god who shares the same name with all of them. Hamad says, Ouroboros. They are Gestalt, and they are not Gestalt. Jaehwan now understands what Ouroboros is. He is undeniably Gestalt, but at the same time not. Caravan damned it all. Hamad could have just explained it plainly. What kind of conversation was this anyway? Gestalt, Ouroboros, what are they saying? Suddenly the others come from behind as well, and Jaehwan puts a pin into it. They are all the discarded clothes left behind by an ancient god. Gestalt. Caravan doesn't get it. He's saying that all these warriors are just clothes, discarded clothes. One wears off and takes off like those kinds of clothes. One of the warriors says it's not such a simple concept. Clothes define existence. Putting on clothes distinguishes the world from oneself. Runner doesn't get it. He doesn't understand at all what they are suddenly talking about. What does that even mean? What do clothes have to do with defining existence? Caravan doesn't really know either, but then gets an idea and asks Runnard how he looks now. Runnard says that he looks like a naked pervert, giving Caravan pause, but then he continues. He asks what this is, which is a scrubbing glove. This glove, strictly speaking, is also a kind of clothing, is it not? Now if you put it on, how does he look? Runnard notes that he looks like a naked bathhouse scrubber, and Caravan says that is exactly it. If you wear scrubbing gloves, he looks like a scrubber. That's what the ageless tribe is saying. Runnard understands. So then, someone wearing scrubbing gloves looks like a scrubber, and someone in rags looks like a beggar. In other words, depending on what clothes one wears, the soul is perceived as a completely different existence, right? Caravan confirms such. He catches on quickly, but Runnard is puzzled. In this world, a prince might be dressed in beggar's rags, or a beggar might be dressed in a sharp suit, right? He pushes Caravan even further. Likewise, one may be a naked pervert, or a pervert wearing nothing but scrubbing gloves. But no matter what clothes they wear, the essence of that person will still be a pervert. Would it? If clothes define existence, then what about those who are naked now? Are they not any existence at all? Jaehwan tells him that's not what he meant. They are not naked. All existences wear clothes. But right now, before he can explain, Runnard stops him as he thinks he understands something. So clothes are existence, and his existence is himself. But then what are clothes? He doesn't really understand, and Caravan can't help him either. Just what exactly are clothes? Hamad looks at them and notes that it's a story from a very long time ago. There was a time when the concept of me and you did not exist. There was no conflict, and no competition. All gods and souls lived naked within a single worldview in the beginning, and then one day, the concept of clothes suddenly appeared in the world. No one knows who first invented them or who first put them on, but clothes did come into the world nonetheless, and the world called them clothes, and so all existences were born together with clothes. Runnard gets it. He is saying existence was born together with clothes. But what exactly does he mean by existence? Hamad explains that existence means those who can explain who he is. To make clothes, to wear clothes. That is to put on clothes and thereby distinguish the world from oneself. That meant recognizing him as something separate, distinct from the others. By wearing clothes, the world and the self were divided, and thus existence was born. And so those who call themselves him, these existences, began to express emotions and show themselves without an ounce of hesitation. They said that they believe in him, that they trust him, and that they love him. This faith, trust, and love are words that only existences could ever use, according to their own will. Existences came to believe in, trust, or love certain gods, and thus preference was born. Caravan understands. In other words, he is saying individuality and preference, right? With the emergence of clothes, subjectivity was born. Because of that, some gods were chosen while others were not. Hamad confirms as such, and so the gods suddenly found themselves being put to the test. Gods chosen by souls gained greater world power. Those abandoned by souls naturally began to fade until there was nothing left. For gods who once enjoyed eternal life, the fear of extinction was an incredible threat. So some gods built their own worlds and declared independence. More gods meant more world power. Gods struggled desperately to make more existences believe in them, and in the process, conflicts naturally rose. Thus began the Holy War of the Abyss, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Caravan understands, so he is saying that the world became like this because of clothes, and Runnard is a bit shook. They went to war just to be chosen. Hamad tells them that they cannot really blame the gods. They made the only choice they could in order to survive. In the end, with each god owning their own world, the concept of diversity came into being, something that had never even existed beforehand. Caravan also notes that this gave rise to war. Souls drew their blades at each other simply because their beliefs and worldviews were different. Hamad agrees. That is undeniable. The moment the concept of clothes was created, the world changed irreparably. Existences learned to dislike, to hate, and to kill others without prejudice, and all of that because of clothes. Caravan asks, who created clothes and why? Isn't the world so full of suffering now because of them? Hamad tells him to tell him then, what is better? A world where everyone shares the same worldview, but the existence known as him disappears. Or a world where everyone has their own worldview, but existences kill each other to live. Before Caravan can answer, Jaehwan does. The ideal world would be one where everyone has a different worldview, yet no one kills another for it. Caravan tells him not to make him laugh. That's impossible, and the history of the abyss proves as such. Differences breed discord and conflict. That's the rule of the jungle. That is why wars to make everyone the same will never come to an end. Jaehwan asks if there were any gods who tried to stop the war, and he confirms as such. There was a god who realized the true meaning of clothes and used them to gain power to control the world. There was a god who was born human, who transcended the inherent clothes of birth and ascended to the throne of godhood. There was even a god who stripped away all clothes and obtained the power of ideals by standing naked among everyone else. Jaehwan understands now. The three ancient gods tried to stop the war, did they not? Hamad confirms as such. The three ancient gods were existences who rose to the seat of gods with human souls. Because they were born through the concept of clothes, they were more sensitive to it than any other gods before them, so that they could wield greater strength than the others by using clothes. And they were set apart by how they all answered the same question. The question being, what are clothes? One of the three ancient gods, Deus, answered that clothes are a fortress. Deus was the first to realize that clothes could serve as powerful protection, shielding oneself from the world. He collected countless clothes and analyzed them fervently. As a result, he created the ultimate clothes that nothing could ever destroy. Meanwhile, another god gave a completely different answer to the same question, and his answer was that clothes are contagious. Catastrophe realized first that existences inevitably influenced each other and often wore similar clothes because of that. He used this nature to create miraculous items that forcibly increased his followers. And finally, there was one who gave the strangest answer to the question, what are clothes? Clothes are for stripping away. He was the naked god who created the storyline of the naked god, Gestalt, Deus, who forged impenetrable armor to hide within, Catastrophe, who infected countless souls and expanded his world because of it, and Gestalt, who remained unclothed, wandering free. These three recognized all as the mightiest gods. One day, they answered the summons of other gods who begged them to end this ceaseless war. They gathered in the place that today is called the Great Forest, and had a discussion about it. How can this war be ended? They spoke on a common topic, but each of the three ancient gods gave different answers. Deus insisted that if everyone wears the clothes he created, the war could end. Catastrophe then spoke out, telling him that if everyone became his followers, the war would end. Gestalt insisted that if everyone just stripped away their clothes and forgot about them, the war would end. Their views could never change, never be converged, so the gods could not reach an agreement, and each went their own way, upholding their own ideals. This is the beginning of what happened 21,000 years ago, the three ancient gods' war. Caravan knows that from this point onwards, he knows a little as well. Since Big Brother appeared right after the war, he doesn't know all the details, but it is said that because of the ancient gods' war, the three ancient gods were annihilated, and Big Brother became the master of the abyss. Hamad confirmed as such. At that time, they fell away from Gestalt, or to put it more precisely, they were stripped away. Runnard screams out as no matter how much he thinks about it, he doesn't understand just what on earth clothing is. Caravan is surprised he's still stuck on that, and Runnard is, because it feels incredibly important somehow. Caravan tells him that the great warrior just explained it earlier, and Runnard knows, but the more he listens, the more he gets confused. Clothing appeared, wars broke out, and eventually the three ancient gods' war happened, and the warriors were the clothing that fell away from Gestalt at that time. So then what exactly is clothing? Can he not put a meaning on it? Jaehwan denies the notion. He could dress it up with words like ego or personality, but in the end, this is only interpretation. No matter how hard he tries to explain it, clothing is clothing. Runnard is still confused. Earlier, Caravan said that the kind of clothing they wear determines their existence, like how if he wore a scrubbing glove you look like a bathhouse worker. He knows that what he and the great warrior mean by clothes isn't just the material sense of it, but after thinking about it more, there is still something he does not really understand. For example, if Jaehwan holds a sword, that doesn't automatically mean he is a swordsman, right? That sword could be used by a cook or to rob someone. If that's the case, Is Jaehwan a swordsman, a chef, or a thief? If clothing really decides their existence, then how does he explain that? Hamad is amused. That is an amusing Ouroboros. He is right. How could a single set of clothing decide existence? But still, clothing does not determine that existence. Runnard asks what he means. Is he playing around with words again? Hamad tells him that he is a naked person, and at the same time, he is also Jaehwan's follower, and he is also a friend of prisoner Caravan, and he is also a great Ouroboros of the ageless tribe. Suddenly, realization dawns on Renard. Now he understands the reason Prince can still be Prince even if he dresses like a beggar, and the reason Jaehwan, when holding a sword, can be a swordsman, a chef, or a bandit. It's because they don't just wear one set of clothes. They are existences composed of countless clothes. The warriors nod, saying Ouroboros again and again. Hamad also notes and explains that clothes are not the same as ego or personality. Even so, clothing is a core element that makes people who they are. Renard then asks what it means when they say they are the clothes of Gestalt. Jaehwan tells him to take it literally. They are the infinitely fragmented form of Gestalt himself. He asks Hamad why Gestalt stripped them all away and disappeared. Could it be related to his items? Hamad tells him that he always surpasses his expectations. It is indeed as he said. The reason they ended up like this is because of the Eye of Gestalt. Caravan knows about that. Because of the 3 sacred treasures, their link was severed. The only thing that can oppose the 3 sacred treasures is another sacred treasure. So the reason Anderson sent them here was because of the final item of the sacred treasures, the Eye of Gestalt. Hamad would like to ask Jaehwan this time, what does he think shedding means? Jaehwan knows that literally it's taking off one's clothes, is it not? One could also call it dividing existence. Hamad then asks if he knows why they performed this shedding. Jaehwan notes that if he had to guess, maybe it's to increase world power. Hamad tells him that he still does not fully understand. If clothes are a part of existence, then shedding doesn't increase world power, it reduces it. Splitting existence can't possibly make power grow. Jaehwan tells him that it makes no sense. He shed, and he truly felt his world power increase. How does he explain that? Hamad tells him that shedding does not increase world power, but Jaehwan tells him that he said so already. He should explain it simply. Hamad sighs and tells him that there are only 2 ways to raise world power in the abyss. Either kill other gods and steal their world power, or gain followers who put their faith in him. There are no exceptions to this rule. Jaehwan then asks what this world power he gained through shedding is. Didn't he become stronger through shedding? So did he gain power through followers or something? Hamad tells him that he already knows the answer. And suddenly, the warriors begin to sing around them. A lonely naked god with not a single friend, with not a single follower. Caravan is confused, and Hamad explains that even without followers, faith can exist. All gods receive faith from their followers to increase their world power, and faith can only come from others. But then what are others? It is simple, an existence that is not itself. Caravan is shocked and a little confused, and Hamad continues. Gestalt was a god that does not steal anyone's world, a god that doesn't impose its world on anyone. So how could such a god increase his world power? A way to become stronger without harming anyone, without taking from anyone. He stripped and then stripped again, until he shed countless existences. Those same existences became others perfectly, and in doing so, his clothes came to believe in him. Runnard is shocked by this revelation, and Caravan asks how something like this can be possible. Jaehwan understands the ageless tribe, or rather Gestalt, through shedding, he split himself apart and turned himself into his own followers, right? Hamad looks at him and says, Ouroboros. Catastrophe sits in his own world, killing his own creatures for fun, but it is so dull. He didn't expect himself to feel this way. It is strange. Is it because of that guy's link? That insolent human? It's been a long time since the link with him was severed. Should he have told him more things before sending him up, perhaps? Suddenly, though, he feels an immense pressure in his world, and a few figures walk in. It appears the rumors were true after all. The Resurrection Palace has been relocated. No wonder no one ever came back alive from this place. Well, enough of these pointless sentiments. The masters of this place are waiting for them after all. 3 figures approach, among a few others, with one of them noting that it's been a while. He will not waste words with him, and tells him so that he should move aside while he still can. The 3 are, the first region's supreme monarch, the monarch of the forest, Iliones, the second region's supreme monarch, the monarch of destruction, Siegfried, and the 9th region's supreme monarch, the monarch of darkness, Jerome. Catastrophe's smile widens, and it seems like he might not be able to keep that promise he made to Jaehwan after all. Runnard is confused about turning oneself into followers. Is such a thing even possible? Caravan says it is theoretically possible, but it's truly ingenious to raise word power through such a method. Runnard tells him to hold on. If he keeps taking off clothes like the great warrior, will he also split into several selves? Caravan doesn't even like to think about that. That would be a complete catastrophe. Hamad tells them not to worry. Even if they shed their soul, the soul itself does not split apart. The only time the soul splits, as with them, is when they've taken so many clothes that nothing remains that could only be called the main body. Runnard asks how many clothes did he take off. Hamad notes that it's difficult to answer with a number. The number of clothes gradually increases as time passes and experience accumulates, but Gestalt shed far more clothes than the time he had lived. The time of his shedding surpasses the flow of time itself. Jaehwan asks if Gestalt really had to shed so many clothes. Hamad tells him that this action too was because of the War of the Three Gods. During that war, Gestalt lost most of his clothes. Originally, their tribe had far more members than it does now. Runnard is amazed at how strong two of the three ancient gods must have been. But Caravan tells him to wait. Did Gestalt really face the combined assault of Deus and catastrophe all by himself? Hamad doesn't understand that question, as the War of the Three Gods wasn't a war between the ancient three gods themselves. It seems that the false story is still circulating around. Even 900 years ago, Mare had the same misunderstanding. Jaehwan steps forward and asks if by Mare he means Mulark. Hamad confirms as such. He can sense the presence of the clothes he wore on him. Jaehwan wonders what he means by clothes, but maybe it's the records of the abyss he has in his mind. Jaehwan asks why he came here, but Hamad notes that if he is wearing Mar's clothes, he should have carried his memories. Still, he was the first outsider to reach the end of purgatory, and there he obtained the Eye of Gestalt. Runnard is surprised that Mare took the Eye of Gestalt. Hamad confirms this and doesn't understand why he is surprised. Perhaps they also came here seeking the Eye of Gestalt? Jaehwan confirms such, and Hamad tells him that there is no need to despair. Jaehwan asks what he means, and Hamad knows that he already holds the Eye of Gestalt. It seems that he has not realized it yet. Anyone who has awakened to Ouroboros can already use the Eye of Gestalt. Suddenly, Jaehwan detects a bunch of power from him, and Hamad rises in the air as a beam of world power seeps within, making his skin glisten. Caravan and Runnard defend themselves, wondering why he is suddenly releasing such overwhelming world power. Jaehwan looks at his eyes and asks if this is the Eye of Gestalt. This is incomparable to before. This is an incredible surge of world power. Seeing the others slowly start to waver, he unleashes his sanctuary, the world after the end. The other two can finally breathe, and Jaehwan asks Hamad what he thinks he's doing now. He explains that the world power has indeed grown stronger, but nothing has truly changed, because in truth, nothing has actually changed. Jaehwan asks what kind of world play this is now, and Hamad tells him the reason is simple. He already had the Eye of Gestalt. He just didn't know how to use it. He should be able to see the eye over there right now. Only the eye can truly see the eye, so he should pluck that eye out, and now he can see as well. Suddenly, Jaehwan's eye begins to glow with amazing world power, and Caravan rushes over to him, putting a hand on his shoulder and asking if he's okay. Jaehwan looks at him and sees that his eye holds the same shape as Hamad's. Suddenly, his world power begins to be overwhelming too. It is skyrocketing endlessly. This feels like something else entirely. Suddenly, another version of him speaks, noting that finally, he's shedding his clothes of his own volition, and now he is doing it freely, and limitlessly too. Congratulations are in order, as he has finally awakened. They wonder why he's staring so stupidly. Aren't they familiar faces? Shedding clothes is fine, but at least he should give a warning next time, as they all trust him. Jaehwan now understands this is the true power of the Eye of Gestalt. Hamad confirms as such. Those eyes are the only ones that see all the clothes of the world. The eye that destroys all rules and illusions. The Illusion Slayer. That is the Eye of Gestalt. As Jaehwan's sanctuary goes away, Hamad notes that he still must have a lot of questions, but he will not tell them anymore. He must now find the answers by himself. He has the tools to do so after all. With that, they all jump away. Caravan understands. So in the end, they obtained one of the three sacred treasures after all. The Eye of Gestalt really isn't a tangible weapon, right? Caravan thinks that this is great. With this, he can finally restore his link with his god. But Jaehwan simply closes his eyes and thinks quietly, peering inward with the rippling silence. A faint story could be heard, a story of some ancient existence. The tale of a mare who climbed the illusion tree to prevent its fruit from spreading. A story steeped in despair and sorrow, permeated by hope that could never be truly reached. Jaehwan began to slowly peer into that story, and for a very long time, he continues doing so. A bit later in the Crack HQ, Imai tells him that these are all the new recruits gathered in the past 6 months. Those are all. Millard is a bit sad. Only 12, far fewer than expected. Still, there are the 12 who reached the third awakening. Below that, there are more. It also seems that he is having quite a hard time coming here. He can speak casually to him, as he doesn't mind such formalities. Imai damns it all, as this should have been Seola's task in the first place. He's not much of a speaker. Millard asks if there are any worthwhile recruits among those 12, and Imai confirms as such, especially the girl on the very first stage. She is ruthless. She survived until the very end in 580 out of 520 great disappearance simulations. Normally, most recruits break down within their first 30 tries and beg to be pulled out. She, however, was different. After only 2 runs, she had already adapted, and like an emotionless machine, she slaughtered her comrades. Millard is happy they will raise her a bit, and she will become a formidable warrior. That is impressive. What about this other one? Imai sweets a little and knows that he challenged the Great Disappearance simulation nearly 2,000 times, yet failed every single time. Still, Muriel passed him. When he asked why, she said it was because he reached the third awakening. As Imai retreats from Millard's office, he hears a commotion with Jaehwan asking why they came here. Is this war? Muriel tells him it's some kind of negotiation, and as Imai enters, he sees what's happening. Jaehwan screams, as he cannot make sense of this. The Supreme Monarchs are humanity's enemies first and foremost. Imai asks what this ruckus is about. It seems that the newcomer has quite a few complaints. Muriel tells him to sit down. This is not something to make a fuss about. However, Jaehwan disagrees adamantly. They herded humans into towers and toyed with them for their own personal gain, and they think they can negotiate with such monsters, despite Crack being composed of humans. Kasim tells him that the Supreme Monarchs are indeed strong. Blinded by anger, they are not ones they can face recklessly. Sometimes, cooperation with an enemy must be endured. Kasim knows what he is trying to say. The Supreme Monarchs are agents of Big Brother, so he can't understand why they cooperate with his agents to strike him down, right? Just because they are called the agents of God, does not mean they share that same will of God. Just because they share the same worldview, does not mean they share the same ideals. It's like how Seola left Crack, but can still use the sea of blood filled with corpses. Jaehwan still cannot accept something like this. They cannot permit a lesser evil just because a greater one exists. The Crack he knows of is not such a place. Kasim tells him that he's simply too inexperienced to understand this, and when Jaehwan tries to talk back, Kasim tells him to be silent. Justice without compromise cannot exist. If he still believes he does, then he is either a naive child or a fraud. Muriel tells them both to stop, as this is going nowhere. She sighs to Jaehwan, noting that he is quite stubborn. She also reminds him that even though he reached the third awakening and obtained a sea of blood filled with corpses, he never managed to kill the very last person. That doesn't put him on equal footing with the captain. Jaehwan apologizes and taps his shoulder. There isn't anyone here who doesn't already know what he just said. They all know, and they have no choice. That is why they do it. So he should try to understand. Jaehwan says nothing, his fists quivering as he grips them. Truth is, he does know that it's impossible. He knows why everyone has no choice but to act this way, and he knows that as well, but something inside him refuses to justify it. He wonders if things could have been different if it were him. Suddenly, Jerome speaks, noting that they are all gathered here. The air of the abyss truly is a foul thing, he says. Jaehwan immediately feels an amazingly oppressive pressure. This is unbelievable. He can't even breathe properly, and he is telling them to negotiate with such beasts? No, these guys came here to wage war. Imai thinks that they sure arrived quickly. Jerome looks at Muriel, noting that it's been a while since they last met, and it seems that his sharp tongue hasn't changed at all. He asks if those weaklings behind her are the new captains, and Muriel knows that they are the secretaries of this meeting, here to record it. Jerome wondered as much. He thought they were too weak to be captains. Imai tells them not to get too carried away, as they are here to negotiate, right? Jerome confirmed as much, but they seem to be lacking a bit in numbers. Is Millard not coming? Muriel tells him he won't be attending, making Jerome wonder if he ran away in fear or something. Muriel tells him to silence himself, as such impudence will not be tolerated. They didn't all come either, didn't they? Jerome tells her not to play dumb. Why didn't she tell them that catastrophe was blocking the entrance? Huh? Because of that, 4 Supreme Monarchs died, and 2 more were gravely injured, unable to rise ever again. How does she intend to compensate for this? Muriel is surprised that 6 Supreme Monarchs died or were crippled, and she asks what about catastrophe? What did they do to him? Jerome explains that he has been temporarily sealed, but she is changing the subject. He is here for an apology. They want compensation, to hand over the fruit of the resurrection that they monopolize so much. Muriel tells him that this is one of the items to be negotiated, that they cannot hand it over as a single, uncontrollable variable. Jerome immediately becomes annoyed and unleashes his world power. A mere variable, they call it? Imai immediately grips his blade, demanding to know what he is trying to pull, and the other two immediately fall down, not being able to breathe. Jerome thinks this is how it should have been from the start. Negotiation with scum like them was truly never an option. He should just kill them all right here and right now. Suddenly, though, an overwhelmingly calm presence appears, shining a light on his darkness and washing it away. It seems like he never intended to negotiate after all. That is not wise. Not wise at all. Jerome looks at him and demands to know why he is here. Why is Buddha here? Yunhuan looks at him. He heard the name during recruit training. This must be him, one of the 8 great gods, the Buddha. Muriel tells him that he's late, and he confirms as such, apologizing for his tardiness. Jerome asks what brings him here, and as Buddha pulls up a chair, he thinks that's a stupid question. He asks why he's here. Why else? Because he is the first captain of Crack. The next month is spent in relative calm. Afterwards, the 3 get out of the forest, and Caravan lets out a long stretch, throwing away his scrubbing glove immediately. He is very glad they escaped that place. He did not expect they would leave only after 100 days. Runnard is impressed. He can feel the same world power as Jaehwan's from him. Caravan knows that thanks to him, he's almost fully recovered the link. 90% of his original strength has returned. Jaehwan is glad to see them all here, ready to depart, and Caravan notes that it's pretty good they're leaving. He doesn't want to see this forest ever again. But where are they going? Jaehwan tells him to wait, as it will arrive soon, but he doesn't really specify what. Having learned something from Hamad, Runnard thinks that it's been 3 months since Jaehwan came into the Great Forest. A month ago, Jaehwan had a hard-to-understand conversation with Hamad, who told him the eye is the one that can see all the clothes of the world. It's a destroyer of illusions that breaks all rules and illusions. The eye of Gestalt. Suddenly after that, he closed his eyes right there and then, and slept for nearly an entire month. Recently, after a bit of pestering, he woke up. He asked how much time had passed, and Runnard told him it was almost a month. He later learned that he had read the records of the Abyss in that time. After that month, Jaehwan looked somewhat lonely, a lot more than before. Suddenly a ship appears in the air, and Caravan wonders what that is, but Jaehwan is glad to see that they've arrived, his companions. From inside the ship, Carlton and Chang Seok look down and call out his name, and Siren tells them to hop off the glass, as she cannot see. Hearing them from here, Jaehwan smiles, and Caravan guesses that those are his friends from before. It appears that they survived. Runnard looks at Jaehwan. Those people are his companions, and suddenly he feels strange. Even though they were in the same space, it felt like they were worlds apart. Runnard could not fully understand their smiles, their laughter, or their joys, as he was not there to experience them. This is the wall of time, a barrier that cannot be breached by history alone. Until now, this must have been the wall Runnard had felt. His instincts were telling him that he could never get past that wall, no matter how hard he tried. Before he can wallow in his indignation, however, Jaehwan just calls him and tells him that they should go. At the call of Jaehwan, which had no hesitation in his voice, Runnard realized that he was crossing that wall effortlessly. As he crossed it, he knew that something new was about to begin, with all of them in tow. He looks back at the clothes of Gestalt, thinking that it's like putting on and taking off clothes. One passes while another comes. Transformation, clothes, and Ouroboros. Runnard had learned a lot in the Great Forest, and also let go of a great deal too. Whether it was the full meaning or not, at that moment, Runnard somewhat understood the meaning of Ouroboros. From somewhere within, a song began to be heard. Poor naked god, while going home alone. This was what he thought throughout, just once. These were the quiet, warm lyrics once sung by Anderson herself. Runnard muttered softly to himself as he made his way to the group. Ouroboros. After getting on the ship, Chang Seok wonders who Caravan is, and gets annoyed because they have met before. He is the avatar of Ignis. How can he remember that? Chang Seok wonders if he just said caramel, pretty clearly, teasing him. Carlton apologizes to Jaehwan for coming so late. They had originally planned to come sooner, but the situation had only just settled down. Jaehwan asks what situation, and Carlton knows that it's too complicated to know where to start. Caravan and Runard are more impressed by the autonomous mode of the ship, which is controlling itself. Chang Seok looks at Jaehwan and tells him that his soul level has risen a lot. He can't even think of him as the same person from 3 months ago. What on earth happened there? Runnard notes that a lot of things happened, and Caravan confirms as such. It's a place he never wants to experience ever again. Siren walks inside, noting that they're all pretty noisy. It was just 3 months apart, and everyone is making a fuss. Instead of making noise, they should make plans for the future, right? Chang Seok is a little amused. She's acting all nonchalant now, But just an hour ago she was singing about Jaehwan. She cuts him off before he can say anything more, then kicks him in the face. But this makes her arrive right next to Jaehwan, who is using the nonchalant sun-kiss technique to aura farm. He thanks her for coming, as he really appreciates it. She immediately blushes, as her eyes quiver, and steps back, telling him that he shouldn't think she came willingly, just because she wanted to. He shouldn't misunderstand. Caravan is more confused at the fact that he's wearing clothes. When did those appear? Jaehwan sighs, noting that he's naked now as well, making Chang Seok wonder if he's joking or something. Jaehwan tells them that explaining would take too long, and Ronard agrees that he is now in some kind of Ouroboros state, right? Jaehwan puts a hand on his shoulder, and dresses him in the exact same clothes as he wears, which she finds extremely cool. Jaehwan smiles, telling him it's a gift for all his hard work. The form he can think of right now is all here. Caravan tells him excitedly to give him something similar as well, but Jaehwan tells him he's not a follower, so that's impossible. Hearing this, Carlton moves in and drapes a robe over him, telling him to put this on if he doesn't mind. Caravan thanks him, as he is kind. Carlton knows that he has heard he is the avatar of Ignis. He must be having a hard time right now, right? Caravan confirms as such. It's been quite a while since he was separated from Ignis. He is really longing to see her or anything. Carlton's tone becomes really hesitant and says, "That's not it." He looks around, trying to find the words to explain what happened, as he probably hasn't heard it right. The third site of the abyss, the tropical night, was conquered by Krak, and has disappeared from the abyss ever since. At the fifth site, Ragnarok, a few Krak soldiers are charging at Kronos, who finds them extremely arrogant. He deploys his sanctuary, Time Storm. To counter it, Ilionis uses her Colossus of the Forest skill, which summons a very adaptable-looking giant. In response, Kronos screams at them, asking if this is all they got, and smashes the Colossus in two, asking how they dare to challenge him with such skill. Siegfried looks on, noting that Kronos is holding out much longer than they expected. Not that it matters though, soon he will be dead. Miriel tells him not to let his guard down. The enemy is Kronos, one of the 8 great gods. Siegfried just coughs. Even so, that doesn't change much. He jumps in as this guy is just an old, dying watchmaker. Kronos blocks his strike and makes him dash away. Kronos doesn't really understand why monarchs like him are hiding and siding with Krak scum. What the hell are they scheming? Miriel summons her blade and knows he does not need to know that, because his time will end here. The 3 of them charge at him at once, but Kronos puts all his world power in his palm and smacks it on the ground. They do not seem to know who he is. He stops them dead in their tracks, huffing because of the world power he used. Suddenly, one of them knows that his world power has weakened greatly. They can get out of his time stop with ease. With that, they all strike at once, taking off both of his hands and making him scream in pain. Miriel uses her momentum to snap her blade back, noting she will stop Kronos' clock forever. She then charges her blade, creating a gigantic explosion. Yunhuan looks at this from a distance. He sees that Kronos' sanctuary is falling apart after the 3rd site of Ignis, followed by the 4th site ruled by Plague and the god of Pestilence. Now even Kronos' 5th site, Ragnarok, is collapsing right in front of him. Someone else comes, noting that this is already the 3rd one. It's rather incredible, isn't it? This is Adele, the vice captain of Krak. He knows that the pincer operation seems to have worked, and Yunhuan confirms as such. Unlike awakened ones, gods who lose their believers grow rather weak. What about the 2nd side, Despair? Adele believes that they should be attacking by now, but he heard it's tough. The dragon god Droyan is guarding it after all. Yunhuan asks if it's the one who uses the Black Flame Dragon storyline, and Adele confirms as such. Since Captain Buddha and 2nd Captain Imai went together, its fall is only a matter of time. At this rate, they might really be able to conquer the Abyss Hole. This makes Yunhuan think about what was talked about at the table beforehand. Buddha explained, "The Almighty Land and Krak will be forming an alliance, and the Supreme Monarchs will support Krak's war on the Abyss. When Krak invades Big Brother, the Supreme Monarchs will remain silent." Jerome was impressed. He dared to say this before them, the followers of Big Brother. Does he expect them to just bite their own master? Buddha denies it. There is no need to do any of that. He is just telling them to stay silent instead of barking. Jerome's voice and expression change, and finds it rather interesting. Those terms are rather welcoming, but it's time for them to propose some too. They will provide the Almighty Land with a steady supply of fruits. They will turn a blind eye to the construction of the Resurrection Palace, and they will help in cleansing chaos. Finally, all products harvested through cultivation, meaning humans, shall be split between Krak and the Almighty Land at a 1-to-1 ratio. Yunhuan was shocked to hear this, and after the meeting, immediately went to Miriel, who knew what he was thinking. He should also think about this long term. If they want to defeat Big Brother and eliminate the monarchs, they have to consider the bigger picture here. Yunhwan did not like that answer. Crack must not remain just a crack, right? Muriel looked at him with a more serious expression, telling him they could bring about great change with little compromise. Yunhwan told her that this was not a little at all. How can they say that when human lives are at stake here? Muriel sighed and told him that to create great change, they must also accept great sacrifices. This is not just some simulation. Naive emotions like that will not protect anything. For the past 3 months, he has thought every single day that he was doing the right thing, that in the end, everything would turn out to be all right, that if they waited long enough, an ending would just come. Just now, a thought crossed his mind as well. What if all of this is the ending that he's been waiting for? That as long as this landscape exists, a just ending will never truly come. Adele tells him that he used to think just like he did, that crack was the only place that could change this world system. Yunhwan picks up on the words used to, so he doesn't think so anymore. Adele confirms as such, but then he would wonder why he is still in crack, right? He has been in this organization for 700 years. He has seen many things and lost just as many. He has watched everything he held dear slowly change or die right in front of him. He has seen it over and over again how everything human disappeared from his comrades and from himself as well. They have come too far to hope for a righteous ending. Their dreams are already smeared with blood. They don't regret. Maybe things could have changed if he hadn't left everything up to the flow of time. Yunhwan doesn't know about that. The fact that he still thinks it matters means it's perhaps not too late for him. Adele denies it, saying he is no different from the rest. However, perhaps it is not too late for someone else. Not long ago, a dear friend of his left crack. She went off to find her own path. That is quite something, is it not? He didn't like the meeting details, so he will leave him with this. The former second captain, Seol-ah, went to the 7th site. Yunhwan looks at him with a surprised expression. Is he telling him to leave crack? Adele never said something like that and walks away. Yunhwan thinks that this is terrifying. No matter how absurd the world can be, the thought of being separated from it really scares him. Thinking back, the idea of the world he believes drifting away from him scares him even more. Yunhwan decides to walk away, noting that he hopes they can meet again someday, perhaps under better circumstances. Adele smiles somberly and hopes not. The next time they meet, they will be enemies. At that moment, Yunhwan finally understood where he needed to go. Across the vast battlefield strewn before him, he could almost see the path his old friend had taken first. He wondered if he would ever see him again. He began walking, step by step, retracing the path of his long-lost friend. In his stride, slow as it is, no hesitation could ever be found. 3 months ago, Crack declared war across the entirety of the Abyss. They allied themselves with the Grand Monarchs of the Almighty Land, and went on to successfully conquer the 3rd Side Tropical Night, the 4th Side Syndrome, and the 5th Side Ragnarok. It was an unprecedented event in which the Awakener group Crack joined hands with the Grand Monarchs, a move that was only possible because of their leader Millard. Chang Seok tells Jaehwan that he should already know this. It's impossible to attack the 8th Sides right now. Going there now would just be wasting their lives away. Jaehwan asks what happened to the people at the auction house, and Carlton tells him that, fortunately, most of them still live. Some were captured by Crack, and others are still fleeing as they speak. The King of Crows is currently unaccounted for. He's either been captured or gone into hiding. Chang Seok notes that the god of today, led by martyrs, and the goddess of fate, are waging a guerrilla war against Crack. Runnard sheepishly asks about Anderson, and Chang Seok tells him that the remains of Naked Anderson have not been found. The same goes for her avatar. Jaehwan looks somberly at the ground, and Siren explains that the others should be near the 7th site. It's one of the few places in the entirety of the Abyss where one can still hide. They are close to it anyway, so why don't they stop by for a bit? Jaehwan notes that he will go take a quick look around, and Carlton wants to accompany him, with Runnard as well. Jaehwan appreciates it, but he will go alone. The rest of them will join in if the situation calls for it. Chang Seok calls him an idiot. He'll just cause trouble again if he's let go alone. Jaehwan notes that he has never caused any sort of trouble anywhere, giving all of them a very long pause, so he agrees just for a short while. Somewhere inside the 7th site, the sage prepares his famous dumplings, noting that this is the 2nd time he has gone bankrupt already, which is rather funny. Bayek doesn't find it amusing at all. If it was because of the food tasting bad, at least it wouldn't sting so much. He finally opened a branch out here at the relatively peaceful 7th site, but not a single customer has come in for days. The sage tells him to stop his whining and make another batch of dumplings instead. As he puts one dumpling inside the steamer, Bayek guesses that these are the dumplings of today, right? Does he really think he will come back? The sage looks at the dumpling and then asks why his skills haven't improved at all. making Bayeko pretty annoyed. Suddenly the door opens, and two cloaked figures walk inside. One of them orders one dumpling and a set of noodles, while another orders the same but two of each. Bayeko asks if they are together, and they immediately say no, both at once, and sit at opposite tables, clearly proving as such. Bayeko wonders who these people are, and asks one of the figures if it's okay that the noodles come with chicken broth. The figure tells him to serve it like usual, making Bayeko realize that he knows that, so he has been here before. He tells the sage that they are weird, and the sage wonders if they are from crack. Their faces are covered, but they know about the chicken broth, so they've probably eaten here before. The sage immediately perks up at this, but Bayeko tells him not to get his hopes up, as it's definitely not that guy. He would probably be naked or something. As they serve the food calmly, suddenly someone else enters, asking if this is the store run by the almighty sage, and noting that it's a kinda tiny space. This is the 7-star heavenly mighty god, Ayato. Bayeko looks at her, asking why she is looking for his master, and Ayato puts a hand on his shoulder. Is he seriously asking her that? She begins crushing his shoulder, and the sage tells Ayato to let the boy go. Ayato looks at him and pushes Bayeko to the side extremely roughly. She demands to know where the void sword is, but the sage doesn't know anything about it. Ayato whips out her blade and tells him not to play dumb. If he really has all-seeing eyes, he should have been able to figure it out by now. The sage tells her that even the all-seeing eyes cannot see everything, making Ayato weave her blade around, as perhaps he takes her for a fool. The sage tells her to calm down and talk about these like civilized people, but Ayato refuses. She will count to 3. If he hasn't found a way by then, both he and this tavern will vanish into the abyss. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures finishes his broth and gets up, telling her this is enough noise. He thanks the all-knowing sage for the meal. Now that he has eaten, it's time for him to pay up before he leaves, right? Ayato is shocked to see Russell. Why is he here? Russell tells her that's none of her business. She should get lost while she still can. Ayato laughs. An arrogant, one-armed fossil like him dares to talk big. Russell knows that even with one arm he can handle someone like her pretty well. Suddenly, though, a range of strikes appears before him, clearly a warning. Someone tells him to watch his mouth, as they have all the 7 Stars members with them. This is the 7 Stars god of cannons, Cannoneer, and along with him, the 7 Stars god of enhancements, Grady, also arrives. Russell looks around at the god of cannons and the god of enhancements. So these are those rookies who've recently risen up as the 7 Stars. Russell looks at the other cloaked figure and asks how long he is going to just sit there like that, losing the metabus. Not enough for him. The chief commander removes his cloak, noting that he has not heard that name in a while. Can an eerie shock to see the chief commander in gray as well, but Ayato tells them not to lose their cool. These are just 2 washed-up 7 Stars. The chief commander isn't Kronos' proxy anymore either. Russell just asks the chief commander if he is ready, and he confirmed as such. Suddenly, he unleashes a wave of strikes combined with Russell's water ability, creating a large hole in the entire building and pushing the 3 attackers back. After all, they will have to pay for the food that they have just eaten. Before they can attack, someone else speaks, noting that the rat from the metabus was hiding here all along, and even the god of the deep sea is here too. This is a total jackpot. Both of these bastards are listed on the crack bounty list, so he will execute them all and bring their heads to the crack sovereign for a generous reward. This is the 8 Skies heavenly dragon, the god of contracts, the chief commander of crack, huh? She has completely lost her mind. The heavenly dragon laughs. Are there even any gods left in the abyss who are still sane? If both sides are equally as insane as each other, isn't it only natural to side with the side that's winning? With a snap of her fingers, she unleashes 2 gigantes towards them. It seems that even the crack bastards have managed to get their hands on one. This will really be troubling. The heavenly dragon jumps in, noting that there is no need to drag this out. She will be ending it quickly. Russell tells the chief commander that, at this rate, they will be at a disadvantage. He will separate them, so they should take them down one by one. The chief commander agrees, and Russell uses his storyline, Torrent Rush, causing the gigantes to split up in the air. One of them knows that this is a nuisance, and that this level of attack will not leave a scratch. Russell ignores them and tells the chief commander to do it now, who lets out his blade and begins using his rule-type storyline. Before he can strike, the heavenly dragon initiates an exclusive contract, a 1 versus many combat. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the restriction of 1 versus many battle will now be applied. As a condition of the contract, the world power of the minority in the 1 versus many engagement increases by 20%. This allows the heavenly dragon to block his strike, even if it's the Sword of Ash. The Sword of Ash and Pentagon of Ash he possesses are only useful in one-on-one battles, aren't they? Even if his world power increases under the contract conditions, any one-on-one combat settings within this radius are also nullified, meaning that the sword doesn't work anymore. She punts the chief commander away, creating a large dust cloud. Suddenly, the chief commander comes out wearing a very metal-looking suit and jumps straight at the heavenly dragon, feigning an attack before going behind her and unleashing the emoji of Ash, two powerful dragons. The heavenly dragon, however, just grabs both of them and rips them to shreds, wondering if he thought such a pathetic attack would work on someone like her. The chief commander wasn't done. He unleashes a deadly strike from behind her head, surprising her, but she is still not knocked out. He is supposed to be the master of the metabus, yet this is all that he got. She smacks him to the ground and pins him in place. Does he not have any other tricks? Why doesn't he use that time reversal ability he was so proud of? Ah, it's because Kronos has fallen, isn't it? And he can't use time reversal. What a pitiful sight it is. The chief commander lies there as she sure talks a lot. Did she earn her position among the 8 skies just by talking? This makes the heavenly dragon smile maniacally. Somewhere else, Russell deals with the other gigantes, unleashing a flurry of water on them that blinds them. But this is all he can do. At this rate, they will be the ones taken down, one by one. He wonders what the chief commander is doing, but he can't wander for long, as he is being attacked again and again. The two in the restaurant watch as this goes on, and the sage tells Bayek-O to get inside and guard the kitchen, as the dumplings of today are in there. Bayek-O screams at him, asking, "Who cares about some stupid dumplings now? They are in a situation where they can barely save their own lives." Suddenly, Russell is smacked through the restaurant, increasingly annoyed by this fight. Ayato, in the Gigante suit, rushes in with an elbow strike, making the dumpling of today jump out of its steaming basket. Seeing this, Bayek-O jumps up and actually manages to grab it. He's happy about it, but Russell demands to know what he is doing. Is he an idiot? Before he can even react, Ayato's fist rushes down towards him. He realized he messed up to think that he would die trying to save a mere dumpling. To think that he would end up like this is pretty comical, honestly. This unworthy disciple of his master will be going ahead first, so he hopes he can find a better one next time. The strike goes through, crashing into the ground wildly, and Ayato thinks that this is one down. However, her strike didn't actually get through, as someone has blocked it. He heard a loud noise, so he came to check, but it turns out he had saved the trouble of finding them. Ayato looks at him, as she knows who he is. At that moment, Bayek-O understood why his master had always made dumplings every single day. He was an all-knowing sage, the one who could see further into the abyss than anyone else. Through his all-knowing eyes, he had foreseen this exact moment, the return of the god-slaughterer, Jaehwan. Ayato recoils slightly, as she realizes she's against the god-slayer, and Jaehwan asks the sage if he made a dumpling today. Bayek-O confirms that he did. The sage made them every single day, waiting for his return, and he hands it over to Jaehwan. Ayato, seeing this rather domestic display in front of her, becomes annoyed. Are they making fun of her right now? She smacks the ground again, making them all dodge as she refuses to be ignored. Jaehwan just eats as he lands down, noting that, as expected, this is pretty delicious. Ayato refuses to let his arrogance run wild. She will crush him along with his dumpling. Jaehwan doesn't even move as he dodges her next strike and continues nibbling on the dumpling. She tries again and again to hit him, with no avail. After he is finished with the dumpling, he cocks his fist back, noting that what she is driving looks like a toy. With one punch, he completely annihilates the gigantes and sends Ayato flying through the air. The cannoneer and grade can't believe this godslayer bastard. He really did crush a gigante with his bare hands. The others watch on in amazement, and Russell appears next to Jaehwan, noting that he has grown a lot stronger. Jaehwan is pleased to see him alive, but was he fighting them all alone? Russell denies it just as an explosion occurs, and the chief commander is thrown into the wall. As he can see, he is with that bastard. Grady, seeing that they can't mess around, uses her enhanced grade storyline to boost Cannoneer, who in turn uses his Cannoneer storyline to unleash weapon war. As long as he doesn't touch that monster storyline, he will be alright, so they will be able to counter with a long-range bombardment. Suddenly, a ton of powerful missiles fly out of this weapon of his, and Russell immediately gets into position, noting that he will assist. He will handle the god of cannons before he can finish. Jaehwan tells him that there is no need, and rushes in, as he will take care of this himself. He flicks around, completely denying all of the missiles while they are in the air, and smashes his fist into the Cannoneer Gigantes before moving on to Grade, who can only scream as it happens. Just as he is about to finish her off, the Heavenly Dragon unleashes an exclusive contract. A restriction has been applied to all users within the Naked storyline within a 5-kilometer radius. The naked storyline cannot be used within the restricted zone. Grady is shocked to see that she survived by a hair's breadth. Because of the contract condition, the contractor Heavenly Dragon's world power has been halved. She calls Grady an idiot. They couldn't even handle one properly alone. The Heavenly Dragon doesn't care if he's the God Slaughterer or the God Killer. He's been afflicted by her contract, so she should just finish him already. Grady agrees and tries to punch Jaehwan, but he gets out of the way. He scoffs, as if he had a proper sword. He could finish this with ease. As if to answer his prayers, the sage throws his blade at him, which immediately goes into his hand, eager to return to its master. He explains that the mare left it at their inn before leaving. She said to make sure he gets it. The Heavenly Dragon sees that he grasped something and tells Grady to stop him before he can do anything. Jaehwan gathers up a lot of world power in one strike, but Grady refuses to let him. She summons an enhanced newbie sword and clashes it with his, but the gigantic power that Jaehwan's sword holds goes through her blade with incredible ease, creating a shockwave that looks like a nuke. Grady gets torn apart immediately, and the Heavenly Dragon doesn't understand where such world power came from. Before she can wander any further, the world power Jaehwan unleashed pushes her further and further until she is killed as well. Russell, who has been helping the chief commander stand up, watches in awe with him and Sage, who has predicted this. The destruction has returned in all of its demented glory. Jaehwan stabilizes himself with a sword and turns to the Sage. He tells him to gather every single comrade they have from the metabus, as their war is beginning now, and this is a war that he intends to win. Somewhere else, two people talk, one wondering if the other knows it too, that the abyss is completely screwed. The other agrees it is totally and utterly screwed. What's going to happen to the world? It's doomed. They continue this bickering until they begin parting, telling each other to take care. But then the one who didn't start a conversation speaks up. They continue this once again as Seola reads a book right above them. This place is one where time has stopped completely. All beings who live here are like patients with short-term memory loss. They endlessly repeat the same moment, leaving and reliving it again and again. This place is where the gods' souls and all other beings who have grown weary of life and given up on making decisions gather. A place where a god's Alzheimer's consumes those who have abandoned all decisions and rejected the future. The gods who managed to maintain their sanity for too long eventually experience severe malfunctions in their cognitive circuits too. They voluntarily confined themselves here, ensuring they could go nowhere else. Most gods have long lost their followers, and even the faith to sustain themselves has mostly vanished. It is the place where gods who await only annihilation gather, the place where all hope, even inside of the abyss, fades away. The seventh sight. Epoch. Suddenly someone speaks up to Seola, noting that it's been a while. This is the seventh of the 8 thrones, the master of the seventh sight, the god of madness, Nameless. Seola tells him that they saw each other yesterday, so it hasn't really been a while, but Nameless notes that it still has been a while. He asks about the book, and she notes that it's written by the god of mockery, Pierre. He's written things like 101 Subtle Tips for Beginner Gods and Song of the Supernatural Disease. He was known as quite an eccentric god, who spent his entire life helping the lesser gods of the abyss. It is said that Pierre discovered this seventh sight and, for some unknown reason, met his demise here. But that is not why she came. She has said this every month for the past 3 months now, but this will be the last time. 3 sights have already fallen. The 3rd sight, Tropical Night, the 4th sight, which is Syndrome, and the 5th sight, which is Ragnarok. According to the information she just obtained, even the 2nd sight, Despair, which held out the longest, is on the verge of defeat. Nameless understands, but Seal raises her voice lightly, asking if he really does. Does he really understand what is going on? What does he think Crack's next target will be? It will be here, the 7th sight. Nameless tells her they won't come, and she asks why not. Because this site is full of gods with memory loss, a site basically for losers. Or maybe because Nameless was once a part of Crack, one of its founders. Actually, she notes that along with the Crack Sovereign and Buddha, the 3 created Crack. Does he really think they won't come here out of some sense of camaraderie? Or does he keep ignoring it, shutting his eyes and ears like this? She says he left Crack because he became disillusioned with the system. He even abandoned his name and walked away. Wasn't that for the sake of fighting against Crack? Nameless refuses, so Seola gets even angrier, asking why he left, and Nameless says that it is just because he had had enough. She charges up with power, her scorn aimed directly at him. Nameless tries to ask why she is trying to oppose Crack, but then suddenly begins throwing up. They all wonder what's with him all of a sudden. Nameless writes that he can't handle more than 10 sentences at once, and Seolah's rage falters a bit, wondering if he's really serious. He should have just written from the beginning instead of speaking, if that was the case. Nameless continues telling her that Crack's purpose, regardless of whether the Abyss unites or the Supreme Monarchs join hands, is still the same: to overthrow Big Brother. She has no real reason to stop them. Seolah refuses, as she thinks the Crack Sovereign cannot defeat Big Brother. Nameless guesses that she is guessing this with the world identifier, right? Seolah confirms as such. It is the storyline he passed down to her after all. Nameless tells her that even if the Crack Sovereign cannot win, that does not justify abandoning them as it stands. Only the Crack Sovereign has even the slightest chance of defeating Big Brother. He realizes, and begins speaking again. She has seen another kind of hope, hasn't she? Who is it? Who is that hope she is thinking of? Seolah turns her head, saying that it doesn't matter right now. What matters is stopping the Crack Sovereign and Crack itself before more lives are lost unnecessarily. Nameless notes that's quite human for her, and Seolah agrees. She is surprising herself too. It seems that she is still human after all. Nameless calls her foolish, and writes that he knows the Crack Sovereign won't be able to defeat Big Brother, since he too possesses that worldview. Most likely, instead of destroying Big Brother, they will choose to become rulers of the illusion tree on the outside. Seolah is surprised that he already knew that. So why is he doing this? Nameless is telling her that it does not need to be stopped. Nothing changes unless the system and Big Brother are both annihilated, and Big Brother is a monster that even the ancient gods could not defeat. Whatever hope she's seen is fruitless. No one can defeat Big Brother, whether it's the Crack Sovereign of the 8 thrones or anyone else. The ruler of the Abyss has always changed. It's just a part of an endless devouring cycle. The massacres in the Abyss are not a new thing. They're just a passing phenomenon. Seolah wonders what they should do then. Should they just stand by and watch? Nameless tells her that nothing will be changing anyway, but Seolah refuses. It can change if they don't give up. It's never too late. If they stop Crack and rebuild their strength, they can try again and challenge Big Brother. Nameless stifles a laugh, snickering, and tells her that her 700 years must have fallen quite short. He once had a friend who said something quite similar to her. A mayor who came to see him a long time ago. They got along pretty well. They wanted to create the same kind of world. He was a rather unique specimen. For a mayor, he hated cultivation and condemned himself for creating the towers too. He once said the same thing she said now, that the world could change as long as one did not give up. He may have been a mayor in the end. He was stronger than any god he's ever known. He was the only one in the Abyss to gather 2 of the 3 divine relics. It is not well known, so it's only natural she would not know. Hundreds of years ago, he had the same goal as Mailiad, and he left alone to reach Big Brother's nest. Seolah asks what happened to him, but Nameless tells her she already knows. That was over 900 years ago. He's never heard of him returning, and the world has not changed either. If no one can defeat Big Brother, then it does not matter who rules the Abyss in the end. That's what history is, and there is nothing more. Seolah clenches her fists and calls it ridiculous, and suddenly the world begins to shake with Nameless calling out to Seolah, as Seolah herself prepares to fight, wondering if the Crack bastards are already here. However, the wall that just cracked has no Crack members, only someone familiar who is glad that everyone is here. Runnard tells him to stop breaking doors already, and Jaehwan notes that he cannot control his strength just yet. That was an accident. Seolah herself asks how he's here, and Jaehwan notes that it's been a while. Seolah immediately gets in his space and asks what he's doing here. He can't just show up like this all of a sudden. Can't he see that she is talking with Nameless right now? He has no right to be here. Jaehwan notes that she is still as fiery as ever, and pushes her pointing hand away, noting that from here on, he will handle this himself. She just needs to stay out of it. Seolah screams at him as he approaches Nameless, asking who he thinks he is. Does he think he can do all of this alone? Runnard, however, gently taps her on the shoulder, and notes that she should let him handle it, and not worry about it. Chong Hyo agrees. If she couldn't convince him even after 3 months, it's better to leave it to him anyway. Seolah is surprised to see her master here too, but never mind that. Who knows what he's about to do? Jaehwan, however, asks Nameless if it's Pierre, catching her attention. She wonders what that's supposed to mean. That man is not Nameless, but Nameless suddenly screams, asking how he knows his real name. Seolah is shocked, surprised that Nameless is actually Pierre, but that can't be right. The book written by Pierre doesn't have such a strange tone. Cheong Hyo asks who Pierre is, and she's surprised he doesn't know. Pierre, the god of mockery. Hasn't he read the Song of the Supernatural Disease? Cheong Hyo tells her that the title alone is enough to put him off. Pierre asks once again how he knew, and Jaehwan tells him that a friend of his told him. A mare, Mulark Armeld. Pierre immediately dashes towards him, asking if he really knows Mulark, and Jaehwan tells him that he hasn't met him in person, but he knows him, a mayor, better than anyone else in this entire world. Pierre is shocked that someone else knows Mulark, but if that's the case, how about a little test? He tries to use the Eye of Truth on Jaehwan, who immediately recognizes it as a manipulation-type storyline, and tells him that it will not work on him. The storyline breaks in Pierre's eye, who immediately jolts away and asks why he is here. Jaehwan notes that he was hoping he would borrow his strength. Pierre knows he is one of Seola's companions, but it's useless. Everything is already over. Jaehwan points at him, noting that he did not say he would give up yet, since he needs to see if his power is worth borrowing in the first place. Hearing this, Pierre begins to laugh out loud, as he is truly arrogant. Before he can finish, however, Jaehwan surges with incredible power, shocking Seola, wondering when he even became this strong. Jaehwan tells Pierre that the great warrior Hamad asked him to give him his regards. He also wondered if he was keeping up with his metamorphosis, and if he's been slacking on his training. He told him to make sure he faces the consequences. Pierre now understands fully, and he uncovers his eyes, needing to only say one thing: Ouroboros. The bell rings above the building they are inside, and the others are immediately kicked out. Seola wonders what kind of fight is going on in there, with Carlton noting that they really did just get kicked out instantly. All Pierre did was wave his hand, and they were thrown out. Seola tells him that Nameless is one of the 8 thrones after all, or Pierre, or whatever he is in the abyss. There's no manipulator-based storyline that can beat him. Basically, that naked bastard went all of the way to the Great Forest. Didn't Cheonghyo agree? He wonders what it means for him to have gained power from Gestalt, and what this has to do with anything. Is this about the 3 divine relics? Cheonghyo doesn't know himself. He just heard it from someone named Caravan. Seol-Ah wonders if he met Caravan, the avatar of Ignis, and he confirms as such. She wonders where he even met him. She spent forever trying to track that bastard down. Cheonghyo notes that he was just hanging around with Jaehwan, and Seola doesn't really know what to believe anymore. She asks where he is now, and Cheonghyo tells her that he went to the second site first, saying he needed to protect his domain. Seola wonders if they let him go just like that. He could have made an incredible ally, and he only has one proxy, and that proxy is him. Cheonghyo isn't that worried. They will see him again soon enough. Seola tells him that he doesn't really understand how desperate their situation is. Does he know how strong the forces of Crack even are? Cheonghyo notes that they are desperate, but it is still not hopeless, and if she is curious about everything, she can go ahead and ask him since he's coming back. Jaehwan calmly walks out of the building, noting that there's quite a commotion out here. Just what is going on? Seola gets in his face again, telling him to never mind that. What did he do in there? Jaehwan notes that they fought, but Seola claims it does not look like it. He was about to destroy everything just a moment ago. Jaehwan notes that they did not fight at full power, which Seola finds boring. But then what was the outcome? Jaehwan notes that he has gained a good enough understanding of his power, so he will be useful, and Seola wonders if this means Nameless will be helping them. Jaehwan begins walking away, noting that he will help on one condition, and Seola has had enough of his aloofness. What the hell happened in there? She's been stuck here for the past 3 months trying to convince him. Jaehwan told her already they fought, but Seola isn't really satisfied with that kind of answer. No matter how much he may have improved, or how much his world power has grown against someone like Nameless, it would be almost impossible. However, Renard, who was there, tells her that he actually won. If they all saw it, they would have been completely shocked. There were like dozens of Jaehwans popping up all over, and then they all dogpiled on that god, Nameless, and beat the crap out of him with a bunch of strikes like this. Nobody is really that impressed with his description, so Seol-Ah lets it go. She turns to Jaehwan, noting that Nameless's help was conditional, right? What is the condition? Jaehwan points to the sky, and notes that it's that. Before she can wonder what it is, a bunch of ships come out of the sky, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Seola wonders what that is, and Jaehwan notes that Nameless agreed to help them if he were to defeat these guys. Cheonghyo asks if he is sure about something like this, even though he has gotten much stronger. Fighting them now would be quite challenging even for him. Jaehwan, however, tells him that there is no time to hesitate, and tells the old man that it's time to fight. Cheonghyo remembers when they fought Catastrophe, and Jaehwan said something similar. He laughs, as that's just like him, but alright, they should go ahead and get this started. Big brother. To some, he is the sun. To some, the moon. To some, a star. No one knows what his true form truly is. The only thing that has been confirmed is that only an extremely small number of chosen awakeners can see Big Brother at all. The moment when Mailad noticed that he was seeing Big Brother as a star, Nameless realized one thing. that Mailad had no intention of opposing Big Brother in the first place. Those people didn't want the destruction of the system. What he wanted was simply yet another system. So then what of Nameless? A long time ago, he abandoned his name and stepped out of crack by his own will, and in his eyes, Big Brother appeared in the shape of a moon, sun, star, and moon. Whatever the form, none of the core executives of crack thought of Big Brother as a negative. With people like that gathered, a true revolution could never appear. However, he knows now that Jaehwan is different. That ominous, foreboding black eye from before. No manipulation or intervention can work on it. To think that within the abyss there was an awakener who could perceive Big Brother in such a way. During his fight with Jaehwan, within Nameless's heart, the heart of Pierre, a tiny spark of life flickered. It felt like a fragment of an old, long-lost emotion that had suddenly ignited brightly within him, as it was given fuel. It was a strange feeling, but now he has realized that Seola did find a good answer. In the Great Disappearance Simulation, where Yun Hwan had to fight his old allies, he understood that the beings shown were only a part of the simulation. Every time Yun Hwan killed them, he felt something inside his heart twist unnaturally. It was as if the shell of the world he had always known before was shattering into a million pieces that could never recover. Morality, ethics, justice, even his sense of value, all of them broke apart inside of him, piece by piece, slowly but surely. Everything he believed to be human was merely a leftover remnant of the system. Humanity that's forced is just a shell. He even struck against himself by relentlessly repeating the most unethical acts he could commit. He was shedding that shell to break past the unseen system that had bound him. That was the purpose of the simulation. So 1,945 rounds of simulation made it possible, but he knew that this was not it. If he has to obtain strength like this, he would much rather not. Before he can finish his thinking, a sword is driven through his shoulder by one of the crack members that had found him, telling him to die, as crack will never forgive a traitor. Yun Hwan knows he has to focus. He is still in the middle of a fight after all. He apologizes and strikes the man down, blade still in his shoulder. He knows that he cannot stop the pursuers of crack. They will keep coming at him. He needs to find Seol-Ah. According to Adele, she's currently at the 7th site. Seol-Ah and the Herald of Destruction are the only forces currently resisting crack. And more than anything, there is something he must ask of her. Why did she leave crack? And was it the same reason as his? Do they still have any right to ask what is right and wrong anymore? It seems that he will soon find his answer as he passes a mountainside and sees the 7th site clearly. At the same time, the crack airships also appear. He is surprised that they are already here, and before he can even react, they begin pummeling the ground before them with destructive rounds, shattering everything around them. Seeing this amount of destruction, this level of power that he cannot do anything against, Yun Hwan falls to his knees, as his last hope is being torn asunder. Suddenly, someone appears from behind, telling him that this is it. He should stop and come back. Yun Hwan looks at her, wondering why she is here, and the woman he trained with tells him to come back to crack already. Seo Yul tells him that no matter how much he may struggle, he will never be able to escape from crack. Yun Hwan screams at her, telling her that this is not right, and she already knows this. Seo Yul doesn't disagree. She knows it's not right. That is exactly why she came after him. Yun Hwan asks what she means, and she asks who the one is, who doesn't know what's right, telling him to get a grip already. Right and wrong do not matter here. Has he already forgotten what happened in that tower? Powerless justice is meaningless at the end of the day, and he who failed to clear the tower should know better than anyone else. Yun Hwan grits his teeth and asks if she knows what floor he reached in the tower. She doesn't, and Yun Hwan tells her he reached the 98th floor, and Jaehwan made it to the 99th floor. Yun Hwan can see that even she is shaken by Jaehwan's name. So, in that case, he pushes further. He tells her that it was pure hell, utter hell, but even so, they reached that far, without using a return stone even once. She remembers, right? How they clawed their way up, how many deaths they endured, and how many years they survived like that. Is she really telling him that all of that is meaningless now? Seo Yul understands what he is saying, but Yun Hwan knows that she doesn't, so he pulls out his own blade, telling her to kill him. If she wishes to drag him back into crack, then she will carry a corpse. Yun Hwan pleads in his own mind with her, hoping that she still has a human heart left within. Seo Yul lets her sword fall, but she wonders if he expected her not to be able to do it, right? She charges forward and faints before dashing away behind him and telling him to stop pretending. She unleashes a strike, which he dodges, but she rushes in again, wondering if he knows how many times she had to kill him in that damned simulation. She unleashes a devastating strike on him, one that he cannot dodge. She notes that before coming here, she heard something rather strange from the 5th captain. The reason he never cleared the simulation is that he refused to kill her every single time. So what changed? In the end, she still died. He is a hypocrite after all, so he should stop acting righteous and pretending like he knows the rules, like he is clean. She unleashes another strike into him, making him get thrown back, and Jaehwan knows that she is right. Maybe he truly is someone who has no right to speak of justice. Maybe he is endlessly cowardly, a disgusting, hypocritical man. That is why Jaehwan wanted to become someone like Jaehwan. Even when Jaehwan let himself go, Jaehwan never let go of him. Jaehwan was the one who made him believe he was still human. He wonders if he is still climbing the tower to this day. However, he receives his answer now as Jaehwan puts a hand on his shoulder and annihilates the other crack members. Seo Yul wonders who did this, but her eyes widen as she sees him too. One of the crack members tells Seo Yul to get back at once, as that person is the God Slaughterer. But Seo Yul sees someone else. She sees Jaehwan, who notes that it has been a while. The others jump down from the ship, and Chong Hyo takes care of Jaehwan for him. He is a little annoyed that he keeps bringing patients to his doorstep. He looks at Jaehwan, noting that he's still pretty damn alive, so he should stop playing dead. Jaehwan tells him that no matter what happens, he should keep him alive. Seo Yul falters and puts a placating hand forward, asking if he really is Jaehwan. He confirms as such. She wonders how he got in here in the first place. Did he actually clear the tower? Jaehwan denies it. He did not clear it. Hearing this, Seo Yul gives up all over again. She knew it. He failed like them and ended up in the abyss. It was never possible, was it? She drops her sword, her mind shattering once again. It seems that to fail is the natural way of things. However, Jaehwan gets in her personal space and tells her that he did not fail. He destroyed the tower, and then he walked out. So, she doesn't understand. He destroyed the tower. She's heard rumors. An irregular who broke the tower, who threatened the monarchs in chaos. A newly risen threat in the entirety of the abyss. He was designated by Crack and the Almighty Land as a first-class threat, the Monarch Slaughterer. Jaehwan agrees that people called him that as well. Seo Yul grabs onto him and asks, How? How can someone who went through all of that, all that pain, all that suffering, still not have given up? Jaehwan tells her that it is because he went through it. That is why he has not given up. Seo Yul understands now. Seeing him, seeing his world, he is still trying to reach the next floor, to see the end of the tower. She gives up once more, asking why he appears now, why now of all times, and why in front of her after all of this time. What does he want her to do? After everything she's done, after what she's become, her world is already gone. Jaehwan can see her world. He can see their old companions lying in a pool of blood, everyone they cared about. But Jaehwan, with one precise, clean strike, wipes all of it away. He puts a hand on her shoulder, apologizing that he is late, and tells her that she's done well so far. Hearing these words is a balm to her fractured soul. Seo Yul slumps before crashing down onto the dirt before her. Emotions pour out of her like a collapsing waterfall. Everything she believed in, all the false ideals she created, all shattered all at once inside. A sense of emptiness and loss. She began muttering, apologizing to Jaehwan, but not even knowing who she was apologizing to anymore. Jaehwan continues kneeling in front of Seo Yul for a bit, and then asks the guy in the back to come out now and stop hiding. They do, with Jerome noting that he has quite the sharp instincts, as expected of the monarch. He asks if he recognizes who he is, and Jaehwan can't really say it. So Seolha answers for him. He is the monarch of pitch darkness, the supreme monarch who rules the 9th district of the Almighty Land, and the one who stands at the pinnacle of all monarchs. It seems he's finally decided to show himself. The guy Jerome brought laughs, his long tongue darting out, wondering if she is that desperate to die. Imai moves forward, noting that he will take Seo Yul as an opponent, and the snake-like monarch agrees. A crack member should naturally fight another crack member, right? Before he can wonder who his opponent is, Jaehwan thrusts into them with amazing power, forcing all of them to jump and dodge the strike. Jerome notes that he is quite a hot-tempered bastard after all, but that's fine by him. They should see whether that nickname reflects his true strength. They clash, creating a shockwave of power. Runnard grabs Seo Yul's hand, telling her to get up, because if they stay here, they are really going to die. Chong Hyo tells Siren to support Jaehwan, who wonders why it's always them who have to clean up after that guy again and again. With that, they all begin running towards the cliff edge to get to their ship. But suddenly the snake monarch wonders where they are all running away in such a hurry. Using his sharp claw weapon, he strikes at Siren's side, nicking her a bit. Seeing this, Carlton charges forth, asking how he dares to lay a hand on her, and continues slashing again and again. But the snake monarch just dodges at that snail's pace. Does he really expect to kill even an insect? He appears behind Carlton as he dodges, wondering if he has any other tricks. before he slashes at him with a much wider and more powerful arc. Runnard rushes forward, grabbing Carlton out of the strike just in time, and asks if he's okay, with Carlton claiming so, and thanking him. The snake monarch laughs, as seeing the agony on their faces fills him with immense joy. They should all come at him all at once, as he wants to see them writhe in pain just a little more. Seol-ah clashes blades with Imai. Both of them are charging at each other with incredible force that shatters the ground before them. Seol-ah tells him that he's improved quite a bit, but Imai is pretty disappointed. She left Crack quite boldly too. He thought she had attained some profound enlightenment, but the reason she left Crack was just because of that monarch slaughterer. Bro kinda jealous. He slashes forward, making Seol-ah dodge, but Imai wants an answer. He has the right to hear it. As she strikes, Seol-ah wonders what will change if she confirms it. Now they are enemies. Imai doesn't react as the strikes come, as he trusted her more than any other captain. She, of all people, decided to betray them. He lets his blade ring free, almost overwhelming Seol-ah, but suddenly a strike from Jaehwan's direction arrives, completely shattering his strike and allowing Seol-ah a moment of respite and to dodge. Imai looks up, damning the monarch slaughterer brat. What a flashy way he has to fight. The show of lights continues in the air, with Seol-ah wondering if she really is left with only that guy to rely on from now on. Jaehwan strikes at Jerome, who dodges his strike, only for that strike to hit one of the crack ships instead. Jerome expected it. As for the monarch slaughterer, among the products he's seen over the past few hundred years, he is the most promising one. He can tell him that much. It is a shame he could not claim him in time. Jaehwan simply tells him that he is weaker than he expected. He heard the Supreme Monarchs were all avatars of Big Brother after all. Excellent rage bait. Jerome laughs, as he is quite the arrogant little worm. The world power that Big Brother possesses cannot be borne by one mere avatar. Anyone would have their souls ripped from them if they tried to bear it entirely, and he does not need to receive Big Brother's world power to devour a little fly like him. He unleashes a mighty strike of his own, one that flies through the battlefield and takes out his own ships. Jaehwan notes that he is speaking rather carelessly about the little god he has. Jerome follows up and agrees. It is a god whose face and voice he doesn't even know, a being whose very existence is questionable. There is nothing to be cautious about after all. Jaehwan is a little confused. Is this guy an avatar of Big Brother who doesn't even know Big Brother's true form? Jerome hopes he satisfied his curiosity. Yet, if that is the case, he wants to show him something nice as well. He pulls something out of his cloak, noting that he obtained it not long ago, during the subjugation of the Forgotten Land. He pulls out a blade similar to Jaehwan's, which begins reacting with power as it screams. Jerome is pleased that its other half recognizes the black sword. He should watch carefully, as this contains the soul of Velkissus, the Ice Dragon King. This is the true Ice Dragon sword, the one and only. Jaehwan is surprised to hear the true Ice Dragon sword name. There was actually a genuine one after all. His own sword reacts as well, screaming, and Jerome charges in, clashing his blade into Jaehwan's. Seeing things now, it seems there is something inside of his blade as well. However, Jaehwan can feel his sword, the blade's words and its emotions, as it says that his own sword is a fake. Jerome dashes away, noting that naturally his cannot compare to the real thing. He heard his objective, to destroy the system. That is quite an interesting thought to have. When he heard about it first, he thought it was just a laughable dream to think the almighty land ended up like this because of such childish thinking. In truth, he never imagined that a single product would cause so much trouble. The Ghoul Demon Warrior project they were carrying out through the Forbidden Heaven clan, and the plan to subjugate Chaos himself. Everything fell apart because of someone like him. When the Resurrection Palace collapsed and they lost Sam Yong-hun, he can admit he was pretty surprised. He pushes his sword further, making Jaehwan actually recoil back, and continues his speech. He heard that he reached awakening, just by simply repeating a simple thrust technique. He must be living under the delusion that he's surpassed the system, utterly absorbed in the thought that he's actually achieved something. There is something he must understand. In truth, he does not even know what the system actually is. With that, he charges a whirlwind of power much more shocking and powerful than the earlier ones. There is a skill that beginner tower walkers learn first when they enter the Tower of Nightmares. The skill's name is Bash. It's a simple skill that focuses spirit power to cut down an opponent. Because it is so simple, its power is naturally nothing much. However, what if that simple skill was repeated an uncountable number of times, slashing and slashing once again, repeating that act for tens of thousands of years, and then, from within the system, succeeding in transcending the system? If that were achieved, just how great would its power truly be? It seems the answer lies in Jerome, who uses that same Bash skill, but it is so powerful that it creates a gigantic arc, making a flurry of wind pass through the entire area, with everyone stopping their fights to watch. Jerome's sword begins to steam, and Jerome tells Jaehwan that no such thing as awakening exists. Nothing in this world, no being of any kind, no matter how much they think so, can ever escape the system. Jaehwan is in the middle of the gigantic arc, spitting up a bit of blood, as that certainly was strong, and that was just bash. Jerome is surprised that he is standing after taking that. It seems that he is quite lucky. Jaehwan tells him that he didn't know it was possible to obtain this much power through the system, but Jerome wonders why he is still talking like that. It is only through the system that one can gain power like this. Even the thrust attacks he uses are fundamentally nothing more than a skill the system has permitted him to have. Jaehwan crashes through his attack and clashes blades with him once again, creating another large flurry of power. Jerome tells him that there is no fundamental difference between awakening and adaptation. They are simply living in different worlds. They just use different kinds of systems. That is all. They continue clashing, their power lighting up the sky like never before. In truth, Jaehwan had always held a similar doubt for quite a long time. If awakening was truly a concept that escaped the system, then its foundation should be completely different from concepts based on that system. Of course, awakening did have clear differences from adaptation, the most obvious being that it had no displayed numerical value. However, that alone was not enough. Even in awakening, there still existed stages. They simply were not expressed as blatant numbers. If one insisted on quantifying them somehow, something like a measurable total amount of combat power certainly has to exist. If so, then Jerome's claim that awakening is also part of the system is not entirely baseless. Jaehwan agrees that he may be right. He too might be a part of the system. Jerome denies it because, without question, he is already part of the system, because there is nothing outside of the system. Jaehwan disagrees with that, crashing his blade into a nearby wall, and noting that just because he's never once gone beyond his planet, he can't say that there is nothing outside of that planet. Jerome tells him once again that there is nothing outside of the system, and even if something like that did exist, no beings could ever live there. They clash blades again, pushing each other back, and Jerome notes that he's quite a persistent bastard. Jaehwan, however, doesn't care what he says. No matter what he may say, he will somehow find a way. Jerome admits that he is impressive, at the very least. His stubbornness is commendable. However, the game ends here, as it's about time they bring this foolishness to a close. Jerome begins to split like an atom, and asks if he really wants to break the system. If he wasn't alone, it might have been possible. However, he alone, with only his power, and only that, cannot defeat someone like him. Jerome's strikes begin to crash down on Jaehwan, who is forced to dodge again and again, against the insurmountable power and pressure that ensues. The people around naturally try to run away, but it is pretty clear that they really can't, as they get swept up in the battle. Jaehwan clearly doesn't like this, and Jerome notices. He's worried about those worms, huh? He is awfully relaxed for someone who's about to die. He unleashes 2 more strikes, and Jaehwan meets them with one of his own, creating a flurry of red power, but then jumps out of the smoke. It looks like it won't be easy to get out after all. That's definitely the beginner support skill, shadow standing. Originally, it should have been a beginner skill that could barely create a single clone, so did he strengthen it with the power of an adapter like Bash? Even so, it doesn't seem to have the strength level of the main body. He uses 50 consecutive world thrusts, taking out the clones along with the attacks. Jerome notes that his technique is quite impressive, but how long can he hold out in front of such overwhelming numbers? He unleashes a gigantic flurry of strikes, and Jaehwan can't dodge in time, so he is forced to defend against the full brunt of the attacks, crashing him into the ground. Jerome tells him that no matter how much he wants to struggle, in the end, he is nothing more than a single human. That woman from Crack who travels with him, that clumsy mare, and the rest of the worms, in the end they will all die by his hands today. Jaehwan still stands, although he has to lean on his sword to do so, and Jerome tells him, now, there is no one left who can live in the world he dreams of. However, he will not be lonely. The residents of Chaos will become his companions. Jaehwan asks what he's talking about, and Jerome wonders, did he really think he'll let them live? By now, the subordinates he sent and Crack Riff Raff will be busy cleaning out the worms of Chaos, so how long does he expect them to last without him? It is a shame he cannot show him the scene, a true shame. Jaehwan understood Jerome's intent. Jerome seemed to want to see Jaehwan die miserably in despair. He wanted a soul known as Jaehwan to crumble to rock bottom and turn into dust, but Jaehwan doesn't rise to the provocation. He asks if that's so, then that's what he was plotting, huh? Cleaning out Chaos. Jerome clenches his jaw, as he wonders why the hell he is smiling at a moment like this. Earlier, at the Ghoul Palace, The soldier's crack scent went through Catastrophe's now shattered domain, finding it more incredible than expected, and it also seems to be true that the 4 supreme monarchs died. Catastrophe also seems to be sealed, not being able to move for at least 100 years. One of them is surprised that it is only 100 years. Even after 4 died, those supreme monarchs were not much, huh? Or perhaps Catastrophe went easy on them on purpose. Eventually, they arrive at where Jerome's men are, who are glad to see that the worms of crack finally arrived. One of them notes that they are traveling together for now, so he will let it slide, but if they insult the monarchs of the Almighty Land one more time, they will be cut down immediately. One of the crack members notes that this is what they want to say to them as well. The men turn around, noting that they should be quiet and follow him. The monarch of gold is guarding the seal. One of the crack members tells him that their mission is cleaning out chaos. They can go look for the supreme monarch if they want. They will go out and carry out their mission. However, before they can, a large commotion happens right in front of them as someone falls, and it's none other than the supreme monarch. Jerome's sweeper walks to him, asking if he's all right, and he tells them to run, as these guys are monsters. A familiar figure makes his way through Catastrophe's domain, with the monarchs asking how they dare to put their hands on the supreme monarch like that. The naked soldiers simply surround the one who stands before them, and they only have one word to say to them: Ouroboros. Of course, no one expects the nude inquisition. After defeating all of the monarchs, Hamad stands over them, along with the other warriors, completely and utterly victorious. One of the warriors tells another that he worked hard, and they only reply with Ouroboros. Suddenly, Catastrophe awakens, and as he does, he recognizes that voice. Is it the Eye of Gestalt after all? He asks if these are his clones and how they got here, and if he's strong enough to face a supreme monarch, but all their answers are just Ouroboros. Catastrophe naturally gets annoyed and tells him that if they say that word one more time, he will really kill all of them. Hamad steps forward and tells him that he will accomplish what they could not. Didn't he sign a contract with him because he told him the same thing? Catastrophe repeats what he said, what they couldn't accomplish. Does he truly believe he can do it? Hamad confirms as such. If it is him, he will be able to destroy it, the worst invention they had created. Catastrophe wonders, does that bastard know that too? Hamad confirms as such, and Catastrophe finds it utterly pathetic to end up relying on a mere human like that. Hamad tells him that they were once humans as well. Back at the 7th site, Jerome asks again why he is laughing. Jaehwan tells him that, for some reason, his link with Catastrophe hasn't been restored for months, so it seems it was his doing after all. Jerome confirms as such. He took precautions in advance, because if he ended up using the Void Sword, things could get a little troublesome. He already got more than enough intel on him from Big Brother, right? His growth rate exceeded any expectation, but without the Void Sword, he is nothing more than just a slightly tougher cockroach. Jaehwan continues smiling as Jerome seems to be confident, as long as he doesn't have the Void Sword. Jerome tells him to stop bluffing, unleashing another flurry of strikes towards him. The strikes, however, seemingly get swept up in a turbulent power, eaten whole, and Jerome is shocked to see that Jaehwan is actually wielding the Void Sword. It seems that Hamad kept his promise after all. Jerome is naturally annoyed, calling him a bastard, asking what he did. How the hell did he restore the link? Jaehwan, however, simply drops the sword into the ground. As if he uses this, the fight will not be fun at all. Jerome has had enough. He clenches his teeth until they almost break. He will end this now. He will die alone inside the world he believes in. He unleashes a gigantic typhoon of power, and even Jerome himself wonders if he really means to fight back. But something like that is impossible, not with his current power. Just what on earth is he thinking? However, Jaehwan sees through his words, through his thoughts, and says that it is possible. He just didn't believe in him enough. He unleashes an amazing, blinding amount of world power all around, completely defending against Jerome's strikes and causing him to get pushed back. He wonders how the hell he did it, and Jaehwan tells him that living while believing in this world might be something he does alone, but that is fine. All versions of him come around, saying that it is possible. They wonder why he is even asking something so obvious, with Jaehwan telling him that this is far enough for him. Jerome finds it impossible, as that's already a world made by Jaehwan himself. Jaehwan tells him that it was a good match, but this is farewell. With those words, Jaehwan unleashes his strike, a strike that not many can defend against anymore. The wave of destruction swallows Jerome whole, leaving nothing behind. From their ships, the various crack members can see that it's raining. A downpour, actually. Muriel notes that weather anomalies of this scale only occur in the abyss, when at least 2 beings on the level of the 7 great gods are fighting. Adele continues noting that it also happens when an existence even beyond that is born. A blood-stained wind brought by crack is blowing through the abyss. Many have died, and many more will. Muriel notes that he looks a little sentimental, and Adele tells her that people cannot always be the same, just like how someone who is part of crack today could become something else tomorrow. Muriel looks at him, wondering if this is because of that person he worked missions with recently, that Kim Yoon-hwan she talked with, the man who left crack. Adele tells her that something is changing in them as an organization, and in the other awakened as well. Muriel thinks that may be the case, but before that, the time of revolution will come sooner. Adele is surprised to hear this. Were the rumors true? Seeing her not answer, he asks when it is. She says that it will begin tomorrow. Tomorrow the crack sovereign will strike Big Brother, and the long 210,000 years of the abyss will finally come to an end. Adele asks if she thinks the world will truly change, and Muriel doesn't know. Maybe they are far too old to be thinking about something like that. In the second sight of despair, crack is naturally on the move, but Buddha notes that it's taking far longer than he expected. Kasim tells him that tomorrow is already the promised day with the crack sovereign. Buddha wonders how many gods the crack sovereign has absorbed so far. Kasim tells him that it was 15,000 mid-rank gods and 1,200 high-rank gods. On top of that, he absorbed 2 of the 7 great gods. It is still not enough world power to start the great plan. Going forward, he will need to absorb at least 2 more beings on the level of the 7 great gods. Buddha notes that this is just as he expected. If things had gone according to plan, the situation would have ended after absorbing Nameless from the 7th sight and the dragon god who rules this 2nd sight. Kasim confirms, but as he knows, they lost contact with Jerome at the 7th sight, and Buddha is wondering if he actually betrayed them, and that damn dragon god is still holding up in there, but he knows that it won't last long. Suddenly, the door of the Despair main building begins to flicker with power, and the dragon god's people immediately retreat as that is coming. The crack members wonder what the hell they are suddenly doing, but that's when a bunch of strikes appear from the doorway, completely and utterly overwhelming the soldiers of crack. Before they can get hit, Buddha protects them with his ability. It seems that the dragon god has finally shown himself. Is he perhaps ready to enter nirvana? The dragon god tells Mimiket that he's pretty noisy outside. It looks like their guests have arrived, right? The cat agrees, and the dragon god guesses he should go and greet them personally, and she thinks so too. Everyone's been eagerly awaiting his appearance. This is the dragon god Droyan's complete descent. Buddha tells Kasim that this is an order that he should return to the main camp. If he gets caught up in these two, it will be a headache, so he should hurry. Kasim, sensing that he is serious, agrees, and tells the other crack members that they are withdrawing at once. Droyan charges with power, and asks Mimiket if she could tell this arrogant bastard that he's going to grind him into the dust. The cat does so. Buddha notes that he is quite the talkative man for someone who is about to die. He should stop chatting, chanting empty prayers, and come at him already. Droyan starts right away with a power closer to being legendary than legends themselves. This is the life of life, the end of the end. The dark flame burst. He unleashes a bunch of strikes onto Buddha, who immediately uses his storyline, the 1,000-hand Guanjin, to block the strikes and encapsulate himself, defending against Droyan's strikes. He is annoyed that his black flame cannon did not work, and it seems like it's about time to draw out his true power, with Mimiket agreeing. Droyan begins chanting the wind of winds blowing from the west, the storm of storms that binds everything. His tattoos begin to swirl around his body, and his subordinates tell everyone to run. As he is doing that, Buddha cannot know what that is, but he will not just let him do it carelessly. Droyan continues chanting, unbothered, noting that the death of death can't be avoided. Activating his storyline, the black flame dragon shatters through Buddha's strikes, the flame going directly towards him. He knows that he needs to defend, and he does so, getting pushed against the very earth that stands below him. Droyan asks if that is his strongest attack. Can he see that there is no way he can oppose him? However, he sees that Buddha is nowhere to be seen within his golden carapace, as he is behind him. It is a devastating strike, putting him into the ground. Buddha tells him he should not have let his guard down like that. Now it's about time he finishes him off, and his annoying way of talking ends today as well. However, before he can unleash that strike, a spark of a familiar flame appears on his body, and the same type of flame explodes all around him, forcing him to go back. Droyan is glad that he is finally here, calling him his friend, although the person who came wonders who the hell said he is friends with someone like him. It seems that childishness of his is as bad as ever. Buddha recognizes that voice, and the man calls him a monk, asking if he is the one they call Buddha. How dare he mess up Tropical Night like that? He should brace himself, as Caravan is going to smash him flat. The fight continues with the people below forced to dodge the incoming deadly strikes that appear from Caravan and from Buddha. Buddha himself notes that 2 of the 7 great gods are here. No wonder they were trying to finish this quickly. Ignis tells Caravan that the monkey is pretty capable. The only one who could endure the red flame armor to this extent aside from Jaehwan would be that guy. Caravan notes that he heard from the ageless tribe that there are those among the 7 great gods who are hiding their strength, and Ignis agrees. Buddha is one of them. Buddha asks if he just said the ageless tribe, and Caravan is surprised he heard it. It seems he has quite powerful hearing, since his ears are so big and all. Buddha doesn't care for his comment, and asks if he really went into the forest of the crazy demon god. Caravan confirms such, and he heard about him there as well. Buddha, the god of reincarnation, who was once the being who came closest to one of the 3 sacred treasures, the Eye of Gestalt. Ignis is surprised to hear this, and Caravan confirms it once again, but in the end he didn't obtain the 3 sacred treasures. Buddha himself understands that he is his junior. He is glad to meet a junior even in a place like this. However, how dare a mere junior be so arrogant? He unleashes a 1,000-hand strike, the hands going in a clockwise direction towards Caravan, and smashing him with great force into a nearby wall. That was an attack using wind pressure, which will not match well with the red flame armor at all, since the wind will only push the flames away. He notes that he is not his senior. Does he really have to treat a guy who ran away halfway through his training like a senior? Wasn't he disqualified, basically? Buddha tells him that Hamad's training is the kind he can't ever truly finish. Even if he tried it, he'd know. Caravan dodges the incoming strikes and asks what he is even talking about. He's seen someone who finished it and even obtained the Eye of Gestalt. Buddha immediately notes that this cannot be true. So who is it? Who would be capable of doing such a thing? Before Caravan can answer, Jaehwan appears, noting that they've been yapping non-stop, and they forgot that he's here too. Jaehwan uses Mimiket to unleash a devastating strike onto Buddha, sending him crashing this time. Jaehwan calls to Ignis, calling her the Flame of Flames. They should combine their strength and finish this in one go. Caravan wonders what he's talking about, and Buddha rolls his shoulder, continuing to defend. Ignis notes that it's been a while since she combined with that guy, and Caravan wonders if she's really going to do it with that thing. Jaehwan calls for Mimiket, chanting once again, and Caravan damns it all. Here goes nothing then. Whatever happens is gonna happen. With their combined powers, they transform into a gigantic black dragon, as this is the dragon god's door. Jaehwan's storyline and Ignis's storyline, the red flame armor. Jaehwan laughs almost maniacally, telling Mimiket that she should deliver this great moment. This is the descent of the red blood dragon, with Caravan telling him not to call it that. Seeing this, Buddha prepares, and as the blast of hellish fire drives towards him, he tries to defend, but he knows that he cannot, and he is completely swept up in the righteous flames, sending a plume of gigantic smoke in the air. Jaehwan's subordinates go to him as he falls to his knees, asking if he is all right, but he is just crying, as victory really is the best. Caravan wonders what that avatar ever did wrong. He is pretty unlucky to end up serving a god like that, and Ignis agrees he is a pitiful bastard. He should be thanking her. Caravan agrees and asks what they do with that guy now. Ignis suggests they take him with them. He is strange, but he will be useful. After all, he is one of the 7 great gods. She also wonders when they are supposed to meet those guys called the Heralds of Destruction. It seems like they could just leave him to them, right? Caravan wonders if, for now, Jaehwan should be getting in touch with that person soon. Ignis closes her eyes a bit and tells Caravan that fighting Crack is one thing, but he should not get too involved with that Jaehwan guy. Before Caravan can ask what she means, a certain golden strike appears from behind, and he barely has time to dodge. However, the strike was not aimed at him. It was aimed at Jaehwan, who bears the strike on his shoulders, but he cannot gather enough strength to defend against it, and he is crushed along with Mimiket. Caravan screams for them, and Buddha from above notes that even the 1,600th one died. He appears from a plume of an opening petal, and notes that no matter how many times he experiences this, it is always unpleasant. Caravan doesn't understand. This bastard definitely died earlier, didn't he? Buddha, recovering his sight, looks at him and asks if he's the one he killed the 1,608th time. But now he understands he's the one who went to the Great Forest, right? Caravan also sees something in his eye, the Eye of Gestalt's storyline. Buddha is not surprised that he recognizes it. It is something similar though. Instead of obtaining the Eye of Gestalt from the lunatics, he created a different storyline. If all existences are a collection of countless sets of clothes, then when one set tears, one just throws away that one set, and that's it. A storyline that lets one revive by sacrificing only a single set of clothes, no matter what kind of death they face. This is reincarnation. So, in essence, he is immortal. After a bunch of incredible fighting, Jaehwan's subordinates, who each tried to help in their own little way, lie completely defeated. Buddha calls Caravan a persistent bastard as he grasps his neck. To think that he would push him this far. How many reincarnations has it been now? He is quite impressive. He will acknowledge his strength as his senior. It was a clash worthy of being recorded in history, actually. However, it is all over now. He charges up a fist, and Ignis screams at Caravan to get up, but Buddha just tells him to rest for eternity as he unleashes a devastating holy strike. The seventh sight of the abyss, epoch, where the supreme monarchs once clashed in a fierce battle, was now growing noisy again as if nothing had happened, with people working to rebuild what was left. More than anything, Nameless, who had remained silent for so long, declared his return, and it was a huge deal. Two women walk around the town, noting that they should change the site's nickname now from Where Hope Sets to Where Despair Sets. Suddenly Chong Hyo appears, grabbing the attention of the ladies, and notes that their hairstyles are simply delightful. Their hair is so stunning he can't wrap his head around it. The lady on the left especially resembles a deer. He supposes he's fond of her now. Seola naturally appears behind him and smacks him a few good times across the head to get him out of his joking mood, noting that he is getting careless just because they won a fight. The war is not over yet. Chong Hyo notes that he knows that much as well. So, Seola wonders what he was doing just then. Chong Hyo notes that she herself saw how hard Jaehwan fought. He overwhelmed Jerome, the strongest of the almighty land, in an instant. Seola does agree, but anyway, that isn't what matters most right now. Even though he has gotten a lot stronger, he's still not strong enough to stop the crack sovereign, and Cheong Hyo scoffs. Even the crack sovereign in all of his power will not find it easy to handle Jaehwan as he is now. But didn't she apologize to Jaehwan? She must have wronged Jaehwan in quite a few ways already. He can name a few off the top of his head, actually. Seola wraps her arms around herself and tells him to just shut up already, as that does not concern him. She also asks what happened to Varkant. Cheong Hyo wonders if she means that supreme monarch with the annoying-looking mustache who ran off immediately. Unfortunately, after they lost him at the scene that day, there has been no real word of him. The very moment Jerome died, he bolted before anyone could even lay a hand on him. He was a rat until the end, it seems. Seola scoffs, as they should have made sure Varkant was dead, and Chong Hyo tells her that there is nothing they can do about someone they have already lost, so she should just forget about it. They took down Jerome, who was called one of the strongest among the supreme monarchs, and they even captured Imai, one of the 3 captains of crack. Keeping all of this in mind, they couldn't ask for a better outcome. Seola thinks about Imai, and supposes so. If they use him as a prisoner, even the crack sovereign would probably not act so harshly, or at least, she hoped so. Suddenly they hear a certain blast, and they immediately start rushing, with Seola wondering if Cheong Hyo heard that too, and he immediately agrees, as his ears still work. They approach the area the sound came from, only to find Jaehwan's group, with Jaehwan himself pointing his blade at Imai. Seola rushes in, asking what the hell is going on right now, and Jaehwan simply tells her that he erased his unique world. She asks if he's talking about the sea of blood filled with corpses, and he confirms as such. Now Imai can no longer be used by crack. Seola asks who the hell he is to decide that on his own. They were going to keep Imai tied up and use him as a prisoner. What use is he without a unique world? She did tell him not to do that, and Seola continues, noting that if he's going to be dead weight, killing him is too much too. Imai slowly gets up, having had enough of listening. Does he look that weak just because he does not have a unique world? At the very least, he can still take one of them down here. There is that at least. However, Jaehwan tells him that there is a way for him to become stronger, if he works hard, and obtains a unique world other than the sea of blood filled with corpses. Then he can become an awakened once again. Imai stares at him for a long moment and asks if he's telling him to find another world. Imai snickers a self-deprecating laugh and tells him not to be ridiculous. Crack never forgives their traitors. Their pursuit squad will chase a traitor until death, just like how he came to the 7th site to hunt Seola, and now he is telling him to leave here. What an absurd joke that is. He really must be living in a completely other world than the real one. Seola tells Jaehwan to move aside as she's just going to kill this bastard herself. Imai doesn't care about whether or not Crack is right or wrong. That never mattered to him. Crack is the path he's lived, and his history. No matter how miserable or diseased the world it is, Crack was absolutely everything to him. He takes out his blade, charging in at Jaehwan, and Seola screams Jaehwan's name, causing Imai to bite his lower lip. However, one person in particular, Seola, was someone he always looked at with admiration, even if he could never express it. He was content with just following her and seeing her shine. But now that has been completely taken from him, so it doesn't matter. It appears that the two forces clash, and everyone is shocked to see that Imai actually stabbed his own heart, putting his broken blade through his chest, and Seola steps forward, not looking at him with pity or regret, but a soft, tired scorn, thinking that he was an idiot until the very end. Imai lets go of his blade and reaches out for her, knowing that the world he can return to no longer exists anywhere. In the silence, even Imai's quiet breathing began to fade slowly but surely. Somewhere, a wind blew through as slivers of silver particles drift away in a soft scatter, and his final cry, fleeting like a short dream, dissolved into the air, seemingly forgotten as soon as it was given. This is how Imai, a captain of crack, decided to leave the abyss. Not through a fight, not through awakening, but through giving up completely and utterly. Bro felt so cucked he killed himself. Seola slowly picks up the shattered blade as Imai's presence completely fades into the mist. She was not heartless after all. She always knew what he felt for her, be it admiration or something else completely. Even in that moment when he could have struck her down, he hesitated. She looks down at the blade and asks Jaehwan why he even did something like that. He just wanted to see something, and Seola wonders what the hell it was supposed to be. A way to thank him for his pathetic little mercy, or some naive hope that Imai would have become a part of his strength? Or was it the miserable words of the former crack commander? Just why did he make this kind of pointless human choice right now? Isn't he someone who lives to bring ruin to the entire world? On the path he walks, there is no such thing as human bonds, is there? If he is the one who will bring destruction to this world, he should never make that kind of face, and never waver, as she won't allow it anymore. With that, she begins walking away, and Siren asks Jaehwan if he's all right. Cheonghyo looks at Seola with a knowing expression, noting that she said she'd be the one to kill him someday. So why is she taking it out on Jaehwan right now? She tells him to shut up, and Cheonghyo clicks his tongue, with that personality, noting that it is no wonder she doesn't have any friends. Suddenly though, an entire worldview falls over the world, the sea of blood filled with corpses. Cheonghyo looks at Seola, who notes that it is not her. Can't he just tell by the color itself? There is no doubt about it. That's the crack sovereign's world, and above they can see the star. People recognize it from the rumors, so Big Brother really did take the form of a star after all. But suddenly they also see someone charging forth into that star, the crack sovereign, who smashes into it with amazing power, causing a shockwave that sends people flying. Cheonghyo is surprised. Did he? Is he actually doing it? With everyone not able to actually believe it. There is no way it is true after all. It seems that crack, after all these years, has finally defeated Big Brother. The cracks of the star known as Big Brother fall down, and above the crack sovereign stands. The day the world was stained in darkness, and fragments of the star kept scattered everywhere. That is this day. The day all residents across all sites cheered and screamed out the name of the crack sovereign, who knew this was his victory. However, Runnard approaches Jaehwan and he puts a solitary hand on his shoulder, as they are the only two men who stare at something other than the star. Big Brother is officially dead, and now they will be living in the world that comes after. It was the message Crack proclaimed after the day of the revolution. Mailad's declaration spread across the entirety of the illusion tree within as little as a month. Some naturally did not come to believe his words, but even they had no real choice but to acknowledge one fact. It was now the era of crack. Even those on the 7th site talk, wondering if everything the crack sovereign said was true. They said Big Brother was shaped like a star, and it truly was so. Everything they've been doing all this time was to take down Big Brother. Naturally, the consensus is that they are the true saviors of the abyss, and Seola hates anyone thinking like that, even if they are uninformed. She goes to Nameless, noting that because of that bastard, the 7th site incident almost got buried completely. Why did it have to happen now of all times? This is really driving her insane. If things had gone according to plan, the hostile forces of crack would have gathered at the 7th site by now. She is clearly agitated and ticked off. She turns to Nameless and tells him to stop standing there like an idiot, and actually say something for once. Nameless tells her not to get so worked up, as agitation numbs reason, but she refuses. How can she not get worked up? Everything they've done up until now just went down the drain. She truly wants to know if the crack sovereign really defeated Big Brother. Nameless tells her that perhaps not, and Seola doesn't really know what that means. Can't he just give a simple yes or no answer? In turn, Nameless asks her something. What did the planet she lived on look like? Seola doesn't really understand why he's suddenly talking about planets. She says that it's round enough with appropriate gravity. Nameless turns around and screams at her, asking how she can be so sure. She notes that it's just common sense. It's a basic fact scientists have provided. He begins laughing, noting that she never saw it with her own eyes, yet she just believed in what she was told. That is incredibly cute. Seola gets a little flustered and asks what kind of insane crap he's suddenly spouting out of nowhere. Just what is he trying to say? Going on and on about planets. How is that even relevant to what she's saying? Nameless just wonders. What if those scientists covered up the facts and fabricated the truth? She wonders what he's talking about, because why would scientists ever do that? But then she understands. He's basically saying that Big Brother was a lie, isn't he? Then what about the moon they talked about before? Is he saying they couldn't see the moon? Was he scamming them or something? Nameless denies this. The moon definitely was there. That was an undeniable truth. But whether the truth he saw was the truth, the real truth, nobody truly knows. If there is someone there who can see the truth, that sole person will be the Abyss's only hope, as he can see that the thing my lad destroyed is actually still there, alive and well. Thank you for watching. See you next time.